Chapter 1: The God-Chosen Rich System is launched. Huaxing Finance. A cold resignation notice was placed on the desk. Su Ming, you didn't pass the internship, so you don't need to come tomorrow. Manager Lu Tao's tone was flat, as if he was just talking about an insignificant matter. What? Su Ming was stunned and found it hard to believe. He worked overtime day and night in the company, interned for a full 3 months, and ranked 4th in overall performance. There were a total of 5 vacancies in the company, and he thought it was only natural for him to be transferred. Result: I was actually persuaded to quit. Manager Lu, if you want to fire me, you have to give a reason. Otherwise, it would be an illegal dismissal. Su Ming said calmly. Illegal dismissal? Hearing these 4 words, Lu Tao's face suddenly darkened, and he said with disgust, "You post-2000s are all troublemakers. You just like to engage in labor arbitration, right? The company didn't keep you because it chose new people with more potential." He gave a perfunctory explanation. Su Ming was so angry that he laughed and couldn't help but ask. Others' performance is not as good as mine, but they have more potential than me? Is there any fairness in your company? For a moment, Manager Lu Tao's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Su Ming would be so difficult to deal with. Fairness? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about fairness? You really take yourself too seriously. You can use labor arbitration if you want. I'm always here to help. But I still advise you not to waste your time. Go to the finance department to settle your salary and leave quickly. Lu Tao waved his hand impatiently and left. Wipe. Su Ming slapped the resignation letter with a look of reluctance on his face. Labor arbitration? He didn't think in that direction at all, he just wanted to fight for his own position. But I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to get a good corporate job. He thought he could turn his life around through his own efforts. But reality, like a bucket of cold water, extinguished all his fantasies. His hard work day and night for 3 consecutive months turned out to be worthless in the eyes of others. If you don't fly for 3 years, you will soar into the sky. If you don't sing for 3 years, your singing will be amazing. I will be successful someday. Su Ming was not discouraged. He stood up and prepared to pack his things. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sound came from my head. A blue box full of futuristic technology appeared before his eyes. Ding! The God-Chosen Rich System has been activated. Do you want to start your first sign-in? Su Ming's eyes widened, he was stunned. What? The system of the chosen rich? Is this the system that often appears in novels? Su Ming couldn't believe that such a thing would happen to him. Sign in. Su Ming was excited and muttered to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the first time. Reward: 100% ownership of Yinglan Building. The ownership certificate has been stored in the system space, and the host can claim it at any time. Reward: a set of Tan Palace Villa. Reward: a Bugatti Divo. Congratulations to the host, the sign-in reward has been issued. The God-Chosen Rich System will escort you. Fuck, is this true? Su Ming was so excited that he almost screamed out loud. Yinglan Building stands in the center of Shanghai's financial street, where every inch of land is valuable. The rent is naturally extremely expensive. The annual rent for an office building of only 1,000 square meters is more than 10 million. It's an astronomical figure. And the building under Su Ming's feet is the Yinglan Building. As I recall, Huaxing Financial's lease contract is about to expire, right? Su Ming raised a faint smile, picked up his phone and made a call. I didn't expect that my day of success would come so soon. It's such a pity for Su Ming. He's handsome and has a nice personality, but he wasn't hired. He just lacks social experience and is not tactful enough. Like that guy who secretly gave gifts to Mr. Lu. As a result, Su Ming was squeezed out. The workplace is not about fighting and killing, it's about the human relationships and social skills. Oh, poor thing. Everyone sighed with regret and turned their eyes to Su Ming, who was not far away. What is he doing? They were confused. Su Ming did not pack up and leave in disgrace as they expected. Instead, he calmly stood up and went to get a cup of coffee. What is going on? Even Lu Tao, who had just come out of the office, was stunned. Could it be that this kid is still waiting for me to change my mind? Or does he really want to make a big deal out of this? For example, take a video and post it online? That would be very bad. He walked straight towards Su Ming and slapped the table hard. Bang! Hey! Didn't I tell you to leave a long time ago? Why are you still staying here? What do you want to do? Lu Tao has now torn his face off and has no intention of showing any mercy. Su Ming sat on the chair and took a sip of coffee leisurely. Don't worry, I don't want the compensation from the labor arbitration. Lu Tao was a little confused. In order to prevent any more trouble, he hurriedly urged, why don't you resign immediately? Just then, a pleasant female voice came from behind, accompanied by the sound of rapid high heels. Manager Lu. Ningqing Yan walked over, worry hidden in her beautiful eyes like those by the lake. Su Ming really needs this job. It's a bit unfair for you to fire him for no reason like this. She was successfully hired with the highest performance. Su Ming, who entered the company for internship with her, clearly met the requirements but was persuaded to leave the company. Faced with such unfair treatment, as Su Ming's good friend, she felt that she should come out and speak for him. When they saw her, everyone's eyes widened for a moment. She has a beautiful face, is gentle and generous, and has an innate cool temperament, like a daffodil or a flower on a high mountain. As soon as I entered the company, I was hailed as the goddess of finance. Now, she has become the dream lover of countless male colleagues. Besides, Su Ming is actually very capable. Can't the company reconsider him? The words fell. Everyone in the audience widened their eyes instantly. What the hell? What virtue and ability does Su Ming have? He actually asked Ningqing Yan to fight for him a chance. Ah! My goddess! Su Ming, you kid, hurry up and leave. The male colleagues instantly wailed, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Tao was extremely unhappy. He knew clearly that Su Ming was very popular among the girls in the company. And the person who has the closest relationship with Su Ming is Ningqing Yan. He even suspected that the two were secretly in love. This made him extremely jealous. Moreover, Su Ming's abilities are indeed not weak, and he works very hard. If Su Ming continued to develop smoothly like this, his position might be lost in 2 or 3 years. Taking various factors into consideration, he immediately decided to completely eliminate Su Ming, the thorn in his side, to prevent future troubles. Now, Ningqing Yan's plea made him more determined in this idea. Su Ming, are you waiting for Qing Yan to come and plead for you? I'm telling you, it's useless no matter who comes. Lu Tao seemed to understand something and continued with a sneer. Leaving the company is the best arrangement for you. After the words were spoken, the whole audience fell into a brief silence. Su Ming remained unmoved. Lu Tao looked a little unhappy and urged anxiously. I've already said this, and you're still standing there, what are you waiting for? Just when they all thought that Su Ming would just go along with it and leave obediently, Su Ming said coldly, I am here, waiting for your death. Chapter 2. It turns out that he is really the big boss. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience exploded. What? Did I hear you right? Su Ming said, I am waiting for your death. What the hell? What the hell does this mean? I really have no idea what this is. Don't tell me, Su Ming's words are so cool. Ningqing Yan's eyes widened in shock. Su Ming said such a thing? What does it mean? Could it be that? Lu Tao's face suddenly became extremely ugly. I just urged him to leave, but he cursed himself to death? Su Ming, I gave you a chance, but you're just taking advantage of me, right? Want to irritate me and make things worse? Fine. Then don't take your salary. A bunch of bootlicking colleagues began to follow suit and echoed the trend. Yes, Su Ming, there's no need to be so hard on money. It would be very uncomfortable if your salary was blocked. The arm can't twist the thigh, forget it. Apologize to Mr. Lu. Maybe he can forgive you. Su Ming, please stop making trouble. Why are you cursing people to death? It's so unlucky. We still have to go to lunch. Colleagues all pointed their fingers at Su Ming, and sarcastic voices were heard frequently. Su Ming saw all their faces. These people are all egoists, good at intrigue and currying favor with the powerful. We are not the same kind of people at all. The only one who is truly good to me is Ningqing Yan. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Tao's smile widened, and he said condescendingly, Su Ming, it's not too late to apologize to me now. I will pay you your internship salary as usual. I think, These several $1,000s are not a small amount for you, right? You have to know that Su Ming is just an ordinary college graduate who earns a few thousand yuan a month as an intern. That's not a small amount. He thought he had Su Ming in his grasp. Who would have thought? Su Ming said disdainfully, "It's just a few $1,000s, do I care about it?" Boom. The whole audience was silent. What? Thousands of dollars, and Su Ming doesn't want it? Are you so tough? Ningqing Yan was also anxious, and hurriedly pulled Su Ming's arm, persuading him, "Su Ming, there is no need for us to be so hard on money, this is your living expenses in the future. Let me help you apologize to Mr. Liu." As she spoke, she was about to apologize. But Su Ming stopped her, "Qing Yan, it's not necessary." But Ningqing Yan was about to say something, but she saw Su Ming's determined eyes. She suddenly realized that things were not as simple as she had imagined. The corners of Lu Tao's mouth were harder to suppress than AK, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Su Ming, are you crazy? You don't even want your salary. You said this yourself, I didn't force you to do it. Don't regret it." At this moment, there was a commotion outside the work area, accompanied by various greetings. Director Zhao. Mr. Li. Led by two middle-aged men in suits and followed by 5 assistant secretaries, they walked into the office area in a hurry. One of them is the chairman of Huaxing Financial, Zhao Weisheng. Lu Tao's eyes lit up and he immediately went to greet him. "Director Zhao, welcome to inspect the company. It was Xiao Lu who neglected me. So Mr. Li from England Business Management is here too. Welcome, welcome." Lu Tao, with a flattering look on his face, invited the two big guys in. This is a good opportunity for him to show off to the chairman. Must lick well. However, Zhao Weisheng's attitude towards him was very cold. He asked Li Xiao next to him, "You said Mr. Su is in our company. Are you sure?" "Yes." Li Xiao scanned the crowd with his eyes like an eagle, and immediately locked onto the dazzling Su Ming in the crowd. "Mr. Su. I finally found you." Li Xiao walked quickly to Su Ming and excitedly shook his hand. "I am Li Xiao, the general manager of England Business Management Center, the one who talked to you earlier." "So you are Mr. Su. You are indeed a handsome man with extraordinary bearing." Zhao Weisheng also rushed over, held Su Ming's hand, and praised him a lot. This scene left my colleagues completely dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Is this something that could actually happen? It's really fierce. I actually saw Director Zhao licking Su Ming like crazy? Lu Tao is not even worthy of carrying Mr. Zhao's shoes. But Mr. Zhao is so respectful to Su Ming? What on earth is going on? Zhao Weisheng smiled and said, "Mr. Su, I heard from Mr. Li that you are experiencing life in my company. I am very honored. I wonder how you feel." He is still very confident in his company. After all, Huaxing Financial is a top financial company in the country, and many top students are scrambling to come to their company. It should bring a very good workplace experience to young people. In this way, once Su Ming is happy, he can naturally get closer to me. Maybe you can even lower the rent. The bigger you are, the more you understand the importance of connections. However, Su Ming said calmly, "Very bad." Zhao Weisheng's face darkened instantly. Is there something wrong with the company that makes you unhappy? Su Ming said calmly, "I am very dissatisfied with your company's recruitment system. I was ranked 4th in performance during the assessment period, and there were 5 vacancies for recruitment, but you eliminated me? Do you think this is reasonable? This Nima." The smile on Zhao Weisheng's face disappeared instantly. What replaced it was extremely embarrassing. How could such a thing happen in their company? Who did it? Zhao Weisheng instantly became furious, and his cold eyes swept across everyone present, finally falling on Lu Tao. Lu Tao felt a chill in his heart, and instantly realized that he had caused a terrible disaster. He finally understood what Su Ming said. His death is imminent. But Su Ming, what is his identity? Retracting his gaze, Zhao Weisheng quickly changed his expression and said with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Su, I am really sorry. It is my negligence in daily management that caused you to encounter such an unpleasant thing. I will definitely solve this matter properly and give you a satisfactory answer." After saying this, the smile on his face disappeared, and he pointed at Lu Tao expressionlessly. "Hey you, come here." Plop. Lu Tao crawled in front of Zhao Weisheng and knelt on the ground. Director Zhao. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please give me a chance and let me stay in the company. Lu Tao pleaded with tears in his eyes, his face already distorted. He can call the shots entirely thanks to his position as manager. If he was kicked out of the company, it would mean that he would never be able to work in the financial industry in his life. This feeling is like falling from heaven to hell. It's worse than death. So he still wished that Zhao Weisheng could forgive him. Zhao Weisheng scolded, "What's the point of apologizing to me? You should apologize to Mr. Su." Su Ming. No, Mr. Su. Lu Tao knelt on the ground and moved in front of Su Ming with his knees. He said with tears and snot, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I was blind and offended you. I apologize to you. It's my fault, it's all my fault." He has now realized that Su Ming's identity is extraordinary. Just looking at their attitude towards Su Ming, it shows that his status is higher than theirs. Combined with what Li Xiao from England Business Management Company said to Su Ming, he had already guessed a rough idea. Su Ming is most likely to have some intricate relationship with England Building. Even he is the boss behind England Building. Thinking of this, he hardened his heart and kowtowed to the ground several times. When he looked up again, he saw Su Ming's cold eyes. Zhao Weisheng was also waiting for Su Ming's attitude. Su Ming looked down at him and said calmly, "It's too late to realize your mistake now. I will return the words you said to me exactly as they were. Leaving the company is the best arrangement for you." Moment. Lu Tao seemed to have aged a few years and collapsed on the ground. The words he said to Su Ming were now like a whip, slapping him hard in the face. He never expected that Su Ming hid so deeply. He is actually a big shot who came to experience life? If he had the chance to choose again, he would never choose to offend Su Ming. "Su Ming, what is your identity?" Lu Tao seemed to have accepted the reality, but still asked with some reluctance to close his eyes. Before Su Ming could speak, Li Xiao answered for him, "Mr. Su is the only boss of our England Building." What? The whole audience was completely stunned at this moment. The England Building has a market value of nearly 10 billion. However, Su Ming was actually the only boss? In other words, Su Ming's net worth is close to 10 billion. Oh my god. While my colleagues were shocked, they also felt extremely regretful in their hearts. They never expected that the colleague they had been working with day and night for 3 months was actually a billionaire. If I could get along well with Su Ming, wouldn't I be able to take off immediately? What a pity. The opportunity was not seized. After knowing Su Ming's true identity, Lu Tao was completely convinced. There was nothing he could do, he could only blame his bad luck. At this point, Lu Tao was completely declared down and was ruthlessly kicked out by his former colleagues. "Mr. Su, it's really embarrassing for you to have such a black sheep in the company." Zhao Weisheng still had an apologetic look on his face. Su Ming smiled, "Okay, we can talk about business now." Chapter 3: My worldview collapsed. 19th floor, England Business Management Company. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the prosperous scene of the financial street. Su Ming and others moved here to discuss the renewal of Huaxing Financial's lease. After negotiation, Li Xiao said, "Huaxing Finance leases the 11th and 12th floors of England Building, with a total area of 7,800 square meters. According to the normal rent increase of 11% this year, the rent payable each quarter is 14.8 million yuan. The contract term is 1 year, totaling 59.2 million yuan. Mr. Zhao, if there is no problem, you can sign it." At this moment, Zhao Weisheng had already greeted Lu Tao hundreds of times in his heart. If he hadn't offended Su Ming, perhaps he could have saved the 6 million increase. After all, Su Ming had experienced life in his company before. At least there will be some sense of belonging, right? But now, how could he have the nerve to mention this? It would be great if I could renew the lease. We have worked together for so many years, I feel relieved. Zhao Weisheng glanced at the contract and immediately signed it. England Building is located in a prime location in the financial street, and even though the rent is high, it is in short supply. As the headquarters of Washington, it is absolutely impossible to rashly leave such a core area. Otherwise, the corporate image they have built over more than 10 years will collapse in an instant. The loss was incalculable for him. Therefore, faced with the normal increase in rent, he could only accept it with pleasure. The contract has been signed. Zhao Weisheng finally let go of the worry in his heart. "Mr. Su, thank you very much. I won't bother you anymore. I will definitely treat you to a meal when I have the chance. After adding Su Ming's contact information, Zhao Weisheng left the business management center. Although there was some misunderstanding with Su Ming this time, we will continue to cooperate in the future. Being able to make friends with Su Ming is of vital importance to him. Connections are money. Only Su Ming and Li Xiao were left in the office. Li Xiao brought up a document and said, "Mr. Su, this is the company's financial statement and the current leasing situation of the building." Good. Su Ming took the document and flipped through it casually. The above information describes every cash flow of the business management company in great detail. Li Xiao continued to report, in addition, there is another amount in the company account. It is the rent of the building last quarter. Since we can't contact you, we have not been able to hand it over to you. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Oh, how much is it in total? After paying taxes and deducting the company's financial expenses, there is 173 million left. Gurgle. Su Ming couldn't help but clear his throat. Good job. It turns out that there is still so much money left in my building. Li Xiao, Mr. Su, can you give me an account number and we will ask the finance department to transfer the money to you? Then switch to this card from now on. Su Ming took out a bank card and handed it to Li Xiao. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I'll go to the finance department to handle it for you. Li Xiao took the bank card with both hands and immediately rushed to the finance department to handle the procedures for Su Ming. Su Ming drank tea while looking at his phone. After a while, a text message popped up. The Yinglan Business Management Center account transferred 173 million yuan to your account ending with 576. The balance is 173,005,378.23 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Hiss. Oh my god. I'm really going to get rich now. Su Ming became excited. 9 digits. More than 100 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Completed the handover of Yinglan building. Su Ming got on the elevator, picked up his phone and called Ningqing Yan. The call is connected. Su Ming. There was a hint of anticipation in Ningqing Yan's eyes. Just now she was still wondering whether Su Ming's identity had changed and whether he would become distant from her. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. Xing Yan, are you still in the company? I'll take you out for dinner. Still here, where are you? Okay. Then wait for me at the company and I'll come find you. After a while, Su Ming took the elevator to the entrance of Huaxing Finance. Ningqing Yan finished putting on her makeup and walked out of the hall. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Ningqing Yan is indeed a super beauty. The beige wrap dress sets off her peachy hip curves tightly and straightly. The white shirt still can't cover the roundness of her chest. Paired with a pair of black pointed high heels, she walks with long legs. It's like watching a fashion show. This figure and appearance are simply better than everything else. No wonder the male colleagues in the company are so obsessed with her and regard her as a goddess. I am usually so busy with my performance that I have somewhat neglected Ningqing Yan's peerless beauty. Noticed Su Ming's gaze. Ningqing Yan's pretty face couldn't help but flushed, and the cold goddess was shy. What's the matter, Su Ming? It's not the first day you've seen me. I just thought you looked a little different today. What's the difference? It's kind of nice. Puff. Ningqing Yan covered her mouth and smiled, her heart blossoming with joy at Su Ming's teasing. You've learned bad habits. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Su Ming smiled and naturally took the other person's hand. The relationship between the two has always been subtle, in fact, all it lacks is an opportunity. In a parking space not far from Yinglan building, a group of people were chattering and taking pictures crazily with their mobile phones. Wow! This car is so cool. This looks like a Bugatti supercar. I just don't know what model it is. I found it. This is a Bugatti Divo, limited to 40 units worldwide. The price in our country is at least 60 million. Oh my god. 60 million, and it's parked right here? Aren't you afraid it'll get scratched or something? Everyone, stay away from it. If it gets scratched, we really can't afford the compensation. This is so cool, I have to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. We have so many rich people in Tianhai. At this time, Su Ming and Ningqing Yan walked straight towards this side. An uncle immediately reminded them, "Hey! What are you doing? If this car is damaged, You two white-collar workers can't afford to pay for it. Thanks for the reminder. Everyone, please make way. This is my car. Su Ming took out the car key and pressed it. Buzz. Bugatti Divo is launched. The sound waves roared like a wild beast, and everyone's blood boiled. The dark Bugatti Divo was so cool and domineering. Su Ming opened the passenger seat, let Ningqing Yan get in first, and then he sat in the driver's seat himself. The onlookers stared with their eyes wide open. Crazy gasp. Hiss. Wow, this white-collar guy actually drives this kind of car? What the hell? This guy is dressed like this, he's obviously a salesman. Are all the rich people nowadays so good at having fun? Driving a supercar to work and pick up girls? Or does it mean that everyone has a supercar now? How come I don't have one? My worldview has collapsed. As expected, goddesses are only worthy of the strong. I say I don't envy them. But why can't I hold back my tears? Woohoo, why am I not a rich man? Everyone covered their chests with their hands, looked at each other with envy, and felt a dull pain in their hearts. Su Ming gripped the steering wheel, and his excitement instantly exploded. Buzz. A low roar sounded. The Bugatti Divo drove out of the parking space and drove away. Chapter 4: Wild Consumption. IFC Shopping Mall in Shanghai. This is a well-known commercial shopping area and a gathering place for luxury brands. Common international brands such as Chanel, LV, Hermes, Gucci, etc. can be seen everywhere. Su Ming first took Ningqing Yan to a restaurant for a meal, and then officially started shopping. After shopping for a while, they came to an LV Louis Vuitton flagship store. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. A salesgirl with short hair gave a standard polite smile. Sir or madam, is there anything I can help you with? Her eyes were always observing Su Ming and the other person. It was quickly determined that the two men were young people from the white-collar class. This group generally has weak spending power. Most people just look and don't buy. She tried to guide them, saying, "Here are some discounted items. Would you like to take a look?" Hearing this, Su Ming and Ningqing Yan looked at each other and smiled at the same time. It seems that they are regarded as low-spending people. Su Ming, forget about the discounted ones. Let's take a look at the new autumn and winter models this year. Want to see new autumn and winter styles? After hearing this, the short-haired female shopping guide lost the desire to receive customers. It would be a waste of time to continue. She said to her colleague next to her, "Chui Li, please help me receive these two guests." Chui Li was stunned for a moment, then immediately got into the mood and said with a smile, "Sir or madam, this way please." She led Su Ming to a brand new exhibition area. These are all new styles for this fall and winter, designed by LV's chief designer. The prices are a bit expensive. She puts the price tag on display: an embroidered denim belted jacket. Price, 27,900 yuan. Moreover, most of our Louis Vuitton clothing is designed as a set, and only when the top and bottom are matched together, the effect is best. The matching pants cost 20,000 yuan. This is LV's typical lazy set designed to serve customers. Most customers buy it as a whole set. If you only buy one piece and wear it together, it will look out of place. So, she was giving a kind reminder so that Su Ming would have some sense of propriety. Su Ming seemed to be thinking about something, and said calmly, "Well, then give me a set of XL models, and I'll try it." This. Chui Li was obviously hesitant. She originally thought that the other party was just taking a look. Unexpectedly, he asked to try it on. She thought about it and made a decision. "Okay, then you wait a moment." She turned and walked towards the warehouse. At this time, the short-haired female colleague came over with a gloating look on her face, and said with a smile, "Huh, Chui Li, you've met a tough guy. As soon as I saw them, I knew they wouldn't buy. If there's any problem when trying them on, the manager will have to make trouble for you." Now it seems that giving up those two customers was obviously the right decision. It's okay if you don't buy it, at most it's a waste of time. If there is any problem when trying it on, it will be troublesome. Chui Li glared at her and said unconvincedly, "How do you know they won't buy it? What if they do buy it?" "Hey, girl, your eyesight is still not good enough?" The short-haired female shopping guide shook her head. Soon, Chui Li took out a new LV suit and gave it to Su Ming to try on. After a while, Su Ming came out of the fitting room wearing brand new clothes. He is sunny, handsome, stylish, and has a sunny smile on his face. Chui Li was stunned. This was the most handsome and elegant customer she had seen in her 1 year of work. Ningqing Yan straightened Su Ming's collar, took 2 steps back, her eyes bright and full of amazement. Wow! Su Ming, you really are a clothes hanger, so handsome. Hearing this, Su Ming looked at himself in the fitting mirror and said with a smile, "It's strange that all the pretty people praise me so much." Phew! Ningqing Yan covered her mouth and smiled. Normally, I have never seen Su Ming be so humorous. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly found that his shoes seemed to be mismatched. No wonder they say this LV is designed as a set. Does this set of clothes also have matching shoes? Su Ming looked at the shopping guide Chui Li. Chui Li's voice was a little nervous. Yes, but this pair of shoes is LV Trainer Maxi sports shoes, which are more expensive, costing 50,000 yuan. You? Before she finished speaking, Su Ming saw her concerns and interrupted her. "Don't worry, I'll take all the ones I've tried on." "Are you serious?" Chui Li's eyes immediately lit up. "You think I'm kidding you?" Su Ming gave the other person a look that did not allow for any argument. "Oh, okay. Please wait a moment." Chui Li immediately became motivated, went to the warehouse to get the shoes, and let Su Ming try them on. Su Ming stood up and felt the 50,000 yuan shoes. In terms of comfort, it is really good. Moreover, the workmanship is fine and the design is very consistent with the aesthetic taste of young people. It's just this price of 50,000. If it were an ordinary person like him, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, if you have money, you can do what you want. Chui Li asked with a smile on her face, "Sir, do you need anything now?" Su Ming pointed at the container and said calmly, "Please pack all the new autumn and winter styles I just saw for me." Pack everything? All the salesgirls in the LV flagship store were stunned. They all looked over here. I've seen such a domineering person. But I've never seen anyone so arrogant. How much would it cost to pack everything? The short-haired female shopping guide's eyes were dull. "No way, did I make a mistake?" Su Ming casually said, "Be more efficient. My girlfriend hasn't bought one yet." Chui Li felt endless power surging in her body and quickly began to pack. Soon, the platform was filled with packages of all sizes. "Sir, there are 67 new autumn and winter models in total, including men's clothes, bottoms, shoes, hats, and other series of products, with a total value of 1.376 million yuan. Chui Li was exhausted and panting. "Swipe the card." Su Ming went to the service desk and paid the bill. A prompt sounded at the LV service desk. Payment received successfully, amount received 1,376,000 yuan. All the shopping guides were shocked. Oh my god. Too arrogant. More than 1 million, without even blinking an eye. The short-haired female shopping guide was completely dumbfounded. Chui Li suppressed her inner excitement and said respectfully, "Sir, thank you very much. You just said that you want to buy some more things for your girlfriend. Can I go with you to look?" "Okay." Su Ming took Ningqing Yan and started a new round of shopping. In the end, Su Ming bought clothes, bags, jewelry, perfume and cosmetics for Ningqing Yan, spending more than 700,000 yuan. This money is just a drop in the bucket for Su Ming. After payment, Su Ming registered some basic information and left the store with Ningqing Yan. The shopping guides looked at Su Ming leaving with infatuated looks in their eyes. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. He's also very nice to his girlfriend. That's 700,000, and he didn't even blink. It would be great if I were his girlfriend. Please, old swan, give me a boyfriend like this. Handsome and rich. I wonder if he would mind having another girlfriend. I do. Chui Li was already very happy. Su Ming's commission for this big order was more than 100,000 yuan. The short-haired female shopping guide was so upset that she ran over and said shamelessly, "Chui Li, I was the first one to receive these 2 guests. You should give me half of the bill." Chui Li rolled her eyes at her and refused decisively, "Dream on." Just now she was laughing at herself for being tactless, but now she has the nerve to come over and ask for a split bill? Go play in the mud. Short-haired female shopping guide, crying. Woohoo, this was originally her achievement. Wrong 100 million. Chapter 5 Unpleasant Memories. Su Ming and Ningqing Yan walked hand in hand in the bustling shopping mall. After being embellished with brand name clothes, their temperaments became completely different. A definitely tall, rich and handsome man, and a white, rich and beautiful woman. Along the way, she attracted the attention of countless passers-by, and the turning back rate was 100%. Some even secretly took photos and licked the screen. Any photo you pick out can be worthy of being the cover of a fashion magazine. Su Ming put down his phone and looked at Ningqing Yan with a smile. "Xing Yan, I have asked for leave for you. Now, you are mine, do you understand?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hands and put them around her slender waist, which was slender without a trace of fat and felt great. Ningqing Yan felt her body tingling and said shyly, "Hate it, there are so many people here." She patted Su Ming's hand weakly, obviously not resisting much. "So, it can be done in a place where there is no one?" Su Ming hugged her, deliberately lowered his voice, and suddenly scratched her waist. "Bad guy Su Ming, be careful or I'll bite you." Ningqing Yan pretended to be angry and made a frightening expression. She looked so adorable that one couldn't help but want to pinch her face. Su Ming got excited and leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You can't bite me, but you can read separately." Ningqing Yan was stunned for a moment. When she reacted, her face instantly turned red, and even her earlobes were stained with red. "Su Ming, you are so bad." The two of them flirted for a while and the atmosphere was very joyful. "Su Ming, okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to the bathroom first." After saying that, he walked towards the public restroom in the mall. Soon, he came out to wash his hands. At this moment, the man next to him dilated his pupils involuntarily when he saw Su Ming. Ming Ji?" Su Ming turned his head and saw a familiar figure in front of him. "You are, Haozi?" This person turned out to be his high school classmate, Chen Hao. Chen Hao shouted excitedly, "Wow, I remembered it right, it really is Brother Ming. After so many years, you still look so handsome." Su Ming spread his hands helplessly. "What's the point of being handsome? Didn't she dump me anyway?" Chen Hao sneered disdainfully, "That can only mean that the woman has no taste. She actually likes an ugly rich second-generation guy." "This is not the place for us to chat, let's go out and talk," Su Ming suggested. The two walked out of the bathroom and talked about interesting things in high school as they walked. Chen Hao recalled the past and said with emotion, "The thing that left the deepest impression on me was that summer vacation, when the two of us went to the fields to pick watermelons, and we were chased for 10 miles. Luckily we both ran fast. But that watermelon is really sweet." The two smiled at each other, and those beautiful memories seemed to be just yesterday. And today, they met again in this strange city. When they were in high school, both Su Ming and Chen Hao came from poor families, so they naturally became good friends. But after high school, we went our separate ways. Now, 4 years have passed. "Brother Ming, are you rich now?" Chen Hao looked at the bright and handsome Su Ming with surprise in his eyes. Su Ming smiled and said, "It's just a windfall. What's wrong with making a fortune? As long as it doesn't break the law, it's great." Chen Hao recognized Su Ming very much and was sincerely happy for his friend. He said, "I told you that you will definitely be successful in the future. Let those people shut up." By the time he finished speaking, Chen Hao was already indignant. High school years. Su Ming is a celebrity on campus. He is handsome and has excellent grades. He is a good student in the eyes of teachers and the dream lover of little girls. But on the day of the college entrance examination, Su Ming had a severe fever, which resulted in poor performance on the exam. Originally, his grades were good enough to get him into key universities such as 985 and 211. As a result, I only went to a second-tier university in Shanghai. The former celebrity has become lost in the crowd. I also broke up with my first girlfriend. This made those people who usually dislike Su Ming completely go wild. Chen Hao was also very worried about Su Ming's future. But today, Su Ming seems to have come to the fore, and Chen Hao is really happy for him in his heart. Su Ming looked at him. "What about you? What have you been doing recently? Going to work and typing code every day is so boring." "Oh, and..." Chen Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Brother Ming, they seem to be organizing a class reunion in Shanghai the day after tomorrow. Are we too sure we can fight back?" "You mean them?" An unpleasant memory emerged in Su Ming's mind. Even though so many years have passed, it's time to let it go. "But..." Chen Hao nodded. "Well, that rich second generation is doing very well now, and I heard that they are going to get married soon. It's true that a bitch and a dog will be together forever." "Su Ming, then they shouldn't welcome me, right?" "Welcome, of course. They can't wait to see you in such a miserable state. That's why I said, why don't we sneak back? I'll be your assist." Chen Hao said this, becoming somewhat excited. He really wanted to vent his anger for his brother Su Ming. Of course, his own energy is definitely not enough. Su Ming also knew what Chen Hao was thinking, so he agreed, okay, it's time to put an end to this. The two immediately added each other on WeChat. At this time, a pleasant female voice sounded. Su Ming. Ningqing Yan came to Su Ming, looking very charming. Are you, sister-in-law? Chen Hao was shocked when he saw the bright girl in front of him. He blurted out, Brother Ming, you are not in the entertainment industry now? Have you found a female star as your partner? Ningqing Yan smiled brightly, I'm not a star at all, I'm just an ordinary person. Su Ming also laughed and teased, Haozi, you have practiced your tongue quite well, you are really good at praising. No, I was confused. I really thought that you two were celebrities in the entertainment industry and were secretly dating. Chen Hao scratched his head awkwardly and exclaimed, Brother Ming, it seems that you are really successful in both career and love now. Congratulations. I was worried about you before. It turns out that there is a woman behind every successful man. You will definitely have smooth sailing in the future. Su Ming nodded, then I'll borrow your good words. Brother Ming, I have something else to do, so I'll excuse myself first. Chen Hao originally wanted to reminisce about the past with Su Ming, but now it seems that he is just a light bulb. Quickly find an excuse to slip away. After Chen Hao left, Ningqing Yan turned into a curious baby and asked, Su Ming, what did your friend just say he was worried about you? Worried that I won't be able to find a partner? Maybe. I don't really know. Su Ming spread his hands, looking harmless. Seeing that Su Ming didn't want to talk, Ningqing Yan didn't ask any more questions. She just looked at Su Ming gently and said, if you have something on your mind, you can tell me. Must. Su Ming felt warm inside and his eyes became gentler. Such a woman deserves to be treated with care. Chapter 6 Even a clay figure can still be angry. The night is quiet. It was around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Ming and Ningqing Yan finished their date and drove back to Tan Palace Villa. The vehicles were moving at a constant speed and the evening breeze was blowing. Ningqing Yan looked at the night scene outside the window and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Su Ming, do you know? I thought about this when we were working at Huasheng. If we can get together in the future, we will work together to buy a house in Shanghai. Now I know that you don't have to work hard at all. Today was particularly wonderful for her, like a dream. Su Ming, who had been struggling with him at the bottom for 3 months, turned out to be a billionaire. At first, she didn't know how to face Su Ming in the future. Until Su Ming took the initiative to express his feelings. Su Ming smiled and said, some people are born in Rome, but some people may still be nothing but slaves even if they work hard all their lives. So I'd better come clean and stop pretending. Puff. Ningqing Yan was amused and smiled, but you hit it really well. I'm afraid Lu Tao didn't even realize it until he was kicked out of Huasheng. Yeah, that idiot wanted to fire me. I really gave him face. Su Ming was chatting enthusiastically when they arrived at the gate of Tan Palace Villa. He turned and prepared to enter. Suddenly, a fiery red Ferrari supercar rushed towards him. Fuck! Su Ming was shocked and immediately hit the reverse plate to avoid it. Bang! The fiery red Ferrari crashed violently into the corner of the wall, the front of the car exploded directly, and all kinds of debris were scattered all over the ground. Su Ming stabilized the car, calmed down quickly, and looked at Ningqing Yan. I found that she was so frightened that her face turned pale. Are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay? Su Ming asked with concern. Ningqing Yan shook her head and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I fastened my seatbelt. Let's get out of the car and see how the owner is doing. She is still kind-hearted and still cares about others at this time. Su Ming thought about it and felt that it made sense. Yes. If this happened to the Ferrari owner, something bad would happen to him. You must not be provoked. Su Ming got out of the car and planned to find out about the situation of the Ferrari owner. A woman in a mink coat walked out of the Ferrari with great vigor. She had a pair of long legs and was wearing heavy makeup, and she was quite pretty. Before Su Ming could even open his mouth, the seductive woman began to blame Su Ming in a domineering manner. You little brat, how are you driving? When you saw me coming, didn't you get out of the way? The charming woman was quite pretty, about 25 or 26 years old, not much older than Su Ming, but she had a strong breath. Su Ming suddenly laughed out of anger. I didn't even hold her accountable, but she was the first to complain. Are you sick? I was driving so slowly, but you rushed past me in a flash, as if you were in a hurry to be reincarnated. And you still have the nerve to say that I didn't give you my seat? Su Ming didn't give her a good look and continued, besides, why should I give up my seat to you? You. The seductive woman's chest was shaking with anger. She pointed at Su Ming and shouted angrily, if I hadn't dodged urgently, our two cars would have collided long ago. Now only my car was hit, and all the losses are mine, but you took all the blame. My Ferrari 812 costs 10 million. Do you know how expensive it is to repair? I don't care, you have to compensate me. The woman was being unreasonable to the extreme and had no awareness of her own problems at all. Su Ming said coldly, if your car was hit, you can go to the insurance company, why are you looking for me? Or, take a look at your dashcam yourself, whose fault is it? Do you think I'm stupid? If I apply for insurance, won't my car become an accident car? I just want to ask you one question, will you pay for it? Yao Lian's attitude is still as tough as ever, and she seems a little unyielding. Su Ming was too lazy to argue with her, then call the police and let the traffic police determine who is responsible. After saying that, he asked Ningqing Yan to go back to the car first. After all, this problem cannot be solved in a short time. You really have to make so much trouble, right? Just wait. The charming woman snorted coldly, then picked up her phone and made a call. Wow, is that Yaoling? I had a traffic accident here. Soon, a group of people who were eager to watch the fun gathered at the door. Holy crap! That's awesome. The front of the Ferrari is blown up. Fortunately, no one was killed. This Ferrari must be worth several million. The other one seems fine. What car is it? Oh my god. The other owner is driving a Bugatti Divo. This one costs 60 million. Could it be the one that was in front of Yinglan building today? It should be. After all, there are only a few of these cars in the whole of China. But how come he's fine? But the Ferrari is smashed to pieces? That's unbelievable. Wow, look, there's a beautiful lady sitting in the Bugatti. As the onlookers talked about it. The charming woman also noticed Su Ming's car, which was actually a luxury car worth tens of millions. Even more awesome than hers. She suddenly felt a little panicked and unsure. Before the traffic police arrived, she quickly picked up her cell phone and made a call. Hey, husband, I'm being bullied at the door of our house. Come out and help me. Yeah, I'll wait for you. The phone call was hung up. The charming woman regained her confidence and looked at Su Ming with a sneer. Although Su Ming's car is worth tens of millions, the man who supports her is the chairman of a company with a market value of tens of billions. There is a world of difference between tens of millions and hundreds of billions. Is there any comparability? Even if the traffic police came, for the sake of her husband, she had to make sure that guy was dealt with clearly every minute, right? Su Ming saw that the crowd was getting bigger and bigger, and he spoke without restraint. He realized that letting Ningqing Yan continue to stay here would be too unfriendly to her. As a man, it is natural to protect your woman. Su Ming walked up to the charming woman and said, Big sister, there are too many people here. I need to take my girlfriend home first. After I settle her down, I will come out and talk to you guys. Hearing this, the seductive woman sneered and became even more arrogant. Ha, you heard that my husband is coming, so you got scared and want to run away, right? I'm telling you, no way. You just stay here obediently today and wait for my husband to come out. You can leave only after you have resolved the matter. Su Ming's face suddenly darkened, but he still said in a gentle voice, It will probably take a long time here. I'll send my girlfriend in and then I'll come out. It won't take more than 3 minutes. TSK, if you guys just get in the car and run away, who am I going to ask for compensation? Is your girlfriend so delicate? The seductive woman remained disdainful and aggressive. But she didn't realize that Su Ming's expression had already changed. Bang! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. Everyone in the audience was stunned. The seductive woman covered her burning face and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. You dare to hit me? I'm trying to communicate with you properly. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? So I want you to wake up. Su Ming wiped the makeup powder off his hands with disgust, his eyes extremely cold. Even a clay figure still has some fire in it. If pushed into a corner, even a rabbit will bite. What's more, Su Ming is no longer the same as before. Chapter 7 Don't hit someone who smiles. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Su Ming. You are done, I will never let you go. The seductive woman covered her red and swollen right cheek and glared at Su Ming with resentment. She is used to being domineering in her daily life. But she didn't expect that Su Ming would dare to slap her in public, which was undoubtedly a great humiliation for her. Su Ming smiled coldly, it's up to you, at worst I can pay you some medical expenses. At this time, a black Maybach slowly drove out of the villa and stopped steadily at the door of the villa. A middle-aged man in a suit got out of the car. He had a firm face and looked intimidating without even getting angry. Everyone was shocked when they saw him. Fuck! This is Wang Yongshun, the chairman of Shund Group. Shund Group is a large group with a market value of tens of billions. This guy is definitely a big boss. So that woman's husband is Wang Yongshun? Boss Wang is so good at having fun? His wife is so young, probably about 20 years younger than him, right? Oh no! That young man might not be in good shape. The charming woman seemed to have found her backbone, and immediately threw herself into Wang Yongshun's arms and cried, Husband, you're finally here. If you don't come, I'll be beaten to death. Woo-woo. She pointed at Su Ming and said, it's him. He wrecked my car and refused to compensate me. He also deliberately made things difficult for me. You must make the decision for me. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled indifferently. It turns out that the reason why this woman is so arrogant and domineering is because her man is the chairman of a billion-dollar group? Moreover, she confuses right and wrong and puts all the blame on herself? It seems that the slap I gave was too light. Just when everyone thought that Wang Yongshun would attack Su Ming immediately. Wang Yongshun glanced at the woman and said coldly, shut up. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? The seductive woman was so frightened that she trembled all over and dared not speak anymore. Wang Yongshun turned around and gave Su Ming a friendly smile. I am Wang Yongshun from Shund Group. What's your name, little brother? Su Ming smiled and said, Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongshun's heart immediately tightened, and he was glad that he did not offend anyone rashly. He is an old fox in the business world, and has some connections with the owners of the Tan Palace villas. The only unfamiliar thing is the new owner who just spent a huge amount of money to buy Villa number 7 today. So, he quickly obtained the information of the new owner from the property manager, and the name he got was Su Ming. Villa number 7 is one of the most luxurious villas in Tan Palace Villas, and its value is as high as 600 million. This is cash flow. Those who can afford to buy such a villa are all top bosses. The opponent's energy may be something he cannot contend with. This kind of person must not be offended. It turns out to be Mr. Su. As the old saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. From now on, we will be neighbors. To be honest, this matter is just a misunderstanding. On behalf of my wife, I apologize to you. I hope Mr. Su will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Wang Yongshun extended his hand with a kind and friendly smile on his face. It seems that he intends to reconcile with Su Ming. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment. Oh my god. I thought that when Wang Yongshun came out, that young man would be in trouble. I didn't expect Wang Yongshun to be so respectful to that young man. Could it be that in Wang Yongshun's eyes, Su Ming's status is higher than his? How many people who can live in the Tan Palace Villa are weak? It's obvious that Su Ming is also of extraordinary status. But even if they are all residents of Tan Palace Villa, there is no need for Wang Yongshun to make such a big concession, right? The one who was beaten is his woman. Su Ming smiled and shook hands with the other party. Since Mr. Wang said so, I don't want to say anything more. Let's just let this matter go. He understands the principle of not hitting someone who smiles at you. Besides, it was just a farce, and it was time for it to end. Hearing this, the charming woman was instantly unhappy and said anxiously, Husband. He hit me, how can this matter be let go like this? Bang! Wang Yongshun was furious and raised his hand to slap him hard. How shallow. You are so lucky that Mr. Su can forgive you. If you dare to say any more nonsense, get out of here now. He had originally fallen for this woman purely because of her figure and looks, as well as the fact that she was good at pleasing him. But I didn't expect that she has no tact at all now. I have revealed the other person's identity to her, but she still doesn't understand at all. If it was because of her, I would suffer an unknown disaster. The consequences would be unimaginable. The seductive woman covered her mouth, not daring to make any sound, even though she felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. But she still held back. She knew that if she left Wang Yongshan, she would really have nothing. She can't lose the luxurious life she has now. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Leave this to me. Wang Yongshan had a smile on his face and was trying to be friendly. Then I'll excuse myself first. After Su Ming finished speaking, he got into the car and drove the Bugatti into the Tan Palace Villa. The traffic police arrived at the scene quickly and made their assessment based on the dashcam footage. In the end, it was determined that the seductive woman was fully responsible. When Wang Yongshan learned the result, he glared at the seductive woman fiercely. The seductive woman hugged the man's arm and said with tears in her eyes, "Honey, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was afraid that you would blame me because I hit the car, so I wanted that man to compensate. Who knew that he would hit me? I was impulsive. I really didn't mean it. Please don't leave me, it's my fault." The seductive woman acted like a spoiled child in the eighth company. Her aggrieved and pitiful appearance really made Wang Yongshan feel distressed. After all, Wang Yongshan has been with her for 2 years and they have some feelings for each other. Remember, the mouth is the source of trouble. Keep a low profile from now on and don't cause me any more trouble. Hearing Wang Yongshan finally give in, the charming woman nodded frantically, "Yes, yes, yes, I will definitely be obedient." Tan Palace Villa, building number 5. Wang Yongshan walked out of the bedroom wearing a bath towel and holding a cigar. The secretary quickly came to report, "Boss Wang, we have investigated some of Su Ming's identity. He is the sole owner of Yinglan Business Building." The boss of Yinglan Building? Wang Yongshuan's eyes widened. It was just as he had guessed. Su Ming's identity should not be underestimated. Are there any other identities? Wang Yongshan continued to ask. The secretary shook his head, "No, nothing else can be found. It seems that his information has been deliberately hidden." Wang Yongshan exhaled smoke, his expression thoughtful. This boy is unfathomable. Chapter 8. My sister is so beautiful, I love her so much. The next day, Su Ming got up at 7 o'clock and was urged by Ningqing Yan to take her to work. Ningqing Yan is a new-age woman who is independent and self-reliant. Even if she establishes a relationship with Su Ming, she will not become dependent on Su Ming and become a man's accessory. Su Ming respected her personal wishes and admired her for this. If there is an opportunity in the future, I can give Ningqing Yan a company to manage. In the Bugatti Divo. Ah. Su Ming yawned lazily, obviously still a little sleepy. Let's take a look at the system. I wonder what good things I can get by signing in today. Yesterday's rewards were extremely generous. It directly transformed Su Ming into a billionaire. So what about today? Su Ming was somewhat expectant. Turn on the system. Ding. It is detected that the host has not signed in today. Do you want to sign in immediately? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, all property rights of Huacheng Jingyuan community. The property rights certificate has been stored in the system space, and the host can claim it at any time. Reward, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Collection address, Huacheng Jingyuan community. Reward, a box of Romane Conti 1996. Gudong. Su Ming couldn't help but clear his throat and instantly became alert. Huacheng Jingyuan community is positioned as a mid to high-end community, with a total of 10 buildings and 560 houses. It was just completed this year. Located on Jinxiu Road, it is well connected and the surrounding construction is very prosperous. The housing price is around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. One set costs 10 million. With this calculation, wouldn't that mean we've earned billions more? Su Ming was a little excited. How many people work hard in Shanghai and cannot afford to buy this house in their entire life? I just signed in one day and the reward was credited to my account. What you get is the entire community. Oh my god. How many people's dreams have I fulfilled? Su Ming became so excited that he almost cried. Finally, the hardship has paid off. Awesome system. At this time, Su Ming's cell phone rang, and he took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Su Ming collected his thoughts and answered the phone. A respectful voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Su, sorry to bother you. I am Fan Su, the property manager of Chosen Yuan. If you have time, I would like to discuss with you in person the subsequent planning of the community. Currently, Chosen Yuan is in the stage of being rented but not sold. Now that there is a new owner, everything will naturally change. A new emperor appoints his own ministers. Fan Su knew very well that Su Ming was his financial sponsor now. If Su Ming is not satisfied, even he can just get out. So, he called as soon as he received the news. Su Ming glanced at the time and said, "Let's meet at 10 o'clock. I have nothing to do today, so I came to see you." Hearing this casual tone, Fan Su couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that Mr. Su had never been to Chosen Yuan before? Just spent tens of billions and bought it directly? That's too exaggerated. But when he thought about it, he still felt it was unlikely. After all, it is a multi-billion-dollar project. Fan Su said respectfully, "Okay, Mr. Su, I will pick you up at the door in advance. It's less than 10 o'clock. At the entrance of Chosen Yuan. Manager Fan, can I move into the house I looked at yesterday today?" A fashionable beauty in a gray windbreaker stands out from the crowd, making it impossible to take your eyes off her. Her voice is that kind of enchanting royal sister voice. People can't help but look sideways and be attracted by it. Fan Su couldn't help but be impressed by her charm at this time. He coughed to ease the embarrassment and said, "Miss Shin, I may have to ask you to wait for a moment. Chosen Yuan has just replaced the new boss. I have to wait for the boss to come and complete the handover with him before I can discuss the rent with you." "Oh, wait a little longer then." Shin Shohan raised her eyebrows slightly, quite curious. Today she is wearing a gray windbreaker, a miniskirt, black stockings on her slender legs, and a pair of black marten boots, which perfectly outlines her tall figure. She stood there, the focus of the whole audience. Hiss. Goddess. Black stockings and a windbreaker, so stunning. I'm 153 centimeters tall. Can I dress like her? Sister is so beautiful and killer, I love her so much. Not only men like beautiful girls, but I, a girl, like them too. Could she be a fashion blogger? Is there a? I want to keep an eye on her. At the door, countless people were amazed. Not only were the boys drooling, but even the girls were attracted by her style. Suitable for both men and women. Chosen Yuan, property lobby. The property girl enthusiastically poured Shin Shohan a cup of tea and gave him a thoughtful reminder. "Miss Shin, our new boss hasn't arrived yet, and the new plan hasn't been finalized yet. So, the wait may be longer than you think." Shin Shohan smiled slightly. "It's okay, I want to solve this matter this morning." She has a strong sense of time and does things in an orderly manner. She had been looking at houses for a long time and found that Chosen Yuan was a newly built community that was perfect in every aspect, which made her very satisfied. So, she finally chose this place. 10 minutes later. The door of the property was pushed open, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Mr. Su, please come in." Fan Su led the way and invited Su Ming in. Shin Shohan also raised his head and looked over there curiously. I saw a man with an extraordinary temperament walking towards this side. Su Ming? Shin Shohan's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief. Hearing someone calling his name, Su Ming also turned his gaze. The moment he saw Shin Shohan, Su Ming was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, it was her. During college, Su Ming and Shin Shohan, although in different departments, often met in the same classes. This is also a coincidence. Moreover, Su Ming still remembered that Shin Shohan was the beauty of the fashion design department at that time, and there were a lot of boys chasing after her, but she seemed to have made it clear that she did not want to have a romantic relationship. One of his roommates was obsessed with her and kept repeating Shin Shohan's name all day long. His infatuated look left a deep impression on Su Ming. It was really beyond Su Ming's expectation that he could meet him again here. Fan Su was surprised and asked, "Mr. Su, you actually know this Miss Shin?" Su Ming chuckled, looked at Shin Shohan, and nodded slightly as a greeting. Fan Su immediately explained, "Miss Shin is a client of our Chosen Yuan. She is very willing to rent a house here. But since the handover between us and you has not been completed, we have put this matter on hold for the time being." Su Ming understood the situation and ordered, "Then let's process it for her first. Don't let her wait in vain. We'll give her half the price. He is not short of money now, and he is an acquaintance of Shin Shohan, so it doesn't matter if he gives her a discount." "Okay." Fan Su nodded in response, then said to the female employee next to him, Xiaoyu, I'll leave this to you. Mr. Su and I will go talk about something first. After saying that, he and Su Ming left first. Shin Shuhan was a little dazed. Did you admit your mistake? Su Ming is actually the new boss of Huacheng Jingyuan? And you gave yourself such a big discount? Oh no, I haven't had the chance to thank Su Ming yet. Chapter 9. What kind of crappy car is this? In the property lobby. Shin Shuhan's housing contract was successfully signed within 10 minutes. Xiaoyu, the property manager, smiled kindly. Miss Shin, you are so lucky to know our boss. This saves you a lot of money. Shin Shuhan smiled gently. Yeah, I think so too. She knew clearly that the original monthly rent for the house she rented was 13,000 yuan, but because she knew Su Ming, the rent was reduced by half. This is a very considerable amount of money, which can save her more than 70,000 yuan a year. Xiaoyu's curiosity was aroused, and she couldn't help asking, then Miss Shin, how did you and our boss know each other? Shin Shuhan answered truthfully, we are alumni. Alumni? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, just an ordinary alumnus? Shin Shuhan nodded gently, yeah. Xiaoyu felt a little unwilling to accept this simple answer, and she seemed to want to continue asking further questions. However, Shin Shuhan's thoughts had drifted back to the past, and memories came flooding back like a tide. In college, Su Ming was not only a top student in the Department of Finance, but also a sunny and handsome man, the Prince Charming in the eyes of many girls. But Su Ming put all his energy into his studies and had no interest in love. And it was at this time that she began to develop a deep interest in Su Ming's focus and persistence. Whenever they had the chance to attend class together, she would always choose to sit near Su Ming and peek at him cautiously. Every time she peeked, she was as cunning as a kitten, silent and motionless. She thought that after entering society, this matter would gradually fade away from her mind. Until today, when she met Su Ming's eyes again, she still felt her heart beating fast and that familiar feeling of nervousness surged into her heart again. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Ming now had a net worth of tens of billions. So why did he work so hard in college? Is it to pass the family test? At this time, Su Ming and Fan Su's meeting was over, and they walked out of the manager's office with a smile. Shin Shuhan took a deep breath, tried his best to suppress the nervousness in his heart, then stood up and walked towards them. Su Ming. She called him. Fan Su looked at the two of them and said tactfully, Mr. Su, I will go take care of other things first. He walked towards Xiaoyu and they left together. Su Ming was a little surprised. Shin Shuhan, are you waiting for me? Shin Shuhan smiled softly, yes, I want to thank you in person. Oh nothing, just helping out. Su Ming smiled easily, waved his hand, and changed the subject. What are you going to do next? Moving. Shin Shuhan replied, her mind still not catching up. Su Ming looked at his watch and said, okay, I'll take you there. Wait, that's not right. I should treat you to a meal as a thank you. Shin Shuhan reacted suddenly. Su Ming glanced at his watch and smiled, it's not even 11 o'clock yet, it's too early for you to treat me to dinner. Oh, yes. Shin Shuhan blushed slightly, and said a little embarrassedly, then it really troubles you too much. You're welcome. Her voice was so royal that Su Ming felt numb listening to it. Fortunately, he has enough self-control, most men can't stand it. Come downstairs to the property. Su Ming and Shin Shuhan walked towards a luxury car Rolls-Royce Cullinan. In front of the Rolls-Royce, there is also a Bugatti Divo parked. A group of people were taking photos of the Bugatti supercar crazily and discussing it excitedly. However, when Shin Shuhan's beautiful figure appeared in their sight, these male compatriots instantly shifted their attention and stared at her with their eyes wide open. Wow! What a beautiful lady! Feast your eyes. Su Ming gently pressed the car key in his hand, and the engine of the Rolls-Royce started softly. Beep beep. The Spirit of Ecstasy logo above the Parthenon grille seemed to be awakened from silence. Wow! It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Shin Shuhan was a little excited. He went to the side of the car and carefully touched the body of the car, as if he was stroking a beloved pet. This scene looks extremely cute, just like the excitement and satisfaction of a child when getting the toy he has always dreamed of. Su Ming looked at her, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Do you like Rolls-Royce? Yes. Shin Shuhan nodded, his eyes sparkling. My goal is to buy a Rolls-Royce, it's really cool. Su Ming glanced at Shin Shuhan's outfit, which was elegant and fashionable, complementing the noble aura of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. He couldn't help but say, I thought girls preferred the Maserati type. That one is too girly and not really my style. Shin Luowan was quite straightforward, not hiding his inner love at all. Su Ming, can I take a picture with your car? Su Ming smiled slightly. Sure, take as many photos as you want. With Su Ming's permission, Shin Shuhan took out his mobile phone, leaned against the Rolls-Royce, posed in various elegant and fashionable postures, and started taking pictures. The sense of lens is very strong. Su Ming was a little surprised. Her photography skills were definitely professional. At this time, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came over and said sarcastically, "This beautiful lady, you don't know what she's talking about." What's wrong? Shin Shuhan was confused. Why did this person suddenly appear and mock her? She looked at Su Ming in a daze, not knowing what had happened. The young man with glasses sneered, "Your boyfriend's car is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, it's really amazing." He pointed to another car and said, "But look at this Bugatti Divo. There are only 40 of them in the world. There are only 3 in all of China, did you know that? Its landing price is at least 60 million. Do you think it's an exaggeration?" Shin Shuhan frowned and looked at the overly enthusiastic young man with glasses. She doesn't like the feeling of being praised and then belittled. The young man with glasses didn't notice her mood change at all, and continued, "Since we're all taking pictures, of course we should take pictures of more impressive cars. Miss, you're afraid that if you take pictures of other people's cars, your friend will lose face, so you don't take pictures, right?" There was a sinister tone in his voice, as if he was deliberately trying to sow discord. Shin Shuhan reacted instantly and was worried that Su Ming had misunderstood him. She quickly explained, "That's not the case. I just simply like Cullinan. I don't know that car at all. It's ugly and ugly. Why would I take a picture of it? That's why I said you don't know what's good." The man with glasses glanced at Su Ming proudly, as if everything was under his control. "You?" Shin Shuhan was so angry that she was speechless, but she didn't want to be misunderstood by Su Ming the most. At this time, Su Ming broke the brief silence. "I think my friend is right. That Bugatti is a piece of junk. It's ugly. Can it be as good as my Cullinan?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into laughter. In his mouth, the Bugatti worth 60 million is just scrap metal. You are amazing. Chapter 10. Damn, both cars are his? Everyone in the audience burst into laughter instantly. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Some people actually say that Cullinan is better than Bugatti Divo? 10 million? How can it be compared with 60 million? What a confident person. I'm the first time I've seen someone say the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. I really made my family laugh. I didn't expect to meet a couple who don't know what they are talking about. Hearing everyone say this, the young man with glasses sneered in his heart. Just now, when he saw Su Ming and Shin Shuhan coming over, he became jealous. Jealousy, envy, and hatred. Why can they drive luxury cars and date beautiful women? But I can't? What I can't get now, I will completely destroy. The young man with glasses sneered, "Brother, I admit that your Cullinan is indeed good, but you are comparing it to the wrong person. The Bugatti Divo is much better than your Cullinan. What qualifications do you have to say that it is rubbish or broken?" Su Ming found it a little funny. "I have the mouth, so what if I say he's trash?" Ha 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 ha. The young man with glasses burst into laughter. "Just keep talking tough." The people around them couldn't stop laughing. "Ha, your whole body is soft, except for your mouth, which is hard." Damn, I laughed so hard that tears came out. No problem. What's wrong with my 10 million being in US dollars? Isn't it more impressive than 60 million? This is so funny, help me. I can't stop laughing. Seeing everyone laughing like that, Su Ming looked calm. "Is it funny?" The young man with glasses laughed. "Ha, of course it's funny. Don't you think it's funny? You drive a $10 million car, but you call someone else's $60 million car rubbish. What qualifications do you have to say that?" And now? Su Ming silently took out the key of the Bugatti and pressed it. Buzz. The Bugatti Divo engine starts, roaring like a beast. The laughter in the whole audience stopped abruptly. It's so quiet. Man with glasses. Everyone. The awkward atmosphere spread instantly. Damn, both cars belong to someone else? Ah. The dark Bugatti Divo roared like a beast and stopped there, ready to go. Su Ming walked over and opened the car door. "Shuhan, do you like this car?" Shin Shohan thought for a moment and shook his head. Yeah, I think it's south hard to drive. Su Ming closed the car door with a bang, walked in front of everyone, and said leisurely, so, I changed to a Cullinan, is there any problem? Everyone present couldn't help but roll their throats. Like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Don't dare to say a word. Smiling on the face, but thinking MMP. Bugatti Divo, a top supercar worth 60 million. You actually said it's not easy to open? Oh my god. This one really impressed me. They never expected that they would shoot themselves in the foot. I wanted to destroy the relationship between the boyfriend and girlfriend. Now, I have become someone else's background. Being pressed to the ground and rubbed like crazy. More importantly, you can't refute it. Both cars belong to someone else. Where can I go to seek justice? Shin Shohan was a little worried just now. She was afraid that Su Ming would misunderstand her, and even more afraid that Su Ming would lose face. Those people are so abominable. He deliberately made trouble in order to destroy their already weak relationship. As a result, she now realized that her worries were unnecessary. Both cars belonged to Su Ming. Moreover, he also said that Su Ming's supercar was shabby and ugly? And shaking your head, indicating that you don't like other people's cars? Isn't this too disrespectful to others? Thinking of this, Shin Shohan's cheeks suddenly turned red, as if they were dyed red by shame. Come on, don't just stand there. Su Ming opened the passenger door of Cullinan and urged. Looking at Shin Shohan's ashamed expression, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Her love for Cullinan is like an obsession, and she even ignores other more luxurious models. When Shin Shohan heard Su Ming's words, he woke up as if from a dream and got into the car immediately. She was in a mixed mood, not knowing where to put her hands, and seemed a little uneasy. Su Ming looked at her and the smile on his face became even more intense. Fasten your seatbelts, he reminded. Oh. Shin Shohan nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Facing her like this, Su Ming could hardly suppress the smile in his heart. She used to have the style of a mature lady, but now she has turned into a timid and obedient little girl. What on earth is going on? The engine of the Rolls-Royce started gently and drove quietly on the road in the community. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He looked at Shin Shohan, the girl who was secretly looking at him. You have a good aesthetic sense, I admire it. Su Ming said with a hint of sarcasm. Shin Shohan glanced at him secretly, thinking that he was angry, and immediately stopped talking, not daring to look at his face again. Su Ming looked at her nervous expression and felt amused. He teased her deliberately, what's wrong? Didn't you say you liked Cullinan? You also said Bugatti was worthless. What do you think of Cullinan now? Shin Shohan was almost crying. She couldn't help but act coquettishly towards Su Ming. Su Ming, I didn't mean it before, please don't be angry. Ha ha ha. Su Ming finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He had been teasing her just now, and it was really funny to see her so frightened. Seeing Su Ming smile, Shin Shohan finally turned his worry into joy. It turns out that Su Ming has been teasing him? He is so bad. But why do I find this naughty look cute? Shin Shohan's face flushed slightly. She couldn't have expected that Su Ming, who had focused on his studies during college, would have such a side of him? Bad guy. Chapter 11. No way? Two-way? Su Ming helped Shin Shohan move. Shin Shohan booked a restaurant and invited Su Ming to dinner. The Cupola, Wangjiang Pavilion. One of the most famous Western restaurants in Shanghai. The attic has a unique location to enjoy the beautiful view of the Bund, away from the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Grilled beef tenderloin, pan-fried foie gras with green apple puree, potato pasta, abalone puff pastry, appetizers. Okay, that's all. Su Ming handed the menu back to the waiter. Shin Shohan smiled and said, Su Ming, don't be so polite. Order more. It's my treat today. Hearing this, the waiter was stunned. He has been working in the restaurant for more than a year, and this is the first time he has seen a girl treat a boy to a meal. What's more, it's such a beautiful goddess who is treating us. Could it be that this guy saved the galaxy in his previous life? Su Ming smiled calmly, okay, I'll order more if I don't have enough food later. Good. Shin Shohan agreed happily, her face full of anticipation. She ordered a few dishes gracefully, then waved for the waiter to leave first. After a while, the delicious dishes were served one after another. The two of them chatted happily while enjoying the food. Su Ming asked casually, by the way, What job are you doing now? Shin Shuhan looked at him, secretly delighted, and replied playfully, would you like me to guess? Su Ming pondered for a moment, probably, a model or something like that? After all, you worked as a part-time model in college. Shin Shuhan's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, how did you know? Su Ming smiled confidently, seeing you posing for selfies, I know you are a professional at this. Shin Shuhan waved his hands and said seriously, no, my question is, how do you know that I worked as a part-time model in college? Su Ming was a little surprised, doesn't everyone know about this? No. Shin Shuhan made a no gesture with his fingers and answered affirmatively, I only told my roommate about this, so, you. There was a gleam of interest in her eyes as she stared at Su Ming closely. Could it be that Su Ming? Su Ming suddenly became confused and took a sip of drink to calm down. What's up, Fat C? He knew some things because he heard his roommate talking about Shin Shuhan every day. I thought everyone knew these things. Unexpectedly. Things don't seem to be as simple as I thought. There is no other choice but to sell out my roommate. All right. Su Ming sighed and said slowly, it's like this, I have a roommate who used to have a crush on you. I think he might have found out some information about you in private, and then, told me. Yeah, that's right. That's the truth. Shin Shuhan's face gradually turned red with shyness. She seemed to understand something all of a sudden. She blinked and said with a hint of teasing, oh, so your roommate is the friend everyone is talking about. Are you sure it's not you? Puff. Su Ming spat out a mouthful of drink, obviously confused, and shook his head repeatedly, it's not me. It's Zhou Xianfeng, you know him, right? Shin Shuhan chuckled, Zhou Xianfeng? Of course I know him. That's right. Su Ming also smiled. A stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Oops. Now that it's finally explained clearly, I feel relieved. Who knows? Shin Shuhan's next sentence made him collapse. You're the one. Isn't Zhou Xianfeng the husband of my roommate Chu Hong? They just got married last week, so please don't say anything nonsense, okay? Hearing this, Su Ming was completely dumbfounded. My head is in a mess. Zhou Xianfeng actually got together with Shin Shuhan's roommate. So, who is the person who has a crush on Shin Shuhan? Oh my god. Su Ming suddenly realized, I have become a substitute user? Su Ming, you are not honest. Shin Shuhan's eyes, as clear as autumn water, were filled with a hint of anger. There is a lot of charm between her brows, which makes people's heart beat fast. She felt both angry and happy. Su Ming clearly liked me, but he still insisted on being stubborn and made up so many excuses to cover it up. If I hadn't just given the money to Chu Hong and Zhou Xianfeng last week, I would have been fooled by Su Ming. Luckily I'm smart. See through Su Ming's lies. But why did Su Ming lie? Shin Shuhan thought about it carefully, and an answer came to mind. During college, Su Ming was a top student who focused on his studies. Never fall in love. What if people knew now that he actually had a crush on a girl? Wouldn't that mean his character has collapsed? For men, face is more important than anything else. Thinking of this, Shin Shuhan's pretty face turned even redder. It turns out that they have a mutual crush on each other? Running in both directions? Wangjiang Pavilion. In the middle of the meal, Shin Shuhan secretly ran to the front desk to pay the bill. The cashier smiled and said, hello, table number 5 in the attic, the total consumption is 7,600 yuan, do you want to pay by credit card or Weixin? Shin Shuhan, prestige. The cashier took out the QR code and asked Shin Shuhan to scan it. Bite. Shin Shuhan had just finished sweeping and was about to go back to find Su Ming. As a result, a man's shout was heard not far away. Chapter 12 Congratulations, you got it right. Just as Shin Shuhan paid the bill, a male voice was heard. Shan Shuhan. Please be my girlfriend. In an instant, all the guests dining in the restaurant on the first floor turned their eyes over here. Wow, is this another courtship scene? In our Wangjiang Pavilion, people propose to us every day. Yes, the success rate of proposing in Wangjiang Pavilion is 100%. Wow, that man is holding a huge bouquet of roses. How romantic. Promise him, promise him. A young man in a suit and with a crew cut quickly walked up to Shin Shuhan. He handed over a bunch of roses in his hand and said affectionately, Shuhan, these flowers are for you. Shin Shohan looked confused and made no move to take the flowers. Gao Tianyu, what are you doing? Gao Tianyu smiled and said, of course I am pursuing you. Ever since I saw you last time, I fell in love with you at first sight. Promise me. I will only treat you well in this life. He met Shin Shohan at a fashion show. At that time, he was astonished. Later, I added Shin Shohan's contact information in the name of work. He launched a passionate pursuit and often posted photos of Shin Shohan on his friends' social media accounts. Just now, he received a call from a friend, saying that he saw his goddess and a man going to Wangjiang Pavilion for a date. He drove over immediately. Shin Shohan frowned slightly. You are really bothering me. I have clearly rejected you, please don't do such boring things again. Hearing this, Gao Tianyu remained unmoved and continued, I know that a bunch of roses cannot represent my feelings, so. He shook his sleeves, deliberately revealing the Rolex watch on his wrist, and then took out an exquisite box from his pocket. Open. The light shines. This is a Tiffany Platinum Diamond necklace, the price is 114,000 yuan. It means, I will take care of you forever. At this moment, the whole restaurant was in an uproar. Wow! Oh my god! It's actually a Tiffany necklace, 110,000. That's horrible. A diamond necklace costs 110,000. This is a huge investment. This girl is so happy. If it were me, I would agree immediately. Who can resist such a great temptation? How romantic. Say yes to him. His move immediately ignited the entire audience. Countless girls looked at him with envy. Gao Tianyu is definitely a rich second generation. The Rolex on my wrist costs over 500,000. Now, he takes out his ultimate weapon, a diamond necklace worth $110,000. Which girl isn't confused? At this time, a girl ran over and said to Gao Tianyu, handsome boy, how about I be your girlfriend? Give me the necklace. The boy behind her, his face turned green, and roared, are you crazy? Didn't you just agree to be my girlfriend? The girl looked back and snorted, humph, am I crazy? What can you give me? That broken ring you gave me is only worth $2,000. Do I want it? The boy was speechless and unable to refute for a moment. Gao Tianyu glanced at the girl and refused with a smile, sorry, Mississippi. I am a very loyal person. The girl was rejected, sighed helplessly, and turned away. Seeing this, her dog immediately chased after him. Gao Tianyu turned around, holding the necklace box in both hands, and knelt on one knee. He raised his head, looked at Shin Shohan affectionately, and said, Shohan, give me a chance. I am serious about you. Can you be my girlfriend? The light shines on Gao Tianyu. He held the gift box in his hand and knelt on one knee, as if it was a grand proposal. And he, Gao Tianyu, is the only focus of the whole audience. The whole audience rang out with voices of agreement. Promise him. Promise him. In such an atmosphere, Gao Tianyu was extremely excited and looked at Shin Shohan with great anticipation. Thinking that the other person can accept you. Who knows? Shin Shohan refused unceremoniously, with a cold and firm attitude, I'm sorry, I don't have any feelings for you. After saying that, she turned and left like a gust of wind. In her world, love is of supreme purity and beauty. It should not be tainted by money nor surrounded by worldly impurities. True love should be that two people are attracted to each other and fall in love over time. Gao Tianyu instantly became angry and embarrassed. He knelt on one knee in public, but Shin Shohan didn't even give him face? He stood up and quickly stopped Shin Shohan, shouting with his eyes wide open. Shin Shohan! If you don't like me, do you like the poor boy who came with you today? He actually needs you to pay for him. Do you really think he is more suitable for you than me? He asked himself a soul-searching question. After all, when he first came in, he saw Shin Shohan paying the bill. So, if that man is not a poor guy, then what is he? Before Shin Shohan could answer, a voice came from the stairs. Congratulations, you got it right. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the stairs. The moment he saw Su Ming, Shin Shohan's face immediately showed joy. Everyone started discussing it. What the hell? What the hell? There's actually a third person. Oh my god. After all this time, is there something else going on? In other words, this beautiful young lady came here with another boy? You didn't know? I knew it a long time ago. Su Ming walked to Shen Shuhan's side, took out a small flower from behind his back mysteriously, and said calmly, "It grows out of the mud but remains unstained, and washes in the clear water but remains untainted. Yes, this daffodil is for you." Plop! Gao Tianyu almost stumbled and fell. Damn it! Do you have any culture at all? Emerging from the mud without being stained, washing in the clear water without being coquettish. That is a good way to describe the lotus. You don't know where you picked a daffodil? Are you still reciting the lyrics? Didn't you see that my bouquet of roses, a Tiffany piece worth 110,000, all failed? Chapter 13, Master, this is definitely a master. Where did you come from, you devil? You haven't even graduated from elementary school yet? Gao Tianyu sneered and said, "If Shu Han can take your broken flower, I think the sky will fall." Shallow. Su Ming shook his head and continued, "Lotus and daffodils are both fairies in the water. They symbolize purity and elegance. In my heart, Shu Han is that pure white moonlight. After much thought, I feel that this daffodil best represents my feelings for Shu Han." At this point, Su Ming handed the flower in his hand to Shen Shuhan, "My token of love, do you like it?" Everyone was ready to laugh. But Shen Shuhan's face showed a smile as gentle as spring water. A sweet smile brings out all the charms. She looked at the daffodil in her hand, protecting it like a treasure, with a strange light flashing in her eyes, and said seriously, "Yes, I like it very much. I will treasure this flower." Phew! The sound of a knife stabbing into the heart. Gao Tianyu felt like his whole body was breaking apart. Why? Why is this? Shen Shuhan actually prefers a pretty boy? Don't you want to like me? How am I worse than him? The onlookers were all amazed. Awesome! This is the first time I've seen the art of language. A daffodil can be praised to such a high level. I am truly convinced. Master, definitely a master. I can't learn this trick. No wonder he was able to find a partner. It would take me 10 years to learn the technique of picking up girls. Girls don't even look at a Tiffany worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. A common daffodil is treated like the apple of their eye. Damn it! I have to find a master. Shen Shuhan held the daffodil with a dazed look in his eyes. The word Su Ming had just said echoed in her mind, and every word made her heart beat faster. Although she knew that Su Ming was just playing along and providing temporary shelter for her. Gao Tianyu fell into despair, and suddenly his eyes flashed. He keenly captured some details. Although Su Ming and Shen Shuhan said sweet things to each other, they did not do any very intimate actions. In other words, the two are not a couple at all. Ha 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 ha. I really am the modern Sherlock Holmes. Gao Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter, sweeping away the previous gloom. Test. Shu Han. I understand. All of this is a test for me, right? Gao Tianyu's face was filled with confidence again. Shen Shuhan's head was full of big question marks. What's going on with this person? She was a little speechless and said, "You think too much." "Ha, don't think I didn't notice." Gao Tianyu sneered and pointed at Su Ming, "You two are not a couple at all." Su Ming still said calmly, "Yes, it wasn't before, but it is now." "You're lying." Gao Tianyu's eyes were like an eagle, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. "You two don't even dare to hold hands, and you still tell me that you are a couple?" Hearing this, Shen Shuhan's pretty face couldn't help but blush. She felt something was wrong. Something is really wrong. Is this Gao Tianyu a matchmaker who specifically provides assists for me? Ahem, who said that? Isn't it just holding hands? Right, Su Ming? Shen Shuhan's face felt a little hot, but he still stretched out his hand naturally, his heart beating fast. Su Ming was not willing to be outdone. Since he was acting, he had to play it to the end. We are all adults, just holding hands. He smiled slightly and directly held Shen Shuhan's hand, as if declaring his sovereignty. When Gao Tianyu saw this scene, his eyes almost spit fire. Let go. Take your dirty hands off me now. He rudely pulled Su Ming's hand away and said angrily, "You poor boy, what do you want to do to leave Shu Han?" Su Ming frowned, "Brother, have you misunderstood the situation? She and I are in love with each other, and you want us to separate with just one sentence. Is that possible?" Don't think I don't know. Gao Tianyu laughed coldly and pointed at Su Ming's clothes. The clothes you are wearing were all bought for you by Shu Han. Today's bill was also paid by Shu Han. You are just a stinky little white face who relies on women for support. Aren't you with Shuhan just for money? Tell me. How much money do you want to leave Shuhan? Is 200,000 enough? He roared, his face ferocious. Su Ming shook his head and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Oh, so in your eyes, love is just a transaction. Poor people don't deserve to have true feelings, right? Love is not a transaction, but love needs material things. Love without material things is nothing but a pile of loose sand. Gao Tianyu continued righteously, what do you think you can give Shuhan? A car, can you afford it? A house, can you afford it? A brand name bag, can you afford it? No, you can't afford any of them. You can't give Shuhan anything he wants. So, what qualifications do you have to give Shuhan love? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone nodded frequently. Damn it! That makes a lot of sense. If you don't have material things, what can you use to fall in love? Are you just relying on your mouth to make big promises? Unexpectedly, Su Ming said slowly, no way, buying things for girls, what kind of skill is that? Look carefully and learn well. The whole audience was stunned for a moment. I wonder what Su Ming is going to do. Gao Tianyu was stunned and felt like he had punched cotton. Su Ming didn't hear a single word. Hello? And let yourself look carefully and learn well? Just see. Su Ming pulled Shen Shuhan's arm, cleared his throat, and said in a very magnetic voice, Shuhan baby, I've recently seen a pair of sneakers. They only cost 7,800. Buy them for me. Shen Shuhan was about to burst out laughing, and touched Su Ming's head, buy. You must buy. Su Ming continued, I also have my eyes on a Volkswagen, it's only 288,000. Buy it, I will definitely buy it for you. Shen Shuhan could hardly hold back his laughter. Su Ming was really such a dramatic actor. What a good actor. Gao Tianyu was completely shocked, his eyes widened, Shuhan, you are serious, right? You, a pretty boy, can you bear this? What do you care? I just like Su Ming like this. Shen Shuhan rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Su Ming and said gently, shall we go? Well, let's go and ignore that big fool. Before leaving, Su Ming looked at Gao Tianyu provocatively. Gao Tianyu's whole body was torn apart. Are you a big fool? I think your whole family are fools. Ah. The people around burst into laughter instantly. Ah, that is so funny. What's the point of spending money on girls? You have to be able to get girls to spend money on you. Damn, why didn't I think of it before? I spent 110,000 yuan, but I didn't get the girl. She ran away with a gigolo, and I was called a fool. This joke can keep me laughing for a whole year. Don't say that, don't say that. If you were as handsome as that guy and knew how to flirt, you could really make a living with your looks. He is truly a role model for our generation. Wow, I'm a failure. I just asked my goddess to buy me a pair of sneakers. She replied directly, get lost. Brother, you are going to make me laugh to death. A group of people chatted and laughed, and left the restaurant one after another. The more Gao Tianyu thought about it, the angrier he became. He even began to doubt his life. At this time, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove over, and Su Ming was sitting in the driver's seat. Su Ming waved his hand in the direction of Gao Tianyu and said loudly, you big fool. I admit that you are right. Love without material things is a mess. But what I want to say is. Su Ming paused, then continued, what you bought with material things is definitely not love, it is a one-night stand. The Rolls-Royce drove away gradually. Gao Tianyu and a group of passers-by were left standing there, completely disheveled in the wind. It turns out, we are all big fools. They couldn't help but feel helpless and sad. Chapter 14 Mr. Su has a big vision. The atmosphere inside the Rolls-Royce was extremely cheerful. Ha ha, you big fool. Su Ming, what you said is so insightful. They must be doubting their lives now. Shen Shuhan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt a little. Su Ming smiled faintly, isn't it? In this materialistic age, how can it be so easy to find a beautiful love? Well, it's better to be pure. Shen Shuhan stared at the daffodil in his hand with a somewhat absent-minded look. After a moment of contemplation, she blushed and looked at Su Ming and asked, Su Ming, let me ask you a question. If there is a man and a woman who liked each other in college but didn't know each other, Now, the girl knows the boy's original feelings. Do you think the girl should tell him? Su Ming was concentrating on driving and answered casually, well, if the boy still has feelings for the girl, then of course he can tell him. Otherwise, it would be a pity to miss out. After hearing this, Shin Shohan felt itchy in his heart. I really want to bite Su Ming to death. This idiot, doesn't he know that the person she is talking about is him? Do you know what it would be regretful if you missed it? Then why the hell don't you tell me how you feel now? In the evening, Su Ming took Ningqing Yan back to the Tan Palace Villa. He ordered a sumptuous dinner from a star-rated hotel and opened a bottle of Romane Conti red wine to create a romantic atmosphere for the two of them. The wine glasses clinked gently together, and the intoxicating red wine rippled in the glasses, complementing Ningqing Yan's smile. She took a sip of red wine, her face flushed, and her voice was as gentle as drizzle. Su Ming, I feel so happy. When I get home from get off work, I can eat the dinner you prepared, and you are by my side. This feeling is really good. Su Ming smiled and said, as long as you like it. I will find a chef and a housekeeper in the future, so that we don't need to order food from the hotel every day, which also saves some trouble. He is just starting out now, and many things need to be arranged step by step. Ding dong. At this moment, Su Ming's prestige suddenly rang out. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Shin Shohan. Su Ming, look. Are the daffodils you gave me pretty? Picture. When Su Ming saw the picture, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The narcissus that he casually gave to Shin Shohan was actually carefully placed in a small vase, which looked quite beautiful. He couldn't help but reply, you still keep it? Shin Shohan replied almost immediately, of course. I said I would treasure it well. Proud. Su Ming was speechless, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ningqing Yan asked curiously, Su Ming, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Ming put down his phone and his eyes became serious. Last time, my classmate reminded me that I have to attend a party tomorrow. Ningqing Yan frowned slightly, is it the one I met at the mall last time? Yes. Su Ming answered without hesitation, taking a sip of red wine. Ningqing Yan looked at him gently, with a shy blush on her cheeks. What shall we do after dinner? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He leaned forward and lowered his voice mysteriously, let's take a shower first, then watch a movie together, and then. Just when Su Ming almost kissed Ningqing Yan, the ding-dong sound rang out again. But this time it was not a message from Weixin, but the doorbell of the villa. I'll open the door. Su Ming stood up, picked up his phone, and set it to do not disturb. Then he walked towards the gate of the villa. Outside the door stood a man in a suit, about 30 years old. Who are you? Su Ming was obviously unfamiliar with the man in front of him. The man introduced himself with a smile, I am Wang Yongshuan's secretary, He Jing. Mr. Wang is very sorry about what happened yesterday. He specifically asked me to come here, hoping that I can give you these 2 bottles of 2003 Latour red wine as an apology. As he spoke, he handed over the gift bag, which contained 2 bottles of exquisitely packaged red wine. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Wang Yongshuan to apologize in this way. Is this the way rich people behave? I beat his woman yesterday, but today he gave her some good wine as an apology. Although the woman was indeed at fault, Su Ming was still somewhat surprised by the way the matter was handled. This Wang Yongshuan is indeed a billionaire tycoon. Well, wait for me. Su Ming said this and turned and walked into the villa. He Jing stood there respectfully waiting, wondering whether Su Ming would accept his apology. Not long after, Su Ming brought out 2 bottles of wine and said casually, this is a return gift. Let's call it a day. Romane Conti? From 1996. When He Jing saw the 2 bottles of wine, his eyes widened. As Wang Yongshuan's secretary, he has attended countless banquets and is familiar with all kinds of famous wines. But he had only seen the 1996 Romane Conti at a high-end wine banquet. But there was only 1 bottle. But now, Su Ming directly took 2 bottles. He Jing was a little apprehensive, Mr. Su, this wine is too expensive, I dare not accept it rashly. These 2 bottles of Romane Conti are much more valuable than that 2003 Latour. If he accepted it, he might be blamed by Wang Yongshuan. Su Ming smiled and waved his hand, don't worry, it's just 2 bottles of wine. I just bought a box today and I still have a lot left. You can take it back. I have something else to do. Just 2 bottles. Bought a box? Do you have to be so domineering? Hearing Su Ming say this, Jing felt relieved and bowed slightly, saying, "Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. Sorry for bothering you." In the living room of Villa Number 5. Wang Yongshan saw his secretary Jing walking towards him with 2 bottles of wine in his hands. His eyes suddenly became a little surprised, and he asked doubtfully, "The wine was not delivered?" Jing smiled and replied, "It was given away. Mr. Su also gave us 2 bottles of wine in return. He said that this was a token of our friendship." "That's good." Wang Yongshan nodded with satisfaction. His eyes inadvertently fell on the 2 bottles of wine, and an expression of surprise instantly appeared on his face. "Is this Romane Conti from 96? He picked up the bottle carefully, as if he was holding a treasure, his eyes full of surprise. Jing replied, "Mr. Su said they still have 1 box, so I." "He has another box?" Wang Yongshuan's surprise was beyond words. He originally thought that the 2003 Latour he gave as a gift was a very generous gesture. However, Su Ming's casual return gift turned out to be 2 bottles of Romane Conti. The value of these 2 bottles of wine is as high as more than 200,000 yuan, which is impossible to buy at the market price, not to mention the connections needed to buy such wine. But Su Ming could easily buy a box. This is enough to show that the power behind Su Ming is far more powerful than he imagined. "Mr. Su's vision is bigger than mine, I am the one who is smaller." Wang Yongshan shook his head in shame. The next day, Su Ming started today's sign-in. It is detected that the host has not signed in today. Do you want to sign in immediately? Sign in. Award. Chapter 15. You can make money just by lying down. Sign in successfully. Reward, 72% equity of the 5-star hotel, Borui Hotel. The equity certificate has been stored in the system space, and the host can claim it at any time. Reward, perfect physical gene potion. A super technological potion that is 100 years ahead of the world and can enhance human functions. Wow, great stuff. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. This system really did not disappoint him. This is a 5-star hotel located in the bustling Bund of Shanghai, close to the Riverside Green Park, with an elegant and pleasant environment. In the center of this bustling city, it is like a paradise-like resort. The current valuation of the entire hotel is as high as 3 billion. So, 72% of the shares. That is 2.1 billion. Moreover, this hotel can generate income for him every day. He can really make money without doing anything. It's so cool. Su Ming accepted the hotel with satisfaction and turned his attention to the perfect physique potion. I wonder what it would feel like to use this medicine. At this moment, the ringing of the cell phone broke his reverie. Chen Hao's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Brother Ming, there is a class reunion today, are you really going to come?" Su Ming smiled faintly. "Of course, where is it?" "Are you sure?" Chen Hao said disdainfully, "That guy Li Jihao is really extravagant. He booked a 5-star hotel, I think it's called Borui." "Brilliant?" There was a hint of surprise in Su Ming's tone. Was it just such a coincidence that he had just obtained the 5-star hotel? Chen Hao, yes, the full name seems to be the Bund Platinum Hotel. I'll send you the time and address via WeChat. Okay. After the brief call, Su Ming hung up the phone. He couldn't wait to try the perfect physique potion he had just obtained. Perfect physical potion, after injection, the host will evolve the human body functions, and your speed, strength, reaction, endurance, immunity and other functions will be greatly improved. Bring it here. Su Ming made a fist in the air, and instantly an injection pen similar to adrenaline appeared in his hand. He stabbed his own arm without hesitation. Moment. A warm current instantly surged into his body, as if there was a force driving every cell in his body. The body's functions are evolving rapidly. He felt that his vision became unusually clear, as if he could see through all the fog. Strength, physical strength and endurance have all made a qualitative leap, as if I can fight all day long. Oh my god, this feels so good. Su Ming shouted excitedly. He stood in front of the full-length mirror and was surprised to find that his body had undergone obvious changes. His abdominal muscles are clearly defined, his facial features are more angular, and he looks even more handsome. Moreover, he noticed that his good buddies seem to have been strengthened. Hiss, compared to a 5-star hotel, this is a real surprise. Su Ming sighed. He felt like he had been reborn and the future was full of endless possibilities. This super technology that is 100 years ahead of the world is really awesome. In the afternoon, Su Ming drove the Bugatti towards the Sebring Hotel. Not far from the hotel, he saw a small traffic accident scene. A BMW Mini was rear-ended by a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. According to common sense, this should be the full responsibility of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The owner of the Mercedes-Benz G, an arrogant fat man with a crew cut, started smashing the windows of the BMW Mini frantically as soon as he got out of the car. Damn it! Get out of the car. How do you drive? You braked suddenly, how could I react? My insurance just expired and you're already doing this to me. Get out of the car and pay me. The arrogance of the fat man with a crew cut made passers-by a little scared. Soon, a beautiful girl got out of the BMW Mini. Her hair was as smooth as silk and stood up slightly at the end, like an elegant painting. She was wearing a gray sweater and a tight skirt that perfectly outlined her hot body, with beautiful curves and great temptation. A pair of slender, beautiful legs wearing white stockings adds a touch of sweetness, as if it is a touch of bright color in winter. Her existence itself is a beautiful landscape that makes people want to take a few more glances. Oh my God! This girl is so sweet. Love you. Wow, she's so cute. And she has an amazing figure. Hiss, it's still white silk, I'm greedy. Legs are so sexy. Give me a girlfriend like this, and I won't go out for a year. The girl wrapped her coat tightly around herself, her timid look made people feel distressed. She spoke in a soft voice. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I parked my car when I got there and honestly didn't notice you were behind me. What should I do? The girl had an innocent look on her face, and her nervous hands seemed to have nowhere to put. She had never been in this situation before and had no idea how to handle it. The man with a crew cut looked at the girl and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Originally he just wanted to shirk responsibility by making a loud noise, but now, he had a more evil idea. Hey, little girl, I know you didn't mean it, so we are here to negotiate. You hit my Mercedes-Benz G-Class and left a dent in it. How about this, you pay me 100,000 yuan for the repairs, and that's it. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. This guy wants to bite back? Are you bullying that little girl? The girl seemed a little scared, but still asked weakly, but wasn't it all your fault for the rear-end collision? Why do you want me to pay for it? Phew. Su Ming almost laughed out loud. It seems that this girl is not too stupid. The fat man with the crew cut was immediately furious and yelled, "Fuck you, I told you, it was because you braked too hastily that I crashed into the car, do you understand? It's all your fault." The people around began to talk. Oh, this is difficult to handle. We are not the parties involved and we don't know what is going on. I guess we need to ask the traffic police to come and make an assessment. The driver is indeed fully responsible for the rear-end collision. But if the vehicle in front brakes suddenly, causing a rear-end collision, the situation will be different. I don't know, let's see how to deal with it. The girl felt very aggrieved. She clearly remembered that she was very careful when driving and it was the car behind that suddenly hit her. Why should she have to pay for the damage? She took out her cell phone and said hesitantly, I don't really understand this. Why don't we call the police? Who told you to call the police? The man with the crew cut suddenly became furious and rushed forward to snatch the girl's cell phone. Ah! The girl screamed in fright. However, at this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked the crew-haired man's frantic attack. Hey, bro. That's about it. Su Ming grabbed the shaved man's wrist, swung it hard, and threw him back hard. Wow! Only then did the girl notice that the man in front of her was so handsome. Chapter 16. Is it reasonable to bully others? Brother, thank you so much. I really don't know what I would do without you. The girl looked at Su Ming with slightly red eyes, her heart full of gratitude. The crew-haired man steadied himself and glared at Su Ming fiercely, saying, Boy, don't think I don't know. You just wanted to save the girl by watching me bullying her, right? I advise you to stay out of other people's business. You bully others, and you still have the right? Su Ming smiled coldly and said, You were fully responsible for the rear-end collision, and you still have the nerve to ask others to compensate you? When others wanted to call the police, you snatched their phone? Are you a bandit or a robber? The words fell. It resonated with the onlookers and sparked a lot of discussion. Indeed, this behavior is too much. You are responsible for the rear-end collision, but you still want others to pay you for it? That doesn't make sense. Does this mean you think girls are easy to bully? That's right. Brother is right. We can't encourage the arrogance of such people. Although I didn't dare to go up to help, I admire this brave act of the little brother. The man with the crew cut turned pale. From what you said, you want me to compensate you? What else? Su Ming was not afraid at all and answered as a matter of course, either pay compensation or call the police, you choose one. Okay, you want me to pay you, right? The crew cut man snorted and picked up an iron rod from the back seat of his car. He sneered and said, "Today I will turn this broken BMW into scrap metal. Let's see what else you can do." When the girl saw this, she panicked. She looked at Su Ming and asked weakly, "Brother, what should I do? This is my new car." I saw that the girl seemed to be a little shaken and ready to compromise. The crew-haired man was even more proud. He sneered, "Why don't we just forget about it? Otherwise, when I smash the car, I might accidentally hit someone. That would be bad." He tried to use such threats to put an end to the matter. However, Su Ming said calmly, "If you have the guts, smash it. If not, you are my son." Hearing this, the crew-haired man was like a mouse whose tail was stepped on. He instantly became angry and shouted, "Boy, you make it sound easy. It's not your car that was smashed." Su Ming smiled, "You can smash my car if you want." "Ha, why don't you take out the car? I'm going to smash it today." The crew-haired man sneered and looked around. "Are you driving a shabby shared bicycle? Poor guy." When the girl heard this, she immediately became worried about Su Ming. She took Su Ming's arm and said softly, "Brother, how about we just not bother with him? If he really smashed your car, it would cause you a lot of trouble." She thought that the repair cost of her BMW would be at most 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, so she could accept a little loss. But she didn't want to see Su Ming fall into endless trouble because of her. Such a person, even if he really smashes the car, will not be able to pay the compensation on the spot, and the subsequent litigation and disputes may be very cumbersome. Su Ming felt a soft squeeze on his arm. It can be seen that she is genuinely worried about herself. Su Ming smiled and responded, "Don't worry, this guy is nothing but a loud voice." The girl nodded. Seeing Su Ming's confident smile, she felt at ease and reassured inexplicably. "Boy, can you stop wasting time? I'm asking you, where's your car?" The man with the crew cut became more and more arrogant. Now he just wanted to smash Su Ming's car to vent his anger. Anyway, the maximum compensation is tens of thousands of dollars. It doesn't matter. However, Su Ming remained calm. "I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet." Phew. The girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud, and her mood suddenly became much more relaxed. She has decided that if Su Ming's car suffered any damage, she will do her best to compensate. After all, she is a wealthy woman. She secretly looked at Su Ming, who was so dazzling at this moment. There were so many people watching at the time, but they all chose to stay out of it. Only Su Ming, like a brave knight, stepped forward to protect her. At this time, Su Ming silently raised the car key in his hand and pressed it lightly. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, a shocking roar came from the Bugatti Divo not far away, as if a sleeping beast was awakened, shocking the whole audience. What the hell? This guy's car is actually a Bugatti Divo? Damn. I've been eyeing this car for a long time, but I didn't expect it to belong to this handsome guy. This is a Bugatti Divo, worth 60 million. If it's smashed once, you have to pay hundreds of thousands? Can he afford it? Su Ming glanced at the man with the buzz cut and said, "Go ahead, smash whatever you want." These light words were like an invisible slap in the face of the man with a crew cut. The man with a crew cut was stunned and instantly broke out in sweat. What the hell? I've run into a tough guy. This is a Bugatti Divo worth 60 million. If it really breaks, can you afford to pay for it? I guess I'll have to spend the rest of my life sewing on a sewing machine in a prison cell. Su Ming took out his cell phone and said with a smile, "Go ahead and smash it. I'll record it for you. You don't have to run away later. I'll just ask the police to come and handle it. If you don't pay, just wait to go in and have tea." The man with the crew cut was already panicked. Damn it, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to smash it. How terrifying is the power behind someone who can afford a 60 million luxury car? This is no joke. If you smashed someone's car and had to pay tens of millions, Could you afford it? If you can't afford the compensation, then go to jail. Are you fighting with others? Stop joking, can you afford to offend such a big shot? If you really offend him, you can't predict what kind of revenge you'll suffer. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. At this moment, the man with the crew cut was completely panicked. The iron rod in his hand slipped from his hand with a clang. Brother, I was wrong. I really don't dare to touch your car. The man with the crew cut turned pale and quickly begged Su Ming for mercy. Su Ming remained calm. What did I say just now? If I don't hit you, you are my son? After hearing this, the man with the crew cut understood instantly. Dad. I was wrong. Your son kowtows to you. Having said that, he knelt down in front of Su Ming with a plop. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Hey, big brother. Where's the car you promised to smash? Why did you kneel down? At this time, a female anchor among the crowd was broadcasting Su Ming's entire process live. The live broadcast room has already exploded. Chapter 17. Sorry, the fish pond is full. At this time, female anchor Liner was broadcasting Su Ming's entire process live. The live broadcast room has already exploded. Wow. The little brother is so handsome. He just made a move and the guy with a buzz cut was stunned instantly. Haha, didn't you say that no matter what car you drive, it will hit you? Why did you give in when Bugatti came out? My little brother is so rich and inhumane. Liner, can you help me ask the little brother for some power? I'll give you rockets. Seeing the comments, Liner smiled mysteriously and replied, Hey, babies, it's not good to ask for prestige. My little brother is very busy. Having said that, she had already started to think about it. Would it be nice if I could go there in private later? Su Ming sighed. The buzzcut guy knelt on the ground in embarrassment, crying and begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong, just treat me as a fart, let me go. Su Ming hesitated for a moment and said calmly, I can let you go, but this girl's car was damaged by you, how do you solve it? I understand. The man with the crew cut immediately woke up as if from a dream, returned to his car, took out 30,000 yuan in cash from his wallet and handed it to Su Ming. Brother, this is 30,000. Considering the extent of the damage to her BMW, it should be enough, right? Su Ming examined the 3 stacks of cash, then looked at the girl and asked, 30,000, is that enough? The girl thought for a moment and said, almost. Su Ming nodded and said leisurely, almost? So it might not be enough? When the crew-haired man heard this, he almost vomited blood. However, he had no choice but to swallow his anger because the other party was the eldest brother. He gritted his teeth, took out his only remaining 10,000 yuan in cash, and said with a choked voice. Brother! This is the last 10,000. I just withdrew the money today. There is really no money left in the bank card. Su Ming frowned slightly. Alright, asking you for 40,000 is like asking you to die. Just go, and let's just forget about it. He didn't want to get too entangled with this man. Since the other party had already compensated the money, that was it. Okay, brother, I'll be leaving now. The man with the crew cut got into his Mercedes-Benz G-Class without hesitation and ran away in shame. I can only blame myself for being unlucky today. It was because he was smoking a cigarette while driving just now, and he didn't pay attention to the front and rear-ended the car. It is indeed entirely his responsibility. But he wanted to play rogue and scare the other party into reconciliation, so that he could save some money. After all, these tens of thousands of dollars didn't come out of nowhere. Unexpectedly, someone else had a big shot who drove a luxury car worth tens of millions to help. We really can't afford to offend that person. Although he is a scoundrel, he is not a fool and knows how to adapt to the changing times. Little brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. The girl looked at Su Ming with gratitude in her eyes. It's a small matter. Su Ming smiled calmly, then took out the 40,000 yuan and handed it to the girl. Go get your car fixed, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Wait a minute. The girl blushed and called Su Ming, brother, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Can we add each other's contact information? Su Ming stopped and said, okay then. He took out his cell phone and asked the other party to add him on WeChat. The girl looked at Su Ming's WeChat and said with a smile, my name is Lingxi, and I'm a sophomore at the Magic City Drama Academy. What's your name, little brother? Su Ming. Then I will call you brother Su Ming from now on. Su Ming was slightly stunned. Brother Su Ming? Isn't that a bit too corny? Hee, then I'll just call you Brother Su Ming. Ling Shi smiled slyly, her face slightly red. The two chatted for a while, and Su Ming said he was leaving. Ling Shi said, "It's a deal then, Brother Su Ming, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." Okay. Su Ming nodded and continued moving forward. Ling Shi also drove a small BMW and waved goodbye to Su Ming. At this moment, a girl suddenly rushed out and said to Su Ming enthusiastically, "Hi, little brother, I'm a live streamer, my name is Linner, can I have your contact information?" She just saw Ling Shi asking for WeChat and immediately imitated him. Su Ming glanced at Linner. This anchor's appearance is considered very good among ordinary people, with both her face and figure scoring around 80 points. But compared to Ling Shi, who just scored 95 points, there is still a certain gap. Su Ming declined, "Sorry, the fish pond is full." Having said that, he turned and left. Only the host Linner was left standing there in a mess. Woo, I don't even have the qualifications to enter the fish pond? Su Ming took a step forward and suddenly realized that he had forgotten to drive. He turned around and decided to go back to get the car. At this moment, a passing Audi slowly stopped beside him. The car window was rolled down, and a man in a suit was sitting inside, looking at Su Ming with interest. "Hey, isn't this Su Ming? Why do you want to go back when we are almost at the hotel?" There was a hint of sarcasm in these words. Su Ming recognized the person and said, "It's you, He Ruiyang." He Ruiyang smiled and continued, "Don't worry, we are all classmates, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. How about I give you a ride? The hotel is probably only a few hundred meters away." Su Ming waved his hand and declined politely, "No need, I can go there by myself." "All right." He Ruiyang shook his head and laughed, looking like a hopeless case. Then he drove away. In a private room of the Platinum Hotel, a group of men and women sat around the table, and the atmosphere was very lively. "Brother Zhihao, you are still the best. I started my own business when I was in college. Now I own a game studio and earn millions a year. I have always admired Brother Zhihao, he is a rare talent. Now I see that he is indeed so. Brother Zhihao is so awesome, is your game studio still hiring? I'll go and help you." Si Ting has good taste. She didn't choose Su Ming, but chose Brother Zhihao. Now she is definitely a rich lady. Li Zhihao was very pleased with the praise from everyone. What made him even happier was that they belittled Su Ming to elevate themselves. At this moment, Li Zhihao was sitting in the first seat, looking very proud and said, "It's just that I caught the right opportunity and had good luck, so it can only be considered a small success." As he spoke, he took the girl's hand and said, "Sighting has been with me since she graduated from high school, so of course I want to let her enjoy life." "Oh, right. We are also planning to get married, so I'd like to take this opportunity to officially announce it to everyone. I hope everyone will come and support us and attend our wedding." After these words were spoken, the whole audience exclaimed, "Wow! You are getting married, congratulations! Sighting has a really good eye. Brother Zhihao even told us about his wedding. Just for this friendship, I will attend the wedding in person no matter what. Brother Zhihao is such a good husband. Sighting will enjoy happiness in the future. We are all past the age of ambitiousness and understand some social ways to a certain extent." So they all flattered Li Zhihao. After all, today's party was organized and hosted by Li Zhihao, so he invited everyone to dinner. However, the atmosphere on the field did not seem to infect these two people. One is Chen Hao, and the other is the beautiful Jiang Yuwei. Chapter 18. Things have changed. TSK, the money to open the studio was not given by his father, he is just a clown who relies on his family. What a bastard! Chen Hao glanced at Li Zhihao and muttered in disdain. Hearing this, Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but smile. That smile was like a blooming spring flower, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. "Chen Hao, will Su Ming come over today?" she asked softly, with a hint of anticipation in her tone. Chen Hao was unsure at the moment. Brother Ming said he would come, but now he hasn't arrived yet. Maybe Brother Ming still can't get over the hurdle in his heart. Hearing this, the light in Jiang Yuwei's eyes dimmed instantly, as if the stars had disappeared from the night sky. Chen Hao looked at her picturesque face and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Su Ming, if you had chosen Jiang Yuwei at the beginning, you would have been a winner in life now. How can that Zhang sighting be compared with her? How confusing." Deep down, he felt sorry for Su Ming. Zhang Yue's face turned slightly pale. If Su Ming doesn't come, there's no point in staying here. Chen Hao was stunned. Zhang Yue, are you leaving? Zhang Yue nodded gently. Well, I just want to see Su Ming once. If he doesn't come, why should I stay here? Well. Chen Hao sighed, then looked at the smug Li Zhihao and said with a wry smile, yeah, if Brother Ming doesn't come, this party will be boring. I'll go with you. Just as the two were about to get up and leave, the door of the private room was pushed open. However, the person who walked in was not Su Ming, but He Ruiyang. I'm sorry everyone, something happened on the road just now and I'm late. He Ruiyang walked in with an apologetic look on his face. As the host, Li Zhihao stood up enthusiastically to greet them and said with a smile, it's okay, it's just a small party. You're giving me face by coming. Please sit down. He Ruiyang nodded. Boss Li is really generous. I will have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment later. Sure. Li Zhihao patted He Ruiyang on the shoulder and motioned him to take a seat. As soon as he sat down, He Ruiyang couldn't wait to start talking. However, I just encountered a very interesting thing on the road. I think everyone should be very interested in knowing it. These words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Oh? What's going on? He Ruiyang, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. He Ruiyang took a sip of warm tea and said mysteriously, I just met Su Ming. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. When Zhang Yue heard the name, she felt a little happy and sat back in her seat silently. Chen Hao was excited. Really? It seems that Su Ming has really let it go. Didn't he come here? My worries are completely unnecessary. At this moment, he felt sincerely happy for Su Ming. At least being able to come here meant that he had come out of the shadows. Everyone's attention was focused on Li Zhihao and Zhang Xiting. That was in the second half of my senior year. Su Ming is a top student in the class. Zhang Xiting may be attracted by his excellent grades, so she takes the initiative to pursue Su Ming, and the two gradually become closer. Su Ming also often uses his spare time to help Zhang Xiting with her homework. However, just before the college entrance examination, Zhang Xiting suddenly proposed to break up. As a result, on the day of the college entrance examination, Su Ming had a high fever, which led to his poor performance, and he finally only reached the admission score line of the second-tier universities. However, Zhang Xiting and Li Zhihao reached some kind of tacit understanding, and they were admitted to a good university in Wuching together. Later everyone found out that Zhang Xiting had been secretly having an affair with Li Zhihao while she was dating Su Ming. Li Zhihao's face was filled with an interesting smile. You mean, Su Ming is coming? I'm not sure. He Ruiyang shook his head. I saw him on his way to the hotel, and then he went back. I don't understand whether he wanted to come or not. Su Ming is so funny. He almost arrived but went back. Li Zhihao couldn't help laughing. Why don't you just send him over? I wanted to, but he told me he would come over by himself later. He Ruiyang spread his hands. I guess he got scared halfway through and didn't dare to come. Don't dare to come? Li Zhihao had already laughed out loud in his heart, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Things have changed. He sighed. Zhang Xiting beside her also breathed a sigh of relief. She would feel somewhat embarrassed facing Su Ming again. After all, she had betrayed Su Ming before. But seeing that Su Ming now doesn't even dare to come to Li Zhihao's party, she becomes more convinced of her original choice. How can Su Ming do anything if he can't bear the blow? Now, he is just an ordinary person. The students began to talk about it. Su Ming was so handsome in high school. I even had a crush on him. Yeah, but he went to a fake university. It's harder than climbing to the sky to make a name for himself now. It's right for him not to come. If he comes, he will only cause trouble for himself. Su Ming's psychological endurance is still too low. If he had performed well in the college entrance examination, he should be doing well now. In today's society, it's really hard to find a good job without a background in education. Brother Zhihao is really amazing. His family is well off and he has an entrepreneurial mind. But Su Ming is too pitiful. He actually walked here and couldn't even bear to call a Didi car? Hearing this, He Ruiyang took over the conversation and said, Wenwei, what you said is wrong. What's wrong with walking? It's environmentally friendly and can save money. I can see that you have never been a householder and don't know how expensive food, rice, oil, and salt are. Although these words were apparently meant to defend Su Ming, any discerning person could see that they were mocking Su Ming. After hearing this, Wenwei burst into laughter. Ha! So that's how it is, I'm just superficial. The people around also started laughing. Li Zhihao maintained a faint smile and secretly glanced at Zhang Yue in the crowd. Zhang Yue is a rich girl from Hangzhou and is regarded as a gifted girl by everyone. Li Zhihao has always regarded her as the white moonlight in his heart, but he has never dared to confess his feelings to her. But when he knew that his white moonlight seemed to have a crush on Su Ming, the seeds of resentment in his heart had already been deeply planted. He was determined to prove that he was better than Su Ming in order to attract Zhang Yue's attention. Did you see it, Zhang Yue? I, Li Zhihao, am 10,000 times better than the Su Ming in your heart. Chen Hao had already clenched his fists and stared at He Ruiyang angrily. Damn, this guy is really infuriating, I really want to punch him. Zhang Yue also began to get anxious. Su Ming, why haven't you come yet? At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open again, breaking the lively atmosphere. Everyone's eyes turned to the door. A familiar figure appeared. Su Ming. Chapter 19. Why don't you become a beauty anchor? Su Ming walked into the private room and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow, it's really Su Ming. He's here. Su Ming's temperament is so charming, I like it so much. Oh my god, after not seeing you for a few years, Su Ming has gotten in such great shape? Sisters, no matter whether Su Ming has money or not, I am fascinated by him. The female classmates became excited and praised him in various ways. Brother Ming. Chen Hao immediately stood up and greeted Su Ming warmly. I've been waiting for you. Come and sit down. Su Ming nodded, walked into the box calmly, and sat next to Chen Hao. Then he glanced at everyone, calm and composed. Classmates, how are you? When these words were spoken, it was as if the king had returned. Su Ming instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Li Zhihao's face looked a little ugly, and he looked at Su Ming. I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Su Ming has made it big now? He sneered and asked tentatively, Su Ming, this brand name clothing of yours must have cost a lot of money, right? He was hinting at Su Ming, wondering if he was just pretending to be rich. Su Ming smiled calmly, it's not worth much, it's just a pirated product. Hearing this, the students were all sighing. Li Zhihao's smile became brighter and brighter, and he continued to ask, I see. I'm saying you still care about face like before. Where are you doing now? Su Ming replied calmly, I was interning at a financial company, but I was fired. Li Zhihao shook his head and chuckled, oh, that's really a bit tragic. In today's society, it's hard to make money and hard to eat shit. He originally thought that Su Ming was here to make a difference this time. Unexpectedly, after Li Zhihao asked 2 questions, Su Ming's true colors were revealed. After all, they are all recent college graduates. What abilities can Su Ming have? Zheng Xiting, who was standing by, couldn't sit still any longer. She suggested, Su Ming, the internet is so developed now. Zhihao's friend has opened a media company. Maybe you can go there and try being a good-looking anchor or something. There might be a way out. Su Ming smiled. Being a beauty anchor? Trying to please those older ladies all day? I'm not interested in that. Su Ming, you are just too conceited. Zheng Xiting shook her head and sighed. Nowadays, anchor is a popular profession. How many people have become rich by being an anchor? And with your current diploma, to be honest, you can only work in an ordinary company. If your thinking is still stuck in the past, I don't think you will have any future in your life. When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. Yes, considering Su Ming's appearance, being a host is a good choice. Well, Si Ting is still very affectionate and is still looking for a way out for Su Ming. It's true. Money is hard to earn, but shit is hard to eat. You get bullied by your boss every day at work. You might as well be a host. As long as you talk sweetly and coax those ladies, you can make a lot of money every month. Su Ming is still young and handsome. Being a good-looking anchor might be a good choice for him. Amid the whispers of the crowd, Zheng Xiting smiled and continued to persuade, yes, Su Ming. It's not a bad thing to put aside your worthless dignity and join the anchor industry. Don't worry, I will let Zhihao and his friends tell you to give you the best treatment. These words made everyone feel a little moved. Being a host seems to be a good way out. However, they also had to take into account the grievances between Zheng Xiting, Li Zhihao and Su Ming. Is this really done with good intentions for Su Ming's sake? Obviously not. Zhang Yue couldn't bear to listen anymore. She slammed the table, smashing the wine glass in her hand to pieces. Her delicate face was sullen, her eyes fixed on her, Zheng citing. Be careful with your words. Su Ming was so good to you before, how could you treat him like this? Do you think it's fun to humiliate him? Chen Hao also stood up, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and said disdainfully, Brother Ming, let's go. We won't attend this crappy party. Seeing this scene, Li Zhihao's heart began to feel cold. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Su Ming and show his strength to Jiang Yue. However, Jiang Yue still stood firmly on Su Ming's side. Zheng Xiting was also angered by Jiang Yue's behavior. She sneered and retorted, Jiang Yue, what is your relationship with Su Ming? Is it your turn to interrupt? Don't think I don't know that you have always had a crush on Su Ming. But it was me who didn't want him at the beginning, do you understand? Even though you are a rich lady, you are a loser in this regard. You're just an emotional loser. These words almost made Jiang Yue collapse. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying to keep herself calm. You have the guts to say that again. So what if I say that? You're just a loser in love. Zheng Xiting looked at Jiang Yue proudly without any fear. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Li Zhihao hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Stop arguing, stop arguing. It's all in the past, so everyone should say less. Then, he changed the subject, looked at Su Ming, and said with a hint of provocation, Su Ming, can you also say something? Seeing two girls quarreling like this for you, you are very happy, right? His words were quite scheming, and he completely threw this difficult problem to Su Ming. If Su Ming fails to handle the situation well, it will undoubtedly greatly reduce Jiang Yue's favorability towards him. By then, Su Ming would be truly isolated and helpless. However, Su Ming was very calm at this moment. He smiled and responded, Thank you, Zheng Xiting. You made me see clearly that I have two friends who really care about me. He stood up, walked between Chen Hao and Jiang Yue, and smiled at them. Then he continued to jokingly say to Zheng Xiting, You like being a host so much, why don't you be one yourself? And you're still saying it's for my own good? Seeing that something was not right, Li Zhihao immediately interrupted and said, Su Ming, don't be ungrateful. Si Ting was kind enough to introduce you to a job, how could you say that about her? Su Ming laughed, You are addicted to acting, right? Don't you just want to laugh at me? Seeing that I lost my job, you must be so happy. Li Zhihao couldn't help laughing for a moment. Ha, good job, Su Ming. After not seeing you for many years, it seems that you have really improved. Your eloquence has improved a lot. But, so what? Besides being tough, what else do you have? Aren't you still accomplishing nothing? Su Ming smiled and said, At least better than you. At this time, He Ruiyang, who had been silent the whole time, finally interrupted, Su Ming, don't be so stubborn. You walked all the way here today. How can you compare with brother Zhihao who earns millions a year? I'm embarrassed to say anything to you. Ha 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 ha. When Li Zhihao heard this, he burst into laughter. Zheng Xiting also shook her head, with a victorious smile on her face. At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open again. Chapter 20 Who said Su Ming has no future? The door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in with a smile. He was followed by a group of hostesses, and on the tray were 2 bottles of expensive red wine. Excuse me, is this the private room that Li Zhihao booked? Li Zhihao's eyes lit up and he quickly raised his hand to signal, It's me, it's me. He was very surprised because the visitor turned out to be the general manager of Borui Hongpeng. Hongpeng walked towards him with a smile. After they shook hands, he introduced himself, I am Hongpeng, the manager of Borui. Mr. Hong. I know you. Li Zhihao looked at the 2 bottles of red wine with a flattering face and asked curiously, What is this? Hongpeng explained with a smile, This is a special gift from our hotel to you. For us? Everyone was stunned. Has Li Zhihao's reputation become so big? Even the boss of a 5-star hotel personally delivers the wine? However, the next moment, Hongpeng walked straight towards Su Ming. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, Boss, since you are having dinner here, I have brought you 2 bottles of fine red wine. I hope you enjoy your meal. He thought that doing so would please Su Ming, but in fact, Su Ming waved his hand calmly and said, Leave, they don't deserve to drink this wine. Hongpeng was stunned, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He immediately realized something was wrong and waved the etiquette lady away. Su Ming continued to instruct, Also, open a private room for me. I want to catch up with my two classmates. Okay, boss. Hong Peng nodded and immediately went back to do it. Li Zhihao was completely confused and chased after him and asked, Boss Hong, are you sure? Su Ming, is he your boss? Hong Peng glanced at him and felt unlucky in his heart. He thought that Li Zhihao had a good relationship with Su Ming and wanted to show off by giving him 2 bottles of wine. The result almost resulted in a disaster. Fortunately, Lord Su Ming was magnanimous and did not blame me too much. Otherwise, he would really regret it to death. Hong Peng was too lazy to say anything more, so he turned around and left. There was silence in the room, and everyone was stunned. They never expected that Su Ming was actually the owner of the Platinum Hotel. You know, this is a 5-star hotel. So, Su Ming's worth at least tens of billions. Li Zhihao earns 2 to 3 million at most a year. How many years will it take him to earn more than 10 billion? Oh my god. Who said Su Ming has no future now? This is fucking. Su Ming is a billionaire, and you tell me he has no future? Their previous ridicule and contempt for Su Ming disappeared at this moment, replaced by deep regret and envy. I regretted not trying to please Su Ming and get closer to him. If they hook up with a billionaire classmate, wouldn't they also become rich? But now, it's too late to say anything. On the other hand, Li Zhihao and Zheng Xiting are now like 2 clowns. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He Ruiyang just reacted at this moment. He quickly said with a big smile on his face, Brother Su Ming, it was all a misunderstanding before, you are the real boss. Although Li Zhihao can earn 2 to 3 million a year, compared with you, he is nothing. Brother Su Ming, you guys are going to the new private room, can you take me with you? After hearing this, Su Ming finally saw through it. No wonder people say that if you are poor in a busy city, no one will care about you, but if you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. This guy, when it comes to interests, he changes his face at will. Su Ming smiled and said, forget it. I am a poor guy walking here, so I am not qualified to have dinner with you. You can go find your brother Zhihao. After saying that, he took Chen Hao and Jiang Yue out of the private room. Li Zhihao, Zheng Xiting, He Ruiyang and others were left in the private room. Looked at each other. Everyone was dumbfounded. After a long time, Zheng Xiting asked weakly, do you still want to eat this meal? In fact, her heart had begun to waver, and she wanted to pursue Su Ming again. But reason told her that this seemed impossible. But she always has a regret in her heart. Why did you choose Li Zhihao instead of Su Ming? In a luxurious private room at the Platinum Hotel, there were only 3 people, Su Ming, Jiang Yue, and Chen Hao. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious food and top-quality red wine. But at this moment, the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Chen Hao and Jiang Yue both stared at Su Ming with curiosity, waiting for his explanation. Su Ming smiled and said lightly, eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Chen Hao couldn't help but exclaimed, oh my god, Brother Ming. You are so amazing. I just told you that I was coming back, but you actually bought the whole hotel? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and said as a matter of course, yes, if we don't buy the hotel, how can we kill them back? Jiang Yue looked at the interaction between the 2 brothers and couldn't help laughing, with a crescent-like light flashing in her eyes. Chen Hao was also a little confused. It seems, there is indeed nothing wrong. But this is a 5-star hotel, it must cost a lot of money, right? Su Ming kept it a secret, I bought 70% of the shares. Guess how much? Jiang Yue smiled slightly. She had some knowledge in this area, so she confidently guessed, the market value of Borui Hotel is about 3 billion, so 70% of the shares should be 2.1 billion. Su Ming nodded to indicate that the answer was correct. Chen Hao's eyes widened, 2.1 billion? OMG. He couldn't believe his ears. What kind of business did Su Ming do to make so much money? Looking at Chen Hao's shocked expression, Jiang Yue was also a little confused. She looked at Su Ming, her eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 21 An important thing. At the entrance of the Platinum Hotel, the sky was already covered with darkness. Li Zhihao and his friends also finished their dinner and prepared to go home. What had just happened in the hotel was undoubtedly a huge blow to him, and he was still feeling a little heavy at the moment. At this time, the designated driver drove his Porsche 911 over, flashing a cold light in the moonlight. When the students saw this luxury car, they were all amazed. Oh my god! Brother Zhihao is still so awesome. A Porsche 911 would probably cost more than 2 million. When can we be as successful as brother Zhihao? Hearing these compliments, the corners of Li Zhihao's mouth gradually rose, revealing a smug smile. Although he had just suffered a blow from Su Ming, these words of praise made him feel inexplicably comforted. At this moment, he seemed to have regained the feeling of being superior. Right at this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the hotel entrance. A group of hotel executives in suits and ties, like a well-trained team, walked out in an orderly manner, followed by a group of etiquette ladies. They had only one goal, which was to see Su Ming and the others off. General Manager Hong Peng, with a respectful look on his face, walked up to Su Ming and said humbly, "Boss, I have prepared a Rolls-Royce Phantom for you, as well as 3 professional drivers. They will be responsible for sending you and Miss John home. I hope you will be satisfied. You did a great job." Su Ming nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Hong Peng's arrangement. After all, they had all drunk some wine, and it was obviously inappropriate for them to drive home by themselves. Soon, 3 cars appeared in front of the hotel. A luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, a dazzling Bugatti Divo, and an eye-catching Maserati. The 3 luxury cars were parked side by side on the roadside, attracting the attention of all passers-by. Hong Peng personally opened the door of the Rolls-Royce for Su Ming, smiling, "Boss, please." When Su Ming and Miss Jiang got into the car, the hotel executives and etiquette ladies bowed in unison and said in unison, "Goodbye, boss." Afterwards, Bugatti Divo took the lead and drove away first. Following closely behind was the red Maserati and finally the Rolls-Royce Phantom. 3 luxury cars drove away in the night. Seeing this scene, Li Zhihao and others were completely stunned. Oh my god! Is this a truly rich person? Such a grand ceremony. He Ruiyang had previously sworn that Su Ming had come here on foot, but now it seems so ridiculous. Li Zhihao glared at He Ruiyang angrily. If he hadn't provided wrong information, I wouldn't have been so passive before. What bad luck! He looked at his Porsche 911 and suddenly felt that it was not so attractive anymore. Tan Palace Villa, in the living room. As soon as Chen Hao stepped in, he looked around, his eyes revealing great amazement. Brother Ming, you are doing so well now. This villa is so luxurious. To say that he is not envious is a lie. This is a mansion worth hundreds of millions. Su Ming patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget you when I'm stable." Hearing this, Chen Hao was very moved. "Brother Ming, I am satisfied with your words." Jiang Yue sat quietly on the sofa, looking at the environment of the villa while listening to the conversation between the two. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a faint smile. This kind of brotherhood always makes people feel warm and touching. Afterwards, they sat down and Su Ming brought them some fruit. Chen Hao ate without hesitation. Jiang Yue sat quietly on the sofa, looking at Su Ming with a gleam in her eyes. She felt extremely relieved and happy. Su Ming stared at Jiang Yue quietly, and said softly, "Are you developing in the Magic City now?" Jiang Yue paused for a moment and replied softly, "Well, I'm doing some clothing business here." Su Ming nodded, thinking, "Oh, I thought you would stay in Hangzhou. I didn't expect that the 3 of us would all come to the Magic City. What a coincidence." Jiang Yue smiled elegantly, with a deep meaning in her eyes, but she said softly, "Yes, it's quite a coincidence." At this time, Chen Hao directly revealed the truth. "What coincidence? Jiang Yue, didn't you come here specially because you knew Su Ming was in the Magic City?" Jiang Yue was silent. Chen Hao continued, "Jiang Yue, just tell Brother Ming that you just want to see him again." "All right." Jiang Yue seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at Su Ming with a serious expression. "Su Ming, I do have something very important to discuss with you." Seeing the girl in front of him so serious, Su Ming also became serious. He asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Jiang Yue glanced at Chen Hao and seemed a little hesitant. Su Ming suggested, "Let's go upstairs and talk." Watching Su Ming and Jiang Yue walking upstairs together, Chen Hao showed a smile like an old father on his face. Su Ming brought Jiang Yue to the 2nd floor and closed and locked the door. "Yue, what's the matter? You can tell me now." He looked at Jiang Yue, waiting for her explanation. "Su Ming, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Jiang Yue finally spoke. When Su Ming heard this request, he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 22 Su Ming was caught? The real boss is back. Pretending to be your boyfriend? Su Ming was slightly stunned. Although he had seen similar plots in some movies and TV dramas, he had never thought that such a thing would happen to him. Is it to cope with the pressure from your family? Su Ming became curious. Zhang Yue nodded slowly, and then explained the whole story in detail. It turned out that her father had arranged a marriage for her with his good friend when she was 2 or 3 years old. If it were an ordinary family, it wouldn't matter, after all, it's the 21st century now. But the problem is that her family is a prominent family in Hangzhou and has great power. Although the family she had engaged to as a child was a little less well off than theirs, it was still one of the best in Hangzhou. If Zhang Yue wants to break the contract, she needs a reasonable reason. Zhang Yue has remained a virgin all these years and has never been in a relationship, so she has no reasonable excuse to refuse the marriage proposal. This also made the young man start to pursue Zhang Yue. But how could Zhang Yue like a stranger? More importantly, Zhang Yue has always hidden her feelings for Su Ming in her heart. So, that's kind of what it is. Can you help me? Zhang Yue looked at Su Ming expectantly. Su Ming pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "It sounds interesting. Of course I can help you." "It's still interesting?" "I'm almost dying of annoyance." Zhang Yue said this coquettishly, and in an instant she became charming and beautiful. "It's settled then. There will be a cocktail party in a few days, and you have to make time to attend it with me." Zhang Yue is quite happy now. After all, with Su Ming helping her, this matter shouldn't be that difficult to handle. Su Ming smiled and said, "No problem. I have time recently. Just inform me one day in advance." "I thought it was something else." Zhang Yue smiled slyly and teased mischievously, "What do you think it is?" Su Ming's face turned red. "Ahem, I thought you were going to confess to me. You big pig." Zhang Yue cursed with a smile, and her pretty face turned visibly red. After a moment, she asked weakly, "So, do you have a girlfriend now?" In fact, she was just observing the environment of the villa, relying on a woman's sixth sense. She vaguely felt that a girl had lived here. But she still wanted to hear Su Ming tell her in person. Su Ming said, "To be honest, I have it." "Yeah." Zhang Yue said it lightly, but she couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. "That's why I said, let you pretend to be my boyfriend." "Does the promise you just made to me still count?" "Yeah." "But..." Su Ming smiled mysteriously, "If I help you this much, how should you thank me?" Hearing Su Ming say this, Zhang Yue immediately became excited and deliberately moved closer to Su Ming. There was a charming luster in her eyes, and she said softly, "How do you want me to repay you?" Being teased by her like this, Su Ming's old face instantly turned red. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chun Hao. It reads, "Brother Ming, something bad has happened. My sister-in-law is back." Su Ming was suddenly shocked. Ningqing Yan actually came back at this time? Zhang Yue was so close that she also saw the message and her face turned pale. Is the relationship between me and Su Ming now a bit like an affair? In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Ningqing Yan looked at Chen Hao standing in front of her curiously, and asked with a smile, "Hey, it's you. Where's Su Ming?" Chen Hao said with a guilty conscience, "Brother Ming, he is upstairs." Ningqing Yan looked at him, feeling somewhat confused. As a host, entertaining guests is a matter of course. How can you let the guests stay in the living room by themselves? Is he alone? Chen Hao was a little confused by the question. Just then, Su Ming and Zhang Yue came down from upstairs. Ningqing Yan looked at them and understood something instantly. Such a beautiful girl, sneaking around upstairs with Su Ming, it's hard not to think too much, right? She walked over to Su Ming with a smile, looked at Zhang Yue and asked, "Su Ming, who is this?" Before Su Ming could answer, Zhang Yue introduced herself generously. "I am Su Ming's classmate Zhang Yue. I just had a chat with Su Ming for a while. I hope you don't mind." "Yeah, I understand." Ningqing Yan nodded gently, smiled and extended her hand as a gesture of friendship. "I am Ningqing Yan, from now on we can be considered acquaintances." "Good." Zhang Yue smiled, shook hands with the other party, and then said, "Then I won't bother you anymore. Su Ming, remember to keep your word." "Okay." Su Ming nodded and watched Zhang Yue leave. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is this girl doing this on purpose? Why does it feel a little wrong? Ningqing Yan looked at Su Ming with a smile on her face. "Su Ming, the classmate you mentioned last night was actually her, right?" Su Ming was stunned for a moment. "The classmate you talked about last night?" He suddenly remembered that Chen Shuhan had sent him a message last night. He lied and said it was from a classmate. He looked at Ningqing Yan and smiled awkwardly. No. It was Haozi who sent me a message yesterday, reminding me that we're having a party today. Right, Haozi? He gave a look to Chen Hao next to him. Chen Hao was a little confused and stood up immediately. Yes, Su Ming has a bad memory, so I reminded him yesterday. After saying that, Chen Hao suddenly understood something. Good job. It turns out that Su Ming is a hidden talent. Jian Yue just left, and now it seems like there was another one last night? Ningqing Yan responded softly. Oh, it seems that I worry too much. Su Ming chuckled. Are you jealous? Ningqing Yan looked at him tenderly. Your classmate is so pretty, which girl wouldn't be a little jealous? Seeing her cute appearance, Su Ming couldn't help but smile even more. You are also very beautiful. You are the campus beauty of Beijing University. Really? You just love teasing me. Ningqing Yan patted Su Ming's chest gently. Although she said that, her heart felt as sweet as honey. Chen Hao was listening on the side, feeling like cold dog food was randomly hitting his face. Hey, please consider the feelings of the singles. Chapter 23 already said it, it's not a date. It's a new day and the sun is shining all over the earth. Su Ming stood on the balcony of his home, took a deep breath of fresh air, and began today's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 56% of the shares of Sunshine Island Tourism Resort. Upon hearing this reward, Su Ming's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Sunshine Island, known as one of the top 10 tourist attractions in Shanghai, attracts countless tourists with its beautiful natural scenery and unique artificial landscape. This tourist resort integrates diversified services such as golf courses, business meetings, travel and leisure, becoming a popular destination for modern people pursuing a high-quality life. Wow, this is such a pleasant surprise. Su Ming sighed inwardly. The system is really getting more and more powerful. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Ling Shi calling. Brother Su Ming, we agreed yesterday that I would treat you to a meal today. But my car is not fixed yet, could you please pick me up? Ling Shi's sweet voice came from the phone. Su Ming answered readily, no problem, I happen to have time today. It's settled then, see you at the school gate. Ling Shi said with a happy smile. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming packed up and picked up the Rolls-Royce keys. In the girls' dormitory of the Magic City Drama Academy, a sweet-looking girl teased Ling Shi. Cici, who did you call just now? Why did you have such a silly smile on your face after hanging up the phone? Could it be that our Cici has also fallen in love? Who is the target? Is he some rich young man? At this moment, Ling Shi was wearing loose pajamas, sitting on a stool, her perfect figure looming in the distance. Her long legs were snow white, and her skin was as smooth as cream. Hearing her best friend's teasing, Ling Shi's face flushed with shyness. You're so annoying, Yao Yao. Why are you teasing me? He helped me a lot yesterday. I just treated him to a meal to express my gratitude. Thinking of Su Ming's help yesterday, Ling Shi couldn't help but smile. She began to put on makeup seriously, and her natural beauty became even more beautiful with the embellishment of makeup. When Meng Xinyao heard this, she immediately became interested in gossip. Really? Since when has Cici been so enthusiastic about treating us? Inviting people to dinner so early? As she spoke, she put her hand on Ling Shi's waist and suddenly grabbed it. Ah! Ling Shi exclaimed, blushing and turning back angrily, Yao Yao. I told you to stop making trouble. If I'm late, it will be bad. Meng Xinyao giggled, Cici, you have such a great figure, I don't know which little bastard will get the advantage in the future. I'm so envious just looking at you. Ling Shi glared at her, are you talking nonsense again? Which girl who can be admitted to the drama academy has a bad figure? Meng Xinyao is also a top-notch beauty. Meng Xinyao smiled and said, I'm not kidding. You must take me with you on your date today. As your best friend, I will definitely help you check things out. Ling Shi was helpless, I already told you, this is not a date. Meng Xinyao had an attitude of what can you do to me? I don't care, I have to go and see who that man is. Otherwise I won't feel at ease at all. Ling Shi was completely at a loss, but thought about it carefully. Su Ming and I were just ordinary friends, just having a normal meal together. So he agreed, okay. I'll take you there. But don't say anything nonsense, or I'll embarrass myself in front of others. Don't worry, Meng Xinyao patted her chest confidently, I'll try to talk less and eat more. I'll eat you out of money. Puff. She couldn't help laughing. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the entrance of Shanghai Drama Academy was bustling with people. Various luxury cars are neatly arranged, as if a grand auto show was being held. The rich kids, dressed in designer clothes, stood confidently beside the car, waiting for their goddesses to appear. Hey, brother, this new BMW 8 Series is pretty good. It costs more than 1 million, right? But this is a drama academy, and there are future female stars in it. You think you can win her over with this? Isn't that a bit too contemptuous? This guy's Porsche 911 is okay, he should have no problem chasing a normal one. Fuck, you, and Audi, want to pick up girls? Isn't that too low? Everyone, get out of the way. Look at this Lamborghini. What do you think? Is it worthy enough? The speaker was a rich second-generation man dressed in gorgeous clothes, leaning on his green Lamborghini supercar. His name is Su Wenchuan, and his family as Su Group has a market value of over 10 billion. He is definitely a rich second generation. Everyone recognized him immediately and began to flatter him. Wow! It's Mr. Su. If young Master Su takes action, we will be in trouble. Yeah, what girl wouldn't be confused when seeing this 3 million Lamborghini? But, can you tell me about that school beauty that Mr. Su has his eyes on? Hearing someone asking a question, Su Wenchuan cleared his throat and said slowly, "What you are looking at are all vulgar. My future girlfriend is the most beautiful girl in the acting department, Lingxi." Beside, Su Ming had just arrived here and heard the conversation. I suddenly became curious. Lingxi? This Su Wenchuan, it seems, is Lingxi's suitor? The second generation around them immediately agreed. Mr. Su really has good taste. Lingxi is the most beautiful girl in the acting department, but I heard that Lingxi is not allowed to enter her house. Besides, she comes from a wealthy family and doesn't have to worry about material things. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to pursue her, right? Only when you have a wealthy family do you know the importance of money? Our young Master Su's family has assets worth more than 1 billion. This is what we call a good match. Yeah, this Lamborghini is really cool and handsome. I think Lingxi can't resist it. Su Wenchuan benefited greatly from these flatteries. Originally, he was indeed a little unsure. But now, my self-confidence is instantly boosted. Su Wenchuan raised the corners of his mouth and pretended to be modest. My Lamborghini is just an appetizer. My brother said that he is going to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari this year. Let me feel the feeling of driving a Ferrari with one hand. Su Ming laughed out loud after hearing this. This Su Wenchuan, is he even more pretentious? Still driving a Ferrari with one hand? How to cure him? Su Ming suddenly had an idea and his acting skills began to explode. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Wow. It's a Ferrari LaFerrari. This car must be worth 20 million. It's already too much to have a Lamborghini Neo, but you actually want to buy a Ferrari. This means that poor guys like us have no way to survive." After these words were spoken, the second generations all expressed admiration. Ah, brother, you are so right. Master Su, don't leave any chance for survival. Master Su is too ruthless. He has directly raised our average level of picking up girls. Chapter 24 Sea of Roses, Super Sports Car. Hearing all the flattery, Su Wenchuan almost floated to the sky. He looked at Su Ming in the crowd. Although he felt strange, what Su Ming just said sounded particularly good to him. Su Wenchuan looked at Su Ming and showed some appreciation. Brother, not bad. You are good at talking. I like new friends like you. But don't underestimate yourself. Not everyone is as rich as me. You have to play to your strengths. Looks like you look almost as handsome as me, that's your advantage. Although you can't chase a goddess of Lingxi's level, you still have a good chance if you chase an ordinary one. What car did you drive here today? Su Wenchuan asked Su Ming curiously. Su Ming said seriously, I don't have a car. No car? Su Wenchuan was shocked. How come you don't even have a car? Even if you don't have a car, you have to rent one. You can't let the girl take a taxi with you, right? Su Ming was confused. What should I do then? Su Wenchuan smiled. What should I do? Forget about it this time. Be well prepared next time. Today, I will take down Lingxi. Watch carefully and learn well. Su Ming pretended not to understand. OJ8K. Then I'll watch Master Su perform and I'll learn from him. The people around immediately started to make a noise. Master Su is so powerful. We will definitely take him down. It will definitely succeed this time. Master Su is teaching you the secrets of picking up girls. If you learn it, you will gain something. Everyone, please pay attention. Su Wenchuan's self-confidence is now overflowing. It feels like catching up with Ningqing is as easy as pie. Just at this moment, there was an exclamation from the crowd. Hiss. Oh my god. Ningqing is here. Wow. Ningqing is so beautiful in person. Is this the value of being the most beautiful girl in the department of drama? She's amazing. Oh my god. Such a pretty face and such a pretty figure. She's like a heroine straight out of a comic book. Her figure is so hot. I love it so much. Wow, I really want to throw myself into his arms and cry my heart out. You are vile, you are obscene. Hearing the commotion, Su Wenchuan immediately became extremely alert and looked over there. Just see. Ningqing was wearing black marten boots and had long legs. The gray sweater on her upper body couldn't hide her plump and graceful figure. She was like a bright new star, shining in the crowd. She was holding Meng Xinyao's arm and walking towards the side with a smile. Bright eyes, charming and radiant. The appearance of two stunning beauties instantly caused a huge sensation. Everyone around was stunned and their mouths were watering. Su Wenchuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, then nudged Su Ming with his elbow. Brother, you can get out of the way. Su Ming had a faint smile on his face and silently stepped aside a few steps. See this scene. Ningqing was also surprised. What's going on? Could it be that Su Ming and Su Wenchuan know each other? It shouldn't be like this. Beside him, Meng Xinyan followed Ningqing's gaze and looked around, and immediately saw Su Wenchuan in the crowd. I couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She quickly pulled Ningqing and whispered, No way, Cici, the person you are going to date today is Su Wenchuan? This person's reputation is not very good. As a sister, I can't let you jump into this fire pit, let's go back. Ningqing knew that her sisters were worried about her, so she couldn't help but laugh and said, Oh, do you think I'm stupid? Of course it's not him. Meng Xinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's not him, who is it? Ningqing kept it a secret and smiled mysteriously. Guess who is the most handsome one? The most handsome one? Meng Xinyan suddenly became curious and looked around Su Wenchuan. It seems that those rich second generations are also staring at this side with some impure eyes. There is only one. He stood out among the crowd, standing out from the crowd. Su Ming. Is it him? He is indeed very handsome. Only then did Meng Xinyan realize that what Ningqing said was true. Yeah. And he's super nice too. Ningqing smiled sweetly and waved to Su Ming. But what she didn't expect was, it doesn't matter if you just wave your hand. Everyone around Su Wenchuan misunderstood. The scene exploded instantly. Fuck. Ningqing is waving over here. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. I want to be Ningqing's dog. Get out of here, you shameless bastard. Ningqing, I'm your fan, I love you. Oh, I'm so excited. The scene went crazy in an instant, almost like a fan meeting. At this time, Su Wenchuan spoke up, and he immediately shouted angrily, Be quiet. Ningqing came here for me, what does it have to do with you bunch of idiots? The people around him lowered their heads instantly after being scolded by him. Dare not speak. Su Wenchuan straightened his collar, showing his most confident smile, raised his hand and waved, Hi. Ningqing, I'm here. Seeing Su Wenchuan so excited, Ningqing frowned, and an instinctive resistance and disgust surged in her heart. If Su Ming wasn't there, she would have wanted to be as far away from Su Wenchuan as possible. Ningqing ignored Su Wenchuan's enthusiasm and looked firmly at Su Ming. He just stood there quietly, his hands leisurely in his pockets, with a faint smile on his lips. Ningqing understood that Su Ming was waiting for her, so she quickened her pace a little, hoping to get back to him as soon as possible. Seeing Ningqing getting closer and closer to them, Su Wenchuan knew that this was the best time. He quickly pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, the bright heart-shaped lights on the hood of the Lamborghini shone out. The light is dazzling. Two brothers stood by, scattering red rose petals prepared earlier into the sky. Wow! The rose petals flying in the sky are like snowflakes, and the whole scene looks so beautiful. This scene instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. Many girls from the school saw this romantic scene with envy in their eyes. Wow! How romantic! A sea of roses and a supercar. What a romantic scene! Ningqing is so lucky. She actually has such a caring suitor. Oh my god, Su Wenchuan's methods are too clever. Such a good atmosphere. Ningqing will probably agree to him, right? If a boy prepared these for me, I would definitely agree. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and it was very lively. At this time, Ningqing and Meng Xinyao were like two shining stars, slowly walking towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Wenchuan immediately picked up the roses and said, Ningqing, promise to be my girlfriend. This is the flower I gave you. There is also a diamond ring inside. It means that my feelings for you are as eternal as diamonds. He was looking forward to it, hoping that Ningqing would accept his love. That moment will definitely completely ignite the atmosphere of the entire venue. He is the most handsome guy in the audience. However, the reality was like a broken dream. Ningqing seemed to have never seen him and walked past him calmly. Excuse me. Her voice was cold and she didn't even look up at him. Su Wenchuan was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. The joy and expectation in his heart turned to ashes in an instant. Ningqing, he's not coming for me? What is? His eyes followed her and suddenly discovered. Ningqing's target turned out to be Su Ming. With shyness and tenderness, she handed the gift box of Hualian Mate 60 RS Extraordinary Master Edition to Su Ming, and her voice was like a spring breeze. Brother Su Ming, I brought you a gift, I wonder if you like it. This moment, everyone present was completely stunned. Chapter 25, Su Ming fooled me. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths were big enough to fit an egg. Oh my god, Ningqing actually gave gifts to boys? Did this man save the galaxy in his previous life? Oh my god. Su Wenchuan is so embarrassed now. Master Su prepared everything carefully, but Ningqing didn't even look at him. I'm dying of laughter. Su Wenchuan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he felt like he was being fooled. Ningqing actually came to find Su Ming. And this Su Ming even pretended to chat with him, how abominable. The crowd around was growing larger and larger, their eyes all focused on Su Ming and Ningqing. The rose petals scattered all over the ground add a touch of beauty to the romantic atmosphere. Su Ming looked at the gift in his hand and smiled, that's thoughtful, Xiaoxi. I was just planning to buy a new phone, and this gift comes at the right time. Ningqing lowered her head shyly, as long as you like it. Su Ming looked up at Su Wenchuan and said with a smile, Mr. Su, you have created a really good atmosphere. My gift seems to have become more precious because of this. Hearing this, Su Wenchuan's inner anger completely erupted. He punched his sports car hard. My hot horse. All this he prepared with great effort ended up being used to help others. I gave so much, but in the end the goddess fell into the arms of someone else. How could he swallow this? The people around watched all this and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Wenchuan is so miserable. He made such a fuss, but in the end the goddess chose someone else. Oh, seeing that even a rich boy can't catch up with the goddess, I feel instantly balanced. If I were Su Wenchuan, I would smash the Lamborghini. This broken car has no meaning to me now. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Ming took Ningqing and Meng Xinyao and quietly left this noisy place. Su Wenchuan was so angry that his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he said with gritted teeth, just wait for me, little bastard. In a lively atmosphere, Su Ming was surrounded by two extremely beautiful women. At this moment, Meng Xinyao was looking at Su Ming carefully with her big curious eyes, and seemed to be full of curiosity and interest in him. Ningqing introduced the two to the side, Brother Su Ming, this is my best friend, Meng Xinyao. She insisted on coming with us today, please don't be offended. Su Ming smiled and said that it was no big deal. Let's play together. It's okay. Brother Su Ming is still the one who understands the ways of the world the best. Meng Xinyao smiled sweetly, then blinked and said, you can call me Yao Yao from now on. Hearing this name, Ningqing's face changed slightly, and she seemed a little unhappy. Girl, you are not familiar enough with Brother Su Ming, is it appropriate to call you Yao Yao? Meng Xinyao looked aggrieved, but you are very familiar with Brother Su Ming. If you call me Yao Yao, Brother Su Ming can naturally call me Yao Yao too? You are trying to change the concept. Ningqing was speechless for a moment, glared at her, and waved his fist, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Meng Xinyao stuck out her tongue mischievously. Brother Su Ming, look, Xiaoxi is so fierce. You two should stop messing around. Su Ming interrupted their bickering with a smile. The car is parked here, hurry up and get in. As he pressed the car key, a magnificent Rolls-Royce slowly appeared in front of everyone. The golden goddess of celebration logo sparkled in the sun, attracting exclamations from those around. Wow! It's a Rolls-Royce? Meng Xinyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She only knew that Su Ming helped Lingxi, but she didn't expect that he was driving such a luxury car. Lingxi was also a little surprised. The last time we met, Su Ming was still driving that cool Bugatti supercar. But now, his car has been changed to a Rolls-Royce. She was originally thinking that if she drove a Bugatti, it could only seat 2 people, which would be just enough to get rid of Meng Xinyao. Now, there is no reason anymore. Su Ming opened the car door like a gentleman and said with a smile, you guys should sit in the back, it's more comfortable there. Very good. Meng Xinyao jumped into the car happily, and took a deep breath as soon as she sat down. Xiaoxi, hurry up and get in the car. This sofa is really comfortable. Lingxi looked at her familiar appearance and shook his head helplessly. Sister, can't you be a little more reserved? I always feel so ashamed. Lingxi sat in the car and whispered to Meng Xinyao, Yao Yao, are you helping me? Meng Xinyao blinked mischievously, of course. I'm helping you get closer to brother Su Ming. I'm not going to help you. I think you're just trying to make trouble. Lingxi was speechless and gently pinched Meng Xinyao's snow-white thigh. Ah! Meng Xinyao cried out in pain and whispered in defense, Xiaoxi, you really don't understand my good intentions. I'm sorry, I really didn't see that. Lingxi said angrily and wanted to say something. But at this time, Su Ming had already got in the car, so she immediately quieted down. Soon, Su Ming started the car. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from the spot and disappeared in the envious gazes of everyone. Only the sound of discussion among the crowd remained. Oh my god! It turns out he drives a luxury car too. A Rolls-Royce. No wonder Su Wenchuan lost. The Lamborghini Maverick is indeed not as expensive as the Cullinan. I'm so envious. Can you really do whatever you want if you have money? He's handsome and rich, he's simply invincible. Master Su's loss was not unfair. Hearing these discussions, Su Wenchuan's face turned even darker than the bottom of a pot. Damn it! This kid, he told me he doesn't have a car? And he drives a Rolls-Royce? Is this just rubbing your own IQ into the ground? Are you playing a joke on yourself openly? Su Wenshu gritted his teeth, he couldn't swallow this. He picked up the phone and called his brother. Hey, brother, I'm being bullied. That person deliberately played a trick on me and stole my goddess. I'm so angry. Okay, I'll follow him first, and we'll meet up later. Hang up the phone. Su Wenchuan sneered, got into the car immediately, and followed in the direction of Su Ming. Chapter 26 There is a road to heaven, why don't you take it? Laughter and joyful chatter continued to echo in the cabin of the Rolls-Royce. Brother Su Ming, I heard that you helped Xiaoxi before and confronted a fierce man. You looked so cool. If it weren't for you, our silly Xiaoxi might have been bullied. Meng Xinyao was very lively, with a bright smile on her face, and she chatted enthusiastically with Su Ming. Lingxi blushed and pretended to be angry. Who are you calling stupid? If you keep making trouble like this, you probably won't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. Then I'll just find a boyfriend who likes to listen to me, isn't that good? Meng Xinyao raised her eyebrows proudly, and looked directly at Su Ming with her bright eyes. Brother Su Ming, what kind of girls do you like? Seeing this, a hint of nervousness flashed in Lingxi's eyes. She looked at Su Ming, waiting for his answer. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, it's hard to say. It depends on your feeling. Meng Xinyao asked, so what do you think of me? Would you like a girl like me who talks a lot? Lingxi became nervous when he heard this, and said angrily, Yao Yao. She glared at Meng Xinyao and said, stop bothering brother Su Ming, he's still driving. Meng Xinyao stuck out her tongue, looking mischievous, oh, okay, I won't ask anymore. She smiled and said, by the way, Xiaoxi, didn't you say you wanted to treat brother Su Ming to a meal? Have you decided where to go? Lingxi suddenly realized, that's right. Brother Su Ming, do you have any plans for today? I'll treat you all. Su Ming looked at the interaction between the two girls in the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sunshine Island Resort. What do you think? Meng Xinyao's eyes lit up. Wow. Sunshine Island Resort is really fun. I've always wanted to go there. I heard there are many attractions, including hot springs and golf. Lingxi shook his head helplessly. Yao Yao is just like that. She speaks her mind like a child who never grows up. Brother Su Ming, just give in to her. Su Ming smiled and said calmly, it's okay, just treat it as a family trip. Ha 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 ha. When Lingxi heard this, she burst into laughter and looked at her best friend Meng Xinyao as if she had one. I told you not to talk nonsense all the way here. You've finally been punished by brother Su Ming. Ah, this. Meng Xinyao was stunned and suddenly fell silent. So, I have become your baby? At the same time. On the way to Sunny Isles Resort. A Lamborghini was speeding at lightning speed. Su Wenchuan and his brother Su Wutao in the car were staring straight ahead. Su Wutao smiled and said leisurely, it seems that they are going to Sunshine Island Resort. Resort? Su Wenchuan was driving. Hearing this, he was furious. That boy really knows how to have fun. He took a girl on vacation. I must stop him this time. Brother, do you have any good ideas? Su Wutao smiled and said, if they were somewhere else, I might have to think about it, but going to Sunshine Island. Hee, I just happened to have an acquaintance there. Ha, then they are like a road to heaven that you didn't take, and ran into your mouth instead? Su Wenchuan burst into laughter instantly. That's about right. Su Wutao smiled confidently. Because the father of one of his good classmates happens to be the security captain in Sunshine Island. Half an hour later. Su Wenchuan and Su Wutao came to Sunshine Island Resort together. The resort was packed with people and had a heavy flow of visitors. They got out of the car and headed straight for the security room. Uncle Dio, I'm here. Su Wutao shouted to a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair inside. When Kong Deo turned around and saw Su Wutao, he immediately recognized him and felt a little surprised. Isn't this Xiao Tao? How come you have time to come here for vacation today? Su Wutao smiled and said, I came here today for something else. Uncle Dio, can you do me a favor? Kong Dio immediately became alert. What's the matter? Su Wutao said seriously, I need to find someone, and I need you to cooperate with us later. It's easy to find someone, but to cooperate with you? Kong Dio was suddenly embarrassed. How do you need me to cooperate? Su Wutao said, it's very simple. I'll give you a signal later. You just need to bring the security team over in time and drive that person away. Kong Dio waved his hand, this is not a good idea, Xiao Tao. How can we drive guests away for no reason? If something goes wrong, I can't take responsibility. Uncle Dio, you don't know how much my brother has been wronged. Su Wutao briefly explained the matter to gain the other party's sympathy, and then verbally promised, don't worry, after the matter is settled, I will transfer 100,000 to you as a gift from my juniors. 100,000. After listening to this, Kong Dio felt a little moved. After all, 100,000 yuan is not a small amount. As a security captain, his monthly salary is less than 20,000. Moreover, Su Wutao was also a child he had watched grow up. This child always knows how to act in moderation. After hesitating for a long time, he finally agreed, Xiao Tao, since you said so, then I will help you. However, you have to be careful and don't make a big fuss. When Su Wenchuan saw that the matter was accomplished, he immediately said, don't worry, Uncle Dio, we won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Kong Dio finally felt relieved and nodded. Chapter 27 Who are you insulting? In an elegant box at a sun-drenched island resort. I didn't expect the food in this resort to be so delicious. Meng Xinyao wiped her mouth with a tissue in satisfaction, her bright eyes full of smiles. Lingxi looked at Meng Xinyao with a hint of teasing in his eyes, eat more. Boys like slightly plump girls anyway. Meng Xinyao glared at her and pretended to be angry, Lingxi, don't lead me astray. Do you want me to become fat and no one will want me? Lingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, well, your little head isn't too stupid, is it? After a pause, a sly look flashed in Meng Xinyao's eyes. Later, I'm going to ask brother Su Ming to teach me how to play golf. We can swing together and we won't get fat. When Lingxi heard this, he immediately became nervous, Yao Yao, don't do anything rash. Brother Su Ming, don't listen to her. Su Ming heard the two women bickering on a daily basis and just smiled without saying anything. Meng Xinyao continued to tease, oh, Xiaoxi is anxious. If you have the ability, you can also let brother Su Ming play with you. I'm not as shameless as you. Ling Shi blushed with shame and looked at Su Ming silently. Brother Su Ming, then tell me, what game are we going to play later? Su Ming smiled faintly and said, there are many projects here, we can try them one by one. When we get tired later, it should be a good choice to go to the hot springs. Wow, hot springs. Meng Xinyao's eyes lit up. Brother Su Ming, let's go bathing together? Su Ming almost spit out a mouthful of water. There is a difference between men and women. Do you still dare to take a bath with us? What kind of lewd words are these? Ling Shi also blushed and said lightly, Yao Yao, stop talking nonsense. Brother Su Ming, let's continue talking about other things. Just as they were chatting happily, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Su Wenchuan and Su Wutao strode in with their heads held high, looking aggressive. Su Wenchuan looked at Su Ming with hostility in his eyes. Humph, you know how to enjoy yourself. You actually brought my goddess to the resort. Are you planning to do something bad to her? Don't worry Ling Shi, I'm here, he won't dare to touch a hair on your head today. Su Wenchuan stood between Su Ming and Ling Shi, acting like a hero saving a beautiful girl. Su Ming looked at this dramatic scene with a smile on his face. It was clearly just a simple vacation, how could it be considered as an ill-intentioned act? I am a gentleman. He couldn't help but wonder, why was this guy still haunting him and even following him here? Su Ming didn't think deeply and chuckled. It turns out to be Su Xiao from the Atmosphere Group. How come you have so much free time to come here to be the flower protector? Didn't you eat? There are some leftover dishes here. Would you like to have a bowl of rice and eat something? When Su Wenchuan heard this, he became so angry that his face turned red. It's true that he was too busy to even eat, but asking him to eat leftovers? Who is this insulting? After hearing this, Ling Shi and Meng Xinyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Ming's words are really nonsense. Meng Xinyao also added, Brother Su Ming, don't give it to him. We have all tasted these dishes. They might even have Ling Shi's saliva on them. If you give it to him, wouldn't he be so happy? After hearing this, Su Wenchuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His plan had not yet been implemented, but he had already suffered several blows. It's really hard to bear. Ling Shi looked at Su Wenchuan coldly and said, Su Wenchuan, I have nothing to do with you. You don't need to care about my affairs. Please leave here immediately and don't disturb us. Hearing the goddess say this, Su Wenchuan felt even more heartbroken. He gritted his teeth and said, Ling Shi, you were deceived by this kid. He is not worthy of you at all, let alone a rich second generation. In the circle of the second generation rich in Magic City, there is no such person as Su Ming. So, his Rolls Royce is probably rented. He's been deceiving you. When Su Ming heard this, he just smiled and did not respond. The two girls were confused and looked at Su Wenchuan as if he was a fool. Su Wenchuan thought his words had worked, and immediately cast a look at his brother. Su Wutao understood and cooperated. That's right. A car like a Rolls Royce can actually be rented for just a few $1,000s a day. This Su Ming, he must be pretending to be rich and deliberately getting close to you. Ling Shi, my brother is right, don't be fooled. His words killed two birds with one stone. It would be great if Ling Shi could be persuaded to change his mind. If Ling Shi remains unmoved, then this will also completely infuriate Su Ming. Then, without waiting for Su Ming to speak, Ling Shi said speechlessly, don't bother with my affairs. When I look for a boyfriend, I never care whether the other party has money or not. Because I am not short of money myself. Hearing this, Su Wenchuan panicked and blurted out, Ling Shi, are you sure? This is not a matter of money, but a matter of deception. He has been deceiving you. Ling Shi smiled coldly, don't I know whether I've been deceived? Or am I just a white rabbit who knows nothing in your eyes? No, that's not what I meant. Su Wenchuan suddenly panicked and began to be confused. What kind of drug did Su Ming give Ling Shi? Why does Ling Shi trust him so much? You didn't suspect anything at all? Seeing the plan fail, Su Wenchuan didn't know what to do for a moment, and could only mutter in a low voice, brother, what should I do? They are so stubborn. Su Wutao said decisively, then we have no choice but to break up. Find someone to kick him out. Hearing this, Su Wenchuan hardened his heart and stared at Su Ming coldly, Su Ming, you liar. I want Ling Shi to see your true face. Ling Shi was stunned for a moment, what are you going to do? You'll know soon. Su Wenchuan sneered and immediately winked at his brother. Chapter 28, Is the acting almost done? In a luxurious box of the resort, warm yellow lights shine down, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Xu Ping, general manager of the resort, sat opposite Wang Yongshan, chairman of Shund Group. The two drank tea and reminisced about the past and the present. Wang Yongshan put down the teacup in his hand and said with emotion, "Old Zhu, if it weren't for your guidance, my achievements today would be out of reach." Xu Ping smiled calmly, waved his hand and said, "Brother Yongshan, you are too kind. I just pointed you in a direction. What really allowed you to reach this point is your own strength. But, having said that, if it weren't for your introduction, I probably wouldn't have been able to get this far." Wang Yongshan took a sip of tea with a hint of smile in his eyes. Xu Ping interrupted the topic, "There's no need to talk about the past. Brother Yongshan, you're successful in your career now, have you ever thought about the inheritance? That woman has been following you for many years, and there's been no movement at all?" Wang Yongshan sighed helplessly, "Yeah, I'm anxious too. But this matter can't be forced." Xu Ping nodded, "Yes, your family's business will eventually have to be handed over to your two nephews." "Oh, yes. So I have to work harder." Wang Yongshan smiled bitterly. At this time, a female secretary came to Xu Ping and reported, "Mr. Zhu, Mr. Su, the major shareholder, came to our resort today." "Look." Xu Ping was stunned, "Mr. Su is here? This is a big deal." He stood up immediately. "Brother Yongshan, it seems that we have to talk about this today. I will go and deal with it first." After saying that, Xu Ping hurried away with the female secretary. Wang Yongshan looked at Xu Ping's departing back, his heart full of curiosity. Major shareholder, Mr. Su? This name gave him a feeling of being both familiar and unfamiliar. In the private room on the other side, Su Wutao looked at Su Ming proudly, his confidence in winning apparent. "Su Ming, right? Now you admit that you are a liar and have deceived Ling Shi's feelings. And apologize to my brother. I can pretend that what happened today never happened. Otherwise, when my people arrive, I may inevitably have some physical conflict with you. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you." Su Wutao's sophisticated words were full of threats to Su Ming. Su Ming just smiled calmly, "What do you mean? If I don't admit that I'm a liar, you're going to call someone to beat me up? Are you so overbearing? Are you a liar? Don't you have any idea?" Su Wutao sneered, "Who is your father? What company does he run? Can you answer that?" Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head helplessly and smiled without saying anything. "He is an orphan, where does his father come from?" Su Wutao smiled contemptuously, "So, where did you get the money to buy a Rolls Royce?" He thought he had the winning point and urged, "Tell everyone the truth quickly, don't waste time." Their eyes were fixed on Su Ming, waiting for his answer. Su Ming said slowly, "Well, actually I am a first-generation rich." Thump! Su Wenchuan and Su Wutao almost stumbled and fell to the ground. "Damn it! After all this time, you're finally giving us this?" Ling Shi and Meng Xinyao almost burst out laughing. When it comes to pranking people, Su Ming has to be it. Su Wenchuan was furious. "Is this the way it is? Brother, stop talking nonsense to him. Just kick him out. Damn it, no wonder you were fooled by this guy, I was almost scared by him." Su Wutao angrily picked up his phone and made a call. Soon, four security guards rushed into the private room at lightning speed. The leader was none other than the security captain, Kong Dao. Su Wenchuan pretended not to know him and shouted, "Uncle Security, this guy wants to hit me. Get him out now." As he said this, he pointed at Su Ming. Kong Dao nodded and immediately walked towards Su Ming. "Sir, fighting is not allowed in our resort. Please leave now." Su Ming was amused. "What kind of fight? I didn't do anything." He realized that the person Su Wenchuan was talking about was actually the security guard inside his own resort. This is really interesting. Kong Dao agreed to help, so he naturally wanted to do it to the end. He said directly, "You haven't taken action yet, but we suspect that you have violent tendencies. Please, leave our Sunshine Island resort now. You are not welcome here." Hear him say that. Su Wenchuan and Su Wutao's faces were instantly filled with smiles. My mood instantly became better. These $100,000 were not wasted. "Uncle Dao, you are so awesome." Seeing this, Ling Shi was instantly unhappy. She stood in front of Su Ming and argued, "Are the security guards in your resort unreasonable? Brother Su Ming, he didn't do anything. It was those two people who bullied Brother Su Ming. Why should they kick him out? Although Kong Deo was a little embarrassed, he still said, "Madam, please don't interfere with us maintaining order in the resort." Hearing this, Lingxi glanced at Su Wenchuan and his brother, and understood without any explanation. She was furious. "Well, your resort's security actually dared to do this. I will definitely report you." Hearing this threat, Kong Deo instantly became angry. "Report? What can you report? I have worked in the resort for 10 years, and everything has been going smoothly. There have been no mistakes. Do you think reporting me will be useful?" After saying that, he stared at Su Ming and said in a commanding tone, "Sir, please come out with us right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for using force." As his voice fell, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. When everyone looked over, they saw Zhu Ping followed by a female secretary, who was walking towards them hurriedly. Security Captain Kong Deshun felt guilty when he saw his immediate superior. I hurried forward to say hello. "Manager Zhu, you are here." Unexpectedly, Zhu Ping didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked straight towards Su Ming. He directly shook the other person's hand and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, you are really here. If we have not entertained you well, I will be blamed." These words fell. The whole place was instantly silent. Su Wenchuan and Su Wutao's eyes widened. What's the meaning? The general manager of Sunshine Island actually called Su Ming Mr. Su? And you look so respectful? What is the identity of this Su Ming? Kong Shun was already confused. He never expected that Su Ming was actually a big shot? Su Ming smiled faintly. "It's not that the hospitality is poor, but there seem to be some termites in our resort." After saying this, he looked at Kong Deshun silently. Zhu Ping immediately reacted and asked, "Captain Kong, I just heard you say at the door, who are you going to kick out? What's going on?" Kong Deshun was sweating profusely at this moment, and said with a stiff face, "I received a report from 2 customers, saying that this Mr. Su was trying to fight, and asked me to come and mediate. Now I understand. It turns out that the people who really want to cause trouble are these 2. He thought quickly and immediately directed his attack at Su Wenchuan and Su Wutao. "Come on, take these 2 out of here." The 3 security guards he brought with him immediately prepared for action. Su Wutao panicked. "Why the hell is this different from what I imagined? Uncle Dio, this is wrong. I asked you to chase this guy away, why are you chasing us away?" After hearing these words, Zhu Ping also understood the whole story. Good job. It turns out that Kong Dio colluded with outsiders and wanted to drive the boss out of his own resort? Isn't this funny? Kong Dio wanted to curse in his heart. He winked at Su Wutao and said angrily, "Nonsense. If you hadn't provided me with false information, would I have acted rashly? Come out with me now." At this time, Su Ming waved his hand and said, "Stop acting. You are fired. Come with your 2 good brothers." Kong Dio was stunned. "What? Although you are of noble status, you are not qualified to fire me, right?" Zhu Ping shook his head and smiled. "Captain Kong, I'm sorry. Although you have worked in the resort for 10 years and have extensive experience, Mr. Su is the new owner of our resort. If he says one word, not only you, but even me will have to get out of here." Boom! This sentence, like a bolt from the blue, exploded in the minds of several people. What? Su Ming is actually the owner of the resort? What is going on here? Meng Xinyao and Ling Shi were also stunned and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Su Ming said earlier that he is the first generation of rich people. They thought it was a joke. Looking at it now, that is an ironclad fact. Kong Deo stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. It's really over now. Chapter 29. Apologize to your Uncle Su quickly. Someone, get these 2 out of here. Zhu Ping's order was powerful. The 3 security guards immediately took action and surrounded the Su Wenchuan brothers like they were besieging prey. Su Wutao was stunned. He never expected that his brother would offend the owner of the resort. This is simply. You've hit a brick wall. Originally he was thinking of kicking Su Ming out, but now he was the one being kicked out? Who dares to touch me? Su Wutao suddenly broke free from the security guards and said with a sneer. Humph, so what if he is the owner of the resort? Although he won today, we didn't lose either. You know, our Su family is a big company with a market value of more than 10 billion. And my uncle is Wang Yongshan, the chairman of the 10 billion group. If you want to drive us away, you have to ask us first if we agree or not. Su Ming couldn't help laughing. This Su Wutao is really stubborn. You won, but I didn't lose? How can you say that? Besides, isn't Wang Yongshan his neighbor? Xu Ping smiled playfully. So, you are Wang Yongshuan's nephew? Su Wutao's eyes lit up. Oh? You know my uncle? Are you sure you still want to kick me out? Xu Ping smiled and said, yes. Your uncle should still be at the resort. Do you want to go ask him and see what he thinks? My uncle is also at the resort? Then call him over quickly. Su Wutao was immediately overjoyed. If only my uncle were here. Wouldn't that mean I would have an extra backer, and could also save my current failure in face? At this moment, a cold voice broke the atmosphere. Don't shout, I'm already here. When everyone looked over, they saw a middle-aged man with a gloomy face walking slowly towards the door. This person is none other than the chairman of Shunned Group, Wang Yongshan. Su Wenchuan immediately went up to him and called out affectionately, Uncle. I didn't expect you to be at the resort. We encountered some unpleasant things here, and the resort service is simply too much. However, Su Wutao keenly noticed that his uncle's expression seemed a little strange. He also hurried forward and said with a wry smile, Uncle, something did happen here. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. He thought to himself that he had to perform well in front of his uncle. After all, he would have a chance to inherit his uncle's huge group in the future. However, what they didn't expect was Wang Yongshan walked straight towards Su Ming, with an apologetic smile on his face, and said respectfully, Mr. Su, I am really sorry that my two nephews have caused you trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience immediately became excited. What is going on? Why is Wang Yongshan, chairman of Shun Group, so respectful to Su Ming? Even call him Mr. Su? Could it be that Su Ming's identity is far more than just the owner of a resort? At this moment, Su Ming became the focus of the whole audience. Su Ming smiled calmly. Young people are full of vigor and vitality, so it is normal for them to be a little impulsive. Hearing this, Wang Yongshan felt mixed emotions. Su Ming is already the boss of a billion-dollar building at a young age, and recently he spent tens of billions to buy the Sunshine Island Resort. This strength and background are simply terrifying. Looking at his two nephews again, they still look like playboys. He glared at the Su Wenchuan brothers and said sternly, hurry up and apologize to your Uncle Su. Su Ming? Su Wutao only felt a chill rising from his spine, and the pride in his heart disappeared in an instant. He never dreamed that this young man, who was younger than him, would ask him to respectfully call him uncle. Moreover, in front of so many people. It's such a shame. But now the situation is stronger than the person, and Su Wutao has to bow his head. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile, Uncle Su Ming, I was blind and didn't recognize you. I have offended you. I apologize to you. Wang Yongshan glared at the dumbfounded Su Wenchuan fiercely, and you? Su Wenchuan came back to his senses and said hurriedly, Uncle Su Ming, I was wrong. Seeing this funny scene, the security guards in the private room held back their laughter and tried hard not to lose their composure. Only Meng Xinyao and Ling Shi were already laughing so hard that they were shaking and could hardly straighten their backs. These two guys are so funny. He just threatened them to leave in an arrogant manner, but in the blink of an eye he was slapped in the face. So what if my uncle comes? He still has to apologize to Su Ming, right? Still want to call Su Ming uncle? This is really embarrassing. Wang Yongshan smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Su, I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. My two nephews are really ignorant. I will definitely teach them a lesson later. Su Wenchuan and Su Wutao were like children who had done something wrong, hiding behind Wang Yongshan, their previous arrogance long gone. Su Ming nodded calmly, in that case, then you should take care of your household affairs. After saying that, he turned around and said to the two girls, stop laughing, let's go out and play. Meng Xinyao and Ling Shi quickly stopped laughing and followed Su Ming out of the private room. Brother Su Ming, you are so awesome. Meng Xinyao looked at him with admiration. I didn't expect you to be the owner of the resort, and you were so familiar with Wang Yongshan. Ling Shi couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Su Ming, how did you become so powerful at such a young age? You are so handsome. Su Ming smiled faintly, no way, the chosen one. Hearing this, Meng Xinyao and Ling Shi looked at each other and felt that Su Ming was even more mysterious. After Su Ming and his companions left, the atmosphere in the private room suddenly became depressing. Wang Yangchuan's eyes fell coldly on his two nephews, which was chilling. Su Wenchuan swallowed his saliva and said timidly, "Uncle, please don't be angry. We didn't know that Su Ming was so capable." This sentence seemed to add fuel to the fire. Wang Yongshun stood up suddenly and shouted, "You caused trouble outside, didn't you think about the consequences? You dare to say you don't know?" As he said that, he slammed the table, pulled out the belt from his waist, and whipped Su Wenchuan hard. "Ah! Uncle, stop hitting me. Brother, save me. You still want your brother to save you? After we beat you up, he'll be next." In the private room, Su Wenchuan's screams were heart-wrenching. Su Wutao looked at him with a grin on his face. He regrets it now. Damn it. You should never, ever, get involved in this mess. You shouldn't offend Mr. Su. Unfortunately, it's useless to say anything now, I'm afraid I can't avoid the speeding. Chapter 30 Su Ming goes to work again. In the afternoon, Su Ming took the two beauties on a happy journey to the resort. They fully experienced the speed of go-karts, the elegance of golf, and various exciting ball battling games. The day passed quietly in laughter and happiness. As night fell, Su Ming drove the two girls back to the college and then returned to the quiet villa. He soaked in the bathtub, letting the warm water wash away the day's fatigue. At this moment, the WeChat notification sound on the mobile phone rang. It was a message from Ling Shi. "Brother Su Ming, thank you for bringing us such a wonderful day. It's so fun." Su Ming chuckled, his fingers jumping on the screen, "Same. With you guys here, I'm having a lot of fun too." The wonderful time at the resort in the company of two beauties really brought Su Ming the long-lost relaxation and pleasure. Ling Shi was lazily flipping through her phone on the bed, a sweet smile on her lips. She suggested mischievously, "Yao Yao always likes to make trouble, can we not bring her next time?" Su Ming smiled and said jokingly, "Sure, next time we'll just meet in private. Don't tell Meng Xinyao, she'll be pissed to death." Ling Shi was so embarrassed that she said, "What? It's like we're having an affair." "Pinky promise, it's settled." "No problem." Su Ming closed the chat box and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Why? I once whipped a famous horse when I was drunk, for fear that my love would tire the beauty. His life seems to be getting more and more exciting." He was just about to put down his phone. As a result, news about Meng Xinyao popped up again. "Brother Su Ming, I took some photos in the hot spring today. Do you want to see them?" Su Ming was stunned, and an inexplicable surge of blood rushed to his heart. What's going on? He couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Meng Xinyao's words always carried an indescribable teasing tone, which made him a little confused. Routine? Is this her little trick? Su Ming calmed down. "Stop it, why did you suddenly send these photos to me?" Meng Xinyao didn't seem to give up. "Oh, I'm serious. Next time I'll treat you to a meal and show you in person. Don't worry, I won't tell Xiaoxi, only the two of us know." Su Ming. This pair of perfect sisters, one is pure and lovely, the other is quirky. What the hell are they doing? Do you want to invite yourself to dinner? Ling Shi is still relatively innocent, but Meng Xinyao always seems unfathomable. I can't believe it at all. Su Ming decided to keep his distance for the time being and wait and see what happens. The next day. In the soft light of the early morning, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. He leaned against the head of the bed and gently touched the system interface. You haven't signed in yet today. Do you want to sign in now? System, sign in. Su Ming responded decisively. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% of the shares of Epic Capital. Epic Capital? A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He quickly looked up information about Epic Capital. Epic Capital is a global venture capital giant. It manages 17 funds with a total size of nearly $12 billion. In addition, there are $9 billion and 23 billion renminbi in liquid assets. They have in-depth market research and unique resources, providing strong support for entrepreneurs and helping them to innovate. We currently have offices in Guigou, San Francisco, Singapore, Taipei, and Shanghai. Oh my God! Su Ming was excited. This is not just a huge multinational venture capital company, but also a behemoth with strong capital power. No wonder people often say, evil capitalists. This Era Capital actually manages assets worth more than 100 billion renminbi, which shows how great its influence is. At this moment, Su Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. After the connection. A very pleasant and charming female voice came from the other side. Hello, are you Su Ming, Director Su? Yes. Boss Su, I'm Ningqing Yan, the manager of Epic Capital's Shanghai branch. I heard that you're in Shanghai now. Would you like to come and inspect the company? Ningqing Yan's voice was full of anticipation. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, I'm still in bed. I have some time today, so I'll come over and take a look. Ah, it turns out that Director Su hasn't woken up yet. Jingya is really sorry to have disturbed your rest. Jingya was a little apologetic and said immediately, how about this, you give me an address and I'll pick you up for work. After all, it's your first day at the company, how can I trouble you to make a trip by yourself? That would be so tiring. Hearing the other party say this, Su Ming was not too repulsive. After all, someone picked me up at work. That's a good idea. Su Ming smiled and said, okay. I'll give you an address later and you can pick me up at the door. Half an hour later. At the entrance of Tan Palace Villa. There was a black and domineering Maybach S parked there. Next to the car stood a woman with delicate makeup. Luxury cars and beautiful women. It instantly attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Ningqing Yan was wearing a professional suit and black high heels, exuding the aura of a powerful woman. Wow, this beauty is so beautiful. Mature lady, that's my favorite type. How can I concentrate on work today when I see such a seductive beauty in broad daylight? Countless passers-by were talking about it in amazement. At this time, Su Ming walked out slowly from the door. When Ningqing Yan saw him, she recognized him immediately and greeted him with a warm look on her face. You are here. It's cold outside today. Let's get in the car. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes turned and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You care about me so much when we first met, you were so considerate. The eyes of the people watching at the scene widened instantly. What the hell? Is this the first time they met? A girl is here to pick up a boy for a date? Damn it. My worldview has collapsed. Hiss. Do all the beautiful women nowadays like handsome young men? Emma, he came to pick me up in a Maybach S. He must have hooked up with a rich woman. The onlookers at the scene, who were confused about the situation, suddenly wailed. Ningqing Yan blushed slightly at Su Ming's exaggeration. She took Su Ming's arm and said in a charming voice, I care about you. Is that right? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Feeling the faint fragrance around him and the softness of his arms, Su Ming's mood today was much happier. Satisfied, well done. Su Ming nodded slightly and praised. Then he and Ningqing Yan walked towards the Maybach S together. Oh my god. I'm so envious. When will I be able to enjoy this kind of imperial treatment? Your girlfriend came to pick you up for a date? And she asked you if you were satisfied? Oh my god. Why do you let me see this so early in the morning? I feel like today's breakfast doesn't taste good at all. There was even more wailing and jealousy everywhere on the spot. Chapter 31. It feels so good to have someone serving you. In the smooth driving of the Maybach S. Su Ming leisurely observed Ningqing Yan in the driver's seat. She is indeed a stunning beauty. She had a plump figure with elegant curves, an oval face without any makeup, a delicate and pretty face, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, which was quite captivating. Mr. Su, I'll be embarrassed if you look at me like this. Ningqing Yan noticed Su Ming's gaze and said shyly. Her voice is gentle and seductive, full of the unique charm of a mature woman, which makes people fall into it involuntarily. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly. He used to be just an ordinary clerk, and a woman like this was simply out of his reach. But now, he has reached the pinnacle of success. Ningqing Yan is just one of his employees. This huge change made him feel deeply moved. He had seen those rich men stop their cars on the side of the road and casually put their hands on their girlfriends' thighs, making others envious. And now, he actually lives such a life. The magic of wealth is truly endless. Just as he was immersed in the beauty of this life, he inadvertently placed his hand on Ningqing Yan's thigh. The warm touch felt like an electric current running through my body. Ah. Ningqing Yan grumbled, glanced at Su Ming coquettishly, and said with a red face, Boss Su, stop it. I'm still driving. Facing this handsome and young boss, she really couldn't be angry. Su Ming was slightly embarrassed. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Ningqing Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but she still smiled charmingly and said, Mr. Su is young and promising, and has a successful career. I believe he has many suitors. Epic Capital is huge in scale, and Su Ming, as the only boss, is young and handsome, so he naturally attracts the attention of many women. Su Ming glanced at Chen Jingya and said calmly, I don't care about this. But my standards are indeed much higher. Chen Jingya smiled and said, then I wonder if I am pleasing to your eyes? When Su Ming heard this, he also laughed. This Chen Jingya actually started to test herself. What a seductive little devil. Half an hour later. In the business building, the unique atmosphere of Epic Capital is overwhelming. Chen Jingya walked into the company with Su Ming with her long legs. The employees in the company all looked at him in surprise, whispering and talking about him. Look, it's Manager Chen who's back. She's so beautiful every day. Who is that person who came with her? A new colleague? Could it be that he is Manager Chen's boyfriend? If anyone can marry a goddess like Manager Chen, then his life will be perfect. Su Ming listened to these discussions, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Jingya, you are indeed very popular in the company. These men are all in love with you. Chen Jingya smiled slightly, like the spring sunshine. Boss Su, please stop making fun of me. I am not as charming as you. If those female colleagues knew that you were our boss, they would probably be hundreds of times crazier than they are now. A hint of smile flashed across Su Ming's eyes. Is it that exaggerated? Chen Jingya leaned close to his ear and whispered, Boss Su, I'm not exaggerating. If you don't believe me, I'll inform everyone of your identity. Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt her. It's better to keep a low profile. I just came to take a look and don't want to cause too much of a stir. The men around looked at the two people's intimate behavior, their eyes filled with surprise and jealousy. Hiss. What is the relationship between this man and Manager Chen? Why do they look so close? It can't be that he is really my boyfriend. Is it possible that our goddess, Manager Chen, is really going to fall in love? Manager Chen has been in the industry for so many years and has never had any scandals. If he is really Manager Chen's boyfriend, I simply cannot accept this fact. A group of male compatriots looked at Su Ming with eyes full of curiosity and jealousy. Chen Jingya has long been accustomed to these discussions. She just smiled indifferently, gently held Su Ming's hand, and led him to the chairman's office. At the end of the company's corridor, a gorgeous office door stood quietly open. A woman in a professional suit, with a youthful look similar to Su Ming's age, was waiting quietly. She is Xu Lu, the personal secretary recommended to Su Ming by Chen Jingya. Chen Jingya smiled and introduced Su Ming. Mr. Su, this is Xu Lu. She will be your personal secretary and will be on call at any time. No matter what happens, as long as you say a word, she will do her best. Hello, Mr. Su. Xu Lu responded with a sweet smile and bowed slightly. The proud figure curves are faintly visible under the professional attire, which is very tempting. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Personal secretary. This position always seems to carry a hint of ambiguity. Secretary will do it if there is something to do, otherwise. Some beautiful scenes emerged in his mind. Chen Jingya continued to instruct Xu Lu, Lulu, you must serve Director Su well, and everything should be based on Director Su's wishes. Do you understand? I know, Manager Chen. Xu Lu's clear eyes were full of determination. Chen Jingya, Mr. Su, can you see Xu Lu? Let's go with her. Su Ming didn't come to the company often, so this secretary didn't make much difference to him, not to mention that Xu Lu gave him a good first impression. Seeing that Su Ming agreed, Chen Jingya pushed open the office door. In the spacious and bright office, the golden Nanmu tea table and high-end leather sofa are in full view. The various antiques displayed on the Bogu cabinet are even more eye-catching. The entire office is simple yet luxurious, exuding a noble atmosphere. Mr. Su, please take a seat. I'll make you a pot of tea first. Chen Jingya bent down gracefully and began to make tea. Su Ming was not in a hurry to sit down, but started playing with the antiques on the cabinet. At this time, he turned around. He saw Chen Jingya concentrating on making tea. Her elegant posture and plump buttocks formed a perfect curve. Hiss. Su Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. This woman is such a seductive enchantress. After her actions, Su Ming was really thirsty. Soon. As the steam slowly rises, a pot of black tea is carefully brewed. Chen Jingya picked up a cup lightly and handed it to Su Ming with a smile. Mr. Su, please have a taste. Su Ming took the teacup and took a sip carefully. The rich tea aroma and the light jasmine fragrance are intertwined together, and the taste is extremely silky and unforgettable. This tea tastes really good. Su Ming exclaimed, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chen Jingya smiled charmingly, her tone revealing pride. Boss Su really knows what's good. This is the second generation of De Hong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. It's the new tea leaves picked this year. The price is very high, 1 kilogram costs hundreds of thousands. Oh. Su Ming nodded gently. Although he seemed calm and composed, there was a ripple in his heart. This tea costs more than 100,000 yuan per kilogram, and it is the first time he has tasted it. Wouldn't this one bite cost several hundred? It's really comfortable to be served by someone. I don't have to do anything, and someone will arrange everything perfectly. Su Ming said with a smile, then leaned lazily in his chair, enjoying the leisure time. Chen Jingya looked at Su Ming with an even more charming look in her eyes. Then, Mr. Su, do you need me to do anything else for you? What? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and a hint of anticipation arose in his heart. Chen Jingya's eyes moved, and she looked at Su Ming with a smile. Then I will help you. She deliberately prolonged the tone to make people imagine. Chapter 32, Professional Match? Then can I give you a massage on your shoulders? Chen Jingya finally gave the answer. Phew. Su Ming almost spit out his tea. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Next time, speak faster and don't be so mysterious. It's easy for people to misunderstand. Chen Jingya smiled softly and walked behind Su Ming. Boss Su, you are so mean. This is the company. Su Ming twisted his neck and said with a smile, come on, let's try your skills. He was looking forward to the massage skills of this beautiful manager. Chen Jingya smiled sweetly and gently massaged Su Ming's shoulders. She found it pleasant to chat with the young chairman. There was no generation gap between them and they got along very well. Moreover, she was also very fond of Su Ming's appearance and temperament. If it was a different chairman, she wouldn't show this side of herself. Chen Jingya gently placed her hand on his neck. Her hands are gentle and delicate, soft as if they have no bones, and she controls the strength just right when pressing. Su Ming couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy it. You have a good technique. Have you used it on many people? Su Ming closed his eyes and couldn't help asking. Chen Jingya was immediately displeased when she heard this. Boss Su, you really wronged me. I'm not that kind of person. She explained, gently stroking Su Ming's cheek with the back of her hand. I just learned it from the internet yesterday. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Chen Jingya said embarrassedly. Su Ming couldn't help but find it funny. So, I am your test subject? Chen Jingya blushed immediately and quickly explained, no, it's not like that. I'm clearly pressing it very hard, okay? Su Ming didn't care, as long as it made him feel comfortable. Okay, I'll let you go then. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingya suddenly asked cunningly, Boss Su, if I had massaged other men, would you be jealous? Su Ming suddenly sobered up a bit. What nonsense are you talking about? You are just my employee, just do your job well. The rest is your personal freedom. Seeing Su Ming explain so much, Chen Jingya had already understood in her heart. But she didn't say it clearly. She lowered her head gently and whispered in Su Ming's ear, then Mr. Su, from now on, I will only give you massages, okay? Su Ming was silent for a moment. Well, it depends on your performance. Chen Jingya immediately understood what he meant and was secretly delighted. She said delicately, then I will definitely behave well in the future. Su Ming smiled without saying anything, silently enjoying Chen Jingya's massage. No wonder people say that women who know how to act coquettishly have the best life. It's hard to reject a woman like this. At this time, the office door was knocked open. Shu Lu walked in with a document and said carefully, Sister Jingya, I have brought the document you asked for. Just leave it there. Chen Jingya responded softly. But Shu Lu had no intention of leaving, and continued, Sister Jingya, Mr. Tang from Shangmei Entertainment will come to discuss investment matters with us later, so I may have to trouble you to contact him in person. Chen Jingya was slightly stunned. If it is normal, I will definitely contact them myself. But the chairman is here now. Chen Jingya asked with a smile, Mr. Su, what do you mean? Then just let them come over. Su Ming said lightly. He studied finance, so venture capital is a professional fit for him. At this time, downstairs of Epic Capital, an extended Lincoln sedan slowly stopped at the door. The car door opened, and a woman in a white suit and high heels walked down. The delicate face with a faint smile is full of mature charm and looks noble and elegant. Immediately afterwards, several beautiful women in beautiful clothes came out of the car one after another, and their looks were at least above 80 points. Each of them has long legs and a peachy butt. The scene is full of beauty. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Oh my god! What company is this from? Why are all of them so beautiful? This should be an entertainment company. Those behind are probably artists. Hiss, is this the strength of the entertainment industry? It's really extraordinary. Any one of these can beat those internet celebrities. Passers-by were talking about it and felt that today's scene was really pleasing to the eyes. Director Tang, will we be able to have a smooth day today? A beautiful artist asked the leader Tang Yuan with some concern. If they fail to reach an agreement on investment today, they may face the risk of disbanding. That would be tantamount to interrupting her acting career. I'm unemployed. Tang Yuan reminded them seriously, you are the face of the company, you should pay attention to your image and don't leave a bad impression on Ji Yuan. She is the boss of Shangmei Entertainment. This time her company is facing serious financial problems, so she can only find ways to raise funds to survive this crisis. Soon, they walked into the building of Epic Capital. Arrived at the administrative district. Xu Lu was the first to receive them. Director Tang, please come this way. Manager Chen and our chairman are already waiting for you in the office. Is your chairman here? Tang Yuan was a little surprised. The chairman of Epic Capital is a very mysterious billionaire. Today, a company suddenly appeared? You should also review your investment application yourself. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Xu Lu smiled and said, yes, you are really lucky to be able to get the chairman to contact you personally. Hearing this, Tang Yuan smiled bitterly and became more cautious. The artists behind her also had some curiosity in their hearts. What kind of person is the chairman of Epic Capital? They couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. A chairman who can have hundreds of billions of capital. Most likely, it's an old man. Everyone came to the chairman's office. The door opened gently. Seeing the two people inside, Tang Yuan and others were all stunned. I saw. Sitting in the chairman's seat was a handsome young man with a calm smile on his face. His brows reveal an extraordinary temperament. Could this young handsome guy be the chairman of Epic Capital? No way. Tang Yuan and the girls behind her suddenly widened their eyes. Feeling very surprised. Chapter 33, so this is what I thought? Xu Lu introduced with a smile, Mr. Tang, this is the chairman of our GUN Capital, Su Ming. Hello, Boss Tang. Su Ming stood up and extended his hand politely. Tang Yuan came back to her senses and shook hands with him, also smiling and saying hello, so you are the chairman of Epic Capital. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat, Boss Tang. Su Ming smiled indifferently and motioned the other party to sit down. This calm attitude really impressed Tang Yuan. Even though she had been in the entertainment industry for many years, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. This really disrupted her original plan. The female artist behind her instantly widened her eyes. They never expected that the boss of Epic Capital. It turned out to be a young man. In terms of appearance, he is even more handsome than any male artist in their entertainment company. What a domineering president! They all couldn't help but reveal a crazy look on their faces. Seeing this, Tang Yuan frowned slightly and reminded, you guys should sit down too. The female artists under his company have, after all, seen a lot of ups and downs. Why do you lose your composure when you see Su Ming? She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In this negotiation, he was clearly at a disadvantage before he even opened his mouth. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so young. Tang Yuan smoothed the hair by her ears, and she was obviously a little confused. Boss Tang, thank you for your praise. Su Ming smiled and took the lead in speaking, then let's get to the point. Chen Jingya smiled, stood behind him, and played a supporting role. Tang Yuan also became serious at this time, and said straight to the point, Mr. Su, I hope your Epic Capital can invest in my Shangmei Entertainment. In recent years, our Shangmei Entertainment has been profitable and its stock price has been rising. I believe that with your investment, the company will move to a higher level and bring you rich returns. Hearing these words, Su Ming smiled. This Tang Yuan is really smooth in her speech. According to Qin Jingya's investigation, Shangmei Entertainment has indeed developed rapidly in recent years. But because of this, they suffered suppression from their peers. Several film and television dramas were suppressed, causing difficulties in their capital circulation. It's a bit difficult to continue operating now. It's not as easy as she said. She said this simply to increase her topics of conversation so that she could be in a more advantageous position. Su Ming chuckled and flipped through the documents. Boss Tang, based on what we know so far, things don't seem as simple as you said, right? This. Tang Yuan was stunned for a moment, with a hint of anxiety on her face. But if you think about it carefully, with the power of Epic Capital, how could they not be able to investigate the internal affairs of their company? She still had a glimmer of hope. It seems now. It's impossible to hide it. Okay. We at Shangmei Entertainment are really in trouble right now, and we urgently need some funds to help us out. I believe that with your vision, it is not difficult to see that our Shangmei is definitely a company with great potential. Tang Yuan said this very skillfully, lowering her posture while remaining neither humble nor arrogant. He also praised Su Ming in disguise. Su Ming smiled, and felt a little more appreciative of Tang Yuan. Then how much investment do you want? Su Ming asked calmly. Tang Yuan was delighted and said directly, 500 million. In return, we will give you 20% of the shares. Su Ming fell into deep thought. Shangmei Entertainment's current market value is nearly 3 billion. Under normal circumstances, using 500 million to buy 20% of the shares is a sure win. But the problem is that Shangmei Entertainment's stock price has been falling. From this point of view, this investment is obviously full of risks. Su Ming had an idea in mind and said slowly, 500 million is indeed not much. But I still have to think about it. Hearing this, Tang Yuan became a little anxious. Director Su, if you have any concerns, we can discuss it now. Su Ming waited for him to get up, but she couldn't wait. If it had been delayed a few more days. If the stock price of my company drops further, it will be another price by then. Thinking of this, she was shocked and couldn't help but look at Su Ming. She understood. The other party is deliberately lowering the price. Sure enough, those who can reach this position are not simple characters. Su Ming smiled calmly. Boss Tang, we need to conduct a risk assessment. We can't make a decision so rashly. Don't you agree? Tang Yuan nodded bitterly and said, you are right, I was too hasty. The atmosphere was obviously a bit tense. Shu Lu came over and asked gently, Boss Tang, what kind of tea do you want to drink? Tang Yuan didn't have the heart to drink tea at this moment. It's all fine with me. Just do whatever you want. What about you guys? What would you like to drink? Shu Lu smiled slightly and asked the 4 female artists who came with Tang Yuan. We can, too. They responded with polite smiles. Although they are used to drinking coffee and rarely drink tea, they have to be polite now that they are in someone else's company. Su Ming said casually, Jingya, there is a pile of tea leaves over there. Pick out some good ones and let the guests taste them. Chen Jingya nodded, opened the tea cabinet, took out an exquisite tea can and said, Mr. Su, girls seem to prefer green tea. Do you think the Xinyang Maojian and Blue Sky Jade Leaf tea is suitable? The words fell. Tang Yuan and her group couldn't help but widen their eyes. Oh my god. Isn't it about a pile of tea leaves? Shouldn't it be the most common one? How come the first thing he did was to produce Xinyang Maojian Blue Sky Jade Leaf? This is auction-grade tea. 1 kilogram costs more than 1 million. Just take it out so casually and treat them? This Su Ming is really generous. Su Ming's focus is not on the price of tea. But it was the previous sentence Chen Jingya said. Do girls prefer green tea? Did you do that on purpose? Su Ming smiled and said, then please make some tea for the guest. Chen Jingya began to brew tea skillfully. After a while, the tea aroma rises, and the unique fragrance of Faith Maojian tea permeates the entire office. Mr. Tang, your tea. Chen Jingya handed a cup to Tang Yuan first, and then each female artist had one. Tang Yuan sniffed the teacup and took a deep sniff. The fresh and elegant fragrance fills the tip of the pen. Intoxicating. These female artists also learned to appreciate tea. It feels like what I drink is not tea, but RMB. This one bite costs several $1,000s. Although they are active in the entertainment industry, this is the first time for them to drink tea that costs more than 1 million yuan per pound. The eyes of these female artists also became more passionate when they looked at Su Ming. He is worthy of being the boss of $1 trillion group. Too arrogant. Tea is delicious. But for Tang Yuan, the company's crisis is more critical. She also knew that she couldn't delay any longer. Mr. Su, if you have time today, you can come with me to our Shanghai entertainment and have a deep understanding of the operation of our company. This will also allow you to better assess the risks. What do you think? Of course, she had some plans of her own. If Su Ming could go to Shanghai entertainment with her, then based on Su Ming's identity, many female artists in the company would probably show up on their own initiative. If it succeeds, wouldn't the company's crisis be resolved immediately? Men only like two things: money and women. She can only find a way to complete the financing as soon as possible. Even if it fails, letting Su Ming understand the strength of their company will also be of some help in this negotiation. Chen Jingya keenly sensed something was wrong, but she didn't say it explicitly. She just looked at Su Ming, waiting for his opinion. Su Ming smiled faintly. Forget it. We will give you an answer as soon as possible. At this time, Chen Jingya spoke up. Yes, Boss Tang, after our risk assessment, if we determine that Shanghai Entertainment has a value-added return, we will naturally invest in you. You just need to wait for good news. Of course, during this time, you can also try to contact other institutions. Hearing this, Tang Yuan looked bitter. There aren't too many companies in Shanghai that can come up with 500 million yuan for investment at once. Even if there is, the review period will be extremely long. Epic Capital, she had applied for it a month ago and finally got the opportunity to meet today. She can't keep wasting time. Manager Chen, Jiyuan is my best choice. I very much hope to cooperate with you and achieve a win-win situation. Tang Yuan said very sincerely, since you said so, I will wait for your good news. I am sorry to bother you today. Thank you Mr. Su and Manager Chen for your hospitality. She stood up, smiled, and prepared to leave. Hearing this, Chen Jingya ordered, Shulu, then you can see Boss Tang off. Soon, Shulu saw Tang Yuan and her group off and left the office. Su Ming and Chen Jingya were the only ones left in the office. Chen Jingya looked at Su Ming and praised him. Boss Su, what a good move. This tactic of playing hard to get has Tang Yuan firmly in our hands. When Tang Yuan gets impatient in a few days, we can lower the price. She will naturally give us more shares than we have now. Su Ming was a little confused. I was just being a little cautious. Why does it seem to become so powerful when it comes into Chen Jingya's mouth? Su Ming asked with great interest, Jingya, if this investment was yours, what would you do? According to Chen Jingya's report, although this investment has risks, the returns are also very substantial. He was quite curious about how Chen Jingya would make the decision. Chen Jingya smiled and said, if it were me, I might not dare to make such a large investment. However, I should be able to reach an agreement with them today. However, after what you did, Director Su, I realized that there is indeed a gap between you and me. Su Ming became even more curious. Chen Jingya said seriously, look, if I agree to invest in them today, it will indeed solve their urgent needs. It may also bring certain benefits to the company. But you deliberately delayed a little. This would actually throw them off balance. As long as we extend an olive branch to them at the right time, perhaps the conditions at that time will be more favorable to us. And our help will be like timely assistance to them. Perhaps, I can also gain their friendship and maximize the benefits. It's really high. Director Su. Chen Jingya's face was full of admiration. I didn't expect that Su Ming, who is so young, is so cunning. After hearing this, Su Ming was completely dumbfounded. So, this is what I thought. Chapter 34 Malicious Price Cutting. Time flies, and it is almost noon in a blink of an eye. Chen Jingya smiled and asked softly, Director Su, what are your plans for lunch? Do you want to go out and taste the food, or try our company's home-cooked dishes? Su Ming smiled calmly, then I'll eat with you guys. I also want to know about the company's food situation. He had only been a rich man for a few days, and his appetite had not yet become so picky. President Su is really approachable. Jiyuan Capital is lucky to have a chairman like you. Then I will go and notify the kitchen to prepare. Chen Jingya was overjoyed and prepared to give Shu Lu instructions. At this time, Su Ming's cell phone rang. It was Jiang Yue calling. Su Ming, are you free at noon? I want to discuss something with you. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yue's voice was a little anxious. Su Ming was silent for a moment. I had just agreed to have lunch with Chen Jingya, and now I received an invitation from Jiang Yue. I was a little hesitant for a moment. He looked up at Chen Jingya and found that she was looking at him expectantly. However, you can't always have the best of both worlds. He weighed the matter for a moment and decided to go to Jiang Yue's appointment first. When I'm free, he responded calmly. Jiang Yue on the other end of the phone seemed relieved. Great. Where shall we meet? Give me the address and I'll come to find you, Su Ming said concisely. Okay, see you later. The phone call was hung up. Chen Jingya's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she still smiled and said, "It seems that Director Su was really busy. It's a pity today. Where are you going? I'll take you there." Yes. Su Ming then remembered that it was Chen Jingya who sent him to work today. It is indeed a bit inconvenient if you don't drive yourself. He glanced at the address information sent by Jiang Yue and said, Weiyu Clothing, number 137 Taiha Road. Oh, here. It's not far from our company. Chen Jingya smiled, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Then let's go, Mr. Su, don't keep the young lady waiting for too long. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little amused. Not only did he stand up Chen Jingya, but he also asked her to take him on a date with a girl. This is simply too much. However, he found it very interesting to see Chen Jingya's deflated look. Less than a quarter of an hour later. Weiyu Clothing Company, the entrance of the building. Su Ming got out of the car and said to Chen Jingya with a smile, Jingya, this is enough. You can go back. Chen Jingya tried hard to keep her smile, but there was a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Okay, Mr. Su. I wish you a happy date. Goodbye. Su Ming waved his hand gently and watched Chen Jingya leave. He couldn't help but smile softly in his heart. Why does this woman act like a jealous person? Her tone and eyes were full of sourness. Never mind. Su Ming didn't want to think about it anymore, so he walked into the door of Weiyu Clothing. At this time, Weiyu Clothing, Chairman's office. There is a faint scent of tea in the air, intertwined with the unique freshness of Weiyu Clothing. Jiang Yue sat behind her desk, her eyes calm but firm. She looked up at the man sitting opposite her. Su Wutao, the general manager of Su Group, was looking at her with a determined smile. The Su Group operates a clothing processing factory and happens to be a partner of Weiyu Clothing. Mr. Su, the time we agreed on is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did you arrive early? Jiang Yue opened her red lips slightly, with a hint of confusion in her tone. Su Wutao chuckled and explained, something unexpected happened, so I came here early. Director Jiang, please take another look at the subsequent contract. If there is no problem, please sign it so that I can go back and report. The contract was handed over. Jiang Yue took it and read it carefully. She keenly felt that there seemed to be something wrong in the contract. Suddenly, her eyes focused, and when she saw the amount on the contract, her brows frowned slightly. Boss Su, are you kidding me? There was a hint of displeasure in her voice. This was not the price we originally agreed on. Why is it suddenly increased by 20% now? Su Wutao still had a smile on his face. Director Jiang, you also know that the price of raw materials has increased, and the year-end is approaching, so our costs have also increased. In order to maintain normal operations, we can only adjust the price appropriately. Jiang Yue's eyes suddenly turned cold. The price had clearly been agreed upon before, but now it is suddenly increased? This reason is totally untenable. The other party clearly saw that my clothing business was booming recently and wanted to take advantage of it. Mr. Su, this is not the first time we have cooperated with each other. I think it is not wise for you to use such tricks. Jiang Yue said with a wry smile. Su Wutao met her cold gaze and his heart trembled slightly. Jiang Yue founded Weiyu Company in Shanghai with her own abilities, and she personally negotiated every business deal. This kind of smart and capable woman does have an extraordinary aura. But Su Wutao came here with a mission today, so he naturally couldn't retreat at this moment. Su Wutao spread his hands, looking unmoved. Director Jiang, I suggest you reconsider this. After all, if Weiyu lacks this batch of goods, it will seriously damage your interests. Jiang Yue laughed angrily. The fox's tail is finally revealed. To put it bluntly, aren't you just trying to rip us off? She weighed the pros and cons and finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay. Since you've said this, why should I disagree? Hearing this, Su Wutao's lips curled up into a triumphant smile. Yesterday, he got into trouble outside and was beaten by his uncle on the spot. After returning home, he was severely scolded by his father. This death order was issued today. I must complete this deal to make up for my mistake. Seeing that the transaction was successful, he breathed a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later. the office door slowly opened, and Su Wutao and his group walked out. Their faces were filled with smiles of victory, and it was obvious that the negotiations were extremely beneficial to them. Mr. Jiang, please stay. You don't have to see me off. Su Wutao looked very pleased and proud. Zhang Yue shook her head slightly, a sneer appearing at the corner of her mouth. Who's going to give it to you? She is going to see Su Ming. Zhang Yue did not deny it, but took over the conversation with a smile. Then please, Mr. Su, give my regards to your father when you return. Su Wutao's eyelids twitched and his smile became a little stiff. Is this just a simple greeting, or does it have some other implication? He laughed dryly. No problem, no problem. I hope we can have another chance to cooperate next time. Zhang Yue smiled and said nothing. It was obvious that she was not satisfied with the outcome of the negotiation. Being forced to lower prices by the Su Group not only squeezed her profit margin, but also raised her prices, which undoubtedly had a negative impact on her subsequent cooperation with other manufacturers. However, obtaining this supply of clothing is of immeasurable value to the long-term development of the brand. Even so, she couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved at the moment. I suffered a loss in silence. Su Group? Humph, I hope you don't let me catch you. Zhang Yue swore secretly in her heart. At this moment, there was a commotion at the front desk, which caught her attention. She looked up and saw a man talking to the female assistant at the front desk. Hello, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The female assistant asked politely. Su Ming calmly replied, I'm looking for Zhang Yue. Oh, you're looking for our director Jiang. She's in a business meeting now. Do you have an appointment? If not, you may have to wait a moment. Our director Jiang generally does not receive guests without an appointment. The female assistant reminded with a smile. Su Ming smiled slightly. Okay, then I'll wait for her. As he said this, he prepared to find a place to sit down and wait. Zhang Yue couldn't help but feel happy when she saw this scene. Just as she was about to step forward to greet Su Ming, she found that Su Wutao was one step ahead of her and was already walking towards Su Ming. Chapter 35. You change your expression too quickly. Mr. Su, I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Wutao's face was full of smiles and his attitude was extremely humble. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then recognized the person in front of him. Are you Su Wenchuan's brother? Yes, I'm Su Wutao. We just met yesterday. Su Wutao nodded and smiled awkwardly. After witnessing Su Ming's great power yesterday, he was immediately convinced. At this moment, he was eager to curry favor with this big boss. There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Yue's eyes. How do Su Ming and the people from Su Group know each other? And judging from Su Wutao's attitude, he seemed to be quite afraid of Su Ming. What is going on? Zhang Yue walked over slowly, with a hint of doubt between her brows. Su Ming, do you know this Mr. Su? When Su Wutao heard this, a hint of embarrassment immediately flashed across his face. His gaze lingered on Su Ming for a moment, and he seemed a little unnatural, just like a mouse seeing a cat. That sense of fear seemed to seep out of his eyes. This made Zhang Yue even more curious. Su Ming smiled calmly. Oh, this is a long story. It can be said that we didn't know each other until we fought. What do you think, Mr. Su? Su Wutao immediately understood what he meant and nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Su and I really got to know each other after fighting. Zhang Yue looked at the scene in front of her and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you sure it's no fighting, no acquaintance? Why do you look more like a beaten rat? Wait, that's not right. Mr. Jiang, how come you also know Mr. Su? Su Wutao suddenly realized that something was wrong and asked in confusion. Su Ming was also a little stunned, and said lightly, yes, Yue and I are good friends, and we are preparing to have dinner together. Have you finished discussing things? Hearing this, Su Wutao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered his tough attitude towards Wei Yu Company just now, and couldn't help feeling uneasy. Su Ming actually knows Zhang Yue. Moreover, the relationship seems to be extremely close. If you offend Su Ming, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly sweating so much? Su Wutao's assistant looked at him and asked. At this moment, a shocking scene happened. Su Wutao suddenly put on an extremely flattering smile and said to Zhang Yue flatteringly, Boss Jiang, if I had known that you and Mr. Su were good friends, I wouldn't have been so presumptuous. I'm so sorry, I just said something a bit too much, please don't take it to heart. Ah. Jiang Yue was completely stunned. She never expected that Su Wutao's attitude would suddenly change so drastically. Then, Su Wutao actually snatched the contract from his assistant and tore it up without hesitation. Hiss. This contract is simply full of unfair terms, he said indignantly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Damn it, didn't you bring the contract yourself? Unfair terms? So, what do you mean? Jiang Yue blinked, confused. Su Wutao continued without hesitation. Cooperation should be a win-win situation. Of course we need to re-sign the contract. Jiang Yue? Weren't you just taking advantage of the situation? How come cooperation is a win-win situation now? Mr. Su, don't forget what Director Su told you. The assistant beside him was very anxious. Just shut up, I know my limits. Su Wutao shouted angrily. You know, their Su family relies on his uncle. But Wang Yongshan was extremely respectful to Su Ming. It can be seen that Su Ming's power is already beyond imagination. If Su Ming is offended, the result will be unthinkable. Even if his father was present, he would definitely make the same choice as him. Director Jiang, let's follow your contract and re-sign it as soon as possible. Su Wutao urged immediately. Okay. Shawan, take the contract. Jiang Yue raised a smile and decisively instructed the secretary beside her. She completely understood it. Su Wutao is afraid of Su Ming. Su Ming's power is definitely someone that the entire Su group cannot afford to offend. Secretary Shawan handed the contract of Weiyu clothing to Su Wutao. Su Wutao didn't even look at it, he took it in front of Su Ming and said humbly. Mr. Su, would you like to take a look at the contract and see if there is anything you are not satisfied with so that we can make some changes? This moment. Everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. Who on earth is this Su Ming? Su Wutao's arrogant face before has now completely disappeared. In return, Su Ming was treated with flattery and fawning. People who don't know would think Su Ming is his biological father. Su Ming glanced at Jiang Yue. I probably guessed what happened. Brother Su, this is a collaboration between you and Weiyu Company. How can I make the decision? You can talk to Yue. As long as both of you think it's appropriate, it'll be fine. He did not act aggressively, but instead gave Su Wutao face. Calling the other person brother can make all grudges disappear with a smile. There are no eternal enemies in this world. Hearing the other party calling him brother, Su Wutao finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, Director Jiang, do you think we should revise this contract again? According to your requirements. Jiang Yue smiled and said, just follow this contract and we can renew it. Then I'll do as you say. As soon as Su Wutao finished speaking, he took out a pen and quickly signed his name on the contract. Mr. Su, this. The assistant was completely confused. The duck that was right in front of my mouth flew away just because of a few words? 20 million is gone. Director Jiang, it's your turn to sign. Su Wutao returned the contract to Jiang Yue, with a hint of urging in his words. Jiang Yue looked at the signed contract with a dazed look on her face. It only took a few minutes. 2 contracts, a difference of 20 million. As a result, now the other party has made concessions and is urging me to sign the contract? This plot. Even movies don't dare to be shot like this. And all this changes. All because of one person. Su Ming. Jiang Yue didn't waste any time and signed the contract quickly. Everything is settled. Su Wutao finally showed a relieved smile on his face. Mr. Su, can we exchange contact information? My father and I will invite you to have dinner together some other day. Compared to Su Wenchuan, he is indeed more cunning. No, understand the current affairs. It does hurt to give up these tens of millions of profits. But if Su Group can get in touch with Su Ming, everything be smooth sailing in the future? Su Ming smiled calmly and said, if there is a chance, then yes. That's great. Su Wutao was ecstatic. It is a blessing to be able to turn Su Ming's enemy into a friend. With the support of Wang Yongshan, the Su family has come to where they are today step by step. He knows very well the importance of personal connections. After returning home, his father will not only not blame him, but will praise him instead. I can also give an explanation to my uncle. It can be said that good things come in pairs. Soon, the two added prestige. Su Wutao treated her like a treasure, smiled at Zhang Yue, then looked at Su Ming and said, "Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. See you next time?" Su Ming nodded indifferently. He was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. Su Wutao also nodded in respect and left Wei Yu Company with a satisfied heart. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Zhang Yue and her secretary Xiaowan looked at each other and were shocked. This Su Wutao is just like a younger brother in front of Su Ming. Su Ming, what is your identity? Chapter 36. We meet again. Su Ming, you are really my lucky star. Zhang Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you know how much help you have brought me this time? How big? Su Ming looked confused. He felt like he hadn't done anything. In terms of short-term benefits, you have saved me 20 million. In terms of the company's long-term development, it has completely opened up the supply window. We no longer need to worry about supply chain issues. Zhang Yue looked at Su Ming with a gleam in her eyes. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. It seems that today's transaction is very crucial to Wei Yu Group. I didn't expect that I could help so much just by coming here casually. So, how can I thank you? Zhang Yue looked serious. Su Ming looked at her expression and smiled faintly. It's a little early to say thank you now. Don't you still have a big problem that you haven't solved? Hearing this, Zhang Yue also became serious. Well, there will be a cocktail party tomorrow, and that guy should be here too. I'm afraid he will do something outrageous to you then. She looked up, her eyes showing some worry. Su Ming naturally knew that the person she was talking about was the one with whom she had an engaged relationship as a child. It is said that it is also a billionaire family. This incident made Zhang Yue very distressed. If it were in the past, he really wouldn't have the qualifications to arm wrestle with others. But considering his current net worth, he is not afraid at all. With me here, what are you afraid of? Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "Okay, let's go. If you want me to do a good job, then treat me to a meal first. I'm already hungry." Zhang Yue smiled, and her worried expression disappeared. I don't know why. I always feel extremely safe with Su Ming around. Time passed and a day went by. The next day at noon, Su Ming started today's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Reward, 36% of Wanda Group's shares, becoming the second largest shareholder. Oh shit. Su Ming was shocked. The system actually created a Wanda Group for itself? You know, Wanda Group is one of the leading large enterprises in China. It covers 4 major areas: business, culture, network, and finance. It is also the world's largest real estate company, with more than 300 Wanda plazas and over 100 star-rated hotels. Although currently, Wanda Group is in debt on the surface, but its total assets are over 700 billion. After deducting liabilities, the net assets are still more than 400 billion. In other words, Su Ming's 36% stake is worth at least 144 billion. Sure enough, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. It's totally a profit. Ha, I'm welcome then. Su Ming was in a good mood and directly put the Wanda Group's equity certificate into his pocket. At the same time, Wanda Group, Chairman's office. Chairman Wang Jianye was shocked when he saw the news. He did this to reduce the company's debt ratio and ease financial pressure. A temporary decision was made yesterday to transfer part of the shares. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for ordinary people to take over this hot potato. But what he didn't expect was that it happened in just this short night. Someone actually bought all these shares directly. This is hundreds of billions of cash flow. For Wanda Group, this is a timely help. Who is the boss who made such a big move? Wang Jianye exclaimed, then looked at the list of shareholders. There are 2 words written on it. Su Ming. There is some basic information below. The only thing missing was the other party's contact information. Oh my god, there is actually such a real dragon in China? And in the Magic City? Wang Jianye did not dare to delay and immediately called his son, who was also working in Shanghai. The call was connected quickly. A somewhat unruly voice came from the other end. Hello, Dad. You called me, what's the matter? Wang Xihong was originally a playboy from a wealthy family and also an internet celebrity. He had previously made a bold statement that he would never go back to work at Wanda Group even if he was beaten to death. But he has been in society for several years and knows how difficult it is to start a business. Finally, I found that working at home is the best. Now he has already returned to Wanda Group. Today, someone acquired 36% of our group's shares. Wang Jianye's tone was calm, but it was like a bomb that exploded in Wang Xiheng's mind. What? Someone is willing to acquire our Wanda Group at this time? And buy so many shares at once? This is the benefactor of our group. Wang Xiheng was shocked. When Wanda Group announced its debts that year, many shareholders fled and sold their stocks one after another. Everyone thinks Wanda is no longer good. But now, someone can actually buy so many shares. This is definitely a shot in the arm for Wanda. Wang Jianye nodded and said solemnly, yes. This person is a good friend of our Wanda. He is now in the Magic City. You must find him. Make friends with him. Wang Xiheng asked curiously, Dad, don't you have his contact information? Wang Jianye shook his head. No, I only know that this person is called Su Ming and is extremely mysterious. There is no contact information, which may be deliberately hidden. I can't investigate further without authorization, otherwise it will cause resentment. If you can find him, that would be great. Please help me thank him in person. If you can't find him, then we can only give up. Okay, I understand. Wang Xiheng nodded, knowing that this task was extremely important. At the same time, I was extremely curious about Su Ming, who spent hundreds of billions to buy shares without even any contact information. Magic City, when did such a person appear? At night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. In front of the Zijin Hotel, there was a bustling crowd and it was very lively. Now, many guests had not yet entered, but were gathering at the door, greeting each other in a warm atmosphere. Among these people, one figure is particularly eye-catching, that is the chairman of Shun Group, Wang Yongshan. Wang Yongshan has become the focus of everyone's attention, like the moon surrounded by stars. Director Wang, with your status and position, the main seat at tonight's dinner must belong to you. Yes, there are only a few billionaires like Mr. Wang in the entire industry. I hope Mr. Wang can take care of me and support me in the future. Wang Yongshan listened to the flattery from all around and just responded modestly without boasting. At this time, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped beside. Su Ming got out of the car and opened the back door. Two slender legs stepped out first, and Jiang Yue walked out of the car gracefully. She was wearing a black evening dress tonight with a diamond necklace around her neck, looking elegant and graceful. On her fair wrist was a Hermes bag. The light makeup on her delicate face highlights her natural beauty. Her arrival. Just like a dazzling star, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! Is this Jiang Yue from Weiyu Group? She's so beautiful. It's her? The legendary most beautiful woman in Tianhai. Sure enough, hearing about someone is not as good as meeting them in person. It is said that the Jiang family of Hangzhou is behind her. That is a prominent family. People's focus is now on Jiang Yue. However, Wang Yongshan walked towards Su Ming and said respectfully, Mr. Su, we meet again. Chapter 37. This debt must be repaid. Su Ming was a little surprised. It turns out to be Mr. Wang. You are also attending this dinner? What a coincidence. Wang Yongshan nodded slightly. Yesterday I heard from Xiao Tao that you knew Mr. Jiang, and I was wondering if I could meet you at the banquet tonight. It seems that this is all fate. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Su Ming. Then he looked at Jiang Yue beside Su Ming and said apologetically, Boss Jiang, Xiao Tao offended me yesterday. I have already taught him a lesson. I hope you don't take it to heart. In the future, Su Group will cooperate sincerely with Wei Yu. He was the one who built up the Su Group and held a large portion of its shares. He naturally has absolute right to speak. Jiang Yue was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal and smiled faintly. Okay, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Hearing this, Wang Yongshan breathed a sigh of relief and invited, Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang. Shall we go in together? Su Ming agreed, and Jiang Yue took his arm and they entered the venue together. This scene. It made everyone else present gasp. Completely shocked. Oh my god. What's going on? Could it be that the young man is the real boss? Even Wang Yongshan has to be respectful to him? What is his identity? I thought Mr. Wang went to say hello to Jiang Yue, but it turns out he went to say hello to that young man? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought that young man was the driver. Oh my goodness. It seems that our magic city is really home to hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Inside Purple Mountain Hotel, 28th floor. This business dinner invited hundreds of guests from Shanghai and was extremely grand. Rich merchants came and went, all with happy smiles on their faces. Wang Yongshan said humbly, "Mr. Su, with your status and position, you must have a seat at the main table tonight. Otherwise, I will talk to the organizer and ask him to arrange it for you." He is worth tens of billions, and this time he was invited to sit at the main table. That is the most distinguished table. Su Ming is more capable than him and is fully qualified to sit at the same table with him. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled and said, "No need to bother, Yu Wei and I can just sit at the same table." "Mr. Su, you are really informal." Wang Yongshan praised them and said, "Then I won't bother you two anymore. I'm going to go and socialize." Su Ming smiled slightly, and then he and Jiang Yue went to their place. Now. Purple Mountain Hotel, a certain floor. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses overlooked the scene below the hotel through the floor-to-ceiling windows. There seems to be some secrets hidden in his eyes. Next to him stood a man of even more extraordinary status. He is the Prince of Wanda Group, Wang Xiheng. Wang Xiheng asked curiously, "Chengye, what are you looking at?" Zhang Chengye retracted his gaze, turned back and smiled, "I'm looking for my fiancée. She will also come to this dinner today." "Ah? Your fiancée? Then why doesn't she join you?" Wang Xiheng was even more surprised. Zhang Chengye waved his hand and smiled, "It's a long story, so let's not talk about it for now." "Brother Xiheng, are you coming to the Magic City to discuss business this time?" "We were originally discussing business, but now there is something more important." Wang Xiheng's eyes were deep. "I am also looking for someone. This person just bought a large number of shares in our Wanda Group today." "What?" Zhang Chengye's eyes suddenly widened. Who is so generous? Even though Wanda Group has shrunk, it is still the leader. In the business circle, it plays an important role. Anyone who can purchase a large number of Wanda shares must be a person of extraordinary status. Wealth status. It's totally incomparable to him. Their Zhang family is just a billionaire family, which is totally insignificant in front of such a person. Being able to make friends with Wang Xiheng is already a great achievement for him. "Brother Xiheng, what's this person's name?" "Just in case, I've heard of him. I can also provide you with some clues." Zhang Chengye asked kindly. Wang Xiheng smiled and said, "This person's surname is Su, and his given name is Ming. Have you heard of him?" "Su, Ming?" Zhang Chengye read out the name and kept thinking about it in his mind, but he couldn't find any clues. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, Brother Xiheng. I really don't know him. I'll tell you, it looks like I'm going to return empty-handed this time." Wang Xiheng shook his head and picked up a glass of wine. "Come on, let's drink together. We'll go to the dinner party later. Come on, do it." Zhang Chengye picked up the wine glass, clinked it with the other person, and drank it all in one gulp. Banquet Hall, 28th floor, Purple Mountain Hotel. The organizer, Li Shang, chairman of Right Group, took the stage to speak. "I welcome everyone to attend the dinner hosted by Mr. Li despite your busy schedule. I hope you all have fun and have a wonderful new year." As he finished his speech, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. In fact, everyone knows that this is because the high-end properties of the Right Group are about to go on sale. Everyone invited here is a well-known figure and will become potential customers of the Ruko Group. A large enterprise like the Right Group with a market value of hundreds of billions will not do meaningless things. The dinner went smoothly. The guests clinked cups and drank the wine. Jiang Yue sat next to Su Ming, pouring glass of red wine into her petal-like lips. Her cheeks were slightly drunk, as if she was hiding some unspeakable thoughts. She raised her snow-white neck, as if she wanted to drink more, but Su Ming snatched the glass away from her. "You drank so much, are you trying to get yourself drunk to death?" Su Ming's tone was filled with a hint of blame. "Today, I just want to drink some wine." Jiang Yue's eyes had begun to become blurry, and she spoke with a hint of drunkenness. She tried to snatch the wine glass back, but her body was no longer under her control. She lost her balance and fell directly on Su Ming. Her face was slightly red, with an intoxicating fragrance, and her eyes were shining like the autumn sky. Su Ming looked at her, and the irritability in his heart seemed to be soothed by this intoxicating atmosphere. His mood suddenly became lighter. "Damn it! This woman is so beautiful. Su Ming, you. Zhang Yue called softly in his ear. The warm breath made him feel a little numb. What's wrong with me? Su Ming felt a little itchy because of her. You bastard. She seemed to have no energy to curse, but still spoke stubbornly, looking somewhat cute. What's wrong with me? Su Ming was a little confused. I'm here to help you out of kindness. How did you become a bastard? Women's logic is really hard to understand. Zhang Yue did not answer his question. She looked up again, tears welling in her eyes, and her voice choked with sobs. Su Ming, why didn't you wait for me? I have been looking for you for 4 years, but you. She didn't say anything else, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Su Ming looked at her, and the doubt in his heart turned into deep heartache. It turned out that she didn't wait for her because he already had a girlfriend. That's why I'm unhappy. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made a decision. I promise you, I will never leave you again. You. There was a hint of surprise in Zhang Yue's eyes, and she seemed a little dazed under the influence of alcohol. She weakly slapped Su Ming's arm and said coquettishly, You are not a bastard, you are a bad guy. Bad guy. After tossing and turning for a while, she fell completely into Su Ming's arms, as quiet as a well-behaved kitten. Looking at her delicate face, which was full of grievance, Su Ming felt heartbroken. He gently reached out and smoothed away her tears. Alas, this debt, it seems that it is really not possible. Chapter 38 Announcing Good News? The dinner went smoothly and soon entered into another stage. The organizers will invite several guests to give speeches on stage to inspire others. At this time, the host announced. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Ms. Zhang Yue, the founder of Weiyu Company and the winner of the 23rd Shanghai Most Outstanding Female Entrepreneur, to the stage for a speech. Let us listen to her difficult entrepreneurial story. Below the stage, there was a roar of applause that shook everyone's heart. Everyone's eyes were like bright stars, all cast in the direction of Zhang Yue. At this moment, she was still leaning on Su Ming's shoulder as if in a dream. Su Ming, with a hint of helplessness, gently poked her waist and reminded her softly, Wake up, you still have a speech to make. Ah. Zhang Yue opened her intoxicating eyes blankly, but when she saw the expectant gazes around her, her drunkenness instantly disappeared. She sat up straight, her face slightly red, and whispered in shame, Why didn't you call me earlier? This time it's so embarrassing. Su Ming was speechless. How could I know that you would give a speech? How could I predict the future? 2. Zhang Yue pursed her red lips, realizing that it was her negligence and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. She stood up gracefully, walked to the center of the stage, and began her speech. Dear distinguished guests, I am Zhang Yue from Weiyu Company. It is fate that brings us together today. I know that I have little experience, so I can only share my experience with you. She tells her entrepreneurial journey in a leisurely manner, turning it into touching stories and passing it on to everyone. The guests present were fascinated by the performance, as if they had returned to the passionate days of their youth. Some people even gained valuable insights from it. Just as she finished her speech and was about to leave the stage gracefully, a voice suddenly broke the silence. My dear friends, I have something important to announce on this beautiful day. When everyone looked over, they saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking up to the stage. He held the microphone and looked very energetic. Zhang Qingye smiled, his eyes revealed a kind of determination and pride, and he solemnly announced into the microphone. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Qingye from Hangzhou Zhang Group. And this lady next to me? It's my fiancé, Zhang Yue. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my god. What's going on? Boss Jiang, you already have a fiancé? Ha? My brain crashed. I clearly remember that Zhang Yue seemed to come with another man? What's going on? Oh my god. What a huge melon. A gigantic melon. Zhang Yue stood dignifiedly on the stage, staring coldly at the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and said in a cold voice, Zhang Qingye, this is your wishful thinking, I never agreed to it. Zhang Qingye's mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Yue, don't forget our engagement, that's our parents' order. Do you want to go against the entire Zhang family? In Hangzhou, the Zhang family and the Zheng family are both aristocratic families and can be considered a good match. If the Zheng family unilaterally breaks the contract, they will surely become the laughingstock of others. Zhang Yue's face was as cold as ice. Now it is a new society, and my marriage is naturally decided by myself. She paused and continued, besides, I already have someone in my heart. Do you think I should believe this common excuse? Zhang Chengye smiled disdainfully. Jiang Yue did not answer, but just looked in the direction of Su Ming below the stage. Su Ming slowly stood up and walked towards the stage. He walked over to Jiang Yue, put his arm around her waist, looked at Zhang Chengye and said with a smile, "So, you are her fiancé?" Zhang Chengye widened his eyes and almost broke his teeth. He pointed at Jiang Yue angrily, You are so shameless. We are engaged, and you are flirting with others. Zhang Chengye, please speak more respectfully. Jiang Yue looked calm. I will give my family an explanation about the engagement. She looked at Su Ming, her eyes full of tenderness. As for now, this is Mr. Li's dinner party. If you want to cause trouble, please feel free to do so. Jiang Yue's voice was calm, her eyes flashing with determination. Besides, this is a dinner party hosted by Mr. Li. Do you want to cause trouble here? Making trouble? You're my fiancé, don't I even have the right to announce it in public? Zhang Xingye's eyes were red, as if he had suffered humiliation. I warn you, leave that man. Follow me now. The atmosphere was tense. Wang Yongshan walked over quickly and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, there is no problem with you announcing the good news. But what Mr. Jiang said is also right, she has the right to choose her own partner. You are forcing her to do this, isn't it a bit too overbearing? Without much hesitation, he chose to stand on Su Ming's side. Zhang Qingye squinted at Wang Yongshan, with a disdainful smile on his face. Wang Yongshan, this is a private matter between our Zhang family and the Jiang family. As an outsider, what qualifications do you have to butt in? There was an unmistakable threat in his words. Wang Yongshuan's heart tightened. Indeed, this is someone else's private matter. As an outsider, he really seemed to have no right to interfere. Moreover, if he offended Zhang Xingye because of this, the Zhang family behind him would not be someone he could afford to offend. Although Su Ming has a mysterious background and is of great investment value, it would seem too deliberate if he forced himself to come forward. So he looked at Su Ming, wanting to hear his opinion. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, Boss Wang, I appreciate your kindness. We can solve this problem ourselves. Wang Yongshan nodded and quietly stepped aside. Seeing this, Zhang Xingye's smile became even brighter, and he sneered, a piece of trash like you still wants to solve the problem between me and Yue? He looked at Su Ming with complete disdain. Then, he turned to Jiang Yue and said softly, Yue, our two families are truly a perfect match. If our two families join forces, we will definitely be able to create a new world. You should understand my intention. Jiang Yue heard this and said in disgust, Stop disgusting me, okay? I've already told you the answer you want. After saying that, she held Su Ming's hand tightly. All of this was her choice. Zhang Qingye's eyes twitched, and he was furious. You really don't know what's good for you. You chose such a loser to deal with me? He glared at Su Ming and shouted, You little bastard, I'm warning you, let Yue go. Su Ming sneered, It seems that not only is your mouth dirty, but your eyes are also problematic. Can't you see that it's acting? Jiang Yue felt sweet in her heart, and a smile appeared on her pretty face which was as cold as ice. This man always makes her happy. Zhang Xingye gnashed his teeth in anger, You bastard. Do you know that Jiang Yue is my fiancé? How dare you touch her? He shouted, Go ahead. Beat him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, two bodyguards immediately responded, swinging their huge fists and smashing towards Su Ming. Su Ming! Jiang Yue exclaimed and immediately stood in front of Su Ming. However, Su Ming behind her moved. He rushed towards the two bodyguards at lightning speed. Head-on confrontation. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs. Su Ming swung out two punches, and the two bodyguards fell to the ground. Ah! The wailing sound instantly resounded throughout the hall. Hiss! Everyone in the audience gasped. The battle was over so quickly, in less than 10 seconds. Chapter 39 Why don't you fight back? When Zhang Xingye saw the scene, he couldn't believe his eyes. These two bodyguards were carefully selected by him and are the super elites in the security field. As a result, he couldn't defeat Su Ming at all. It's just like an adult beating a child, one person fell to the ground after getting punched. You are fake, right? Zhang Xingye began to doubt his life. Jiang Yue's eyes were full of disbelief. She just wanted to protect Su Ming, but Su Ming just attacked and knocked her down? Can you believe this? Su Ming straightened his sleeves and felt very relaxed. The perfect physique he activated before is now of great use. It feels so fucking good. Su Ming smiled and said calmly, "Excuse me, but the 2 bodyguards you brought are really rubbish." The people around were completely stunned. Oh my god. This guy is really too crazy. Excuse me, everyone here is garbage. Wow, brother is so handsome. Oh my god, I thought he was going to be in trouble, but it turns out he is the master. He was so fast that I could only see his afterimage. I didn't even have time to react, and he knocked the guy down. This is too fierce. Zhang Chengye swallowed his saliva and quickly recovered from his shock. He stared at Su Ming and said with disdain, "Fighting is useless. In this society, without money, you are nothing. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't change the fact that Jiang Yue wants to marry me. Although the opponent is good at fighting, that is all he can do. This is a family marriage, how can it be resolved by brute force alone?" Su Ming raised his lips to sneer, and approached Zhang Chengye step by step. Force can't completely solve the problem, but it can cure your foul mouth. As he approached, an invisible sense of oppression enveloped Zhang Chengye, and he retreated in a hurry. What are you going to do? Didn't you start it first? I'm fighting back, what are you afraid of? Su Ming looked down at Zhang Chengye with a cold smile on his face. Suddenly, he grabbed Zhang Chengye by the collar and punched him hard in the face. Bang! The crisp sound echoed in the air and everyone was stunned. No, you dared to hit me? Zhang Chengye was beaten dizzy and roared. However, what greeted him was another, even more powerful punch. Stop hitting me! Zhang Chengye shouted in fear when he saw Su Ming was about to attack again. But Su Ming had no intention of stopping, and heavy punches fell like raindrops. In just a few tens of seconds, Zhang Chengye had already fallen to the ground in a miserable state with a bruised face and nose. The previous arrogance is long gone. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Su Ming loosened his hand, threw Zhang Chengye to the ground like trash, and stood up calmly. Su Ming, your hand doesn't hurt, right? Jiang Yue looked at Su Ming with heartache and asked softly. Su Ming shook his head gently, "It's okay." As he said that, he took the wipes and wiped the stains off his hands. Aren't you very capable? Why don't you fight back? He looked down at Zhang Chengye, who was groaning in pain, and sneered. He is getting angry now. If you respect me 1 foot, I will give you 1 yard. But if you mess with me, I'm sorry. But he had already restrained his strength, otherwise these punches would have really killed him. Zhang Chengye was in tears. If I could fight back, how could I have been beaten so badly by you? He covered his face, his eyes filled with hatred. Boy, you are cruel enough. But I tell you, if you mess with me today, you will definitely not have a good ending. Su Ming sneered, really? I want to see what you can do to me. He was not brought up to be scared. Looking at Su Ming's nonchalant eyes, Zhang Chengye felt a little flustered. Who is this man? Why isn't he afraid at all? Just as he was daydreaming, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Stop it. In an instant, Zhang Chengye's eyes lit up and he was ecstatic. Just see. A young man with a stern face and wearing a windbreaker walked towards them with steady steps. Behind him, there were 2 bodyguards with dignified looks following closely. Oh my god. It's actually the prince of Wanda Group, Wang Xiheng. Why did he come to our magic city? So, Zhang Chengye is his friend? Now that guy surnamed Su might be doomed. Wanda Group is a $1 trillion group. Who dares to offend Wang Xiheng? Hearing these discussions, Wang Yongshan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The prince of Wanda Group is not someone he can easily provoke. He looked at Su Ming and couldn't help but worry for him. The current situation is completely beyond his control. Jiang Yue frowned, she had a bad feeling. Although Zhang Chengye's face was swollen like a pig's head, he immediately recovered when he saw Wang Xiheng. He quickly got up and complained with tears and snot. Brother Xiheng, look at how badly I've been beaten. You have to take charge of this for me. The voice was miserable and angry. It's horrible. Wang Xiheng frowned, what on earth is going on? Who dares to beat you like this? It's the man Jiang Yue brought. Zhang Chengye endured the pain and gritted his teeth. I wanted to discuss our family's marriage with her. But that man suddenly appeared and stopped me unreasonably. Not only did he knock down my bodyguard, he also pinned me to the ground and beat me. I really can't swallow this breath. He is the first to complain and avoids all things that are not in his favor, as if he has done nothing wrong. Wang Xiheng's face became increasingly gloomy. Although he and Zhang Qingye were not close friends, they did have some friendship. Now that Zhang Qingye has been beaten, it would be embarrassing if he didn't take action. How can this be? They dare to commit violence in broad daylight. This is simply lawless. Wang Xiheng said angrily, Qingye, I will definitely seek justice for you. Boy, my brother is here. Now you're done. Zhang Qingye pointed at Su Ming with an arrogant smile on his face. Catch him. Wang Xiheng waved his hand and the bodyguards behind him immediately took action. They surrounded Su Ming as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Just at this moment, Zhang Yue stood in front of Su Ming and said clearly and firmly, Mr. Wang, this is a private matter between our Jiang and Zhang families. I hope you won't interfere. Wang Xiheng raised his eyelids and said, You are the eldest daughter of the Zhang family who was engaged to Qingye? Zhang Yue? Zhang Yue replied, The engagement was just a joke among the elders at the drinking table, and it no longer exists. Wang Xiheng smiled, with a hint of amusement in his tone, I can naturally ignore your private affairs. But your people beat up my brother, you have to give me an explanation for this matter? Zhang Yue's tone was as cold as ice. Zhang Qingye was the first to provoke, and he was beaten because he asked for it. His provocation is an excuse for you to beat him up? Wang Xiheng was furious and whispered, Hand him over while I still have patience. The atmosphere in the whole venue was completely ignited. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Yue and Su Ming. Chapter 40 The engagement is cancelled. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes focused on Zhang Yue and Su Ming. Mr. Wang, this matter is not as simple as you think. Please don't interfere. Zhang Yue stood firmly in front of Su Ming and did not retreat. If Su Ming falls into Wang Xiheng's hands, the consequences will be disastrous. When Zhang Qingye saw this scene, he felt jealousy and anger mixed together and almost went crazy. Why would Zhang Yue do this for that boy? Yue, are you crazy? Are you going to offend the entire Wang family for that boy? Zhang Yue said angrily, Zhang Qingye, shut up. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. As long as I am here, I will not let you take Su Ming away no matter what. This incident was caused by her, and Su Ming beat Zhang Qingye to help her. She couldn't let Su Ming get into trouble. Even if it means offending the entire Wang family, no matter what the consequences are, she is willing to bear them alone. Zhang Qingye was so angry that he was fuming. Okay. Zhang Yue, from now on we have nothing to do with each other. I will tell your Zhang family everything about this matter. I want to see how you can gain a foothold in the Zhang family in the future. He turned to Wang Xiheng and said, Brother Xiheng, don't worry about me. Catch that man. I will repay him tenfold for the humiliation I have suffered. However, this time, he received no response. He noticed that something was wrong with Wang Xiheng's expression. What's wrong, Brother Xiheng? You can start now. He asked cautiously, but found that Wang Xiheng seemed a little absent-minded. Asshole. You finally dared to come out from behind a girl. Just then, Su Ming, who was behind Zhang Yue, slowly walked out. When Wang Xiheng saw Su Ming's face clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly took out his cell phone, checked carefully, and was completely shocked. This is actually the same person. Wang Xiheng's voice trembled, he was surprised and happy. Zhang Qingye shouted even more excitedly, Brother Xiheng, this is a good opportunity, hurry up and get your people to catch him. His words fell. A series of crisp slapping sounds suddenly rang out. Bang! Wang Xiheng slapped Zhang Qingye to the ground with his backhand. Everyone in the audience was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! What is going on? Didn't Wang Xiheng help Zhang Qingye? Why do people fight against each other? Zhang Yue was stunned. Zhang Qingye staggered to his feet, with a look of disbelief on his face. Brother Xiheng, did you hit the wrong person? I am Qingye. I'm going to hit you. Wang Xiheng was furious and kicked him to the ground. Not satisfied yet, he kicked him a few more times. Zhang Qingye let out a painful cry, as if he had lost his parents. Wang Xiheng gave him a look of disdain, then immediately put on a smiling face and walked in front of Su Ming. The attitude is extremely respectful. Mr. Su, I have long heard of your great name. After meeting you today, I can see that you are truly a rare talent. In an instant, everyone in the audience was completely stunned. OMG. Even the Prince of Wanda Group has to respectfully call Su Ming Mr. Su. So, who exactly is this Su Ming? And he licked me on his knees. This is? Zhang Chengye was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted Wang Xihong to help him and teach Su Ming a lesson. But I didn't expect that there is always a mountain higher than the other. Even his own backer, Wang Xihong, has to respectfully address Su Ming as Mr. Su. And you even hit me backhanded? What is this? Both the mind and the body have suffered a severe blow. He felt that his life was beginning to become dark. Su Ming, what's going on? Do you know Mr. Wang? There was an incredible light in Zhang Yue's eyes. Wang Xihong explained with a smile, Mr. Su spent a lot of money today to acquire 36% of our Wanda Group's shares. He has now become the second largest shareholder of our group. What? Zhang Yue's eyes widened instantly, it was simply unbelievable. Everyone else present had expressions of astonishment and couldn't believe their ears. Oh my god. Su Ming actually acquired 36% of Wanda Group's shares and became the second largest shareholder. How much money will this cost? At least hundreds of billions. Zhang Chengye was completely stunned at this time. It turns out that the mysterious acquirer Su Ming mentioned by Wang Xihong is actually this Su Ming. This is so. Kicked the steel plate. Thinking of what he had done before, he suddenly felt a sense of fear. Mr. Su, is this so complicated? Wang Yongshan was also stunned. He originally thought that Su Ming's limit was to acquire Sunshine Island Resort and Yinglan Building. But now it seems that Su Ming's financial strength is far beyond his imagination. Who on earth is this immortal figure? He was very grateful that he had not offended Su Ming before, but chose to make friends with him. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Wang Xihong looked at Su Ming and said excitedly, "Thank you very much for this acquisition. Our Wanda Group will definitely live up to your expectations and repay your generous investment." With Su Ming's capital injection, Wanda Group will be able to successfully get out of its predicament and return to its leading position in the industry. Su Ming said calmly, "I have always been optimistic about you. This is one of the reasons why I chose to acquire you." Wang Xihong was deeply moved. There are many good horses, but few good horse trainers. Mr. Su's vision is unique and profound, which is really admirable. That's right. Wang Xihong suddenly remembered something, turned his gaze to Zhang Chengye, and shouted angrily, "Zhang Chengye! How dare you offend Mr. Su? How should this account be settled?" Hearing this, Zhang Chengye broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, Wang Xihong came to help him, but now the situation has turned around. This is the whole thing. He looked at Su Ming cautiously and bowed his head to apologize. "Mr. Su, I am blind and shouldn't have offended you. From now on, I will never harass Zhang Yue again. The previous engagement is void, completely void." As a child of a wealthy family, he knew very well how to weigh the pros and cons. Compared with the entire Zhang family enterprise, Su Ming's strength is already too strong to contend with. He didn't want to destroy the entire family business for a woman. Su Ming did not respond, but just stood there silently. Wang Xihong frowned and scolded, "Zhang Chengye, is this your sincerity?" Zhang Chengye understood what he meant and knew that the other party was actually helping him, so he immediately replied. "Of course, not only that. I plan to prepare a generous apology gift and personally deliver it to Mr. Su's house tomorrow to express my apology." Wang Xihong nodded, "This is still a bit sincere, but whether Mr. Su can forgive you depends on his mood." "Mr. Su." Zhang Chengye looked up at Su Ming, begging for his forgiveness. Chapter 41 I can't do anything about you. "Mr. Su, I beg you to forgive me." Zhang Chengye's heart was already filled with tears. Su Ming not only stole his fiancée, but also beat him up. Now, he is asked to apologize. Is there still any law? However, after knowing Su Ming's true identity, his heart gradually calmed down. After all, Su Ming is a major shareholder of Wanda Group and has the strength of the richest man. He knows it better than anyone else at this moment. A woman like Zhang Yue is ultimately out of his reach. Su Ming shook his head gently. "Forget it. No need to apologize. I don't want to see you again. As for whether I forgive you or not, it depends on Yue's opinion." Zhang Chengye immediately looked at Zhang Yue, his voice pleading, "Zhang Yue, I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced our relationship, and I shouldn't have threatened you with this matter. Just say a word and ask Mr. Su to let me go. I promise that I will never bother you again." I will also go back and explain to my family that our engagement is off the table. After hearing these words, Zhang Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. The burden in my heart was instantly lifted. Thinking back to what happened tonight, if Su Ming hadn't intervened, things will never be solved so easily. Okay, I hope you can remember what you said and not dwell on this matter anymore. Zhang Yue finally spoke. Zhang Chengye was pardoned. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Facing a strong man like Su Ming, how could he have the strength to resist? The farce of the night finally came to an end. The dinner is over. Wang Xihong and Su Ming left their contact information with each other, foreshadowing a possible deep friendship in the future. At the entrance of the hotel, Wang Xihong extended a sincere invitation to Su Ming. Mr. Su, if you have the opportunity to go to the imperial capital, my father and I will do our best to entertain you. It's late tonight, so I won't disturb you. Su Ming nodded slightly, then left in a car with Zhang Yue. The night is like water, and the wheels roll on the quiet road, breaking the tranquility of the night. Zhang Yue leaned on Su Ming's shoulder, her face slightly red, and whispered softly, Su Ming, thank you so much for tonight. Su Ming smiled and responded, I will naturally do what I promised you. Now, you don't have to bear such a heavy burden. Zhang Yue nodded, with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. For me, this matter is like a mountain, weighing on my heart for a long time. The power of my family is something I cannot contend with on my own. I have been working hard to start my own business and make a name for myself, just to prove that I am not just a subsidiary of my family. Fortunately, God has mercy on me and let me meet you again. If it were someone else, today's events would probably not go so smoothly. She looked at Su Ming, her eyes gleaming with determination. Su Ming couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It turns out that the decisive and resolute woman in her daily life also has such a fragile and helpless side. Zhang Yue sat up straight and said softly, you asked me last time if there was a way for me to repay you. I think, this is my answer. She approached Su Ming without hesitation, and after a moment of contact, they separated. Su Ming was stunned, savoring the remaining warmth between his lips. He looked at the shy but determined Zhang Yue and couldn't help but laugh. Is that the end? Zhang Yue blushed immediately. I have no experience. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have taught you. Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly and hugged her tightly in his arms. The two hearts merged into one at this moment, and a warm breath filled the air. Time seemed to stand still. Finally, their lips parted. Zhang Yue was immersed in this wonderful touch, and the blush on her face became more intense. Su Ming looked at her shy appearance and said jokingly, this is the tuition fee. If you want to learn something else next time, we need to have a more in-depth communication. You are so mean. Zhang Yue pouted, buried her head in his chest, a happy smile on her face. Xiaowan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the warm scene of the two people in the rearview mirror and couldn't help feeling envious. But more of it is relief. She knew very well how difficult it had been for Zhang Yue along the way. At this moment, seeing that she finally found a man she could rely on, I naturally felt happy for Zhang Yue. I don't know how much time passed. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the entrance of Xinghuan community. Secretary Xiaowan had already gone back, leaving only Su Ming accompanying Zhang Yue into the community. The two walked side by side, taking a leisurely stroll in the evening breeze. What happened in the past 2 days was extremely critical to Zhang Yue. However, Su Ming always stepped forward when she needed him and solved all her troubles. Zhang Yue finally relieved herself of the pressure and no longer had to live as tiringly as before. Zhang Yue looked at him quietly, and Su Ming's position in her heart became more and more important. She was very glad that she had waited for Su Ming for 4 years. Finally waited for him. When the two of them arrived at Zhang Yue's door, she stopped. Su Ming, I'm here. There was reluctance in Zhang Yue's voice. Then I'll take you here and you can rest early. Su Ming responded with a smile. Su Ming. Zhang Yue whispered, were you serious about what you said to me at the dinner party before? Su Ming was slightly stunned, and then he remembered the confession he made when he was drunk that night. He looked into Zhang Yue's bright eyes, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Of course it's true. I wouldn't say that kind of thing casually. Zhang Yue's face flushed with happiness. She took a deep breath and said with her cherry lips slightly opened, Su Ming, I haven't learned it yet. Can you teach me again? Seeing her shy and beautiful appearance, Su Ming's heart skipped a beat for no reason. This woman is really beautiful. I really can't do anything about you. He sighed softly and then put his arm around her waist. Their lips met, and the two figures leaned against each other in the moonlight. The passionate kiss lasted for a while until both of them were a little out of breath and broke apart. How does it feel? Su Ming asked with a chuckle. Well, very good. Jiang Yue's cheeks were flushed and her voice was full of sweetness. Then I'll teach you this much today. Good night. Su Ming said softly. He turned and left, leaving Jiang Yue standing alone in the moonlight. She stared at his back, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her eyes shining with stars. Bad guy. You must remember your promise. Xinghuan community, at the entrance. Su Ming was just about to get in the car to go home. At this time, a red Maserati stopped beside him. A graceful woman got out of the car, she looked especially beautiful under the moonlight. Su Ming's eyes lit up. It's actually her? Chapter 42 This is Life. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Tang Yuan greeted Su Ming with a smile, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Su Ming recognized the man and said, Boss Tang, do you also live in Xinghuan? Xinghuan is a high-end residential area. After all, the other party is the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar group, so it is not surprising that he lives here. Tang Yuan asked curiously, Mr. Su also lives here, or, are you sending someone back? I'm sending a friend off, and I'm going back now. Su Ming chatted briefly. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to seize the opportunity. Mr. Su, I'll tell you the truth, my Shangmei Entertainment really needs your investment. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me in private. As long as they are not too excessive, I can satisfy you. Even if you don't plan to invest, I want you to give me an answer in advance. You can ask for anything? Su Ming looked at her with interest. Her plump figure perfectly highlights her curves, and her whole body is full of the aura of a mature woman. Most men have no resistance in front of her. However, Su Ming was very focused and did not have any other thoughts. Just to tease her. Tang Yuan blushed slightly and said shyly, as long as it's not too excessive. Then let's do this. Regarding the investment, Su Ming just wanted to whet the other party's appetite and had no intention of making things difficult for him. It is not easy for everyone to start a business. Besides, it is a win-win situation. What Tang Yuan said was quite frank. The day after tomorrow, come to Ji Yuan and we'll sign the contract. Hearing this, Tang Yuan was extremely surprised, and her eyes widened instantly. Mr. Su, do you agree to invest? Su Ming smiled faintly. Yes, now that you have come to this point, I will give you a clear answer. I can't let you wait. Mr. Su, you are truly wise and understanding. I, Tang Yuan, will remember this favor. Tang Yuan excitedly held Su Ming's arm, and then she thought of something else. What is your request? Let's talk about this later. Su Ming glanced at her indifferently and didn't say much. Tang Yuan shyly withdrew her hand. Thank you very much, Mr. Su. At the same time, he became more curious about Su Ming. Does a man like this have what he wants? The next day. The sun is warm. After Su Ming washed up, he started today's sign-in. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Reward, a 23 model Rolls-Royce Phantom. Pickup address, number 79, Tan Palace Villa parking lot. I'm going to go get the cash? Su Ming was a little surprised. This was the first time he received a cash reward. Buzz. As his phone vibrated, a text message popped up. Your account with the last digit 576 has received 1 billion renminbi. Current balance, 1,171,358,046 renminbi and 12 cents. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. How can I spend so much money? Su Ming was in a good mood. Sign in every day and you will be rewarded with so many good things. This feeling is so great. And the reward was a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Su Ming grabbed the car keys directly in the air. At this moment, a gentle voice came to my ears. Su Ming, good morning. Ningqing Yan walked over gracefully, her curvy figure was very attractive. After Su Ming's nightly nourishment during this period, she became more feminine and looked particularly charming. You're awake. Su Ming ruffled her hair lovingly. Ever since Ningqing Yan confirmed her relationship with him, she naturally started living with him. Moreover, even if she came back late sometimes, she had no other complaints. Such a woman is worth Su Ming's cherishment. Well, are you hungry? I'll go get you breakfast. Ningqing Yan smiled sweetly. Even without makeup, she was still exceptionally beautiful at this moment. His words also revealed his deep affection for Su Ming. By the way, this car is for you. It will be yours from now on. Su Ming took her hand and handed her the key to the newly acquired Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ningqing Yan was a little surprised. Huh? That's not good. I took your car, what are you going to do? She thought it was Su Ming's Cullinan. Don't worry, this one is new. I have another one. Su Ming took out his Cullinan car keys and waved them in front of her. Ningqing Yan finally reacted and was immediately moved. She hugged Su Ming's arm and said coquettishly, Su Ming, you are so good to me. Feeling the softness of her arms, Su Ming smiled, touched her fair face, and said gently, You're still calling me Su Ming, isn't it time to call me something nicer? Hate. Ningqing Yan was extremely shy and buried her head in Su Ming's chest, feeling the warmth of the moment. She felt that meeting Su Ming was the luckiest thing in her life. After breakfast, Su Ming kissed Ningqing Yan goodbye, and she went out to work. Looking at her pretty back as she left, a smile inadvertently appeared on Su Ming's lips. This is life. At this moment, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Chen Jingya calling. Boss Su, are you coming to work today? Chen Jingya's voice was soft and charming, like a kitten scratching Su Ming's heart, making him feel numb. Su Ming joked, What's wrong, Jingya? You missed me after just one day of not seeing me? Yes, I miss President Su. I always feel lonely when President Su is not in the company. Chen Jingya counterattacked. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, so how did you deal with your loneliness when I was not around? Boss Su is annoying. Chen Jingya's pretty face turned slightly hot and she felt extremely shy. Although she is a few years older than Su Ming, she has always been busy with her career and is still a virgin. As a normal woman, how could she remain calm after hearing Su Ming's teasing words? She immediately changed the subject. It's almost New Year's Eve, and the company is preparing for a team building, but we haven't decided where to go yet. So, it's up to you, the chairman, to decide personally. Okay, then I'll come to the company to play. Su Ming still agreed. Epic Capital, downstairs of the company. Chen Jingya and Xu Lu were both wearing professional attire, standing gracefully and waiting. She is wearing black stockings and high heels on her long legs, and her proud figure is particularly eye-catching. It instantly became a beautiful landscape. At this time, a dark Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped. Seeing Su Ming getting off the car, Chen Jingya immediately greeted him with a smile. Morning, Mr. Su. Morning. Su Ming greeted her, then handed the car keys to Xu Lu and asked her to park the car. He and Chen Jingya walked into the building. Chapter 43, The Promise with Her. Epic Capital, Chairman's office. Chen Jingya smiled and said, Boss Su, what kind of tea would you like to drink today? Black tea, it will warm your stomach. Is the Dahong Pao from last time okay? No problem. Su Ming smiled faintly. In my company, apart from other things, there is quite a lot of tea. Not only do we have top quality Dahong Pao and Tiguanyin, but last time we also had blue sky jade leaf which cost more than 1 million yuan per kilogram. It's extremely luxurious. For a moment he couldn't tell whether he came to work or to drink tea. But it's good to have some free time, so I don't have to deal with those things. If you have money, shouldn't you enjoy it? Mr. Su, can I give you a shoulder massage? Asked the secretary Xu Lu with a chuckle. Okay. Let's experience it. Su Ming smiled and looked at Xu Lu out of boredom. She was wearing a black business suit today, and the fullness inside made her white shirt look extremely large, making people want to find out more. Unlike the mature Chen Jingya, she is more gentle, intellectual, and a little immature. Both of them are beautiful women with high appearance value, and they are each good at their own specialties, such as plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. It's pleasing to the eyes just by looking at it. Having two such beauties taking turns to serve you is simply the treatment of an emperor. Su Ming closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Xu Lu pressed Su Ming's shoulders and asked softly, Are you comfortable, Mr. Su? Yeah, not bad. Your technique is a little gentler than Jingya's. Hearing Su Ming say this, Xu Lu chuckled, Maybe my strength is less than Sister Jingya's. When Chen Jingya, who was making tea, heard this, a black line appeared on her forehead. This damn girl, are you saying that I am violent? However, complaints are complaints. She wasn't angry. After all, Xu Lu and she had known each other for a long time and they were like sisters. Xu Lu was also cultivated by her. If she didn't arrange Xu Lu to take the position of chairman's secretary, other girls would take this job. There is a saying that goes, the secretary is the chairman's sweetheart. If it's that secretary, she doesn't get along with him. By then, the situation will be even more difficult to control. As the tea aroma rose, Ningqing Yan also put down the tea set in her hand. Mr. Su, the tea is ready. If you have anything to ask, just tell Xu Lu. Ningqing Yan explained, and then asked, then I will go back to work first? Su Ming nodded and agreed. Su Ming and Xu Lu were the only ones left in the office. Boss Su, try the tea brewed by Sister Jingya. She has learned tea art before. She is very good at it. Xu Lu picked up the teacup and handed it to Su Ming. He also did not forget to praise Ningqing Yan. Su Ming took the tea and took a sip. As soon as I put down the teacup, the phone rang. Seeing the incoming call, Su Ming couldn't help but smile and his voice became gentler. Girl, you finally called me. I thought you had forgotten our agreement this year. The person who made this call was named Su Qing. She is a younger sister of Su Ming in the orphanage, 5 years younger than Su Ming and currently in her senior year of high school. The two grew up together since childhood. Although they are not biological siblings, they coincidentally have the same surname and have a very good relationship. Su Ming also treats her as his own sister. They agreed that they would get together and spend the two major holidays, New Year's Day and Spring Festival, together every year. Life in an orphanage is hard, and these two people who have suffered the same fate use this method to keep each other warm. However, she doesn't have her own mobile phone yet, so Su Ming can only wait for her to call him every year. Brother, how could I forget? You are the closest person to me in this world. Su Qing said happily. Su Ming's heart warmed, and he immediately said, do you have money to buy a ticket? If you don't have money, ask your classmates to add me on WeChat and I'll transfer it to you. Of course I have. I handed out flyers this summer and saved quite a bit. Su Qing's voice sounded a little proud. Seeing her sensible appearance, Su Ming felt a little sad and said, okay, then when you come over this time, I will buy you whatever you need. I will take you to eat whatever you want. Su Qing smiled and said, no need, brother. You just started working, where can you get the money? Save the money for yourself. You will marry a sister-in-law in the future. Su Ming also laughed, but I really have money now. Is it true? Brother, have you found a good job? Su Qing said playfully. That's about right. When you come here, you will know that I, your brother, will never break my promise. Su Ming is now a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions. There is 10 billion in the bank card. You say he has no money? Okay. I believe you. But I came with my classmates this time. They were worried about me, so they came with me. Su Qing was a little afraid of being blamed, so she spoke weakly. Su Ming did say that Su Qing had mentioned several times that her classmates were all pretty nice people. Sure. It's good to see the big city. Su Ming smiled with relief, and then said, by the way, when the time comes, please send me the information of the station, and I will pick you up at the station. Yeah, see you at noon then. After Su Qing finished speaking, she hung up the phone and returned the phone to a beautiful girl next to her. Shiyu, I'll return your phone to you. Thank you. Lin Shiyu is also very beautiful, and she comes from a wealthy family and is good at dressing up. In their class, she is definitely the most beautiful girl. Lin Shiyu smiled slightly and said, it's okay. Have you contacted your brother? Su Qing nodded, yes, he said he would pick us up at the station. Lin Shiyu was extremely happy, great. I heard that the Disneyland in Magic City is really fun, King, I'll treat you to a visit when the time comes. Not really. I heard it's very expensive there. Su Qing quickly waved her hand to refuse. It doesn't matter. I'm a wealthy woman. Besides, you often help me with my homework, and I haven't repaid you well yet. Lin Shiyu insisted. Su Qing still shook her head, that won't work. How can I waste your money? All right. Lin Shiyu felt helpless. Epic Capital. Xu Lu also heard the call and asked curiously, Boss Su, are your relatives coming to Shanghai? Well, you can go with me to pick me up at the station then. Su Ming said lightly. At this time, Ningqing Yan walked in with a document. Director Su, this is the dinner location for the staff team building tonight. I've picked out a few places. Would you like to take a look? Su Ming took the document and looked through it casually. They are all better restaurants and hotels. Suddenly, he found a familiar hotel name and immediately had an idea. That's it. He pointed to a spot on the document. The Sebring Hotel? Chen Jingya was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Su Ming actually chose the most expensive one. This is a 5-star hotel. Epic Capital has hundreds of employees, with an average salary of over 1,000 per person. How much would it cost for a night if we went to the Platinum Hotel for a dinner? I understand, Mr. Su. You chose the most expensive hotel on purpose. Are you trying to motivate our employees? Chen Jingya guessed. Unexpectedly, Su Ming looked confused. No, it's just because this hotel is mine. Chen Jingya. Shu Lu. Trench. Mr. Su, you are so rich and so inhumane. Chapter 44. Brother Su Ming, Yanji is right. At noon, the sun is warm. The time for Su Qing to arrive in this city is getting closer and closer. Su Ming arranged everything in advance and drove to the station with Chen Jingya to meet Su Qing. At this time, Xiaohong Station is extremely busy with people coming and going. Four young boys and girls walked together, laughing and talking happily as they came out of the station. They were about the same age, about 17 or 18, and their faces were filled with youthfulness. A girl who was dressed simply and had a neat ponytail was particularly eye-catching. Her delicate features and innocent smile made her stand out in the crowd. She is Su Ming's sister, Su Qing. Koing, we've finally arrived in the Demon City. Lin Shiyu held Su Qing's arm, her eyes full of excitement. The noisy surroundings did not affect the high spirits of these young people. A boy wearing glasses looked at the crowd outside the station and said with a smile, "The Magic City is quite close to where we are. It only takes an hour to get there by train. I plan to take the college entrance examination here next year, so it will be much more convenient for me to go to school." The thin boy next to him nodded repeatedly. Yes, and the ticket is cheap, it only costs a few dozen yuan. This time I accompany Koing here, I must have a good time in Shanghai. Pingjiang City, where they are located, is only 120 kilometers away from Shanghai, and the high-speed train can reach the city in just a few dozen minutes. However, for them, this is a rare opportunity to travel far away. With the tacit consent of their family, they accompanied Su Qing to the Magic City, both to take care of her and to satisfy their inner yearning and curiosity about the big city. Koing, where's your brother? Didn't he say he would come to pick us up? Why can't I see him? The thin boy looked around, appearing a little anxious. Lin Shiyu also looked around and said, "Yes, we have to see your brother, so that we can feel at ease. You can give him a call." She thoughtfully handed the phone to Su Qing. Su Qing called Su Ming. "Hello, brother. We are here, 4 of us. Where are you?" Su Ming's voice came from the other end of the phone. "You guys are so fast? There was a traffic jam here, but you should be there in 10 minutes. Okay, we'll wait for you outside." Su Qing hung up the phone with a smile, and then said to everyone, "Don't worry, my brother will be here soon." Wu Minghui, a boy wearing glasses, asked curiously, "By the way, Qing, did your brother drive here?" Su Qing shook her head. "I'm not sure, I think we should take a taxi." "I see." Wu Minghui showed some regret in his eyes. "Oh, if only I could drive my dad's Mercedes-Benz here, then I could take you on a tour of the Magic City." Yes, Minghui's father's Mercedes can seat 5 or 6 people. The thin boy also echoed. Su Qing smiled and said nothing more. A few minutes passed. Wu Minghui began to mutter, "Qing, why hasn't your brother arrived yet?" Lin Shiyu glanced at her phone, a little unhappy. "It's only been a few minutes, why are you in such a hurry? If you don't want to wait, just go back by yourself." Wu Minghui showed an awkward smile. "Oh, don't say that. I'm worried that Koing is unfamiliar with the place. If her brother stands her up, she will be so disappointed." "No. My brother wouldn't lie to me." Su Qing responded immediately, her eyes filled with determination. In her heart, as long as her brother is there, it is worth waiting no matter how long it takes. There was no way Su Ming could lie to her. At this time, Lin Shiyu's cell phone rang, and the message on it was, Qing's brother. She pressed the hands-free button and handed the phone to Su Qing. Su Ming's familiar voice rang out, "Hey, girl, I'm already at the station, where are you?" "Oh, we are in the square, let me see." Su King looked around. Across from here there is a Thai Chinese technology company, limited, and also. I see. You're in the South Square. We'll be there soon. Don't hang up yet. Su Ming immediately drove to the South Square. Soon, he saw the four of them standing next to the stone pier in the square. Su Ming recognized Su King in the crowd at a glance. Girl, I see you, look over here. Hearing this, Su King, Lin Shiyu and everyone else looked around. There doesn't seem to be any sign of a taxi coming this way? Just at this moment, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a luxurious Maybach S sedan stopped in front of the people one after another. High-end. Domineering. Everyone's eyes lit up. The car door opened. Su Ming and Chen Jingya got out of the car with extraordinary grace. Su King was a little stunned, but after careful confirmation, her eyes lit up. She happily threw herself into Su Ming's arms. Sticky. Brother. I finally see you, I missed you so much. At this moment, Wu Minghui, the thin boy and Lin Shiyu were all stunned. What's going on? Is he Su King's brother? Didn't you say you came here by taxi? How come Su King's brother drives two luxury cars? Could it be that her brother is so rich? For a moment, they began to doubt their lives. Su Ming gently stroked Su King's head, his eyes revealing deep love. I must have made you wait anxiously, I'm really sorry. Su King raised her head, her bright eyes filled with a hint of dependence and sweetness. She clung to Su Ming and said coquettishly, as long as you come, the time is just right. This girl is almost an adult, why doesn't she know how to be shy? Su Ming smiled dotingly and gently scratched her pretty nose with his fingers. In his heart, Su King is always the little sister who needs his protection. But today, this intimate hug make him realize that she has grown up. That tall figure of nearly 1.7 meters and that increasingly mature body. Obviously, she has grown into a tall and graceful young lady. Chen Jingya looked at the scene in front of her, her heart filled with relief. This deep affection between brother and sister is truly touching. Next to him, Lin Shiyu's eyes had long been fixed on Su Ming. Oh my god! How can Su King's brother be so handsome? She suddenly remembered the romance novels she had been obsessed with. ISNT Su Ming's imaged the perfect male protagonist in her mind. Thinking of this, Lin Shiyu's cheeks flushed quietly. Ouch, so shy. Why did I suddenly have such an idea? At this time, Su Ming had already let go of Su King and turned to her classmates. You came here specially to accompany King, I will take you to lunch at noon. Yes, yes. Lin Shiyu immediately responded cheerfully, as if she had become a different person. Wu Minghui? Skinny boy? Both of them looked confused. Lin Shiyu is their class beauty, famous for her coldness and no strangers allowed. Why did she suddenly become so lively and cute, and so enthusiastic towards Su Ming? What's going on? People who don't know would think that you are Su Ming's sister. Lin Shiyu glanced at Su Ming secretly, feeling secretly delighted. There's nothing I can do. Who made brother Su Ming so charming? Yan is right. Chapter 45. You took the wrong medicine today. Two luxury cars, a Rolls-Royce and a Maybach, were driving on the streets of Shanghai, one in front and one behind. At this time, inside the Rolls-Royce, the leather seats exude a unique fragrance and feel as delicate as silk. Su King sat quietly in the passenger seat. With Su Ming beside her, she felt much more at ease. In the back seat, Wu Minghui and the thin boy looked at each other with excitement and curiosity on their faces. There was fanaticism in Wu Minghui's eyes, as if he had discovered a new world. He stroked the seat and marveled. Oh my god, the texture of this seat is simply perfect. It is worthy of being the legendary Rolls-Royce. That's awesome. The skinny boy next to him smiled and joked, compared to your dad's Mercedes, how does this Rolls-Royce compare to your dad's Mercedes? Wu Minghui looked embarrassed, ahem. My dad's Mercedes-Benz is only worth a few $100,000. How can it compare to this Rolls-Royce? Su Ming listened and couldn't help but laugh. This kid is so interesting. Su King looked at her brother and ripples appeared in her heart. Today was really a dream for her. Brother Su Ming, who grew up with her in an orphanage, has achieved such great success now. King, you have to work harder. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with my brother. Thinking of this, Su King looked at Su Ming deeply. I thought to myself, brother, he must have forgotten the promise we made when we were kids, right? At the same time, in the Maybach, Chen Jingya was driving attentively. Lin Shiyu's eyes moved and she asked in a sweet voice, "Sister, who is Ku Ying's brother?" Chen Jingya was a little surprised. "Are you curious about Mr. Su? Director Su? Is he the chairman?" "Yes, he's worth over 100 million. Wow, he's so awesome." Lin Shiyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. At this time, Chen Jingya glanced at Lin Shiyu and asked tentatively, "Little girl, you don't have any thoughts about Mr. Su, do you?" Hearing this, Lin Shiyu's face immediately turned red, and she waved her hands hastily. No, I'm just a child, how could I think about these things? Besides, he is Qing's brother." Looking at her shy appearance, Chen Jingya couldn't help but chuckle. She is indeed still an innocent girl. His thoughts were revealed in just a few words. She smiled and reminded, "Sister reminds you that minors cannot fall in love." Who would have thought? Lin Shiyu blurted out, "But I will be 18 next year." Chen Jingya. You are awesome. Sebring Hotel. Su Ming led a group of young people into the lobby. The crystal chandelier in the center is like a giant blooming lotus, dazzling and bright, and the decorations on the four walls appear even more magnificent. Wu Minghui widened his eyes in amazement. Oh my god! Is this the style of a five-star hotel? So luxurious. They are still students, and this is their first time to stay in such a high-end hotel. I couldn't help but be shocked by this luxurious scene. At this time, General Manager Hong Peng and Su Ming's personal secretary Xu Lu, who had been waiting for a long time, came over together. When he found out that Su Ming was the boss of Epic Capital, he was really shocked. Hong Peng smiled respectfully and said, "Mr. Su, the box is ready for you. You can start eating at any time." Well done. Su Ming praised. Soon, they arrived at a high-end box. The environment is elegant and the lighting is soft. Su Ming sat in the main seat and Su Qing sat beside him obediently. Chen Jingya and Xu Lu sat on the other side of Su Ming. Su Ming introduced to his sister, "Kuing, this is your sister Jingya, and this is your sister Xu Lu." Su Qing nodded politely and greeted them sweetly, "Sister Jingya, Sister Xu Lu, hello." Xu Lu smiled gently, then took out two exquisite gift boxes. "Sister Kuing, this is the Hualien Mate 60 RS your brother bought for you, the extraordinary master phone." Wu Minghui's eyes widened. Oh my god! This mobile phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. It's his living expenses for the whole year. It's such a blessing to have a brother like this. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Su Qing hugged Su Ming excitedly. "Thank you, brother." Xu Lu stood up and took out an exquisite platinum bracelet from another gift box. She smiled and said, "This is a Tiffany 4-leaf clover bracelet my sister gave you. I hope you like it." Su Qing's eyes were slightly moist. She took the bracelet and said with emotion, "You are so kind to me. I am really grateful. I like it very much." "Sister Xu Lu, thank you." "Oh, but Sister Ing is so well behaved." Xu Lu touched Su Qing's head lovingly. "Can I put it on you?" "Aha!" Seeing Su Qing nod, Xu Lu put the bracelet on Su Qing's fair wrist. The moment she put the bracelet on Su Qing silently remembered this gentle big sister. She will always remember those who treated her well. "By the way, brother, let me introduce my classmates to you as well. This is Lin Shiyu, my best friend. These two are Wu Minghui and Huang Zichen. They have always taken good care of me in school." Su Qing enthusiastically introduced her friends to her brother one by one. Su Ming nodded and responded with a smile. He knew that if Su Qing didn't have the help of these good friends, her campus life might be very different. Looking at these slightly reserved young people, Su Ming said in a gentle tone, "You are all good friends of Kuing, there is no need to be so polite. Here, just like being at home. If you don't mind, just call me brother like Kuing did." "Okay, brother Su Ming." Lin Shiyu was the first to shout happily. This really confused Wu Minghui and Huang Zichen who were beside them. "Brother Su Ming. The voice is still so coquettish? What the hell? Lin Shiyu, did you take the wrong medicine today?" Afterwards, Wu Minghui and Huang Zichen looked at each other and politely called out Brother Ming. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became lively. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. What about the huge prawns, the silver fish in spicy sauce, the flower mushrooms in abalone sauce, the southern hairy crabs? A wide variety of delicious food is presented to everyone. They were dazzled and drooling at the sight. Su Ming expressed his opinion directly, picked up a large crab claw, and said cheerfully, "Eat it all, don't be polite with me." Wu Minghui rubbed his hands and was really not polite. He started eating with ease. Huang Zichen was a little reserved at first, but he couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. "Can't help it, just join in." He started eating. The two girls, Su Qing and Lin Xiu, were more gentle, but they also ate a lot. Looking at this lively atmosphere, it feels a bit like the banquets I attended in my childhood. Su Ming had a particularly good appetite today. Chen Jingya and Xu Lu, who were beside him, would feed him delicious food from time to time. "Mr. Su, eat the abalone I picked for you. Eat my Arctic scallops." Su Ming ate all the food and almost felt full. Don't mention it, the feeling of being fed by a beautiful woman is really such a great enjoyment. Chapter 46 Is This Day Bi? The afternoon sun shines on the streets. Su Ming and Chen Jingya drove a luxury car with Su Qing and her friends to Disneyland. The two luxury cars instantly attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Enter Disney. There were crowds of people inside, and laughter and joy were heard everywhere. Wu Minghui and his companions were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins, rushing towards various amusement projects impatiently. Su Qing still stayed beside Su Ming obediently, with curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Brother, what are you doing now? How did you become so powerful?" Su Ming said casually, "I did some investment things and was lucky, so I made some money." Of course, he couldn't tell her the truth, he could only give her a general idea. "Brother, you really are the best." Su Qing hugged his arm sweetly, her eyes full of admiration. A warm feeling arose in Su Ming's heart. If the system hadn't been activated, it would be a problem for him to work anywhere now. It can be said that this journey has been like walking on thin ice. Now that I have money, Su Qing can live a carefree life in the future. At this time, Chen Jingya and Xu Lu came over from behind them with smiles on their faces. Su Qing saw them approaching and blinked mischievously. Suddenly he asked, "Brother, who do you think is prettier, Sister Jingya or Sister Xu Lu?" Su Ming was stunned for a moment. "They are all very beautiful. If you were asked to choose one to be my sister-in-law, who would you prefer?" Su Qing raised the corners of her mouth, looking mysterious. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Girl, why are you asking such a question? Only children make choices, I want them all." "Ha, your answer deserves full marks." Su Qing couldn't help laughing and quickly waved her hand. "Then I'll go play with my classmates first, see you later." After saying that, she turned around and ran away lightly, revealing a triumphant smile like a little fox. Su Ming stood there, somewhat confused. Why is this girl acting so weird today? At this time, Chen Jingya's voice sounded softly. "Boss Su, it turns out that your choice is to take them all." Su Ming suddenly got stuck like a machine and turned his head away. Seeing the two women behind him, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It suddenly dawned on me. But this girl Eng. How dare you plot against me? It seems that I have to teach her a lesson when I get back. Su Ming pretended nothing had happened and said calmly, "Hey, why didn't you two go out to play?" Chen Jingya looked at him charmingly, like a pool of autumn water, which made people feel excited. Xu Lu beside her had a shy look on her pretty face, slightly blushing, like a beautiful peony bud about to bloom. Both of them are tall and have curvaceous bodies, they are simply stunning beauties. Passers-by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chen Jingya asked softly and charmingly, "Boss Su, you want both? If I ask you to choose between me and Sister Xu Lu, who would you choose first?" Su Ming was speechless for a while. These two women must compete for favor and who is better, right? Hey! It's all a joke. Why do you have to make me choose one? Hee hee. The two beauties laughed so hard that they looked even more beautiful. So captivating. It seems that Director Su is having trouble making a choice. Then we won't make it difficult for you. Chen Jingya spoke in a royal sister's magnetic voice. She found it very interesting to see their chairman being humiliated. As if victory had been achieved. Su Ming was a little dissatisfied when he saw her smug look and immediately fought back. "It seems that you are not satisfied with this answer. Then I choose you two, together." Bah! Bah! Director Su, you are a bad guy. An indescribable picture immediately emerged in Chen Jingya's mind, and her face instantly blushed with embarrassment. Xu Lu's pretty face was burning hot, and her eyes were extremely hot. Su Ming spread his hands helplessly. How dare these two girls tease me on purpose? Don't you know that you are known as the veteran driver of Akina Mountain? They are still too young. However, looking at the tender appearance of the two women, Su Ming became very interested. If only my idea could be implemented. That's the real enjoyment. Return to Sebring Hotel. Chen Jingya went to participate in the team building event of Epic Capital. As she is the general manager of the company, she naturally could not be absent from such an occasion. Su Ming and Xu Lu took a few children and rented a private room to eat. After dinner, it was already 7 o'clock. Su Ming arranged rooms for Wu Minghui and the other two. Brother, what about me? Su Qing blinked her big eyes with curiosity. Su Ming, of course you will go back with me. Hearing this, Su Qing felt a little conflicted, although she also wanted to go back with Su Ming. But the guys are all here. Especially Lin Xiyu. She is also a girl, and it seems a bit wrong to abandon her. Lin Xiyu saw her concerns and said sympathetically, Qing, you can go back with brother Su Ming. I will take good care of myself here. Okay, Xiyu, let's get in touch on Weixin. Su Qing's worries finally dissipated, and she hugged Lin Xiyu tightly. Now that she has the mobile phone Su Ming bought for her, it is very convenient to get in touch. In the night. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, driving slowly. There is soft music playing in the car, which makes people feel very comfortable. Su Qing leaned back in her chair, her eyes full of happiness. Everything today seems like a dream. Her brother, who grew up with her in an orphanage, has now become a wealthy man, but still treats her the same way as before. She felt that she was really lucky. The vehicle drove into the Tan Palace Villa and stopped in the courtyard. Su Qing got off the car and was amazed by the scene in front of her. The huge garden and brightly lit villa looked like a castle in a fairy tale. She turned to look at Su Ming. Brother, is this the big villa that people often talk about? Su Ming chuckled and took her hand. Yes, let's go home. At this moment, Su Qing's heart was filled with the warmth of home. Inside the Tan Palace Villa. In the gorgeous living room, Su Ming gently guided Su Qing to sit down. The large sofa was as soft as a cloud, and a relaxing program was playing on TV. Ningqing Yan, wearing a thin nightgown, reveals her graceful figure, showing her charm. She walked gracefully, her long, white legs attracting everyone's attention. Su Ming, you're back. She tenderly held Su Ming's arm, her bright eyes full of tenderness and love. I want a kiss. Su Ming felt slightly embarrassed and coughed lightly. Ningqing Yan then noticed Su Qing on the sofa, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Qing Yan, let me introduce you. Su Ming chuckled and introduced the two people. After a brief introduction, the two became familiar with each other. Su Qing greeted her obediently. Hello, sister-in-law. The sound was like a breeze. Ningqing Yan nodded gently and stroked Su Qing's head. Sister Qing is so pretty. Then she turned to Su Ming and said with a hint of complaint, Su Ming, you didn't tell me in advance that my sister was coming home, which made me embarrassed just now. Thinking of how she had just called Su Ming for a kiss, she felt a little shy. Su Ming and Su Qing smiled at each other, and a warm atmosphere filled the air. The atmosphere was joyful. As we were in a hurry to play today, some of Su Qing's clothes have not been bought yet. Ningqing Yan considerately picked out a new pajamas for Su Qing and asked her to wear it temporarily after taking a shower. After changing into pajamas, Su Qing looked even more beautiful, with a pair of long, white legs exposed, slender and well-proportioned. Under the pajamas with a bare pattern, her legs were bulging high, showing her beautiful and exquisite curves. Her whole body is filled with the unique scent of a young girl, emitting a faint fragrance. For a moment, Su Ming was a little dazed. My sister has really grown up. The brother and sister Su Ming and Su Qing played a two-player level breaking game in the game room. Brother, I can't hold it any longer, come on. Here we go. Hold on a little longer. Ouch, it hurts, why is this monster's damage so high? Pay attention to your positioning. Your movements must be smooth. I can't hold on any longer. Brother, I'll leave everything to you from now on. Chapter 47. What kind of vicious words are these? The brother and sister played a two-player game and had a lot of fun. Unconsciously. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Qing took out her phone and looked worried. I wonder how Xiyu is doing now. This is her first time in Shanghai and she's staying in a hotel by herself. She must be very scared, right? Su Ming suggested, then why don't you ask her? Good. Su Qing clicked on Lin Xiyu's prestige. Since it was a new phone, she was not very skilled in operating it. I slid and clicked on the circle of friends. However, the one at the top was Lin Xiyu. Lin Xiyu, I'm in Shanghai, staying in a 5-star hotel. I have to say, Shanghai's night scene is really beautiful. A classic piece of online copywriting, paired with a 9-grid photo and a conceited selfie of Lin Xiyu in the middle. The comments section is very lively. This. Su Qing was completely dumbfounded. I wanted to show some concern for her, but seeing her current state. It seems that there is no need for this, right? The next day. Su Ming started today's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning the prize, a Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum watch. Oh my god. It's this watch. Su Ming's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. This Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum mechanical watch is the top watch in the minute repeater series. It combines the craftsmanship of a minute repeater, a star moon tourbillon, a perpetual calendar, etc., and is Patek Philippe's most outstanding and famous work to date. No doubt about it. Due to its technical complexity and exquisite design, only 2 of the 180 Patek Philippe master watchmakers can produce this model. Therefore, only 2 pieces are produced every year. The 5002P minute repeater platinum watch represents the highest craftsmanship of Patek Philippe. This is the ultimate watch that the rich dream of. The current official price is 17.6 million. He can be called the emperor of watches. After reading the introduction, Su Ming could only utter 2 words for a long time. Awesome. Su Ming directly took out the watch and put it on. Watch the pointer on the dial turn and listen carefully to the subtle sounds. Tick 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 tick. Is that the sound of gears? No. This is the sound of money. No wonder those rich people like to wear watches. It really feels different when I put it on. Su Ming looked at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, a phone call came in. It's the boss of Shanghai Entertainment, Tang Yuan. Her gentle voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Su. We agreed to sign the contract today. How do you plan the time? Su Ming was straightforward. Then let's meet at the company at 9 o'clock. Tang Yuan said happily. Okay, then I'll get ready and set off now. Are you in such a hurry? Su Ming couldn't help but make a joke. Of course. Director Su has finally agreed. Shouldn't I seize the opportunity? Tang Yuan said in a tender voice. Su Ming couldn't help but think of something wrong. Are you sure you can hold it with your little hands? See you later then. Su Ming chuckled and hung up the phone. Then he found Su Qing, who was watching TV, and said, Qing, I have to go to the company today. Do you want to go with me or wait for me at home? Su Qing's eyes lit up. I want to go with you. Okay, then pack up and go. Epic Capital, Chairman's office. There was warm tea on the coffee table, with tea smoke rising up. Sitting on the sofa were 2 graceful women with stunning looks. One is Tang Yuan, the beautiful chairman of Shanghai Entertainment, and the other is Qin Liding, a female artist under the company. Mr. Tang, please wait a moment. Mr. Su will be here soon. Xu Lu smiled, entertained the other party, and then left the office. Female artist Qin Liding asked curiously, Sister Tang Yuan, how did you convince Mr. Su to invest in us? Last time, he seemed difficult to talk to. Tang Yuan smiled slightly and said slowly, the night before yesterday, I met Mr. Su at the gate of my community, and we had a great chat. When doing business, you should be honest with each other. So I told him my difficulties. In the end, he probably saw my sincerity, so he agreed to invest in us. Do you understand, Liding? Sometimes, don't be scheming. Being honest is better than anything else. Tang Yuan finally said, still preaching. Qin Liding was confused and said in a daze, I seem to understand. So, you gave it to me? Puff. Tang Yuan almost spit out her tea. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of vicious words are you talking about? In front of the Epic Capital building. A beautiful woman is waiting gracefully. She is Su Ming's secretary Xu Lu. As the chairman's secretary, her duty is to provide all-round service to Su Ming. Not long after, Su Ming and Su Qing arrived and met Xu Lu. They walked into the company, and every employee greeted Su Ming with a smile. Boss Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. Su Ming also responded with a faint smile and walked straight to the office. Su Qing looked around curiously. The company was filled with fashion and high-end atmosphere. This was undoubtedly a huge shock to her. At the door of the chairman's office, Chen Jingya smiled and said, "Mr. Su, Mr. Tang from Shangmei Entertainment is already waiting for you inside." "Well, Shulu, I'll leave Ying to your care for now." Su Ming gave an order, then walked into the office with Chen Jingya. Seeing him come in, Tang Yuan immediately stood up and stretched out her hand. "Boss Su, you're here." Qin leading beside her also bowed and greeted her. Su Ming and Tang Yuan shook hands gently. Her hands were soft and warm and felt wonderful to the touch. Unlike the slightly immature Xu Lu, Tang Yuan is tall, curvy, plump and charming, exuding the charm of a mature woman. "Mr. Tang, please take a seat." Su Ming greeted the other party and sat in the large chairman's chair. "Director Su, I have prepared the information. Please take a look." Tang Yuan handed over 2 documents with a smile. One is detailed information about Shangmei Entertainment, and the other is an investment contract. Su Ming took the document and looked through it carefully. Tang Yuan was a little nervous and continued, "This document contains some specific information about our company, including the employee list, cash flow, and stock price. We have tried our best to show the full picture of the company. They have made sufficient preparations for this investment." Who would have thought? After a moment, Su Ming frowned. "There seems to be something wrong with this contract, right?" Chapter 48. What should I do if I bully you and make you cry? Any problems with the contract? Could it be that Su Ming is going to go back on his word and no longer want to invest? Tang Yuan suddenly became worried and frowned. "Director Su, what part of the contract needs to be modified?" Su Ming smiled calmly, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Didn't we agree last time that you would sell 20% of the shares and I would invest 500 million? Why are you giving me an extra 2% now? This is not like your style, Mr. Tang." Tang Yuan was a little surprised. "It's actually because of this reason." She smiled helplessly and explained, "Mr. Su, you misunderstood. I just want to facilitate cooperation as soon as possible, so I offered 22% of the shares according to the latest stock price." She felt a little aggrieved at the same time as she was surprised. She made the concession out of a desire for collaboration and a fear of a drop in the company's stock price. Unexpectedly, this made Su Ming suspicious. In the business world, there is no such thing as dishonesty. Tang Yuan suppressed her emotions, looked at Su Ming firmly, and said softly, "If my behavior has caused you to doubt, I apologize to you. However, I have already prepared the information, please take a look. I sincerely hope to reach a cooperation with you." There was a sense of grievance and earnestness in her words, which made people feel pity for her. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He didn't expect that his words would cause Tang Yuan to misunderstand. When she spoke, "I seem to have become a cunning capitalist? It's even more unfair than Douyi's." "Okay, I know you mean it. I'll review the contract carefully." He smiled gently, then looked up at Chen Jingya. "Jingya, take the contract for review. If there is no problem, sign it." Chen Jingya nodded and took the contract. Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Ming with gratitude. The 2 gazes met in the air. When Tang Yuan saw Su Ming's deep gaze, her heart beat faster. "But deep down I was feeling a bit angry. This bad guy just knows how to bully me on purpose." She adjusted her mood and asked softly, "Director Su, are you not going to lower the price?" Su Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. "I won't suppress you this time. What if I bully you again and make you cry?" "You?" Tang Yuan's face suddenly turned red and she glared at Su Ming in shame and anger. How could this man be so bad? Do you think of her as a little girl? And you want to make her cry? This is too much. She is a strong woman in the business world. How can it be so easy to be bullied? Damn Su Ming, he is simply destroying her image. What made her even angrier was that she needed Su Ming's help, but she couldn't do anything to him. I can only keep it in my stomach. She wanted to bite Su Ming a few times. It simply made her angry and annoyed. Qin Liding, who was standing next to him, watched all this and couldn't help but be extremely surprised. It was the first time she saw their President Tang acting so shyly like a little woman in front of a man. Moreover, he is such a handsome man. She keenly felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere between the two of them. You could say. Very ambiguous. A quarter of an hour later. Chen Jingya came back with the contract. Epic Capital and Shangmei Entertainment signed an investment contract. Su Ming acquired 22% of Shangmei Entertainment's shares and gave the other party a corresponding investment of 500 million yuan. Tang Yuan had already returned to her normal demeanor and shook hands with Su Ming with joy on her face. "Mr. Su, I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future." For her, this signing was finally a safe one. With this 500 million yuan investment, she will be able to bring Shangmei Entertainment back from the bottom to the top, or even to a higher level. "It's been a pleasure working with you." Su Ming responded with a faint smile. Tang Yuan said sincerely, "Boss Su, I owe you a favor this time. If you need me in the future, just let me know." Su Ming pondered for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. Is there any place where she can be used? However, there was a female star in Shangmei Entertainment that made him curious. By the way, isn't there a new generation actress in Shangmei Entertainment who was very popular before? Why haven't we seen her appear on the screen recently? Could it be that you hit it? Su Ming had watched a drama starring that female star before. She seemed to be a new generation star born in the 2000s. Maybe it's because the character is quite likable, so I still have a good impression of her. He just found out that the female artist was actually under Tang Yuan. You are talking about Ning, right? Tang Yuan smiled meaningfully and explained, "She was really popular 2 years ago, so I wanted to add some momentum to her. Later, the company provided funds and custom made a movie for her. It was supposed to be released this year, but it was held back. Speaking of her, she is half responsible for the current situation of my company." Oh. Su Ming thought about it for a moment, and his doubts were finally resolved. Seeing his expression, Tang Yuan raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said with a smile, "Boss Su, would you like me to introduce her to you?" Su Ming came back to his senses immediately, smiled and waved his hands, saying, "Forget it, it's not necessary." "Okay, I see what you mean." Tang Yuan smiled sweetly and simply extended an invitation. "In a few days, there will be a charity dinner in Magic City. Why don't we attend it together?" Su Ming didn't think much about it and said calmly, "We'll see when the time comes. I don't know if I have time." "Well, then I'll make an appointment with you a day in advance." After Tang Yuan finished speaking, she glanced at the watch on her jade hand and said, "I have delayed you for so long, so I won't bother you anymore." Su Ming also raised his wrist and checked the time. "Only an hour, no problem." Tang Yuan's eyes narrowed. I saw the Patek Philippe Star Moon Tourbillon on Su Ming's wrist. A bit surprised. The last time she saw Su Ming, he was not wearing a watch. At that time, Tang Yuan was still a little curious. Now, he casually raises his hand and there is this valuable Patek Philippe 5002p. What does this mean? This shows that people don't care about these details at all. Maybe, there are a lot of famous watches collected at home. After all, how can a man worth hundreds of billions not have an expensive watch? Tang Yuan and Qin leading left Epic Capital. Su Ming then met up with Su Qing, Xu Lu and others. Getting ready to go shopping and buy some clothes for Su Qing. Su Qing asked curiously, "Where's Sister Jingya? Isn't she going out with us?" Su Ming also realized it. Today is a holiday. It is indeed not a good idea to let Chen Jingya work overtime in the company. Su Ming pushed open the manager's office and said, "Jingya, stop being busy and come with us for a walk." "Oh, okay. Once I'm done with this, right away." Chen Jingya looked up in surprise, but still made sure that the order in her hand was handled correctly. After finishing her work, she stood up steadily and went out with Su Ming and the others. Chapter 49. A man remains a boy until he dies. Sebring Hotel. Su Ming stood at the door, looking calm and relaxed. Wu Minghui, Huang Zichen, and the beautiful girl Lin Xiyu ran out of the hotel excitedly. Although they were new here and unfamiliar with the place, they felt safe under Su Ming's protection. "Koing, we finally meet again. It feels like it's been a long time." Lin Xiyu came over happily and gave him a hug. "Xiyu, how did you sleep? Are you used to it?" Su Qing asked with concern. Lin Xiyu pouted and pretended to be pitiful. "Well, the bed in the hotel is very comfortable, but it's a bit lonely to be alone." Su Qing smiled and said jokingly, "But when I looked at your circle of friends, you seemed very happy?" "Well." Lin Xiyu was stunned, then she remembered that Su Qing already had a mobile phone. Ahem, that's a little embarrassing. Just as they were preparing to set off, Su Ming took out 3 red envelopes from the car and handed them to Wu Minghui and the others with a smile. Here, these are New Year's red envelopes for you. Su Qing will return to Pingjiang this afternoon. Su Ming hopes to spend more time with her friends so that when she is not around, there will be someone to take care of her. Although there was not much money in the red envelope, only 5,000 yuan. Seeing the red envelope in front of him, Wu Minghui was so excited that he couldn't help but smile. He wanted to accept it, but felt embarrassed. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Ming saw through his thoughts at a glance and stuffed the red envelope into his hand. Take it. You are all Ku Ying's friends. You have come to the Magic City with great difficulty. How can I let you go back empty-handed? Brother! Brother Ming, you are really my brother. Wu Minghui felt the thickness of the red envelope and shouted excitedly, if anyone dares to mess with Ku Ying in the future, I will just kick them. He knew that he could receive this red envelope. It's all because of Su Qing. But he never dreamed of it. There is so much money in this red envelope. At least several thousand. He had never received such an expensive gift in his life. This is simply my brother. Su Ming smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Then he handed the red envelope to Huang Zichen. Huang Zichen thanked him stiffly. He is an introvert, but he is very excited deep down. Lin Xiyu looked at the scene in front of her, and ripples appeared in her heart. She felt that Su Ming's image suddenly became taller. This was very different from the boys she met at school. Even though he is fearless of Wu Minghui at school, he is still like a child in front of Su Ming. This mature charm made her heart beat fast. At this time, Su Ming had already walked to her side. Here, this is for you. Lin Xiyu came back to her senses, blushed, and said in a sweet voice, thank you, brother Su Ming. Su Ming rubbed her head and said, so good. Lin Xiyu's heart beat faster and she lowered her head in shame. His hands are so warm. At this moment, she felt extremely happy. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Ming was full of admiration. Bailey Inn Shopping Center. This is an affordable shopping area, and many ordinary people come here to shop. The reason for coming here was because Su Ming did not intend to buy too expensive clothes for Su Qing. You must know that wealth should not be shown to others. After returning to Pingjiang, if Su Qing wore branded clothes every day, what should you do if you are targeted by someone with bad intentions? Moreover, there is only half a year left for her to be admitted to university. When she comes to Shanghai, I will be by her side and it won't be too late to buy her brand name clothes then. Enter the mall. Su Ming let Wu Minghui and the others move freely. They accepted the red envelope from Su Ming, and of course they also wanted to buy things of their own. So, Chen Jingya and Xu Lu picked out clothes for Su Qing. When they arrived at the girls' private clothing store, Su Ming stood outside and waited. I have to say, bringing Chen Jingya and the others here was an absolutely correct choice. Half an hour later, Su Qing looked brand new from the inside out. A real little fairy. She stood in front of the full-length mirror and looked at herself in it. Brother, how about this dress? Su Ming took a look and said, not bad, it suits you very well. Beside them, Chen Jingya and Xu Lu smiled at each other. Su Ming didn't know what they were laughing at. It fits well, doesn't it? Do you want to say that you have a straight male aesthetic? More than an hour later, Su Ming bought more than a dozen sets of clothes for Su Qing, packed them all in her suitcase, and asked her to take them back in the afternoon. At this time, Chen Jingya hugged Su Ming's arm and said tenderly, Boss Su, we have finished shopping for Sister Kaning. Where are we going next? Su Ming smiled faintly and said, thank you for your hard work. If you want to buy something, buy some for yourselves. I'll pay for everything. They have accompanied Su Qing for such a long time, so they must be rewarded somehow. Chen Jingya's eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, do we have a share too? Certainly. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, don't be polite to me. Hee hee, then we won't be polite. Chen Jingya smiled sweetly, then took Xu Lu's hand and walked into a nearby cosmetics store with her. There was a hint of curiosity in Su Qing's eyes. Cosmetics naturally have a special appeal to girls. Su Ming saw her like this and said with a smile, let's go over and take a look. Although she can't use it now, it doesn't hurt to take her to see it. Su Ming walked into the cosmetics store. There are a wide variety of cosmetics in the display cabinet. At this time, Chen Jingya was holding 2 lipsticks and applying them on her arms to try out the colors. Su Ming was stunned. Because There is no difference between the colors of these two lipsticks to the naked eye. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder, why are these two lipsticks the same color? Chen Jingya chuckled, Mr. Su, you are a man after all. It's normal that you don't understand women's romance. As she spoke, she picked out one of the two lipsticks of exactly the same color. Hello, I want this one. Su Ming. Is this okay? Pay the bill. Everyone came out of the cosmetics store. Chen Jingya said happily, let's go, Mr. Su, we've finished shopping. Su Ming was surprised, why did you just buy a lipstick? Why not buy something else? That's enough. After all, this is the first gift President Su gave us. One bottle will have more commemorative value. Chen Jingya blinked, looking charming. Su Ming was somewhat impressed. This little girl has a really high emotional intelligence when speaking. At this time, they passed by a toy store. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled Chen Jingya over, pointing at the toys in the glass window and asked, Jingya, take a look at these Ultramen. Which one is Tiga? This. Chen Jingya looked at the Ultraman inside. Each one looked almost the same, and she suddenly felt confused. Su Ming continued to ask, you can't recognize it? Then do you believe in light? Chen Jingya continued to remain silent. Hey, you are a woman after all. It's normal that you don't understand men's romance. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Chen Jingya was a little unconvinced. Humph, you are bullying me because I haven't seen it. These are two completely different things. Su Ming ignored her and said smugly, I don't care, I want anyway. Let's go eat. Seeing him looking like he deserved a beating, Chen Jingya felt both angry and amused. Men, it turns out, will turn into children at some point. Chapter 50 seems to be fishy? Hongqiao Station. It was already afternoon. Su Qing and her classmates are about to leave the Magic City. This trip to Shanghai allowed them to feel the charm of the big city. Brother, I'm going back. I will miss you very much. Su Qing hugged Su Ming tightly, reluctant to leave. Girl, if you miss me in the future, just call me. A warm feeling surged in Su Ming's heart and he gently stroked her head. Thinking of her impending departure, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness in his heart. At this time, Lin Xiyu next to him suddenly asked, Brother Su Ming, if we are admitted to a university in the Magic City, can we come to you for help? Su Ming was stunned at first, then he smiled and said, of course, you are welcome anytime. If you are admitted to a good university in Shanghai, I will arrange jobs for you. He decided to give them some motivation. After all, Su Qing will still need their care in the future. Hearing this, Wu Minghui and Huang Zichen were filled with excitement. It is such a blessing from my previous life to be able to know such a great man. As long as I get admitted into a university in Shanghai, with Brother Su Ming's arrangement, why would I worry about not having a good job? It's so cool. Okay, it's a deal. There was a determined light in Lin Xiyu's eyes. Wu Minghui also patted his chest and assured, Brother Ming, don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let anyone bully King. Su Ming smiled slightly to show his trust. Afterwards, he spoke briefly to Su Qing and watched them go home. Wu Minghui and Huang Zichen waved goodbye to Su Ming and walked into the station together. As their figures disappeared from sight, Su Ming turned around and left with peace of mind. The high-speed train was speeding on the track back to Pingjiang. The two beautiful girls, Lin Xiyu and Su Qing, sitting together are pleasing to the eye. Lin Xiyu looked out the window calmly, but there was a ripple of emotion inside her. After a moment, she made up her mind and said, Qing, I seem to like your brother, what should I do? The girl's expression was extremely serious, and her eyes were as clear as the lakeside. Ah! Su Qing was completely stunned. She never expected that her best friend actually fell in love with her brother. You want to be my sister-in-law? Su Ming drove a Rolls-Royce and set out on the journey home. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be Chen Hao calling. Picking up the phone, Su Ming smiled and said, Hello, Haozi, what's the matter? Chen Hao's voice was bitter as he invited, Brother Ming, are you free? Let's go out and have a barbecue together. Su Ming heard the strangeness in his tone and couldn't help but frown. This good buddy, is it possible that he has encountered some troubles? Okay, where shall we meet? The night market over on the Bund. See you then. The Bund night market. The lights are bright and the crowds are bustling. Su Ming and Chen Hao chose a lively barbecue stall, ordered a few bottles of beer, and chatted while drinking. "Howsy, what's wrong? You look depressed." Su Ming spoke first, looking at his good friend in front of him with mixed feelings. Chen Hao took a big gulp of beer and sighed, "Oh, brother Ming, the manager in my company is such a piece of shit. Just because I was too lazy to give him a gift for the holidays, he targeted me everywhere. He said that several scripts I just wrote were not up to standard and forced me to rewrite them. My hands are almost broken from writing." Su Ming felt the same way after hearing this. Yes, the workplace is really disgusting nowadays. Chen Hao went on to say angrily, "What's even more infuriating is that we had already developed a very promising mobile game, but halfway through development, the manager cut the funding and invested in a PC game instead. Now, it seems that our project leader is going to change jobs with this game." At this point, his eyes lit up. "Brother Ming, are you interested in taking over? I am confident that I can recruit the entire mobile game team for you." Su Ming was stunned for a moment. "Good job. This is a big wave. Let me take over their mobile game team? Starting a gaming company?" He is an investor and is quite interested in business. If you can really invest in a game with potential, it is indeed a good choice. Su Ming asked with interest, "What type of mobile game are you developing? Are you sure it has potential?" Although he trusted Chen Hao, he couldn't invest blindly. He needs to know more details about the game. Chen Hao did not hide it. "Brother Ming, the mobile game we developed is called Dream Party, which is a family-friendly casual party mobile game. In addition to the basic level-breaking gameplay, there are also gunfights, brawls, puzzles, werewolves and other gameplays, which are full of fun. And our team has a successful precedent. The popular game Dragon Canyon was developed by them." After hearing this, Su Ming was thoughtful. This Dream Party really sounds like it has potential. If it becomes popular, it will definitely be a phenomenal mobile game. And they have experience in developing successful games, which undoubtedly increases the possibility of success of this game. Put yourself in their shoes. This new game is halfway through development, but the funds are being used to develop a PC game? This is such a waste of other people's efforts. No wonder these people want to change jobs." Su Ming smiled faintly. "How about this? When there is a chance, ask your team leader to come out and the three of us can have a face-to-face interview." Chen Hao instantly became excited. "Okay, brother Ming, I'll talk to him about this tomorrow." The next day, Su Ming sat lazily on the sofa, drinking milk, and started today's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations on winning the reward, 76% of Tiansu Games shares. Natural fun game? Su Ming was slightly stunned. Tiansu Games is the top game company in China. It has risen rapidly thanks to the release of a number of popular games, not only gaining a foothold in the domestic market, but also making achievements in the international market. Its headquarters is in Pengcheng, but it also has a branch in Shanghai, etc. Su Ming suddenly remembered something. Isn't this the company where Chen Hao works? In that case, is there any need to meet the producer? Everything seems to have fallen into place. At this time, a strange phone call came in from Pengcheng. The other end of the phone. A man's voice came. His attitude was extremely respectful. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Pei Xing, the CEO of Tiansu Games Pengcheng headquarters. You can tell your subordinates to do whatever you want." As the president of Tiansu Games, Pei Xing had just learned about the shareholder changes and immediately called Su Ming to show his respect. Moreover, this change may directly affect one's position and the future of the company. This is a serious matter. Su Ming said calmly, "Sort out the financial information for the past 3 years and send it to my email." "Yes, Mr. Su." Pei Xing responded respectfully. Su Ming continued, "Also, please help me contact the financial manager of the Magic City branch. I need to go to the branch. Remember, don't make this public." "You're going to the branch?" Pei Xing was slightly nervous. Recently he had vaguely felt that something was amiss with the Magic City branch, but he had not found the time to investigate. Now the new chairman wants to conduct a surprise inspection? If anything goes wrong? He felt scared just thinking about it. Su Ming frowned. "What's wrong? What's the problem?" Pei Xing explained, "The Magic City branch has always been in charge of Vice President Xia Hong. I mainly manage the headquarters affairs. In fact, I don't know much about the situation over there. Director Su. I should come to the Magic City for a while, right?" For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Okay, that's it for now. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was keenly aware of a problem. 3 hours later, Su Ming made a phone call, called Xu Lu, and went to Tianxiu Game Company with her. The building of Tianxiu Games Company stands tall and eye-catching in the bustling commercial district. Xu Lu looked up, her eyes full of confusion. Director Su, are we here to discuss investment matters? Su Ming said calmly, no, I want you to help me check the financial status of this company and then report to me. Ah? Xu Lu was stunned. She asked weakly, if we check other people's companies' finances like this, we won't be called to the police and arrested, right? Su Ming laughed softly and reached out to tap her forehead. This is my company. Who dares to call the police to arrest you, idiot? After saying this, he walked calmly into the company building. Xu Lu covered her aching head and felt dazed for a moment. Su Ming has actually acquired Tianxiu Games? This is a gaming giant with a market value of 30 billion? Moreover, he did not use any funds from Epic Capital at all. How terrifying is the background energy of her Mr. Su? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner shock, and then entered Tianxiu Game Company. Chapter 51. You seem to be even more arrogant. In the lobby of Tianxiu Game Company, a lady dressed as an office lady was standing ready. She had been waiting here for a long time. 3 hours ago, she received a notice from the headquarters that there had been major changes in the company's shares. The new chairman is a young man named Su Ming. And the headquarters asked her to keep it confidential and not make it public. She immediately took note of the new chairman's appearance to avoid any mistakes. However, at this moment, she still felt a little nervous. Because such large-scale changes often mean that the company's future direction will undergo major changes. A major personnel change is a common occurrence. Soon, Su Ming's figure appeared in her sight. She immediately stood up to greet him, bowed slightly and said, Mr. Su, I've finally seen you. I'm Sun Xian, the financial manager of Tianxiu Games. Mr. Xia has already boarded the 9 o'clock flight, and should be able to meet you soon. Now, I will temporarily receive you. If there is anything that is not good enough in the hospitality, please forgive me, Mr. Su. Su Ming nodded calmly, and then introduced her, this is my secretary Xu Lu. Please cooperate with her to understand the current specific situation of the company and hand over the work to her. As a full-time secretary, Xu Lu is adept at handling such matters. Okay, Director Su, I will definitely cooperate with Director Xu to the best of my ability. Sun Xian replied respectfully. Enter the Tianxiu game. Sun Xian and Xu Lu went to carry out the company's financial handover. Su Ming asked for an employee card and began to walk around the company casually. He actually wanted to know if there was really something fishy going on with this branch. Not long after, Su Ming came to the project team and the employees were all busy working. The sound of keyboards clicking. The atmosphere is okay. Su Ming went deeper inside and saw the general manager's office. At this time, the door was open and a fierce argument could be heard from inside. A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses roared, Manager Luo. Why did you transfer the funds that belonged to our department to the PC game department? Our mobile game was cut in half when it was halfway done. It's not like we don't have potential. Manager Luo Cheng sneered, Zheng Junliang, what kind of low-level mobile game did you develop? It's so childish, how can anyone play it? Don't yell at me here. Your previous performance in Dragon Canyon was indeed quite good. But now, times have changed. Your aesthetic has long been eliminated by the public. Either you continue to follow your Dragon Canyon, or you step down. Give the young people a chance. These words were like a knife, cutting deeply into Zhang Junliang's heart. It's okay to make fun of my age. And you insult the game we carefully crafted? This was like rubbing his dignity to the ground. Zheng Junliang gnashed his teeth and said, Luo Cheng, you have to force me to this point, right? Don't think I don't know that you allocated funds to the PC game group just to make it easier for you to embezzle them. The longer the PC game project is delayed, the more money you can make from it. How much money did you swallow? Don't you have any idea? Now that the relationship has been torn apart, Zheng Junliang doesn't want to hold back. I wanted to have a good talk with Luo Cheng, but he refused to listen. Chen Hao, who was standing next to him, quickly took advantage of the situation and said, Team leader Zhang, forget it. It's no use trying to reason with him. Don't get angry. I'll discuss something with you later. Chen Hao smiled secretly. It was just right that they broke up. He could naturally introduce him to Su Ming. Zheng Junliang was so angry that he was shaking all over. He has been in Tiansu for more than 10 years and has deep feelings for this place. The past 10 years or so have been smooth sailing. Until the appearance of Luo Chang, the branch manager, he had a rough road ahead and encountered obstacles in everything he did. He had been holding it in for a long time and finally exploded today. Luo Chang sneered, his eyes full of disdain. If you have nothing to do, go back to work and don't waste your time here. His condescending attitude seemed to make him treat the company as his own private territory. Su Ming saw it all and understood it in his heart. Just as Chen Hao said, the internal structure of Tiansu Games has long been corrupt. Such a person can actually become a project manager. He is simply sitting in the position doing nothing. Perhaps there is a bigger backer behind him? Su Ming smiled coldly, walked straight to Luo Chang, and said sarcastically, "Are you so arrogant as a branch manager? Who are you?" Luo Chang frowned slightly and looked at Su Ming in confusion. Chen Hao was completely stunned. What's going on? Didn't we agree that I would bring the team leader to have a meeting with you? Why did you come directly to the company to poach people? Your behavior seems to be even more arrogant. Who do you care who I am? Su Ming was calm and said calmly, "You took advantage of your position to embezzle company property. If this is true, the crime is serious." As he spoke, he picked up the project book on the table and began to read it casually. "I have already made up my mind. This game has a cute and pleasing style, combines multiple gameplays into one, and has strong social attributes. Currently in the domestic market, there are very few games of this type. If he can get the details of the game right, it will easily become a hit mobile game." However, Luo Chang abused his power for personal gain and killed the project in the cradle. Not only did he downgrade the project to a low-level game, he also swallowed up the funds that originally belonged to this mobile game project. This is simply outrageous. Su Ming slapped the project book down with a cold look in his eyes. As a manager, ask yourself, what value have you created for the company? If a good project suddenly changes direction to develop a PC game halfway through, all the previous investment will be wasted, right? If this mobile game becomes a big hit, how much will your decision cause the company to lose? Have you calculated it? You still dare to take advantage of me? If you replace me with a pig as the manager, it will be better than you." After hearing this, Luo Chang became furious. He slammed the table and glared. "Asshole! It's not your turn to teach me a lesson." He saw the intern employee card on Su Ming's chest, and a sneer gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interns nowadays are really fearless. Do you know who you are? As a manager, what qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? Now, get out of Tiansu immediately. Luo Chang was furious and pointed at Su Ming's nose and roared. At this point, Zheng Junliang couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Su Ming's words seemed to touch his heart. He decided to fight alongside Su Ming. Even though he's just an intern. Luo Chang, you are the company's parasite. Do you think no one knows how you got your position as a manager? It's because Xie Hong, the vice president of Tiansu headquarters, is your distant cousin. Zhang Julian's voice was loud and clear, and he had completely revealed his cards. Everyone's eyes widened. What a shocking piece of news. They never expected it. Luo Chang and the vice president of the company headquarters are actually relatives? I see. The corners of Su Ming's mouth rose slightly. Things seem to be getting interesting. Chapter 52 in Tiansu Game, I Am the Sky. Zheng Junliang is completely torn apart. Luo Chang's past was exposed. As long as Luo Chang is in this company, his ideas will never be realized. It would be better to fight to the death. Seeing the hidden truth exposed, Luo Chang was slightly startled, but soon regained his composure, his attitude still arrogant. This is not something that can be exposed. Xia Hong is indeed my cousin, so what? Zheng Junliang was furious and shouted, "You two have formed a clique and made the company a mess. I don't want to stay in this lousy company anymore." When his colleagues heard that he was going to resign, they became anxious and tried to dissuade him. Team leader Zhang, don't be impulsive. What are we going to do if you leave? Yes, just be patient and wait. We will report this to the headquarters. Maybe things will turn around. Oh, no, that won't work. The branch has always been run by the vice president. This approach won't work. Is it really true that I have no choice but to leave Tiansu? Everyone shook their heads and sighed, feeling very depressed. However, Su Ming began to appreciate Zheng Junliang to some extent. At least he's not spineless, he's very tough. Luo Chang sneered and said nonchalantly, if you want to leave, then leave immediately. Do you still think I will keep you? But I do want to warn you in advance. You can't take that game away, or you'll be leaking company secrets. Also, you can't develop similar games, or I'll sue you for plagiarizing the company's ideas. If you make these two mistakes, you'll be sued. Boom. These words made Zheng Junliang feel like he was struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. This is to block all your retreat routes. Kill them all. Zheng Junliang was in a state of disarray and had lost his backbone at this moment. Su Ming looked at what Luo Chang did and his anger suddenly rose. He asked coldly, do you really think that no one in Tiansu can cure you? Hearing this, Luo Chang sneered, what else? In the Tiansu game, I am the sky. I fire you too, get out of the company now. He pointed at Zheng Junliang and Su Ming with an extremely arrogant attitude. You are the sky, then what am I? Su Ming sneered. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. The other party was Pei Xing, the president of Tiansu Game Company headquarters. After connected, Pei Xing's extremely respectful voice sounded, Director Su, I'm almost there. How is your inspection going? That's good. I'm about to be fired by the general manager here. Su Ming used the calmest tone to speak the most serious words. Pei Xing was suddenly startled and his heartbeat slowed down. The seriousness of this situation was beyond his imagination. Chairman, go inspect the branch. In the end, he was fired by the general manager Luo Chang? This is simply an act of insubordination. When the city gate catches fire, everyone in the pond will suffer. If he were to be blamed, his position as president might be in jeopardy. Pei Xing felt cold sweat all over his body and immediately said, Boss Su, it's my fault for mismanaging the company. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. He was extremely anxious and immediately urged the driver to go to Tiansu Games as quickly as possible. A strong smell of gunpowder filled the entire project team. Hearing this, Luo Chang sneered, Who are you? You are an ant under my feet. At first he felt a little guilty. But if you think about it carefully, the vice president of the company is his distant cousin. Moreover, the embezzlement of public funds was planned together with his cousin. Otherwise, how could he dare to be so arrogant? He is in Tiansu Games, he is Tian. Even if the sky falls, my uncle will still be there to support it. What else do I have to be afraid of? Are you two going to leave or not? If not, I'll call security. Luo Chang picked up the phone and threatened. Zheng Junliang said to Su Ming with a bitter face, Little brother, forget it. Tiansu Company has been tainted by this person. There is no point in staying here. When I find a new employer, I can help you find a job. Are you interested? He had a good impression of Su Ming. Young people are full of energy. Moreover, he dared to take the risk of being fired and took the initiative to speak up for himself. Then you have to return the favor to the other party. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly, Don't worry, maybe there will be a turnaround. Zheng Junliang was confused. He is about to be kicked out of the company, is there any chance of turning things around? But seeing Su Ming's confident expression, he did not refuse. Just consider it as sacrificing your life for a gentleman. Chen Hao was even more curious. What exactly is Brother Ming up to? In this situation, can we still come back to life? The next moment, two security guards rushed up aggressively and surrounded Su Ming and Zheng Junliang. Luo Chang sneered and supervised the work nearby. The security guard said sternly, Please don't embarrass me, both of you. Don't bother you, I can go by myself. Zheng Junliang felt hopeless and just turned around to leave. Suddenly, a voice came. Wait. What are you doing? Pei Xing saw Su Ming surrounded by security guards, his eyelids twitched wildly, and he immediately walked over quickly. Luo Chang suddenly panicked. Boss Pei. Why are you here? He glanced at Su Ming. Could it be that this guy, like me, is a person with connections who got what he wanted through the back door? Zheng Junliang was extremely surprised. President Pei Xing actually came at this time? Luo Chang, do you know what you are doing? Pei Xing asked coldly. Luo Chang forced out an awkward smile and said, Boss Pei, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your relative. Relative? Pei Xing was almost laughing because of him. If this really was my relative, that would be fine. But the problem is, this is the boss of the company. You're just a branch manager, and you want to fire the boss? Who gave you the courage? His anger continued to rise, and finally he burst out, Luo Chang. Get out of here right now. Branch manager, change someone else. Hearing this, Luo Chang was completely stunned. Boss Pei, why did you fire me? Even if he is your relative, if I don't fire him, won't the misunderstanding be resolved? My cousin is the vice president. It's not good for you to be so partial to one and neglect the other, right? Before Pei Xing could say anything, Su Ming said coldly, then you and your cousin, the vice president, get out of here together. Luo Chang was completely furious, and said angrily, who the hell do you think you are? I gave you face, didn't I? Just as he finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out. Bang! Pei Xing was furious and slapped him hard. Luo Chang was slapped and staggered, almost falling down and feeling dizzy. He covered his burning face and said in disbelief, Pei Xing. Why did you hit me? Why? Pei Xing frowned and said with a cold look, the man next to me is the boss of our company. Boss. Luo Chang was shocked and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. This young man. He is not Pei Xing's relative, but the boss of Tianxu Games? How so? Do you want to fire your boss? He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Zheng Junliang was dumbfounded. Chen Hao was also stunned. Yesterday, he had agreed with Su Ming to arrange for Zheng Junliang to come out for a meeting when they had time. Then consider starting a game company or something. Result? Su Ming just turned around and acquired the company? Become the boss of Tianxu Games? This is a multi-billion-dollar company. How terrifying is Su Ming's strength? At this time, Su Ming looked at Luo Chang jokingly and sneered, you just said you are the sky? What a coincidence, I have an ability called covering the sky with one hand. Hearing this, Luo Chang stood there in a daze. Su Ming turned around, his expression intimidating without anger, Pei Xing. As the president of the company, have you been in a high position for so long that you've become a little lax? Is this how you manage the branch? Cold sweat flowed down Pei Xing's forehead. The voice was trembling. Su. Director Su. It's my fault. Please give me a chance to make amends. Make amends? He. Su Ming sneered, do you know what mistakes Luo Chang made? Pei Xing remained silent, not daring to speak casually. During this sensitive period, if you make rash judgments, you will be even more guilty. Su Ming looked at him and shook his head slightly disappointed. He picked up his cell phone and made a call. Shulu, how's the financial investigation going? Chapter 53 The future depends on you. After a moment, Xu Lu handed a report to Su Ming and reported. Director Su, I have completed the financial handover. There are problems with the flow of at least 65 million yuan in Tianxu Games accounts. I suspect someone is suspected of embezzlement. We can call the police now and ask them to assist in the investigation. Upon hearing this number, Luo Chang's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Cold sweat dripped down Pei Xing's forehead. He never expected that the matter would be so serious. 60 million. What a big appetite. Su Ming looked at Pei Xing and said coldly, don't you want to make amends? I'll leave this matter to you to follow up. Thoroughly investigate Luo Chang and his uncle, and make sure every financial move is investigated in detail. If there is any mistake, you will get out. Su Ming gave the death order, his voice filled with bone-chilling coldness. Yes. Pei Xing stood up straight. I will cooperate with the police to thoroughly investigate this matter, and then prosecute Luo Chang and Xia Hong for embezzlement. Let them receive the punishment they deserve. I will give you a perfect answer. After he finished speaking, he picked up his phone and called the police. Luo Chang was completely scared. He sat on the ground in despair. It's over. It's all over now. This matter has been exposed. He and his cousin are going to die together. They embezzled tens of millions from the company, although part of it has been transferred to overseas accounts. However, with such a thorough investigation, most of the stolen money will be recovered and he will definitely go to jail. In serious cases, he will be sentenced to more than 10 years. Thinking of the days when he was operating a sewing machine in prison, Luo Chang felt a darkness before his eyes. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Now the only way to get lenient treatment is to surrender voluntarily. Thinking of this, Luo Cheng's eyes immediately lit up, and he stood up and said with a sad face, "Boss Su, I confess. It was all done by my cousin. I was instructed by him." Hearing this, Su Ming's mouth curled up slightly. "Are you scared now? Go talk to the police later." Zhang Junliang was already dumbfounded. He had also said before that if he found another job after leaving the company, he would introduce a job to Su Ming. Now, Su Ming actually became his boss? This whole thing. So embarrassing. 10 minutes later, the criminal police brigade arrived at the scene, and Pei Xing arrested Luo Chang and cooperated with the police to handle this case of embezzlement. Xia Hong, the vice president of Tiansu Game headquarters far away in Pengchang, has also been taken under control. Su Ming immediately convened a staff meeting. Fun game. Conference hall. Both sides of the long square table were filled with employees and executives of Tiansu Company. They looked at the new chairman on the stage, Su Ming, and they were all very nervous. They had just witnessed Su Ming's drastic measures. He directly punished the corrupt Luo Chang and uprooted his backer Xia Hong. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can do. They don't know what kind of changes the company will face now. Chen Hao was very excited and his heart was pounding. The reason why Su Ming was able to acquire Tiansu was definitely because of the complaints I had with him last night. So, I want to help myself. He kept this brotherhood deep in his heart. On the podium, Su Ming glanced at the entire room, looking down on everyone, and spoke indifferently. Everyone has seen what happened to Luo Chang just now. I don't want such a parasite to exist in our company. You can earn as much money as you are capable. We will not mistreat anyone who works hard, and we will not condone those who just sit there doing nothing. Su Ming's tone was understated, but it made people feel cold and solemn. The people in the audience had serious expressions and were silent. I know that there are still people from Luo Cheng's faction in the company. You may have been very lax under his management before. But from now on, you must obey the new manager unconditionally. If anyone feels something is wrong, they can leave on their own. Su Ming glanced at everyone. Everyone was still quiet. Now, I have something to announce. Zhang Junliang, Chen Hao. When they heard their names being called, Zhang Junliang and Chen Hao straightened up immediately. Su Ming looked at them and announced, "The company has decided to give you the key project and devote all our efforts to developing the family-friendly mobile game Dream Party." Zhang Junliang was promoted to acting manager and project producer of the Tiansu game division, and Chen Hao was promoted to deputy planner, responsible for assisting. I hope you won't let me down. Hearing this, Zhang Junliang felt his blood boiling, stood up with tears in his eyes, and spoke in an excited voice. I will definitely live up to Director Su's expectations. He has been working as a producer for 7 years, and today, he was finally recognized by a noble person and promoted to agency manager. He was determined to achieve something. Colleagues looked at the two with envy in their eyes. Okay, this meeting is over. Let us work hard to achieve our common goals in the days to come. Su Ming ended with a simple statement. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause. Tiansu Game, at the door. Xu Lu had just returned from the police station and reported to Su Ming, "Boss Su, Luo Chang has confessed everything. In the past year or so, they have embezzled a total of more than 64 million yuan. But he actually took a small share, and the bulk of the money went to his uncle. The amount involved in this case is so huge that the police say he will probably be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison." Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled. No wonder some games are getting worse and worse, and players are all scolding the planners for their incompetence. It turns out that this kind of corruption exists in the company. Some time ago, a breaking news came out in the gaming circle. A certain game was copied by players, making a profit of more than 90 million. It took more than a year to find out. Is there a possibility that this is not an ordinary player, but actually someone inside the game? It's just that the manufacturer, for the sake of face, said it was done by the players. Su Ming chuckled and asked, by the way, is Pei Xing involved in this matter? He still had doubts about Pei Xing. Xu Lu shook her head. No, he really didn't know about this. Then keep him for observation for a while. Su Ming felt relieved for the time being. We can send someone to the headquarters to investigate further. At this time, a voice came from behind the two of them. Brother Ming. Chen Hao ran over and said excitedly, Brother Ming, I wanted to introduce Zhang Junliang to you, but I didn't expect you to acquire Tianyu. And you also eliminated that scum Luo Chang. It's really awesome. He couldn't help but give Su Ming a thumbs up. Su Ming smiled faintly and said with high hopes, "You have been promoted to deputy planner now, so you must work hard in the future. The future of Tianyu depends on you." As he said this, he patted the other person's shoulder. Chen Hao understood and was extremely excited. Brother Ming entrusted Tianyu's future to himself? There's no need to say it too bluntly, he understands it. Chen Hao patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Brother Ming. I will definitely not let you down." The next day, Su Ming lay on the sofa and started signing in for today. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Award. Chapter 54, Handsome Guy, what is your job? The next day, Su Ming lay on the sofa and started signing in for today. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Reward, 68% of Taifu Catering Group's shares. Reward, a super modified version of Hongqi H5. Taifu Catering Group has more than 130 chain restaurants across the country. Whether it is the food, environment, or service, they are all impeccable and are deeply loved by customers. The current total market value is 2.6 billion. The 68% is more than 10 billion. Not much. Su Ming smiled. After all, he now has assets worth hundreds of billions. These billions are nothing new. Immediately, he set his sights on the super modified version of the Hongqi H6. Hongqi H5 super modified, the whole body is covered with military armor and bulletproof glass, which can withstand gunfire. It has an oxygen supply system to prevent poison gas attacks. The power system and interior have been upgraded to a high-end level. It has a built-in turbocharger and intercooler. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds, and the maximum speed can reach 380 km/h. The cost of building it is 20 million. With so many words, it looks pretty impressive at first glance. Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a super modified version. The safety factor has reached the presidential level. It can be said that this is an armored supercar. Su Ming is used to driving a Rolls-Royce, so it would be nice to change the taste occasionally. He picked up his car keys and went out for a drive. Hongqi H5, speeding on the roads of Shanghai. Feeling the power of this new car, Su Ming was a little excited. It's worthy of the 20 million yuan cost. This money was well spent. Luxury in a low-key way. For a moment, Su Ming couldn't let it go. At this time, a prestige message popped up. It was actually sent by Shen Shuhan. Shen Shuhan, Su Ming. Help! Come to my house immediately. Su Ming was confused. Shen Shuhan actually wants to go to her house by himself? What is going on? Is the sewer clogged? Su Ming was a little confused, but since the other party's tone was so anxious, he didn't think much about it. Drive directly to Huacheng Jingyuan. I just happened to stop by to check on my neighborhood and see how the situation is now. Inside a commercial housing unit in Huacheng Jingyuan community. Shen Shuhan sat on the sofa with a depressed look on his face and put down his phone. Sitting opposite her was a beautiful woman, and next to her was a handsome boy of about 17 or 18 years old, who looked somewhat similar to Shen Shuhan. The beautiful woman is Shen Shuhan's mother, and the boy is her younger brother Shen. Originally, her mother coming to Shanghai to find her was indeed something to be happy about. But the problem is that her mother actually wants to introduce her to a blind date. This made her depressed, and she secretly sent a message for help to Su Ming. The only boy she could think of was Su Ming, and only Su Ming. At this time, Shen's mother said with a smile, "Shuhan, you have graduated from college now, it's time to find a partner. Mom is still waiting to hold her grandson. Besides, the kid of your uncle's relative seems to be an internet celebrity, and I heard he can earn millions a year. I have already made an appointment with him, and he will pick us up for lunch at noon." Shen Shuhan looked helpless. "Mom, it's not like I can't get married. I'm not in a hurry." "Why are you in a hurry?" Shen's mother got excited. "How can I not be anxious? Do you know what your relatives think of you? They all suspect that you don't like boys." Shen Shuhan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she said anxiously, "How is this possible? I already have someone I like." "Do you have someone you like?" Mother Shin was a little surprised and complained, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shin Shohan looked innocent, "Didn't I tell you? And he should be here soon." Mother Shin nodded, her mood eased a little, and she smiled mysteriously, "That's good, Mom will help you check it. You can also have a comparison." Shin Shohan. Not long after. The doorbell rang. Shin Shohan went to open the door. A handsome and sunny face appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing Shin Shohan was safe and sound, Su Ming immediately joked, "What's wrong? Are you looking for help? I thought there were robbers in your house." Mother Shin. Wow, my daughter likes boys like this? Shin Yi. Who wants to take a brother-in-law like this away? Shin Shohan was a little embarrassed and whispered, "My mother and my brother are both here." Su Ming. He thought it was something else, turned out to be a meeting with the parents? Just consider it as practice in advance. He quickly restrained his expression and became serious. Shin Shohan took Su Ming and introduced him to his family with a smile. "Mom, this is my friend Su Ming. This is my brother, Shin Yi." Su Ming smiled brightly and greeted, "Hello, auntie, hello, brother." Shin Yi looked indifferent and turned his head away. Mother Shin's eyes lit up, and she stood up and looked at Su Ming. "Oh, this child is quite handsome." She saw clearly that her daughter, like herself, was obsessed with appearance. Thanks to this, Shin Shohan inherited their good genes. Now she is a model and fashion blogger, and has made a career of it, with a monthly income of over 50,000 yuan, which is much better than most girls. Otherwise, how can you afford to rent such an expensive house? The originally awkward atmosphere eased a little. Who would have thought? Shin next to him suddenly said, "It's just an extra mouth." The whole audience fell silent again. Mother Shin scolded, "Shin, you are not much better." Su Ming was confused. "Why do I always feel like you are making indirect accusations?" Mother Shin smiled and said, "Shall we just speak quickly, you should understand." "Yeah." Su Ming nodded. "I don't know either, and I don't dare to ask." Mother Shin looked at Su Ming carefully and was quite satisfied with his appearance. She immediately asked, "Xiao Su, are you working now?" Su Ming answered honestly, "Yes, but not often. I only go for a day or two occasionally." "Ah?" Mother Shin was stunned, and said unhappily, "How can you do this? How much pressure is there in the Magic City? To be her son-in-law, you can be poor. But at least you have to be motivated. Does he have to rely on Shu Han to support him? If this isn't a gigolo, then what is it?" Thinking of this, Shin's mother's face suddenly turned ugly. Shin Shohan quickly came out to smooth things over. "It's like this, Mom. Su Ming doesn't need to go to work. He has employees working for him. In fact, he is just a hands-off boss. Do you understand?" She couldn't help but secretly glance at Su Ming, even though there was nothing wrong with what he said. "But I always feel that he did it on purpose." Hearing this, Shin's mother nodded thoughtfully, "Of course I understand this. Then what exactly do you do? Can you tell me?" Su Ming thought for a moment and said, "What I do is a bit miscellaneous, but I'm doing venture capital recently." Venture capital? This involves Shin's mother's blind spot in knowledge. How risky is venture capital? Will you invest all your house and car into it? And then you lose money? Although she was not quite sure, it sounded unreliable. Shin Shohan was also confused. "Why are you going to venture capital again? Just be obedient to our mom." "Bah, my mom said, what is wrong with you being in real estate?" Shin Shohan was so anxious that he quickly changed the subject and said, "Su Ming, please sit down first. I'll make you a cup of sugar water to warm you up." "Mom, please don't ask Su Ming about work. You won't understand even if I tell you." She said something to Shin's mother, then turned and went to the kitchen. Su Ming also sat down, clasped his hands together, looking like he had nothing to do. It was his first time meeting other people as parents and he had no experience. At this moment, Shin Yi, who had been silent for a long time, saw the watch on Su Ming's wrist and his eyes lit up instantly. "Wait. Is this a Patek Philippe?" Chapter 55, Damn, I encountered a scammer. Shin Yi exclaimed, and immediately said to Shin's mother excitedly, "Mom, look, does his watch look like a Patek Philippe 5002p? A few years ago, Shin's mother was a salesperson in a watch store and often came into contact with some famous brand watches. At home, there are some watch manuals. Sometimes when Shin Yi is bored, he will take it and look at it. Mother Shin followed his gaze, looked over curiously, and was instantly attracted. It seems to be true. Mother Shin was shocked and explained professionally, this Patek Philippe 5002P watch is amazing. It was created in 2001 and is a masterpiece of Patek Philippe. It is still a masterpiece today. Only 2 pieces are produced each year. Moreover, the procedures for purchasing it are extremely complicated, requiring personal customization, financial proof, and reservation 1 year in advance. Only after the qualification review is passed can he customize it for you. Sure enough, I remembered it correctly. Shin said proudly. Mother Shin looked at Su Ming's arm and asked curiously, Xiao Su, where did you get this watch? Just as Su Ming was about to speak, Shin beside him interrupted and said, this one must be fake. Mom, you said this watch is so amazing, how could he possibly afford it? No one else could possibly give it to him. When Shin's mother heard this, she felt that it made some sense. However, the watch exuded a genuine luster, which made her doubt again. Xiao Su, can you take it off so I can see it? After all, Shin's mother had been selling watches for 7 or 8 years and was very interested in this. Su Ming smiled and took off his watch. Auntie, this is for you. Mother Shin carefully looked at the Patek Philippe in her hand. Although she has not personally touched this watch, she has many years of experience. This watch is finely crafted. Even a small screw is precisely fitted. She couldn't see any signs of a fake, it looked like the work of a master watchmaker. Shin asked curiously, Mom, how is it? This watch, is it fake? To be honest, I'm not sure. Mother Shin shook her head and said seriously, I can't see any trace of a fake on this watch. Its carving is so exquisite that it looks like a genuine one. What? Shin couldn't believe it. Mom, are you old and blurry? You can't see it? Mother Shin glared at him and scolded, you know nothing. If this watch is a fake, it can only fool 99% of people in the watch industry, including me. Of course, I can't guarantee that it's real. It still needs professional machine identification. After all, she has been selling watches for so many years, so she is very serious in her words. He returned the watch to Su Ming. But she really couldn't say whether the watch was real or not. It would be so embarrassing if I got it wrong. Shin was a little confused and immediately questioned Su Ming, where did you buy that fake watch? You want to pretend to be rich and deceive my sister, right? Su Ming did not refute and said calmly, if you say it is fake, then it is fake. At this time, Shin Shuhan handed the prepared sugar water to Su Ming. Su Ming, drink some sugar water to warm your body, don't be angry. My brother speaks a little harshly. She had just heard some of the content and had a general understanding of the situation. She turned around and scolded, Shin, can you please stop messing around? Su Ming's stuff must be real. Shin was scolded and turned his head away with an unhappy look on his face. He was clearly thinking about his sister, but in the end he still had to be criticized by his sister. I feel so wronged. He glared at Su Ming fiercely and said secretly in his heart, if you have the guts, don't let me catch you. This topic ends for now. Su Ming glanced at the time and said, it's time for dinner. I'll take you out for dinner. Hearing this, Shin's mother looked a little embarrassed, and it was difficult to speak. I made an appointment with someone who was originally introduced to Shu Han as a blind date. But, you came. Auntie is asking you, are you and Shu Han in a relationship? She knew that when Shu Han introduced her to someone, he only mentioned that he was a favorite, not a boyfriend. No. Su Ming shook his head. Shin's mother immediately felt relieved and suggested, how about this, let's go out for dinner together. You can just treat it as making friends. Before Su Ming could say anything, Shin Shuhan objected, no. If you want to go, go. I won't go. I want to have dinner with Su Ming. How do you talk to your mother, kid? Mother Shin reprimanded him with a dark face, and then continued to play the emotional card with Su Ming. Xiao Su, look, Shu Han has a bad temper. We just went out to eat together, but she reacted so strongly. I think she will only agree if you come along. If we break our promise, I won't be able to explain myself to you over there. After hearing these words, Su Ming felt a little overwhelmed. No wonder Shin Shuhan asked for help from me. This kind of thing is really difficult to deal with. If you agree to it, Shin Shu will definitely be unhappy. If I refuse, I will be disrespecting Shin's mother. You are neither a human nor a human. Su Ming weighed the pros and cons again and again, and finally made a decision. He said in a gentle tone, "Auntie, I think you should just refuse it. After all, you are doing this for Shu Han's own good. Since Shu Han is unhappy, why should we force her?" Hearing this, Shen's mother was startled, and suddenly she understood something. There is some truth in what he said. She always imposed her will on Shen Shuhan and never cared whether she was happy or not. It was like this when I was a child, and it is still like this when I grow up. No wonder Shen Shuhan is so rebellious. He has stayed in Shanghai since graduating from university. Although it is for his career, he rarely goes home every year. It seems that I, as a mother, have done something wrong. I never thought that after living for more than 40 years, I would be educated by a child. Mother Shen smiled guiltily, but her liking for Su Ming increased a little. "Okay, Su Ming, I'll listen to you." After Shen's mother finished speaking, she picked up the phone and called her relatives over there. "Cancel this blind date." Shen Shuhan was so happy that he was beaming with joy and raised his thumbs with both hands, giving a thumbs up. "Su Ming is awesome. Love it so much." Su Ming saw it and smiled knowingly. Originally, he thought it would make Shen's mother unhappy. But unexpectedly, Shen's mother is still a reasonable person. It was indeed a bit unexpected. Everyone went downstairs and prepared to get the car. Talk while walking. Mother Shen's eyes turned and she asked, "Xiaosu, should we go in Shu Han's car or yours?" This statement seemed casual, but in fact it was a test to see if Su Ming had a car. Shen Shuhan said first, "Let's take Su Ming's car. He drives a Rolls-Royce. Now you can rest assured." She thought to herself, "This still can't defeat you? Isn't it just that you think Su Ming's work is unreliable? Just deliberately test it. When you see the Rolls-Royce later, your impression of Su Ming will completely change." Shen Yi questioned, "Is it true? He can afford a Rolls-Royce? Could he rent it?" Su Ming didn't say anything and walked silently to the side of the Hongqi H5. He stopped. "Arrive." Upon hearing this, everyone looked around. "Where is the Rolls-Royce?" Su Ming cleared his throat and smiled awkwardly. "The Rolls-Royce is not working today, let's take this one." He pressed the key. Beep. Hongqi H5 flashes bright headlights. It looks so plain and simple. Mother Shen. Shen Yi. Damn it. This is a scam. The promised Rolls-Royce turned into a Hongqi H5 that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. You take us as fools. Chapter 56 R&T. We just having a meal together? The scene was very embarrassing at one point. Originally, Shen Shuhan was still swearing that Su Ming drove a Rolls-Royce. Result? Now it is actually a domestically produced Hongqi H5. Rolls-Royce costs millions. Hongqi H5 only costs tens of thousands. How can this be compared? And, more importantly, this is not just a question of whether there is a car or not. This involves issues of personal integrity and deception. Shen's mother and Shen Yi looked at each other and felt that Shen Shuhan was most likely scammed. After all, who would not drive a Rolls-Royce worth millions but a Hongqi H5 worth hundreds of thousands? Their favorability towards Su Ming suddenly dropped. Mother Shen gave an awkward but polite smile. "Xiaosu, actually having money is just a plus. But as a person, the most important quality is honesty, don't you think?" Yes. Su Ming nodded slightly, indeed agreeing with this point of view. Shen Yi seemed to have caught the handle, and sneered, and said, "I have said it before, you are just pretending to be rich and trying to deceive my sister's feelings." Sister, you see it now. The Rolls-Royce he rented last time was probably meant to swindle you. There are a lot of PUA scammers on the internet now, and they just like to cheat you for money and sex. Don't be fooled. Shen Yi reminded with concern. Thinking of the Patek Philippe just now, he felt more and more that Su Ming was an outright emotional fraud. He couldn't just watch his sister jump into the fire. Shen Shuhan was dumbfounded for a moment. She knew that Su Ming could not be a liar. And this watching Jingyuan is Su Ming's asset. On the other hand, the person involved, Su Ming, knew that it was a misunderstanding, but he did not explain. This made Shen Shuhan very anxious. Just as he was about to explain, "Mom, actually." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a sudden male voice. "Auntie, I'm here." Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. A young man about 1.7 meters tall, dressed casually, with a bright smile, walked quickly towards the side. First impression, very down to earth. This person was Guofei, the blind date that Shen's mother originally wanted to introduce to Shen Shuhan. Mother Shen's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. Xiaofei, why are you here? Didn't I tell your cousin that the blind date was cancelled? Guofei is a relative of Shen Shuhan's uncle, so there is no blood relationship. Good things should be kept within the family. The two parties simply reached a consensus and introduced potential partners to their outstanding daughters and descendants. I know. But I was on my way just now. I thought I'd come here. I didn't expect to meet you here. Guofei said with a wry smile. He is a grassroots internet celebrity who started out by making funny clips and has millions of fans online. Nowadays, he can earn tens of thousands of yuan from just one advertisement. You can make a lot of money in 1 PK. He is now a successful man with an annual income of several million and is extremely famous in the countryside. Originally, he was not interested in this blind date. After all, with his current status, how many beautiful women has he seen on the internet? There are many women who will throw themselves into your arms. But the moment he saw Shen Shuhan's photo, he was stunned. This is simply a peerless beauty. It was like a cool mountain breeze blowing into his heart. Later, he learned that Shen Shuhan was a fashion blogger and a part-time model, and that he could earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. Moreover, he had never been in a relationship. He fell in love even more. It's simply perfection within perfection. Shen Shuhan is not only self-disciplined, but also innocent. It's a high-end profession, which complements my grassroots background. It's like a match made in heaven. So, even though the blind date was cancelled, he still wanted to come over and see what was going on. Hearing this, Shen's mother was in a dilemma. After all, he had already promised to have dinner with Su Ming. Now, Guofei is here again? What should I do? Xiaofei, let me tell you the truth. We are preparing to go out for dinner with Shu Han's friends. You see. Shen's mother smiled awkwardly. Shu Han's friend? Guofei immediately became alert and saw Su Ming standing next to Shen Shuhan. In terms of appearance, he is obviously more advantageous than me. He instantly showed hostility, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. In that case, let's go together. I have already booked a good private room at Taifu restaurant. Hearing this, Shen's mother's eyes moved slightly, and she said in a gentle tone, Daughter, they are here. Just give me some face and have a meal together. Of course, Xiao Su can also come. Shen Shuhan's face changed and he refused directly, Mom, I've already said it. I won't go, so don't force me anymore. Mother Shen's face turned extremely ugly. She is a person who cares about her reputation. Her daughter's words not only did not give her face, but also made her relatives lose face. The atmosphere between mother and daughter suddenly became a little awkward. At this time, Su Ming finally said slowly, Then go. It's just a meal, what's the big deal? Taifu restaurant? He wanted to see what tricks the other party could play. Su Ming? Shen Shuhan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Su Ming would agree. The gloom on Shen's mother's face finally disappeared. She nodded and smiled, Hey, that's right. Xiao Su, you are still sensible. Guofei quickly put on a flattering smile, Auntie, let's go. My car is already here, it's over there. He pointed behind him. A black Bentley Bentayga, high-end and elegant, was parked there quietly. The final price is more than 3 million. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. Wow, brother Guofei is amazing, he can actually afford a Bentley. This car must cost several million, right? As he said this, he hinted at something and sneered, It's much better than someone who drives a red flag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan but pretends to be a big shot. Mom, let's take brother Guofei's car. Shen Yi took his mother and walked directly towards the Bentley Bentayga. Seeing the Hongqi H5, Guofei showed a disdainful look and asked immediately, Shu Han, what about you? Otherwise, why don't you take my car together? Shen Shuhan shook his head coldly, No, I'll go with Su Ming. Okay, then we'll meet at the restaurant. Guofei smiled politely and turned around to greet Shen's mother and the others. He knew that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He. Once we get to the restaurant, it's time for me to show my strength. Chapter 57 You Can Be the Boss. The two cars left Huacheng Jingyuan and drove towards Taifu restaurant. Inside the Hongqi H5, Shen Shuhan's mood was extremely complicated. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Su Ming, why did you agree to go eat with them? you don't like me? Having said this, she didn't even have the courage to look Su Ming in the face and lowered her head silently. Su Ming was slightly startled, then he felt her affection and said with a smile, I like you. You are so beautiful, which man would not like you? Then you still. Shen Shuhan was extremely surprised. She raised her beautiful eyes and spoke in a coquettish voice. Su Ming explained, Auntie is your mother after all. If I stay with you in the future, we will always be a family. I can't just watch you break up with your family because of me. Besides, I can get a free meal. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Wow! Shen Shuhan was stunned and felt his mind suddenly become clear. It turned out that Su Ming actually considered his future. I was too one-sided and didn't pay attention to this aspect. As expected, it's Su Ming. This is really thoughtful. Moreover, you want free meals? Shen Shuhan smiled, his heart blossoming with joy. Ah, Su Ming, you are so mean. You actually treat me as your meal ticket. Shen Shuhan's face turned slightly red. Thanks to her mother, she can now be honest with Su Ming and reveal her true feelings. The result seems pretty good. After receiving Su Ming's sincere response, Shen Shuhan was in a good mood and couldn't help but smile slightly. He began to look around the car casually. Then, her eyes gradually widened in surprise. Su Ming, how come your car feels more comfortable to sit in than a Rolls-Royce? And, this interior doesn't seem to be an ordinary red flag, right? Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly and said, I said, this car is more expensive than a Rolls-Royce, do you believe it? I believe it. Shen Shuhan nodded. This car gave her a really different feeling. At this time, the Bentley Bentayga driven by Guofei in front suddenly accelerated, trying to deliberately get rid of him. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. This kid, you want to compete with me, right? Shu Han, sit down. Ha! Before Shen Shuhan could react, Su Ming stepped on the accelerator. The super-modified Hongqi H5 bursts out at an astonishing speed, like a flash of lightning. Buzz buzz buzz. Rushed directly forward. The Hongqi H5 sped along, moving left and right, and overtook several cars in succession. Car owners rolled down their windows. Wan's face was confused. Damn! Am I seeing this right? Is that a Hongqi H5? No way, the Hongqi H5 is that fast. This should be a supercar. At this time, inside the Bentley Bentayga, Guofei smiled brightly, sped up a bit, and boasted, Auntie, Xiaoi, my Bentley landed at 3.6 million. It has good power, right? Shini was a little excited, his eyes were shining. Wow, brother Guofei, this car is really cool. It feels so good to push back. Next to her, Shen's mother reminded, don't drive too fast, be careful. Guofei nodded, still maintaining his speed and galloping forward. How can Su Ming's broken Hongqi compare with his own Bentley Bentayga? Now, I guess the taillights of the car that I left behind are no longer visible, right? Just consider it as a warning to him. Guofei was very proud. However, just then, a Hongqi H5 appeared in his rearview mirror, approaching rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Nani? Guofei's eyes widened instantly. Next moment. Buzz. With a roar of the engine, the Hongqi H5 directly overtook and drove away. Inside the car, all three people were stunned. This is so. Hongqi H5? The Bentley Bentayga was turned into ashes in seconds? Taifu Restaurant, at the entrance. Su Ming and Shen Shuhan had arrived a long time ago and waited for several minutes. Guofei's Bentley Bentayga arrived late. Su Ming smiled and teased, why are you here so late? Is there a traffic jam on the road? Guofei's face darkened, who is fine and drives as fast as you? That's right. Shen Yi formed a united front and echoed repeatedly. Oh? Didn't you deliberately drive fast to provoke me? Su Ming found it funny and retorted directly. Guofei was silent, feeling somewhat guilty, and quickly changed the subject, forget it. Let's go to the restaurant to eat. I have arranged everything. Humph, what is the use of your good driving skills? The restaurant is my home. Taifu Restaurant. In a private room. Exquisite ornaments and elegant decoration reveal an artistic and elegant atmosphere. Everyone took their seats one by one. Guofei sat next to Shen's mother, very friendly. After he took the order skillfully, the waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. At this time, Guofei grinned, the time to show off has come. Before we have dinner at this Taifu restaurant, I think I need to introduce it to you all. Guofei volunteered and began to introduce himself in a vivid and emotional manner. This is an exquisite fusion restaurant with a history of nearly 100 years. Its founder is Lu Fulai, a master of culinary skills. He combines Western cuisine with Chinese cuisine to create his own fusion cuisine. It was also very popular in the old Magic City and is still used today. He talked eloquently and recounted the history and culture of Taifu Restaurant. Now Taifu Restaurant has more than 100 chains throughout China, and has established the Taifu Catering Group, with a total market value of more than 2 billion. But there are only 3 restaurants that can truly be called Taifu restaurants. Among them, our Magic City is the best. So, to dine at our restaurant, most people have to make a reservation 2 days in advance, otherwise they won't be able to reserve a seat. Guofei talked about it eloquently, as if he knew everything about it. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This guy actually knows this restaurant better than I do. You can be the boss. Guofei frowned and said unhappily, "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" He is a frequent customer here and has heard the waiter's speech several times. He has already memorized it by heart. No one knows Taifu restaurant better than him. Su Ming shook his head. "No, I just remembered something happy." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Guofei's face again. "I thought that someone could question my authority." At this time, Shen, who was standing next to him, realized a key point and asked, "Brother Guofei, you said that this Taifu restaurant is so amazing. It's hard to book a table. How did you get it?" Guofei smiled. "This is a huge assist. I've been waiting for you to ask this question. Because..." He deliberately dragged out the words to keep it mysterious, and finally revealed the answer, "Because I am a super VIP here. I recharged 500,000 last year and I haven't used it up yet." Wow! 500,000 yuan was added to the restaurant's membership card. This is too awesome. Shen was stunned. He really didn't expect that someone would directly recharge a membership card worth 500,000 just for a meal. It's so inhumane. And Guofei is the real deal. After all, the restaurant is here. He is indeed a member here. The luxury car he drives is a Bentley Bentayga worth 3.6 million. That's it, a successful person. Compared to Su Ming, who is illusory and suspected of being an emotional fraud, he is so much better. Mother Shen looked at Guofei, nodded repeatedly, and smiled with satisfaction. Although, he looks a little ugly, far inferior to Su Ming. But at least it is more reliable and is made of real materials. Mother Shen was overjoyed. Good, Xiaofei, you are such a good kid. At such a young age, you have been able to start from scratch and have a successful career. The neighbors and the whole village should be proud of you. Oh no, Auntie, you're exaggerating. Not at all. Although he appeared modest, Guofei could no longer suppress his smile. A group of people feel happy inside. He started from scratch at the age of 20, took advantage of the internet, and became famous by making funny clips. Being called an internet clown by countless netizens. But he did not belittle himself and continued to work hard and endure hardships. Now at the age of 24, he already earns 400 to 500 taels of silver a year, which is a goal that many young people cannot achieve in their lifetime. How could he not be proud of himself? Think of this. Guofei turned his head with a smile on his face, wanting to see Shen Shuhan's reaction. I am so successful. She must be feeling a little upset, right? Who would have thought? Shen Shuhan turned a deaf ear, as if he hadn't heard at all, and was being affectionate with Su Ming. Su Ming, try this sashimi and see if it's delicious. Shen Shuhan picked up a piece of shrimp sashimi with chopsticks and fed it to Su Ming. The other hand was still placed under the food, for fear that it would fall. Su Ming frowned and smiled. I don't like shrimp sashimi, but since you feed it to me, I'll try it. He swallowed it in one gulp, his face looking a little uncomfortable, but he still pretended to be fine. When Shen Shuhan saw this, his heart almost melted. Su Ming actually ate the sashimi that he didn't like for his own sake. Wow, I'm so touched. Su Ming, I'll remember. I won't feed you this next time. Shen Shuhan felt extremely distressed. See this scene. Guofei's mentality is a little broken. Almost flipped the table. Oh shit. I've said so much that my mouth is dry. You guys, you didn't even hear a word I said. And I'm treating you guys so you can fall in love? After chapter 58, come and spend more. In the private room, the dishes were served one by one. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and ate with gusto. Guofei seemed to dominate the entire dinner. At this time, he picked up the wine jug on the table and poured wine for everyone with a bright smile. Come on, everyone, come to Taifu restaurant and try the specialty wine here, the fragrant rose osmanthus stew. This kind of wine is suitable for all ages. Shall we can drink it, too? He gave Shunyi a look. Shunyi tacitly reached a consensus with him and worked together. Everyone took a sip. It tastes really good. The alcohol content is not high, and it is refreshing and fragrant. Especially Shunyi, who was extremely excited to drink openly, asked, Brother Guofei, what is the origin of this wine? Can you tell us about it? He has been captured by Guofei's operations and has become his wingman. Of course I want to help. Guofei was very satisfied. He deliberately hesitated to speak and turned to ask, Su Ming, what do you think of this wine? Su Ming said calmly, not bad. Guofei immediately laughed out loud. How can you appear knowledgeable without making a comparison? He sighed deliberately, it seems that your knowledge is still a little shallow. He began to talk about it in detail. This sweet osmanthus stew is brewed with naturally fallen rose petals and osmanthus flowers, and has the fragrance and beauty of nature. The wine is fresh and mellow, sweet and refreshing. It will move you once, make you happy twice, and make you fall in love with it a third time. Besides that, it also has certain medicinal value. It can be said to be the best wine. This bottle costs 2,600 yuan. Guofei finished his introduction with a proud look on his face and took a sip of the wine in the glass. Looks like a lot of enjoyment. This is all the knowledge he learned from the waiter. It feels so good to show it off now. This 500,000 is worth the recharge. Shunyi looked at the wine glass in his hand and was amazed. Oh my god, this small bottle costs 2,600 yuan. Wouldn't it cost me 1 or 200 yuan for a sip? At this moment, Shen's mother was already full of admiration for Guofei. This kid is like a fish in water at the drinking table. If I take him to a drinking party, won't he go crazy? In contrast, Su Ming is a very low-key person, giving people a feeling of being unpredictable. What made her even more uncomfortable was that he was suspected of emotional fraud. How could she safely hand her daughter over to such an unreliable man? Mother Shen sighed deeply, and wanted to bring Guofei and Shen Shuhan together even more. At this time, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. I didn't expect that Taifu restaurant could give cultural value to an ordinary bottle of wine, praising it to the sky and saying it is great value for money. Even customers believe it and are willing to pay for it. It sounds nice, those are petals that fall naturally. In fact, isn't it just a handful of it on the ground? If this is true, then the cost of this bottle of wine may be only a few dollars. With such a low cost, it is sold for 2,600 yuan? It's really huge profits. No wonder Taifu Catering has a market value of over 2 billion. Seeing Su Ming's awkward smile, Guofei felt even more proud. It seems that I won this dinner. After a good meal and a good drink, everyone came out of the private room. Guofei was very proud and took out his VIP membership card proudly and went to the front desk to pay the bill. Swipe the card. Drop. Dear Platinum member Mr. Gua, this time the consumption is 16,300 yuan. The waitress returned the membership card and said respectfully, the remaining balance on your card is 265,000 yuan. Welcome to visit us next time. Shen Yi was stunned. The total amount on this card is enough to buy Su Ming a Hongqi H5. This kind of rich brother-in-law is what he has always dreamed of. So extravagant. Mother Shen was secretly amazed and she liked Guofei more and more. At this time, Su Ming smiled faintly and said, Guofei, I'm really sorry for making you spend so much money. I didn't expect you liked this restaurant so much and spent so much money. You must come here to spend money in the future. This is a very resentful customer, we can't let him run away. Guofei was a little confused. I come here to spend money, what does it have to do with him? Why does he care so much? But since the other party said so, he couldn't lose face. Okay, I'll bring you here next time. Guofei glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Su Ming. But Su Ming, you shouldn't come, okay? He thought Su Ming would be extremely reluctant. Unexpectedly, Su Ming nodded, well, you can come. I don't need to come. Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Mother Shen was stunned. Shin Yi was confused. They thought that even if Su Ming was an emotional fraud, he would at least struggle? Result? Just give up so easily? Even Guofei was caught off guard. I was overjoyed. Oh my god. What does this mean? Could it be that he was hurt by his own heroism? Are you not going to compete with me for Shin Shohan anymore? I'm coming, but he's not? Ha 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 ha. Hey, Su Ming, it turns out you're the good buddy. You took the initiative to withdraw, right? That's great. Guofei patted Su Ming on the shoulder. It was the first time he felt that he was so kind. Then he secretly glanced at Shin Shohan and was so excited that he was almost drooling. But he had to remain calm and not make a fool of himself in front of the goddess. Shin Yi shook his head and laughed, ha. Finally, you can't act anymore. Seeing that Brother Guofei is so heroic, you just choose to give up. What a wise move. After saying that, he glanced at Su Ming and seemed to feel that it was not that simple. Then he changed the subject and whispered, but Brother Guofei, Su Ming seems to be very cunning. You have to be careful of any deception. Is it a trick? Guofei was amused. My first move was a trump card. What kind of tricks could he have? Right, Su Ming? When this pretentious quote was spoken, it is estimated that everyone within a 50-meter radius would be injured by the shock. Shin Yi immediately felt relieved. Yes. What other reasons does Su Ming have to persist now except giving up? As long as my sister leaves Su Ming, she will be free from suffering. As a younger brother, I have fulfilled my filial duty. Hearing this, Shin Shohan was a little confused and looked at Su Ming in confusion. They had just expressed their feelings to each other, how could Su Ming suddenly change his mind? At this time, Su Ming took Shin Shohan's delicate hand and chuckled, you guys are overthinking it. Shohan and I are in love, how could I give up? Feeling his warm big hands, Shin Shohan's face felt slightly hot and her pretty face was shy. Absolutely beautiful. Sure enough, Su Ming would not let himself down. Seeing this scene, Guofei almost went crazy, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He didn't care about his manners and started cursing. Fuck it. You're kidding me. So what do you mean by I'll come and you won't? Take your dirty hands off me. Guofei's eyes turned red with anger. On the other hand, Su Ming and Shin Shohan still looked like a loving couple. At this moment, Guofei's eyes fixed. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was walking towards this side with great momentum. This person is none other than the manager of Taifu restaurant Wang Qilong. Wang Qilong smiled, waved over here, and then quickened his pace. Guofei's eyes widened, he was flattered. I never expected it. As a member, I actually get this kind of treatment? The famous store manager Wang Qilong paid so much attention to me and even greeted me personally. This is the moment when I can turn the tide. He was extremely excited and quickly went up to greet her, smiling politely and extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Wang. I have heard a lot about you. However, the next moment, he froze in place as if a machine had jammed. The outstretched hand froze completely. Wang Qilong simply passed him by, walked towards Su Ming with a smile on his face, and shook the other's hand respectfully. Mr. Su, thank you for coming. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. This moment. Everyone was stunned. Mother Shen was stunned. Shin Yi was stunned. The smile on Guofei's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of confusion. What is going on? Chapter 59. This is a huge misunderstanding. Everyone was confused. Wang Qilong, the general manager of Taifu restaurant, was so respectful to Su Ming. What is going on here? On the other hand, Guofei went to shake hands with a flattering attitude, but no one paid any attention to him? The scene was very embarrassing. Su Ming shook hands briefly with the other party and said calmly, it's okay, it's not a big deal. Wang Qilong was full of apology and smiled apologetically, it's my fault for not hosting you well. If I had known that you were in the restaurant, I would have treated you well. Su Ming smiled faintly, this time it's mainly a friend's treat, it's really hard to refuse such a generous offer. Next time I come, I'll let you know in advance. Guofei was stunned, his eyes were as big as bells. Friends treating? Can't refuse such a kind invitation? How could you say such words? What else more, you actually know the manager of Taifu restaurant. Do I need to notify him in advance? So what is your identity? Guofei sensed something was wrong and immediately walked over and asked anxiously, Manager Wang, who is this Su Ming? Oh. Wang Qilong glanced at Guofei and introduced him calmly, this is Su Ming, the largest shareholder of our Taifu Catering Group. Mr. Su can be said to be our big boss. Are you a friend of the boss? What? Hearing this answer, Guofei felt his blood pressure rushing to the top of his head and his head buzzed. I was completely dumbfounded. Su Ming, he is the owner of Taifu Catering Group? This restaurant belongs to Su Ming? Then I still have to spend money to treat him to a meal? Hearing this, Wang Qilong was confused. What's wrong? What happened to you? Guofei seemed to be unable to hear anything and fell to the ground helplessly. He spent his own money, 16,000 yuan, to invite Su Ming to his restaurant for dinner? He also recharged Su Ming's restaurant with a full 500,000 yuan. Feelings, money all went into his pocket. No wonder Su Ming said that he could do it himself. He doesn't need to come. It turns out that as long as he spends money in the restaurant, Su Ming can make money just by lying at home. What the hell? Am I a big loser? Guofei suddenly came to his senses, got up from the ground, and ran out of the restaurant in a panic like a stray dog. He disappeared in a flash. Everyone was left staring at each other. On the street, Guofei's face was pale and he walked like a zombie. He was still immersed in the joy of winning this blind date, but the next moment he was told. Su Ming made fun of me like a clown. Uncomfortable. Really, it's so fucking uncomfortable. At this moment, Guofei felt that the hustle and bustle of the world had nothing to do with him. In the restaurant, after a brief silence, the whole audience was already in an uproar. Someone recognized Guofei. Fuck. Isn't this the internet clown Guofei? I'm going to laugh till I'm numb. This idiot spent more than 10,000 yuan to treat someone to a meal at his restaurant? He even applied for a membership card and topped up hundreds of thousands of yuan. Isn't this just giving money to people? Is there a trick? My brother Fei is the real king. What trick is he playing? I don't think he has a trump card, he has 4 twos. No. There's nothing wrong with him being Wang Jia. Wang Jia is just a pair of clowns. Damn it. Bro, your interpretation is really awesome. Shen's mother and Shen Yi were completely shocked. They looked at Su Ming in disbelief. I never expected it. Guofei stole the show and dominated the entire dinner, doing everything he could. Result? That, Su Ming who always keeps a low profile. He is actually the real boss. The largest shareholder of Taifu Restaurant. They had just heard Guofei's detailed introduction. Taifu Catering Group has a market value of over 2 billion. So, as the largest shareholder, Su Ming's net worth is at least tens of billions. Oh my god. Turn out to be. We all misunderstood Su Ming. This time, the misunderstanding is huge. Su Ming looked at the shocked expression on Shen's mother's face and asked with a smile, Auntie, what do you think of me as a son-in-law now? Mother Shen came back to her senses and said in her throat, very good, really very good. In their minds, the original image of scammer needs to be re-examined as Su Ming's true identity is revealed. Su Ming has outstanding looks, excellent conversation skills, and has assets worth more than 10 billion. Such conditions are far better than Guofei's. Moreover, she misunderstood Su Ming and never treated him fairly. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Su Ming continued, don't you think that my venture capital is unreliable? Shen's mother immediately replied, high risk means high return. Su Ming couldn't help laughing. He raised his arm and waved it in front of Shen Yi. Oh, Xiaoyi said my watch is fake? Shen Yi, really, absolutely true. It's reasonable for someone worth more than 1 billion to be able to afford a watch worth tens of millions. Su Ming spread his hands, looking helpless, look at me, I'm so unmotivated, I fish for 3 days and rest for 2 days. Mother Shen thought for a moment and explained, proper rest is for better work, and physical and mental health is the most important. Puff. Shen Shuhan was laughing softly with her hands covering her mouth beside her. She had a pretty face and was extremely beautiful. Mom, you changed your expression so quickly. Didn't you look down on Su Ming and doubt his ability before? Do you know the truth now? Do you regret it? At this time, Su Ming looked outside the restaurant and said leisurely, is Guofei going to commit suicide because he can't get over it? Then let him stay wherever he wants. Shen's mother immediately responded. But after she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something was wrong. That's not right. Guofei is a relative's child after all. If anything happens to him, I can't be held responsible. As she spoke, Shen's mother took Su Ming's hand and patted the back of his hand with a gentle look. Su Ming, I misunderstood you before. I'm really sorry. You and Shu Han must be fine, and don't let any estrangement arise because of me. She spoke from the bottom of her heart, her tone apologetic. As a parent, she still wants her daughter to live a good life and find her own happiness. Now that my daughter likes Su Ming, they are in love with each other, and Su Ming is so outstanding. Naturally, she had no reason to object. Su Ming took Shen Shuhan's hand, and they looked at each other affectionately. Don't worry, Auntie, I will treat Shuhan with all my heart. Okay, that's great. Mother Shen showed a relieved smile. Then I'll go out and see how Guofei's child is doing. After saying that, she stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Su Ming held Shen Shuhan's jade soft hand and followed. A blush appeared on Shen Shuhan's beautiful face. Su Ming's promise just now made her feel shy. The secret love I had during college finally came to fruition today. She felt extremely sweet in her heart. Xin Yi's attitude had already changed 180 degrees. He followed beside him, howling as he walked. Brother-in-law. I misunderstood you. I was blinded by lard. Guofei, that pretentious guy, is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Hearing this, Shen Shuhan smiled sweetly, and imitated Su Ming's tone, scolding with a smile, You are a fence-sitter. Didn't you say that my sister has poor taste? Why are you more active than anyone else in calling me brother-in-law? Shen Yi was confused. If I don't call him brother-in-law, what should I call him? Shen Shuhan? Is there something wrong? Why is the effect different from Su Ming's? Chapter 60 The roads are slippery at night and society is complicated. Taifu restaurant, at the entrance. Guofei's Bentley Bentayga was still parked there. But there was no sign of him. I called, but no one answered. Where did Guofei go? Mother Shen put down her phone, with a look of worry on her face. Could it be that you are really upset because of this? If anything happens to him, it will be a big problem. Su Ming said, since he didn't drive, it means he left on foot and must be nearby. Let's split up and act more efficiently. Mother Shen nodded. Okay, then Xiaoyi and I will go over here to look for him. If you and Shuhan find him, please send us a message. No problem. Su Ming nodded, and the matter was happily decided. The troops were divided into two groups. Shen's mother and Shen Yi searched everywhere along the left side of the road. See if Guofei is hiding in some corner or on the bridge, preparing to commit suicide or something. After all, the phone call couldn't be connected and the car wouldn't leave. It's quite scary. Mother Shen searched for a few minutes, panting with exhaustion, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and complained. This Guofei has no psychological endurance at all. Like me, after knowing Su Ming's identity, didn't I still face it with a smile? Guofei, this guy, he is already a grown man, but he still plays missing with us. Shen Yi was stunned. You have gained a good son-in-law, so of course you can face it with a smile. Not only should you face it with a smile, you might even get numb from smiling. Guofei, your mentality has collapsed. Can this be the same? At the same time, Su Ming was holding Shen Shuhan's hand and walking slowly on the street. The atmosphere is so sweet. Passers-by, seeing the two handsome men and beautiful women, cast astonished glances at them. After all, the looks of both of them are really pleasing to the eyes. What's worse, some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, but it is unknown what they used them for. Su Ming looked at the stunning beauty beside him and asked, Shuhan, what are your plans for the afternoon? Shen Shuhan smiled brightly. I plan to take my mother and Xiaoyi to buy some clothes. Isn't it the end of the year? Her smile is like the warm sunshine in winter, intoxicating. The sound is even more charming. Su Ming nodded appreciatively. You are quite filial. Hearing this, Shen Shuhan opened his heart and said, although my mother and I often disagree and have conflicts, blood is thicker than water after all, and we are all tied to each other. When Su Ming heard this, he was immediately moved. Perhaps this is family. Even if there are frictions in normal times, your family will stand up for you at critical moments. At this time, there was a loud commotion ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! A group of beggars are surrounding a man and beating him violently. Help! Stop hitting me. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong. Guofei held his head and endured all kinds of fierce punches and kicks. He looked horrible. Hearing this voice, Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. No matter how hard you try, you still can't find it. Isn't this Guofei? How come he was beaten up by a group of beggars? No time to think. Su Ming walked over, patted a beggar on the shoulder, and interrupted, Hey, that's enough, stop fighting. A beggar raised his head. There was a deep scar on his face. He said angrily with a fierce look on his face, Boy, why do you want to mind your own business? Get out of here. Su Ming frowned, Give me some face and let him go. It's so funny. Who are you? Why should I give you face? Before the scarred beggar could finish his words, he saw Su Ming had already taken out 2 red banknotes. $200. Can you let him go? Ahem. Just based on your ability to make money, I have to give you face. The scarred beggar changed his anger into joy, accepted the 200 yuan with a smile, and said to his brothers, Okay, retreat, let's let him go. Guofei was beaten black and blue. When he saw Su Ming, he felt like he had seen a savior. He came over crawling and tumbling. Su Ming. Fortunately, you are here. These beggars, they are not beggars at all, they are a group of bandits. Guofei was extremely angry and complained with tears and snot. Su Ming was confused, but also more curious. How did you offend them? How did a beggar become a bandit? What's going on? Guofei felt extremely aggrieved and began to use his talent for storytelling to tell the story. Didn't I just lose my temper? I just wanted to sober up and take a walk. As a result, I accidentally kicked a beggar's bowl away. I kicked it several times. As a result, the beggar with disabled legs actually stood up. I was stunned at the time. He rushed over and grabbed me, and started to rant about me. They even asked me if I was here to cause trouble. I told them I was an internet celebrity, but they didn't believe me. They even asked others to beat me up. Do you think they were bandits? Luckily you arrived in time, otherwise I would have been beaten to death. My life is so miserable. Guofei spoke with great emotion and almost cried out of grievance. A beggar with disabled legs, lying on the ground and looking miserable, suddenly stands up and wants to hit you? Do you think you are afraid? Su Ming held back his laughter and said seriously, You are such a fool. Isn't it just a little emotional setback? Is it necessary to be like this? We have been looking for you for a long time. Hearing this, Shen Shuhan was completely stunned and started laughing secretly with his hands covering his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming is so bad. Is it still so hard to find? They didn't even look for each other, they were just holding hands and walking on the street. Guofei was immediately moved when he heard this and said, Su Ming, I find you to be a pretty good person. This time, even if I owe you a favor, I will pay it back to you next time if I have the chance. Let us keep things separate. Although there are grudges in the past. But now, Su Ming saved him. At least, it saved him from a beating. Su Ming waved his hand, Oh, that's not necessary. Do you feel any discomfort? Facing sudden concern. Guofei was stunned for a moment, then he checked his body, only to grit his teeth in pain, hiss. I feel pain all over my body, especially my stomach, which was kicked twice. It hurts so much. You can't do this. You might have internal injuries. If there are any hidden dangers, it will be a big problem. Su Ming said this with a serious face, then waved and called a taxi. He took out another 200 from his pocket and gave it to the driver. After giving a few instructions, Su Ming walked back and urged with a smile, Okay, don't waste time, go to the hospital for a checkup immediately, so as not to cause any root cause of disease. Guofei was completely moved. Su Ming actually still cares about his own health at this time? I'm afraid of leaving a disease behind. This is simply such a kind heart. Guofei was so moved that tears almost burst out. Su Ming. Thank you. I was like that before, but you still repaid me with kindness. I am narrow-minded. Su Ming smiled slightly and said with an open mind, Let the past be the past. Yeah. I'll be leaving first then. Guofei turned around and got into the car, and waved goodbye to Su Ming and the others before leaving. The vehicle drove away. Shen Shuhan showed some surprise in his eyes, and praised, Su Ming, you are really a good person. You even thought of sending him to the hospital. Yeah, good people like me are rare in this world. Su Ming's smile was quite mysterious. Shin Shuhan didn't notice it, and asked curiously, but, which hospital are you taking him to? The fare is 200 yuan? I remember there seems to be a medical clinic nearby. Hearing this, Su Ming's mouth curled up slightly, he moved closer to her, and slowly uttered 4 words. Oriental Men's Health. Puff. Shin Shuhan couldn't help but laughed out loud in an unkind way. There are really not many people as bad as you in this world. But, I like it. In the taxi. Guofei felt that time was passing very slowly. I picked up my phone and saw that it had been open for half an hour. Master, how long will it take to get to the hospital? Guofei couldn't help it and finally asked. The driver was a man in his 40s. He glanced at Guofei in the rearview mirror and couldn't help shaking his head. Why? This child is infertile at such a young age. It's so miserable. Brother, I'm in my 40s, but I'm still full of energy. The driver said calmly, don't worry. We'll be there in a dozen minutes. The medical care there is very advanced. You can rest assured. Guofei hesitated. He felt that he was much better now. Master, can I not go? The driver shook his head. No. We can't delay this kind of thing. We should go check it out to feel at ease. All right. Guofei nodded, thinking that what the driver said made sense. Moreover, Su Ming said the same thing just now. If you are beaten like this and you don't notice it now, your internal organs may have already been damaged. By the time you react, it will be too late. Anyway, it's only a dozen minutes. Then go and take a look. Time passes quickly. The driver stopped the car, rolled down the window and said, Little brother, we're here. Come in and take a look. This kind of disease cannot be delayed. The latter sentence has a rather earnest feeling. With the care from strangers, Guofei felt that the world was full of love. What happened today? I feel like there is true love in this world. Guofei sighed and got out of the car. When he saw the 4 big words Oriental Men's Health in front of him. I am totally confused. Master, why is it this place? Guofei was stunned and asked repeatedly. The driver had an I understand look on his face and said, Hey, don't worry so much. Infertility can be treated. Guofei was stunned, thinking of Su Ming, and asked, Is this the man who asked you to come here? Yes, your friend really cares about you. You should treat him to a meal when you return. The driver had already lit a cigarette and looked calm and composed. Puff. Guofei felt like he was going to vomit blood from anger. My mentality is completely broken. Just climbed out of one pit and fell into another one. The roads are slippery when it's dark, and society is complicated. Su Ming, you have such a cruel heart. Chapter 61. What's awesome is not the car, but my brother-in-law. Ruijin Shopping Center. Su Ming has already met up with Shen's mother and others and entered the mall. Shin Shuhan was preparing to buy some clothes for his family for the new year. Su Ming recalled his first meeting with Shen's mother and others at noon. It was quite dramatic. That embarrassing scene is still vivid in my mind. However, it may also be because so many accidents happened today. His relationship with Shin Shuhan quickly heated up. At this time, Su Ming handed a card to Shin Shuhan and smiled gently. Shuhan, this is the first time I meet your parents, and I didn't prepare any gifts. There's not much money in this card, just a few million. You can buy whatever Auntie and Xiaoyi like. Just consider it my meeting gift. Shen's mother and Shen Yi were stunned for a moment. There's not much money in the card, just a few million? That's too extravagant. Moreover, Su Ming also said. Buy them whatever they like. It's so happy. With such a son-in-law, the Shen family is truly blessed. Shin Shuhan held Su Ming's arm and said with great pride, Mom, look at how good Su Ming is to you. Hearing this, Shin's mother couldn't help but sigh. I never thought I would have such a blessing in my life. I gave birth to a good daughter and found a good son-in-law. They are both so filial. The more she looked at Su Ming, the more she liked him. Xiao Su, stay and have dinner with us. Don't go back tonight. Hearing this, Shin Shuhan was a little confused. Mom, what do you mean? Why does it sound a little weird? It means literally. If you don't understand, let Xiao Su teach you in the evening. The smile on Shin's mother's face was even more meaningful. Su Ming smiled knowingly. It turns out that my aunt is an experienced driver. Shin Shuhan was quite naive and still couldn't figure out what his mother meant. What's the matter? Why do you want Su Ming to teach you? They walked towards the clothing store and began their shopping journey. Mother Shin took Shin Yi and led the way. Shin Shuhan took Su Ming's arm and asked curiously, Su Ming, what did my mother mean just now? What did she ask you to teach me tonight? Su Ming hesitated. Are you sure you want to listen? It's not very good. Hearing this, Shin Shuhan's bright eyes showed even more anticipation, and she spoke coquettishly in her royal sister's voice. Su Ming, just tell me, don't keep me in suspense. All right. Su Ming sighed softly, leaned close to Shin Shuhan's ear, and whispered. Teach you how to do. When the last word fell, Shin Shuhan's eyes widened, and her beautiful face instantly became as rosy as peach blossoms, and even her earlobes were dyed pink by shyness. Her shy look is very heartwarming. Su Ming, you're so annoying, you're so mean. Her hands were soft and weak, and she gently beat Su Ming's chest. Her face was full of shyness, and her voice was even more charming. After all, she was still a virgin, so how could she withstand Su Ming's teasing? Moreover, it happened in public. Su Ming only felt a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body, and beautiful scenes emerged in his mind. Her voice is so nice, I wonder if she will call me husband. Will it sound better? Hoo hoo. Shin Shuhan felt her face getting hot, so she fanned herself with her little hands to cool it down. Seeing her like this, Su Ming couldn't help but find her cute. After a while, Shin Shuhan finally returned to normal and went to help his family pick out clothes. She is a fashion blogger and is very good at this kind of thing. Naturally, her family members all agreed with her vision. Su Ming had nothing to do throughout the whole process, and even received a call from Tang Yuan in the middle. The other party invited me to attend a charity dinner in Shanghai tomorrow. Shopping is complete. Shin Shuhan was very helpful in saving money for Su Ming. After shopping for an afternoon, he spent more than 30,000 yuan. Not even a fraction of the several million was spent. Su Ming rubbed Shin Shuhan's head and couldn't help but sigh, hey, you have to correct your thrifty habits in the future. Shin Shuhan? In the evening, the red clouds dyed the sky red. Shen's mother bought some vegetables and planned to cook for herself in the evening. Huachin Jinjuan. Hongqi H5 is parked steadily in the parking space. As soon as Shin Yi got off the car, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother-in-law, your Hongqi is so awesome. Are domestically made cars so awesome now? He used to dislike this Hongqi H5, but after experiencing it today. Whether it is the luxury of the interior accessories, the comfort of the seats, or the power of the vehicle. In every aspect, it feels like it's much better than Guofei's Bentley Bentayga. Is this still the impression I have of a domestically produced car that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan? Su Ming smiled and asked, Xiaoyi, have you ever heard a saying? What? Shin Yi was a little curious. Su Ming began to speak calmly, you are young and have a red flag. Love is not urgent at all. Being born in China is worthwhile. Driving a red flag is a perfect life. This is the charm of Hongqi H5. Have you learned it? He finished his inspiring speech. Shin Yi was shocked and immediately made up his mind, oh my god. Hongqi H5 is so awesome, I want to drive a Hongqi H5 in the future. Beside him, Shin Shuhan smiled and looked at Shin Yi's expression, who seemed to believe it. It was quite funny. Okay, Su Ming. Stop teasing Xiaoyi. Shin Shuhan pulled Su Ming's arm, and then explained to Shin Yi. Your brother-in-law's Hongqi H5 is more expensive than a Rolls-Royce. You probably can't buy it even if you want to. Shin Yi suddenly realized, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Su Ming's Hongqi H5 is actually more expensive than a Rolls-Royce? It's worth at least 10 million? No wonder it can beat Guofei's Bentley Bentayga. He naively thought that an ordinary Hongqi H5 could be so powerful? Turn out to be. The cool thing is not the car at all. He is my brother-in-law, Su Ming is awesome. They packed up their things from the car and prepared to go upstairs with their bags. At this time, a man's voice came from behind. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Everyone stopped and turned to watch. It turned out to be the property manager of Huaqing Jingyuan, Fan Su. Mr. Su, can I take up a moment of your time? Fan Su came up to Su Ming with an extremely respectful attitude and a document report in his hand. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, okay, go ahead. Fan Su took the report and reported, Mr. Su, our community is very popular at present. We have sold 67 commercial houses and rented out 136 houses. I predict that in less than half a year, the occupancy rate of our entire community will exceed 80%. I think, Mr. Su, should we raise the price appropriately? Hearing this, Su Ming was a little surprised. The housing prices in this community are already very expensive, costing 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. How come it still sells so well? But it's true that when he came to the community today, he found that there were indeed a lot more residents. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to raise the price for now. The current housing prices are still reasonable, so let's continue like this for now." Fan Su nodded, "Okay, Mr. Su. By the way, you don't have to collect rent for 1201 anymore." Su Ming said calmly, "By the way, send me the key to room 1202 next door. I won't sell this one anymore. 1201 is the apartment rented by Shin Shohan, and now I am with her. Charging the other party rent again is really too much." Fan Su looked at Shin Shohan. He was quite impressed by the latter and immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Su, I will send the key to your upstairs later." Su Ming nodded in agreement, and the other party left with a smile on his face. At this time, Mother Shin was completely stunned. Shinny stood there in a daze. The two looked at each other and could see extreme shock in each other's eyes. What is going on here? Su Ming. Who is he? Isn't he the owner of Taifu Restaurant? 1 billion identities? Could it be this whole neighborhood? Is it Su Ming S2? Chapter 62 New Reward, Cashback Card. Huachen Jinjuan. The lighting is warm in an exquisite commercial apartment. Mother Shin prepared a sumptuous dinner. Everyone sat together, eating around the table, and the atmosphere was joyful. Su Ming ate with great appetite and repeatedly praised Shin's mother's cooking skills. A cozy little home feeling. Only then did Shin's mother realize that Su Ming and her daughter were college alumni and had known each other for a long time. The more she looked at Su Ming, the more satisfied she felt. Yuan Ti finds such a good son-in-law even with a lantern. Thinking back to today when she wanted to introduce Guofei to her daughter, she felt really guilty. If this delays her daughter's happiness, it will be a thorn in her heart for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Su Ming was firm enough and was not influenced by himself and Shin Yi. Otherwise, Shin's mother will really regret it. Mother Shin raised a glass of wine to toast Su Ming, and said solemnly, "Xiao Su, this glass of wine is for you. From now on, Shu Han will be handed over to you. She has a bad temper, so you have to bear with her." Shin Shohan was standing nearby, feeling both embarrassed and angry when hearing this. "I have a bad temper, but I'm obviously very good?" But at this moment, she didn't say anything, just sat there obediently. Su Ming smiled knowingly and lowered his cup. "I understand, Auntie. Don't worry, I won't let Shu Han down." At this time, the elders wanted to hear some promises, and even though Su Ming felt it was a bit corny, he had to say it. Upon hearing this, Shin's mother felt relieved. Then, Fan Su came up and handed the key to Su Ming. Half an hour later. Dinner is over. Everyone drank some wine and looked a little tipsy. Mother Shin stood up and said with a smile, "Xiao Su, Auntie is a little drunk. Xiaoyi and I are going out for a walk and take a look at the night view of the Magic City. You and Shu Han should go to bed early." Having said that, she prepared to go out with Shin Yi. Su Ming walked her to the door, handed the key to Shin's mother, and said with a faint smile, "Auntie, this is the key to the house next door. If you want to live there in the future, you can come and live here anytime. Don't worry about the property fees, I've arranged everything for you." Mother Shin looked at the keys in her hand and was extremely excited. This is an apartment in Shanghai. One set costs at least 7 or 8 million. Su Ming is not only the major shareholder of Taifu Restaurant, but also the only boss of the entire community. Worth billions. Shin's mother accepted it gladly and gave Su Ming a wink. "Okay, then go back." Inside the house, Shin Shohan was forced to drink a lot of wine by her mother. Her face was flushed and she looked extremely beautiful. Her perfect figure made the sweater show a perfect and proud curve, her buttocks were straight and her long legs were close together, which was even more tight and charming. Seeing Su Ming coming back, the two were alone in a room. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and said with her cherry lips slightly opened, "Su Ming, they went out for a walk, what about us? Let's rest early." Su Ming put his arm around her waist, his tone meaningful. Shin Shuhan's heartbeat quickened a little. But her desire to explore the unknown made her full of expectations. A charming atmosphere gradually spread. Su Ming hugged her and came to the sofa, and the two figures merged. Her pleasant breathing sounds came one after another. Su Ming felt a little hot, and his big hands began to wander restlessly between her curves. A warmth seems to immerse everything. Shin Shuhan moaned, her body trembling slightly, and her eyes were blurred as she said, Su Ming, this is the living room. Su Ming chuckled, picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. This is destined to be a long night. The next day, Su Ming woke up and looked at the beauty beside him. He couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her face. Thinking of the madness of last night, he still felt a little unsatisfied. Since it was Shin Shuhan's first time, she was still very immature at first, but later on, the two of them gradually got along well. What made Su Ming's blood boil was that she was actually white. After a while, Shin Shuhan slowly opened his sleepy eyes and said softly, Su Ming, you woke up so early. I'm still so sleepy. Su Ming smiled and said, why don't you lie down for a while? Shin Shuhan moved closer with a sweet smile. She thought of her boldness last night and how she had tried things she had never imagined, and her pretty face became hot. Feeling the dull pain in her body, she engraved this experience deep in her memory. 2 hours later, Su Ming and Shin Shuhan dressed neatly and met up with Shin's mother and the others. At this time, Su Ming received a call from Tang Yuan from Shangmei Entertainment. He picked up the phone and answered it. Tang Yuan's soft and expectant voice sounded, Mr. Su, I made an appointment with you yesterday. Remember to attend the charity dinner together tonight. Should we meet in advance, or? Su Ming hesitated and declined, let's talk about this later. Hearing this, Tang Yuan's mood instantly became a little depressed, and she said resentfully, Boss Su, you clearly promised me yesterday that you could do it. Why are you going back on your word today? Men's words are deceitful. Su Ming smiled bitterly. He did promise her yesterday, but the situation has changed now. Before he could speak, Shin Shuhan saw his complicated expression and smiled, Su Ming, go and do whatever you want. I'll be here. Mother Shin nodded and agreed, yes, Xiao Su, if your work is important, don't delay it. Your career is also very important. It won't be too late to accompany Shu Han after you finish your work. She has been working in the watch industry for 7 or 8 years and has met many different kinds of men and women. It can be said that she has seen countless people. A smart woman will never lock a man up too tightly. A man who is stared at too closely by a woman will never achieve anything. This is the experience she has gained over the years. What's more, Su Ming has achieved great success now. There are so many things to do that I probably can't handle it all. It's already great to be able to take time to accompany Shin Shuhan. Hearing them say this, Su Ming already had an idea, and said to the person on the other end of the phone, okay. Just send me the address. Tang Yuan was extremely surprised and happy to hear that Su Ming suddenly changed his mind. I thought that my words of complaint and grievance had taken effect. Really? Men like girls who show weakness in front of them. Being too strong may not be welcome. Okay, our President Su, you really keep your word. See you tonight. After Tang Yuan finished speaking, she hung up the phone with satisfaction. Su Ming took Shin Shuhan and the others directly to the property hall of the community. The 2 properties were transferred to Shin Shuhan's name. Su Ming is very generous when it comes to treating his woman. What's more, he is now worth hundreds of billions. To him, these 2 houses are really not worth mentioning. The stamp falls. Property transfer successful. Shin's mother and Shin Yi were both stunned. It feels like a dream. These 2 houses are worth nearly 20 million. Su Ming really treats his daughter with care. Su Ming, you are so nice to me. Shin Shuhan hugged Su Ming, her pretty face slightly blushing, and she acted coquettishly in his arms. The two are very affectionate. Seeing this scene, Shin's mother was very pleased and moved to tears. My daughter finally has someone to rely on. As a mother, she can rest assured. Finish this. Su Ming had lunch with Shin Shuhan and the others. It's already afternoon. Su Ming drove and left Huacheng Jingyuan. Hongqi H5, driving on the streets of Shanghai. He finally started today's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Reward, 100 million consumption cashback card. Cashback card? Su Ming was a little confused. This is the first time he has received this type of award. Pulling the car to the side of the road, he began to read the detailed instructions. 100 million consumption cashback card. Within 24 hours, the amount of the host's consumption will be returned to your account in multiples of 110. There is a small probability that it will trigger a super critical hit and get a mysterious reward. The consumption limit is 100 million. Currently countdown 24 hours. After seeing this introduction, Su Ming found it interesting. That is to say, as long as I spend any money within 100 million yuan in a day, I can trigger cashback. Is there a chance of triggering a mysterious reward? Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a game bug. If I spend 1 cent and $1 at a time, is there a greater chance of triggering a super critical hit? Just do it. Su Ming became interested and found a small supermarket on the roadside. I bought a lighter for $2. I glanced at the system, feeling a little bit of anticipation. Who would have thought? Ding! The host's consumption amount is too small to trigger cashback. System, are you kidding me? 2 yuan is not money? Su Ming was speechless. I wanted to find a bug, but it didn't work at all. Forget it. There happens to be a charity dinner and auction at Tang Yuan's place tonight. Then just go and shoot for 100 million. It's a good opportunity to make a contribution to the disaster area. Su Ming became interested and put away the system. Go home. Chapter 63, It's him who looks down on me? At the same time, Shanmei Entertainment Company. Sitting next to Tang Yuan was a girl with a beautiful, fresh, and refined appearance. Her beauty is like the cherry blossoms in spring, fresh and unworldly, and like the moonlight on a summer night, soft and bright. Those beautiful facial features and oval face are like a work of art carefully carved by God, which is amazing. She is born with innate temperament and is a natural shining star. Compared with her, those female artists were like fireflies trying to compete with the bright moon, and were instantly eclipsed. Her appearance and figure are at least 98 points. She is Ning, the most popular young actress in Shanmei Entertainment. At this time, Tang Yuan looked at her and smiled sweetly. Ning, tonight, you and I will attend a charity dinner together. I will introduce you to a big boss. It seems that he has seen the drama you starred in last year. Seeing her smile, Ning felt a little flustered and scared. And? Big boss? Have you seen your own movie? Imagine a middle-aged man watching the youth sports drama starring her. Is it really suitable? Ning smiled politely and declined. Sister Tang Yuan, I don't have any movies to shoot recently, so I can only take on some commercials. It's useless for you to introduce me to a big boss. Tang Yuan smiled and said frankly, okay. To tell you the truth, I want you to do me a favor. The other party has saved our company from a dire situation and has become the second largest shareholder of our company. As an employee of our company, should you meet me and express your gratitude? Hearing this, Ning became even more embarrassed. She is well aware of the chaos in the entertainment industry. But fortunately, she has been in Shanmei Entertainment since her debut. Tang Yuan is very kind to the artist and always protects her like an older sister. Now, Tang Yuan asked me for help. If I didn't accept it, wouldn't it be too inhumane? But if it's something that crosses the bottom line, then of course there's nothing you can say. Ning thought for a moment, poked his finger, and asked weakly, if the other party wants to touch me, can I just run away? Tang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and scolded with a smile, you are such a naughty girl. If Mr. Su can really put his hands on you, you can only be happy for the rest of your life. Hearing her say this, Ning felt a little unconvinced. Who is she? The most beautiful girl in the Magic City Drama Academy. I wonder how many blocks long the boys chasing after her can line up. Mr. Su, whom Tang Yuan mentioned, touched her inappropriately, and this actually became her blessing? Sister Tang Yuan, if that's the case, then why did you let me go? Ning said angrily. Tang Yuan rolled her eyes, of course he wants you to please him. If you can really make him like you, you won't have to worry about filming in your life. You old man. I don't want to do that. Humph. Ning had a cold face, and looked very cute. Oh, Ning. To put it bluntly, isn't being a celebrity just about making money and having a good future? Otherwise, why do those celebrities choose to marry into wealthy families in the end? Tang Yuan patted her shoulder and said earnestly, if you had known this in advance, you wouldn't think like this. Besides, don't be too narcissistic. Mr. Su may not be interested in you. Tang Yuan said these last words very seriously, and it didn't sound like she was deliberately lying to her at all. This really aroused Xining's strong interest, and he whispered, "Is he a eunuch? I don't even like him?" Puff. Tang Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This girl is really pretty. But narcissism is also real. Although, she does have the capital. She took out her phone, pulled up a photo of Su Ming, and chuckled, look at Director Su's stunning beauty, is he worthy of a little princess like you?" Xining turned his head and took a closer look. His eyes suddenly lit up. Ha! He is actually different from the bad old man I imagined. He is a handsome guy with some looks? All right. Xining thought about it and decided not to lie to himself. Mr. Su is not only handsome, but also suits her aesthetic taste. Many artists nowadays are effeminate, but this Su Dong, handsome and cool. At first glance, he looks very manly. It's him who looks down on me? A strong desire to win suddenly emerged in Xining's heart. Tang Yuan chuckled, yes. What is Mr. Su's identity? What is your identity? Sister Tang Yuan. Why do you look down on me? Xining's face was sullen, and she swore, I just don't believe it. I'm so pretty, how could he not be tempted? Then we'll wait and see tonight. Tang Yuan spread her hands and waited. At night, the lights come on. 29th floor, Wing Lung Building. A grand charity dinner was held here. The dinner is divided into two parts, dinner and auction. After everyone finishes their meal, there will be a charity auction and the organizers will donate the proceeds from the auction to the disaster-stricken areas. At this time, in the central rest area of the building, there was a huge crowd of people. Those who come in and out are all important figures. Tang Yuan and Xining, dressed in their best clothes, stood by and waited. Tang Yuan is dressed very beautifully today. She has a half-buttoned brown windbreaker with a black sweater underneath. Her plump figure brings out her beautiful curves. She has a graceful figure and looks like a real queen. Xining has long flowing hair and a pure and charming face, like a fairy from heaven. She wore a black pleated skirt with half-length stockings, and her charming long legs were particularly eye-catching. The two of them standing here are a beautiful landscape. It instantly attracted countless people's attention. Wow! Who are these two? They are so beautiful. You don't even know this? This is Tang Yuan from Shangmei Entertainment and the new generation star Xining. You don't even recognize the celebrities? Oh my god. It turns out that celebrities look better offline than online. These two are truly beauties of national beauty. One look at them is enough to captivate a whole country. Another look at them is enough to captivate a whole city. A third look at them is enough to make you intoxicated and dreamlike. Xining. Can you give me an autograph? My son is your fan. As these words came out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, you're so nice to your son that you ask for his autograph? Xining. I'm your fan, can I ask you for one too? The scene fell into chaos for a while. More than a dozen men, in order to have a suitable excuse, watched Xining's stunning beauty up close. They surrounded her and started asking for her autograph. Xining smiled slightly, revealing her cute dimples, and was very approachable. After signing for them, she said in a sweet and gentle voice, "Thank you for your support." The crowd was instantly boiling with excitement. Ah! I'm in love. Celebrities are so special, they are so beautiful. More importantly, Xining is not arrogant and is very easy to get along with. When I saw her smile, I felt like my heart was about to melt. At this time, Su Ming, who was not far away, had already seen this scene. He walked over and said with some surprise, Mr. Tang, I just mentioned it casually last time. Did you really bring Xining here? When Tang Yuan saw Su Ming, she was immediately delighted and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Xining had already opened her cherry lips and smiled faintly. Boss Su, I have heard of your great name for a long time. This time I specifically asked Sister Tang Yuan to bring me here. Hello, let me formally introduce myself to you. I am Xining. Please give me your guidance in the future. She nodded slightly, with a respectful attitude, just like a young girl. Tang Yuan was stunned. What the hell? Before Xining came, wasn't he very arrogant and domineering? Why is she so well behaved and cute now? Men like girls who are fragile and can arouse their desire to protect them. Could it be? This girl Ning has such high emotional intelligence? Will Su Ming really like this one? Tang Yuan felt a little nervous for no reason, and she didn't know why. Chapter 64. He himself is a business card. Tang Yuan was a little confused. Ning is not like this at all in private. She is just like a little princess, and a little bit tsundere. Let you teach her? It's good that she didn't teach you. How could she have the delicate image of a girl like she has now? Most likely it was because of what he had said to her. What status does Mr. Su have to be interested in you? This made Ning competitive, so he wanted to prove it to himself. If she really succeeds, won't she ride on me in the future? Tang Yuan felt a little complicated. She now feels a little regretful. Wing Lung Building, 29th floor. The charity dinner was already bustling with activity. The event tonight was of very high standard and numerous celebrities were invited. People had smiles on their faces, were holding wine glasses and chatting with each other. Su Ming is accompanied by two beauties, the beautiful CEO Tang Yuan and the female star Ning. Both of them gently held Su Ming's arms, with smiles on their pretty faces. Slowly walked into the scene. The men who were chatting were all stunned when they saw this scene. Fuck! Who is this man? He has two beauties by his side. This is too much fun. I know, that one is Tang Yuan, the boss of Shangmei Entertainment, and the other one is their popular young actress Ning. She has 5 million fans on Weibo. Oh my god. This man must be a very powerful rich second generation, otherwise they would never be so close to him. I'm so jealous. I'm worth $1 billion, and I can't even imagine receiving this kind of treatment. Hey, there is a huge gap between rich people. They all shook their heads and sighed, with great envy in their eyes. Su Ming noticed these envious looks and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Originally, only Tang Yuan was holding his arm. Who would have thought? Ning, the little girl, seemed to be jealous and asked herself delicately, Boss Su, can I have one too? Su Ming thought about it. Leaving her aside doesn't seem to be a good idea. So I agreed. It becomes what it is now, a bit like a picture of being hugged by two people on both sides. But you know what, this feeling is really good. Soon, they arrived at their position. Su Ming cleared his throat and said calmly, okay, so many people are watching you. He gestured, and the two of them linked arms. Tang Yuan gently took her hand back and joked, so Director Su was still shy. He. When she smiled, she was full of the charm of a mature woman, gentle and generous. It makes people lose their mind for a while. Su Ming chuckled but didn't explain. Didn't you see those men wanted to tear themselves apart? Ning let go of her hand, blushing shyly as she said, it's so warm to be holding Boss Su's arm. Tang Yuan looked at her with both anger and amusement. This little girl is getting excited, isn't she? Ning was not willing to be outdone, and a look of slight pride appeared on her pretty face. Sister Tang Yuan, you said that Director Su doesn't like me, right? Let's wait and see. When the two of them made eye contact, they seemed to emanate an invisible fighting spirit. Su Ming felt his whole body tremble and sensed something was wrong. What is going on with these two people? At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over here with a smile and greeted. Mr. Su? Hearing this, Su Ming turned around and saw a somewhat familiar face. Who are you? My name is Chen Jianian, and I'm a director. This is my business card. Chen Jianian respectfully handed over a business card. After Su Ming took it, he continued, the last time I saw you was at the dinner at Purple Mountain Hotel. Since you left in a hurry at that time, I didn't have a chance to introduce myself to you. Oh. Su Ming nodded slightly, remembering the last dinner he attended with Jiang Yue. Indeed, I have seen him. At this moment, Tang Yuan's eyes lit up and she was a little surprised. Chen Jianian is a famous director in China and has shot several movies with box office revenue of over 100 million yuan. He was actually so humble in front of Su Ming. Perhaps, he also knew that Su Ming was the boss of Epic Capital? Tang Yuan smiled and said, Director Chen, it turns out you also know Director Su. Chen Jianian nodded. Director Su is one of the major shareholders of Wanda Group and has a high status. Of course I know him. What? Tang Yuan was stunned. Su Ming is actually one of the major shareholders of Wanda Group? Wouldn't his net worth then increase by hundreds of billions? The only boss of Epic Capital. The major shareholder of Wanda Group. Su Ming, he actually has so many terrifying identities. She accidentally discovered a shocking fact. Seeing her surprised look, Chen Jianyan instantly became curious. He thought this was something everyone knew. So I didn't take it too seriously and just said it as a matter of course. Don't you know, Mr. Tang? Then how did you get to know Mr. Su? Chen Jianyan became even more curious and glanced at Su Ming. The man in front of him seemed even more terrifying than he had imagined. Tang Yuan put away her excitement and said, Mr. Su's Epic Capital invested in my company and is currently the major shareholder of our Shangmei Entertainment. Chen Jianyan's eyes widened and he took a breath. I almost knelt down to Su Ming. The major shareholder of Wanda Group, plus Epic Capital. What kind of horrible concept is this? He is already among the top 20 richest people in the country. However, Su Ming is not on the rich list today. This shows how low-key this person is. Chen Jianyan felt a little embarrassed and apologized. Mr. Su, am I being a little presumptuous? I shouldn't have revealed your identity. Su Ming waved his hands and said with a smile, forget it. You have exposed all my secrets. Be more low-key next time. Hearing this, Chen Jianyan finally felt relieved. This was because of my quick words that made Su Ming disgusted. Then he will be depressed for a while. After all, this is a good opportunity to make some big shots. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Su. I won't bother you anymore. After getting Su Ming's nod of agreement, Chen Jianyan smiled and nodded in response, then left with peace of mind. There were several wealthy businessmen around, and they all saw this scene. Although the dinner was noisy, they did not hear the specific content of the conversation. But it can be seen that the identity of this young man next to Tang Yuan should not be underestimated. Immediately, some impressions were left in their hearts. Besides Su Ming, there was a glittering light in Si Ning's beautiful eyes. She thought that just because Su Ming was the boss of Epic Capital, it was enough for him to act so arrogantly. I didn't expect him to be so awesome. He is also a major shareholder of Wanda Group. Wouldn't he the net worth double? No wonder Sister Tang Yuan said that he would look down on her. However, this only aroused Si Ning's competitive spirit even more. She just didn't believe that Su Ming would remain unmoved by her. Chen Jianyan returned to his position. The woman who came with him today was wearing a red dress and was also very pretty. At least around 83 points. She couldn't help but ask, Director Chen, this person you met is so young. Is he a little arrogant? You gave him a business card, but he didn't even give you one in return? Hearing this, Chen Jianyan smiled and said, Mr. Su is not arrogant at all. Instead, he is very approachable. Besides, he doesn't need a business card. He himself is a business card. Hearing this, the eyes of the woman in the red dress widened. So shocked. Is he himself a business card? How famous this is. Director Chen is a well-known director with a prominent status in the entertainment industry. Coming to this dinner, they were so respectful to a young man. So what is the terrifying identity of this young man? Chapter 65, Giving You Face? Do you deserve it? Boss Su, when did you actually buy shares of Wanda Group? That's a big deal. Tang Yuan looked at the man in front of her and felt he was becoming more and more mysterious. Su Ming smiled faintly. It happened a while ago, nothing surprising. Tang Yuan blinked in confusion and was stunned. Look, is this human language you're talking about? Hundreds of billions of shares, can you just acquire them? No wonder. She is still working hard every day for her Shangmei Entertainment, which is worth 2 or 3 billion. Comparing this person to others is really infuriating. Just vote for it. Let Su Ming take me flying? Of course, Tang Yuan was just thinking about it in her heart. The other person is so outstanding, how could he be likable to me? Moreover, he is 4 or 5 years older than Su Ming. Half an hour later, the dinner officially began. Exquisite meals and high-end red wine were served on everyone's table. Many people stood up, holding their wine glasses, and started socializing. This is a good opportunity to expand your network. Tang Yuan was one of them. She picked up the wine glass and started socializing everywhere. She is the boss of an entertainment company, and connections are extremely important to her. Then, Su Ming and Si Ning were the only ones left at the table. Xining took a few sips of red wine, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Her eyes were hazy and she looked slightly tipsy. It adds a bit of feminine charm to her pure appearance. She said in a soft voice and shyly, "Director Su, I feel a little cold." Cold? Su Ming was eating. When he heard her words, he temporarily put down the cutlery in his hand. Feel the temperature. Su Ming frowned. Heating is provided throughout. It's obviously not cold. Su Ming was curious and wanted to find out the reason, but suddenly he glanced around. I saw Xining wearing half-length stockings, revealing a white area of her thigh in the middle. Oh, you must be cold in winter with so little clothing. After saying that, Su Ming turned around and continued eating. Xining was stunned, his little face showing disbelief. That's not right. Why is this different from what was filmed in the TV series? It's not just that, when a girl says she is cold, the boy will pick up his clothes and put them on her. Then, the feelings heat up instantly. How did you get to Su Ming? You said you were wearing so little, you must be cold? If I change to someone with a slightly more lecherous mind, I'm sure they'll want to get started this time. When the time comes, I will reject him and remain reserved. This way boys will be unable to stop and will fall in love with you completely. Result? Su Ming was unmoved. Straight man. Mr. Su is a straight man. Xining felt a little resentful in his heart, but still refused to accept it. Her mind raced, and she quickly came up with a plan. Since the other party doesn't take the bait, take the initiative. She said softly, "Well, I am indeed wearing too little. Director Su, can you give me your coat?" She placed her hands on her long white legs and slid her slender fingers along them. Very tempting. I smell so good, I'm sure any man would be happy with it, right? Xining's lips curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful arc. Su Ming was a little surprised. This Xining is not the same as I imagined. I thought it was a cool type, but it turns out it's. Su Ming pulled the small blanket next to him and handed it to her. Didn't the organizer prepare something? Put it on. Xining. It's so hard to tease her and she doesn't take the bait at all. What should I do? There was silence for a moment. Xining ate something and his little brain was working very quickly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, she pursed her lips, and said softly, "Director Su, my makeup today doesn't seem to be done well. Can you help me check it?" Su Ming was silent for a moment, then turned to look at her. She has beautiful facial features, exquisite makeup, and a pure and feminine charm. She is the pinnacle of purity. No wonder he became an instant hit after his debut. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with this makeup. Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Xining seemed to be approaching him intentionally or unintentionally. Could it be? Su Ming understood a little. No matter what, don't be fooled by her, he said lightly. Yes, it is indeed a bit powdery. Ah? Xining was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? She spent 2 or 3 hours on this makeup and hired a top makeup artist, so there is absolutely no way there can be any problem. Is it really me who is not attractive enough? For the first time in her life, she felt extremely frustrated and began to doubt her life. Sorry, Mr. Su. I'll go touch up my makeup then. Xining stood up and walked towards the dressing room. She didn't really want to touch up her makeup, but to calm down. Seeing Xining leaving, Su Ming's eyes narrowed and he began to ponder. Did this woman Tang Yuan give any orders to Xining? Or threatened her? So, that's why she is like this? Xining went to the bathroom, looked at her beautiful self in the mirror, and cheered herself up secretly. Xining, come on. You are so beautiful, you have to believe in yourself. Don't be defeated by setbacks, you are the best. Hee hee. I feel like I'm okay again. She was able to adjust quickly and soon regained her confident smile. She also took a plate of fruit from the buffet area, preparing to adjust her tactics and regroup. As a result, she got halfway. A young man in his 20s, a glass of red wine between his fingers, blocked her way. Beauty, let's have a drink and make friends. I'm Sure Xin from Opal Technology. I guess you've heard of my name. Sure Xin looked superior and conceited. Opal Technology is a top mobile phone manufacturer in China with a market value of 200 billion. His father is the third largest shareholder of Opel Technology, holding 18% of the shares and worth tens of billions. He is the son of a shareholder. This time, I am here to attend this charity gala on behalf of Opel Technology. How can I not have the capital to be proud of myself? Hearing this, Si Ning became interested and said calmly, Sure Xin? Never heard of him. She is still thinking about going back and continuing to fight with Su Ming. After saying that, she wanted to avoid Sure Xin and leave, but he still stood in front of her. Si Ning frowned, completely different from how she was in front of Su Ming, and said coldly, What are you doing? Harassment? Sure Xin saw that the beauty was angry, but he was not displeased. He continued to pester her and said, Maybe I didn't introduce you clearly. My father is a member of the board of directors of Opel Technology. You should understand what I mean, right? Si Ning was slightly startled. The other party had an extraordinary background, and she didn't want to think too much about it, so she smiled politely and said, I know. But I don't have time now, so excuse me. After saying this, she wanted to turn around and leave. Who would have thought? But the other party grabbed her wrist. Bang! The fruit plate in Si Ning's hand fell to the ground, and the fruits were scattered all over the floor. The scene was very embarrassing. The people around looked over curiously. Sure Xin frowned, looking unhappy. I have said so much, and you don't even give me this face? He just boasted to his friends that he must get Si Ning's contact information. Who would have thought? The other party didn't give him this face at all. This made him instantly embarrassed. Several of his friends at the table were already smiling and talking about it. Oh no! I thought Sure Xin was so awesome, but it turns out he's no good at all. Forget it, come back. You are still young, it would be better to let your dad do it. That's right, do you think your identity is so impressive just because of this dinner? There are so many amazing people. Hearing these taunts from his friends, Sure Xin gnashed his teeth in anger and asked again, Give me some face, okay? Si Ning hadn't spoken yet, but the other party was of extraordinary status, so she didn't dare to offend him rashly. After all, this will implicate the entire company. She is just an artist and cannot cause trouble outside. She was about to compromise. A cold voice sounded. Giving you face? Do you deserve it? As soon as the words fell, everyone's attention was instantly focused on this person. Just see. Su Mingyun walked over calmly with a cold smile on his face. Awe-inspiring without even getting angry. Chapter 66 How about you give me a kiss? Who are you? Sure Xin looked at Su Ming with a sinister look in his eyes. He was finally about to succeed. As a result, someone suddenly appeared and intervened, asking me, Am I worthy? Totally look down on him? After all, he is the son of a shareholder of a 200 billion group. Don't I even have the qualifications to ask for a girl's contact information? The more Sure Xin thought about it, the angrier he became. He had to find out the other party's identity so that he could respond. Who would have thought? Su Ming said calmly, You don't know me, which only means that we are not in the same class. Improve yourself, kid. You fucking. Sure Xin was speechless and gnashed his teeth. This man, who is about the same age as me, actually speaks in a tone of lecturement like an elder. And you still say they are not from the same class? Who the hell does he think he is? Si Ning hid behind Su Ming, his eyes shining with a strange light. Her delicate face relaxed and looked beautiful. Su Ming is so handsome. Showed up in time and saved himself. All the gloom she had previously felt was swept away. The atmosphere was tense. At this time, a second-generation rich man dressed in designer clothes immediately stood up and walked to Sure Xin, whispering. Sure Xin, forget it. We are not kidding you anymore. Let's just leave it at that. This is a dinner party, don't make a big deal out of it. After hearing his friend's advice, Sure Xin immediately took advantage of the situation and sneered at Su Ming, Boy, we are indeed not in the same class. You are not even as good as a hair of mine. For the sake of the overall situation, I will not bother with you for the time being. He snorted coldly, turned around, smiled, put his arm around his friend's shoulder, and left together. Su Ming's face remained calm and composed. It's like a small stone hitting the vast ocean, but there is no ripple. Si Ning was overjoyed, his eyes showing a bit of admiration, and he said excitedly, Boss Su, thank you for helping me. Su Ming, we came here together. How can I just stand by and watch you being bullied? Xining felt warm inside. It's a really good feeling to be protected. Very warm. She took Su Ming's arm and returned to her seat with Su Ming. Xining sat in his seat, his heart surging, and he smiled. Compared to you, Director Su, that guy is just a drop in the ocean. He doesn't bother with you? It's obviously us who shouldn't bother with him. Hearing her cheerful tone, Su Ming said calmly, aren't you quite normal now? Why did I feel you were a little strange earlier? This. Xining was stunned. Before, she deliberately pretended to be pitiful in order to win Su Ming's favor. As a result, this incident. Forgot about it. Su Ming continued to ask, did Tang Yuan threaten you and deliberately let you get close to me? If so, I will talk to her and explain it clearly. We don't need to be so deliberate. I like to get along naturally. Sister Tang Yuan? Threaten me? Hearing this, Xining immediately realized that he had misunderstood, and quickly waved his hands to explain, no, that's not the case. Sister Tang Yuan didn't threaten me. Su Ming smiled with interest, you are obviously quite innocent, why do you deliberately act like that? Xining's pretty face instantly turned red, and the redness spread to her earlobes. Oh my god. Did I perform so badly? In Mr. Su's eyes, isn't she charming? Is it burning? How embarrassing. Xining blushed and covered his face, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. After calming down for a moment, she reorganized her expression and explained with a blushing face, Mr. Su. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to play a joke on you. Ahem. You won't be angry, right? Although Su Ming didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. He roughly understood the situation and chuckled, don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's very dangerous. Be careful not to get into trouble. If I had pretended that I knew nothing and followed her tactics, this girl wouldn't know how much I had taken advantage of her. If you're more ruthless, get her drunk. I guess when she wakes up, she will have nowhere to cry. Xining nodded obediently, yeah, I understand. The auction will start soon. After Tang Yuan finished her social engagements, she returned to her seat and met up with Su Ming and the others. At this time, an old man with graying ears and a calm temperament stood on the stage. Hello everyone, I am Ma Wenshi from the Fuguan Museum. I am honored to be the organizer of this charity auction. We will donate half of the proceeds from this auction to the suffering Long province, and the remaining half will be used to establish a charity foundation to help those areas and children in need. Ma Wenshi is a very authoritative collector in China and also the director of the Shanghai Fuguan Museum. It is indeed very appropriate for him to be the organizer of this charity auction. He introduced the general situation of the auction and finally made the official announcement. The auction has officially begun. The first lot to be auctioned is. With a wave of his hand, the appearance and detailed introduction of the item appeared on the big screen. 1 serving of Anxi Premium Tiguanyin. 500 grams. Produced in Anxi, Fujian Province, it is a representative variety of oolong tea. The light fragrant Tiguanyin was sold at a price of 335,000 yuan per kilogram, ranking among the top 10 most expensive teas. It has a fresh, sweet taste and a rich fragrance. Ma Wenshi walked off the stage. The auctioneer took the microphone and introduced. This is the Tea King competition's special grade Tiguanyin. There will be 5 lots in total, and they will be auctioned one by one. The starting price is now 100,000 yuan, and each bid must not be less than 5,000 yuan. The auction officially begins. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the audience instantly became boiling. This is special grade Tiguanyin, a famous tea. Almost everyone can use it. It is a good choice for entertaining guests or drinking by yourself. Bigwigs from all walks of life raised their signs and joined in. 120,000. 150,000. 160,000. Su Ming was not in a hurry and first observed the bidding situation here. Epic Capital has a lot of tea. Since those people want it so much, there's no need for me to rob them. Soon, the price of Tiguanyin skyrocketed. It has already exceeded the normal price threshold of 330,000 and reached 360,000. Tang Yuan smiled slightly and held up the sign, 390,000. The auctioneer's voice became excited, 390,000 per time. 400,000. A wealthy businessman raised the sign in his hand. Tang Yuan continued to hold up the sign, 420,000. 450,000. Tang Yuan did not continue to follow, but another boss continued to raise the price, as if he had no shortage of money. Finally, the first batch of Tiguanyin tea, a good start, was bought by the owner of a construction company for 530,000 yuan. The prices of the following 4 Tiguanyin cups ranged from 400,000 to 500,000, far exceeding the normal prices. Tang Yuan got what she wanted and spent 460,000 yuan to buy one of them. Su Ming said, "Mr. Tang, it's not bad. The price of 460,000 is still very suitable." Tang Yuan smiled and said, "My main concern is participation. I will bid if I can. I won't force you to pay too high a price. However, the price of a charity auction will be higher than that of a normal auction. If Mr. Su finds something he likes, it may not be easy to get it at a normal price." Really? As Tang Yuan said, the last 2 pieces of Qing Dynasty official kiln porcelain were both worth around 1 million yuan, but were finally sold for more than 2 million yuan. Since they are so arrogant. Su Ming didn't intend to be polite. Because the cashback consumption card, given by the system, is getting ready to use. Soon, the auctioneer began to introduce the next item for auction. This is a 5.5 carat diamond ring from southern Philippines, named Heart of Eternity. There is also a touching love story behind it. The auctioneer briefly introduced the love story, added value to the diamond, and finally made the announcement. Now, its starting price is 500,000 yuan. Each bid increase must not be less than 20,000 yuan. Start bidding. As soon as the host dropped the hammer, bigwigs from all walks of life rushed to bid enthusiastically. Many of the bigwigs who attended this dinner were accompanied by a beautiful female companion. Diamonds are something that naturally have a fatal attraction for girls. 560,000. 600,000. 650,000. 1 million. Soon, this diamond ring reached the 1 million mark. When its price reached a bottleneck, price increases became very slow. Su Ming immediately raised the price, 2 million. When the price dropped, everyone in the audience was stunned. The auctioneer was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "The gentleman at number 106 bids 2 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 2 million at a time. 2 million twice. 2 million 3 times." The audience was still silent. After all, the price had increased from 1 million to 2 million in one go. This is not a joke to you. We are all celebrities, and since the other party wants it, just give them face. Anyone who raises the price at this time would be a bit tactless. Make a deal. The auctioneer made the final decision, and the Heart of Eternity diamond ring now belonged to Su Ming. Ding! The host spends 2 million yuan, triggers a 10x critical hit, and gets a cashback of 20 million yuan. The corners of Su Ming's mouth rose slightly. This is so cool. Win the diamond and get a cashback of 20 million. That means he made 18 million from it. And this is a charity auction, so just think of it as a contribution to society. Don't say that I, Su Ming, have become rich but don't give back to society. Perfect. Su Ming was in a good mood. Tang Yuan, who was standing next to him, also had a smile on her face and teased, "Wow, Mr. Su is really generous. He spent 2 million to buy a diamond ring. I wonder which woman would be so happy. How about the diamond ring you gave me?" Hearing this, Su Ming knew that the other party was teasing him, so he joked, "How about if you give me a kiss, Mr. Tang, I will give you the ring." Su Ming, counterattack. Tang Yuan blushed immediately and said nothing more. Mr. Su is so annoying. Can you make such a joke casually? What does a diamond ring represent? That's love. Puff. Xining covered his mouth and smiled. It seemed like I was in the same situation just now. So when she saw Tang Yuan being humiliated, she felt a little bloating. Mr. Su, well done. Chapter 67, I'm here to get a reward. What's going on with you guys? The auction is in full swing. Su Ming bought the next 3 items at about twice the original price. Ding! The host spent 2.6 million yuan, triggered an 8x critical hit, and got a cashback of 20.8 million yuan. Ding! The host spent 3.3 million yuan, triggered a 6x critical hit, and got a cashback of 19.8 million yuan. Ding! The host spent 4.75 million yuan, triggered a 9x crit, and got a cashback of 42.75 million yuan. See the money rolling in. Su Ming was overwhelmed with joy. But the people present were a little numb. They also wanted to be in the spotlight, but their spot was snatched away by Su Ming. Moreover, Su Ming's price was very strict, which happened to be within the reasonable premium range for charity auctions. You keep raising the price, but I always feel like I'm losing out. It can be said that Su Ming has already grasped the price firmly. Tang Yuan was a little surprised. Mr. Su, it turns out that you really like collecting these antiques, calligraphy and paintings? You actually bought 3 pieces in a row. Su Ming said calmly, it's okay, I just took the photo for fun. Tang Yuan? Si Ning? The two looked confused. Is there such an operation? It's fun to take pictures, so just take them. This is too arrogant. Sure enough, we don't understand the world of rich people. Everything is excessive or insufficient. Su Ming did not participate in the latter incident. Just take a break and give everyone a chance to perform. They competed to bid, and in the end that man spent 6 million to buy the blue and white porcelain vase. The specifications of auction items are gradually increasing. The auctioneer continued his passionate introduction to the crowd. The next painting is from Mr. Qi Baisher's work, Ox and Willow. It was once sold at Christie's auction in Hong Kong for 12 million. Mr. Qi Baisher's skills are so high that he can be called a modern painter. His brushstrokes are freehand and vivid. This picture of Willow and Cow seems to be casually sketched, but every stroke and every filling is extremely exquisite and highly artistic. After magnifying it several times, we will see that there is a slight dot on the upper horn of the cow. In fact, this is one of the cow's horns. It can be said to be the finishing touch, making the picture more layered. As soon as these words were spoken, a Chinese painting appeared on the big screen. The brushstrokes were light and concise, outlining 2 cows by the river. One cow was facing the crowd with its butt, and the other cow was sleeping in the water. Everyone became excited. Up front, those were just appetizers. Now this is the highlight. This painting has been personally verified by Qi Baisher's granddaughter. It is an absolute authentic work of Mr. Qi Baisher. I just don't know why Mr. Qi Baisher drew a cow with its butt facing me. The cow's rear end is facing you. Don't you understand that? That's the awesome part. After a moment of silence, everyone suddenly realized. A cow, with its rear end facing you. That's what's so cool about it. Absolute. This explanation is absolutely amazing. So this is what Mr. Qi Baisher was thinking when he painted this picture. Great. It's really great. I've decided to pay 15 million to buy this painting. I won't be polite to you for such an awesome painting. 15 million? This is a charity auction, do you think it's that easy? The scene instantly became boiling. Especially that person's unique interpretation, which gave the painting a deeper meaning. Su Ming was confused. Is it really that mysterious? Was the word awesome already popular in Qi Baisher's era? All in all, with this interpretation, the painting becomes more interesting. It seems that everyone has a unique aesthetic vision and a unique understanding of the works. Mr. Qi Baisher would also feel gratified in his afterlife. We should pass on this art. The starting price of Mr. Qi Baisher's Oxen and Willow is 5 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 500,000. Now, the bidding begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the audience became extremely heated and everyone started bidding. I'll give you 6 million. 7 million. 7.6 million. Almost instantly, the price soared to 7.6 million. After all, this painting was once sold at Christie's auction house for 12 million. It's impossible to buy it at a price of over 7 million. Su Ming was not in a hurry. He knew that the price would definitely go up again, at least to 20 million. There is no need for me to take action now. With fierce bidding, the price has soared to 18 million. I'll offer 20 million. I like this painting. I want it today. This wealthy businessman is called Deng Xijia and is worth billions. Just now, he fell in love with this painting after being introduced to it by that man. The highest price in the market was called out. 20 million. Once this price was announced, it almost reached the price bottleneck of this painting. Moreover, a gentleman does not take away what others love. They were all willing to give him this face. At this time, Sher Xin next to him slowly raised the sign and shouted, 24 million. The whole audience was stunned. Damn it. Isn't this sure Xin from Opal Technology? Why is he suddenly bidding a price? This guy really doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. Boss Deng said he really liked the painting, but he still wanted to snatch it from others. It's true that the highest bidder wins, but you should at least respect your elders. When the wealthy businessman Deng Xijia saw Sure Xin, he was stunned for a moment, his face a little embarrassed, and asked with a smile, "Little brother, do you like this painting too?" Sure Xin said proudly, "Yes, this painting is indeed very interesting. It indicates that our Opal technology is going to be very successful. If I take a picture of it, I can report it back." "Okay, in that case. We'll each rely on our own abilities." Deng Xijia continued to shout, 26 million. 30 million. Sure Xin followed suit immediately, seemingly choosing to fight to the end. Deng Xijia was a little confused. This guy, a painting worth 12 million, actually bid 30 million to me? This is too exaggerated. What makes him difficult is that the cash flow of his company has not been so smooth recently. Now, it seems that I can only let it go with reluctance. What a pity. The people in the audience shook their heads and sighed. Forget it, forget it. This painting has no destiny with you, Mr. Deng. Just give it to him. Ah, this young man is so ignorant. You're taking the company's money and spending it recklessly like this? Everyone was speaking up for Deng Xijia and felt a little sorry for him. Sure Xin looked excited. He liked this feeling of frustrating others. Taking the company's money and pretending to be cool. It feels so good. Just when he was feeling proud, Su Ming silently raised the sign, 35 million. This moment, the whole audience fell silent instantly. The birds are silent. Deng Xijia was a little stunned and looked at Su Ming. Everyone also turned their eyes to Su Ming. The whole audience was in awe. This young man just took 3 pictures in a row. They thought Su Ming would stop filming. Who would have thought that he would take action at this moment? Moreover, the price of 35 million was obviously not reasonable. Su Ming had set such a strict price before, and he obviously knew the price very well. So, he took action at this time and continued to bid. What does it mean? It's clearly a righteous act. I can't stand Sure Xin's unreasonable price increase. Such people certainly deserve their respect. Everyone gave Su Ming a thumbs up of admiration. This guy did a great job. A role model for my generation. If I were as arrogant as you, I would also help you. This painting should be worthy of a person as awesome as you. Hearing this, Su Ming was confused. No. I just want to get a cashback reward. What about you? Chapter 68. Mr. Su is too ambitious. Boy, are you going to go against me on purpose? Sure Xin's face looked extremely ugly. Just now he tried to chat up Su Ming, but was stopped by Su Ming. Now he wants to bid for a painting, but the price is raised again. Isn't it intentional targeting? Su Ming said calmly, at the auction, the highest bidder wins. If you want it, just keep bidding. Why are you talking nonsense? Sure Xin gritted his teeth and followed up weakly, 36 million. But before he could react, Su Ming continued to film without hesitation. 40 million. The whole audience was shocked. My God, this price is more than 3 times the original value. 40 million. That's a bit scary indeed. This young man is so righteous. They are willing to spend 40 million to fight Sure Xingang to the end. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant. If Sure Xin keeps yelling and this guy suddenly refuses, that will be fun. At this moment, the wealthy businessman Deng Xijia was extremely excited. Su Ming took action out of justice and even spent 40 million. This pattern, state of mind and spirit are truly admirable. Deng Xijia bowed to Su Ming and gave him a friendly smile. Su Ming saw it and responded with a faint smile. At this time, Sure Xin couldn't help but yelled, "How can you bid like that? Tens of millions, as if you're just joking?" Originally he thought he could get it with 30 million, but unexpectedly a bad guy showed up halfway. The price actually increased to 40 million. This is a 3 times premium. It's obviously irrational to continue following this. But if I don't follow, I will seem particularly embarrassed. On the stage, the auctioneer looked at Sure Xin with a smile and asked, "Mr. Number 249, do you want to continue bidding? I won't follow you anymore." Sure Xin waved his hands angrily, then frowned and asked, but I want to confirm with you, has this young man's assets been verified? Don't let him bid for it and end up not being able to pay. That would be hilarious. The auctioneer smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone who comes to our auction has gone through a strict qualification review, so this kind of problem won't occur. You don't have to worry." Yan had nothing to say and just sat back in his chair with a gloomy face. Originally, he wanted to show off, but he was cut off by someone. This is the feeling of being ridden and peeing. It made him feel really uncomfortable. Seeing this, the auctioneer announced, "This painting of Willow and Ox by Mr. Chi Baisher was sold for 40 million. Congratulations to number 106, Mr. Su." Bang! It was finalized that this famous work Ox and Willow belonged to Su Ming. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause. "I admire you. This young man is so bold and generous." It was mainly because he acted out of righteousness and disciplined Yan. This kind of grand plan really makes me feel a little ashamed. Oh, if only I had money, I might also help out. 40 million is not a small amount. Now, Mr. Deng has to owe him a favor. After all, he helped you save face and spent 40 million. This is real money. Hearing these words from people around me, Deng Xijia nodded, grateful. Look at Su Ming. When he noticed the other person, he didn't seem to take it seriously and still looked calm and composed. This made him even more emotional. Look at their courage and vision. Even though he helped me, he still acted indifferent. Let me ask you, which rich person can do this? Su Ming really didn't care about these. He glanced at the system and found that the cashback consumption card had taken effect. Ding! The host spends 40 million, triggering a 7-fold rebate. Reward, 280 million. The reward has been issued to the bank card, please check it. I checked my bank card and saw that the amount had indeed arrived. You can also get cash back when you spend it yourself. It feels so good. 100 million consumption cashback card, current remaining consumption cashback balance, 47.35 million. Warm tips, if a single purchase exceeds this amount, the cashback reward will not be triggered. Oh, I see. Su Ming knew what was going on. This is not a big deal, as long as it does not exceed 47.35 million. At this time, the auction of Picture of Willow and Ox came to an end. It was intermission time at the auction. People began to move around. Tang Yuan praised, "Boss Su, it was you who took action in time and suppressed Yan's arrogance. In the situation just now, no one else could afford, or was unwilling to spend 40 million to bid. Only Su Ming was able to stand up at that moment. When you see injustice, take action to help. This kind of personal charm is truly admirable." Su Ming was slightly stunned when he heard this. Not only did I get cash back for my consumption, I also got some new stone. Although 40 million is very expensive, it is a huge profit overall. Su Ming smiled softly. "Oh, that Yan is not a good guy. He even harassed Si Ning earlier. How can I let him show off? This is indeed the truth. Although the main purpose is to give back cash, Yan just does some cleaning as a side job. No way. Who made him run into the muzzle of a gun? I can only say that he had bad luck." Ha! Tang Yuan suddenly became curious and looked at Si Ning. "So, while I was at the social event just now, something happened between you and Director Su that I didn't know about?" Si Ning nodded, her face flushed with joy as she said, "That Yan is just a dandy boy. He relied on his status to forcefully ask for my contact information. I refused to give it to him, but he still wouldn't let me go. Fortunately, Director Su came forward to help me in the end, and I was able to avoid an embarrassing situation." When she looked at Su Ming, there was a gleam of admiration and gratitude in her eyes. Tang Yuan was a little confused. Something is wrong. Si Ning, didn't you say you wanted Director Su to fall in love with you? How? I feel like it's the other way around. You are fascinated by Mr. Su? At this time, Deng Xijia and several wealthy businessmen came over to greet us with a glass of wine and a smile on their faces. Deng Xijia said respectfully, "Sir, I am Deng Xijia from Weiyuan Foreign Trade." "What is your name?" Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "Su Ming." "So it's Mr. Su. I'd like to toast you." Deng Xijia took the initiative to toast, lowered his glass and clinked it with the other party. The attitude is extremely humble, but it also shows one's status. He smiled and continued, Mr. Su, if you need my help in the future, just say a word. If it is something I can do, I will definitely go all out to serve you. Just now, Su Ming saved his face. And the premium was 3 times as much, a total of more than 40 million was spent. Mingling in the upper-class society, how could Deng Xijia not understand the ways of the world? What you owe to the other person is a big favor. Next to them, the various bigwigs who came with Deng Xijia began to introduce themselves. Mr. Su, I'm Lu Ruiqing from the wedding planning business. It's an honor to meet you. Mr. Su, my name is Zhuang Kai, and my father is the chairman of Jialong Food. If there is a chance, I will send you a few trucks of snacks. I hope Mr. Su, don't despise me. I am. Everyone introduced themselves and got acquainted with Su Ming. Su Ming did not put on airs and was very approachable. You can never have too many connections. What if we can be useful to each other in the future? Su Ming took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code for them, and added each other's contact information. Deng Xijia and his friends would be delighted to get such a treasure. Although they didn't know Su Ming's specific identity, anyone who could spend 40 million on the auction must be a big shot who should not be underestimated. Tang Yuan and Si Ning saw this scene. Everyone was amazed in their hearts. Su Ming is so charming. It's really too big. It's really popular with both men and women. These people are usually the best in their respective fields. Now he is in front of Su Ming, no different from his younger brother. Is this the real boss? You never have to go out for social events, and others will take the initiative to get to know you? The gap between people is too big. Tang Yuan shook her head, feeling inferior to herself. Just now she was running all over the place for socializing. As a result, Su Ming just sat there motionless. Someone comes to say hello? Tell me. Isn't this gap obvious enough? Thinking of this, Tang Yuan suddenly realized. Like, Su Ming is his biggest connection? If I were Su Ming's woman. Isn't that? Ahem. Tang Yuan's pretty face turned red and she quickly shook her head, throwing the idea out of her mind. Tang Yuan, you need to calm down. You have relied on yourself all the way. We can't fall into depravity. Tang Yuan warned herself in her heart and quickly took a sip of red wine to calm herself. At the same time, Sher Xian's face looked extremely ugly. He drank alone, his eyes fixed on Su Ming. Su Ming has become the focus of the crowd. Like the moon surrounded by stars, she was sought after by all kinds of bigwigs and celebrities. Beside him, there are 2 top beauties with scores above 95. It's really enviable. He, Sher Xian, became the other party's stepping stone. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. All kinds of emotions filled Sher Xian's brain. Bang! Sher Xian slammed the cup on the table and said angrily, This kid has been against me time and again. Do you think you can do whatever you want to me, Sher Xian? He gnashed his teeth in anger, but felt helpless inside. Can't find any ideas. At this time, the young man next to him showed a gloomy look in his eyes and said, Sher Xian, don't be angry. This guy spent 40 million to buy the painting that was originally worth only 12 million. Essentially, you have nothing to lose. On the contrary, although he is respected by so many people, in fact, from a financial point of view, he doesn't seem to make any money. After hearing his friend's words, Sher Xian's eyes suddenly became clear. Yes, I didn't lose anything. Because I didn't spend any money. He was the one who lost money. That's right. The young man Zhang Huayin continued, Moreover, according to my observation, this guy is a nouveau riche. He actually paid 3 times the price for this 12 million painting. He is totally losing money. Later, we will play a trick on him and deliberately raise the price with him. Let him continue to buy at a 3 times premium, and then we will show our hand and say that we did it on purpose. Wouldn't that make him angry to death? Hearing this, Sher Xian's anger turned into joy in an instant, and he laughed and praised. Ha ha ha. Genius. Huayin, you really are a genius. Why didn't I think of that? Doesn't this kid like taking pictures? I'm going to kill him later. Chapter 69 I hope he won't be killed by me. The break is over. The second half of the auction officially begins. The auctioneer walked onto the stage with a smile. Dear guests, the next lot is even more worth looking forward to. It is. The big screen unfolded, and a piece of exquisite porcelain appeared before everyone. This is an official kiln from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty, a blue and white underglazed red porcelain vase, golden rooster cheers, with blue in the color and blue in the color. Great beauty and simplicity, neither flattering nor superficial. The big rooster depicted here symbolizes the dawn of the golden rooster, the fading of dawn and the coming of light. Once upon a time, a similar piece of collection was sold at a high price of 17.4 million in Bali, France. Now, his starting price is 5.5 million yuan, and each increase in price must not be less than 200,000 yuan. Start bidding. Everyone began to bid enthusiastically. This piece of blue and white underglaze red from the Qing dynasty is not the best work among all the porcelains of the Qing dynasty. It is quite special and has a certain collection value. 6 million. 7 million. 8.5 million. Soon, the price soared to 17 million. Su Ming directly raised his sign, 20 million. Seeing him take action, everyone knew his strength and chose to give up. After all, how many of you here really understand this kind of thing? It would be better to go with the flow and give the other party some face. Moreover, the properties of this porcelain vase are slightly different from the previous ones. It was a similar collection that was sold for 17 million, but it was not him who sold for this high price. His own value is actually still unknown. It is obviously not a wise choice to continue shouting blindly. The auctioneer shouted, "Mr. Number 106 has bid 20 million. Is there anyone who can bid higher?" 20 million at a time. The people off the field remained unmoved. 20 million twice. Everyone thought that this blue and white underglaze red would be sold for 20 million yuan, and they were all ready to applaud and congratulate. Who would have thought? A cold voice came, 25 million. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who shouted out the price was actually Ningqing. Oh my god, why is it Ningqing again? They are at odds with each other. Mr. Su bought that painting for 40 million yuan. I guess Ningqing wants to avenge his previous defeat. I wonder how much this porcelain vase will fetch at auction. Actually, I know some inside information about this porcelain, but I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later. Oh my god, you have inside information? Tell me now? The sound instantly became quieter. Su Ming glanced at Ningqing and said with a smile, "Why did you shout out 250 10 times? There's no need to reveal your identity, right?" Hearing this, the whole audience burst into laughter. 25 million. Isn't it just 10 250s? There's nothing wrong. Ningqing's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you talking nonsense? If you have the ability, just keep following me. If you don't, just let me go." Su Ming smiled faintly and raised the sign, 30 million. Hiss. 30 million. Everyone gasped. How much money did Su Ming spend tonight? There were a few people in the front who spent about 10 million, and another 40 million was just spent. Now, he directly asked for 30 million? This will cost 100 million, right? Before everyone could react, Ningqing seemed to be even more assertive than before and raised the price directly, 40 million. He looked at Su Ming and said coldly, "I want to take back everything I lost from you. 40 million, do you have the guts to follow? This piece of mine is worth 17 million. He was afraid that Su Ming would not follow, so he deliberately reminded him. Su Ming didn't think much about it, since the system still had the quota. Just play with him. 47 million. Su Ming directly raised the price again. This consumption amount is just enough to trigger the system reward. Take him down and the mission is just completed. 47 million? That's it. Ningqing sneered disdainfully and continued to raise the price, 50 million. Now it's only one step away from tripling the price. As long as it's Su Ming, you can raise the price at will. He chose to give up, and then tell Su Ming that he had raised the price on purpose. That would make Su Ming so angry that he would die. The audience was in an uproar. Fuck. Why did Ningqing suddenly become so tough? Is this porcelain so expensive? 50 million? I guess he is angry with Mr. Su. The competition between rich people is really too arrogant. There's going to be something interesting to watch. At this time, Deng Xijia and someone beside him looked at Su Ming at the same time. He winked at Su Ming frantically. They just learned an inside story about this porcelain. This porcelain is not worth so much money at all. But what worried them was that Su Ming didn't seem to notice their crazy looks. At this time, Su Ming glanced at the system. Consumption amount, 47.35 million. This is so. 50 million, even if you continue to shoot, you won't be able to trigger the cashback at all. Never mind. Just when everyone was extremely excited and looking forward to Su Ming's reaction, Su Ming smiled faintly, silently picked up the fruit on the table and started eating. It seemed as if this auction had nothing to do with him anymore. This moment, Sure Xin panicked and shouted at Su Ming, "Hey! Boy, what are you doing? It's not even 3 times the premium yet. Why don't you bid anymore?" Su Ming said calmly, "I see it's not easy for you either, so I'll give it to you." Oh my god. Sure Xin's mentality exploded. How is this different from the script? Wasn't it agreed upon? Su Ming will offer a 3 times premium and compete with me in the auction. As a result, Su Ming actually braked halfway and gave the thing to himself? And what you said was so nice. Actually, he got the advantage. Do I really have to spend 50 million to buy this porcelain vase? When I get back, I will be scolded to death. Seeing that Su Ming did not move, the auctioneer said, 50 million, it seems there is no higher price. Then congratulations to Mr. Sher from number 249. By our Qing Dynasty blue and white underglaze red, golden rooster cheers, at a price of 50 million. Let's give our applause to Mr. Sher from number 249. The words fell. Sher Xin was confused and said quickly, "Wait. Can I cancel this auction? I made a mistake. Please give this item, 47 million, to that gentleman." The auctioneer's face darkened instantly. Mr. Sher, you should be very clear about the rules of the auction. Once you make a deal, you cannot go back on your word. If everyone is like you, how can our auction house continue? The whole audience burst into laughter instantly. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Has Sher Xin never participated in an auction? He's already bid, but he's going to go back on his word. It's so embarrassing. When he shouted 50 million, he seemed very happy. Hey, Sher Xin, it's okay. Isn't the chicken on your porcelain vase pretty? When Sher Xin heard the ridicule from the crowd, his face became even gloomier. He turned around and looked at Zhang Huayin beside him. Just now, it was this guy who gave me a bad idea. Huayin, how are you going to explain this to me now? Sher Xin frowned and asked angrily. Zhang Huayin was stunned, his mind racing. Listen to my story. No, listen to my explanation. Although you bought this porcelain vase for 50 million, you didn't lose anything. Because, the guy named Su just now paid 3 times more. In comparison, do you feel like you made a profit? Sher Xin was completely stunned. This Zhang Huayin, what he said. It seems to make some sense. After all, this porcelain vase costs at least 17 million, and my price is not even 3 times the premium. And Su Ming actually spent more than 3 times the money to buy a painting. It seems like it's the same for us. Who would have thought? At this time, Deng Saija broke out a shocking news. "Ha, I just heard an inside story about this porcelain. I have never dared to say it. Now that Mr. Su didn't take the photo, I will boldly say it out. The blue and white underglaze red piece that was bought in the French palace was actually used by Emperor Yongzheng. It depicts a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon. But this piece, golden rooster crows, although it is from the official kiln, is not a phoenix. It is a rooster. At most, it was used by one of the emperor's favorite concubines, or even given as a reward to a maid. So its value is definitely far less than 17 million. I bought it for 50 million. I lost a lot of money. Ha 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 ha." Hearing these words, Sher Xin's eyes went dark and he felt dizzy. The next moment, he fell directly into Zhang Huayin's arms, his limbs twitching and foaming at the mouth. He was still shouting, "Medicine, medicine. Check trouble? No, Sher Xin, what do you want?" Zhang Huayin was completely panicked. How did things suddenly turn out like this? I was just giving a suggestion, I didn't defeat the enemy. Instead, Sher Xinjing's limbs were twitching and he was foaming at the mouth? What the hell? Sher Xin, you won't be killed by me, right? Chapter 70. Is everything going according to your plan? The whole audience burst into laughter. Ah, this is so funny. Sher Xin spent 50 million on a piece of porcelain used by a maid. He is losing so much money. He wanted to trick Mr. Su, but Mr. Su refused. Is he stupid? It seems that Mr. Su has everything under control. Don't use this move, it's a sure kill. What's wrong with Sure Xin? Is he having an epileptic seizure or something? Go to the infirmary immediately, don't let anything serious happen. Yeah, don't affect our mood for bidding. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Ming couldn't help but glance at the system. Consumption cashback amount, 47.35 million. If a single purchase exceeds this amount, the cashback reward cannot be triggered. Puff. Su Ming laughed out loud. Why is Sure Xin so stubborn? Is it so difficult to trigger a cashback reward yourself? Do you have to raise the price for yourself? Well, now I am almost dying. Seeing Sure Xin's miserable condition, Ning smiled softly and asked, Director Su, is all this within your calculations? Su Ming smiled but said nothing. All I can say is that there is goddess will in everything. Soon, medical staff arrived at the scene. They examined Sure Xin and found that he had been strongly stimulated, causing severe hypoglycemia. He also had a bottle of glucose syrup in his arms. It seems that this is an old problem left over from overdrawing the body. The medical staff quickly gave it to Sure Xin to drink. He gradually got better, but he was still pale. Hurry, help me to rest. Sure Xin's voice was weak, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Zhang Huayin supported him and they walked towards the lounge. Soon, charity auctions are back to normal. The auctioneer was on the stage, introducing passionately. This is a natural glass type imperial green jadeite bracelet, heavenly water ring, from the old mine of Candy. It has a natural rich color and delicate texture. It is very old and very transparent. It can be said to have both good quality and color. Its quality is even better than the bracelet that was sold for 60 million Hong Kong dollars at the Poly auction in Hong Kong. At this moment, the whole audience instantly boiled over. Glass type imperial green jadeite bracelet. Only this kind of top quality bracelet has the right to be named Tianshui ring. This is truly high-end jewelry. When worn on a woman's hand, it is definitely a symbol of status. Show elegance and luxury. Everyone, stop fighting. I'm offering 15 million. I want it. 15 million? To buy a top quality bracelet like this? You're thinking too much. I've never bought a gift for my wife, but I must get this bracelet. The whole audience instantly fell into heated discussion. At this time, the auctioneer invited a middle-aged man in a suit to come on stage. The man stood in front of the microphone and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Dong Kongcheng from Ruili Jewelry. I found this heavenly water ring by chance in September this year from a piece of material worth tens of millions. Knowing that Long Province in China was hit by the disaster, I decided to donate it to this charity auction. It just happened to find the right person to own it. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Dong Kongcheng, the boss of Ruili Jewelry, actually donated jade bracelets worth tens of millions to the disaster area this time. How big a situation is this? Although, it has a certain advertising nature. But this kind of behavior is always pleasing. After saying this, Dong Kongcheng walked off the stage with a smile. Spending tens of millions to run an advertisement among so many celebrities would bring him immeasurable profits in the future. The auctioneer took the microphone and said, Thank you Mr. Dong Kongcheng of Ruili Jewelry for your donation. Then, I declare. The starting price of this sky water ring is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 500,000. The bidding begins. The atmosphere was perfectly created, and the bigwigs from all walks of life in the audience raised their signs. 12 million. 13.8 million. 16 million. This jade bracelet is very popular and has instantly become a hot commodity. Tang Yuan's eyes moved and she raised the sign, 20 million. However, her bid fell on deaf ears in an instant. 21 million. 23.6 million. Prices are still continuing to rise. Tang Yuan's eyes dimmed a little. She took a sip of red wine and said nothing. Su Ming asked with interest, Mr. Tang, you seem to like this bracelet? Tang Yuan smiled bitterly, yes, I really like it. But you know my current situation. I have to keep the funds for the operation of the company. The price I can offer is at most 20 million. Su Ming glanced at her wrist. She was also wearing an emerald bracelet. Although the water quality is also good, high ice quality, with blue water bottom, the price can be around 1 million. But compared to the imperial green on the stage, the difference is quite big. Su Ming's mouth corners slightly raised, and he whispered, "If I help you take a picture of this bracelet, how will you thank me?" Hearing this, Tang Yuan was slightly startled. She didn't expect that Su Ming would actually offer to help her take a picture of the bracelet. This would cost at least tens of millions. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I'll give you 30% interest and pay it back within a year." "What do you think? Pay back the money? I'm not really interested." Su Ming shook his head and suddenly felt bored. Tang Yuan was a little confused and asked weakly, "Then, consider it as something I owe you? Make a deal." Su Ming smiled and continued, "But I will only bid once. Whether you can win the bid depends on whether you and this bracelet are destined to be together." Tang Yuan nodded, thinking that this agreement was quite interesting. Su Ming doesn't he want money? Do you want to owe him a favor? He also said that it would only be offered once, and whether you could buy it or not depended on whether you and the bracelet were destined to be together. At this time, the price of this Tianshui ring has soared to 31.5 million. The auctioneer raised the hammer as if the price had already been settled. 31.5 million once. 31.5 million twice. 45.2 million. Su Ming raised the sign in his hand and spoke in a nonchalant tone. The whole audience exclaimed, "Fuck! Mr. Su, he's making another move. Too arrogant. 45.2 million. Just increase the price by half. 66,666. 45.20, I love you. This number is quite auspicious. How come the price suddenly increased to over 40 million? I thought 30 million would be enough to close the deal. Is anyone else following? That's all, right? If you do it again, Mr. Su will probably not want it anymore. Ha, whoever wants to die, just go ahead and try. Give it to Mr. Su. This price is too high." Chapter 71 triggers the reward, super critical hit. Everyone looked at Su Ming. It was just as they said. After Su Ming finished shouting out the price, he leaned back in his chair, looking calm and composed. With Sher Xin's previous experience as a lesson, they don't want to be foolish. At this time, the wealthy businessman who bid 31.5 million looked at Su Ming and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, you are really generous. It seems that you and this bracelet are more destined. I admire you." These words meant that he gave up the bidding. No one in the audience continued to bid. The auctioneer smiled upon seeing this and said, "In that case, let us congratulate Mr. Su number 106 for successfully bidding for this sky water ring at a price of 45.2 million. There was warm applause from the audience. "Mr. Su, you deserve the title. I admit it. His strength is really beyond reproach. Which woman is so lucky to wear this imperial green jade bracelet worth more than 40 million? Mr. Su is a good man. I spared no expense buying this sky water ring for 45.2 million. This number probably has a special meaning. If someone continues to bid, it will destroy the beauty of this place." At this time, the discussions of the crowd and the number of the transaction price could be heard. A red cloud had already appeared on Tang Yuan's face, and her pretty face was burning hot. Her face looked even more beautiful under the light. She thought about Su Ming helping her buy the bracelet, but she didn't think it would be at this price. This was obviously done intentionally by Su Ming. Could it be? Su Ming wants to take this opportunity to express his feelings? Does he like himself? Tang Yuan's heart was pounding like a young girl in love. She had never felt this way before. "Boss Su, why are you spending so much money? It should be possible to buy it with a few million more." Tang Yuan's pretty face was slightly red, and her tone was a little resentful like a little woman. She felt it was a waste for Su Ming. After all, he spent at least several million more. Su Ming chuckled, "No, I think this price is suitable." Tang Yuan's face turned even redder and she felt extremely shy. "This price is right. This is 4,520. Any fool knows what this means, right?" Su Ming actually used this price to help him buy this bracelet, and he spent several million more. Is this how rich people confess? Confess your love at the auction price? So, how should I repay this favor? Tang Yuan was already in a state of panic, covering her burning face with her hands, feeling extremely shy. However, Su Ming didn't think too deeply about it. He just wanted to do some metaphysics. After all, the limit was 47.35 million. He just came up with a better sounding number. This price just does not exceed the limit and can also trigger cash back on consumption. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the system. Ding! The host has spent 45.2 million. Triggering the super critical hit reward. Reward, 35% of Opel Technology shares, becoming the second largest shareholder. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Triggered. Super critical hit. The reward turned out to be shares of Opel Technology? The market value of Opel Technology is 200 billion yuan, and this 35% is 70 billion yuan. Helping Tang Yuan spend 45.2 million, not only did he gain her favor, it also triggered a super critical hit. It's really profitable. Etc. Why does this technology company sound familiar? Su Ming was a little uncertain. He looked to the side and asked, Si Ning, what company did your Xian say he was the son of a shareholder of? Si Ning pouted, I remember it was called Opel Technology, specializing in selling mobile phones. No wonder, it's really a coincidence. Su Ming smiled faintly. At this moment, his cell phone rang. It shows that the call is from Pengcheng. Su Ming stood up and walked to the side to answer the call. The other end of the phone. A respectful voice came, Hello, Mr. Su. I am Cui Xuedong, the chairman of Opel Technology. I wonder what your plan is for this acquisition. Cui Xuedong is the chairman of Opel Technology Company, Limited, and holds 36% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder. However, Su Ming's acquisition this time was as high as 35%. What kind of exaggerated concept is this? The gap between his shares and his as the chairman is only 1%. If Su Ming continues to make acquisitions, his position may be lost. So he immediately started looking at the information. It shows Su Ming is the second largest shareholder of Wanda Group, the only boss of Epic Capital. At the same time, it also owns assets worth billions of dollars, such as Inglan Building, Borui Hotel, etc. All added up, their net worth has exceeded 300 billion. Such a terrifying person actually acquired their Opel company and held 35% of the shares. How could he not be afraid? Therefore, Cui Xuedong did not dare to slack off at all and immediately called to ask the other party if he had any plans. It's better for you to cooperate. Otherwise, when the company's shares are sucked dry by Su Ming and he is left alone, then he will be doomed. Su Ming said calmly, Does our company have a shareholder named Shi? You mean Shi Zhigua? He is the third largest shareholder of our company, below us. Cui Xuedong said this, still feeling a bit curious. Su Ming continued, Then I want to expel him from the board of directors. Do I have the authority to do so? Hearing this, Cui Xuedong's heart sank. Just as he thought, Shi Zhigua must have offended Su Ming in some way. If someone else made this request, Cui Xuedong would definitely think that person was crazy. But the other party had just acquired 35% of the shares of his company, become the second largest shareholder. Moreover, he has so many terrifying identities. What is more important is that he has no way of predicting the other party's next move. He knows how to deal with current affairs and distinguish between what is important and what is not. Cui Xuedong nodded and said firmly, Yes. As long as our two shares are added together, we have reached absolute control. Opel Technology can be said to be ours. This request can definitely be achieved. Su Ming smiled faintly, Then I'll trouble you. No trouble. It's a piece of cake. Cui Xuedong smiled respectfully and asked, Mr. Su, do you have any other instructions? No, that's it. After Su Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Over there, Cui Xuedong immediately convened a shareholders' meeting, preparing to kick Shi Zhigua out of the board of directors. Completely deprive him of all his rights in Opel Technology. In the lounge, Shi Xian has returned to normal, but his eyes are so gloomy that tears seem to drip out of them. Tonight, he felt that everything was going wrong. I asked for the female celebrity's contact information, but didn't he get it? I wanted a painting I liked, but it was intercepted. Result? He wanted to trick Su Ming, but was tricked by the other party instead. I spent 50 million to buy a porcelain vase? Moreover, it is said that it was a reward from the emperor to the maid and is not worth anything at all. How could he not be angry? It's really a loss to my grandma's family. What should I do? Huayin. The company gave me 50 million, but I only bought a porcelain vase? How can I explain this when I go back? Xian looked depressed, pounding the table, and continued angrily, it's all because of that damn Su guy, he hurt me so badly. Do we still have room for a comeback now? Hearing this, Zhang Huayin, the military strategist, started to think. After thinking for a moment, he said, our current situation is indeed very difficult. All we can do is show your trump card and let that Su spend 47 million to buy back your porcelain vase. Xian hesitated, you mean, tell him that I'm the son of a shareholder of Opel Technology? But the problem is, he doesn't seem to be afraid of this. Zhang Huayin continued, it's okay, just say that your father is the third largest shareholder and your uncle is the second largest shareholder. The entire Opel is actually controlled by your Shi family. If he offends you, it means he offends the entire Opel. I don't believe that he dares to fight against a 100 billion group alone. Huayin, you really are a genius. Xian said excitedly, recently, our Opel shares are in a period of change. Even if he checks, he can't find out who the second largest shareholder is. I'll do as you say. Let me see if he dares not to give me this face. Xian showed a proud look on his face and walked outside. Humph. Su Ming, I'm here to settle accounts with you. Chapter 72 How much is your friendship worth? Half an hour later. With the subsequent exhibition and sales of auction items, this charity dinner finally came to an end. Su Ming stood up and prepared to go backstage with Tang Yuan and Si Ning to handle the auction procedures. There were numerous big men around him. The famous director Qin Jianian, the wealthy businessman Deng Xijia, and various celebrities all showed their goodwill to him and started chatting with him. It was like a fan meeting, so enthusiastic. Su Ming felt helpless. He also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength doesn't allow it. At this time, Shi Xinfeng ran over in a hurry and shouted loudly, Mr. Su, don't leave. Everyone looked at Xian curiously, their faces full of surprise. How did this guy revive with full health? What's going on again? Su Ming frowned slightly, what else do you want? Xian quickly put on a smiling face, ran over and rubbed his hands, and asked, actually, it's nothing serious. I just want to discuss something with you. I'll sell you the Golden Rooster Crow porcelain vase at a low price. Do you want it? Zhang Huayin nodded and praised in his heart. Well done. This was the tactic he taught Xian use courtesy before force. If the other party refuses to agree, they will reveal their planned tactics. The people around them suddenly couldn't help laughing. I thought it was something serious, but he actually wanted Mr. Su to buy his broken porcelain vase. Isn't this funny? Su Ming said calmly, how cheap is it? 500,000? Phew. Xian felt his heart twitch and quickly said, I bid 50 million, of course it can't be 500,000. Just follow your last bid, 47 million, I'll give it to you. Just consider it as my loss. Before Su Ming could say anything, the wealthy businessman Deng Xijia laughed, Xian, what are you daydreaming about? That piece of golden rooster crowing is worth 5 million at best. You didn't know the value of it, and you spent 50 million on it, and you still let Mr. Su buy it for 47 million? Isn't this ridiculous? Everyone nodded in agreement and persuaded Su Ming not to buy it. Su Ming spread his hands, you see, the public has sharp eyes. I can't accept your being a big grudge. Xian was anxious and said in a deep voice, you have to think about it carefully. If you buy this porcelain vase, you can gain my friendship. If you don't buy it, it means you have offended the entire Opel Technology. There was a hint of threat in his tone. Su Ming wanted to laugh. I'm afraid this guy hasn't received the message yet. And gain his friendship? Is your friendship worth 50 million? Su Ming asked with a smile. Xian cleared his throat, straightened his body, and said without blushing or beating his heart, of course. To tell you the truth, I am more than just the son of a shareholder. My father is the third largest shareholder of Opel Technology. And my uncle is now the second largest shareholder of Opel. As long as we give the order, the entire Opel Technology will be under the control of my Shi family. Are you sure you want to offend the entire Qiani group? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place suddenly became noisy. What's going on? Xian actually said that their Shi family controls the entire Opel Technology? Is this true? I don't know, it's hard to say with Opel's recent share changes. If what he said is true, then Mr. Su may have to think twice. After all, this trillion-dollar group is not so easy to mess with. Who can immediately find out who is the second largest shareholder of Opel Technology? Quick! Sure, Xian's face gradually became proud. Infinite arrogance. This trick of bluffing really works. It directly scared a large group of people. As long as Su Ming agrees to the deal tonight, by the time they realize it, it will be too late. At this time, Tang Yuan, with her woman's sixth sense, noticed something wrong and whispered, "Boss Su, I don't think what he said is true. We can think about it from a long-term perspective." Sure, Xian's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Are you going to delay him? I tell you, after tonight, you will have no chance to regret. I will definitely let my father and uncle attack you together. By then, you will definitely lose more than 47 million. Everyone was suddenly in trouble. The power of the 200 billion group is something they cannot contend with. If I come up with the wrong idea, the result will be counterproductive and harm Mr. Su. That's it. They can only focus their attention on Su Ming and see how he would handle the situation properly. Just see. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said jokingly, "You said your uncle is the second largest shareholder of Opel, so what should you call me?" Boom! This understated sentence directly ignited the whole audience. Full of information. What the hell? What does that mean? Mr. Su said that your uncle is the second largest shareholder of Opel, so what should you call me? Does this mean? In fact, Mr. Su is the second largest shareholder of Opel? Damn! Is this how the story turns out? Could it be that Mr. Su is also playing a trick and trying to cheat? Awesome! Both parties are testing each other, a battle of masters. So, who's telling the truth? Interesting. Sure, Xian was confused. What does Su Ming mean? There is no such part in the plan. Could it be that Su Ming realized that he was bluffing him? So that's why he deliberately scared me like this? Yes, that must be it. Sure, Xian was confident in his heart and said repeatedly, "Ha, Mr. Su, stop pretending. My uncle is the second largest shareholder, and it has nothing to do with you. I just want to ask you, do you want to buy the painting?" Su Ming shook his head and laughed, "I don't want your stupid nephew. Go home quickly, there's a fire in your backyard." Sure, Xian was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Su Ming was not moved, he was really at a loss as to what to do. He looked at Zhang Huayin for help. Zhang Huayin, the poor military strategist, couldn't come up with any good ideas. "You said your uncle is the second largest shareholder, and people said he is your uncle. This Nima. How to play with others. I can only say that others are more skilled." "Oh, forget it." Zhang Huayin shook his head, walked out, looked at Su Ming, and said, "Brother. You are a master, I admit defeat. The second largest shareholder of Opel is indeed not Sure Xian's uncle. You can guess it, it's really amazing." He turned around and continued to talk to Sure Xian. "This time, 50 million is just an admission of defeat. Go back and explain it to your company." After these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. Oh my god. Mr. Su, you are awesome. This move, which goes against the routine, is really brilliant. Just acknowledge me as your uncle and defeat the other side's military advisor. We were still trying to figure out whether this was true or not, but Mr. Su saw it right away. No wonder Mr. Su has such huge financial resources. This kind of courage is definitely not something we have. Mr. Su, how did you know that Sure Xian was lying? Have you seen The End of October? Wipe. Sure Xian was a little unconvinced and glared at Su Ming coldly. "Boy, you are quite smart. This didn't scare you. Next time, don't let me meet you at an auction, or I will definitely trick you again." However, he did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Just as he turned around to leave, an urgent phone call came in immediately. Sure Xian picked up the phone. "Hello, Dad. I've finished the auction now, and something went wrong. Wait for me to come back and you can explain it." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent roar was heard from the other side. "Fuck you. Don't come back here. I've been kicked out of the board of directors because of you. You bastard, get back here right now and prepare to die." Sure Xian's brain exploded instantly. "Do you want me to come back?" "No. My dad was kicked off the board of directors? What is going on?" Sure Xian's face turned pale instantly, and he asked hurriedly, "Dad, are you kidding me? You are the third largest shareholder, how could you be expelled from the board of directors? You've offended our company's new second largest shareholder, Mr. Su. Even Chui Shuadong would be wary of the person behind him. Do you think I can still stay on the board of directors? Get back here right now, or I'll skin you alive. Shi Zhiguo roared and hung up the phone. Beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Shi Xian was completely confused. Offended, the company's new second largest shareholder, Mr. Su? Even Chui Shuadong is wary of the identity behind this. The second largest shareholder, Mr. Su. Could it be that? Shi Xian looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Are you really? Chapter 73, Are Business Mutual Praises So Top-Notch? The whole place exploded. Oh my god. Mr. Su, you are really not joking. He is actually the second largest shareholder of Opel Technology. Even Chui Shuadong is afraid of this identity. What kind of terrifying identity is this? Hiss, I feel a chill all over my body. Oh my god. I thought Mr. Su was just using magic to defeat magic. Who knew that what he said was true? Mr. Su actually acquired Opel Technology and became the second largest shareholder. He acquired at least 20%. This is tens of billions. What the hell? I'm so dumbfounded. He was just playing with us in the auction. But behind the scenes, there was such a big commotion. It's so scary. Shi Xian, hurry up and call Mr. Su uncle. Didn't you say that your uncle is the second largest shareholder of Opel Technology? Now your uncle is right in front of you. Shi Xian and Zhang Huayin were completely stunned. I never expected it. Su Ming actually acquired Opel Technology and became the second largest shareholder. They even came up with a plan and lied that Shi Xian's uncle was the second largest shareholder. He immediately acknowledged the other person as his uncle. This is so. Isn't he a pure clown? Deng Xijia, Chen Jianian, and other bigwigs all looked at Su Ming in shock. Especially Chen Jianian, he actually always knew that Su Ming was the boss of Wanda Group and Epic Capital. But unexpectedly, they acquired Opel Technology. What kind of horrible concept is this? Tang Yuan and Si Ning were also shocked. They were almost all with Su Ming tonight. Su Ming actually quietly acquired Opel Technology and became the second largest shareholder. So, silently. Could it be the phone call during the journey? If that's the case, Su Ming spent tens of billions on this one phone call. How many cards does Su Ming have that they don't know about? This man is so mysterious. At the same time, someone has captured this scene and posted it online. A video titled, Shi Xian, son of an Opel shareholder, recognized his uncle on the spot. It became a huge hit on the internet. It tells the whole story. From the bidding between Shi Xian and Su Ming to Shi Xian's father being expelled from the board of directors, everything that happened was told clearly. Of course, Su Ming's face has been blurred, leaving only his figure exposed. The internet was in an uproar. The onlookers were talking about it. Ha ha ha. Too funny. Isn't this Shi Xian a complete clown? He's still such a jerk. His father was harmed by him, so he should be fired from the board of directors immediately. Shi Xian, my uncle is the second largest shareholder of Opel. Mr. Su, excuse me, I am the second largest shareholder. Although I can't see Mr. Su's face, I can recognize that this is my husband. Upstairs, what kind of lewd words are these? Mr. Su is obviously my husband, please stop talking nonsense. Mr. Su has an amazing figure. Although his image is blurred, I can still tell that he is a handsome guy. Love it. Sister, let me tell you this, my husband is the second largest shareholder of Opel. Is that okay? Damn, you're imitating Shi Xian, right? 6666. At this time, backstage at the auction, Su Ming naturally had no idea what was happening on the internet. He signed the transaction documents, and the items he auctioned officially became his property. The manager, Ma Wenshi, extended his hand and took the initiative to say, Mr. Su, nice to meet you. If you have a chance in the future, you must come to my Guanfu Museum and I will visit it with you. Su Ming smiled and said, okay, Mr. Ma, I will definitely do it if there is a chance. Dong Kongcheng, the owner of Ruili Jewelry, also extended his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Su, you just spent a lot of money, which is really a huge contribution to China's charity. With your help, the disaster-stricken areas in Long Province will surely be able to turn things around. If you like jewelry in the future, you can call me directly and I will personally choose it for you. Just now, Su Ming spent 45.2 million to buy the Tianshui ring that he donated, which left a deep impression on him. Moreover, they also knew what was happening outside. Su Ming actually acquired Opal Technology and became the second largest shareholder. Possessed terrifying financial resources. This young man looks unfamiliar. But I always feel that he has an extraordinary temperament and an unfathomable background. The assistant beside him looked extremely shocked. Dong Kongcheng is the big boss of Ruili Jewelry and is worth hundreds of billions. Su Ming is the first young man who can make him so respectful. Su Ming shook hands with him and said with a faint smile, "Boss Dong, you are too kind. You are generous in donating. This spirit of selfless dedication is worthy of our learning." Hearing this, Dong Kongcheng laughed and admired Su Ming even more in his heart. "Ha, Mr. Su, you are really a wonderful person. This commercial promotion is really top-notch." Everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up and secretly admire. You are worthy of being a big boss. The way you praise people is so good. Lounge area. Tang Yuan and Si Ning are two beautiful ladies with stunning looks. Wait quietly. The two's beautiful faces and hot bodies undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless passers-by. At this time, a man in his 30s, a bit bloated, walked up to Tang Yuan. He showed a malicious smile on his face and said frivolously, "Boss Tang, are you waiting for someone?" Tang Yuan raised her eyes and frowned slightly. The other party is Lu Kezizi, the big boss of Yaoguang Entertainment Company, who can be said to be her competitor. But in the past few months, Lu Kezizi started pursuing her madly. Tang Yuan naturally knew what kind of person he was. She felt disgusted by him and decisively refused. But then, her company began to encounter some crises. This made Tang Yuan suspect that it was Lu Kezizi who was behind this, but there was no evidence. Fortunately, Su Ming came to her aid in time, helping her resolve the crisis. Tang Yuan looked indifferent. "Yeah, what's wrong, Boss Lu?" "Oh, after not seeing you for a month, Boss Tang seems to have become even more beautiful." Lu Kezizi narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Yuan carefully. She has a curvy figure and is very sexy, which makes her more attractive than those female stars. Her whole body is full of the aura of a mature woman, which is very charming. This made Lu Kezizi have evil thoughts and he wanted to get close to her. "Your company is not doing well right now, right?" Lu Kezizi tried indirectly and sneered, "Don't wait, come with me out for a drink, maybe I can help you with this?" Hearing this, Tang Yuan's eyes narrowed. "So it was you who did this behind the scenes?" "Hey, Boss Tang." Lu Kezizi pretended to be innocent and said, "I just want to help you out of kindness. How can you wrongly accuse a good person?" "Bah!" Tang Yuan spat softly, "Don't discuss me here, go back to where you came from." Anyone who is in the entertainment industry knows what kind of person Lu Kezizi is. I heard that most of the female artists under him have been seduced by him through coercion and inducement. It's so disgusting. "Ah, Boss Tang, I see your whole body is soft, only your mouth is hard." Lu Kezizi sneered, his eyes sinister, and said, "I want to see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now when your company goes bankrupt." Tang Yuan was too lazy to even look at him, and said disdainfully, "Then you may not be able to wait until that day." "What?" Lu Kezizi was a little confused. He messed up Tang Yuan's company like that. Could it be that she has come back to life now? What's happening? Chapter 74, Rainy Night, Her Feelings. Has your Shangmei Entertainment escaped from danger now? Lu Kezizi found it a little unbelievable. This was the result he least wanted to see. He planned everything with great pains just to make Tang Yuan submit. Completely take down Tang Yuan and merge her Shangmei Entertainment, gaining both people and money. Who would have thought? Tang Yuan actually told herself that her Shangmei Entertainment had escaped danger? Yeah, your idea didn't come true. Are you disappointed? Tang Yuan chuckled and felt relieved in her heart. Fortunately, Su Ming's timely investment saved her company from disaster. Otherwise, Shangmei Entertainment really won't be able to last long. Lu Kezizi looked sinister and sneered, "I thought you, Tang Yuan, were so noble, but you turned out to be a shameless woman. I guess you and that guy must have been having an affair for a long time because of Shangmei Entertainment." Tonight, he saw Tang Yuan staying with Su Ming the whole time. Apart from this guy helping, who else could it be? He had been planning this for a long time, but he didn't expect that someone would get there first and seize the fruits of his victory. This made him furious. Tang Yuan did not refute, and sneered, "You are not qualified to judge what kind of person I am. Even if I find a man, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Besides, Mr. Su is much better than you. What are you worrying about?" Lu Qizi's eyes were even more gloomy. Si Ning was furious. Not only did Lu Qizi target Shang Mei, he also caused himself to be without any filming for a year, causing his popularity to plummet. Now that Shang Mei has gotten out of trouble and his goal has failed, he actually calls Tang Yuan shameless? It's simply the evildoers who complain first. Whose behavior is more disgusting? Si Ning couldn't help but say, "Some people have dirty hearts and dirty mouths. It's disgusting." Hearing this, Lu Qizi became completely furious and slapped Si Ning in the face. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Si Ning screamed, covered her face and fell against the wall, tears of grievance falling instantly. "You stinky girl, I'm talking to your master, is it your turn to interrupt?" Lu Qizi's face was full of flesh and his eyes were extremely fierce. He vented his anger with this slap, and it was very powerful. Si Ning. Tang Yuan was furious and quickly stroked Si Ning's face with concern. The latter had a distinct slap mark on his face and was about to cry. Tang Yuan's eyes were filled with heartache. She turned around and shouted angrily, "Lu Qizi, you and I cannot coexist. Get out of here now. Ah, you shameless bitch. If I look at you for even one more second, I'll be dirtying my eyes." After Lu Qizi finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. At this time, a cold male voice sounded behind me. "Are you planning on leaving now?" Hearing this, Lu Qizi turned around and sneered arrogantly, "What? Can you still keep me here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted by a slap with even greater force. Bang! Lu Qizi only felt his eyes go dark and the world was spinning. With a plop, fell directly to the ground. The corners of his mouth instantly turned red and he grimaced in pain. When she saw the person coming, Tang Yuan's eyes instantly softened and she walked to Su Ming. Si Ning wiped her tears, covered her pretty face, and said with a look of grievance, "Boss Su, you are finally back. See the red marks on her face and her pale look." Su Ming's eyes were extremely cold as he looked down at Lu Qizi from above. Lu Qizi raised his head and gnashed his teeth. "How dare you hit me, kid? Do you know who I am? The big boss of Yaoguang Entertainment. You are the second largest shareholder of Opal. If you want to touch me, you have to think twice. Yaoguang Entertainment has a market value of more than 50 billion, and there is a huge force behind it. This is his capital of pride." "Really? Then I'll give it my all." Su Ming sneered and stepped on his wrist. "Use force suddenly." Hiss. The sound of bones breaking was heard. "Ah! Let go of my hand." Lu Qizi howled in pain and pounded the ground. He felt that his wrist was about to break. He didn't expect that this man would actually dare to attack him. He was so cruel. Su Ming withdrew his body with disdain, looked at the two girls, and softened his tone. "Let's go." Tang Yuan and Si Ning followed Su Ming and left together. Looking at their backs, Lu Qizi's eyes became even gloomier. Magic City, rainy night. It started raining, and it seemed a bit cold in this winter. Su Ming drove a Rolls-Royce and Tang Yuan's Maserati away from the Yonglong building together. After sending Si Ning home, two cars drove to the Xingawan community. Tang Yuan said softly, "Mr. Su, it's raining so hard, the road here is not easy to walk. How about, stay at my house for a while? It just so happens that I have something to tell you." Upon hearing this, Su Ming did not refuse and entered the Xingawan community with Tang Yuan. Xingawan community, indoor. The light is gentle and the air is warm. There is a bottle of red wine on the coffee table. Su Ming and Tang Yuan raised their glasses and drank from each other, their bodies gradually warming up. Tang Yuan's pretty face turned slightly red. When she took off her coat, her perfect figure and exquisite curves were revealed. It makes people feel a little hot. Tang Yuan sat on the sofa, her perky peach buttocks outlining a beautiful curve. She put down the cup, her eyes full of affection, and said softly, "Boss Su, you have offended Lu Qizi for us this time. He will not let it go. Do you regret it?" Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "If I can't even protect the people around me, am I still a man?" After all, Tang Yuan and Si Ning attended the dinner with him. How could he just stand by and watch them being bullied? Moreover, he also knew that sometimes he had to be ruthless in his actions. Otherwise, you will just have to let others shit on your head. He is no longer the little man Su Ming who could be bullied at will. Hearing this, Tang Yuan felt warm inside. The image of the man in front of her became even taller in her heart. In this life, she never thought that there would be a man who would treat her so sincerely. Tang Yuan opened her red lips and said softly, "Boss Su, do you want to hear my story?" Su Ming nodded. He also wanted to know about Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan drank some wine and began to tell the story. Only then did Su Ming know. It turned out that Tang Yuan's parents had died in a car accident 5 years ago. Shangmei Entertainment is the only legacy her father left her. At that time, Shangmei Entertainment had just started and its market value was less than 100 million. At the young age of 22, she took over Shangmei Entertainment. Relying on the connections left by her father, as well as her outstanding abilities and emotional intelligence, she gradually emerged in the entertainment industry. From a little girl, she has transformed into the strong woman Tang Yuan is today. Her journey has been full of difficulties and she has been walking on thin ice. When Shangmei Entertainment encountered an unprecedented crisis a few months ago, she really felt that Shangmei Entertainment might be destroyed in her hands. Fortunately, Su Ming appeared in time and helped her survive this crisis. At this time, Tang Yuan leaned on Su Ming's shoulder, tears in her eyes, showing a little woman's appearance that was very different from her usual self. "Boss Su, the entertainment industry is really messy and difficult. If you're not careful, you'll step into the quagmire and won't be able to get out. I'm not young anymore, and I want to find someone to rely on. Mr. Su, do you, like me?" Tang Yuan raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the man in front of her affectionately. She was conflicted, afraid that the other party would reject her, which would be even more embarrassing in the future. But the price of the jade bracelet gave her a little courage. Su Ming is a man worthy of her and trusting her life to. Even younger than her. Su Ming did not give a direct answer. Looking at the charming woman in his arms, he couldn't help feeling moved. He lifted up Tang Yuan's pretty face and kissed her gently. Answer with his actions. Tang Yuan's body trembled. This unprecedented intimacy made her body feel numb. But still responding in a naive manner. It's raining heavily outside the window. The lights in the room flickered, two figures blended together, and pleasant breathing sounds came one after another. Tell each other you love them. This night is destined to be extremely long. Chapter 75, It's Better to Strike First. A Night of Passion. The next day, morning. Tang Yuan opened her eyes, looked at the man beside her, a happy smile on her face. Nourished by love, she became more feminine and more beautiful than ever before. Feeling the warmth from Su Ming's body, Tang Yuan's pretty face couldn't help but feel hot. What happened last night appeared clearly in my mind like a slide. Sofa, bathroom, window sill. She never thought that she would be so bold. He also took the initiative and did some things to please the other person. Tang Yuan. You are such a slut. Tang Yuan bit her lip lightly and couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. But all in all, although her immature performance was not very good, Su Ming did not seem to hate it, but liked it very much. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan plucked up her courage again and put her arm around Su Ming. Secretly kissed the other person's lips. Who would have thought? Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, looked at her with a wicked smile, and pulled her into his arms. Two faces, very close. Tang Yuan said coquettishly, "Su Ming, why are you awake? If you dare to kiss me secretly, can't I wake up?" Su Ming reached out, put his arms around her waist, and kissed her. As the saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. Shangmei Entertainment Company. Xining found out that Tang Yuan didn't come to work today, so he became curious. Immediately made a phone call. After the busy tone, the call was connected. Xining asked with concern, "Sister Tang Yuan, why didn't you come to work today? Did you catch a cold from the rain yesterday?" Over there, Tang Yuan's breathing was a little rapid. Yes. I have a cold. Now I'm resting at home." Xining heard some strange noises and paid more attention. "What's wrong? Sister Tang Yuan, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to come to your house to take a look?" Tang Yuan covered her mouth and whispered, "No. No need. I'm running, I'll just sweat a little. I'll hang up first." Xining looked at the hung-up phone, confused. What is Sister Tang Yuan doing? Why does the sound a bit strange? Could it be? Last night, Mr. Su and Tang Yuan went home together? They are. Oh my god. Si Ning imagined the scene and his face turned red instantly. An hour later. Su Ming was sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a bath towel, looking refreshed. Started today's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully. Reward, 16% of ByteDance shares, becoming the third largest shareholder. Reward, 70% of Xinhua Securities shares, becoming the first person in power. Oh shit. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Jumping Bytes. This is the top internet industry giant in China. Its brand is popular all over the world. A huge enterprise with a market value of 1 trillion. Now, he actually holds 16% of the shares and becomes the third largest shareholder. What kind of horrible concept is this? Now, the daily active users are over 10 billion, and it is a household name throughout China. In other words, if you own ByteDance, you have absolute voice on the internet. The connections behind it are even more difficult to estimate. Su Ming was a little shocked and looked at another reward. So surprised. Xinhua Security is the most mysterious security group in China and has a transcendent status. The security members under its command have all been through the days of living on the edge of a knife and have armed forces. Every member has the strength of a special forces soldier and is proficient in using weapons. The main business is to serve important people in China. More importantly, Xinhua Security has an official background and has inseparable ties with some institutions. No matter how rich you are, if you want to get the protection of Xinhua Security, you must go through numerous tests. The first and foremost criterion for assessment is whether you have made any contribution to China. If you fail to meet Xinhua Security's protection standards, they will ignore you no matter how rich your company is. In addition, Xinhua Security also has special departments such as Assassination Organization, Hacker Department, Infiltration Department, and so on. Be able to do things that ordinary people can't do. Xinhua Security is so awesome, class. But now, he has become the first person in power in Xinhua Security? Damn it! It's so awesome. Su Ming became excited. It seems that Tang Yuan is still my lucky star. In the future, should I come to her house more often to sign in? At this time, Tang Yuan prepared breakfast for Su Ming and brought it over. She looks like a good wife and mother. Su Ming, I prepared some toast, milk, and a poached egg for you. It's not a very rich breakfast, so don't mind it too much. Tang Yuan said gently, looking very charming. Su Ming took a look and smiled dotingly. It's good to have a simple breakfast. Do you want to rest next to me for a while? Hate it, I'm next to you, and you're going to do something mean to me again. Tang Yuan's face turned red, and her body was still a little weak. Moreover, when they were being intimate just now, he actually had to answer Si Ning's call himself? This is not. Are you so embarrassed? Don't worry. I have other important things to do. Su Ming smiled and said, by the way, do you have a laptop? Give it to me. Good. Tang Yuan nodded and immediately turned around to get the computer. After a moment, she placed the computer in front of Su Ming, leaned on his shoulder, and asked curiously, Su Ming, what are you going to do? Should I step aside? No need. Why should we avoid our own people? Su Ming said lightly while turning on the computer. Start operating. He opened WeChat and created a group with Deng Xijia and other people he had met last night. Send a message. Su Ming, do you have any dirt on Yaoguang Entertainment, or any negative news about it? Please provide it to me. I will definitely reward you handsomely. This message was sent out. Tang Yuan was stunned. Su Ming is actually starting to attack Yaoguang Entertainment? You are worthy of being the man I chose. So courageous. Su Ming, are you going to target Yaoguang Entertainment? So soon? Tang Yuan was a little surprised. Su Ming smiled faintly, since we know that the other party will not give up, why should we just sit there and wait for death? Tang Yuan nodded, then I will contact my connections to see if I can dig up some dirty laundry about Yaoguang Entertainment. Let's bring down Yaoguang Entertainment together. At least make sure he doesn't have any room to resist for the time being. The husband sings and the wife follows, since Su Ming has already revealed his cards. She no longer had to tolerate Lu Cheesy. Since the other party could attack her Shangmei Entertainment, why couldn't she fight back? What's more, Su Ming is by her side now. Su Ming owns Epic Capital and Wanda Group, two super enterprises. It has an absolute advantage against Yaoguang Entertainment, which is worth tens of billions. In the group, more than a dozen bigwigs from various walks of life were pulled into the group by Su Ming. The scene has already exploded. Fuck. Mr. Su, has Yaoguang Entertainment offended you? Are you actually going to target Yaoguang Entertainment? Yaoguang Entertainment, I remember the market value is about 50 billion, and the strength behind it is complicated, it is still a bit difficult. Hiss. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Do we really want to get involved in this mess? Deng Saija said directly, if you don't want to participate, just leave the group. I support Mr. Su, I will mobilize my energy now and do everything I can. Please do as you wish. The famous director Chen Jianian said directly, I stand on Mr. Su's side. Yaoguang Entertainment, a mere 50 billion, is nothing compared to Mr. Su? I just happen to have some explosive information about them. A second-generation rich man from a processing factory, sorry. I may have to quit the group. My dad won't let me participate. In the chat group. From the original dozen people, after 2s and 3s withdrew, there were only 7 people left. The rest of these people are willing to support Su Ming. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He had already anticipated this situation. After all, these people do not have your own energy, and only half of them can help you. This incident is just the right opportunity for me to test who is the friend that is truly worth making friends with. His real trump card has not been revealed yet. Okay, the remaining 7, I'll pull you into the main group. Su Ming directly pulled them into another internal power group he created. When everyone in the internal group arrived, everyone was stunned instantly. Chapter 76 Plan Formulation, Invisible Black Hand. Internal group, everyone was invited to join by Su Ming one by one. Wanda Group, Wang Siheng. Epic Capital, Chen Jingya. Yinglan Building Business Management Center, Li Xiao. Borui Hotel, Hong Peng. Sunny Island Resort, Juping. After receiving Su Ming's notification, they became extremely alert and immediately responded to join the group. Always on call. Rich businessmen Deng Saija, Chen Jianian, and 5 others saw these big shots in the group. Stunned. They knew that Su Ming acquired shares of Opal Technology last night and became the second largest shareholder. But I didn't expect. Su Ming actually possesses such terrifying power. Adding these forces together, Su Ming's net worth has exceeded 300 billion. Then, Su Ming started an online video conference. Everyone's cameras were turned on, and the expressions on their faces showed that they were ready for action. Wang Siheng was a little excited when he saw this scene. Mr. Su, I can't wait to get started. Su Ming acquired Wanda Group and saved it from debt crisis. Wang Jianya deliberately asked Wang Siheng to attend this meeting so that he could have a good relationship with Su Ming. And tell him to make sure things are done well. Chen Jingya couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw so many big shots. Su Ming's power was beyond his imagination. I didn't expect that while owning Epic Capital, I could also own such a huge asset. My boss is really unfathomable. Chen Jingya then stated, Director Su, I am also on standby at any time. Hearing this, Su Mingyun sat on the sofa calmly and said lightly, no hurry, everyone is not here yet. Fuck. Everyone was surprised in an instant. Surprisingly, there is still someone who hasn't arrived? How many cards does Su Ming have left? Less than a minute later. Ding dong. 2 mysterious figures joined this online video conference. A middle-aged man with a dignified face said respectfully, hello, Mr. Su. I am the chief instructor of Shenhua Security, Qin Yangping. Another elite man in a suit who was in the office was shocked when he saw the scene, but he immediately regained his composure and introduced himself, Mr. Su, I am Pei Yi, the CEO of ByteDance. The appearance of these 2 forces made the entire venue boil over. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Shenhua Security is an extremely mysterious security organization with an official background and an extraordinary status. But now, the chief instructor of Shenhua Security actually responded to Su Ming's call and respectfully called Su Ming Mr. Su. What is going on? Could it be Su Ming is the man behind Shenhua Security? This identity is too terrifying. And The other one is the CEO of ByteDance, and he also came to attend this meeting. Su Ming is at least one of the top 3 shareholders of ByteDance. Otherwise, there is no such power at all. Su Ming's net worth is going to increase by another 300 billion. In addition, Su Ming acquired Opel Technology yesterday. How terrifying is Su Ming's true power? As the staff arrived, they could see shock in each other's eyes. These people today will definitely stir up a bloody storm. The meeting officially begins. All the big guys stood up straight, waiting for Su Ming's orders. Su Ming said calmly, "I think you all have heard of the company called Yaoguang Entertainment. It is one of the giants in the entertainment industry, and its industries are spread all over the country. The forces behind it are complicated and intertwined. If I say, I will uproot Yaoguang Entertainment now, do you think you can do this?" It was just a plain sentence, yet it was filled with a cold and solemn feeling. Everyone shuddered. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Yaoguang Entertainment has a market value of 50 billion, and is backed by huge capital support. How difficult is it to uproot him? But now, Su Ming is actually going to attack Yaoguang Entertainment. It can be seen what kind of courage this is. Hearing this, director Qin Jianian smiled and said, "I don't think it will be a problem. Yaoguang Entertainment is worth at most 50 billion, and there are many gray industry chains behind it. It can't withstand some in-depth digging. As long as we have the means to infiltrate the enemy and steal internal information, Yaoguang Entertainment will naturally collapse. By then, even gods can't save it. Moreover, I also know that Yaoguang Entertainment's KTV club is involved in many immoral transactions. I have some evidence from it. As long as I take this out, I can contact the police and temporarily block Yaoguang Entertainment KTV." The words fell. Everyone smiled and nodded frequently. Chen Jianian, worthy of being a great director, even has evidence of the nasty transactions in other people's KTV clubs. Kind of awesome. In this way, Yaoguang Entertainment can be caught off guard at the beginning. Su Ming's eyes showed some appreciation. Sure enough, winning over Chen Jianian is a very good choice. Director Chen is right. Then, let Xinhua Security handle the infiltration of the enemy. Instructor Qin, do you have any questions? Su Ming looked over there. Chief Instructor Qin Yangping smiled confidently and said, "Mr. Su, leave this matter to me, please rest assured. You know, their confidential department is made up of the world's top hackers, and they can be said to be omnipresent. If he can't even do such a small thing, then Qin Yangping can resign on the spot." Afterwards, everyone started a heated discussion. A meticulous plan for Yaoguang Entertainment was successfully formulated. Su Ming assigned tasks to each force. Next, you will implement the plan. Break them down step by step. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Receive. Everyone said in unison, their faces full of fighting spirit. Bigwigs from all walks of life began to work closely together. The first shot in declaring war on Yaoguang Entertainment was fired by the old fox, the great director Qin Jianian. This moment, the invisible black hand hidden deep inside has begun to attack Yaoguang Entertainment. We must crush him completely. Chapter 77. Who leaked the news? 1 hour later. Thompson's second grade, inside a villa. Lu Cheesy's hand was injured, so he did not go to work today. He was drinking tea calmly. After he returned last night, he had already started investigating Su Ming. Prepared to attack Su Ming. As a result, he found that Su Ming was extremely mysterious. The only thing that could be investigated was the identity of Opel's second largest shareholder. I couldn't find any other information. It's really a ghost. Lu Cheesy was a little depressed. He wanted to take action, but didn't know where to start. We can't attack Opel Technology, right? The other party makes mobile phones, he has the will but not the ability. Therefore, he plans to continue to point the finger at Tang Yuan's Shangmei Entertainment. Since we couldn't suppress it the first time, let us try a second time. Lu Cheesy looked at the bandage wrapped around his wrist with a gloomy look in his eyes. This Su Ming actually dared to beat him like this. He won't give up so easily. However, just then, his personal secretary rushed over and shouted with an anxious look on his face. "Boss! Something happened." Hearing this, Lu Cheesy's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "Xiao Yun, haven't I told you many times? You should be calm and not be surprised by anything. You are so surprised. How can you go out with me to meet people in the future? Secretary Xiaoyun bit her lips anxiously, but did not dare to speak anymore. Lu Qizhi took a sip of tea, looked like a big boss, and said calmly, "Tell me, what happened?" "Our Yaoguang KTV Entertainment Club has been closed down by the police. They said it was suspected of youth trafficking. It is said that the person who called the police was a director named Ningqing Yan. He also said that he wanted to expose the inside story of the entertainment industry and kill his relatives for the sake of justice." Puff. When Lu Qizhi heard this, he was completely furious. What the hell? Chen Jianian? Is he sick? As a director, isn't this kind of thing tacitly understood? Why did he go to the police? Damn, does he not want to be in the entertainment industry anymore? Besides, do I know him well? He's even willing to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. Fuck you. Lu Qizhi was extremely furious, not at all like the calmness he had just said. Then he slammed the table hard. As a result, I felt so painful that I wanted to grit my teeth. But he still tried to remain calm in front of his secretary. Why did Chen Jianian do this? I don't think I have ever offended him, right? Lu Qizhi calmed down and analyzed the situation carefully. Secretary Xiaoyun shook her head. We really have no grudges against him. This is really puzzling. Lu Qizhi's eyes turned serious, and then he sneered, but this Chen Jianian is really stupid. He sent people to investigate my entertainment club in broad daylight. It's not even open yet. What can he find out? I'll take care of it then. It should be solved tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. This matter is not a big problem. He just finished speaking. Secretary Xiaoyun's phone rang. Connected. Turn on hands-free. It turned out to be a call from Wanda Films. I'm sorry, Yaoguang Entertainment. After careful screening, the 2 movies you're going to release at the end of the month are not suitable for broadcast in our theaters. I hope you can understand. Lu Qizhi laughed dryly and said politely, "Oh, that's fine. In that case, we won't force it." Hang up the phone. His expression was already filled with anger. What do you mean? How dare a small Wanda cinema not play our movies? Our 2 movies have been reviewed by the Factory Power Bureau, and there is no problem with the qualifications. Forget it, as long as other theaters can broadcast it, it won't affect the box office. Who would have thought? The next few calls came from major cinemas. The content is almost the same as that of Wanda Cinema. They all refused to screen his 2 movies that were to be released at the end of the month. Lu Qizhi was completely stunned, and his lips were trembling. Damn! I spent 700 to 800 million to make these 2 movies. Now, theaters won't even show them? Where can I go to make money? Isn't it true that I shot this movie in vain? Today, it's really hell. Lu Qizhi was breathing heavily, feeling that everything was going wrong today. These 2 movies cost him a total of 700 to 800 million yuan. This is hard-earned money. But before he could fully recover, the phone rang again. The general manager of Yaoguang Entertainment once again brought him bad news. Oh no, boss. 2 of our popular artists have been found to have evaded taxes. The endorsements we've received have all cancelled their contracts and filed lawsuits against us. They're asking us to pay for breach of contract. What? Lu Qizhi's mentality was a little broken. How come it was discovered out of nowhere? Isn't it done very secretly? Who leaked the news? What's going on? Lu Qizhi roared, "Didn't I tell you to be more careful? How did you get caught? What do you do for a living?" But fortunately, this only involves the artists. Given the huge size of Yaoguang Entertainment, it can still be afforded. That's all, nothing else? If that were all. The movie, he can readjust and then release it. He can train stars again. These losses are not small. But it seems that it is still acceptable. After all, he has been through a lot, so he can't even withstand this little thing. Then what is he still doing? However, things were far from as simple as he imagined. Right now, the internet is flooded with negative news about Yaoguang Entertainment. They said we were exploiting newcomers and deliberately hiding and threatening artists to demand exorbitant amounts of liquidated damages from their contracts. Moreover, they also said that our Yaoguang Entertainment company was suspected of tax evasion of more than 10 billion. They even coerced female artists into participating in green transactions. Now, the reputation of our Yaoguang Entertainment has been severely damaged. The stock price has begun to fall rapidly. Boom! These news were like a thunderbolt, striking Lu Qizi's mind. Why? Why did people on the internet suddenly start attacking Yaoguang Entertainment? Contract exploitation, isn't this a common practice among entertainment companies? Why do you have to report on our Yaoguang Entertainment Company? Green transaction. Although they do have it, it is almost always consensual. He provides resources to female artists, and those female artists contribute voluntarily. How could it turn out like this? And how could the financial situation of my company be exposed? Not only the two popular artists, but even Yaoguang Entertainment is at risk of tax evasion? This is a serious matter. Lu Qizi took a deep breath and shook his head. He thought he was dreaming. Lu Qizi quickly calmed down and said, "Don't worry. It's okay. They are spreading rumors about us on the internet, and we can fight back. Let the Public Relations Department immediately release the news that all the comments on the internet are defamation. We will send a lawyer's letter of warning to every marketing account." But as soon as he finished speaking, the general manager's voice sounded as if he had already cried. "It's over, boss. The police have sent people to the company, saying that they have received definite evidence that our company has evaded taxes. They are now investigating the flow of funds in the finance department. There seems to be a ghost in our company. An inner demon?" Hearing this, Lu Qizi's face turned pale instantly. Damn it! Such a major financial secret was leaked. It turns out there is a mole in the company? He was thinking about everyone in the finance department. Who is the ghost? Lu Qizi was almost going crazy, his mind was in a mess and he could hardly think normally. This series of heavy blows left him breathless. What on earth happened? How did things turn out like this overnight? "Boss, what should we do now?" the general manager asked with a sad face. Lu Qizi panted, tried hard to adjust his thoughts, and said, "You should calm the police first. The company's financial accounts are almost flawless. If they want to investigate thoroughly, it will take at least 10 days and half a month. What we need to do now is to stabilize the situation. Let the Public Relations Department send out a message to suppress the fermentation of the situation on the internet first. Remember, no matter what the police ask you, you must follow my instructions and never reveal your true identity. I will use my connections to find a solution now." "Okay, boss. I will definitely hold you back." The phone was hung up. Lu Qizi felt his breathing was a little rapid, and he quickly drank a few sips of tea to calm himself. "Xiao Yun, can you show me the company's current stock price situation?" Secretary Xiao Yun nodded and quickly opened the stock price of Yaoguang Entertainment on her notebook. Their Yaoguang Entertainment is listed overseas. There is no limit on ups and downs. Stock prices can soar in a day. You can also hit rock bottom in a single day. If the problem of tax evasion within the company is really unacceptable, you can settle it by paying back the money. As long as the debt is paid off, everything will be fine. Now, the focus is actually on the stock price. The loss in stock price is nothing compared to the billions of dollars in tax evasion. If the stock price falls to the bottom, it means that Yaoguang Entertainment will be completely finished. Secretary Xiao Yun said, "Currently, our stock price has fallen by 11%. The situation is serious and not optimistic." Wipe. Lu Qizi felt his heart suddenly skip a beat. An 11% drop in stock price is equivalent to a loss of more than 5 billion. For tax evasion, they will be fined at most tens of billions. The stock price is the real lifeblood of Yaoguang Entertainment. We, Yaoguang, must have been maliciously sniped. Who on earth is this person? He has such great abilities. I'm afraid he has been planning this counterattack against us for a long time. Who on earth is this? I'm really going crazy. As Lu Qizi spoke, he kept imagining in his mind. He has offended many people, but he still couldn't figure out who has such great ability. It felt like everyone in the world was against him. It made him a little breathless. More importantly, he doesn't know who is targeting him. At this time, his cell phone rang. The other party is the big boss of his capital behind the scenes. Seeing the heavy losses suffered by Yaoguang Entertainment, the big boss behind the scenes finally couldn't sit still anymore. Lu Qizi seemed to have seen his savior and quickly answered the phone. Hello? Chapter 78, Profit Comes First. Lu Qizi answered the phone. A majestic voice came from the other side. Lu Qizi, who did you offend? How did you mess up the company like this? This person is the boss of Mangrove Capital, Shen Nanshan, who is worth hundreds of billions. Owns 20% of Yaoguang Entertainment S shares. Yaoguang Entertainment has only been able to reach where it is today because of his support. Lu Qizi was shocked and stammered, I don't know. Shen Nanshan was furious, waste. You don't even know who is attacking you. How can I help you? Hearing this scolding, cold sweat broke out on Lu Qizi's forehead and his mind was working rapidly. He eliminated one by one the people he had offended before. Finally, thinking about director Chen Jianyan's sudden attack today, a figure gradually emerged in his mind. It should be him. Lu Qizi said immediately, but after thinking about it carefully, he found it a little unbelievable. But the problem is, he is the second largest shareholder of Opal Technology. How can a person in the mobile phone industry have such a great power? Shen Nanshan sneered, maybe he has other powers? How come you can't think of it? Hurry up and call him to ask. Understood. Lu Qizi immediately recovered his composure, picked up another phone and called Chen Jianyan. After a few rings, connected. Chen Jianyan laughed jokingly and said, Hey, isn't this Boss Lu? How come you have time to call me? Lu Qizi said unhappily, Don't play dumb. Who told you to do this? Chen Jianyan was still playing a riddle. Don't you know who you offended recently? Why do you have to ask me? Recent. Lu Qizi keenly caught the word, and became more certain of the answer in his mind, and asked, Su Ming. Is it him? Chen Jianyan sneered, Haha. You only know it now? But it seems it's too late. After that, the phone was hung up. There was a buzzing sound in Lu Qizi's mind. It was actually Su Ming. He actually has such a terrifying network of contacts. Overnight, his own Yaoguang Entertainment suffered such a divine punishment. What other identity does he have? Lu Qizi cleared his throat, suppressed his inner calm, and said, Boss Shen. I figured it out. It was someone I offended last night, Su Ming. I don't know his specific identity. Now, what do you say we should do? Su Ming. When Shen Nanshan heard the name, he felt particularly familiar. Sudden. In his mind, a name of capital suddenly emerged. Epic Capital, Su Ming. His Mangrove Capital controls hundreds of billions of assets and has huge connections in the capital circle. Of course he knew that the boss behind Epic Capital was Su Ming. This matter is simply out of reach for people who have not reached his level. His Mangrove Capital and Epic Capital are almost capital companies of the same level. But the problem is that Shen Nanshan holds 52% of Mangrove Capital's shares. However, the other party, Su Ming, however, has complete control over Epic Capital. The entire Era Capital is under Su Ming's control. Moreover, judging from what happened today, the power possessed by this Su Ming is definitely not just as simple as Epic Capital. The terrifying power behind it is even more unimaginable. If his own Mangrove Capital were to confront Epic Capital, the result would be a lose-lose situation at best. He even felt that there was a high probability that he would lose. He only owns 20% of Yaoguang Company's shares. Is it necessary to take such a big risk? Shen Nanshan, this old fox, thought a lot at once. He is weighing the pros and cons. After contemplation, Shen Nanshan already had an idea in his mind. He smiled again and said calmly, How about this, Lu Qizi, you make a phone call to test the waters. If possible, you can lose some shares of Yaoguang Entertainment, and I will act as a middleman, and we can reach a settlement with the other party. Hearing this, Lu Qizi sighed, Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll contact you right away. The capital bosses behind him all chose to reconcile with Su Ming. What else can he do? The only choice is compromise. He took out another cell phone, but there was no Su Ming's contact information, so he called Tang Yuan. Now. Xingyuan Community, Indoor. Su Ming lay in the armchair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the warm sunshine, feeling very comfortable. Tang Yuan was feeding him fruit with a happy smile on her face. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Tang Yuan glanced at him and said, Su Ming, it's Lu Qizi calling. He seems to be unable to sit still. Do you want to answer it? Su Ming smiled faintly and said, He no longer has any capital to negotiate with us. leave him alone. Su Ming knew it very well in his heart. Lu Kezizi called me now, what else could it be? Most likely, he was about to die and wanted to reconcile with himself. But now I have already come this far, if I just let the other party get away with it. If I make such a big fuss, wouldn't it become a joke? How to explain this to my subordinates? If you do it naturally, then you have to do it to the end. Being kind to your enemies means being cruel to yourself. Thompson's second grade, inside the villa. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a cold voice echoed in the hall. The number you dialed is currently unanswered, please call again later. The expression on Lu Qiji's face was extremely frozen, and he said with a trembling voice, Mr. Shin, the other party didn't answer. Now what should we do next? Shin Nanshan's eyes froze. It seems that the other party's attitude is that he is unwilling to reconcile. If he wants to save Yaoguang Entertainment now, he will have to pay a lot of money in connections. But the problem is, he is not completely sure that he can defeat the unfathomable Su Ming. He is a capitalist. Profit comes first. There was no way he would let himself be dragged into this huge storm just for Lu Qizi. What he has to do now is to stop the loss in time. A sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. In this case, Lu Qizi, you can get to where you are today because of me. Now, let me use you one last time. Chapter 79. Su Ming is someone they cannot afford to offend. Shin Nanshan thought so in his heart, but his face remained expressionless as he comforted her. It's okay. Our main task now is to stabilize the stock price. I'll help you sort out the other things slowly. He changed the subject and asked, how much liquid funds do you have in your company account and personal account now? Lu Qizi said truthfully, the hundreds of millions in the company's account should have been frozen by the police. Now I still have about 4 billion in one of my personal accounts. 4 billion? Shin Nanshan's eyes lit up and he ordered, 4 billion should be enough, you should start to stabilize the stock price now, no matter how much is sold outside, you should buy it. I will use my connections to help you deal with the negative news. If you don't have enough funds, I will help you out. Lu Kezizi became excited, okay, Mr. Shin. You are worthy of being my benefactor. I am so lucky to have met you in this life. Shin Nanshan smiled and said, okay, let's do this for now. Just do as I say. The phone call was hung up. Lu Qizi rekindled his fighting spirit. Su Ming. I have Mangrove Capital as my backer. You want to take me down, but that's not enough. You still have to fight against the entire Red Tree Capital. As long as I can keep the stock price stable, Mr. Shin will help me with the rest. I want to see who will win in the end. Lu Qizi's eyes were gloomy. He knew that this would be the most important battle in his life. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed. Xiao Yun, log into my private account. I want to stabilize the stock price. Lu Qizi instructed the secretary beside him. Secretary Xiao Yun seemed a little hesitant and said, Boss Lu, I always feel uneasy. If you invest 4 billion, the share price of Yaoguang Entertainment still won't rise. Then we will have nothing. I think, while the situation is not that bad now, we can take the 4 billion and flee overseas. We will still live a good life in the second half of our lives. Although Xiao Yun is Lu Qizi's secretary, she has long been his woman. Even though Lu Qizi was having affairs with other women outside, he had never treated her badly in the past few years. She is also one of the few women who truly cares about Lu Qizi. But now, Lu Qizi couldn't listen to any of this. Asking him to give up Yaoguang Entertainment is equivalent to asking for his life. Accustomed to being at the top of the entertainment industry, how could Lu Qizi just give up? Xiao Yun. You are too conservative, woman. Do you think it's my style to make me admit defeat now? Lu Qizi's face darkened and he said coldly, just do what I tell you to do, don't make me angry. Yes, yes. Xiao Yun nodded and dared not disobey anymore. Lu Kezizi logs into his personal account. There is a full 4 billion in funds lying on it. This is the money he earned from tax evasion and from selling some shares some time ago. Now, all he had to do was invest the money in the stock market and push the share price back up. His Yaoguang Entertainment will be able to return to its peak. At that time, he will sell the shares slowly. This money can still be earned back. After thinking about it, Lu Qizi finally decided to invest 4 billion in the stock market. I like crazy. When he spent 500 million yuan and the stock price finally rose by 2%. Lu Qizi breathed a sigh of relief. But within a few minutes, he was surprised to find out a bunch of stocks have reappeared in the stock market. Are these people crazy? Selling like crazy like this? Xiao Yun, help me keep buying. I just don't believe it. Lu Qizi gave the computer to his secretary and supervised it himself. At this time, on the internet, public opinion is fermenting wildly, with no signs of stopping. Yaoguang Entertainment KTV, suspected of youthful transactions, has been closed down by the police. The 2 movies released by Yaoguang Entertainment at the end of the month were boycotted by major cinemas. Burberry, Tiffany, LV, and many other brands have filed lawsuits against Yaoguang Entertainment. Yaoguang Entertainment is suspected of exploiting trainees through contracts and is currently under investigation. On the internet, negative news about Yaoguang Entertainment has already been overwhelming. Among the top 10 hot searches, 8 are negative news about Yaoguang Entertainment. Some financial channels even began to criticize Yaoguang Entertainment crazily. The well-reasoned analysis led investors to sell off their shares in Yaoguang Entertainment. For a while, the stock investors could no longer sit still and started selling their stocks one after another. The stock price of Yaoguang Entertainment keeps falling. From the original decline of 11%, it has now dropped to 31.6% and is still showing a crazy downward trend. Lu Qizi, sweating profusely. He has already invested 2 billion in the market, but still cannot stop the downward trend of the stock. It has fallen to 45%. If he didn't have these 2 billion, he couldn't even imagine what the stock price would be like now. There are no limits on the rise and fall of overseas stock markets. At the same time, Yaoguang Entertainment showed a one-sided trend, with its stock price falling wildly. All kinds of negative news are overwhelming. Almost everyone in the country who has access to the internet knows about this. Those 7 people who once joined Su Ming's group but chose to quit. Seeing the tragic situation of Yaoguang Entertainment, everyone felt a little regretful. If they had chosen to support Su Ming at the beginning, would they have also gained some credit now? By then, wouldn't we be able to get a piece of the pie? But now, no matter what happened, it has nothing to do with them. Well, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Or I am just too timid. Epoch Capital. Chen Jingya looked at the stock chart of Yaoguang Entertainment and frowned slightly. There seems to be something wrong with this stock quantity. Why do I feel like there are a few more? Could it be that a major shareholder of Yaoguang Entertainment has chosen to withdraw? She hasn't made a move yet. As a result, the downward trend of the stock price was even more exaggerated than she had imagined. She felt something was wrong. The number of stocks being sold now is nearly 20% more than she expected. The only possibility is that a major shareholder of Yaoguang Entertainment chose to withdraw. She immediately called Su Ming and reported, "Mr. Su, I found a strange phenomenon." Su Ming asked curiously, "What?" Chen Jingya analyzed, "I found that about 20% of Yaoguang Entertainment's shares have entered the market. I guess it may be that Mangrove Capital, the company behind Yaoguang Entertainment, chose to give up on it. This is a good thing for us." They initially also formulated a plan to confront Mangrove Capital. "We have also specially prepared more than 20 billion in working capital. Now it seems that this is no longer necessary." Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Hang up the phone." Chen Jingya smiled and continued to watch the stock price trend, looking for the right time to enter the market. Kill with one blow. Now. Lu Qizi injected all of his 4 billion funds into the stock market. The stock price seems to have stabilized and remains on a downward trend of 52%. He breathed a sigh of relief. This is all I can do. The rest will be left to Mangrove Capital behind it. He immediately called Xin Nanchen and said breathlessly, "Mr. Xin, I have invested all 4 billion in the stock market. Now the stock price seems to have stabilized. But the situation is still not optimistic. It's time for you to take action." Xin Nanchen glanced at his account. This is the 3.2 billion he made back from selling some of his stocks. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said, "I have already made my move." Hearing this, Lu Qizi was overjoyed. "What? You have already taken action? Could it be that the online public opinion has been suppressed by you?" He was so excited that he immediately asked his secretary to open the online platform. But what can be seen with the naked eye are all the negative news about Yaoguang Entertainment. The situation does not seem to be suppressed. On the contrary, it is getting worse. Lu Qizhi felt his heart sink, as if something was wrong, and asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Shin, what did you do? Shin Nanshan said in a deep voice, when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. Lu Qizhi, I have supported you to where you are today, and you should really repay my kindness. I didn't cash out much, only 3.2 billion. You should find a way to get out of this situation. I can't sacrifice my red tree capital to help you. The strength of that Su Ming is something you and I can't compete with. He is the only big boss of Epic Capital. I can only say that you are unlucky and have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Our friendship ends here. Boom! Like a muffled thunder, it instantly exploded in Lu Qizhi's mind. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked? Shin Nanshan actually betrayed himself. He cashed out 3.2 billion? It's like using your own money to buy out Shin Nanshan's shares. And Shin Nanshan actually said that Su Ming is the only boss of Epic Capital. In other words, Shin Nanshan knew Su Ming's identity and deliberately set a trap for himself. On the surface, they are trying to stabilize the stock price, but in reality they are trying to cash out from themselves. Su Ming. Is it that they can't afford to offend anyone? Even his boss behind the scenes chose to give up on him? Plop. Lu Qizhi's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. This moment. He felt like the sky was falling. The boss behind the scenes that he was so proud of actually betrayed him at this critical moment. This blow is too great. Xiao Yun, you won't betray me too, right? There is a traitor in our company. You're not going to tell me that person is you, are you? Lu Qizhi looked at the woman beside him as if he had lost his soul, but his other hand silently reached into his pocket. Now he doesn't trust anyone. If Xiao Yun is really the traitor, he might even want to kill someone right now. Looking at his haggard appearance, it seemed as if he had aged by 10 years in an instant. Xiao Yun's nose felt sore and tears welled up in her eyes. Mr. Lu. I won't. Xiao Yun won't betray you. He hugged Lu Qizhi and cried like a baby. Lu Qizhi couldn't help but shed tears. He lost everything, but found a little warmth in Xiao Yun. He silently released the knife in his hand, hugged the woman, and said with pale lips, Xiao Yun, I believe you. Tell me, what should we do now? Xiao Yun just told him that he fled overseas with 4 billion. He didn't listen. Now, it's too late to regret. The only person he can trust is Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun wiped her tears, quickly calmed down, and suggested, Mr. Lu, let's. Chapter 80 Epic Entertainment, replaced. Boss Lu, let's admit defeat. Xiao Yun calmed down and said, the stocks we have now at least have some value. But if the police completely freeze our assets, these stocks will become a pile of data. By then, we will really have nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Qizhi sighed deeply. Now, the police are investigating the financial problems of their company. If things like tax evasion are confirmed, the investigation will soon lead to them. By then, he won't even have the chance to sell his stocks. All he has to do is race against time. Race against time. But the question is, who would be willing to take over Yaoguang Entertainment, this hot potato? The shares he holds have reached 58%. It is not easy to sell it quickly at a low price. No one dares to take over. Lu Qizhi's mind was working rapidly, and in the end he only thought of one person. Su Ming. The other party is the initiator of this incident, and now only he dares to take over. He smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that in the end, I would have to ask the enemy for help. Holding on to his last hope, Lu Qizhi picked up his phone and called Tang Yuan. A reminder tone sounds. Lu Qizhi felt that these short few seconds were so long. Fortunately, the call went through. Su Ming's voice sounded calmly, Boss Lu, how are you? Lu Qizhi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. How are you? He is almost dead. How are you okay? Lu Qizhi took a deep breath and said humbly, Mr. Su, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Can you give me a way out? He gave in. He gave up. Even the mangrove capital behind him chose to give up on him. How could he still have the capital to make a fuss? Su Ming acted as if it had nothing to do with him and said, the situation has developed to this point, and I can't control it anymore. Even if I want to let you go, I still have to ask the police if they agree. In fact, if Su Ming really suppressed this matter, he can indeed do it. But the thing is, this is totally unnecessary. Letting Lucchese go is like letting a tiger return to the mountains. How could he be merciful at this time and leave hidden dangers for his future? However, his words did seem to imply that Lucchese should fend for himself. Lucchese saw a glimmer of hope, and his eyes lit up. Mr. Su, I am willing to transfer the shares of Yaoguang Entertainment to you at a low price. Just consider it as a plea from you, don't kill me all. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled. This person, before the disaster struck, spoke much more pleasantly. No one can resist money. It would indeed be a waste if the shares of Yaoguang Entertainment were to rot in Lucchese's hands. You can take it over at a low price, sell it directly when the time comes, and make a lot of profit from it. As for Lucchese, did he think he could escape by selling his stocks? The police now have information provided by Xinhua Security's hacker department and are making rapid progress. I guess Lucchese didn't expect this, right? Su Ming chuckled and said, okay. But the price I offer won't be high. How much? Lucchese was a little nervous. Su Ming, 6 yuan per share. 6? Lucchese's eyes widened. What the fuck? Yesterday, the share price of Yaoguang Entertainment was worth over 80 yuan per share. But today, there is only $6 left. He owns 58% of the shares, which were originally worth 29 billion. Now, this is equivalent to his 58%, which is worth less than 2 billion. This price. It's too low. For a moment, Lucchese couldn't accept it. Next to her, Xiaoyun took out the latest stock price chart and said hurriedly, Mr. Lu, our stock price is only 12 yuan per share now, and it is still unsaleable. Mr. Su's price is not high, but it is not low either. The most important thing for us now is to hurry up, otherwise it will be too late. Lucchese had to accept the fact and compromised, Mr. Su, let's make an appointment at this price. 10 minutes later. Chen Jingya, accompanied by a lawyer, equity witnesses, and several special bodyguards from Xinhua Security, met Lucchese in a coffee shop. The equity transfer agreement signed by both parties. Epic Capital spent 1.93 billion to acquire 58% of Yaoguang Entertainment shares. Then, Chen Jingya began to manipulate the stock price, pushing the price down to 6 yuan per share, and quickly collected the stocks scattered on the stock market. Less than half an hour. Su Ming's Epic Capital already controls 85% of Yaoguang Entertainment's shares, holding absolute control. All this cost only a few billion. Subsequently, Yaoguang Entertainment changed its appearance and announced its relisting under the new name, Era Entertainment. Su Ming took action to remove all the negative information about Yaoguang Entertainment on the internet. And get in touch with your network and solve all the original business problems. All major cinemas responded to the call, agreed to promote the new movie of Epic Entertainment, and began to publicize it on a large scale. Major luxury goods manufacturers have also withdrawn their complaints and reached further cooperation with Epic Entertainment. Originally, Yaoguang Entertainment, which was on the verge of death, regained its vitality with the new identity of Era Entertainment. This series of operations caused the stock market, which had originally fallen to the bottom, to rise rapidly. Chapter 81. It's hard to change one's nature. Now, a Maybach was speeding on the way to the Magic City Airport. Secretary Xiaoyun was driving at a speed of 60 miles per hour. Lucchese looked at the overwhelming good news about Epic Entertainment on his phone. Totally shocked. Damn. This Su Ming has such a big wrist. In less than an hour, they were able to bring Yaoguang Entertainment back to life? He also told me that there was no way he could let me go? I see, all this was caused by his words. Lucchese recalled the moment when he obediently transferred his shares. I feel a little regretful. You should bargain more with Su Ming. In the driver's seat, Xiaoyun smiled gently and said, Mr. Lu, this has nothing to do with us. At least, we made the right choice. As long as we escape to Marley, with the remaining 1.9 billion, we will have enough to live a stable life for the rest of our lives. Safe? Lucchese's eyes turned sinister again. I'm going to Marley to make a comeback. 1.9 billion is enough for me to develop my entertainment business. By then, the emperor will be far away. What can Su Ming do to me? Boom. To Xiaoyun, these words were like a bolt from the blue. A trace of disappointment flashed across her face, and she said anxiously, Boss Lu, didn't we agree that when we get to Marley, we won't work in the entertainment industry? Isn't it good to do some other business? I remembered that Lu Qizi was spending his days drinking and having affairs with other girls outside. Xiao Yun had endured it for a long time and thought that after this life change, Lu Qizi would be able to turn over a new leaf. Who knows? It didn't take long before his true nature seemed to be exposed again. Xiao Yun, don't worry. Don't you know my abilities? Lu Qizi lay down on the back seat and grinned. If I don't get involved in the entertainment industry, what's the difference between that and death? Don't worry, by then, you will be the boss lady of my new company. As soon as he finished speaking, a 15-centimeter dagger quietly slipped out of his pocket. Through the rearview mirror. Xiao Yun's eyes flashed as she saw this scene. She suddenly recalled that when Lu Qizi questioned whether she was a ghost. There is a movement of reaching into the pocket. Turn out to be. Xiao Yun understood a lot in an instant. Even though she had been with Lu Qizi for several years, she had never gained his real trust. Lu Qizi is an extremely selfish person who only cares about himself and has an erratic personality. Before coming to the airport, Lu Qizi promised her that he would live a peaceful and stable life when he arrived in Marley. Who would have thought that when they were almost at the airport, Lu Qizi would change his mind? Are you too lazy to even lie to yourself? If we go to Marley this time, we make the same mistake again? Lu Qizi still lives the same life of debauchery as he does now. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Yun's lips. She suddenly realized that all the beauty seemed to be just in her imagination. Lu Qizi's smile disappeared instantly, and he quickly picked up the dagger and explained, Xiao Yun, don't get me wrong. This is the self-defense weapon I brought with me when I was negotiating with those people from Epic Capital. You drive carefully. As for whether to open an entertainment company or not, we will consider it later. I will follow your advice. Xiao Yun smiled, revealing an unusual beauty. Soon, we arrived at the Magic City Airport. Lu Qizi and Xiao Yun arrived at the security check area and prepared for the check. At this time, Xiao Yun said she wanted to go to the bathroom. Time passes by little. But there was no sign of Xiao Yun. Lu Qizi finally couldn't wait any longer and wanted to go through the formalities first. Who would have thought? A familiar voice sounded behind me. Officer, Lu Qizi is right here. Lu Qizi turned his head as if his machine was stuck. Unbelievable. He actually saw Xiao Yun leading a group of criminal police, fully armed and walking towards him quickly. Click. A heroic female criminal police officer handcuffed LV Qizi directly and said in a cold tone, LV Qizi. You are suspected of tax evasion and immature transactions. The amount involved is huge, and we are arresting you according to the law. In fact, before Lu Qizi committed this crime, their criminal investigation department had already blocked all of his personal information in advance. Even if he wanted to board the plane, he would be stopped by security and would not be allowed to escape overseas. But this time, with the clues provided by Xiao Yun, a caring citizen, it was much easier for them to find Lu Qizi. You guys? Lu Qizi couldn't believe it, and looking at Xiao Yun, his heart was broken. He can't figure it out. Could it be? Is she really the insider of that company? Xiao Yun. Why did you betray me? I have treated you well over the past few years. Lu Qizi roared with red eyes. However, Xiao Yun still looked indifferent, because I don't see any future in you. Although her words were cruel, 2 lines of tears were already flowing from the corners of her eyes. Plop. Lu Qizi completely collapsed on the ground, looking at the person closest to him and shouting heartbreakingly. The future. I have clearly thought of giving you a future, but why are you still not satisfied? I clearly promised you that you would be the female boss of my new company. Why are you still treating me like this? Hearing this, Xiao Yun burst into tears. What you gave me is not what I want at all. You have never really considered our future. You only have yourself in your eyes. She could no longer suppress her emotions and screamed, Do you want me to tell our child that his father is actually a beast? The words fell. Lu Qizi opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. He didn't expect that he could actually have a child? The doctor said that the probability of him having a child in this lifetime is 1 in 10,000. That's why he indulged in women and used various stimulating methods to numb himself. But I didn't expect. Xiao Yun is actually pregnant with her own child. This is great news. But now, it seems that all happiness has nothing to do with me. Because he will face more than 10 years in prison. Xiao Yun, I'm sorry. Lu Qizi shook his head, feeling extremely regretful. But now, it's too late. Yaoguang Entertainment was completely destroyed. In one day, Yaoguang Entertainment was completely removed from the list. Su Ming's Era Entertainment took its place and rose rapidly. This incident caused a sensation across the country. The whole country was shocked. You have to know that a 50 billion entertainment company has huge capital support behind it. But within one day, it collapsed. And on the internet, it seems as if Yaoguang Entertainment has never existed. What replaced it was actually a new entertainment company, Epic Entertainment. Behind it is a terrifying capital of hundreds of billions. This was obviously a game between two major capitals, and in the end, Epic Capital won, declaring the event over. But the question is, Mangrove Capital, the company behind Yaoguang Entertainment, also has hundreds of billions of dollars in capital. How could they be so powerless to fight back? Defeated in just one day? Outsiders are unaware of these things, and they talk about them with relish. But the identity of the boss behind Era Capital remains a mystery. Few people know who is his real controller. Because in the registration of online information, the identity of the behind-the-scenes boss of Epic Capital is still confidential. This shows how special this person's identity is. All major entertainment companies are in a panic, fearing that they will offend Epic Entertainment and become the next Yaoguang. Who wants to experience this feeling of being swallowed up and expelled? Afternoon. Xingyuan community. Tang Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. She hugged Su Ming and praised him. Su Ming, you are really amazing. It's been less than a day and Yaoguang Entertainment has collapsed. Su Ming just made a video conference at home. They actually defeated Yaoguang Entertainment. He even took control of 85% of Yaoguang Entertainment and established Jiyuan Entertainment. This kind of terrifying power is really scary. Moreover, she just found out about it today. Su Ming actually owns shares in ByteDance and is the actual controller of the mysterious Xinhua Security. Superb status. How could he, alone, possess so many terrifying identities? How come the man I found is so outstanding? Tang Yuan felt that she was really lucky. Su Ming was still calm and collected. He put his arm around the man's waist and said with a smile, "From now on, Jiyuan Entertainment will be handed over to you to manage." "Is that okay, Xiao Tang Yuan?" Tang Yuan was very shy. Tang Yuan was her nickname when she was a child, and many people called her that. But since she took over Shangmei Entertainment, no one dared to make fun of her anymore. Who knows, Su Ming learned it from somewhere and actually called her that. It's so embarrassing. Tang Yuan's face was slightly red, and her voice was a little cuter. Ahem, then little Tang Yuan will not fail in his mission and will definitely complete the task assigned by Director Su clearly. Okay. Su Ming couldn't help laughing. He had no doubt about Tang Yuan's ability. After all, Tang Yuan knows much more about the entertainment company than he does. Then let's go out, it's time for the reckoning. Chapter 82 Reward according to merit. Yaoguang Entertainment Building has now been renamed Era Entertainment. Su Ming and Tang Yuan drove here and officially took over. Tang Yuan was appointed as the general manager. He used thundering measures to start large-scale rectification of the company and also formulated new company systems. After a series of measures, the company's interior has been completely renewed. Tang Yuan is very familiar with these entertainment industry affairs and handles them with ease. Chairman's office. The decoration is very exquisite, and the antique cabinet is filled with various antiques and ornaments. It adds up to at least tens of millions. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Ming's mouth corners slightly raised as he looked down at the entire demon city, as if everything was in his sight, composing all the prosperity. This guy Lu Qiji really knows how to find a spot. This building was just completed last year. It is conveniently located and worth about 2 billion. His office is located on the 36th floor, facing north and south, with excellent lighting. It also seems like it's lonely at the top. Pity. Everything Lu Qiji did was to help Su Ming. Su Ming spent less than 3 billion to acquire Yaoguang Entertainment this time. Not only did he get the building, he also controlled 85% of the shares. At present, the market value of Epic Entertainment has recovered to 13 billion. If the situation continues to develop in this way, it will not be a problem to recover to more than 20 billion within a month. If all goes well, the market value will return to its peak of 50 billion within half a year. Su Ming only spent 3 billion, but earned tens of billions. Everyone made a lot of money. Immediately, Su Ming made a phone call and asked Chen Jianian and others to come over and gather. After all, now that the matter has been settled, it is time to reward the merits. Half an hour later, the office door was pushed open. Congratulations, Mr. Su, for establishing Epic Entertainment. Chen Jianian's eyes were more respectful than before. He smiled, bowed, and walked in. Following behind him was the wealthy businessman Deng Xijia and 5 leading figures from various parties, all of whom were participants in this incident, also showing joyful congratulations. Su Ming glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. Many hands make light work. With your help, this matter can go so smoothly. Chen Jianian didn't dare to take credit for it, and quickly waved his hands. Chen only helped a little. It was mainly due to Mr. Su's power. We are far behind. Deng Xijia bowed slightly and said respectfully, Mr. Deng, I have only done my bit, and it cannot be called a full-fledged help. Think about today's incident. Although he contributed, he was unable to influence the outcome of the war. The main output has to be the 3 major business giants Wanda Group, ByteDance, and Epic Capital, as well as the mysterious Xinhua Security. The other 5 wealthy men felt a little ashamed, even though they really wanted to help. But I found that all I could do was create hype on the internet and collect some negative information. The impact can be said to be minimal. Hearing this, Su Ming's smile was light and peaceful. What he values is not whether they really possess some terrifying power, but it's about choosing someone who stands on your side at the critical moment. Su Ming said calmly, don't underestimate yourselves. In short, you all contributed to this matter. I decided to give you some shares of Epic Entertainment as a reward. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. A wealthy businessman hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Su, I am ashamed to accept this. I didn't help at all. Chen Jianian observed Su Ming's expression and immediately looked at him. He found that he seemed unhappy. He immediately scolded the rich businessman, Mr. Chiu, do you want to disobey Mr. Su? I told you to keep it, so keep it. The rich businessman was speechless. He didn't help at all, and he really felt ashamed. Su Ming smiled and said, okay, everyone, please don't be polite. I may need your help in the future. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. The higher you stand, the more you understand the ways of the world. Even if the other party's contribution is small, he still helps. Even though they say no, who can resist money? If you favor one and neglect the other, wouldn't you discourage others? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded to show their loyalty. Thank you very much, Mr. Su. Chen Jianian bowed deeply, with an extremely respectful attitude. After he knew that Su Ming also had the 2 terrifying forces of ByteDance and Xinhua Security, he made up his mind that he must quickly hold on to this thigh. Life. It's just a choice. Choice is more important than hard work. As long as I have a good relationship with Su Ming, will I have to worry about not having any roles to play in the future? Then, Su Ming called a lawyer and rewarded the men according to their merits. Chen Jianian fired the first shot this time and made the first contribution, so he was rewarded with 1% of the shares. Deng Xijia also made an effort and was rewarded with 0.8% of the shares. Although the rest of the people did not have any outstanding performances, they also expressed their support online and collected negative information about Epic Entertainment. Even if they did not make great contributions, they did work hard. Su Ming saw all of this. So, they were given 0.2% of the shares. Looking at the share certificates in their hands, everyone was stunned. 1% of the shares, although this number seems small. But you have to know, this is Epic Entertainment. Now the market value has recovered to 13 billion. 1% of the shares is worth 130 million. If the market value recovers to 50 billion in half a year, 1% of the shares will be 600 million. What kind of movie can make so much money all at once? Those scoundrels also got 0.2% of the shares, but that is tens of millions of dollars. Compared to what they have done, this money is far more than expected. Really? Follow Su Ming and you will enjoy the best food and drinks. On the internet. The incident of Yaoguang Entertainment has fermented again. All major media platforms are discussing this incident, and it has become a hot topic on the internet. For a time, the behind-the-scenes boss of Epic Capital became one of the hot topics. Even though Su Ming hid very well, he still left some clues on the internet. Someone has already linked the video of Su Ming becoming the second largest shareholder of Opel last night to the collapse of Yaoguang Entertainment today. There are all kinds of heated discussions and speculations on the internet. According to insiders, Mr. Su, the second largest shareholder of Opel, is actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Epic Capital. Did anyone notice who the woman next to Mr. Su is? She is Tang Yuan from Xiangmei Entertainment. Now, Epic Capital is managed by Tang Yuan. So, from this, it can be inferred that this Mr. Su is likely to have two identities at the same time, the boss of Epic Capital and the second largest shareholder of Opel. Damn! Is this really possible? So who is the true identity of this Mr. Su? I agree with your point of view, but I think Mr. Su should have more than these two identities. The demise of Yaoguang Entertainment today can be said to be historic. Moreover, it seems that the forces of countless companies have been mobilized. Even many bosses from unrelated construction industries came out to support Mr. Su. Moreover, this Mr. Su should have a close relationship with ByteDance. Didn't you see that the negative news about Yaoguang Entertainment on QQ Music has been on various hot searches? I know that Wanda Group was also involved. They mobilized the power of the cinemas and banned the two movies from Yaoguang Entertainment. Hiss, what is the mysterious identity of this Mr. Su? At this time, a piece of explosive news came out. Everyone, look at my exclusive information. Today, I photographed the general manager of Epic Capital and Lu Qiji at the Elk Cafe. It seems that they were discussing the delivery of shares. Do you know who the two bodyguards following behind are? They are the first-class elites of Xinhua Security. The entire internet was shocked. What? Xinhua Security? Does this Mr. Su also possess the power of Xinhua Security? Oh my god. These are several identities, and they can be in the same person. This is too scary. Why do I feel like all these forces seem to be related to this Mr. Su? Yaoguang Entertainment has offended a super big shot. This Mr. Su is indeed of a very high status. There is a lot of heated discussion on the internet about Su Ming's identity. He even gave Su Ming a title, Mr. Su of superior status. Of course, many people are just speculating and there is no actual evidence to prove that these industries belong to Su Ming. This also casts a veil of mystery over Su Ming's identity. They only know that Mr. Su's strength is so terrifying. Chapter 83: A Sudden Call. The next day. Xingyuan Community. Last night. Su Ming still spent the night at Tang Yuan's house and once again experienced the charm of a mature woman. It can be said to be an extreme indulgence and enjoyment. After washing up, Su Ming came to the living room. Start today's sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully. Reward, a Gulfstream G700 custom-made private jet. What the hell? Su Ming's eyes lit up. A private jet as a reward? He looked at the detailed information and was a little surprised. The Gulfstream G700 is a special private jet manufactured by Gulfstream Corporation. It can accommodate up to 19 passengers and has a maximum flight speed of Mach 0.925, which is slightly lower than the speed of sound. Its cabin is also divided into different sections, including the lavatory, galley, forward seats, entertainment suite and dining area, in addition to staterooms and en-suite bathrooms. It is extremely luxurious. The current starting price of the Gulfstream G700 is $78 million, which is equivalent to RMB. It would cost $500 million. Last year, the world's richest man, Merrick, ordered a plane of the same model. This shows how much the rich like him. Now, Su Ming didn't need to buy it, the system directly rewarded him with one. Too arrogant. I've never been on a private jet in my life. Su Ming sighed a little, and then realized a problem. But, where can I pick up this huge plane? He returned his gaze to the detailed instructions. Warm reminder, your Gulfstream G700 has been parked at Shanghai Airport for you, and you will be given 10 years of China Express Airlines Diamond VIP service. All the necessary procedures for the flight have been fully prepared for you. That's right, system, you really know how to handle things. Su Ming felt relieved. After all, although you can buy a private jet if you have money, whether you can fly it is a question. You have to have a relationship with the Aviation Administration and apply for a flight route before they will let you take to the sky. But now, the system has already handled all the procedures for me. Then there will be no problem. Moreover, we also warmly offer Diamond VIP aviation service. There are only a handful of people in the world who have Aviation Diamond VIP status. It can enjoy special channels, exclusive customer service, and all China's flight routes. And it can land at any airport in the country. You can go wherever you want, as long as there is an airport, you can stop. Simply, awesome plath. At this time, Tang Yuan came out of the bedroom in her pajamas, her proud curves vaguely visible. After being nourished by love, she appears more feminine and beautiful. Seeing Su Ming sitting on the sofa, surprise showed on her face. She quickly came over, hugged him, and spoke in a gentle voice. Su Ming, you woke up, why didn't you call me? Looking at the charming woman in his arms, Su Ming smiled and said, You were so tired yesterday, so I wanted you to sleep a little longer. You are so nice. Tang Yuan's pretty face turned red, thinking of last night, she was reluctant to leave. Love is really beautiful. Then, do you want to do it again? Su Ming whispered in her ear. This kind of ear-to-ear contact made Tang Yuan feel a little numb, and she nodded coquettishly, Su Ming felt this tenderness. At this moment, a phone call broke this beautiful moment. Su Ming's cell phone rang. I looked at the incoming call and it was actually from Jian Yue. Su Ming picked up the phone. Hello, Yue, what do you want to talk to me about so early? Jian Yue smiled softly and said, Su Ming, the mysterious Mr. Su who is making a lot of noise on the internet right now, is it you? Yes. Su Ming didn't hide it. I didn't expect that you actually know Mr. Tang. Isn't the Magic City really too small? Jian Yue smiled with interest. Su Ming was slightly stunned. Isn't it? Of course he knew Tang Yuan. Now in his arms, if you don't make this call. Both were on fire. Yes, you also know Mr. Tang? Su Ming blurted out. Who would have thought? Jian Yue said, Of course, Miss Tang and I live in the same neighborhood, so of course I know her. Oh shit. Su Ming suddenly reacted. Yes. Jian Yue and Tang Yuan live in the same neighborhood. That day, I was sending Jian Yue home when I met Tang Yuan at the door. How come I suddenly forgot about this? Seeing this, Tang Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised, her eyes were charming, but her little hands were secretly doing something naughty. Last time, Su Ming made her embarrassed in front of Xining. This time she has to take revenge. Ahem. Su Ming couldn't help but cough. On the phone, Jian Yue was a little surprised. What's wrong? Su Ming, is it a coincidence? Yeah. What a coincidence. Su Ming restrained himself and asked, Yue, you called me just to talk about this? Hearing this, Jian Yue shook her head. That's not the case. After Zhang Qingye went back, the news that I had a boyfriend spread. So, my grandfather wanted me to take you back and give an explanation to my family. She was a little nervous, but also a little excited. Although the atmosphere between her and Su Ming was ambiguous, they had not yet confirmed their relationship. She also didn't know whether Su Ming would be willing to go back with her to meet his parents. After all, it is very difficult to deal with interpersonal relationships in a large family, and she was afraid that Su Ming would feel disgusted and resist. There was silence for a moment, and then Su Ming said, Okay, then send me a time and I'll come find you later. Really? You promised me? Jian Yue was overjoyed, her eyes bright and cheerful. Yeah, let's do this first. I have a kitten running wild here. I'll take care of it first. After Su Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Jian Yue was a little curious. Su Ming, you still have a kitten? So loving? I can't tell. Xingyuan community. On the sofa, Su Ming looked at the pretty woman in front of him and said with a wicked smile, You have to force me to give you a beating, right? Tang Yuan's face flushed, she was as panicked as a little rabbit, and she said in a soft voice, No, I was wrong. You still know you're wrong? Su Ming raised his lips and held the other person in his arms, warm and affectionate. A moment later. Beautiful sounds, one after another. Chapter 84 I was abrupt. An hour later. Su Ming walked towards Jian Yue's home and could see her from a distance. A woman with a cool, pretty, gentle and dignified temperament is waiting for him. Jian Yue smiled brightly and said happily, Su Ming, you are here. Su Ming said calmly, Well, but I came here in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts. After all, this time I went back to Hangzhou to see Jiang Yue's family. A gift is always required, right? But the problem was that he just walked over from Tang Yuan's house. There is no time to prepare at all. Jian Yue smiled and shook her head, No need, gifts and such are nothing, the most important thing is that you are here. Su Ming was a little surprised and couldn't help but tease, Yue is very sweet today? Which time is not sweet? Jiang Yue's eyes were moving, tender, and her voice was coquettish. When she thought of the intimate scene between them that day, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster and she felt very shy. Then I'll book a flight now. Su Ming, send me your ID number. Jiang Yue's pretty face was slightly red as she lowered her head and operated her mobile phone. However, Su Ming said, no, I have already arranged it. Come with me. Jiang Yue was a little confused. You mean, we should drive back? Hangzhou is about 700 or 800 kilometers away from Shanghai. If they drive by themselves, it will be very tiring. Su Ming took Jiang Yue's hand and said mysteriously, you will know later. Jiang Yue was a little curious, but since Su Ming said he had other arrangements, she had no other objections. Soon, Su Ming took Jiang Yue's hand and came to the side of the Rolls-Royce, preparing to get in. At this time, Tang Yuan happened to be out, and unexpectedly saw the scene, so she came over to greet them enthusiastically. Hey, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su. Where are you two going? Tang Yuan's eyes deliberately swept over Su Ming and she smiled with interest. This bad man. He was still lingering with me just now, but now he ran away with Jiang Yue. But it seems like I am the latecomer? Jiang Yue has a gentle and generous temperament. She smiled and said, hello, Mr. Tang. Su Ming and I are preparing to go back to Hangzhou. How about you? She and Tang Yuan lived in the same residential complex and were on good terms with each other, so it was only natural for them to greet each other. Me? Tang Yuan said with some resentment, you also know that President Su acquired Yaoguang Entertainment yesterday and now he has handed it over to me to manage. Alas, I am very busy now, otherwise I could go to Hangzhou with you. I remember that old Master Jiang should be celebrating his birthday, right? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. What? Do you still want to go to Hangzhou together? You are quite brave. Jiang Yue tilted her head slightly, well, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. If you are not busy, you can come over. You don't have to bring any gifts. My grandpa likes to be lively. Everyone who comes is a guest. Hearing this, Tang Yuan's smile deepened, and she praised, Sister Yue, you are really sensible and reasonable. It's a good deal for Su Ming. Jiang Yue covered her mouth and smiled, it seems that Mr. Tang and Su Ming have a pretty good relationship. Today, I was also exclaiming with Su Ming that the demon city is very small. We actually know each other. Su Ming frowned and winked at Tang Yuan. This little kitty really deserves to be punished. Knowing that Jiang Yue is innocent, he deliberately teases her? That's too bad. Seeing this, Tang Yuan blushed slightly and changed the subject. Okay, Sister Yue, I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a safe journey. Well, bye. Jiang Yue waved to the other party. Before Tang Yuan left, she deliberately gave Su Ming a wink. This made Su Ming feel itchy and he wanted to deal with her, but he didn't have the chance for the time being. Never mind. I will take good care of this little wildcat when I come back. Magic City Airport. Su Ming arranged everything in advance and walked into the airport with Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue was a little curious and asked weakly, Su Ming, did we forget to buy the plane tickets? She had never given Su Ming her ID number. Since Su Ming said he would arrange it, now that they were at the airport, didn't they just have to take a plane? She hasn't even bought a ticket, how can she fly? Otherwise. Su Ming smiled faintly, picked up the phone and made a call. Hello, I'm here, where are you? At this time. Not far away, a slightly plump man in a suit and tie had been waiting for a long time. After receiving the call, he immediately looked around. The moment I saw Su Ming, his eyes lit up immediately and he ran over quickly. Mr. Su, I am Jai Wei, the general manager of Magic City Airport. Your private plane is ready for you. You can board now and the plane will take off in 35 minutes. This way, please. Jai Wei showed an extremely respectful smile and extended a gesture of invitation. The other party is a Diamond VIP member of China Airlines. He also bought a private jet worth 500 million. He dared not neglect such an important figure in the slightest. Su Ming responded calmly, holding Jiang Yue's hand and walking towards the special passage. General Manager Jai Wei and 2 security personnel were there to provide protection. The passers-by around were stunned. Fuck. Is this how rich people travel? Just buy a private jet? Do you have to be so arrogant? I'm still upset about not booking a ticket in advance and spending a few $100s more. People just took a private jet? The gap between people is too big. Wow, tears of shame flowed down from the corners of my mouth. The corners of your mouth? You must be drooling because you're so greedy. Jiang Yue felt the warmth in her hands, her eyes filled with surprise. She never expected it. Su Ming bought a private jet? However, he still asked Su Ming if he had forgotten to buy the plane ticket? I dare say. Su Ming doesn't need to book a plane ticket at all. If someone orders a private jet and enjoys the special channel service, why does he need to buy a ticket? I am so abrupt. Jiang Yue felt a little ashamed. Compared with Su Ming, she, a billionaire, seemed like she had never seen the world. Ahem. A little embarrassing. Chapter 85 Jiang Yue's rumored boyfriend? Under the leadership of Zhai Wei, Su Ming and Jiang Yue came to the tarmac through a special channel. Look around. A luxurious, brand new Gulfstream G700 aircraft, parked calmly and majestically on the ground. Boarding gate. Led by a highly experienced captain, next to him were 4 pretty and tall stewardesses, as well as several maintenance personnel. All of them smiled and bowed in unison. Welcome, Mr. Su. The sound is inspiring. Su Ming smiled faintly, nodded in response, and walked into the cabin hand in hand with Jiang Yue. Half an hour later, the Gulfstream G700 left the ground and flew towards the sky thousands of miles high in the clouds. The plane flew through the clouds, leaving behind a long trail of clouds. Fly steadily in the blue sky. The decoration inside the cabin is extremely luxurious, like a star-rated hotel in the sky. In a special box. Jiang Yue leaned on Su Ming's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Su Ming, you are really capable. Even private jets can be managed. Moreover, it is this Gulfstream G700 worth 500 million yuan. The annual maintenance cost is extremely expensive, plus the crew salaries, it would cost 20 to 30 million per year. Not only that, being able to afford a private jet is one thing, the aviation procedures behind it are extremely complicated. You have to go through multiple levels of relationships before the aviation authority will approve your plane to take off. However, Su Ming actually did it. Moreover, it seems that she is a distinguished VIP at the airport? How much enormous energy is implied behind this? At this time, a goddess-like stewardess knocked on the door of the special box. Her uniform perfectly outlined her figure. She smiled beautifully and said, Mr. Su, what would you like to drink? You can take a look at our menu. She handed over the menu in her hand, but accidentally touched Su Ming's hand. The goddess stewardess blushed slightly, and she silently retracted her hand, her heart pounding. Su Ming is a super boss. This private jet is worth 500 million. Moreover, he is so young and handsome. How could these flight attendants not be moved by this? Su Ming glanced at them and said calmly, then let's have 2 glasses of clear ice beer. This wine has a low alcohol content and a refreshing taste. It's quite good to drink a couple of glasses. Okay, Mr. Su. The goddess stewardess smiled and stepped back, gently closing the door. Immediately, he let out a long sigh. 3 stewardesses with extraordinary looks came forward and asked with great curiosity. How is it? Sisai, what would Mr. Su like to drink? The stewardess Sisi smiled gently and said, Mr. Su wants to drink clear ice beer. Go and prepare it. Okay. A stewardess was very excited. The 2 stewardesses next to them were still very curious. Sisi, what is Mr. Su like? He is really handsome. The stewardess Sisi blushed and said, just now, he accidentally touched my hand. Wow, that feeling, my heart suddenly beat so fast. Moreover, Mr. Su is very approachable and has no airs at all. He is completely different from the usual rich second generations. He has a really good temperament. Wow. I'm so envious. The lady who came with Mr. Su is also so beautiful, like a female star. The flight attendant looked at him with envy, but Sisi, you are so pretty and have a good figure. You can ask Mr. Su for prestige, maybe there will be a chance? Stewardess Sisi shook her head and said dejectedly, no way. Although we are stewardesses, our profession may be high and mighty in the eyes of outsiders. But in the eyes of someone of Mr. Su's status, we are at most waiters. So, what chance do we have? Yeah, that's true. My colleague nodded. At this time, another stewardess brought up the clear ice beer and said, Cece, come here. Stewardess Sissy took the plate, smiled again, and walked towards the special box. After knocking a few times and no one answered, she said, Mr. Su, I'll come in then. When she opened the door, she saw a scene that made her blush. Su Ming hugged Zhang Yue and kissed her. The scene was extremely erotic. Zhang Yue's pretty face turned red instantly, and she quickly buried her head in Su Ming's chest, not daring to see anyone. The stewardess, Cece, panicked and said apologetically, I'm sorry to bother you too. She quickly put the wine on the table and quietly left the box. Su Ming, you are so annoying. I told you it's not okay, but you insisted. Everyone saw us. It's so embarrassing. There was a thin layer of mist in Zhang Yue's eyes, and her pretty face had already turned red. She felt ashamed when she thought about how she had just opened her mouth to respond and was seen by others. Su Ming lifted her chin and said with a smile, now that there's no one here, we can continue. Yeah. Zhang Yue pouted, hugged the man's arm, and indulged in this beauty. 2 hours later. Hangzhou Airport. A group of young men in suits gathered here, talking. They are all rich kids from Hangzhou. When they heard that Zhang Yue was coming back, they came to the airport to pick her up. Zhang Yue is the most beautiful woman in Hangzhou, she is very famous. Moreover, the news of the cancellation of the engagement between the Zhang family and the Zhang family was also widely spread in Hangzhou. They all want to seize the opportunity and see if they have a chance to become the son-in-law of the Zhang family. Not only can you win the beauty, but you can also climb up the big tree of Zhang family. It's a perfect life. At this time, a young man named Lu Zhen said, Zhang Qingye must have taken the wrong medicine. He actually gave up the marriage proposal from the Zhang family. This gives us a chance. The person next to him was surprised and asked, don't you know? Zhang Yue seems to have a boyfriend, so that Zhang Qingye gave up so resolutely. Everyone agreed. Yeah. It is said that Zhang Yue's boyfriend seems to be very capable. He made Zhang Qingye a little autistic. It seems that Zhang Yue's boyfriend is a person who should not be underestimated. Lu Zhen was a little confused and asked curiously, is that so? Since you all know that Zhang Yue has a boyfriend, why are you still here to argue with me? At this time, a man with a crew cut and an arrogant look said, who here knows the details? She said she has a boyfriend, but we don't know for sure whether she has one or not. What if Zhang Yue's so-called boyfriend is just a rumor? Then, wouldn't we have missed this good opportunity? His name is Cao Kaiyu, and among these second-generation rich people, his strength is considered to be among the best. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. That makes sense. That's what I thought. Lu Zhen raised his lips, TSK, I thought I was out of date. It turns out that it doesn't matter whether Zhang Yue has a boyfriend or not. Then let's compete fairly? No, this is still very important. Xiao Kaiyu shook his head and said, we can indeed compete fairly. But we must first unite against the outside world. If Zhang Yue really brings her boyfriend back, we have to wipe him out first. Then, we brothers will have to rely on our own abilities. After these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We must squeeze Zhang Yue's boyfriend out first, then we will have a chance. Otherwise, everything else is just nonsense. Mr. Qiao is still the one who sees things clearly. I suddenly understood everything. We have joined forces. What kind of trouble can Zhang Yue's so-called boyfriend cause? Lu Zhen and Xiao Kaiyu looked at each other, and sparks flew. Among these people, they have the most prominent family background. They regard each other as their biggest competitor. Everyone else is just a little bitch, don't take them seriously. But before that, they have to cooperate and face the outside world with one voice. Get rid of Zhang Yue's boyfriend. Look, Aunt Lu, the housekeeper of the Zhang family, is here. Does this mean Zhang Yue will be here soon? That makes sense, let's get ready. Here she comes. It's Zhang Yue. She's already here. Someone with sharp eyes pointed at the gate in the distance and shouted. Everyone followed his gaze. A beautiful woman with a slender figure and delicate beauty like a flower in the water walked out slowly, arm in arm with a handsome man. This woman is the most beautiful woman in Hangzhou. Zhang Yue. Oh shit. Zhang Yue really brought her boyfriend back? This is terrible. Hearing this, Xiao Kaiyu snorted in his heart. Do you really have a boyfriend? I'll give him a warning. Chapter 86. I'll just watch your performance quietly. Airport pickup point. Countless people were cheering Zhang Yue's name, the sound was deafening. Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue. Wow, it's really Zhang Yue who's back. She is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and the most beautiful girl in Hangzhou. Seeing her in person, she is indeed more beautiful than a star. Zhang Yue held Su Ming's hand gracefully and walked slowly. Su Ming looked at the peerless beauty beside him and was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so popular in Hangzhou. There are so many fans who came to pick you up at the airport. Zhang Yue smiled lightly, she didn't know how to explain it. At this time, a beautiful lady with a lingering charm came up to greet them and said with joy, "Miss, welcome home." Aunt Lu. Zhang Yue's eyes lit up and she jumped up to hug the other person happily. The two beauties embraced each other, and the scene was pleasing to the eye. Su Ming could tell at a glance that Aunt Lu must have been a beauty when she was young. After all, she still has charm, outstanding appearance, and is quite feminine. People who don't know her might think she is Zhang Yue's sister. Aunt Lu ruffled Zhang Yue's hair and said lovingly, "Miss, you are finally home. It has been 2 years since I last saw you, right? Let me see if you have lost weight over the years." She looked at Zhang Yue and felt relieved when she saw how radiant she looked. "By the way, Aunt Lu, let me introduce you." Zhang Yue happily pulled Su Ming over and introduced her to them. "This is Su Ming. Su Ming, this is our Zhang family's housekeeper. You can call her Aunt Lu like me." "Hello." Su Ming greeted with a smile. Aunt Lu nodded slightly, with admiration in her eyes. "Hello, uncle." After getting acquainted with each other, the three prepared to go back. At this time, that group of rich second-generation people have swarmed over and rushed over. Lu Xun held out a bouquet of red roses and said in a dignified manner, "Ms. Yue, long time no see. Welcome back to Hangzhou." "Thanks." Zhang Yue responded with a polite smile but did not take the flowers. Aunt Lu was standing by and helped to take the rose at the right time, and thanked with a smile. Lu Xun was not angry. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he felt happy inside. After all, Zhang Yue is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and has been in a high position for a long time. It is normal for her not to accept the flowers personally. They have also long been accustomed to Zhang Yue's unique temperament that is aloof, cold, and noble. The more this is the case, the more attractive Zhang Yue becomes in their hearts. "Ms. Yue, you haven't been back for a long time, right? How long do you plan to stay this time?" Lu Xun asked happily, trying to win her favor and get closer to her. Next to him, Xiao Kaiyu smiled proudly and said, "I think, Miss Yue, you should not return to the Magic City. The competition there is too fierce. I have been contacting foreign clothing brands recently, and your Weiyu clothing is a perfect match. If there is a chance, can we talk about it together?" When everyone heard this, they immediately received the secret signal. They all cooperated and joined in the action. "Yes. Mr. Chow just negotiated a multi-million-dollar order last week. I heard the other party is a foreigner. Mr. Chow is amazing. Mr. Chow, you have expanded your business overseas. You are truly the pride of Hangzhou." Several rich second generations who followed Master Chow began to flatter him. Xiao Kaiyu waved his hand, looking nonchalant. "Isn't it just an order worth tens of millions? It's nothing. Oh my god. Tens of millions of orders are nothing? Master Chow is too strong. Besides, we have to communicate in a foreign language. I can't do that." Everyone was amazed. Xiao Kaiyu held his head high and chest puffed out, looking proud. 10 million orders are not many, but these are overseas orders, and they were communicated by Mr. Chow himself in spoken language. This is one of the best among the younger generation. And it has also expanded into overseas markets. Doesn't this mean that there are endless possibilities in the future? Lu Xun was a little disdainful, and said unwillingly, "Yue, I'm planning to open an online media company and do live streaming to sell goods. Maybe we can cooperate." Another group of people echoed. "That's awesome. Starting an online media company? That would probably require an investment of hundreds of millions, right? Live streaming is really a hot topic right now. If you do it well, it can take off." Hearing this, Lu Xun's face was extremely proud. "My family is going to invest 100 million in me first, which is not much. But it's no problem to start a small media company." He looked at Xiao Kaiyu provocatively. The two sides are strong rivals. Now is the stage of open and covert fighting. First of all, they have to show their strength, especially in front of Su Ming. They have to show their trump cards, so that the other party will give up when they see difficulty. If he chose to directly belittle Su Ming with words, that would be too low level. By then, if I aroused Jiang Yue's disgust, it would be more trouble than gain. At this time, Xiao Kaiyu finally set his eyes on Su Ming. What's your name, buddy? Su Ming said calmly, Su Ming. So your last name is Su? The mysterious tycoon Mr. Su on the internet has been quite popular recently. Your last name must have gained some fame. Xiao Kaiyu showed a friendly smile, stretched out his hand and said, Brother Su, my name is Xiao Kaiyu, then we know each other. Okay. Su Ming shook hands briefly with the other party. After all, it is not advisable to hit a smiling person. He wanted to see what tricks the other party could play. Jiang Yue covered her mouth and chuckled beside her. This Xiao Kaiyu actually said that Su Ming's surname is Su, and he got some influence from a mysterious big guy on the internet? Is there a possibility that they are actually the same person? She smiled but didn't say anything. Just watched them perform quietly. Xiao Kaiyu smiled and said, I wonder where Brother Su was doing in the Magic City. Su Ming said casually, I can make a living by making a small investment. He was telling the truth. After all, he has been engaged in the financial industry since graduation, and his businesses are mainly investment-based. He holds 100% control of Epic Capital, which is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It's reasonable to say that it's a small investment of hundreds of millions, right? Is that so? Xiao Kaiyu held back his laughter, but a smile appeared in his eyes. Make some small investments to make a living? It seems that he is having a miserable time. Zhang Shengye was actually scared by him. He really couldn't stand the pressure. Now if I put him to the slightest test, his true colors will be revealed. There is nothing to be afraid of. The corners of Xiao Kaiyu's mouth gradually rose, and he felt very proud. The people around showed a bit of contemptuous smile. Lucian finally couldn't sit still anymore and said, investing in this kind of thing is too risky. It's not stable at all. Brother, why don't you come to my media company and help me? I'll get you a senior executive position. As long as you work hard enough, within 3 years, I guarantee you'll make tens of millions a year. Ah? Su Ming was slightly stunned. I work hard for 3 years and earn tens of millions a year? This is so. I can't even afford my own plane. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why? It turns out that he has never seen the world. He was shocked to find that he earned tens of millions a year. But to be honest, it's true. An annual income of tens of millions is a goal that ordinary people can never achieve in their lifetime. Presumably, Jiang Yue hired him to be a shield, and the salary she paid him was not as much as tens of millions a year, right? Lucian's smile became even more proud, and he said proudly, that's inevitable. As long as you help build this bridge between me and Jiang Yue, let alone earning tens of millions a year. Tens of millions is not impossible. Maybe, in the future, I will directly hand over the entire network media to you to manage. He started to make big promises and quietly tested the relationship between Su Ming and Jiang Yue. As long as Su Ming is moved, the relationship between them will naturally fall apart. Everyone around immediately echoed. Damn! Young Master Lu is really generous. Earning tens of millions a year is a big deal. I'm going to let him manage the online media in the future. This is too much of a respect. I want to hang out with Master Lu. Seeing this, Xiao Kaiyu smiled and shook his head. I never expected this. It seems that the man Jiang Yue found is just so-so. They suppressed me with just a few words. Xiao Kaiyu was just about to speak and add a few words. Who would have thought? A slightly plump man in a suit and leather shoes quickly walked up to Su Ming and said respectfully. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Hu Yun, the general manager of Hangzhou Airport. You can just call me Xiao Hu. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Su Ming. Su Ming shook his hand and said calmly, You're welcome, Mr. Hu. Hu Yun smiled brightly and reported, Mr. Su, your private jet has been parked in the hangar for maintenance. Also, when is your next flight order? I can arrange it for you in advance. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, probably in 2 or 3 days. Damn it! What's going on? When everyone saw the scene, their eyes widened. Stunned. Chapter 87. Is it possible that they are the same person? Everyone was stunned. The smiles on Lucian and Xiao Kaiyu's faces completely disappeared. I was stunned. What is going on? This Su Ming actually has a private jet? Isn't he doing some small investment? How can you be so rich? Huyan continued, okay, Mr. Su. However, since your Gulfstream G700 is a specially made private aircraft, the parking and maintenance costs will be relatively high. Therefore, during these 3 days, some high costs will be incurred, and 24 hours will cost about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. However, these expenses will enjoy the highest level of discounts and will be deducted from your Airline Diamond VIP membership card, without any additional charges. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me at any time. I can answer them for you one by one. As the words fell, everyone opened their mouths in shock. Incredible. Damn it. Gulfstream G700, a custom-made private jet. This one costs as much as 500 million renminbi. Maintenance and parking fees, 20,000 30,000 per day. Still have Aviation Diamond VIP? These so-called rich second generation don't even have a plane at home. As for airplanes, it's easy if you buy a cheap one. But if you want to fly, the network of relationships behind it is quite complicated. Su Ming. He actually owns a Gulfstream G700 private jet and is also an Aviation Diamond VIP? Enjoy the privilege of flying and landing anywhere in the country. What kind of horrible concept is this? Lucian and Xiao Kaiyu looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. This Su Ming. The strength is a bit terrifying. Su Ming smiled slightly, okay, no problem for now. Just follow your arrangement. His diamond card has a spending limit of 200 million and a 10-year membership period, so now he doesn't have to worry about it at all. Just spend whatever you want. Okay, Mr. Su, if you have a flight order, you can inform me in advance. I wish you a happy trip in Hangzhou. Huyan bowed slightly and left with a smile. After all, the other party owns a Gulfstream G700 private jet. There is also Aviation Diamond VIP. It means the transcendent status behind. This kind of big shot and big money sponsor is someone that every airport general manager should look up to. There cannot be any mistakes or negligence. Su Ming chuckled, turned to look at Lucian, and said, Dude, if I work in your company, I only make 10 million a year. I can't even afford a plane. You are in such a difficult situation, why don't you come and work with me? I can buy you some airplane tires, not to mention a plane. That shouldn't be a problem. When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter. This is so. What a naked mockery. I'll buy you some airplane tires. This is so. What's the use? Lucian's face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Xiao Kaiyu's face looked extremely ugly. Originally, they wanted to show off so that Su Ming would give up. Who would have thought? Su Ming's opening move was a king bomb. A Gulfstream private jet worth $500 million. Aviation Diamond VIP member. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Failure was written all over everyone's face. This is so. In terms of financial resources, there is no comparison. No wonder Zhang Chunye was defeated. They are just bragging, but Su Ming is the real awesome one. After saying that, Su Ming and Jiang Yue left in style. Lucian, Xiao Kaiyu and others stayed where they were, looking at each other in bewilderment. I'm beginning to doubt my life. The scene was very embarrassing. At this time, someone said weakly with a trembling voice, Wait. Mr. Su? Do you think there is a possibility that Jiang Yue's boyfriend Su Ming is actually the popular and high-ranking Mr. Su on the internet? These words fell. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Yes. The mysterious Mr. Su is in the Magic City. This Su Ming is also in the Magic City. The two of them seem to have some unclear relationship. It's possible. It's really possible. They are actually the same person. After all, it's rare to find someone this rich and powerful. Oh my god. What kind of scary big shot have we encountered? No, if we offend him, and he attacks us, won't our family be destroyed? Yaoguang Entertainment, a company worth 50 billion, was destroyed in an instant. This shows how powerful Mr. Su is. Damn it, luckily I didn't say much just now. It was Xiao Kaiyu and Lucian who were just showing off. It had nothing to do with me. Hear these sounds. Xiao Kaiyu and Lucian were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats, and their throats couldn't help but itch. They seemed to have discovered something horrible. I've offended someone who I shouldn't have offended. Most likely. This Su Ming is actually the mysterious boss. Mr. Su. If this is really the case, they have to find a way to make up for it. Xiao Kaiyu turned pale with fear and said quickly, "No, I have something to do. I have to go back first. We can't be careless about this. Their Chow family is just a family business worth billions. How could they dare to take such a big risk?" With just a wave of his hand, the other party destroyed 50 billion rays of light. Do you think he would not be afraid? Seeing this, Lucian hurriedly left with Xiao Kaiyu and went back to discuss countermeasures to make amends. At the same time, Rolls-Royce Phantom, on the way back to Jiangjia Villa. The driver was driving the car. Aunt Lu sat in the passenger seat. Su Ming and Zhang Yue sat quietly in the back seat. Inside the car, Zhang Yue opened her cherry lips and asked with concern, "Aunt Lu, is Grandpa's health okay?" Aunt Lu sighed softly, "Grandpa's health is not as good as before. However, he often thinks of you and wants you to come home. He also said that he wants to hold his great-grandchild as soon as possible. The old man must be very happy that you come back this time." Hearing this, Zhang Yue's eyes dimmed a little, and she felt a little guilty in her heart. The old man has always been very good to her. Among all the children in the Zhang family, she is the most beloved. However, in order to avoid marriage, Zhang Yue worked hard on her career in Shanghai for 2 whole years and did not dare to go back home even for the new year. Up to now, she hasn't seen old Master Zhang for 2 years. To be honest, she, as a granddaughter, did do some things wrong. Although, she also has her own difficulties. But now, Su Ming appeared, and the Zhang family's engagement was cancelled. She could finally go back with dignity. Seeing her mood change slightly, Su Ming held her hand, giving her enough sense of security. Zhang Yue looked at Su Ming, a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face, and her heart was warm. It seemed that with Su Ming around, she could do anything. Everything can be solved. And now she's back, isn't she? Through the rearview mirror, Aunt Lu saw all this and was sincerely happy for Zhang Yue. "Miss, you have finally found your soulmate. No need to be bound by an engagement anymore. This is really a win-win situation. Fortunately, this day is not too late. Otherwise, if it were delayed for a few more years, the old man might not even be able to see this scene." Thinking of this, Aunt Lu's eyes suddenly became moist. An hour later, the vehicle passed a winding mountain road and finally arrived in front of a mountain villa. At the entrance of the simple and elegant villa, there are 4 big characters on the plaque. Zhang's Villa. Wow, it's really impressive. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the future, when I have achieved success and retired, should I also build a Su's Villa? And then share the joy of family life with your wives? Chapter 88. Why is it different from what I thought? Zhang's Villa. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked quietly. The car door opened, and Zhang Yue and Su Ming got out hand in hand, like a match made in heaven. On both sides of the villa gate, 2 rows of servants stood like sculptures. When they saw the 2 people get off the car, they all bowed and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Welcome home, miss." Zhang Yue responded with a smile and nodded gracefully. Su Ming sighed inwardly. Zhang Yue's position in the Zhang family is extremely important. At this time, 3 young men came up quickly, their faces filled with joy. "Sister Yue, you are finally back," the twin boys said almost in unison. The girl threw herself into Zhang Yue's arms, tears in her eyes. "Sister, Yudi missed you so much in the past 2 years when you were away. Grandpa and uncle also missed you so much." Su Ming looked at this heartwarming scene and felt a little moved. Who would have thought? Zhang Yue pinched the girl's face lovingly. "Girl, you are so dramatic. Who came to the Magic City half a month ago and asked me for a lot of pocket money?" Su Ming? Is it too early to be moved? Sister, didn't you tell me not to tell anyone? Now you're saying I. The girl pouted her lips, looking very charming. Okay, idiot. Zhang Yue smiled and rubbed her hair, introducing her to Su Ming. "This is my cousin, Zhang Yudi." Even though she looks like a high school student, she is actually a sophomore this year. Su Ming was a little surprised. She is actually a sophomore? She looks about the same age as Su Qing. However, Zhang Yudi is very sweet and cute, a lowly type, and she is youthful and energetic. She stands with her sister, belonging to the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum category, each with their own merits. Especially the fullness in front of her breasts, which highlights her proud figure. Totally out of control. Su Ming understood. This is what people often say, baby face. Zhang Yue continued to introduce, these two are my cousins, Zhang Haoyan and Zhang Haowen. After she finished her introduction, she finally introduced Su Ming to the family members. He is Su Ming. You should know what to call him, right? The two boys came up warmly and greeted Su Ming. Hello, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is so handsome, he fits our Zhang family's criteria for choosing a son-in-law. Yeah, Zhang Qingye from the Zhang family is uglier than anyone else. How can he be worthy of our sister Yue? Come on, brother-in-law, please come in. Grandpa, uncle, and others are waiting for you. Su Ming was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the younger generations of the Zhang family are so easy to get along with? Are you still so passionate about yourself? This gave him a good initial impression of the Zhang family. I just don't know what their elders will be like. Zhang Yue smiled and said, Su Ming, our family is actually quite easy to get along with, don't worry. Su Ming nodded, but he wasn't too worried. Zhang Yudi stood aside, blinking her big curious eyes and secretly looking at Su Ming. Su Ming noticed the gaze and looked back. As a result, Zhang Yudi blushed, quickly avoided his gaze, and hid behind her sister. Oh, what a shy little girl. Su Ming thought she was quite interesting. Her timid look is really funny. The young people in the Zhang family are all very unique. At this time, a beautiful woman, arm in arm with a majestic man, walked towards the side. The man called out, Yue. Zhang Yue hurriedly walked up, Dad, Mom. Yue, I'm glad you're back. Mother Zhang stroked her daughter's hair gently with a doting smile. In the past 2 years. Although Zhang Yue did not return to Hangzhou, the couple secretly visited the Magic City. After all, Zhang Yue is their only precious daughter. If they don't love their daughter, who else can they love? And Zhang's father also secretly helped his daughter's career, which enabled Zhang Yue's Weiyu clothing to rise rapidly within 2 years. This was a way of making up for the wrong words he said at a cocktail party when he was young, which rashly arranged a marriage for his daughter. Thinking about it now, he still feels a little regretful. Now that he saw his daughter back, Zhang's father finally let go of the stone in his heart. Dad, Mom, this is Su Ming, whom I mentioned to you on the phone. Zhang Yue introduced with a slightly blushing face. Hearing this, Father Zhang looked at Su Ming, and a smile of appreciation gradually appeared on his majestic face. He is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. He is worthy of being the son-in-law of our Zhang family. Zhang's mother also appreciated it very much and nodded frequently. Su Ming has a very good appearance. She was very satisfied with the first impression. Father Jiang smiled and asked, Su Ming, you are not having any problems with the climate in Hangzhou right now, right? Su Ming smiled and told the truth. In fact, I also lived in Hangzhou when I was a child. This is my second hometown. I got used to it naturally. When he was in high school, he moved from a neighboring town to Hangzhou, which is how he met Zhang Yue. He has lived in Hangzhou for 3 years and has long been accustomed to this place. How can I not be used to it? Oh. Father Jiang was a little surprised and glanced at his daughter. It seems that this girl Yue has some specific things that she hasn't told me? It's true that girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Father Zhang's expression quickly returned to normal, and he smiled and said, if that's the case, that's even better. Just treat the Zhang family as your own home. Don't be polite. By the way, Yue is a bit stubborn. I hope she doesn't cause you any trouble by getting along with you? Father Zhang asked with great interest, testing the waters. Zhang Yue scolded, Dad, what are you talking about? I'm very gentle, okay? Su Ming answered directly, Yue is gentle on the inside but strong on the outside, and we get along very well. Besides, it's not easy for her to support the entire Weiyu company by herself. Upon hearing this, Father Jiang was even more impressed. To run a business, you really need certain means. You can't let others see your weaknesses. You know Yue so well. It seems that your daughter has found the right person. Let's go in together. Zhang Yue was standing nearby, and was even more delighted when she heard Su Ming's evaluation of her. Soft inside and strong outside. So this is how Su Ming sees himself. Like. It is indeed a very accurate description. Soon, everyone walked into the lobby of the Jiang family. Jiang Yue had a bright smile in her eyes. She secretly hooked Su Ming's finger to express her love. Su Ming smiled back. Everything is implied. However, what surprised Su Ming was that this time when I came to the Jiang family, there were no obstacles at all. Everything went so smoothly. The Jiang family treated him very well, without any neglect or contempt. He even went to the door to greet us in person. It was as if he had already accepted himself as his son-in-law. This made Su Ming feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. This is quite different from what I usually encounter. In fact, Su Ming's feeling was not wrong. If it were an ordinary person, even if the Jiang family paid more attention to etiquette, they would not let Jiang's father and Jiang's mother come out to greet them in person. The reason why they attach so much importance to it is because the Jiang family had already heard something about Su Ming's identity and knew that he was an extraordinary person. Otherwise, my daughter will bring back someone at random. Father Jiang, the future head of the Jiang family, is of noble status. Can he come out to receive us personally? Only when you have the strength can you gain the corresponding respect from others. Chapter 89. Today us young people are so good at having fun. Enter the Jiang family. Quaint pavilions and towers with flying eaves and pointed corners, rockery and flowing water, and carp playing in the water. But when you enter the lobby, you will find it is full of modern technology. A different world. It can be said that it combines low-key and luxury. Is this the foundation of a billionaire family? Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, the servants and security guards all greeted them respectfully. At the same time, he looked at the future son-in-law of the Jiang family with curiosity. You should know. In Hangzhou, the Jiang family is one of the most prominent families. Jiang Yue was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and is the apple of the Jiang family's eye. He has received much attention since childhood. She is also very competitive, talented, beautiful, and intelligent. Countless young men from wealthy families admire her. But Jiang Yue doesn't seem to care about matters of the heart. Moreover, because of disobeying the engagement, he went to the Magic City alone and did not come back for 2 whole years. This return, there was a man beside him. Su Ming. Naturally, they had heard something about the news that Jiang Yue had returned today. It is known that this young and handsome man is most likely the future son-in-law of the Jiang family. Wow! As expected of our Jiang family. The future son-in-law is so handsome. The eldest lady and her future son-in-law are really a perfect match. The young lady has a really good eye. Our son-in-law has an outstanding appearance, but what's more important is his background, which is very powerful. Oh? So, could it be that the son-in-law is also a descendant of a big family? I don't know their family background, but their strength is at least several times stronger than the Zhang family. This time, even the old man pays great attention to the son-in-law. Oh, no wonder. Go through the entrance hall. Everyone came to the lobby of the Jiang family. An old man with white hair and beard sat majestically on a fragrant wooden chair. From his weather-beaten face, you can still see the vigor and vitality of his youth. He is the old man of the Jiang family. Father, Yue is back to see you. Father Jiang Yuenda walked forward with a smile and helped the old man up. Old Master Jiang was a little excited. He quickly stood up with his cane and said with a smile, "Where, you are finally home. Grandpa hasn't seen you for a long time." Everyone in the Jiang family knows it. The person he loves the most is not his 2 little grandsons, but his granddaughter Jiang Yue. It can be said that it has reached the point of bias. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I'm being unfilial by coming back to see you just now. Jiang Yue walked up to the old man with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. No, no. Old Master Jiang shook his head and said in a deep voice, "As long as you come back, it will be fine. It's these old customs that have caused you to suffer. Grandpa didn't do well enough and should have been more decisive in rejecting the Zhang family." Hearing this, Jiang Yue was about to cry. Grandpa actually put all the blame on himself, just to make her feel less guilty. Thinking of this, Jiang Yue couldn't help crying. Seeing this scene, the Jiang family members around them felt mixed emotions. Jiang's father Jiang Yuenda also sighed. If it weren't for the fact that he drank too much when he was young, the oath he made would not have been taken seriously by the Zhang family. There wouldn't be all this mess happening now. Jiang Yudi wiped her tears quietly. It was so great to see Grandpa and my sister reconcile. There was silence for several minutes. Grandpa Jiang patted his granddaughter on the back and comforted her with a smile. Wei, don't cry. Didn't you bring your boyfriend back? Why don't you introduce him to Grandpa? Jiang Yue wiped away her tears and said shyly, Grandpa, it's him, Su Ming. Su Ming walked up to the two of them and said politely, meet Old Master Jiang. Wei has a really good eye. Su Ming is definitely a rare talent. Old Master Jiang praised him, then changed the subject and said, then let's have a serious chat, shall we? Hearing this, Jiang Yue was a little worried. Grandpa. Old Master Jiang said, Wei, don't worry. It's not a big deal. Are you afraid that I will kick him out? Jiang Yue pursed her lips and said nothing more. In the study, Old Master Jiang sat down first and said with a faint smile, Mr. Su, please take a seat. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Good job. It turns out that Old Master Jiang already knows my identity? No wonder he always felt something was a little strange ahead. But I can't tell. Su Ming took a seat and said with a smile, Old Master Jiang, you don't have to call me that. Just call me by my name. Perhaps his status is indeed higher than that of Old Master Jiang. But let us be fair. After all, he is the future son-in-law of the Jiang family. Su Ming felt that the title Mr. Su was inappropriate. Okay, Su Ming. I don't want to hide it from you. In fact, Wanda Group called me before you came. Old Master Jiang drank his tea and continued, I am a little surprised that the Jiang family suddenly announced the cancellation of the engagement. After all, the Jiang family has been pressing for marriage in recent years. Moreover, they have been threatening our Jiang family with career matters. As the head of the Jiang family, I naturally have to weigh the pros and cons. I am helpless. I have also thought about simply canceling the engagement and putting an end to it. But that would cause our Jiang family to suffer damage to its reputation and career, causing serious losses. Later, Yue went to Shanghai. I didn't blame her. Thinking about this matter, if I put it off for a while, maybe the Jiang family would give up. Who knew that good news would come so soon? In the final analysis, I still want to thank you, Su Ming. Old Master Jiang thanked him in a deep voice. With Su Ming joining, all problems were solved. While resolving the embarrassing situation of the Jiang family, it also allowed Jiang Yue to return to the Jiang family. This was a great joy for Old Master Jiang. He will no longer be trapped in endless entanglement because of this matter. The Jiang family's century-old foundation and his most beloved granddaughter. It would be too difficult for him to make a choice. Su Ming just discovered it today. This matter is so important to the Jiang family. At that time, he simply thought it was just an engagement and didn't take it seriously. It turns out that there are so many things involved behind this. Su Ming smiled faintly, Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. Yue and I just let things happen naturally and came together. I didn't think too deeply about it. I can only say that all this is destined by heaven. Old Master Jiang finally let go of the things that had been pent up in his heart, his worried expression relaxed, and he smiled. Actually, I was worried that Yue would blame me for this, but I really have my reasons. Now I am very relieved to see that you are happy. Su Ming felt a little emotional when he heard this. Old Master Jiang is, after all, just an ordinary old man. I still hope that my children and grandchildren can live a happy life. On one side is the family business, and on the other side is Jiang Yue. It is a dilemma. Moreover, he did a good job by not forcing Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue, how could she blame him? Su Ming said, Yue is very sensible, she will definitely understand your difficulties. I feel relieved when you say that. Come, Su Ming, have some tea. Old Master Jiang was delighted and quickly poured tea for Su Ming. He introduced, this is premium Kimon black tea. It warms your stomach. You should try it. Su Ming took a sip and found it tasted really good. The two of them started chatting casually. It doesn't seem like the relationship between an elder and his grandson-in-law, but more like good friends who haven't seen each other for many years. At this time, Old Master Jiang asked curiously, Su Ming, I'm a little curious, why did you suddenly acquire Wanda Group? I remember that Wanda Group has hundreds of billions of debts, and the risk of this acquisition is extremely high. Su Ming almost spit out his tea. Why acquire Wanda Group? If you ask him about this, who should he ask? Wanda is in debt of hundreds of billions, and everyone thinks that Wanda is at the end of its rope. How much courage does it take to spend hundreds of billions to acquire it? From a financial perspective alone, this is an investment with huge risks. Su Ming said calmly, Master Jiang, do you want to hear the truth? I'd like to hear more about it. Old Master Jiang was very curious and looked expectantly. Could it be that Su Ming? Do you have any unique insights? Who knows? Su Ming said seriously, to put it bluntly, I just have a lot of spare cash, so I'm going to buy some for fun. It shouldn't be a loss, right? Puff. Old Master Jiang was completely confused. This sentence almost sprained his waist. He had been waiting for so long. As a result, Su Ming actually said that he had a lot of spare money and wanted to make some acquisitions for fun? Also, it shouldn't be a loss, right? Listen, is this human language? Su Ming spent at least hundreds of billions to acquire so many shares of Wanda Group. This guy. Just for fun? How much spare money do you have? He had lived for 70 years, and this was the first time he had lost his composure in front of others. Young people nowadays are really such a good way to play. Chapter 90. He comes with bad intentions. Old Master Jiang shook his head and laughed, falling into deep thought. This amount is hundreds of billions, it is definitely not possible for Su Ming to just buy it for fun. Mostly it is for future business layout so that preparations can be made in advance. Certainly. It is definitely not convenient to reveal the specific details to myself. So I just made up a reason. Thinking of this, Old Master Jiang already understood the situation clearly, so he did not continue to ask questions. After chatting for a while, they returned to the Jiang family lobby together. Soon, they reached the door. There was a loud quarrel inside. Is someone causing trouble in the Jiang family? Old Master Jiang frowned deeply. At this time, in the lobby of the Jiang family, two middle-aged men in suits sat on sandalwood chairs, looking domineering. One is a familiar face, the owner of Ruili Jewelry Dong Kongcheng. The man next to him, who is a few years younger than him, is his younger brother, Dong Kongsheng. Behind them were 4 bodyguards, with their hands on their hips, looking very imposing. This attitude clearly shows that the person here has bad intentions. Everyone in the Jiang family looked at them with confusion in their eyes. At the same time, there is also some fear. After all, these 2 brothers of the Dong family are not easy to mess with. Zhang Yuanda was a little puzzled. Mr. Dong, you suddenly visited my Jiang family, there must be a reason, right? Dong Kongcheng had a calm expression on his face. He drank his tea silently and did not answer. Beside him, Dong Kongsheng sneered, Why? Your brother should know this better than me. You mean them? Zhang Yuanda looked at his 2 younger brothers and frowned. Yuanshan, Yuanliang, what happened to you? Why don't you give others an explanation? Zhang Yuanliang shook his head, looking confused. Zhang Yuanshan came out from the side, with cold sweat on his forehead. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on me, it's all because of that person who went too far. Ha ha. You mean my cousin came to your doorstep and you beat him up until he was hospitalized, right? Dong Kongsheng slammed the table angrily and roared. Seeing that the situation was complicated, Zhang Yuanda immediately urged, Yuanshan, what happened? Tell me quickly. Zhang Yuanshan cleared his throat and said, Last night, I was drinking with a few friends in the bar, and that man came over and harassed one of our female companions and deliberately provoked me. I couldn't help it and attacked him. You also said it was a bar, isn't it normal to strike up a conversation? Dong Kongsheng sneered and continued, Just because he said a few words to you, you're going to throw an ashtray at him? He was even sent to the hospital and had to get several stitches. You, the Jiang family, give me a satisfactory explanation now. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Jiang family frowned. Dong Kongsheng is the boss of Ruili Jewelry, a multi-billionaire with huge connections across the country. Dong Kongsheng is also the boss of the gray market in Hangzhou, operating many nightclubs and bath centers. The power should not be underestimated either. This is the Jiang family, we absolutely cannot afford to offend them. I'm afraid this matter is not so easily resolved. Zhang Yuanda sighed and asked, Mr. Dong, what do you think is the most appropriate solution? Hearing this, Dong Kongsheng's mouth curled up slightly. I heard that your Jiang family recently spent 200 million to acquire a piece of land in Shaoshan district. How about this, you give it to me for 160 million, and the matter is over. Zhang Yuanda was so angry that he laughed. Mr. Dong, your appetite is too big, isn't it? He finally understood. It turned out that this was a trap deliberately designed by Dong Kongsheng to lure people into it. Want to swallow up this piece of land in Shaoshan district at a cheap price. Zhang Yuanshan is the one who got sucked into the game. But the problem is that this piece of land has great potential and is also the Zhang family's new project for the whole year. At least double the profit. If they give it up like this, wouldn't all the previous efforts of the Zhang family be in vain? Another loss of 40 million? Dong Kongsheng spread his hands. I have already proposed my solution. If you don't agree, you will suffer greater losses. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Are you threatening me? Zhang Yuanda frowned, looking extremely ugly. That's fine if you want to understand it that way. But, it seems like you can't make the decision about the Zhang family for now, right? Dong Kongsheng said arrogantly, let your old father come out, I will talk to him again. You have no right to speak here. You. Zhang Yuanda clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. Although he is not the official head of the Zhang family, he is the one who handles all the affairs of the Zhang family on weekdays. The other party actually said that he had no power to make the decision? He looked at Dong Kongsheng and asked, Boss Dong, is this actually what you meant? Dong Kongsheng said calmly, I am not interested in getting involved in this kind of small business. But since my brother wants to play, let him play. Just think of me as coming here to join in the fun. Zhang Yuanda was relieved by his attitude of not caring about the matter. He said, but this is obviously just a simple personal conflict. I can accept some compensation. But now you want our Zhang family to pay such a huge price? Don't you think your brother is going too far? Hearing this, Dong Kongsheng's face darkened. I'm already giving you face by not interfering. Do you still want to push your luck? Zhang Yuanda was speechless and his face suddenly turned pale. Dong Kongsheng did not interfere, which was indeed giving enough face. But the problem is that Dong Kongsheng, who is considered a local tyrant in Hangzhou, is still not easy to mess with. The whole audience. The faces of the Zhang family all looked extremely ugly. Especially Zhang Yuanshan, who caused the trouble, lowered his head and dared not speak. Dong Kongsheng said in a commanding tone, Zhang Yuanda, hurry up and call your old father out. I don't have time to waste with you here. At this time, an old and majestic voice sounded outside the lobby. Dong Kongsheng, don't be so arrogant. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw old Master Zhang walking slowly towards them with a cane. Dad, you're here. Zhang Yuanda came over and helped support him. Dong Kongsheng smiled, Grandpa Zhang, don't blame me for being arrogant. I have the capital to be arrogant. But you, old man, should pay more attention to your health. Otherwise, the Zhang family will be leaderless and it will be a mess. These words fell. All the Zhang family members in the audience were instantly outraged and the atmosphere was completely blown up. Oh shit. This is a curse on old Master Zhang. Some people almost rushed up and started fighting with Dong Kongsheng. Old Master Zhang's face darkened as he shouted angrily, you don't need to worry about my Zhang family. Get out. Get out of the Zhang family now. Dong Kongsheng grinned and sneered, are you in a hurry to drive me away? Ha, it turns out that old Master Zhang is also ignorant of the overall situation. Your Zhang family is doomed. Asshole. Old Master Zhang yelled angrily, his whole body shaking with anger and he started coughing violently. Grandfather. Zhang Yuwei supported the old man, patted him on the back, and her eyes gradually became colder. The smug smile on Dong Kongsheng's face became even wider. At this time, a cold voice sounded, and Su Ming walked over leisurely. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear me telling you to get out? Chapter 91. Who is Su Ming? When everyone looked at him, Su Ming's eyes were extremely cold. Zhang Yuanda thought for a moment and reminded, Su Ming, their private methods are very dirty. Forget it, don't bother with him. Let our Jiang family handle it. He knew that Su Ming's identity was extraordinary and he was a shareholder of Wanda. But the Dong family is also very powerful. Dong Kongsheng is a jewelry boss worth hundreds of billions. Although Dong Kongsheng is only worth 200 or 300 billion, he is a rat in the gutter and a big boss in the gray industry. If you mess with him, you'll end up getting dirty. If Su Ming offended the other party and was used against him in some way, something bad would happen to him. What about my daughter's future happiness? How could he explain this to Zhang Yuwei? He didn't want to let Su Ming take such a big risk. We can't lose such a good son-in-law. Hearing this, Dong Kongsheng smiled even more and said sarcastically, "Did you hear that? Is it your turn to speak here? Who do you think you are? Apologize to me quickly." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp slap suddenly sounded. Just see. Dong Kongsheng suddenly stood up, his eyes were extremely cold, and he slapped Dong Kongsheng hard, sending him flying. This moment, the whole audience was silent. You can hear a pin drop. Dong Kongsheng was stunned for a moment. He never expected this. My own brother actually attacked me at this time? Brother, are you crazy? What does it mean to hit me? Dong Kongsheng's face felt burning with pain and he was still a little dazed. Dong Kongsheng's eyes fixed, and he said sternly, "Apologize to Mr. Su." What? The whole audience was in an uproar instantly. All eyes turned to Su Ming. I was deeply shocked. Dong Kongsheng actually asked his brother to apologize to Su Ming? What is going on? Brother, what do you mean? You want me to apologize to this young man? Are you sure? Dong Kongsheng looked puzzled. This young man, who was a decade younger than him, actually wanted to apologize to him. Who is he? Dong Kongsheng's face was icy. He is the Su Ming I mentioned to you, Mr. Su. The boss of Epic Capital. It's him. Dong Kongsheng's eyes were shocked and he was horrified. Mr. Su, who has been very popular on the internet recently, can be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand. A $50 billion enterprise collapsed in one day. This method can only be described as horrific. However, this Mr. Su was actually him. Oh my god. How could the Zheng family get close to such a big shot? Who is he to the Zheng family? Resisting his inner curiosity, Dong Kongsheng finally lowered his head and restrained his sharpness. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry. It was my words that offended me." Everyone in the Zheng family was already stunned. That arrogant Dong Kongsheng actually lowered his head in front of Su Ming? Such a respectful attitude. How terrifying is Su Ming's identity? Their Zheng family has welcomed a true dragon son-in-law. Zhang Yuanda was shocked. He was previously worried about Su Ming's safety and whether the Dong family would attack him behind his back. Now it seems Su Ming's strength has exceeded his expectations. It turns out that the ones who should be worried are the Dong family. Dong Kongsheng was a little embarrassed and smiled apologetically. "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you and the Zheng family had such a close relationship. We are really like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple." He met Su Ming at the auction. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation. As a result, the following day, Su Ming actually took direct action and destroyed Yaoguang Entertainment in just one day. Dong Kongsheng has fully witnessed Su Ming's methods. This kind of important person must be befriended. Su Ming was a little surprised to see an acquaintance. He smiled faintly and said, "Boss Dong, is this your brother?" Dong Kongsheng nodded, "Yes. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Su. When I go back, I will definitely discipline him and make him turn over a new leaf." Su Ming chuckled, "After not seeing you for a few days, Mr. Dong is still so talkative. Then I won't see you off." Dong Kongsheng smiled and nodded, then pulled Dong Kongsheng and walked quickly outside. Everyone in the Zheng family was stunned. This is so. Dong Kongsheng, who is worth hundreds of billions, is actually very respectful in front of Su Ming. Dong Kongsheng, a local tyrant operating in the gray area, didn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of Su Ming. He kept his head down and didn't dare to make a sound. Where is the previous look of him stepping on the Zheng family and shouting wildly? The lobby was completely silent. Everyone looked at Su Ming with horror. "Su Ming. I'm a little scared when you do this." Finally, Zhang Yuanda couldn't help but ask, "Su Ming, you seem to know Dong Kongsheng. Do you have a good relationship with him?" Su Ming said, "We chatted for a few minutes at an auction a few days ago, so we know each other." Zhang Yuanda nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask curiously, "I heard from him that you also own Epic Capital? Could it be that the Mr. Su on the internet recently is actually you? After all, the boss of Epic Capital is linked to Epic Entertainment. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that they are the same person." Su Ming didn't need to hide it anymore, yes. This moment, all members of the Zheng family looked at each other and could see horror in each other's eyes. They knew that Su Ming was a shareholder of Wanda Group. But they didn't know that Su Ming actually had so many terrifying identities. It was possible to completely destroy Yaoguang Entertainment within one day. And it also acquired Yaoguang Entertainment and established Epic Capital. This incident happened yesterday and caused a sensation across the country. Of course they know. But they never expected. This Mr. Su, who possesses terrifying strength and transcendent status, is actually the son-in-law of their Jiang family. This is really great news. Where, you have found a real dragon for our Jiang family. Old Master Jiang looked at his granddaughter, his eyes full of admiration. Jiang Yue's pretty face blushed slightly. She gently took Su Ming's arm, feeling a little proud in her heart. He. The man I like must be the best in the world. At this time, Jiang Yuanshan said in a hoarse voice, Su Ming, if it weren't for you, I would have become a sinner of the Jiang family. Thank you very much. Su Ming smiled faintly. Uncle San, you are too serious. Don't take it to heart. His overall impression of the Jiang family was pretty good. And they are still Jiang Yue's family. I just showed up and the problem was solved, so it wasn't a big help. Jiang Yudi looked at Su Ming secretly and bit her lips lightly. When her father Jiang Yuanshan was bullied by the Dong family just now, her heart jumped into her throat. My brother-in-law is really amazing. He resolved the crisis as soon as he appeared. He seems to be different from other boys. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Jiang Yudi's lovely face. His eyes were fixed on Su Ming and he could no longer move away. Chapter 92, An Unexpected Attack. Today, my darling granddaughter and grandson-in-law are coming back, and I want to welcome them home. Old Master Jiang was overjoyed and ordered, Yuan De, tell them to prepare the dinner carefully. After hearing these words, it can be seen that Old Master Jiang attaches great importance to this matter. Jiang Yuanda nodded, understood, I will go and form the kitchen now. Old Master Jiang smiled with satisfaction and looked at his granddaughter, Wei, tell me, how did you get to know Su Ming? He was very curious about this matter. Jiang Yue walked up to him and said truthfully, in fact, Su Ming and I were classmates in high school. We have known each other for a long time. By chance, we met again in Shanghai, and then. She didn't need to say what happened next, everyone understood. Isn't it just those things about children's love affairs? Old Master Jiang was a little surprised. He never expected that Jiang Yue and Su Ming had known each other since childhood. We are still in Hangzhou, attending the same high school? During that period, Su Ming didn't seem to have become as prominent as he is now, right? He had also never heard that China actually had such a terrifying hidden family like the Su family. Perhaps it's because the position I'm in is not high enough, and I haven't come into contact with such top families. After all, Su Ming is his grandson-in-law, which is great news. So, you two are childhood sweethearts. Great. That's great. Old Master Jiang sighed, and the joy on his face could no longer be hidden. Su Ming, you and Wei sit next to me tonight, and you must drink a few glasses with me. Everyone in the Jiang family was a little surprised. As the grandson-in-law of the Jiang family, sitting next to Old Master Jiang, how respectful is this? But considering the terrifying strength displayed by Su Ming, this seems reasonable. Jiang Yue asked with concern, Grandpa, your health is very important, how can you drink? Okay. Then I won't drink. As long as our family can be together, I'll be very happy. Old Master Jiang's smile was extremely bright. This was the happiest day he had had in years. It's getting late. At 6:30 in the evening, the Jiang family dinner officially began. There were more than 100 people in the Jiang family, filling more than a dozen tables. The most eye-catching one is naturally the main table. Su Ming and Jiang Yue, sitting next to Old Master Jiang, represent their absolute status in the Jiang family. Even better than the three sons of the Jiang family. Originally, regarding the position of the head of the Jiang family, Old Master Jiang had not announced it, and there was quite a bit of controversy within the family. After all, Jiang Yue is a girl. But judging from what happened tonight, Jiang Yuanda, Jiang's father, will undoubtedly become the next head of the Jiang family. Jiang Yue may be the only female head of the Jiang family in the future. The dinner was a joyful occasion. Old Master Jiang formally introduced Su Ming to the entire Jiang family. Jiang Yuanda and the other two brothers of the Jiang family took turns to toast Su Ming. Su Ming, here's a toast to you. Just drink as you like. I'll drink first. From now on, the Jiang family is your home, so don't be polite. Su Ming, from now on, Yue will be in your care. Uncle offers you a toast. Su Ming couldn't refuse the hospitality and drank quite a bit. Fortunately, he had a perfect physique. Although he was a little dizzy after drinking, he did not lose his composure and remained sober. Seeing the atmosphere like this, old Master Jiang also wanted to secretly have a drink or two. But Jiang Yue discovered it and stopped it in time. There's no way. Old Master Jiang's health has been getting worse in recent years. He absolutely cannot touch alcohol. The dinner lasted nearly 3 hours. Su Ming and the Jiang family completely became friends. Finally, the show gradually came to an end. At this time, the room is on the corridor. Jiang Yue supported Su Ming and smelled the alcohol on him. She couldn't help but feel distressed. Su Ming, why did you drink so much? Didn't your uncles tell you to just drink as much as you want? Su Ming did feel a little tired, and said, they are all your elders, how can I offend them? Jiang Yue felt warm inside. Su Ming did everything for her, and she had always seen it. She naturally understood Su Ming's intentions. Well, this is my dad's new pajamas, just use it for one night. Tomorrow, I'll have the servants prepare a few new sets for you. Jiang Yue handed over a brand new set of pajamas. Su Ming held her hand and looked at her, what about you? Jiang Yue's pretty face was flushed, and she said softly, I have to go talk to my parents now. I'll come to your room to find you later. Hearing this, Su Ming instantly perked up and lowered his voice, okay, I'll wait for you then. After she left, Su Ming looked at the girl's slim back and couldn't help but feel a little expectant. He smiled and walked into the room Jiang Yue arranged for him. The air in the house is fresh and the decoration is exquisite. Su Ming went to the bathroom and took a shower. Refreshed. Then he lay down on the big bed, turned off the lights and went to sleep. Inside the house, it was pitch black and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Today, he was indeed a little tired. 10 minutes later, while Su Ming was still in a daze, someone pushed open the door. At the tip of my nose, I could smell a rich aroma mixed with some wine. Could it be that Yue just went out to drink some wine with her parents? Su Ming was a little curious. At this time, a young girl came over in the dark and lay drunk in Su Ming's arms. The girl's eyes widened, she was somewhat surprised by the touch. Ha! Yue, what are you doing? Are you trying to sneak attack me? Su Ming hugged the girl and kissed her. Yeah. The girl was a little resistant at first, but gradually she became addicted to this feeling. Heavy breathing sounded. After a moment, the girl was panting, her pretty face was already burning hot, and she said in a tender voice, Sister, brother-in-law, it's me. Hearing this, Su Ming was stunned and very surprised. You are not Yue? There was no light in the room, so he couldn't see who the other person was. Plus, Yue had just told him that she would come to his room in the evening. He naturally and took it for granted that the other person was Jiang Yue. But unexpectedly, it wasn't her? Who are you then? Su Ming cleared his throat. He was originally a little drunk, but he woke up instantly in an instant. The girl grabbed the quilt and said timidly, I am Yudi, my room is next to yours, I went to the wrong place. Su Ming's mentality collapsed. No wonder it was different from what he imagined. It turned out to be Jiang Yudi. Who would have thought? At this moment, the sound of the door handle being turned was heard. Click. Su Ming's heart instantly rose to his throat. Chapter 93 This girl is playing with fire. Click. Outside the door, Jiang Yue was wearing velvet pajamas, with a hint of snow whiteness showing at the collar, which made people want to find out more. She turned the doorknob and found it was locked. Surprised. Didn't you make an appointment with Su Ming? Why is the door locked? Jiang Yue whispered, Su Ming, are you asleep? Su Ming's voice sounded inside the house, and it seemed a little lazy, ahem. Yue, I feel a little uncomfortable. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Jiang Yue immediately showed concern, Su Ming, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to prepare some hangover tea for you to drink? Well. Su Ming hesitated but still refused, no need. I'll be fine after a good sleep. It's getting late, you should go and get some rest too. Okay, then, if you have any questions, just tell me anytime. Good night. Jiang Yue's face showed some disappointment and worry. But after hearing Su Ming say this, she didn't continue to pester him. There was no sound outside. Inside the house, Su Ming was even more furious and couldn't help but complain, "Yudi, you really ruined my good thing." At this time, John Yudi had already dressed neatly and returned to normal. She lowered her head and admitted her mistake. "I'm sorry, brother-in-law, I didn't mean it. Please don't be mean to me." There were tears in her eyes, and her aggrieved look was even more touching. Seeing her like this, Su Ming didn't want to continue blaming her, so he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's keep this as our secret. Go back and have a good rest." The girl nodded slightly, and a bright smile reappeared on her face. Su Ming opened the door and made sure that there was no one around before he let Zhang Yue go back. The next day, Su Ming was awakened by the noisy sound outside the window. Today is Old Master Jiang's birthday, so the Zhang family is naturally decorated with lights and it's a very grand occasion. After washing up, Su Ming sat on the sofa and started signing in. "Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Reward, Ming Chenghua Dotsai Chicken Cup. The auction certificate has been stored in the system space, the host can claim it at any time." Oh? Su Ming looked at this reward and felt it was somewhat familiar. The Dotsai Chicken Cup seems to be very famous in the antique circle. It should be worth tens of millions, right? Su Ming looked at the details and realized that he had seriously underestimated it. Dotsai Chicken Cup, the cup body is painted with dotsai, the posture is lifelike, the body is pure and delicate, the glaze is rich and calm, and it is a famous product among colored porcelain. In 2014, it was sold at the Fubia auction in Hong Kong for a high price of 280 million. It has now been transferred from the original owner to the host. What the hell? This bowl costs nearly 300 million? Su Ming was a little shocked. People in the antique circle are really willing to spend money. He didn't understand, but was shocked. But no matter how awesome this bowl is, it's mine now. Su Ming got up and changed into new clothes. By the way, the Dotsai Chicken Cup was extracted. At this time, he received a call from Zhang Yue, who was about to meet up with him. After a moment, Su Ming, wearing a brand new suit and holding a gift box in his hand, walked out of the room. At the door, there stood two beautiful ladies with gorgeous faces. Zhang Yudi held her sister Zhang Yue's arm, and they were waiting for Su Ming to come out. The two sisters were dressed exceptionally beautifully today, looking dignified and elegant, like ladies from noble families. "Su Ming, did you sleep well last night?" Zhang Yue asked softly with a bright smile on her face. "Good morning, brother-in-law." Zhang Yudi's cute face was slightly red, and her voice was full of the youthful vitality of a girl. The way he looked at Su Ming seemed a little different from yesterday. Su Ming glanced at Zhang Yudi. It was all thanks to her. "I slept very unhappily last night," he said calmly. "It's okay. I feel refreshed now." Beside her, Zhang Yudi secretly covered her mouth and chuckled. When Su Ming saw this, he became extremely angry. He even began to doubt whether Zhang Yudi did it on purpose. "Otherwise, why did you act like you were reluctant last night? Why didn't you say it earlier? Did you recognize the wrong person?" Zhang Yue smiled and said, "I'm glad you're okay. I was worried about you all night last night." Hearing this, Su Ming felt warm inside. When he woke up today, he saw many messages sent by Zhang Yue. There was concern in their tone. Zhang Yue is so gentle. "It's okay, Yue. I made you worry for nothing." Su Ming touched her hair and smiled gently. Zhang Yue was very happy, but then she said apologetically, "Su Ming, today is Grandpa's birthday. As the eldest granddaughter, I have to entertain guests with my family later. So, I may not be able to accompany you for the time being." Su Ming understood and said calmly, "It's okay, go and do your work first, and we'll talk after you're done." Who would have thought? Zhang Yudi volunteered, "Sister, I can help you chat with your brother-in-law. At least, your brother-in-law won't be so bored." "You?" Zhang Yue was a little surprised. She knew that her sister seemed to be afraid of men. Whenever she sees a boy, she avoids him and stays far away from him. "Why did you suddenly become a different person today? Yudi, are you really okay?" Zhang Yue had some doubts. Zhang Yudi patted her plump breasts and said, "Don't worry, sister. I've been reading some psychology books and doing some self-counseling. I was just looking for someone to chat with, and I saw, my brother-in-law seems pretty easy to talk to." What the hell? Do you read psychology books? Still doing self-counseling? Are you fucking kidding me? Su Ming was a little shocked, but he still looked calm. Is that so? Jiang Yue was skeptical, rubbed her sister's head, and said, "You really need to change your socially anxious personality. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find a partner in the future." She smiled and looked at Su Ming, saying, "Su Ming, please chat with your sister. Find a topic. This girl has had social phobia since she was a child. It would be good to help her change." Su Ming laughed dryly, "Okay. I'll try my best." Jiang Yue was relieved to see that her sister and Su Ming seemed to get along well. After she left, Jiang Yudi looked at Su Ming with a mysterious smile on her face, but she said nothing. It seemed as if he was deliberately waiting for Su Ming to speak. Su Ming was a little speechless and said unhappily, "Didn't you say you wanted to chat with me? Then go ahead and chat." "Brother-in-law, you are mean to me again." Jiang Yudi looked pitiful, pouting and aggrieved. I want to tell my sister." "Brother-in-law, you bullied me last night." "Fuck you." "Shut up." Su Ming became anxious and covered her mouth directly. What the hell? This girl is playing with fire. Chapter 94. What, this is your brother-in-law? Jiang Yudi's cute little face turned red, and she struggled while grabbing Su Ming's hand. Su Ming stared at her with a serious face. "If you promise not to say anything nonsense, I will let you go." Jiang Yudi nodded obediently with a look of compromise in her eyes. Su Ming let go of his hand and said angrily, "Didn't you promise me yesterday to keep it a secret? Why are you playing this trick on me today?" He was a little confused about this little girl. "You go back on your word." "Ha!" Jiang Yudi exhaled and said coquettishly, "Brother-in-law, you are so overbearing." "I was just joking, why are you taking it so seriously?" "Fun, huh?" Su Ming was so angry that he laughed. He slapped her but like a child and said sternly, "I told you to be kidding." "Ah." Jiang Yudi cried out in pain, her pretty face already blushing, and she said aggrievedly, "Woo, brother-in-law, I was wrong, please don't bully me." "Humph, that's more like it." A satisfied smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He finally understood. This girl Jiang Yudi just needs education. You can't be too gentle to her. If you are a little mean to her, she will be much more obedient. At this time, the entire Jiang family mansion has been almost decorated. Countless important figures in Hangzhou drove to celebrate his birthday. Outside the mansion, various luxury cars were already parked, and the scene was grand. Celebrities from all walks of life flocked into the Jiang family mansion. Everyone had a smile on their face and said blessings. "I wish Mr. Jiang good fortune and a long life. The Jiang family is under your control, with many children and grandchildren, and it is flourishing. Grandpa Jiang, you have made outstanding contributions to the economy of our Hangzhou city. You deserve credit for that. I wish you longevity and endless happiness in the future." Faced with all kinds of praise and blessings, old Master Jiang smiled and nodded in response. The gifts brought by the guests piled up into a small mountain nearby. The three sons of the Jiang family were all busy entertaining guests and socializing. Jiang Yue was chatting with several female elders, being elegant, calm and generous. Su Ming had nothing to do, so he took Jiang Yudi for a stroll around the yard. But he discovered it. Jiang Yudi really does have social phobia, and it's quite serious. Especially when meeting boys. She grabbed Su Ming's sleeve, hid behind him, and only stuck her head out. Even if someone came over to talk to her, she looked cute. Su Ming couldn't help laughing. This girl, didn't she agree to read a psychology book? Have you done any self-counseling? Sure enough, you are talking nonsense to me. However, this is not a big problem. Su Ming is quite experienced in taking care of children. Come on, Yudi, eat something. Su Ming picked up the pastry on the table and stuffed it into her hands. In order to stop this girl from talking nonsense, we have to use food to shut her mouth. Oh. Jiang Yudi opened her mouth obediently and took the food from the other party. She also felt that she was quite happy. Su Ming thought it was quite fun, so he fed her the fruits and cakes on the table one after another, just like feeding a pet. After a while, after Jiang Yudi swallowed the food in her mouth, she waved her hand and said, "Brother-in-law, I can't eat anymore. If I eat more, I will get fat." Su Ming glanced at her body and said with a meaningful smile, "That's right, it's good to maintain your current figure." Hearing this, Zhang Yudi blushed and steam rose from her face. Thinking back to last night, she and Su Ming did almost everything a couple should do. Just one final push away. Su Ming naturally knew what her figure was like. She has a baby face, but possesses the perfect figure that other girls dream of. Anyway, Su Ming couldn't control it with one hand. Brother-in-law, you are a bad guy. Zhang Yudi spat softly, her pretty face blushing so much that water seemed to be dripping out. She was so adorable. At this time, a young man in a brown suit came over with a bright smile, staring at her with greedy eyes. Yudi, I'm Zhang Ruizhi, do you still remember me? Zhang Ruizhi greeted him. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. The two sisters of the Zhang family are so beautiful that they can outshine the moon and shame the flowers. Most men really cannot resist such a beauty. Moreover, she is a lady from a prominent family. It's normal for someone to approach you and chat with you. Zhang Yudi seemed not to have heard it. She pointed to a small plate on the table and said coquettishly, "Brother-in-law, I want to eat that. Can you help me get it?" Su Ming reached out and handed the plate to her. Zhang Ruizhi was a little surprised. Zhang Yudi actually called this young man brother-in-law? Could it be? Is he Zhang Yui's boyfriend? However, if that's the case, there's no way he would compete with me for Zhang Yudi. Sir, you are Yudi's brother-in-law. I am so sorry for your disrespect. Zhang Ruizhi was looking forward to it, and asked with a smile, "Can I sit next to you? I want to chat with Miss Yudi." Hearing this, Zhang Yudi shook her head directly, "No. Brother-in-law, ignore him." Su Ming smiled, "There's nothing I can do." She doesn't agree. Zhang Ruizhi was a little anxious, and kept saying, "Yudi, it's me. Don't you know me? I'm Zhang Ruizhi, and I'm from the same university as you. I'm your junior. I don't care who you are. I don't know you well." Zhang Yudi had a cold and indifferent expression on her face. She said angrily, "Also, don't call me so intimately, so that my brother-in-law won't misunderstand me." Ah? Zhang Ruizhi was completely dumbfounded. Nima. What is going on? Don't let your brother-in-law misunderstand you? No. Is this your brother-in-law or your boyfriend? After that, the frost on Zhang Yudi's face melted instantly, and she said tenderly, "Brother-in-law, I'm thirsty. I want to drink coconut juice. You should eat less, because we will have a big meal later." Su Ming said as he poured her a glass. This girl had some coconut milk stains on the corners of her mouth from drinking, which made people think of something naughty. Su Ming handed her a tissue, as if he was taking care of a child. "Wipe it quickly, you're almost turning into a kitten." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Zhang Yudi's heart was sweeter than honey, and her smile was extremely happy. Zhang Ruizhi was so angry when he saw this that his teeth were about to break. The fire of jealousy burns fiercely in my heart. I am so special. You're not even as good as someone else's brother-in-law? Why? Su Ming turned around and saw that he was still there. He said calmly, "Why are you still here? You have nothing to do, right? Okay. I'm leaving." Zhang Ruizhi was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and said, "This is how you, the Zhang family, treat guests. I finally understand." He left angrily. However, Su Ming and Zhang Yudi didn't take what he said to heart at all. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Yudi, you just said that you were afraid that I would misunderstand you. What did you mean?" "Ahem." Zhang Yudi suddenly started coughing violently, and was a little speechless. This. She lowered her head, her pretty face slightly red, and her two hands were poking at each other in confusion, not knowing how to explain. Su Ming was too lazy to ask further. "Okay. I know. Your social phobia has come back again. Let's go. It's time to deliver the birthday gift." He stood up and picked up the gift box containing the Doukai chicken cup that he had just signed in for today. Zhang Yudi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She just accidentally said what was in her heart. For some reason, she was worried that Su Ming would misunderstand. The vivid memory of last night lingered in her mind. Whenever she thought about it, her face would turn red and her heart would beat fast. Chapter 95. The gift may be small but the sentiment is great. John's lobby. The young men from noble families gathered together to congratulate old Master John on his birthday. The scene was extremely lively. Aristocratic families like these are also extremely particular about receiving gifts. If the gift you give is ordinary, when you enter the Jiang family, you can just hand the gift directly to the housekeeper at the door and then say a few birthday wishes. The Jiang family will not open the gifts either, this is to give each other face. If you are prepared and want to shine on your birthday, you can go directly into the lobby, and the Jiang family will open it and read it out in front of everyone. In this way, you can give the other party a lot of face. At the same time, let the party giving the gift show their strength. Although it is a birthday party, there is still competition among the guests. Old Master Jiang is well versed in how to deal with people and things, has a warm and cheerful face and is very approachable. At this time, Lucian stepped forward to present the gift and said respectfully, "Grandpa Jiang, this gift was bought by my father from the Hong Kong auction. I wish you great fortune and a happy family forever." Two men from the Lu family brought up a large gift box. Open. Take out a bronze mirror that exudes an ancient atmosphere. It is in excellent condition and can reflect things clearly. Behind the mirror, there are lifelike carvings of two coiled dragons winding upwards. Old Master Jiang's eyes lit up. This treasure is incredible. If I am not blind, this should be a Song Dynasty gilded mirror inlaid with dragon patterns. Lucian couldn't help but applaud and said with a smile, as expected of Old Master Jiang. He can tell its origin and name at a glance. It's really smart. Everyone exclaimed. Oh my god. A mirror with dragon pattern from the Song Dynasty. This one must cost a lot of money, right? It's still in such perfect condition, it must be worth at least 2 or 3 million. The Lu family's move is truly extraordinary. Everyone in the Lu family had bright smiles on their faces. Coming to attend the birthday party, of course, means showing off one's own strength. Moreover, this is all about reciprocity. They gave good gifts to the Jiang family, and the Jiang family would naturally remember their kindness. The more aristocratic a family is, the more they understand the ways of the world. Lucian's face was full of joy. For a moment, he became the focus of everyone. Lucian son, say hello to your grandfather for me. Your Lu family is really thoughtful. Old Master Jiang was in a good mood and patted the other person on the shoulder. Lucian said modestly, Old Master Jiang is highly respected, and this is what our Lu family deserves. Old Master Jiang began to admire Lucian to some extent. Today's young people are all very outstanding. After Lucian presented the gift, he quickly retreated. At this time, Xiao Kaiyu could no longer hold back and walked forward. Grandpa, our Qiao family has also prepared a gift for you. Take a look. Do you like it? As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Qiao family brought up a wooden box. Move very carefully. The box was opened, and inside was a antique blue and white porcelain. The Qiao family moved it out and placed it on the table covered with red mat. Old Master Jiang took a look, his eyes widened, and waved his hand, saying, Qiao Xiansun, I can't accept this gift from your Qiao family. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Old Master Jiang actually said that he couldn't accept it? What is going on? Xiao Kaiyu showed a mysterious smile and said, Grandpa Jiang, this is a gift from our Qiao family, please accept it. I understand your intentions. But this gift is too valuable. Old Master Jiang stroked the porcelain with a look of horror, and introduced, this should be a Mingxuanda blue and white Kuelong pattern jar. Two dragons circle the jar, chasing each other head and tail, showing the dragon's vigor and strength, which makes people happy to watch. The painting style of this jar is exquisite and the brushstrokes are agile. It is a blue and white masterpiece from the Mingxuanda period. The value, at least more than 30 million. The whole audience burst into exclamation instantly. Oh my god! More than 30 million! Qiao family, what a big deal! After hearing what old Master Jiang said, I suddenly felt that this was not a porcelain bottle at all, but a gold bottle. I'm afraid even a gold bottle isn't that expensive? Xiao Kaiyu, this move is simply amazing. This time, everyone was not deliberately praising Xiao Kaiyu, but they were really shocked. He actually gave away porcelain worth 30 million as a birthday gift at the birthday party. This kind of situation is very rare. Only old Master Jiang from the Jiang family, such a highly respected senior, is qualified to accept such a grand gift, right? Everyone sighed. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Kaiyu's face. Yesterday, after he returned home, he told his family about this, Su Ming, it might be the famous Mr. Su. This matter. The Qiao family immediately took it seriously. Immediately, the original gift worth 2 or 3 million was replaced with this blue and white porcelain worth more than 30 million. If Su Ming is really that Mr. Su, then it would be great for him to be on good terms with the Jiang family. Even if Su Ming is not it, then just consider it as 30 million and buy peace of mind. It's only 30 million, the Chow family can still afford it. But they can't bear the risk of their family being destroyed. Seeing this, Lucian was a little confused. This is so. The Chow family has invested a huge amount of money. Could it be that the Chow family has already received the news that Su Ming is really the Mr. Su? Then isn't the bronze mirror worth 2 or 3 million that I gave as a gift too cheap? Lucian couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Xiao Kaiyu smiled gently and said, Old Master Jiang is highly respected. This Ming Xuanda blue and white porcelain is a gift from our Chow family. Please don't refuse, Old Master Jiang. Old Master Jiang was still a little flattered. After all, a birthday gift worth 30 million is indeed very valuable. He still wanted to refuse, but was persuaded by everyone. Old Master Jiang finally agreed, I accept your Chow family's kindness. If the Chow family needs any help in the future, I will do my best. Hearing this, everyone nodded. I think this gift from the Chow family is worth it. After all, if he could get such a promise from Old Master Jiang, the value he would get from the Jiang family in the future would be more than 30 million. Xiao Kaiyu smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, you are so polite. I will withdraw first. He bowed slightly and stepped back. His eyes scanned the crowd, as if looking for something. At this time, a familiar figure appears before my eyes. Just see. Su Ming walked in calmly, carrying a small box. Master Jiang, I also have a gift for you. When everyone heard this, they immediately started talking about it. Hey, who is this person? It looks a bit unfamiliar. Don't you know? This is the eldest grandson-in-law of the Jiang family. I think his name is Su Ming. I heard that he came back yesterday on a private plane. He must have an extraordinary background. Hiss. Then what gift do you think he will give? Look at the thing he's holding. It shouldn't be very expensive, right? If we don't have 20 or 30 million, wouldn't we be inferior to the Chow family? Xiao Kaiyu was also a little curious. Su Ming, what is that thing in your hand? It's so small, can it compare with my own Ming Xuanda blue and white porcelain? Don't let the gift you give be less valuable than your own. That would be embarrassing. At this time, Zheng Ruizhi greeted him with a sneer, sneering, as the son-in-law of the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, what gift did you give to old Master Jiang? If it's not valuable enough, you'll lose face. He was completely irritated by being ignored by Su Ming and Zhang Yudi just now. Now that I have finally got the chance, I must speak well. Another young man from the Zhang family also echoed. That's right. The Chow family, as outsiders, gave a birthday gift worth 30 million. I guess the gift in your hand must be worth a lot, right? He. Su Ming glanced at them and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He walked straight up to Old Master Jiang and handed the box to him. Old Master, time was in a hurry and I didn't have time to prepare carefully. So I chose this little gift. Happy birthday to you. Hearing this, Zheng Ruizhi shook his head and laughed, as the eldest grandson's son-in-law, you didn't even prepare a gift carefully. You are too careless. His cousin next to him continued to echo, that's right. Our Zhang family carefully selected the birthday gifts, which are worth more than 1 million. It's understandable that you can't compare to the Chow family. If you can't even compare to us, it would be really laughable. The two men were sarcastic and mocking each other, obviously sharing the same hatred for the enemy. Old Master Zhang's expression suddenly turned a little ugly. The elders of the Zhang family hurriedly stepped forward to stop them, saying, you two, stop talking. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. This is the private matter of the Zhang family, don't say too much. Hearing this, Old Master Zhang's expression quickly returned to normal. He took the gift and said, Su Ming, I will like any gift you prepare. The fact that you and Wei are back together is the greatest joy for me. Don't pay attention to what others say. Come, let me see what my good grandson-in-law gave me. As he spoke, he gently opened the gift box. The moment was filled with horror. This is actually. Old Master Jiang couldn't believe it and his eyes widened. When everyone heard this, they were instantly surprised. So curious. Chapter 96 It's confirmed, he is Mr. Su. There was a gleam in everyone's eyes, full of curiosity. Just see. Old Master Jiang picked up the bowl, his eyes shining with excitement, and treated it as a treasure. Exclaimed. It's actually the Ming Chenghua Dotsai Chicken Cup. In 2014, at the Fubia auction, a piece of the same style was sold for a whopping 280 million yuan. It's one of the top 10 Dotsai artifacts. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience exploded. No way. It's actually a Dotsai chicken cup. This is the top-level Dotsai in the antique circle. It's extremely well known. When this bowl came out, the entire antique world went wild. I know the news. It was sold at a sky-high price of 280 million at Fubia in Hong Kong. It was bought by a billionaire. It was used by Emperor Chenghua. There are only 19 of them left in the world, 4 of which are in private collections, and the rest are in museums. There are very few people who can see it outside with their own eyes. Could this be one of the Dotsai chicken cups? The crowd was talking a lot and showed great interest in the sudden appearance of this bowl. Lu Xin and Xiao Kaiyu were stunned. Su Ming. In one move, he actually gave away a Dotsai chicken cup worth 280 million? How arrogant is this? Their bronze mirrors worth 2 or 3 million and blue and white porcelain worth 30 million were thrown directly into the ground. It's like heaven and earth's difference. At this time, Zheng Ruishi thought for a moment, then stood up and said, Grandpa Jiang, this bowl, from the appearance, does look very similar to the famous Dotsai chicken cup. But nowadays, there are many imitations of it on the market. Even in the Qing dynasty, imitations began to appear. How can we be sure that this Dotsai chicken cup is a genuine imperial cup from the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty? After these remarks were made, everyone nodded in thought. It seems that what you said makes some sense. The Dotsai chicken cup is famous. It was not only the imperial wineglass of Emperor Chenghua of the Ming dynasty, but also deeply loved by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. There are many imitations of the Dotsai chicken cup on the market. Technology, extremely advanced. There are only 4 Dotsai chicken cups in the hands of private collectors. So, how can we confirm that the one Su Ming gave away is one of the authentic ones in the world? Everyone nodded in agreement and began to question the authenticity of the bowl. Now, Old Master Jian looked obviously unhappy. His good grandson-in-law Su Ming gave him such a big gift. I still have to face their doubts? Absurd. It's ridiculous. Zheng Ruishi gradually smiled and said, Old Master Jiang, we are ignorant and stupid, please help us solve this puzzle. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Ming provocatively, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Since you have such a strong desire for knowledge, it is indeed necessary for me to give you some pointers. Old Master Jiang sneered. He said this not only to Zheng Ruishi, but also to everyone present who questioned the authenticity of the statement. He picked up the Dotsai chicken cup and spoke slowly. This Dotsai chicken cup has a pure and delicate body, rich and calm glaze, and is small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. The cup is shaped like a jar with an open mouth and a flat foot, and the painting is meticulous. The blue and white double frame on the bottom of the cup has 6 characters inscribed in double-line regular script, made in the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. Its underglaze blue and white craftsmanship, coupled with low-temperature color filling, makes it appear that there are many protruding or unfilled blue and white outlines. This is the biggest feature of Ming Chenghua Dotsai. Do you have any objections? What Old Master Jiang said was well reasoned and he knew everything by heart. Everyone was completely convinced. They were all amazed. Grandpa Jiang is indeed a senior veteran in the antique world. His analysis is really well-founded. This bowl does look extraordinary. Today, I really opened my eyes. Hey, this Su Ming is so casual. He even said he didn't make any careful preparations? This one move is worth nearly 300 million. Too grand. As expected of the Jiang family's son-in-law, he is so impressive. I think once this colorful chicken cup is used, all the gifts today will pale in comparison. What is the origin of this Jiang family son-in-law? Everyone started discussing it heatedly, looking at Su Ming with curiosity. This is the Dotsai chicken cup. Worth 300 million? Who wouldn't be jealous? Zhang Yudi covered her mouth, extremely surprised. She had already seen the small box, but Su Ming was carrying it around so casually. She thought, the stuff inside isn't very valuable. Now it seems that there is a Dotsai chicken cup inside, which is worth nearly 300 million yuan. My goodness. What if I accidentally break it? What can I use to compensate my brother-in-law? The wind direction suddenly reversed. Old Master Jiang smiled and said, Jiang Xiansun, do you have any questions now? Are you satisfied with my answer? Zhang Ruizhi was a little embarrassed, but still a little unconvinced, and laughed dryly, ha. Old Master Jiang, if you say it is true, then it is of course true. Anyway, this is your Jiang family's private affairs, and it is not convenient for the younger generation to say more. Old Master Jiang shook his head and laughed. You can't prop up a wall with mud. He was too lazy to argue anymore. Who would have thought? Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, noticed that there seemed to be something hidden in the box and reminded, Master Jiang, there seem to be some documents in the box. Old Master Jiang's eyes flashed, and he took out 2 pieces of paper from the box. Open. The first one is the collection certificate. Number 7305. Ming Chenhua Dotsai Chicken Cup. It was auctioned at the Hong Kong Forbia auction in 2014 and sold for 280 million. The other is the transfer agreement. I, Su Haqiang, have reached a private agreement with Mr. Su to transfer this item to Su Ming. Seeing this, Zhang Ruizhi's eyes widened, he was stunned. The whole audience was stunned. Su Haqiang is one of the private collectors of Dotsai Chicken Cup. Now, he actually transferred this Dotsai Chicken Cup to Su Ming. Damn it! They questioned for a long time. It turns out that this Dotsai Chicken Cup is actually the one that was sold at a sky-high price of 280 million in Hong Kong. They can't even recognize this authentic item? It's just a slap in your own face. How dare you stand by and comment on this? Now that these 2 documents are out, no one dares to question them at all. Those who had doubted that old Master Jiang was being blinded were now completely convinced. But since Su Ming had these 2 certificates, why didn't he take them out earlier? How embarrassing is this for them? Pretending to know when you don't? Zhang Ruizhi's face turned red and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He never expected it. This Dotsai Chicken Cup. It's actually the real thing. It was the one that was sold for 280 million yuan in Hong Kong. Su Ming, was he sent away so easily? It's unbelievable. Xiao Kaiyu and Lu Shun were both shocked. But they noticed something more important. The billionaire from Hong Kong actually reached a deal with Su Ming in private and transferred this collection to Su Ming? Visible. How terrifying is Su Ming's background? Could it be that he has already gained great influence and is not only active in the mainland? Even in Hong Kong City, they all have powerful means. This background energy is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. They reached a consensus in their hearts. It's confirmed. This Su Ming must be the mysterious Mr. Su who destroyed Yaguang. Chapter 97. My cousin is truly Zhuge Liang, the sleeping dragon. Su Ming, your gift is really too precious. Old Master Jiang held the Dotsai Chicken Cup in his hands, treating it as a treasure, his eyes filled with excitement and joy. He never expected that Su Ming would be willing to give him this rare treasure. So grand. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, this bowl can only show its value when it is in the hands of someone who likes it. I just bought it for fun. If you like it, you can even use it to drink tea. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Something worth 200 or 300 million. You just bought it for fun? And he even let old Master Jiang use it to drink tea? What kind of arrogant statement is this? Old Master Jiang was in high spirits. Ha ha. Su Ming, you are such a joker. The bowl you gave me is so valuable. How could I bear to use it to drink tea? I will definitely keep it well and live up to your kindness. This kind of top-notch collection is the treasure of the museum. The correct way to use it is to keep it well and pass it on. If it is really used to drink tea as Su Ming said, it would be too luxurious. Is there anyone holding a cup worth 200 or 300 million yuan and pouring tea to drink? What you drink may not be tea, but rather nectar, which can match the value of this bowl. Then do as you say. Su Ming smiled and said nothing more. Everyone was a little shocked and at the same time curious about Su Ming's identity. In his eyes, a bowl worth 200 or 300 million is no different from an ordinary bowl? How lucky did the Jiang family get to find such a son-in-law? Possessing such terrifying financial resources? After giving the gift, Su Ming and Zhang Yudi left the lobby together. Zhang Yudi stared at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Brother-in-law, what do you do? You're so awesome. How about you teach me? I want to become a rich woman, too, hee hee." She spoke in a playful and cute manner, looking a little money grubbery. Su Ming couldn't help but smile and said jokingly, "I'm an investor. Any deal I make is worth billions. Do you want to talk to me?" Wow. Zhang Yudi was a little surprised and wondered, "But what can I talk to you about? I don't seem to have anything. Why can't you talk?" Su Ming suppressed his laughter and said, "Didn't we almost reach an agreement last night?" "Ha?" There was a flash of great doubt in Zhang Yudi's clear eyes. Su Ming waved his hands, and suddenly felt a little evil. "Forget it, kid, it's better for you not to know some things." How am I young? I'm already a sophomore, okay?" Zhang Yudi said proudly, straightening her plump body, with a look of pride on her cute face. Su Ming couldn't help but take a look, indeed. It's quite a big scale. The luncheon is about to begin. Su Ming returned to their previous seat and started eating melon seeds out of boredom. At this time, Zhang Yudi was really curious, so she searched on the internet. When a boy tells me that he wants to discuss a multi-billion-dollar project, what does that mean? Result. It made her blush instantly. No wonder Su Ming said that they almost reached a deal last night. So this is what you mean? She stared at Su Ming, her pretty face flushed, and said secretly in her heart, "Brother-in-law, you are so bad you only know how to bully others." At this time, they were not far away from Su Ming and the others. Many young men from aristocratic families were gathered together, discussing the matter. "Oh my god, Zhang Yudi and Su Ming are so close? They are inseparable. As I recall, the second young lady of the Zhang family is afraid of men. Why isn't she afraid of her brother-in-law? Well, maybe he's a relative, so he's not afraid? Hey, Miss Jiang is already taken so early. I'm so envious of Su Ming." Envy? If you have the ability of Mr. Su to give away a gift worth 300 million, then you can be envious. There's nothing I can do. A girl like Zhang Yue is so special that ordinary people are not worthy of her. We still have to work harder. Next to them, Zhang Ruiji's face looked extremely ugly. Su Ming is obviously the son-in-law of the eldest grandson of the Zhang family, but he has such a good relationship with Zhang Yudi. They are almost inseparable. This made him envious and jealous. Could it be? This is what people often say, the sister-in-law is half the brother-in-law's wife? Zhang Ruiji, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had just been against Su Ming in every way, but was ruthlessly crushed by Su Ming. I felt extremely unhappy in my heart. Not reconciled. Zhang Ruiji asked the young man next to him, "Cousin, what do you think I should do? Can't I dampen his enthusiasm? Seeing him like this really makes me unhappy. Not only did he marry Miss Zhang, but he also took over my favorite girl, Zhang Yudi. Tell me, is there anyone who is so excessive?" He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to put up a corresponding resistance. Hearing this, the cousin rolled his eyes and said calmly, "Actually, we are not without advantages over Su Ming." "Oh?" Zhang Ruiji's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly, "Cousin, what do you think?" The cousin raised his neck and said, "Although he is rich, for a person, it is not only the financial resources that are important. There is also the family background. We can avoid his edge and attack his weak points." Zhang Ruiji seemed to understand. "You mean?" The cousin continued, "Our Zhang family has been rooted in Hangzhou for 100 years. Although we are not as good as the Zhang family, we are also a famous family. We have good relations with all the major families. Look at Su Ming. He doesn't even have a Su family member around him. Do you know what this means?" "What?" "It means that Su Ming might be a nouveau riche." My cousin said firmly, "What this kind of person lacks is the real family background. Without the support of the family, his wealth will not last long. And I have checked online, and there is no information about him. This further proves that his foundation is very shallow, and he just has some small change in his hands. Perhaps that 300 million Dotsai chicken cup is his limit. He can't hold on for much longer." After hearing this, Zhang Ruiji's mind suddenly became clear. My cousin is like Zhuge Liang, the sleeping dragon in the world. He can actually see things so clearly. He looked towards Su Ming. Sure enough, just as my cousin said, there is no one from the Su family around Su Ming. Doesn't this just show that the Su family is weak? Cousin, what do you think I should do now? Zheng Ruizhi asked. As long as he can teach Su Ming a lesson and dampen his fighting spirit, he will at least feel better. Well. My cousin thought for a moment and suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw a man, Zhang Qingye from the Zhang family, walking in with a smile on his face. Got it. Cousin, now is the time to show your personal charm. Zhang Qingye is the eldest son of the Zhang family. You just need to talk to him and make friends with him. Then you can show off your prestige in front of Su Ming. This is our first move, strike first. Zheng Ruizhi nodded, immediately smiled, and walked towards Zhang Qingye. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Chapter 98. The big shot is coming. Oh. It's Mr. Zhang. Nice to meet you. Zhang Qingye recognized the visitor and responded politely. The Zhang family is a billionaire family in Hangzhou, and its strength should not be underestimated. He would naturally give the other party this face. Zheng Ruizhi smiled and began to flatter. I heard that young Master Zhang recently took over some of the family's businesses and was being trained by the family. His future is truly limitless. Hearing this, Zhang Qingye was a little proud in his heart, but he still said modestly, it's okay. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, it's only natural for me to do this. They chatted for a while. Zheng Ruizhi suddenly asked curiously, however, regarding your engagement with the Zhang family, young Master Zhang, why did you give up? What a pity. We talked about this topic. The rich second generations around all looked over. They heard about it, but didn't know much about the details. The person involved, Zhang Qingye, is here today, so naturally I want to hear it from his own mouth. Zhang Qingye showed a trace of bitterness on his face. You can't force feelings. Zhang Yuwei and I are just not suitable for each other. He saved some face for himself. After all, he couldn't say that he was completely crushed by Su Ming. You had no choice but to give up, right? Zheng Ruizhi naturally didn't hear the hidden meaning in the words, and sighed, it's a pity for you, Mr. Zhang. Miss Zhang has now found a boyfriend who is a nouveau riche. I think he is not worthy of Miss Zhang. You, young Master Zhang, are the most suitable one. Zhang Qingye immediately shuddered and said nervously, hey, don't say that. I have completely severed my relationship with the Zhang family. Don't drag this into me. Zheng Ruizhi laughed. Mr. Zhang, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that the upstart will hear you? He pointed his thumb at Su Ming who was sitting behind him. Zhang Qingye's eyes widened instantly. Damn it. Isn't the Su Ming, the big devil? Why is he here? At this time, the cousin was still echoing beside him, saying, in my opinion, the Su Ming is not even 1/10 as good as you, young Master Zhang. Who would have thought? He had just finished speaking. Zhang Qingye immediately walked towards Su Ming, showing a flattering smile, bowed and said, Mr. Su, so you are here. The Zhang family is really a bunch of people who are sitting in a well and looking at the sky. They don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I don't know the Zhang family at all. He was so terrified that a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knows better than anyone what will happen if you offend Su Ming. Everyone was stunned. Not at all? Zheng Ruizhi was confused. My cousin was confused. They were still thinking of stepping on one and praising the other, using the power of the Zhang family to scam Su Ming. Result? Zhang Qingye actually surrendered to Su Ming? Also, directly severing ties with the Zhang family? Not familiar with them at all? Zhang Qingye, is it necessary to do it like this? Why is he so afraid of Su Ming? Su Ming wanted to laugh. Oh? I just saw you and the Zhang family chatting happily, but you are not familiar with each other? Zhang Qingye nodded and laughed dryly. Yes, we have only met a few times and just said hello. He tried his best to distance himself from the Zhang family. If Su Ming attacks the Zhang family, it will not implicate his own Zhang family. I would rather die than let my friend die. Su Ming destroyed the 50 billion Yuguang entertainment the day before yesterday. How could he not be frightened by such brutal means? Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Am I that scary? I didn't say anything, but you're so scared? Don't be so nervous. I am a very reasonable person. Su Ming said slowly. Clear. Zhang Qingye nodded vigorously and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Su, you are indeed righteous. Su Ming was speechless for a while. This is so. Me, righteous and awe-inspiring? Is it necessary for you to be so good at flattering? Mr. Su, do you have time these days? My father and I want to host a banquet for you at Zhang's house. Please apologize for any disrespect I may have shown you earlier. Zhang Qingye said this with a flattering smile on his face, very humble. Su Ming said calmly, no need. It's over. Don't make it so complicated. This obviously means that he doesn't want to pursue the matter any further. In other words, a big shot like Su Ming is too lazy to bother with you. The stone in Zhang Qingye's heart finally fell. Okay, Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. He bowed slightly, smiled, and turned away. The other side. Zhang Ruizhi and his cousin were completely dumbfounded. Cousin, what's going on? Why is Zhang Qingye so respectful to Su Ming? Even a little afraid? This is different from what we imagined. Zhang Ruizhi, a little bit unbelievable. The cousin was also dumbfounded. I don't know. Could it be that this Su Ming is actually very powerful? That shouldn't be the case. He even began to doubt his life. Su Ming was alone, and even no one from his family was with him. How can he have such great power? It's simply unscientific. At this time, there was a commotion among the crowd. Oh my god. The Dong family is here. Also, it seems that Dong Concheng from Ruili Jewelry is here too. These are billionaires. They actually honored me by coming to attend old Master John's birthday banquet? Does the Jiang family have such a big face? Everyone was talking and looking in the direction they were looking. I saw. The multi-billionaire Dong Concheng is dressed in a well-tailored suit and looks imposing. Dong Concheng was all smiles, walking like a dragon and a tiger, looking very majestic. Both of you are big names. One is a top tycoon in the jewelry industry, and the other is the leader of Hangzhou's gray industry. Their appearance attracted countless people's attention. These two people represent the pinnacle of money and power. If not, Dong Concheng would have focused on the whole country and settled in the imperial capital. There is no doubt that the Dong family will be the largest family in Hangzhou. It's not even the Jiang family's turn. After presenting gifts to old Master Jiang, the two brothers Dong Concheng and Dong Concheng came directly to the courtyard. Eyes are looking around. Result? When they saw Zhang Ruizhi, their eyes fixed on him and they quickly walked over. Zhang Ruizhi was flattered. His father had business dealings with Dong Concheng. Could it be? Uncle Dong, are you coming over to say hello to me? Now there are so many rich young men watching, what a proud moment. Zhang Ruizhi was extremely excited. He quickly straightened his collar, smiled and walked forward to greet him, and stretched out his hand and said, Uncle Dong, hello. Who would have thought? Dong Concheng and Dong Concheng completely ignored him and walked past him. Walked straight towards Su Ming. Dong Concheng extended his hand and said respectfully with a smile, Mr. Su, we meet again. This moment. All the rich kids in the audience opened their mouths wide. So shocked. Dong Concheng of Ruili Jewelry is worth hundreds of billions. He actually took the initiative to greet Su Ming and used a respectful title? What is going on here? Chapter 99. Is it all because of Su Ming? Lu Xin and Xiao Kaiyu, two children from big families, saw this scene. His eyes revealed deep horror. Lu Xin was still terrified and exclaimed, this Su Ming is indeed Mr. Su. Even Dong Concheng is so respectful to him. Xiao Kaiyu's throat was dry, and he said angrily, fortunately, the two of us didn't offend Mr. Su too much. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Lu Xin nodded in agreement. If they were at the airport, they would offend Su Ming to death. Maybe now, their Lu family and Xiao family will fall into the same situation as Yaoguang Entertainment. The result would be truly hopeless. Zhang Ruizhi couldn't help swallowing his saliva, looked at the young man next to him, and said angrily, Cousin, this is what you call a nouveau riche? Are you mistaken? This? I don't know either. How could he? My cousin was a little frightened, thinking back to all the bad ideas he had come up with. I feel deeply scared. At this time, Su Ming stood up, shook hands with Dong Concheng, and said with a smile, Mr. Dong is very busy, how come you still have time to come here today? Yesterday, the Dong family had a conflict with the Jiang family. It's normal that you don't come today, right? Dong Concheng smiled and said, originally, I should have returned to the capital today. But since you are here, Mr. Su, I thought of coming over to say hello and formally congratulate you. After all, we are close friends. His words took the initiative to show goodwill and fully expressed his friendship. After returning home yesterday, he thought carefully and decided to cancel today's schedule and come to the Jiang family to congratulate them. After all, Su Ming is now the son-in-law of the Jiang family, and as a friend, he should come and congratulate him. Su Ming smiled and said, "Boss Dong, you are so thoughtful. Let's have a few drinks together later." He felt that Dong Kongcheng was indeed a good person. At least when it comes to dealing with people, he is quite experienced and sophisticated. No wonder he is worth hundreds of billions and is now a big shot in the jewelry industry. The two big guys were chatting and laughing together. Dong Kongsheng, the head of the gray market force next to him, didn't even have the qualifications to interrupt. It can be seen that Su Ming's identity is extremely noble. The rich kids were stunned. The power and background of this son-in-law of the Jiang family is really terrifying. At this time, they haven't waited for them to come to their senses. Outside the villa, there was another commotion. Apparently, an even more shocking person had arrived. Damn it! The one coming this time is actually Wanda Group. What? The Wang family from the imperial capital is here too? Could it be Wang Xihong? Not only that. It seems that even the boss of Wanda Group, Wang Jianya, is here. Oh my god. When did the Jiang family have such great power? What is going on? The gate of Jiang's villa is open. A Rolls-Royce stopped first, and a group of bodyguards wearing sunglasses got out of the car. Then, he opened the back seat of the Maybach in front. A rebellious young man was invited out of the car. And a middle-aged man who looked intimidating without even getting angry, with a faint smile on his face. Everyone gasped instantly. Wanda Group is one of the top real estate companies in China. Assets of nearly 1 trillion. In the past, Wang Jianya has repeatedly topped the list of China's richest people, surpassing a number of bigwigs. Although, Wanda Group suffered some setbacks due to policy issues 2 years ago. But recently, it has rapidly risen again due to capital injection from a mysterious shareholder. Within less than half a year, Wanda Group will return to its top position. However, the boss and prince of this top Chinese group actually came to the Jiang family in person to celebrate old Master Jiang's birthday? How much face does this give to the Jiang family? Is the Jiang family going to take off on the spot? At the entrance of the villa, Jiang Yuanda and the other two brothers of the Jiang family went up to greet them. Mr. Wang, welcome. It is an honor for Jiang Mansion to have you here. Jiang Yuanda excitedly held Wang Jianya's hand with great enthusiasm. He naturally knew that the Wang family was able to come this time because of Su Ming's face. Su Ming is the mysterious tycoon who invested hundreds of billions of dollars. This is naturally a favor to the Wang family. Wang Jianya smiled gently and said, "Mr. Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. The Jiang family enjoys a high reputation in the industry, and I have heard of it a long time ago. I hope I am not being presumptuous by visiting you today?" Of course not. We welcome you very much. Quick! Mr. Wang, please come in. Jiang Yuanda enthusiastically invited Wang Jianya and Wang Xihong to come in. The arrival of several important figures in succession pushed the atmosphere of this birthday banquet to its climax. It's so lively. 12 o'clock noon. The guests have arrived and all formalities have been completed. The birthday banquet finally officially began. Old Master Jiang, smiling as if in spring breeze, gave the order. Lunch begins. All the appetizers on the table were removed. The guests began to take their seats. There are naturally certain requirements for seating, and seats are arranged according to seniority. Generally, the elders of the family will sit at one table, and the younger generations will sit at another table. Soon, the servants of the Jiang mansion brought out luxurious and exquisite Chinese food and began to serve the dishes in an orderly manner. Next to the courtyard, Su Ming and Jiang Yudi had not yet taken their seats and were chatting. Jiang Yudi blinked her curious eyes and asked, "Brother-in-law, I heard that you and sister knew each other in high school? Could it be that you liked Sister Yue at that time?" Su Ming was stunned for a moment. "Why? Are you so gossipy?" He. Jiang Yudi laughed innocently and asked, "So where are you and your sister at now? Are you living together?" Su Ming rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily, "I've already told you that you ruined my good deeds. Now you bring this up again, you deserve to be punished, right?" No, no. Zhang Yudi blushed slightly and said in a soft voice, I'm just curious, brother-in-law, don't be angry. She felt secretly delighted. Things between my sister and Su Ming haven't reached that point yet. Doesn't this mean my progress is faster than my sister's? Oops. Yudi, what are you thinking about? He is your brother-in-law. Bah. 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 Zhang Yudi's pretty face felt painful, and she quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of this idea. Apparently, the more she tried to not care, the more this thought appeared in her mind, the more it would linger. At this time, Wang Xiheng finally found Su Ming and came over to greet him with a bright smile. Brother Su Ming, you are here. Su Ming raised his eyes. Yeah. Why didn't you go to eat? He was also aware of the noise outside just now, and naturally knew that Wang Xiheng had arrived. So I wasn't surprised. When the guests saw this scene, they were stunned again. Zhang Ruizhi even glanced at his cousin, feeling extremely frightened. The Prince of Wanda Group actually called him Brother Su Ming? If he was a nouveau riche, wouldn't I be a beggar on the street? Everyone was equally curious about Su Ming's identity. First, the two big bosses of the Dong family came and were extremely respectful. Now, even the Prince of Wanda Group shows such a close attitude? Wang Xiheng smiled and said, Brother Su Ming, we are all waiting for you to take a seat. Without you, how dare we start eating? As soon as the words fell, the crowd exploded. An amazing idea is about to come out. Could it be? The Wang family of the imperial capital came to celebrate the Jiang family's birthday this time. Isn't it because of the Jiang family's face? But because Su Ming is the son-in-law of the Jiang family? There was great horror in everyone's eyes. There seems to be no other reasonable explanation except this answer. Chapter 100, At such a young age, yet so cunning? Zhang's villa. At the chief wine table, Wang Jianyi and Dong Concheng have already taken their seats. They are both well-known figures. Old Master Jiang and Zhang Yuanda chatted with them enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was very lively. At this time, Su Ming and Wang Xiheng walked over together. All the people sitting at the chief seats stood up one after another. Greet with a smile. Wang Jianyi extended his hand, smiling, and said, Mr. Su, I have heard of your great reputation. I am glad to see you today. You are indeed a promising young man. Su Ming shook hands with the other party calmly. Mr. Wang, thank you for your praise. You are the leader in business and a real estate magnate. Wang Jianyi bowed and said, Mr. Su, you are too kind. Only with your joining, Wanda Group can regain its glory. Upon seeing this, old Master Jiang looked at Su Ming with great admiration. He knew very well that Wang Jianyi came to the Jiang family to celebrate his birthday only because of Su Ming's face. It really makes me proud. Su Ming, please take a seat. We are waiting for you. Old Master Jiang held Su Ming's shoulders affectionately and motioned for him to sit next to him. After Su Ming took his seat first, everyone else took their seats one by one. Wang Jianyi, as the second most important figure after Su Ming at this birthday party, naturally sat next to Su Ming so that it would be convenient for him to talk to him. Even Dong Concheng, the chairman of Ruili Jewelry, who is worth hundreds of billions, can only sit on the other side of Wang Jianyi, with a lower status. The birthday banquet officially begins. Everyone was chatting and laughing. Zhang Ruizhi, who was far away, was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Su Ming. He actually has such a high status? Even the status of Wang Jianyi, chairman of Wanda Group, is slightly lower. What kind of horrible concept is this? Previously, he actually dreamed of borrowing the power of the Zhang family to fight Su Ming? It's simply like hitting a rock with an egg. Xiao Kaiyu and Lucian, two rich second generations, sat at the same table. There was horror in his eyes. Xiao Kaiyu couldn't help but sigh, Young Master Zhang, I seem to understand why you gave up. This Su Ming is indeed a person we can't afford to offend. Zhang Chengye smiled softly, what do you think? Although old Master Jiang is the birthday star at this birthday banquet, everyone with a discerning eye knows that Su Ming is the real protagonist of this birthday banquet. So many big guys came to the Jiang family to celebrate his birthday just to give Su Ming face. These words fell. Those rich second generations who originally laughed at Zhang Chengye's sudden giving up on him. They all expressed their understanding and sympathy. It's not that Zhang Chengye is incompetent or weak, but that the other party is too strong. An hour later, the birthday banquet at noon was almost over. On the way, Wang Jianye chatted with Su Ming about the future development of Wanda Group and expressed his gratitude to Su Ming for his investment. Su Ming didn't give any advice, but just let Wang Jianye play freely and follow their ideas. He just becomes a shareholder and waits for dividends. Mr. Su, we'll take our leave now. Wang Jianye smiled and said, if you have the opportunity to come to the imperial capital in the future, please let me know so that I can do my best to entertain you. Su Ming said calmly, no problem. Wang Jianye smiled and nodded, then walked out of the yard with his son Wang Xiheng. The Dong Kongcheng brothers said hello to Su Ming and left together. Old Master Jiang immediately asked his eldest son Zhang Yuanda to go and see him off. After a few people left, Old Master Zhang's face was filled with joy. Today Su Ming really gave me a lot of face. You know, the Jiang family is just a billionaire family. Today, 2 billionaires came to celebrate my birthday. How much face is this? In the entire Hangzhou city, only the Jiang family can do this with the help of Su Ming's relationship, right? Su Ming, your arrival is such a blessing to our Jiang family. Old Master Jiang patted Su Ming's shoulder, extremely happy. The whole person seemed to be several years younger. Su Ming remained calm and said, maybe it's because I have a connection with the Jiang family. Besides, I didn't do anything. Ha ha ha. You're right, we are destined to be together. Old Master Jiang laughed loudly and looked at her with admiration. Really? Su Ming's current strength is there, so he doesn't need to do anything. Those big guys will naturally come to curry favor with him. This is a height that he will never be able to reach in his entire life. And Su Ming has achieved this at a young age. Don't be surprised by anything. This kind of shrewdness is truly incomparable to that of people of the same age. With this son-in-law, the Jiang family will surely prosper in the future. Su Ming said goodbye to Old Master Jiang, walked into the courtyard, and looked around. Finally, it fell on the two women. Jiang Yue held her sister Jiang Yuti's arm, and the two beautiful beauties walked towards Su Ming together. Su Ming, did Yuti cause you any trouble today? Jiang Yue smiled sweetly and glanced at her sister beside her. Hearing this, Jiang Yuti was a little unhappy and said coquettishly, Sister, my brother-in-law and I get along very well. How can you say that? It's as if I'm a troublemaker? Hearing this, Su Ming and Jiang Yue looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Su Ming said calmly, the psychological counseling book that Yuti read is indeed effective. She is quite lively and cute. Right, Yuti. Hee, that's right. Brother-in-law is right. Jiang Yuti smiled brightly. Brother-in-law, except that he is a little bit bad. They really get along quite well. At this time, not far away, a voice was heard. Excuse me, Mr. Su. Chapter 101 Little Detective, Jiang Yuti is online. Su Ming was surprised and looked in the direction of the voice. Two young men were walking towards him, and they looked somewhat familiar. You seem to be. Su Ming felt that the face looked familiar, but he couldn't remember the name for a moment. Lu Xin and Xiao Kaiyu looked embarrassed. They regarded Su Ming as an imaginary enemy, and made all kinds of speculations and inferences behind his back. Then, I learned about Su Ming's identity. Very scared. Result? Su Ming couldn't even remember their names. It's really, deeply frustrating. Lu Xin cleared his throat and said solemnly, Mr. Su, I am Lu Xin from the Lu family. I was offended by my words at the airport before, please don't take it to heart. Su Ming had some impression now. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. You asked me to work in your company and promised me an annual income of tens of millions in 3 years? Lu Xin was very embarrassed when he heard this. The strength that Su Ming has shown now is worth at least hundreds of billions. You want a boss worth hundreds of billions to work for you? Only earning 10 million per year. Who are you looking down on? I was really too presumptuous. I didn't know my place. I apologize again. Lu Xin smiled, bowed slightly, and expressed his deep apologies. As a child of a large family, he naturally considers the overall situation when doing things. Be able to bend and stretch. If you offend the other party, the consequences will be immeasurable. Xiao Kaiyu also apologized, bowed slightly and said, Mr. Su, I have also offended you with my words. This time, I specially gave you a blue and white porcelain worth 30 million yuan just to express my apology. I hope Mr. Su will put aside the past grudges. Hearing this, Su Ming did not reply immediately, but just looked at them coldly. The atmosphere immediately became solemn. Lucian and Xiao Kaiyu couldn't help but feel a chill and were instantly sweating profusely. This feeling of oppression is something they have never experienced before. Seriously speaking, a single thought can even determine their fate. After a moment, Su Ming finally said calmly, "I don't take these little actions of yours seriously." But he changed the subject, put his arm around Zhang Yue's slender waist, and said with a cold look, "If you dare to think about my woman again, I will not be polite to you." Clear. Lucian and Xiao Kaiyu nodded frantically, like chicks pecking at rice. Now, even if they were given 100,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to have this idea again. What can they use to challenge Su Ming? Su Ming was able to destroy the 50 billion Yaoguang entertainment in just one day. What kind of horrible concept is this? The size of their two companies combined barely reaches that of Yaoguang Entertainment. If you dare to go against Su Ming, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Isn't it great to be a rich second generation? Even without Su Ming saying it directly, they would take the initiative to avoid him and not provoke him anymore. Just go away. Stop being an eyesore. Su Ming waved his hand to dismiss him, his tone calm and calm. Zhang Yue's pretty face blushed slightly as she leaned quietly on his shoulder. Her graceful figure shows off her exquisite curves, which is truly a stunning beauty in the world. With such a beauty, it's no wonder that others covet her. After hearing this, Lucian and Xiao Kaiyu immediately turned around and left as if they had been pardoned. I dare not stay any longer. Zhang Yue had a sweet look on her face. She hugged Su Ming's arm and said softly, "Su Ming, it's great to have you by my side." Su Ming held the other person's hand lovingly. "Don't worry, I'm always here." Feeling the warmth in her hands, Zhang Yue's pretty face turned even redder. Beside, Zhang Yudi pouted angrily, feeling a little sour in her heart. She didn't know why either. Not far away, young man Zhang Ruizhi was watching this scene, hesitating in his heart. The one he likes is Zhang Yudi. Since Su Ming said not to provoke Zhang Yue, can he get close to Zhang Yudi? But the problem is, Su Ming obviously didn't welcome me very much. Moreover, he deliberately confronted Su Ming. The consequences are unimaginable. Zhang Ruizhi hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. "Mr. Su, please stay," he called out to Su Ming. Su Ming was speechless, a little impatient. "What's wrong with you? I have offended you a lot during the gift-giving process. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I hope Mr. Su will not take it to heart. I solemnly apologize to you." "I'm sorry." Zhang Ruizhi smiled and bowed his head to apologize. Su Ming frowned. "Do you have anything else to say?" He was too lazy to bother with this kind of clown. Zhang Ruizhi hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to say, I like Miss Yudi. Can I pursue Yudi?" Hearing this, Zhang Yudi was already a little unhappy, and now she was even more annoyed. Didn't this guy already reject him? Are you still pestering me? What a psycho. Go away. Who asked you to pursue me? You're so annoying. Zhang Yudi also took Su Ming's arm, glared at Zhang Ruizhi and said, "If you bother me again, I'll ask my brother-in-law to deal with you. You will suffer the consequences." She also raised her little fist in protest. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that she doesn't like you, so forget it. Find something else to do, and don't think about love all day long." Zhang Yue pursed her lips and smiled. Su Ming said this. Killing people is heartbreaking. Stop thinking about love all day long? Then how can we become fatter? Su Ming, you are so mean. Sorry to bother you. Zhang Ruizhi's face turned red. He was shocked and embarrassed, and wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Turn around and leave. Su Ming sighed. "Oh, I am such a good person. I helped another young man to return to the right path." Zhang Yue? Zhang Yudi? You? Are you speaking human language? He. It's great to have my brother-in-law around. Zhang Yudi followed suit and took the opportunity to hold Su Ming's arm tightly, speaking in a coquettish voice. Su Ming looked helpless as he looked at the two beauties surrounding him. It looks like she is being hugged by women on both sides. I can't help but sigh. This is life. Who would have thought? Just at this moment, a female voice with a mature and queenly charm sounded. Oh, Mr. Su, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Hearing this, Su Ming was a little confused. What the hell? Who is coming again? Are you still making fun of yourself? Ruining the atmosphere, huh? When he turned around and saw the pretty figure, Su Ming's eyes widened. Mr. Tang, Mr. Tang? Su Ming almost called out the name. If this happens, wouldn't it be easy to expose his close relationship with Tang Yuan? After all, Tang Yuan is his woman and she had already established a relationship with him before Jiang Yue. But it is kept confidential. If Jiang Yue knew about this, I don't know if she can accept it? After all, now is not the time to be frank. Jiang Yue was a little surprised and stepped forward to greet him. Boss Tang, you are in Hangzhou? She and Tang Yuan casually mentioned that they welcome each other to the Jiang family. But she really didn't expect Tang Yuan actually gave me this kind of face. Come here in person? Tang Yuan smiled and said, yes, Sister Yue, it's your grandfather's birthday, so of course I have to come and congratulate him. I'm really sorry to disturb your and Mr. Su's sweet time. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Su Ming. Full of charm. Su Ming's throat rolled and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What the hell is this little kitty doing? Don't mess with me. Jiang Yudi felt a sense of crisis. Tang Yuan was dressed like a mature woman today, with a plump figure that outlined beautiful curves, peach buttocks, and a slender waist, full and round. A pair of eyes, as clear as autumn water, are so charming that one can't help but fall in love with them at first sight. She, Jiang Yue and Jiang Yudi have different styles. Such a mature and charming woman is particularly attractive to men. Jiang Yue didn't think much about it, and invited with a smile, no need to bother. Mr. Tang, come over, Yue is very welcome. Please come in. She led Tang Yuan into the lobby to meet old Master Jiang. Jiang Yudi couldn't help but glance at her brother-in-law and asked weakly, brother-in-law, is there any relationship between this Mr. Tang and you? She just noticed that Tang Yuan was looking at Su Ming with a look that was about to make her lash out. This is bound to make people think too much, right? Hearing this, Su Ming said angrily, girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I will sell you out. Jiang Yudi didn't dare to ask further, but she was very perceptive and always felt that something was wrong. Brother-in-law, if you don't tell me, I will secretly observe you. Don't let me find any clues. Otherwise. He. Brother-in-law, you are about to fall into my hands. Little detective, Jiang Yudi is online smartly. Chapter 102 Walls Have Ears. John's Lobby. Jiang Yue introduced, Grandpa, this is Mr. Tang from Shangmei Entertainment, my friend. He came all the way from Shanghai to celebrate your birthday. Grandpa Jiang, this is a piece of Huttyan Jade Buddha. I wish you a long and healthy birthday, and may the Jiang family be happy and prosperous for generations. Tang Yuan smiled and handed over the gift box in her hand. Old Master Jiang stood up to greet him and said warmly, Boss Tang, you really took the trouble. It should be our Jiang family who neglected us. So, you must stay tonight and have dinner together. Tang Yuan arrived a little late. Now that the birthday banquet has passed, the Jiang family has not treated the other party well. What's more, the other party is also Jiang Yue's good friend and is worth billions. How can we neglect such a distinguished guest? Tang Yuan's lips curled up slightly, but she said with some embarrassment, will that bother me a little? Jiang Yue smiled and said, Boss Tang, you have come all the way here, so our Jiang family will definitely give you the best guest etiquette. Don't refuse. All right. Tang Yuan then did not refuse and agreed. Immediately, she turned to look at Su Ming and gave him a charming look. Su Ming. How did this girl get into the Jiang family so quickly? And this look, what does it mean? It seems that the situation tonight is a little delicate. So far, the Jiang family's birthday banquet at noon officially ended, and the guests left the Jiang mansion one after another. As Su Ming's identity was exposed, many people came to chat and make friends with Su Ming. Su Ming showed little interest and responded politely with a few words. As the sun sets, the Jiang mansion finally welcomes the quietness of the day. Dinner at John's house. Tang Yuan also participated in it, and she was invited by Jiang Yue to stay overnight at John's house. She didn't refuse and agreed naturally. The dinner is over. Evening, 9 o'clock. Su Ming returned to his guest room, took a shower, and felt refreshed. lying on the big bed and playing with mobile phone. At this time, Tang Yuan sent a voice message. Young Master Su, are you satisfied with my performance today? You and your sister Yu Wei got along very well. There was a hint of sourness in his tone. Su Ming comforted him, I'm sorry to have wronged you. When the time is right, I will have a serious talk with Yu Wei about this matter. Tang Yuan said with some resentment, you didn't pay much attention to me today, how are you going to make it up to me? Su Ming smiled mischievously and sent a voice message, then come over here. In a guest room not far away. Tang Yuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she understood what Su Ming meant. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Su Ming opened the door. Tang Yuan was wearing a coat and a hazy pajamas underneath. Her plump figure was vaguely visible, and a blush appeared on her face, making her look pretty and charming. The legs are put together, outlining a beautiful and attractive curve. Very feminine. Su Ming's throat moved, and he pulled her into the room, whispering, Hey, you come to my room dressed like this, what if someone sees you? Tang Yuan pressed against Su Ming's chest and said charmingly, Don't worry, I've already observed it. This is mostly guest rooms, no one else comes here. How could anyone see it? Smelling her scent, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little agitated, and he put his arms around her waist. It's better if there are no accidents, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Missed me, didn't you? Little bad cat. Su Ming looked at the woman in his arms, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Tang Yuan's pretty face flushed and she nodded softly. She is a mature woman, so naturally she won't pretend to be shy like a young girl. Su Ming hugged her and kissed her lips. The sound of breathing gradually sounded. At the same time, in the next room, Zhang Yudi's thoughts were already in a mess. Just now, she wanted to go out to get a drink, but she saw Tang Yuan walk into Su Ming's room. And the dress seems a bit sexy. Why does Tang always dress like that and go to his brother-in-law's room? Talk about things? That's unlikely. Could it be that they really have something fishy going on? Zhang Yudi held the phone, feeling very hesitant. After a while, she decided to call Su Ming and ask for clarification. Beep beep. After the busy tone, the call was connected. Su Ming's voice came faintly, Yudi, what's wrong? What do you want from me? Zhang Yudi said nervously, Sister, brother-in-law, is it convenient for me to come to your room now? Su Ming refused, Not now, I'm about to take a shower, let's talk about it tomorrow. Crash. There was the sound of water running in the bathroom. Hang up the phone. Zhang Yudi was completely stunned, her pretty face flushed. Oh my god. They are planning to do it together. Thinking of the scene of the two people in the bathroom, Zhang Yudi had a lot of thoughts in her mind and spat softly. Brother-in-law, you are such a bad guy. They actually extended their evil hands to President Tang. What should I do? Should I tell my sister about this? Still, Zhang Yudi was extremely conflicted. An hour later, Tang Yuan's pretty face flushed, and she collapsed in Su Ming's arms exhausted, sweating profusely. Su Ming looked at the woman in his arms, with a smile on his face. After being cleaned up, this little kitten became much more obedient. After the warmth, the atmosphere returned to normal. Tang Yuan got up and put on her clothes, and a beautiful picture emerged. Su Ming hugged her from behind and whispered, Otherwise, don't go back tonight. Hearing this, Tang Yuan patted Su Ming's hand and said coquettishly, Bad guy, you wanna hurt me? Ha, are you embarrassed now? Just now, I was very brave. Su Ming had a smile on his face, but his big hands were still taking advantage of the other person. Hate. Tang Yuan's movements became much slower due to Su Ming's interference. After a while, Su Ming stopped bothering her and helped her see if there was anyone else outside so that she could go back with peace of mind. It was 12 o'clock in the morning. Su Ming hadn't slept yet, so he started signing in for today. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully. Reward, 70% of the shares of Magic City Tianyao Stadium Management Center. Reward, 100% shares of Jingshuan's restaurant. It's actually the Tianyao Gymnasium, the management center? Su Ming was a little surprised. Tianyao Gymnasium is one of the landmark buildings in Shanghai. Construction was completed 5 years ago with a total investment of 3.6 billion. known as the 80,000-seat stadium. Many stars have held concerts here. An ecological sports center that integrates leisure and entertainment, artistic performances, sports competitions, and other functions. What are the shares of the management center? Su Ming was curious and took a look at the detailed description. Tianyao Gymnasium was built with official investment and the ownership cannot belong to an individual. But Tianyao Sports Management Center is a private enterprise. To put it simply, Su Ming has the right to manage and operate this gymnasium. All business projects will be managed by the management center. Those stars who want to hold concerts must obtain authorization from the management center and pay the venue fee before they are allowed. Therefore, the annual income of the sports management center is very considerable. Sure. It's another considerable income. Su Ming was in a good mood. I sign into the system every day and it never disappoints me. Jingshuan's restaurant. Just as Su Ming was about to check the details, there was a knock on the door. Su Ming, are you asleep? Zhang Yue's gentle voice was heard outside the door. Su Ming put away the system and went to open the door. Zhang Yue's slim figure appeared in Su Ming's sight. Her proud figure makes her teddy bear pajamas bulge out, outlining a perfect curve. But at this moment, her pretty face seemed a little nervous. Yue. Su Ming looked at her tenderly and let her in. It's 12 o'clock now. When someone comes to your room, you know why without asking. But Su Ming asked knowingly, it's so late, what do you want from me? Zhang Yue's pretty face was shy, and she said awkwardly, I promised you last night, so? Su Ming didn't say anything else, but just put his arms around the other person's waist and kissed her gently. The night falls. The atmosphere is gentle. The two figures blend together, expressing love. Chapter 103 Our Little Secret? The next day, 10 o'clock. At the entrance of Jiang's villa. Su Ming and his friends are preparing to return to the Magic City. Everyone from the Jiang family came to see him off. Zhang Yue hugged her family and said goodbye reluctantly. Her parents were telling her something. At this time, Zhang Yudi secretly pulled Su Ming aside and whispered, Bad brother-in-law. I know everything you did with Mr. Tang last night. Su Ming's eyes widened a little. Good job. Tang Yuan said no one saw it, but Zhang Yudi actually knew about it? It seems that walls have ears. However, Zhang Yudi probably hasn't made this known to anyone yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled me over to talk in private. Su Ming became alert and said seriously, Girl, you must keep this a secret for me. You will definitely get the benefits in the future. You don't want your sister to be sad, do you? Zhang Yudi was angry and indignant. Humph, I didn't sleep the whole night last night. Not only did you bully Mr. Tang, you also bullied my sister. Sister, I came to your room last night, didn't I? Su Ming. It's numb. This girl, how come she knows everything? Yes. Su Ming didn't want to hide it. Anyway, keep this matter secret for now. I will find a chance to explain it to you way later. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. That kind of person? I think you are a bad guy. Humph. Zhang Yudi was angry and turned her head away, not looking at Su Ming. Su Ming thought there was a chance, and continued to coax her, Yudi, don't worry. I know my limits. If you want to buy something or like something in the future, just come to the Magic City to find me, and just ask. Let's just treat this as a little secret between the two of us, okay? The thing he lacks least now is money. After all, Zhang Yudi is only a sophomore and still has the mentality of a child. As long as you coax her, there shouldn't be any problem. Hearing this, Zhang Yudi's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise. Whatever you want to buy, just buy it? A little secret between the two of us? Cough cough. It's not impossible. Then I will keep it a secret for you for now. Pinky promise. Zhang Yudi stretched out her fair and tender little finger. Although Su Ming felt it was a bit childish, he still reached out and pulled her hand. Okay, be good. Let's go. Su Ming rubbed her head and turned away. Zhang Yudi looked at his back and her face puffed up with anger. Bad brother-in-law. When I come to Shanghai someday, I will spend all your money. You will be poor to death. An hour later. The Gulfstream G700 aircraft cuts through the sky and sets off back to the Magic City. Thousands of miles high in the sky, as a lane. In a special box. Zhang Yue leaned on Su Ming's shoulder with her eyes closed. Her long and curled eyelashes made her look particularly beautiful. The beauty of last night emerged in her mind one by one. Nourished by love, she has become more feminine than the immature girl before. Tang Yuan, who was sitting opposite, had a smile on her face. She was not jealous. After all, in her opinion, it is normal for an outstanding man like Su Ming to have several women around him. All she could do was try her best to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Yue, so as to prepare in advance for future frank disclosure. Of course, as to whether to make it public or not, it depends on Su Ming's intention. She would not make decisions for Su Ming without permission. Oh right. Su Ming. Tang Yuan thought of something and said, "This afternoon, our company's new movie is about to start filming. The heroine is Si Ning. Are you interested in going to the set to take a look?" Previously, Si Ning had been silent for a long time because 2 of her dramas were shelved. Now, Su Ming has resolved the issue with Yaoguang Entertainment and completely unblocked these 2 dramas, which will be released one by one in the future. Si Ning naturally had to become active again. So, Tang Yuan arranged a play for her, intending to build up her momentum. Oh? Su Ming was a little curious. What kind of movie is it? Tang Yuan continued, "It's a youthful, sports-themed movie called Tennis Girls. I read the script and felt it was quite suitable for Si Ning. Moreover, I also invited retired national professional tennis players to serve as mentors, and they were quite supportive." Su Ming nodded. This kind of sports and exercise themes are rare in the country. If the story is well written, it may become popular. Moreover, Tang Yuan said she had read the script, so he naturally felt confident in letting her do it. But Su Ming has never been involved in filming a movie. Suddenly, I became interested. That does sound great. Where are you planning to shoot it? Su Ming asked casually. Tang Yuan replied, "At the Magic City Tianyue Sports Center. The filming will start at about 1 p.m. Tianyao Sports? Su Ming was a little surprised. I just signed in today and was rewarded by Tianyue Sports Management Center. Unexpectedly. What a coincidence. They're filming right here? Then just stop by and take a look. What's wrong? Is this location not good?" Tang Yuan was a little confused. "No, it's fine." Su Ming waved his hands without saying anything. 2 hours later. Noon. Everyone returned to the Magic City. Su Ming sent Zhang Yue home and then returned to the Tan Palace Villa. Just walked in. Ningqing Yan rushed over like a young swallow flying into the forest, her pretty face leaping with joy. "Su Ming, you're finally back. I missed you so much." She was on vacation today, so she was at home at noon, thinking about what to eat. Su Ming came back. Moreover, she hadn't seen Su Ming for several days. Although she chatted on the phone, she always felt empty inside when Su Ming was not at home. Su Ming knew that he had neglected the other party a little, so he rubbed Ningqing Yan's head and said gently, "I have been busy recently and haven't been with you. You won't blame me, will you?" Ningqing Yan shook her head and smiled. "You are so successful in your career now, I can't be a burden to you. I want to be your good wife and wait for you to come home, that's all." Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help feeling a little distressed and stroked her hair. Ningqing Yan is really sensible. Very well behaved. Such a woman is worth cherishing. Then let's go out for dinner, and I'll take you to the set to play later. Su Ming said with a smile. Ningqing Yan nodded, feeling happy. She felt very happy to be with Su Ming no matter where they went. After a moment, Su Ming drove a Rolls-Royce and took Ningqing Yan to Taifu Restaurant for a meal. Then drive to Magic City Tianyao Sports Center. At this time, Tianyue Sports Center. The crew of Tennis Girls is ready to start filming. Chapter 104. Are you playing Big Shot? Rolls-Royce Cullinan, driving on the way to Tianyue Sports Center. Su Ming was driving the car, and Ningqing Yan was sitting in the passenger seat, looking elegant and quiet. At this time, a phone call came in. After connected, Wang Xihang's excited voice rang out, "Brother Ming, this afternoon, our Wanda Films and your Epic Entertainment will start filming a movie together." "Did you know?" Su Ming said calmly, "I know, Tang Yuan just told me today." Wang Xihang smiled and said, "I have specially arranged a male lead. He has a lot of traffic recently and should be able to create momentum for our drama." "Is that so? Then you really have a heart." Su Ming chuckled. Then he chatted with Wang Xiheng for a few more words and hung up the phone. It turns out that this movie Tennis Girls was invested and filmed by Wanda Film and Television. Tang Yuan handpicked a heroine, Ning. Wang Xiheng's Wanda Entertainment also arranged a male lead. The two sides joined forces to create a hit drama. At this time, Tianyua Gymnasium. In the tennis hall, the crew of Tennis Girls is filming. There were many fans holding signs and cheering outside the fence. A group of extras in school uniforms acted as background panels in the museum. Now, let's shoot the scenes where the male and female protagonists play against each other. Lights, camera, ready, start shooting. As soon as the clapboard fell, the crew members surged forward instantly. Director Chen Jianian sat in front of the monitor and observed the overall situation. In this movie Tennis Girl, Ning plays the female lead. The male lead is a popular young actor in China, Han Zixuan. On Weibo, he has tens of millions of fans. As soon as the filming started, it attracted the attention of countless fans, who cheered outside the tennis stadium. Chen Jianian is very confident about this movie. The subject matter is youthful and passionate, and the male and female protagonists both have huge traffic. As long as the quality is up to standard, there is no need to worry about the box office. Maybe it can become a representative work for the promotion of tennis. In that case, the value of this movie is not just a commercial drama. But, after shooting for a while, the problem arises. Chen Jianian felt that things were a bit tricky. In this clip, the character played by the male lead Han Zixuan is fighting against the female lead. The heroine performed very well. Ning got the hang of it quickly, with her skirt fluttering gently, her eyes determined, and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, perfectly displaying the inspirational, hard-working, and strong image of the heroine. But the level displayed by Han Zixuan is even worse than that of the kids in Nyamya class. He couldn't even last 2 rounds with the ball that Ning hit. Keeps dropping the ball. The gap is too big. Bang! The tennis ball fell to the ground again. Han Zixuan ran over, but before he could catch up, he missed the ball again. Panting. No, what are you doing? Chen Jianian was a little angry and shouted, Han Zixuan, be serious. I just let you fight the heroine for a few rounds. How come you can't even do this? Was all the training in the morning in vain? They have professional tennis players to coach them. We came to the location to film in the afternoon. Ning's performance was perfect. As a result, Han Zixuan, a grown man, can't even catch the ball from a girl? What is even worse is that the script is about the male protagonist teaching the female protagonist how to play basketball through a competition of basketball skills. Now, what should I teach Nima? Hearing the director getting angry, Han Zixuan became even more furious, and took his anger out on Ning, shouting, Ning, we are filming a scene where we are acting opposite each other, why are you exerting so much effort? Do you really think we are playing a game? You don't know how to cooperate at all. Do you have any actor's qualities left? Ning felt a little aggrieved. She was just a novice, serving the ball the way her coach taught her. It's bad enough that the other party couldn't catch it, but you're also blaming yourself? It's simply unreasonable. But she is returning to the film and television industry after all, and wants to make this movie well, so she doesn't want to worry too much. Director, let's shoot it again. Ning begged for mercy. Seeing this, Chen Jianian nodded appreciatively. Okay, everyone focus. Start again. This time, Ning tried his best to control the strength and deliberately hit the ball near the opponent's hand so that the other party could receive it. But even in this situation, Han Zixuan only fought 2 or 3 rounds. It doesn't work again. Han Zixuan was so tired that he was out of breath. He said, Director, if it really doesn't work, can you give me a substitute actor? This ball is too difficult to play. The words fell. Everyone in the crew looked at each other in bewilderment. I am speechless. What the hell? You actually want a stunt double? Then what do you want to eat? Are you paid millions just to show up? No professionalism at all. Chen Jianian frowned and stopped him, saying, No. This is a very important rivalry. You must do it yourself. My requirements are not high, as long as you can fight for 6 or 7 rounds. Can't you do this? He thought for a moment and added, Then let you serve the ball. That should be okay, right? Han Zixuan curled his lips, looking unhappy, but still agreed. He comes to serve. Xining, you better take it, don't delay the filming again. Han Zixuan sneered and threw the tennis ball high into the air. He showed a smile that he thought was handsome and jumped up. Bang! The racket hit the tennis ball hard, making a dull sound. Who would have thought? Han Zixuan used too much force and actually dislocated his wrist. Ashy. My hand. Han Zixuan felt his wrist was numb and pain came instantly. His agent came over immediately, looking worried. Zixuan, what's wrong? Is your wrist injured? An ambulance, call an ambulance. Chen Jianyan's face had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Wipe. He felt that this was the first Waterloo in his directorial career. Such a simple rivalry. Why so many unexpected things happened? I really want to kick him. Soon, medical staff from the crew arrived at the scene. After examination, it was found to be just a common dislocation. With a click, it was done for him. Afterwards, just apply some ointment and rest for a while, and it will be fine. Han Zixuan was supported by his agent and walked towards the rest area. When passing by Xining, Han Zixuan deliberately stopped and said angrily, "It's all because of your lack of cooperation in the early stage that I wasted a lot of energy. If you had let me serve earlier, this situation wouldn't have happened. Luckily, it's just a dislocation. If there were any other troubles, you wouldn't be able to afford the compensation." Han Zixuan glared at Xining fiercely. This time when he joined the crew of tennis girls, he was already full of anger. He is a popular young actor with more than 10 million fans. Xining is just an outdated actress. I actually have to serve as a foil for her and do everything to cooperate with her role. The pay was only 8 million. Normally, during one of his fan meetings, those crazy fans would give him millions. In contrast, filming this movie is such hard work. His agent also glared at Xining, then helped Han Zixuan away. Xining was furious. Why is Han Zixuan acting so high-handed? Just because you have a little fan base, you can boss everyone around. During the morning training, he slacked off and didn't train properly. As a result, by the afternoon, he couldn't even receive the serve from a novice like himself, and he still had the nerve to pass the blame? Like a sissy. I really want to slap him to death. It's so infuriating. Xining was furious. Under normal circumstances, she would have lost her temper. But this time is crucial, and Tang Yuan also has high hopes for her. She can't be too willful. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain when you return. She could only choose to swallow her anger for the time being. Seeing this, Han Zixuan's smile widened. After all, Xining is only a female star with a few million fans, and she has long faded out of the audience's sight. How can he be compared with himself, the current hot star? Angry? Then you just bear with it. Chapter 105. Now things are getting serious. The agent helped Han Zixuan to Chen Jianyan's side. Chen Jianyan was a little speechless and asked, "Are you okay?" Han Zixuan covered his wrist and pretended to be in pain. "Oh no. I feel a dull pain inside. I guess I need to rest for a day or two." 1 or 2 days. Didn't the doctor just say that I just need to rest for a while? Chen Jianyan was a little annoyed. You mean, you want the entire crew to accompany you for a day or two? Then, will we still shoot this play? Han Zixuan smiled bitterly and said, "Director Chen, I just said that we should hire a stunt double. This kind of high-intensity exercise is really not suitable for me. Today, it was just a dislocation. What if there is another accident? What will happen to my future performances?" Chen Jianyan instantly became angry. This is just a tennis sport, not some high-risk action scene. What other surprises will occur? You are a grown man, are you so delicate? He couldn't help but said angrily, "If you want to hire a stand-in, then what do we need you for in the crew? We might as well just take a few photos of your expressions and let the AI process them for you later." Han Zixuan was immediately happy. "If you have no objection, then this is perfect. I can also spare some time to hold a fan meeting." He was in high spirits, as if he took the matter seriously. Chen Jianyan gritted his teeth and vomited blood in anger. This guy is not only a big shot. So shameless. Give me a ladder and just climb up? If he is given AI to review pictures, can he still earn money from movies and have time to hold fan meetings? He looks ugly, but he has beautiful thoughts. Who would have thought? At this time, a cold voice sounded. If you don't want to film, get out. You're fired from this show. Hearing this, Han Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned his head and said angrily, "Who the hell is pointing fingers here? Where did I say I won't shoot anymore?" Moreover, the other party even said that he wanted to be removed from the list. What are his qualifications? Hearing the sound and looking, I saw 3 people walking towards this side. A handsome man with a calm look. Beside him, there is a beautiful woman with a cool temperament, gently holding his arm. Su Ming and Ningqing Yan. They were accompanied by a middle-aged man, Peng Chang, the general manager of Tianyao Management Center. Just now, when Su Ming came to the gymnasium, he contacted Peng Chang, and then the other party led the way and they strolled around the gymnasium. When they arrived at the theater, they heard some shocking remarks made by Han Zixuan. Although Han Zixuan didn't know Su Ming and Ningqing Yan, he knew General Manager Peng Chang. "Manager Peng, we are filming here. Why did you bring someone irrelevant in here? And you dare to speak rudely to me? Make him apologize to me right now." Han Zixuan had an attitude of commanding others. Peng Chang said coldly, "Mr. Su is the boss of our management center. He has the right to inspect any part of the gymnasium. With just one word from him, he can make you leave this venue." Oh? Han Zixuan was a little surprised. The other party turned out to be the boss of the management center? So young? At this time, the agent next to him sneered and said, "You are the boss of the management center, so what? You are not the only sports center in Shanghai. How can we shoot the film? Do you have the right to tell us what to do?" Han Zixuan nodded and said sarcastically, "Yeah. He even said he was going to remove me. I thought it was someone else. Turns out, we have nothing to do with each other." When Chen Jianian saw the person coming, his eyes lit up. I was horrified. Su Ming actually bought the Tianyue Management Center quietly? It's really too arrogant. Han Zixuan. This guy seems to be about to die. Su Ming laughed jokingly, "Why are all the popular stars nowadays eunuchs? There's even a big eunuch following him." Hearing this, Han Zixuan gnashed his teeth in anger. "Who the hell are you calling a eunuch? Believe it or not, my fans can drown you with just a mouthful of spit." He debuted as a Korean trainee and came back to China to make money. Relying on the contrast with her peers and a plastic surgery face, she has gained a lot of fans in the country. With more than 10 million fans. Even the boss of their Wanda Films thinks highly of him. Now, someone actually dares to insult me as a eunuch? I can't tolerate this. His assistants began to express indignation and talk at once. Don't think you're so great just because you manage a shabby gymnasium. You don't know how powerful public opinion is now. As long as we, Zixuan, mobilize our fans, we can bring disgrace to your gymnasium. I wonder who will be willing to come to your sports center in the future. Just wait for your permissions to be revoked. Han Zixuan and his group even began to threaten. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled with interest. Han Zixuan raised his head and said proudly, "You are not talking, are you afraid? Hurry up and leave, don't disturb our crew's filming." At this time, a middle-aged man in a down jacket came over quickly. "What happened to you?" The tense atmosphere at the scene made him feel puzzled and confused. "You're here, Producer Lu." Han Zixuan greeted him and pointed at Su Ming and said, "This man is the boss of Tianyao Management Center, and he wants to interfere with our filming." What? The owner of the Stadium Management Center? Interfering with our filming? Producer Lu felt something was wrong and asked, "Boss Peng, what's going on? Is there some misunderstanding?" Peng Chang didn't say anything and stood silently beside Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the man and said calmly, "Are you Producer Lu sent by Wanda Films?" Hearing this, Producer Lu felt an invisible pressure and became nervous. Yes. Su Ming sneered, "Wanda Films actually found such a leading actor? Wang Xiheng's vision is not very good." "Mr. Wang?" Producer Lu's eyes widened. "I always feel that the man in front of me seems to have a close relationship with Wang Xiheng. Otherwise, why would you call him by his name? Even his status and position is higher than Wang Xiheng's? Who is he?" Han Zixuan was furious and said angrily, "What do you mean by a leading actor like me? What's wrong with me? I have made a lot of money for Wanda Films in the past 2 years. Now, I am the popular actor of Wanda Films. I am willing to come and cooperate with you in filming, so you can just be happy. Wanda Pictures poured a lot of resources into him and really brought him up. Moreover, a lot of money was made from him. This gave him great confidence. In today's society, traffic is the code to wealth. At this time, the noisy sound attracted Si Ning's attention. See Su Ming in the crowd. Her eyes curved and she showed a bright smile. Last time, she was slapped by Lu Cheesy. The next day, Su Ming helped her take revenge and destroy Yaoguang Entertainment. She has always kept this favor in her heart. Mr. Su. Si Ning smiled sweetly and came to Su Ming. Are you here specially to visit my class? She was very happy and wanted to say more. But when he saw the cold and aloof woman holding Su Ming's arm, he immediately stopped the topic. Mr. Su? Producer Lu was stunned. Could it be? Is this Mr. Su the one? Now, things have gotten out of hand. Chapter 106. Do you really take yourself seriously? Han Zixuan felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Mr. Su? Could it be that this young man has a great background? At this time, Director Chen Jianian stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Su, I am sorry to have embarrassed you. I am not capable enough to direct this actor. Han Zixuan was arranged by Wanda Films, and the backer behind him is Wanda Group. Of course he can't afford to offend. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner. The cold sweat on producer Lu's forehead flowed down. Director Chen, this Mr. Su, could it be? Chen Jianian nodded and introduced, yes. This is the boss of Epic Capital and one of the major shareholders of Wanda Group, Mr. Su. These words fell. Han Zixuan opened his mouth in shock. His agent and several assistants beside him were all stunned. What's going on? The boss of Tianyua Management Center actually having so many terrifying identities? Epic Capital controls Epic Entertainment. At the same time, he is also one of the major shareholders of Wanda Group. Have they offended their immediate superior? What is the difference between this and seeking death? Han Zixuan's throat was dry, and he smiled apologetically, so it's Mr. Su. This is really like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. I was confused just now and my words were offensive. Please don't take them seriously. Although he thinks highly of himself, he also knows how to judge the situation. Even though he has more than 10 million fans, he is an artist under Wanda Films after all. How can one be stronger than the means of capital? Didn't you say that I have no right to interfere with your filming? Su Ming said coldly, Producer Lu, call Wang Xihong and tell him that the male lead has been cancelled. Good. Producer Lu immediately picked up his phone and did as he was told. Han Zixuan suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly said, Mr. Su, this is not good, right? I am the guarantee of traffic. Without me, this drama will not be popular. He didn't expect that Su Ming would actually revoke his position as the male lead. This will not only cause him to lose 8 million in film salary. And I lost all my face. Su Ming remained calm and composed. You really take yourself too seriously, don't you? Aren't there enough bad dramas made by popular stars? Han Zixuan's expression became complicated and he remained silent. It seems that this time it is really over. Seeing Su Ming's attitude, Chen Jianian agreed, Mr. Su is right. Whether a drama can be popular or not is determined by many factors. Traffic stars are at best a guarantee of traffic in the early stages of a movie. Why can't we give other newcomers a chance? If the newcomer becomes popular, it will maximize the profits for the entertainment company. Besides, what kind of acting can Han Zixuan do? It would be strange if it became popular. Si Ning also agreed very much. Stars all started out as small artists and worked their way up step by step. No one can bring traffic as soon as they come out. When she first debuted, she was an unknown nobody, and became famous through a play. As long as the acting is solid, the script is of good quality, and the company has reasonable publicity and promotion. If it is gold, it will always shine. Han Zixuan's face had already turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he pulled his agent aside to discuss countermeasures in a low voice. At this time, Producer Lu has already made the call. Wang Xiheng's somewhat impatient voice sounded, Producer Lu, what are you calling me about? Haven't I arranged everything for you? Producer Lu said in a deep voice, Mr. Wang, Mr. Su asked me to call you. Hearing this, Wang Xiheng's expression changed instantly, and his voice was full of laughter. So it's Brother Ming who came to your place. Brother Ming, what do you want me to do? Su Ming took the phone and said calmly, remove the male lead you arranged. He is not good enough. Wang Xihan's expression became solemn. Han Zixuan is not good enough? Could it be that he offended Mr. Su? This is a big deal. He immediately agreed, no problem, Brother Ming. How do you want to arrange it? I will cooperate with you. Okay. Now, I'm going to change the script to have 2 female protagonists. Su Ming said, please arrange for a good female artist to come here for me. It is best if she is a newcomer. She should have a serious attitude and be motivated. Although Jiyuan Entertainment and Shangmei Entertainment have no shortage of artists. But this time, after all, it's a collaboration with Wanda to make a movie. It would be a bit too much if he used his own people for both heroines. Change it to 2 female protagonists? It seems interesting. Wang Xihang seemed to have thought of something and smiled with interest. Okay, Brother Ming, please wait a moment. I will arrange for someone to come over right away. Wanda Entertainment's base is in Shanghai. It only takes a dozen minutes to invite female artists over from there. Su Ming added calmly, however, you have to give Wanda's artists a good warning. If you only have traffic but no professionalism, you won't get far. Hearing this, Wang Xihang's face showed some embarrassment. Understand what the other person means. It must be Han Zixuan acting like a big shot again. Brother Ming is right. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The phone call was hung up. Han Zixuan was completely panicked. He has already started to regret it in his heart. After all, this is his first film and television work. The director he collaborated with was the great director Ningqing Yan. He had always been on the stage, singing, dancing, and rapping. Now it is so hard to transform. He doesn't want to lose this opportunity. Moreover, the other party also asked Mr. Wang to criticize him. The situation is very bad. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I promise to take this movie seriously and cooperate with the filming. Han Zixuan straightened up and said seriously. Su Ming couldn't help laughing. Your wrist is dislocated, so you need to rest for a day or 2? Go back and have a good rest. It's all right now. Look, my hands are so flexible. Han Zixuan turned his wrist as if he was shaking his hand. Seeing this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Clown. A pure clown. Earlier, I gave you the opportunity to play the leading role, but you didn't cherish it. Do you regret it now? Is it too late? The agent and assistant couldn't help but blush. Damn. It's so embarrassing, I'm embarrassed even to my grandma's house. Su Ming waved his hand and dismissed him. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this, the agent immediately pulled Han Zixuan aside and advised, Zixuan, forget it. It's just a movie. We will have another chance next time. Just focus on the stage. We will arrange a concert for you next week. Although Han Zixuan was unwilling, this was all he could do now. After all, he still has a lot of crazy fans. It's a pity to lose a play, but it's not fatal. Who would have thought? At this time, the agent's phone rang. Wang Xihang roared, Manager Chiu. Bring Han Zixuan back to me right now. Cancel all of Han Zixuan's performances this year. Damn it. You dare to mess with Tai Sui, right? The agent had a sad face, feeling that disaster was imminent, and shouted, misunderstanding. These are all misunderstandings, Mr. Wang. Han Zixuan's head was buzzing and everything was going awry. What? Will all his performances this year be cancelled? Doesn't this mean that I will be put on ice for a year? Who will still remember you after a year? Misunderstanding? I specially arranged for Han Zixuan to be the male lead, and he did this to me? Wang Xihang cursed angrily, you have disgraced me. Get back here now. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Wang, calm down. The agent nodded quickly and pulled Han Zixuan out of the tennis hall. Han Zixuan completely lost his previous arrogance and was in a daze. It's over. It's all over. His face was pale and his heart was dead. His brainless fans cheered excitedly when they saw him being dragged out. Zixuan, Zixuan. My brother Zixuan is here. What's wrong with him? He looks so depressed. Are you sick? Little did we know that in the following year, Han Zixuan never appeared in their sight again. Later, he was sent abroad by Wanda Group to hold concerts in order to squeeze out his last bit of value. Chapter 107. The film starts shooting, looking for a new heroine? Inside the tennis hall. Everyone's expressions were astonished. That arrogant and domineering Han Zixuan. It was actually hidden like this? On the first day of the new movie's shooting, this guy was suppressed by Su Ming because of his big shot attitude. I can't get used to this bad habit at all. There was a bit more respect in the eyes of the people looking at Su Ming, but at the same time there was also some horror. Su Ming's power and methods are really too cruel. Ningqing Yan looked at the man in front of her with tender eyes. Usually. I'm not with Su Ming, so why is he so dazzling? No wonder the female star was so happy when she saw Su Ming. Su Ming, isn't your charm too great? But Ningqing Yan still felt a little proud in her heart. After all, Su Ming is her man. At this time, Su Ming asked, Director Chen, is it okay to change this movie to have 2 female protagonists? Chen Jianian came back to his senses, his mind raced, and he quickly said, no problem. The theme of 2 female protagonists is also very popular in China. The audience is used to watching romantic dramas with male and female protagonists, and they may like this theme very much. We just need to give the role that originally belonged to the male lead to the other female lead to show the friendship between the 2 girls, isn't that enough? And, our drama is called Tennis Girls, 2 female leads are the way to go. Mr. Su, you are really smart. As he said that, he gave a thumbs up and praised repeatedly. The crew members were all shocked. His face remained calm. My heart is already in turmoil. Damn it. Director Chen, you really know how to lick. 2 female protagonists, 2 girls engaging in friendship? This kind of play. Is it really possible? Audience, are you willing to pay for it? I think you have most likely succumbed to Mr. Su's silver power. You've fallen, Director Chen. Su Ming was not very sure in his heart, so he turned around and asked, Xining, what do you think of 2 female protagonists? Xining blushed a little when he heard this. She usually watched some naughty videos of 2 girls. Whenever I think about it, my face turns red and my heart starts beating fast. But this is a serious drama, and she doesn't know how the audience will accept it. But after all, it is more interesting to act opposite a girl than a boy. I think we can give it a try. Xining nodded slightly and had no objection. Moreover, Su Ming is the financial sponsor. Let people shoot however they like. Not to mention 2 female protagonists, even having more female protagonists is just a matter of a word from others. They are the working Palus. Just listen and do as you are told. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction, since everyone has no objection, then it's settled. Tennis Girls is officially changed to a movie with 2 female protagonists. At this time, Chen Jianian looked at Su Ming and suddenly had an idea. Mr. Su, I've thought about it carefully. Although the 2 female protagonists are not bad, I think they can be smoothed out. We can add a male character. He is the senior of the 2 female protagonists and also a tennis expert. He is the object of the female protagonists' admiration and worship. They take him as their goal and work hard. In many ways, it shows the passionate youth of the girls. I'll leave this role to you, what do you think? Oh, huh? The first half of Su Ming's speech seemed quite credible, but the latter part was completely confusing. What the hell? This role is for yourself? Are you kidding me? I have never acted before, how can I act? Director Chen, don't joke with me. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. Chen Jianian said seriously, Mr. Su, I am serious. This is originally a youthful and passionate sports movie, how can there be no romance? Look, doesn't the Japanese anime Basketball Master also have some romance in it? Basketball experts are the youth of many boys. The heroine in the film is also the childhood goddess of many boys. This type of work mainly presents passion, but love is also an indispensable part. After all, that's youth. Who doesn't have a girl or boy they like? Su Ming hesitated, but I have never learned acting. Chen Jianian smiled confidently, Mr. Su, don't worry. Teaching actors to act is my specialty. Which of those young actors that the entertainment company stuffed in his acting skills? Don't we have to teach them slowly in the later stage? And, your image is definitely the Prince Charming in the hearts of young girls. You are the perfect person to play this role. He really didn't praise it forcefully. Su Ming has a handsome image, which can easily kill all the popular young actors nowadays. At the same time, it fits this kind of youth film. And, seriously speaking, the dual heroines are a bit monotonous. If there was a love story and a handsome senior character added to the story, the movie would become much more interesting. Beside, Xining's eyes were bright. She is looking forward to it. If Su Ming joins, wouldn't it be possible to act opposite Su Ming? That would be even more interesting. Su Ming thought about it and said, "Let's talk about it later. Let's shoot the scenes with the two female protagonists first." He didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. Chen Jianian thought it was a good idea and said, "After today's filming, I'll go back and ask the screenwriter to add some plot. I'll send the script to you later. You can make a decision after reading it." Su Ming thought it was feasible. "If I have time at that time, I can make a movie for fun. If you really don't have time, then forget it." A few minutes later, a group of people from Wanda Entertainment rushed to the set. A pretty woman walked in with 5 female artists with elegant and refined temperaments. The 5 female artists are all very young, beautiful, youthful, and energetic. Her appearance and figure are both above 90 points. Looking around, you can see a beautiful landscape. The mature woman in the lead came over to say hello with a smile on her face and wearing high heels. "Mr. Su, Director Chen, hello. I am Yu Bing, the general manager of Wanda Entertainment. These 5 are the artists I selected. Look, which of them is more suitable for our play?" Yu Bing introduced the origins of these 5 female artists to Su Ming and Chen Jianian, so that Su Ming and the others can choose. Su Ming looked at them to see which one he liked more. At this time, among the female artists, there was a lively girl with outstanding looks, blinking her beautiful big eyes. The moment she saw Su Ming, she was surprised. "It's actually Brother Su Ming? Chapter 108 Casting? Su Ming is the chosen one. Brother Su Ming?" Meng Xinyao's eyes were full of energy. A few days ago, Wanda Entertainment came to their Shanghai Drama Academy to select artists. She got the interview thanks to her outstanding appearance. As a newcomer, General Manager Yu Bing wanted to bring her here today to see the world. Unexpectedly, she met Su Ming. Meng Xinyao was extremely curious. "Brother Su Ming, what is your identity? It seems like I have a lot of say." At this time, Su Ming also noticed her and was a little surprised. "Meng Xinyao, she is Ling Xia's best friend. Today, he actually became an artist of Wanda Entertainment? What a coincidence." But in order to avoid suspicion, Su Ming did not recognize the other party on the spot and pretended not to know him. Soon, the 5 female artists began to introduce themselves one after another. "Mr. Su, Director Chen. I'm Ningqing Yan from Wanda Entertainment. I'm 21 years old and a newcomer. I'm good at classical dance, guzheng, and tea art. Please give me your guidance." A pretty girl bowed slightly with a gentle smile on her face. The temperament is elegant and generous. The second female artist, with a confident smile, introduced herself. "I am Rin Suruo, 23 years old, debuted for 2 years, filmed 2 web dramas, with over 1 billion hits. This is my first time to be involved in a serious drama, and I hope Mr. Su and Director Chen can give me this opportunity." The female artists began to introduce themselves one after another. Each of them has her own characteristics and talents, and some of them are already internet celebrities with their own fan base. Director Chen Jianian nodded repeatedly with appreciation on his face. Wanda Entertainment brought these 4 female artists this time. The quality is very high. Until the last one. Meng Xinyao's pretty face looked a little nervous. After all, the 4 female artists mentioned above all have such excellent conditions. In comparison, she, a newbie, doesn't seem to have any advantages. Meng Xinyao trembled a little and said, I am Meng Xinyao. I am currently a sophomore in the acting department of the Magic City Drama Academy. My specialties are acting, taking pictures, and badminton. I am also very athletic. When I was in high school, I won the first place in the 100-meter women's sprint at the school sports meeting many times. Phew. Everyone almost burst out laughing and looked at her with strange expressions. The 4 female artists all pursed their lips, with smiles on their faces particularly obvious. Are you here to make people laugh? Who can't act? And you were the first in the short distance running when you were a child, and you still bring it up now? It would be a miracle if you were chosen. They all shook their heads in their hearts and didn't consider Meng Xinyao as a competitor at all. I have more confidence in my interview. If they can get the resources of this drama, it will be of great benefit to their future development. Su Ming couldn't help but be amused. This Meng Xinyao also said that she wanted to take pictures of herself taking a hot spring bath? So this is what the photography skill refers to? Su Ming smiled with interest and deliberately asked, Director Chen, who do you think is more suitable? Chen Jianian didn't dare to make a conclusion. Although he has someone he prefers in his heart. But the decision-making power is not in his hands. I think these female artists are all very good. I believe Mr. Su can get good results by choosing any one of them. Chen Jianian spoke very smoothly and directly let Su Ming make the decision. Hearing this, Su Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at the girls thoughtfully. The moment her eyes met Meng Xinyao's, she immediately lowered her head and avoided her gaze. Su Ming made a decision in his heart and said slowly, Well, Meng Xinyao, I heard that you have a high talent for sports, right? Can you learn tennis in a short time? Hearing this, Meng Xinyao raised her head and said firmly, Yes, I am good at badminton. Tennis shouldn't be difficult. Okay. Then it's you. Su Ming made a decision directly. The four female artists were completely confused, with a line of question marks popping up on their heads. No way? Was it so easy to decide on the candidate? And it was actually Meng Xinyao? They couldn't help it and started to fight for opportunities for themselves. Mr. Su, we can also learn tennis in a short time. Would you like to reconsider it? Yes, Meng Xinyao is just a newcomer and has no acting experience. I'm afraid. Mr. Su, I don't need to learn. I can play tennis. I can audition right now. Su Ming smiled faintly, Thank you for the trip. She will stay, you can go back. He pointed at Meng Xinyao. These four female artists are completely numb. In terms of appearance, they are not inferior to Meng Xinyao. In terms of seniority, Meng Xinyao is a newcomer. Result? She was actually chosen? It's really hard to accept. They looked at Meng Xinyao with envy. Meng Xinyao just joined Wanda Entertainment and was only 19 years old. How could she get such good resources? What great luck! Meng Xinyao looked at Su Ming, her eyes moving, as if she was dreaming. I feel so grateful. This is Brother Su Ming, giving me a chance. By all means, work hard. Seize this opportunity and don't let Brother Su Ming down. Come on. The four female artists left dejectedly. Meng Xinyao stayed, extremely excited, and quickly bowed and said, Thank you, Mr. Su, Director Chen. I will definitely do my best in this opportunity. Chen Jianyan's mouth twitched. He didn't know why Su Ming chose this female artist. But after all, it is the financial sponsor who makes the choice. He didn't dare to have any opinion. We can only hope that, as they say, she can master tennis in a short period of time and get into the filming in time. If it were the same as Han Zixuan, then his mentality must have exploded. Meng Xinyao, right? Chen Jianian smiled awkwardly but politely, You can get this opportunity thanks to Mr. Su's appreciation. You must be hardworking. Now you can get familiar with the script and practice tennis. We can shoot the first scene first and give it a try. Understood, Director Chen. Meng Xinyao nodded heavily. At this time, Xining smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and said, Xinyao, we will be together in the future, so you must work hard. They are all students of the Magic City Drama Academy. Xining is one grade higher than Meng Xinyao. Although I don't know him, at least he is an alumnus, so I feel a natural sense of familiarity. Senior Xining. I will definitely do it. Meng Xinyao's eyes were extremely determined. Soon, the tennis coach arrived at the scene and gave Meng Xinyao temporary guidance. This girl is indeed athletically gifted, and she is very good at badminton. So she quickly got the hang of tennis, which is very similar in nature. Officially start sparring. Meng Xinyao's figure was moving around on the court. A young girl, very energetic, like a tennis elf. Perfect performance, even surpassing Xining. Even the tennis coach who came to give guidance applauded. This girl is really talented at tennis. She's fast and powerful. If she can be trained a little, she can even reach a semi-professional level. Good. This role is well chosen. Director Chen Jianian smiled with satisfaction. I sigh in my heart. As expected, he is Mr. Su. The casting is very sharp. This is a treasure found. Compared with the other four, Meng Xinyao looks pure and cute. When playing ball, he is so heroic. Maybe she is the best candidate. Come on, Meng Xinyao. You're doing pretty well. We are now turning on the camera and can start filming the first section. Chapter 109 went to the wrong set? The crew quickly started filming, and the atmosphere became completely lively. Meng Xinyao, Xining, and a group of extras are in place. Start filming the rivalry between the two heroines. Meng Xinyao bent over, holding the racket, and stared at the other person. The sweat on his face sparkled under the camera. The girl's perseverance was fully demonstrated by her at this moment. She's like a tennis girl who walked out of an anime. Bang! Xining served the ball, and the tennis ball flew into the air in an arc, coming quickly. Meng Xinyao leaped forward and gave a beautiful counterattack. The tennis ball is spinning in the air at high speed. The two sides played tennis back and forth, and the scene was very exciting. Camera, crazy capture, multi-directional shooting. The entire crew was shocked by the visual effects presented. This newcomer Meng Xinyao performed so well. Su Ming sat in his chair and watched leisurely. Ningqing Yan's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but praise, Su Ming, you are so amazing. The female artist you picked performed really well. After practicing for half an hour, she performed better than Xining. Moreover, her acting skills are also very good, and she is not inferior to Xining at all. Su Ming, how did you choose her? She is very curious. Compared with her resume, the young actress Meng Xinyao is obviously not as good as the other four female artists. But Su Ming chose the most inconspicuous one. A girl who couldn't even introduce herself fluently. But the dramatic effect was beyond everyone's expectations. She couldn't help but admire Su Ming's vision. Could it be that Su Ming had already seen what was so special about her? Who would have thought? Su Ming looked surprised and said in confusion, I don't know. I just know her and wanted to give her a backdoor. Give her a chance to perform. Who knew she would work so hard? Ningqing Yan? No. Feelings are yours to manipulate behind the scenes, and it happened by accident. The shoot went smoothly. After the two girls played chess, the crew temporarily changed the scene to a love scene. According to the plot, Xining sprained her ankle, and Meng Xinyao considerately massaged her feet and applied medicine. At this time, the camera focuses on the two women. Xining took off her shoes, revealing her white and smooth feet. Her face flushed with shyness, and she said in a tender voice, Junior sister Qinshi, I wanted to beat you too much. I'm sorry. Meng Xinyao put herself in the role and said in a domineering manner, Senior sister, don't move. I'll apply medicine for you. In a few days, we will have a competition with Chunfeng College. As the main force in this competition, you can't be absent. Well, please. Xining shyly turned her head away, showing her girlish shyness to the fullest. The breeze blew through her hair, she was so beautiful. Meng Xinyao took out the ointment, applied it on her feet, and rubbed her feet. Ouch, it hurts. Xining's delicate expression changed slightly, and her body trembled. Everyone in the crew stood up and applauded. Good. Great acting. It shows the friendship between the two girls perfectly. Just go through this plot in one go. Su Ming was stunned and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. I feel like this drama is going to be a hit. Beautiful girl. Jade foot. College competition. Oh my god. Even Ningqing Yan, a girl, felt a little shy. I was really impressed by the performance of these two girls. So sweet and ambiguous. In the evening, the crew finished work. Su Ming and Ningqing Yan watched it for the whole afternoon and felt like they were watching a movie. Enjoy it with relish. Su Ming stood up and applauded, praising, everyone performed very well. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Zhenian smiled modestly and said, Mr. Su, these are what our crew should do. The new actor you chose is really awesome. Hearing this, Su Ming glanced at Meng Xinyao and said, well, you did a good job. Keep up the good work. Meng Xinyao nodded. In order not to disappoint Su Ming, she really let out a burst of energy today, demonstrating strength that is twice as high as usual. Moreover, Xining is really good, and it is very stressful to act opposite her. But this also made her secretly competitive in her heart, determined not to lose the upper hand. At this time, producer Lu came over and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, today's shooting is temporarily over. Is it convenient for you tonight? Can we have dinner together?" Su Ming thought for a moment and said, "Well, the crew has worked hard today. I'll treat you to a meal as a reward." "Mr. Su, you are so polite." Producer Lu smiled apologetically and said, "Han Zixuan, I'm sorry for making you unhappy today. I should be the one to treat you." Seeing this, Chen Jianian hurriedly said, "Mr. Su is here to inspect the crew today. As the chief director, I should be the one to treat you to a meal." Hearing this, Su Ming waved his hand, "Don't argue, let me do it." As the boss, he came to inspect his own crew. How can you let your employees treat you to a meal? If this gets out, it will be a joke. Chen Jianian certainly understood this truth, so he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Then we will respectfully obey your orders." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Producer Lu, all smiles. The stone in my heart finally fell. He had been worried that Su Ming would be angry with him because of Han Zixuan's matter. Now it seems that I was just judging others by my own petty standards. "Mr. Su, you are so open-minded and you don't care about me at all. He is indeed a tycoon worth hundreds of billions. This kind of bossy demeanor is not something most people have." 10 minutes later, the crew gathered in several cars set off together. Following Su Ming's Rolls-Royce, we headed to our destination, Jingshuan's restaurant. This is the restaurant that Su Ming just drew today, and he has never been there yet. So I decided to take everyone there to try the cooking here. Jingshan Pavilion is located on the Bund Street in Shanghai, in a bustling area. The restaurant has 3 floors in total. The exterior is simple and elegant, and the decoration is grand. At this time, the restaurant was lit up and it was obviously open for business. Everyone stopped the car. Su Ming led Ningqing Yan, followed by Si Ning, Meng Xinyao, and a dozen people from the crew, into the restaurant. Everyone had a smile on their face. Unexpectedly, there is not a single customer in this restaurant. There is a hint of weirdness everywhere. Everyone's expressions froze in an instant. Chen Jianian frowned. "Hiss, this restaurant feels a little strange. Did we go to the wrong set? This scene could be described as a horror movie, and there's nothing wrong with that." Producer Lu looked around, also puzzled. "Yes, it's 6 o'clock now, the peak mealtime. How come there are no customers? What's going on?" Su Ming couldn't help but become suspicious. The system does not provide the information of the manager of this restaurant. It's really abnormal. I'll go check out the situation. If it doesn't work, we'll go find another one. Su Ming said this calmly and walked towards the front desk of the restaurant. No one had any objection. "Just stay where you are, looking around." Su Ming went deeper into the restaurant, but it was still empty. "It's so chilly. It's like seeing a ghost." It was not until he reached the front desk that Su Ming spotted a girl wearing a windbreaker and playing with her cell phone. The sounds of games could be heard frequently from the phone. "Our crystal is being attacked. Please return to defend the high ground." The girl was furious and yelled, "I knock. You idiots, uninstall the game right now." Su Ming looked confused and asked calmly, "Is the game fun?" "It's okay, but my teammates are not very strong." The girl answered casually, then suddenly realized what was happening and looked up. "Hey, why is someone here?" Su Ming curled his lips. "Why don't you receive guests during working hours?" "Handsome guy. We are closed today. Please go back." The girl glanced at Su Ming and thought he was quite handsome. However, her brother gave her the task of sending away the guests. Even if the other person is very handsome, there is nothing we can do. Su Ming frowned. "Closed? What's going on with your restaurant?" He suddenly felt. Things don't seem to be that simple. Chapter 110. This young man is a master. Handsome guy, I can't explain it clearly for the time being. The girl hesitated, seeming a little embarrassed. Su Ming looked cold and said, "Then why don't you just explain it clearly?" "My brother is probably busy right now." The girl looked up and saw his gaze. She instinctively dodged and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, I'll take you to see him and let him talk to you in person." "Lead the way." Su Ming's expression turned serious. He wanted to see what was going on with his restaurant. If it weren't for this restaurant, the real estate would be worth 200 million, and he really wanted to just give up. Soon. The girl came out from the front desk and took Su Ming to the store manager's office. At the door of the room, the door was half open. Push the door and enter. The office was filled with smoke. Four men, cigarettes in their mouths, were sitting around a coffee table, playing cards with great interest. The ground was a mess. Su Ming frowned when he saw this scene. "Brother, someone is coming to the restaurant." The girl shouted softly. A man with tattoos on his face didn't even bother to raise his head. "Didn't I tell you to send the guests away? Do you still want me to teach you?" The girl explained anxiously, but he said he didn't want to leave at all, and said he wanted to find you to clarify the situation. "Damn it! Is this ever going to end?" The tattooed man dropped the cards in his hand and then looked up. Seeing the strange man standing next to his sister, his face was full of impatience. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The tattooed man looked ferocious, and it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Su Ming was not afraid at all, and said calmly, "Your restaurant is open, but not for business." "And you asked me why I came to you? Aren't you supposed to give me an explanation?" The tattooed man was stunned. "Dude, are you crazy? This place is closed, why don't you go to another place? Why do you have to eat here?" Su Ming couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This is his restaurant, he comes here to eat, but he is told to change? How can this be true? And, judging from the situation, it seems that all the original staff of the restaurant have been sent away by them. So, this restaurant is just an empty shell now? What exactly happened? Su Ming did not reveal his identity and deliberately said, "I like the food here. Hurry up and cook for me." Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. The tattooed man shook his head and sneered, "Look at us, do we look like we can cook? If you have nothing to do, just get out of here and don't force me to beat you up." Su Ming's mouth curled up slightly. "Are you threatening me? What else?" The tattooed man sneered and walked in front of Su Ming. He is nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a broad back and strong build, and is much stronger than Su Ming. "With your tiny body, I'll give you a punch that will be enough for you to bear." He patted Su Ming's shoulder heavily with a very arrogant attitude. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! The tattooed man spun 360 degrees in the air and fell to the ground with a thud. Quiet. The whole place was eerily quiet. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that their leader, Zhang Xiong, a 1.9 meter tall strong man, would be knocked down with a slap? What an exaggerated concept. The tattooed man had a hot look on his face and staggered to his feet, feeling extremely humiliated. "Boy, you actually attacked me." He glared at Su Ming, gritting his teeth. Su Ming spread his hands, looking innocent. "No, I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable. If you don't agree, you guys can come at me together." Zhang Xiong turned around and looked at the other three brothers. They reached a consensus in an instant and pounced towards Su Mingfei. "Brother, stop it." The girl screamed and covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. She had seen the cruel methods used by her brothers and their men. Anyone who offended them would at least have an arm or a leg broken. Su Ming must be in trouble now. Who would have thought? Only a few bang sounds were heard. Wait until she opens her eyes again. The four of them had been knocked down by Su Ming, and were lying on the ground wailing. "Ah! Damn, this kid turns out to be an expert. He's here to mess things up." The girl blinked in disbelief and looked at Su Ming. Incredible. Su Ming grabbed Zhang Xiong by the collar and asked with a smile, "Now, can you tell me the truth? What is going on with this restaurant?" Zhang Xiong covered his bruised eyes and trembled. Yes. As long as you don't do it again." He didn't understand. The man in front of him. It's obviously a simple move, nothing fancy. Just punch and kick them and knock them down. What a monster. Su Ming let him go and stared at him coldly. Zhang Xiong was very apprehensive and began to tell the story. The previous owner of this restaurant owed our company a loan of 100 million. As a result, he sold the restaurant and fled abroad. We are now following the company's order to come and collect the debt. He can escape the monk, but he can't escape the temple. Su Ming seemed to be thinking about something. No wonder there is not a single employee in this restaurant. It turned out that the previous boss ran away due to debts, leaving behind a mess. A loan of 100 million? I'm afraid it's the kind of high-interest loan where the interest is compounded? Su Ming frowned slightly, finding a clue from it, and asked, "It doesn't seem right, right? Since you said the previous owner sold the restaurant and ran away. Then when you come to the restaurant to make trouble, it won't affect the new owner, right?" Zhang Xiong said as a matter of course, "Yes. We are just waiting for the new boss to come and prepare to negotiate with him." Su Ming was a little puzzled. Negotiation? What does the new boss have to do with it? It's not like he owes you money. Zhang Xiong was slightly stunned and felt something was strange. Why is this man in front of me so concerned about this matter? He's not the new boss. Is it necessary to be so curious? But now the other party is suppressing him with force, and he has to surrender. Zhang Xiong could only continue to explain, "It's like this. The previous owner has mortgaged this restaurant to our company, so we have a share of this restaurant. If the new boss wants to take over, he has to get our consent. At least give him a reasonable amount before we're willing to give the restaurant to him. Otherwise, wouldn't the money we lent be wasted?" Hearing this, Su Ming roughly figured out what happened. It seems that the system has given me a test. The previous owner ran away with the money, leaving the restaurant mortgaged to a lending company. He then sold the restaurant to himself. This former boss is such a talented person. Make money on both ends. It seems that a proper negotiation is indeed necessary. However, now is not the time. There is a group of people waiting to eat downstairs. Okay, I know what's going on. You guys continue playing cards. I'll requisition your kitchen. Su Ming said noncommittally and walked out of the office directly, leaving behind Zhang Xiong, the girl, and 3 other people. Looked at each other. What's going on? This guy actually wants to use their kitchen? What kind of mysterious operation is this? Su Ming immediately called the Platinum Hotel. They were specifically instructed to bring top chefs and ingredients, come in through the back door of Jinshan Pavilion, and help cook in the kitchen. Less than 10 minutes. Hong Peng rushed to the scene with a group of chefs. "Boss, we are here." Hong Peng smiled and waited for orders. They followed Su Ming's instructions and entered from the back door of Jinshan Pavilion without disturbing the people on the first floor. Su Ming said calmly, "You guys start cooking. There are about a dozen of us, so just follow the banquet standards and serve the food a little faster." Receive. Hong Peng and a group of chefs nodded in unison. Then he quickly went into the kitchen and started to get busy. Zhang Xiong, the girl, and 3 other people watched the scene furtively. I was stunned. What on earth is this young man doing? They actually asked the star chef of the Platinum Hotel to come and help cook? Damn it! Is he actually some big shot? Chapter 111. Mr. Su, you are so considerate. Arrange everything. Su Ming returned to the first floor and reunited with everyone. Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. I have already told the kitchen to serve dinner soon. Su Ming had a faint smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Everyone's eyes were full of anticipation and they were talking about it. I am really looking forward to what kind of dishes this restaurant will make. Yeah. I thought this restaurant was closed. It seems that Mr. Su's face is still effective. Producers Qin Jianian and Lu began to flatter and echo. The worried looks on Ningqing Yan, Si Ning, and Meng Xiniao's faces gradually disappeared after Su Ming came back. After all, Su Ming went upstairs and came back after more than 20 minutes. In addition, this restaurant exudes a strange atmosphere, so they can't help but feel worried. Su Ming formally took his seat and everything was normal. Ningqing Yan was thoughtful and asked in a low voice, "Su Ming, are you okay?" Su Ming whispered in her ear, "There was indeed a small accident, but the matter has been resolved." Ningqing Yan was relieved and did not ask any further questions. Soon, the chef team of the Platinum Hotel began to serve the dishes one after another. Every dish is carefully cooked and looks delicious. Fruit platters, fine red wine, high-end pastries, all the food that comes with the standards of a 5-star hotel are served. There was also a sweet-looking waiter brought by the hotel who poured wine for everyone. The service was excellent. Everyone couldn't help but praise him. Oh my god. The cooking at Jinshan Pavilion is really good. The standards of these dishes are almost the same as those in a 5-star hotel. That's awesome. Delicious. It's really delicious. When I go back, I must promote this restaurant to my friends. I can't let it be buried. Su Ming gently picked up the wine glass and smiled. I wish our crew a smooth start and a big box office success. Startup went smoothly. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together, their smiles looking particularly bright. The atmosphere throughout the dinner was very lively. Mainly because the chef at the Platinum Hotel is really awesome. They are all 5-star chefs, and their efficiency in serving food and the process of serving dishes are all smooth and easy. It would be better to say that we are eating in a 5-star hotel rather than eating in a restaurant. Apart from the different environment, everything else is the same. Not far away. Hong Peng, the manager of the Platinum Hotel, is waiting for Su Ming's instructions at any time. Su Ming was in control of the whole situation and remained calm. It made him admire her. It was obvious that Su Ming wanted to invite them to have dinner at this Jinxian pavilion. But I didn't expect that this restaurant didn't have a chef. If Su Ming asked these people to change the place and go directly to the Platinum Hotel for dinner, isn't that a bit embarrassing? But Su Ming was able to come up with a solution in a short period of time, and he made it flawless. I really have to admire the on-the-spot response of this big shot. Su Ming is not only young, and he possesses such means and cunning. You are worthy of being a big boss. Everyone was toasting each other, their faces beaming. Producer Lu was a little too proud of himself after drinking, so he raised his glass and said, Meng Xinyao, you are a newcomer to our crew. I toast to you. You must work hard in the future. Thank you, Producer Lu. Meng Xinyao smiled, raised her glass to gesture, and then took a sip. See this scene. Producer Lu frowned, a little unhappy. You are a newcomer, why do you only drink this little? I toast you, you should just drink it. You just drink it casually, which means you don't give me face. Meng Xinyao was slightly stunned. Producer Lu, I have already drunk a lot. I feel a little uncomfortable now. Producer Lu insisted, I won't make it difficult for you, just drink this cup at the end, that's all. Meng Xinyao didn't know what to say, so she picked up the wine glass and was about to drink it all. At this time, Su Ming pressed down her wine glass and said calmly, if you feel unwell, don't drink. This kind of drinking culture is not worth promoting. It's okay as long as everyone is happy drinking. Upon seeing this, Producer Lu's face turned pale instantly. Damn it! Meng Xinyao is indeed a newcomer. But he forgot that Meng Xinyao was the heroine chosen by Su Ming. How dare I urge her to drink? It's simply seeking death. Producer Lu suddenly realized and apologized with a smile. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment. I will drink 3 glasses of wine to make up for it. Su Ming had a cold expression on his face and said nothing. Producer Lu didn't care about anything else and poured himself 3 cups and drank them all in one gulp. Su Ming, an extraordinary status. He is also a major shareholder of Wanda Group. One of his bosses. If Su Ming is made unhappy, he, the producer, can just get out. Meng Xinyao looked at Su Ming and felt warm inside. Her already flushed face became even hotter. Soon, the drinking party ended. Everyone dispersed. Chen Jianian, Producer Lu, and a group of crew members greeted Su Ming and left Jinxian Pavilion. Soon, Su Ming and a few others were the only ones left in the restaurant. Xining blushed slightly. Mr. Su, Xinyao and I will call a taxi to go back. No need to trouble you. Beside him, Meng Xinyao looked at Su Ming with tenderness in her eyes. Today, Su Ming helped her a lot. She was also given the position of the heroine, which could even change the trajectory of her entire life. If now, she still wanted Su Ming to send them back, then what she wants is really too much. Mr. Su, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Xinyao will never forget it. Meng Xinyao bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude. If there weren't other people here, she would have excitedly thrown herself into Su Ming's arms. After all, she had known Su Ming for a long time. The feeling of hiding things from others and holding it back in your heart is really uncomfortable. Ningqing Yan is a girl. Seeing 2 girls younger than herself taking a taxi back home late at night, she couldn't help but feel worried. Moreover, they all drank a little wine and still looked so beautiful. It would be bad if you were targeted by someone with bad intentions. Ningqing Yan suggested worriedly, Su Ming, how about letting them go back with us? I'm afraid of taxis, it's not safe. Su Ming thought it made some sense. It is indeed worrying to let Ning and Meng Xinyao go back. However, he still has to deal with the affairs of this restaurant. Su Ming pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll ask Xinhua Security to send someone over to take you back." Xinhua Security? Si Ning and Meng Xinyao looked at each other. There was a deep shock in his eyes. Xinhua Security is China's top and most mysterious security group, specially responsible for protecting the big shots. Even the boss of a group worth tens of billions of dollars has to go through layers of review if he wants to get protection from Xinhua Security. Ask the company whether it can make contributions to China. But now, Su Ming was actually willing to dispatch Xinhua Security for their safety. This concern for them can be said to be very considerate. It's no exaggeration to say that they are family. The two girls were already deeply moved. Soon, a captain of Xinhua Security drove a dark and domineering Night 15. The car was fully armed. Following Su Ming's instructions, he picked up Si Ning and Meng Xinyao and put them in the car. Before the two girls got on the car, they waved goodbye to Su Ming with deep affection in their eyes. Finished this, Su Ming then took Ningqing Yan's hand and returned to the restaurant. Next, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 112. What do you have to negotiate with me? Jinxian Pavilion. Su Ming took Ningqing Yan back to the second floor. Hongpeng smiled and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, are those people still there?" Su Ming said calmly. Hongpeng nodded, "Yes. They spent 2,000 and ordered some dishes. They are now at the kitchen door, enjoying their meal." Ah? Su Ming was a little confused after hearing this. Those guys actually ate it? Only then did Ningqing Yan realize that all the meals for tonight were prepared by the Platinum Hotel. No wonder it tastes no different from that of a star hotel. Everyone came to the kitchen door. The tattooed man, the girl, and 3 other hooligans were sitting around a table, eating with gusto. Damn, he is worthy of being a chef in a 5-star hotel. His cooking skills are simply amazing. These $2,000 are worth it. Ha, this is hundreds of times more delicious than the crap takeout we usually eat. Damn it. Not only did we not get the debt back, we also lost $2,000. Let's eat quickly. Let's wait for the new owner of this restaurant to come and get the debt back, then we'll have money. The tattooed man said this and started to eat voraciously. Just now, they saw dishes being served out from the kitchen one by one. I couldn't help it, I was greedy. Plus, they hadn't had dinner yet and were very hungry. After a few calculations, they suggested taking out $2,000, ordering a 5-star meal, and enjoying themselves. Su Ming found this funny scene a little funny. They actually ordered food from the chef they called? What a talent! Su Ming walked over and said condescendingly, "Hurry up, call your boss after you finish eating and ask him to come over and talk to me." The tattooed man Zhang Xiong turned around in surprise. "You want to see our boss? What do you want to see him about? I am the new owner of this restaurant, what do you think?" Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly with a hint of smile. Zhang Xiong's mouth suddenly opened wide and his chopsticks fell onto the table. "Oh my god! It turns out you are the new boss." This sudden and shocking news was completely beyond their expectations. Then, Su Ming ordered a group of chefs to control Zhang Xiong and his men. Zhang Xiong immediately called his boss behind the scenes and asked him to come over. Less than half an hour. There was a commotion downstairs in the Jinxian Pavilion restaurant. A dozen strong men in suits and leather shoes rushed up from downstairs in an extremely majestic manner. Then, quickly disperse to both sides and make way. A young man wearing a black windbreaker and shiny leather shoes walked over with an extraordinary aura. He took off his sunglasses and scanned the entire room in a very impressive manner. "Brother Yang, you're here." Zhang Xiong was held down by the chef at this time. When he saw his big brother coming, he struggled and shouted. The man in the windbreaker smiled contemptuously and ignored him. Instead, he took a look at the situation and finally set his gaze on Su Ming. He walked over, stretched out his hand, and said with a proud smile, "Brother, my name is Yan Shangyang. I believe you must have heard of my name. Give me some face and let these brothers of mine go first." He pointed at Zhang Xiong and his group. Su Ming was silent, feeling a little speechless. "Yan Xiangyan? I've never heard of him. We can talk about business first. Once we've settled the matter, I won't argue with them." Su Ming's tone was calm and there was no trace of fear in it. Yan Xiangyan's face darkened. What an arrogant boy, actually said he had never heard of his name. Quite interesting. Upon seeing this, the bodyguards behind him immediately started shouting wildly and with a bad attitude. You little brat! How dare you act so arrogant in front of our brother Yang? You still dare to say you don't know our brother Yang? Don't you know that our brother Yang is the second in command of Huikai Finance? Brother Yang, don't give him face, we just beat him up and he will behave himself. The dozen or so bodyguards behind him looked fierce and aggressive. Upon hearing this, Yan Shangyang smiled faintly and raised his hand. The voice behind me suddenly stopped. He smiled and said, "That's enough. We should pay attention to our quality. How can we use violence? Besides, maybe he is not famous enough and really doesn't know me? Don't you think so?" The bodyguard behind him nodded repeatedly and dared not say a word. This is a tactic he often uses. He first threatens his subordinates with words, then comes out to smooth things over and completely elevate his own status. Most people would become much more obedient immediately when encountering this situation. Be obedient to him. Who would have thought? Su Ming still had a cold expression on his face, and even wanted to laugh. You are from Dunhuang, right? There are so many murals. Do you want to talk about business? Yan Shangyang was a little embarrassed. It seems that the other party is not a good person. Okay. Since you're so quick to speak, I won't waste time with you. Yan Shangyang reached out and took a contract from his younger brother, saying, "The previous owner of this Jingshuan's restaurant owed us 100 million yuan and mortgaged the restaurant to us. Here is the contract, take a look for yourself." He handed the contract over directly. Su Ming took it and glanced at it. It turned out that the previous boss had borrowed 30 million from their Huikai Finance. Now, a year has passed and the interest has accumulated to 100 million yuan. The previous owner could not afford to repay the loan, so he mortgaged the restaurant. On it, there is also the autograph of the previous boss. It seems that is indeed the case. Su Ming chuckled and asked, "So, what are you going to do now?" Yan Shangyang was even more delighted when he heard this. It feels like something interesting is going on. It seems that this brother is a reasonable person. Yan Shangyang continued, "To put it bluntly, we are both victims. I don't want to embarrass you. The property value of this restaurant is 200 million. Since the previous owner owed us 100 million, then you should give us the 100 million. I'll give you this restaurant." Su Ming sneered when he heard this. Yan Shangyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why, what's the problem?" Su Ming sneered and said, "Your wishful thinking is really clever. I spent 200 million to buy the restaurant, and now I have to give you another 100 million. Isn't that a big loss for me?" Yan Shangyang's expression suddenly changed. "What do you mean? You don't want to give a cent? So do you think you can sell this restaurant?" Yan Shangyang's eyes turned cold and his tone became threatening. Su Ming said calmly, "It's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that there is obviously a huge loophole in your contract. You said that the previous boss mortgaged the restaurant to you, but he didn't go to the real estate bureau to notarize it. That's why he was able to successfully transfer the restaurant to me. Moreover, you lent him 30 million, and now it's only been overdue for a few months, but the interest has already increased to 100 million? This loan contract of yours is obviously not protected by law. Your so-called contract is nothing more than a piece of waste paper. So, what do you have to negotiate with me?" After Su Ming finished speaking, he slapped the contract on him. Yan Shangyang was completely stunned. This is what he is afraid of. They are involved in the gray lending industry chain, and many contracts can only be executed in secret. Can't stand the light. Generally speaking, there will be no problems with the contract. After all, they can use some powerful means to force the contractor to compromise. But unexpectedly, this time the former boss of Jinshin Pavilion tricked them. He just sold the restaurant and ran away. Don't even give them time to react. This is why their initial goal was to take back the 100 million that belonged to them. But I didn't expect. The new boss of Jinshin Pavilion doesn't fall for their tricks either. I'm not willing to pay even a penny. Damn it. When has Huikai Finance ever suffered such humiliation? What a shame. Chapter 113 Human Greed. You little brat. Haven't you ever heard that everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme? Yan Shangyang's eyes were red, and he crumpled the contract in his hand, gnashing his teeth and saying, "You are not willing to pay a single cent. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant?" Su Ming glanced at him and said coldly, "You can't find the previous boss who left you a mess, so you come to me to settle the score? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon that you can manipulate at will? Are you kidding me?" His voice was cold, yet carried a chilling and murderous feeling. The atmosphere in the entire venue froze in an instant. The bodyguards were stunned. Zhang Xiong and his companions were speechless after hearing this. Even Yan Shangyang was completely stunned. He never expected that he would meet a tough guy today. Don't give him any face at all. In fact, his momentum was even stronger than his. Give him an invisible feeling of oppression. When did such a person appear in the Magic City? Who is he? Boy, don't pretend. Yan Shangyang's eyes were gloomy, and his nerves were tense. Do you really think that I am here to negotiate peace with you? Don't you see how many people I brought with me? He looked behind him and saw a team of more than a dozen gloomy bodyguards. Deep in my heart, confidence has been restored. Comparing your ruthlessness to mine, you're still a little too young. Now, I'll give you another chance. 100 million, will you give it to me? Yan Shangyang's face was as dark as ink, and his voice was full of threats. The dozen or so bodyguards behind him were already rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. Ningqing Yan's delicate face turned pale, and she said softly, "Su Ming." She held Su Ming's arm, her face full of worry. The other side has many people and is eyeing us covetously. Obviously not easy to deal with. Feeling her slightly trembling body, Su Ming patted the back of her hand to comfort her. His face remained calm. 100 million? Do you really think money is that easy to make? Su Ming chuckled and raised his hand. The 5 chefs behind him immediately took out the kitchen knives hidden behind their backs with a swish. Shining. The 5 chefs' faces were full of blood. They held extremely sharp kitchen knives like those used to slaughter pigs, and placed them directly on the necks of Zhang Xiong and the others. This moment. Zhang Xiong, the girl, and 3 others were trembling with fear. A man with a mustache was so scared that he peed his pants. "Brother Yang, don't do anything. We are still in their hands. Besides, that young man is an expert. We can't take advantage of him. Brother Yang." The man with a small mustache had a sad face and begged for mercy, fearing that if Yan Shangyang hesitated any longer, he would die. Now. Yan Shangyang's face was extremely ugly and distorted. He really didn't expect that the other party actually had this trick. Just show your knife. Damn it. It's so fucking cruel. Who is the one who mixes in society? Yan Shangyang felt a little scared and felt that he had lost all face. Chow. A bunch of useless things. He cursed angrily, then looked at Su Ming and said viciously, "Boy, you have guts today. Let's go." Yan Shangyang waved his hand and left with a group of bodyguards he brought with him. Zhang Xiong turned pale with fear and shouted, "Brother Yang, what about us?" Yan Shangyang did not reply. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. "Come quickly and go quickly." Su Ming waved his hand again and said calmly, "Put down the knife, don't scare people. We run a restaurant, we have to be civilized." Ningqing Yan. Hong Pang. Zhang Xiong. Girl. What a civilized person. What you said makes so much sense. Zhang Xiong and the others were so moved that they were almost in tears. Awesome. After a brief silence, Su Ming glanced at Zhang Xiong and the others who were pinned to the ground. He thought that these people had already licked blood on the tip of the knife. I didn't expect that people would be so scared right before they actually knew death was approaching. He. Everyone has his weaknesses. Su Ming said calmly, "You guys, go back and tell your master not to come to this restaurant to cause trouble again. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your lair. This is not a warning, but an order. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiong and others were horrified when they heard this. He actually said that he wanted to destroy their lair? Not a warning? Is it an order? What an arrogant tone. They had never seen such an arrogant young man. Could it be that he doesn't take their Huikai finance seriously at all? There is no time to think too much. The most urgent thing now is to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. It's important to save your life. Understood. We'll leave right away. Zhang Xiong quickly stood up, pulled his sister and a few brothers up, and ran quickly out of the restaurant. Even if they stayed a little longer, they would still find it horrifying. Su Ming. You are so handsome. Ningqing Yan held Su Ming's arm, her tone gentle and coquettish. She really didn't know that Su Ming was so decisive and powerful outside. As if, above everything, all problems were solved in his hands. Could it be? During the time that Su Ming was interning at Huaxing Finance, he was actually dormant? Now, is this Su Ming's original character? She suddenly admired her own vision. I have found my Mr. Right, Haven Ti? Su Ming rubbed her head and said gently, don't be afraid. I'm by your side, so you don't have to worry about anything. Ningqing Yan nodded deeply and buried her head in the man's chest, feeling extremely happy. Hong Peng and the 5 chefs all had smiles on their faces inside. Boss, you are such a good man. After a tender moment, Su Ming said to everyone, you have performed very well today. When you return, go to the finance department to collect 500,000 yuan as a reward for your outstanding performance tonight. He is a man who clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. Naturally, he will not allow people who hang out with him to suffer any loss. 500,000? There was astonishment in the chef's eyes. They just came to cook a meal, then took a knife and threatened. You can get so many bonuses. The boss is so generous. Follow the boss and your future will be limitless. Thank you, boss. We will fight to the bitter end. When alive, you are a member of Borui. When dead, you are a ghost of Borui. Long live the boss. The chefs were so excited that they cheered. Then, Su Ming instructed the chefs to clean up the venue. Hong Peng hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but said carefully, Boss, Weikai Finance is very strong in our magic city, and the scale of financing is close to 100 billion. We have rashly offended them this time, I'm afraid they will not let it go. Su Ming smiled slightly and said, if an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. If we choose to compromise and pay tens of millions to settle the matter, it would be fine if the other party does not pester us. If they are greedy and continue to ask us for tens of millions more, what do you think we should do? It would be better if we just break the situation and turn the passive situation into active one. When Hong Peng heard this, his eyes showed deep horror. Really? If we just take out tens of millions to settle the matter, it might be much easier to handle. However, he ignored the subsequent developments and underestimated the greed and viciousness of human nature. If the other party is greedy, he will continue to ask you for tens of millions more. Will you give it or not? This is equivalent to being trapped in a dead end and falling into an endless abyss. The ending will be even worse than it is now. However, Su Ming chose not to compromise and fight to the end. On the contrary, it can turn passivity into initiative. This kind of thinking is long-term planning. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Boss, you are right. It is Hong who is shallow. Hong Peng bowed slightly respectfully, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 114 Lingxi, you are cheating. It's late at night. Tan Palace Villa. Su Ming returned home after making love. Ningqing Yan snuggled in Su Ming's arms like a kitten and fell asleep quietly. Su Ming leaned against the head of the bed and checked the situation of Weikai Finance. The company operates many lending platforms and also owns some funds. The total amount of financing is close to 100 billion. There are many gray industrial chains involved, which are very complicated. It can be said that he is a dominant figure in the financial world and his strength should not be underestimated. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder Yan Xiangyang was so arrogant today. There is indeed a certain amount of capital. At this time, in Jing'an community, inside an exquisite commercial apartment, 2 slim girls were sitting on the sofa. They were wearing cartoon pajamas, with perfect figures and curvy curves, which were extremely beautiful. The long legs are so white, straight and tender that it is impossible to take your eyes off them. Both girls are beautiful and are top goddesses with a score of over 95. They are Meng Xinyao and Ling Shi, 2 good friends. Before this, when Meng Xinyao returned home, she smelled of alcohol. Seeing this, Ling Shi asked curiously. Meng Xinyao told him everything that happened today. At this time, Ling Shi was still a little surprised. Xinyao, you are so lucky. Not only did you get the interview at Wanda Entertainment, but you also met brother Su Ming, and got you the role of the female lead? Hearing this, Meng Xinyao puffed up her pride and said, I told you, my luck is so good. When I saw brother Su Ming, I was stunned. I couldn't even speak clearly, but Brother Su Ming secretly appointed me. Moreover, when we came back, Brother Su Ming even called the Xinhua security to escort us back. He is so nice." When she mentioned Su Ming, her eyes seemed to be full of little stars, leaping with joy. Woo woo woo. Lingxi felt envious and aggrieved, it was really too sour. Not only did my bestie get the female lead role, she also got the protection of Xinhua security? This is so happy. She complained, "I knew it a long time ago, and I also accepted the invitation from Wanda Entertainment, so that I could meet Brother Su Ming." In terms of appearance and temperament, Ling Shi is a bit better than Meng Xinyao. After all, she is the beauty of the acting department. Of course, this is indeed the case. She gets more resources than Meng Xinyao. Almost all the entertainment companies that came to Shanghai Drama Academy for selection have already invited her. Ling Shi is now in a situation where he can choose freely, but he has not yet decided which one to go to. Meng Xinyao is different. There were not many entertainment companies that invited her, but she seized the opportunity and chose Wanda Entertainment. Who would have thought? She is the chosen one with great luck. Just 2 or 3 days after joining Wanda Entertainment, I met Su Ming and got the role of the female lead. This can be said to have completely opened up her acting career. Cheating. Hee hee Xiaoxi, don't be discouraged. Your conditions are much better than mine. Even if you go to any entertainment company, you will probably do better than me. Meng Xinyao touched Ling Shi's head to comfort her, and the joy on her pretty face could no longer be suppressed. Happy. Although they are good friends. We usually work together to encourage each other, but to be frank, we are still in a competitive relationship. Normally, Ling Shi always had her in the driver's seat, but now her starting point is obviously higher than Ling Shi's. How could she not feel proud? The more Ling Shi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She buried her head in the pillow and sobbed, "Whoa whoa, I might as well grab a pillow and kill myself. You've already got the female lead role, but now I don't even know which company to go to." She comes from a wealthy family with assets worth billions. Even if she wasn't an actress, she could still live a good life. But in the end, it's fulfilling to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. Now, she lags behind her bestie and feels deeply frustrated. Okay. Xiaoxi, stop being so Versailles. Meng Xinyao chuckled and said, "If you don't know which company to go to, we can go find Brother Su Ming. He is the boss of GUN Entertainment. You can act like a spoiled child to Brother Su Ming, and then we can all go to Brother Su Ming together, right?" Hearing this, Ling Shi got out from under the pillow, her eyes slightly red, and her aggrieved look very cute. She whispered, "Then, is Brother Su Ming asleep now?" "I don't know. I just want to ask." Meng Xinyao picked up the phone, pressed a button with her little hand, and sent a WeChat message to Su Ming. "Brother Su Ming, thank you for today. I'm home now. How about you?" Cute. Waited for a while. Su Ming sent a message, "I just got home." Meng Xinyao glanced at Ling Shi and continued to send messages. Xiaoxi has been hit hard and feels very aggrieved. She has something to say to you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Hearing the name Ling Shi, Su Ming's mouth curled up slightly and replied, "What's wrong with her? If you have anything, you can tell me directly." Ling Shi blushed slightly and felt a little shy. Meng Xinyao pressed the voice button and handed it to her. Ling Shi gathered her emotions for a moment and said sweetly, "Brother Su Ming, I want to come to your GUN Entertainment, can you take me in?" Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. This girl probably saw that Meng Xinyao got the female lead role today. Got hit. This little girl is quite cute. That's it? I thought it was something else. The crew still has to shoot tomorrow. You and Xinyao can come together. I'll arrange for you to work at GUN Entertainment. By the way, I'll see if there are any other roles and find one for you." Su Ming replied calmly. For him, arranging a role is just a matter of words. Ling Shi's previous gloom was swept away, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Brother Su Ming, thank you Mua." Hearing the kissing sound coming from the audio, Su Ming's face turned red. This girl, is she kissing me in real life? What's the point of sending voice messages? There. Meng Xinyao looked at Ling Shi angrily and said coquettishly, "Xiaoxi. I just asked you to act coquettishly, why did you suddenly kiss Brother Su Ming? You are playing tricks on me." Ling Shi stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "Hee, I'm happy. What's it to you? I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." Bye, remember to call me tomorrow. After saying that, she walked happily towards the bathroom with her long legs. Meng Xinyao stomped her feet in anger. Ling Shi. The two of us are clearly competing fairly. You are cheating. Take my phone and send a kiss sound to brother Su Ming? The voice, with a hint of saliva, seemed so lewd. Ling Shi, you little roast chicken. Meng Xinyao was a little angry and unconvinced. Suddenly, her eyes rolled, she pursed her lips and smiled, then continued to send messages to Su Ming. Brother Su Ming, do you remember what I told you before? Next time we meet, I'll show you the photos I took in the hot spring? Su Ming remembered. I remember. Where is the photo? Ding dong. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, he saw a photo sent by Meng Xinyao. In the picture, her pretty face was blushing with shyness, and her fair body was clearly revealed. Half of her body was soaked in the hot spring, and one hand was covering her plump breasts. The deep white ravine was extremely beautiful. Hazy beauty. Su Ming couldn't help swallowing. Her figure. It's really good. One hand, completely unable to control, makes people unable to help but sink. Su Ming silently pressed the save button. About a minute later, the photo was withdrawn. Meng Xinyao's heart was pounding. It was the first time for her to send such a photo to a boy. Meng Xinyao said shyly, Brother Su Ming, my phone was stuck just now, so I withdrew the message a little late. You probably didn't save it, right? Su Ming laughed out loud. Is your phone stuck? Are you deliberately giving me time to save the photos? He sees everything but doesn't speak it out. Anything else? Just one? Meng Xinyao blushed. Hate it, I only took one photo. Is it good looking? Su Ming smiled evilly and said, It is beautiful indeed. But it's a pity. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Meng Xinyao's heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't hide her joy on her face. She whispered, Brother Su Ming is so mean, I'm going to bed, good night. Install. Su Ming replied casually with a faint smile on his face. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. This little girl. Dare you deliberately play with fire in front of me? Shouldn't you punish her? Is that still a man? Chapter 115. Today's reward is really good. Late at night. In the living room of the Huazhou Mansion Villa area, a 40-year-old man sat on the sofa, his face as gloomy as water and extremely cold. He is the real helmsman of Huikai Finance, Yan Hongkai. Standing in front were Yan Xiangyang and Zhang Xiong and his gang. Everyone is trembling and silent. Yan Xiangyang lowered his head and said carefully, Brother, I'm sorry. We messed up the matter of Jinxian Pavilion. That kid's methods were quite cruel. He told everything that happened tonight. From Zhang Xiong and his companions being tied up, to the negotiations with Su Ming, to the chefs threatening with knives. All the things were narrated again. Yan Hongkai was furious and said, Useless. You are a bunch of useless people. A few cooks scared you? Are you here to eat for free? If this gets out, how can Huikai Finance survive in the Magic City in the future? The amount involved in this matter is as much as 100 million. Money is a small matter. What is important is the future impact. If this matter gets out, everyone will follow the example of the former boss of Jinxian Pavilion, siphon money from their company and run away with the money. Where is the dignity of Huikai Finance? Once, someone borrowed 30,000 yuan from their company and was unable to pay it back later. They broke both of his legs. It is precisely because of their ruthless methods that many users dare not escape the order easily. As long as someone dares to evade debt, Huikai Finance will follow the clues to find him even if it is thousands of miles away and teach him the lesson he deserves. This is the foundation of Huikai Finance. Yan Xiangyang lowered his head and dared not speak. Yan Hongkai asked in a cold voice, What is the origin of the other party? Yan Xiangyang replied, He is the owner of the Platinum Hotel. I investigated and it seems that he has no other identity. Haha, a mere Platinum Hotel? Are you trying to shake a tree with an ant's strength? Yan Hongkai sneered proudly, Tomorrow, you continue to make trouble for Jinxian Pavilion. At least make him lose some skin. If this matter cannot be completed, don't come back to see me. Clear. Yan Xiangyang nodded, called Zhang Xiong and the others, and left Huazhou Mansion together. Outside the villa, Yan Xiangyang had a gloomy expression and walked quickly. Zhang Xiong hurriedly caught up and said anxiously, "Brother Yang, I have something to tell you." Yan Shangyang stopped and said, "If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart, fart now." He was in a very depressed mood and had no intention of listening to Zhang Xiong's nonsense. Zhang Xiong was a little nervous and reminded, "The owner of the Barui Hotel asked me to remind you after I come back not to cause trouble in Jinxian Pavilion, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Yan Shangyang frowned, extremely angry. "Otherwise, he will destroy our nest." Zhang Xiong said it directly. Hearing this, Yan Shangyang was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Ha! This kid is so fucking arrogant. He still wants to threaten me? Does he really think I was scared? Don't worry about him, I'll make him pay tomorrow. He was scared by Su Ming using the chef once, and he won't be fooled a second time. Do you really think you are an idiot and can be controlled at will? Zhang Xiong looked at Yan Shangyang's departing back and felt uneasy in his heart. The girl couldn't help but say, Brother Yang doesn't seem to have listened. Should we talk to the big boss about this?" Zhang Xiong waved his hand, "Forget it. With the skills of a big boss, it should be more than enough to deal with a hotel owner. Let's go back." The girl nodded and said nothing more. The night faded away. The next day. Tan Palace Villa, living room. Su Ming got up and did some morning exercise with Ningqing Yan. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa. Ningqing Yan thoughtfully prepared breakfast for him. Su Ming ate and started today's sign-in. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Reward, Kingwood Mallisons, 52% of the shares. Become the first partner. Reward, Super Movie Emperor. After activation, you can obtain the Super Movie Emperor skills and possess superb acting skills. Hey! Both of these rewards seem pretty good. Su Ming was delighted. Kingwood Mallisons is one of the top 3 law firms in China. We have branches in 28 cities across the country, specializing in all fields. There is no lawsuit they can't bring. In Shanghai, there is a law firm called Kingwood Mallisons, which is also known as Pizza Hut in Shanghai. Many celebrities have entrusted them to help with lawsuits. The law firm's network of relationships covers all areas, and all cases can be easily solved in their hands. Anything black can be said to be white. Of course, if you want to entrust this law firm to defend you, the price is very high. Sometimes, if you win a case, you can get tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. The profit is extremely exaggerated. The partners of a law firm are actually shareholders. You can enjoy all the litigation fees of the law firm and the commissions brought by it. You can make money while lying down. Generally speaking, partners will not sell their shares easily. Because holding shares in Kingwood Mallisons is equivalent to having a huge network of contacts, its potential value cannot be measured by money at all. However, Su Ming actually signed for 52% of the shares of Kingwood Mallisons and became the first partner of the law firm? Awesome! Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then, he activated Super Actor, and a stream of information was injected. His acting skills are already superb. In 3 seconds, you can switch between 7 different expressions. Even director Wang Jin came and said, "He is the best actor I have ever seen in my directing career. I am afraid no one will surpass him in the next 50 years. Kingwood Mallisons. Lu Zhengquan's eyes widened when he saw the changes in the law firm's equity. Are you sure? How come all these partners transferred all their shares to the same person? He is one of the founders of Kingwood Mallisons and owns a 20% stake. The original equity structure was extremely dispersed. He is the undisputed number 1 person in the law firm. Now, these partners actually sold all their shares and transferred them to the same person? Did he directly become the second largest shareholder? If he didn't know the law firm's situation so well, he even thought that the law firm was going to encounter some major crisis. Lu Hui. Has our law firm offended any big shots recently? Lu Zhengquan asked the female secretary opposite him. The female secretary was stunned for a moment. No, our law firm will weigh the pros and cons before taking a case. We try to make every case perfect. All the clients are very satisfied without exception. Lu Zhengquan pinched his chin in thought, then he felt relieved. Well, since we have no external enemies, it can only mean that this new first partner is a big shot. He bought shares in our law firm out of appreciation. Perhaps his power has become so great that his partners cannot resist him. Or perhaps, he has proposed conditions that are difficult for them to refuse. In short, the identity of this Mr. Su must be unfathomable. Lu Zhengquan was somewhat shocked and his expression became serious. If we have the chance, we must make friends with Mr. Su. The other side. Su Ming had finished his breakfast and thought for a moment. He made a phone call. Chapter 116, The Scheming Second Female Lead? Su Ming made a phone call to Hong Peng, the general manager of the Platinum Hotel. Assign him the task of resuming business of Jinxian Pavilion Restaurant. Then he agreed on a meeting place with Ling Shi and the others and got up and went out. Jing'an Community. Ling Shi and Meng Xinyao, this pair of top sisters, were waiting for Su Ming's arrival at the door. They have graceful figures, beautiful faces, and exude a youthful and charming aura. They standing here are a charming landscape. Countless passers-by looked at him sideways. Damn! There are so many beauties in our magic city. Two beautiful ladies seem to be waiting for someone? Who is so happy? If I can make one of them my girlfriend, then I will have no regrets in my life. I really want to go over and ask for contact information, but I don't think I deserve it. At this time, a dark Rolls-Royce drove over. Su Ming got out of the car, and his handsome figure appeared. The two girls' eyes sparkled as they greeted each other sweetly. Brother Su Ming. Brother Su Ming, you're here. Long time no see. The onlookers were stunned for a moment. Oh my god. You're moaning so sweetly? I'm jealous. I was just thinking about getting one, but it seems like I've won the hearts of two beauties. Hey, driving a Rolls-Royce really gives you face. Su Ming was in a good mood. He deliberately kept his eyes on Meng Xinyao for a moment and said with a smile, let's go to the crew first. Meng Xinyao's little heart was pounding. Thinking of the naughty photo she sent to Su Ming last night, she felt very shy. At the same time, there was also some secret joy. After all, this is a secret between her and Su Ming, Ling Shi doesn't know it. Hey hey. Meng Xinyao's pretty face turned slightly red and she was in a good mood. Soon, the two women got into Su Ming's car. Rolls-Royce, drive away. A group of passers-by could only stand there, staring with envy on their faces. It's great to have money. I also want to have this kind of life with girls on both sides. 10 o'clock in the morning, number 1 high school in Magic City. One of the filming locations of Tennis Girls. It is holiday now and there are almost no students on campus. The crew arrived here in advance to set up the scene. Director Chen Jianian directed the whole scene. Move quickly, Mr. Su will be here soon. These scenes today are very crucial. The crew acted quickly and prepared all the equipment on site in advance. Si Ning has arrived at the scene. She looked around, as if searching for something. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before my eyes. Look up. Su Ming was talking and laughing with two beautiful girls as they walked over. Meng Xinyao? Ling Shi? Si Ning recognized the two women and looked at them in surprise. Of course she knew Meng Xinyao. Not only is she her schoolmate, she also filmed a scene opposite her yesterday. However, Ling Shi is also a student at the Magic City Drama Academy. Moreover, her fame is much higher than Meng Xinyao. Just like she once was, she is known as the beauty of the acting department, one of the celebrities in the school, and has a very high reputation. But why is Ling Shi here? Mr. Su, good morning. Si Ning smiled, and couldn't help looking at Ling Shi, and said, if I remember correctly, this should be Ling Shi from our school, right? Ling Shi smiled and nodded, yes, Senior Si Ning. After hearing the answer, Si Ning was still somewhat confused. Su Ming thought for a moment, pulled her aside, and whispered, Si Ning. You are one of us. I will tell you the truth. In fact, I have known them for a long time. So, you know. He winked at Si Ning, too lazy to hide it any longer. So that's how it is. Si Ning figured it out. No wonder Meng Xinyao was able to join the crew so smoothly. It turns out that I know Mr. Su. How lucky. Su Ming continued, so, you just need to know about this matter. Don't make it public for now, and continue filming as normal. Si Ning nodded, I understand. Si Ning will keep his mouth shut and won't say anything nonsense. This kind of thing is actually very normal. If the investors want to arrange actors to come in, it's just a matter of words. Besides, Meng Xinyao's performance was exceptionally outstanding. Even if she didn't know Su Ming, she was still capable of taking on the role of one of the heroines. However, if it weren't for Su Ming, Meng Xinyao would never have this opportunity. Sometimes, luck is much more important than strength. At this time, Chen Jianian noticed this and immediately ran over to say hello. Mr. Su, you are here. Last night, I asked the screenwriter to write a few scripts about you. Are you free? I'll show them to you. Chen Jianian's face showed a bit of flattery and ingratiation. Su Ming is a real thigh. If you hold on to it, will you still worry about not having any roles to play in the future? This time, he was able to serve as the chief director of tennis girls thanks to Su Ming's relationship. Su Ming said calmly, "We'll talk about this later. Let me introduce someone to you first." He pulled the cute girl next to him over and introduced her. "This is Ling Shi, a newcomer from Epic Entertainment. If there are any extra roles in our play, arrange one for her." Ling Shi stood next to Su Ming, with a somewhat nervous expression on her cute little face. At the same time, it's a bit embarrassing. This was the first time in her life that she had taken such a blatant backdoor approach. Chen Jianian looked at Ling Shi with great surprise. What he didn't expect was, this girl's appearance is actually even better than Meng Xinyao's. A perfect female protagonist template. This kind of artist, as long as they are trained more, can be said to have unlimited star prospects. He immediately fell into a brief dilemma. After all, the female lead seat has been decided, and if you want to add another female lead, you will have to go through a lot of trouble to modify the script. It is estimated that the filming of the crew will be delayed. Chen Jianian said in embarrassment, "Mr. Su, now the two female protagonists have been decided. If Miss Ling wants a role, I'm afraid she can only play supporting roles such as the second or third female lead. But, won't this be a bit unfair to her?" Ling Shi looked at Su Ming silently. She didn't feel wronged. Now she is very satisfied to have a role. Su Ming was a little surprised. There is actually a second female lead, how is her role? Chen Jianian explained, compared to the two female protagonists, my role is definitely less. However, my character is very full and I am a villain. I am a dark and arrogant lady. It is very challenging for a newcomer. So we have been considering whether to change the actress for this second female role. If Miss Ling doesn't mind, you can give it a try. Meng Xinyao smiled, her heart filled with joy. She had read the script. Ling Shi is actually going to play the dark, arrogant young lady? Isn't that the tennis girl from another academy who was defeated by her character? She is a sworn enemy. Thinking about it, whether in the play or outside of it, he must defeat Ling Shi. Meng Xinyao felt a little excited. Su Ming looked at Ling Shi, how about it? Do you want to try it? Ling Shi said with a firm face, yes, I can. Although she was unsure, it was still an opportunity. Must grasp it. Otherwise, he would be far behind Meng Xinyao. Chapter 117 Acting should be taken seriously. 10 minutes later. All the cast and crew are in place. The filming of the campus drama of Tennis Girls has begun. Xining, Meng Xinyao, and some other actors have officially started filming. It went very smoothly. The assistant director is responsible for supervision. Chen Jianian handed a script to Su Ming. Mr. Su, please take a look at the script we wrote for you. Considering that you are quite busy, we didn't write too many scenes for you. There are only 2 flashback scenes, which are very simple. He said caringly. Su Ming took the script and read it with great interest. His role is the senior of Xining and Meng Xinyao. He was a prominent figure on campus and later became a national-level tennis player. At the same time, he is the object of admiration and worship of the 2 heroines. The role is to have some sweet interactions with the characters played by Xining and Meng Xinyao. It is presented in the movie through the form of memories. Seeing the plot, the corners of Su Ming's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This is so. It feels like it was tailor-made for me. Chen Jianian smiled frivolously and said, Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the script? Su Ming cleared his throat and said in embarrassment, your script seems to have the suspicion of asking me to take advantage of the actress. Is it inappropriate? Chen Jianian quickly waved his hands and said seriously, Mr. Su, you can't say that. Many scenes have kissing scenes and even sex scenes. We are just shooting some daily clips, at most there is some physical contact, how can it be considered taking advantage of the actors? As an actor, you should put yourself into the role and not mix in your personal thoughts outside of the play. Su Ming agreed somewhat, you are devoting yourself to art, right? Yes. Mr. Su, you are indeed wise. Chen Jianian gave a thumbs up and praised him. Su Ming was even embarrassed. An hour and a half later. Si Ning and Meng Xinyao's scenes on campus have been filmed. At this time, Chen Jianian stood up and announced, Si Ning, Meng Xinyao. Now we are going to shoot an extra scene, a flashback scene between you and Mr. Su. Come over here and familiarize yourself with the script. Shooting will start in 15 minutes. Si Ning and Meng Xinyao were a little surprised. What? Filming a flashback scene with Mr. Su? Is there such a good thing? No. Mr. Su, you actually want to act opposite us? Isn't this so interesting? Okay, Director Chen. Meng Xinyao took the script with joy and began to read it. The plot is only a short one and very simple. There aren't many lines, so you can remember them after watching them once. Si Ning also took the script when she saw the scene that she was going to shoot with Su Ming. Very shy. Actually. So close to Mr. Su? 15 minutes passed quickly. After Su Ming and his team changed their clothes, they officially started filming the memories scene. The plane is ready. Action. At this time, everyone looked towards the filming location. Some actors may not say it, but they are already waiting to see the joke in their hearts. After all, in their eyes. Su Ming is not a professional actor, so there will probably be a lot of hilarious moments later. The scene changed. There was a gentle breeze on the tennis court. Si Ning was wearing a white t-shirt, and her perfect figure highlighted her beautiful curves. The pretty face is charming and touching. Her whole body is full of the aura of a young girl. At this time, she was sweating profusely, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she was practicing swinging the racket. The movements are a bit immature. At this time, Su Ming came over and said calmly, when throwing the ball, your other hand should be open 90 degrees backwards, and your toes should be on the ground when you bend your legs. This way, you can have better explosive power when you jump. There are some obvious problems with all your movements. Senior, please teach me. Si Ning turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with a desire for knowledge. Su Ming followed the script and began to have some more intimate interactions with her. Help her adjust her body to hit the ball with your own hands. Si Ning blushed and her heart beat fast, she was in a state of confusion. After adjustment, Si Ning steadied herself and said shyly, Senior, is this correct? Su Ming nodded and continued to teach, I saw you practicing high-pressure shots just now, right? This type of shot may seem simple, but it is actually difficult to master. Remember, when hitting the ball, your hand should be straight, and your wrist should be pressed outward, so that the force of the shot can be greater. If it is a high-pressure shot close to the baseline, we can directly grasp the angle and hit the opponent's baseline position, killing him with one blow. Like this. Su Ming threw the tennis ball up, jumped up, and hit it down hard. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The tennis ball spun violently in the air and landed directly on the opposite baseline. Ta-da-day. The tennis ball bounced for a while and finally rolled to the ground, and the picture gradually became blurred. This plot ends. The whole place had already fallen silent. After a brief silence, on the set, there was a burst of astonishing cheers. What the hell? What's going on? Mr. Su, is he really a tennis player? I couldn't even see the trajectory of his serve. Isn't this ball too fast? The camera almost didn't catch it? We just asked you to hit a ball casually, but you actually practiced it? Mr. Su's acting is impeccable. His expressions, movements, and demeanor are all done in one go. No way, could this be the performing arts saint chosen by heaven? The tennis coach was stunned. Just now, the power of Su Ming's final serve was beyond ordinary people. Even from his actions, he could tell that Su Ming was not actually very professional. But he can guarantee the quality of this serve, even if a professional player comes, it will be difficult to receive it. Because it's too fast. The assistant director was extremely excited. Cut. This scene is done in one take. Mr. Su, you acted so well. Si Ning finally came back to his senses. She was just brought into the play by Su Ming and is just coming out of it now. Thinking back carefully, she found that Su Ming's performance was really beyond her imagination. Original. She thought she would burst out laughing because of Su Ming's clumsy performance. She is prepared for many NGs. But unexpectedly, as soon as Su Ming appeared on the stage, she instantly got into the role. In a trance, she really felt that she was the young girl in the play who was learning tennis. Su Ming's acting skills are so good? Chen Jianian hurried over and praised excitedly, "Mr. Su, you are really a genius in the entertainment industry. You can recite so many lines by heart. The rhythm, tone, expression, movement, and demeanor are all natural. If Mr. Su hadn't been born, the entertainment industry would have been in darkness forever." The layman watches the excitement, while the expert sees the details. Only people in the entertainment industry know how terrifying Su Ming's performance just now was. The seemingly simple role requires more skills from the actors. Ordinary people go up, don't even mention it once. Even when speaking a line, he stumbles. Not to mention being able to dominate the entire plot like Su Ming. What is even more exaggerated is that Su Ming is not a professional actor, but a businessman. How can we not be surprised by such an outstanding performance? He suddenly had the idea of letting Su Ming participate in more plots. Of course, Su Ming knew. This is all because I just activated the Super Movie Emperor skill today. Acting? It's so easy. Su Ming smiled faintly and said modestly, "Don't praise me. You have to take everything seriously. I just tried my best to act well." Hearing this, Chen Jianian was deeply impressed and said to the actors, "Listen. Listen. Mr. Su, who has never studied acting, can have such god-level acting skills. You actors should really learn from Mr. Su. You should take acting seriously." The actors were speechless. This is so. The financial sponsor of the crew came on stage to act. He actually performed better than these professional actors. Can you believe this? It's totally unreasonable. Those actors who were originally waiting to see the joke now had ashen faces and felt more uncomfortable than eating shit. Chapter 118. That's all. An hour later. Su Ming has finished filming the flashback scene with Meng Xinyao, in which they had an intimate interaction. Meng Xinyao's heart was beating fast and she almost melted in Su Ming's arms. His acting skills still amaze everyone and can be regarded as a textbook example of acting skills. Seeing this, director Chen Jianian wanted to give Su Ming more roles, but was ruthlessly rejected by the latter. Su Ming doesn't want to be too famous yet. Ling Shi also succeeded in the audition and got the role of tsundere young lady. It has to be said that Ling Shi is originally a daughter of a wealthy family and has a natural temperament, although the character's arrogant and dark personality is very different from her. But her major is acting, and the performance is very good. Chen Jianian looked at it with a discerning eye and couldn't help but applaud. This matter was settled like this. Epic entertainment. Su Ming brought Ling Shi into the company, ready to sign a formal contract for her. General Manager's office. Su Ming knocked on the door and pushed it open. "Tang Yuan." He shouted. Tang Yuan was still in front of the computer, handling some matters. When she saw that it was Su Ming coming over, her eyes lit up and she put down the work in her hands. "Su Ming, you are free today and come to see me. Are you missing me?" She stood up and walked towards the side, her eyes were tender, she hugged Su Ming, and her voice was extremely charming. Su Ming smelled the intoxicating scent of the woman and felt his blood boiling. He put his arms around her waist and began to wander around her without restraint. "Yes, it feels like a long time since we last met. You little bad cat, do you need to be punished again?" Feeling the softness, Su Ming gradually immersed himself in this gentle land. Tang Yuan's beautiful face flushed red. She patted the man's chest and said in a soft voice, "You're so annoying. You're so disrespectful in the company in broad daylight." Su Ming's mouth corners slightly raised. "I haven't tried what it's like to work in a company yet." "Ah, don't." Tang Yuan pouted, but Su Ming picked her up and put her on the desk. This posture made her blush with embarrassment. The red cloud directly dyed the earlobes. Su Ming leaned forward slightly and kissed the woman's red lips. Her reluctant look made Su Ming smile even more. "You say no with your mouth, but your body is quite honest. Bad guy, it's all because of you, Tang Yuan closed her eyes and enjoyed the beauty. Epic entertainment, waiting room. Ling Shi felt like a long time had passed and looked down at his watch. I found that nearly an hour had passed. It's been a long time. Brother Su Ming, why haven't we reached an agreement yet? Ling Shi took a sip of coffee and thought to himself. Maybe Brother Su Ming has something important to discuss. I must be patient. The girl still waited quietly. A few minutes passed. Su Ming pushed open the office door and walked in with Tang Yuan. You are our company's new artist, Ling Shi, right? Tang Yuan's face still looked a little flushed, and she smiled sweetly. But overall, there is nothing unusual. Ling Shi stood up, stretched out his hand and said, Hello. I just talked to Mr. Su about the future development of the company. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Tang Yuan from GUN Entertainment. From now on, you can call me President Tang or Sister Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan smiled, and her smile was extremely friendly. But he secretly reached out and pinched Su Ming's waist. This man. It's really too bad. He actually left the girl here and did shameful things with me in the office? If the company knew about this, wouldn't it be? She felt very shy, but when she thought about it carefully, she felt it was extremely exciting. Okay, Mr. Tang, my name is Ling Shi, please take care of me in the future. Ling Shi nodded slightly politely. Tang Yuan responded and took out the document, then let's sign the contract. Mr. Su has already explained the general contents to me. You can take a look at it yourself first. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask questions. I believe in Brother Su Ming. Ling Shi took the contract with a smile, glanced at it, and then picked up a pen to sign it. Hearing this name, Tang Yuan couldn't help but glance at Su Ming. I feel angry and funny. This bad man has bewitched the girl again? Brother Su Ming? Humph, I even call him husband in private. Su Ming's face turned red, and his cell phone rang. I took a look and saw that it was Hong Ping calling. He took the opportunity to leave this place of trouble. Hey! What's going on over there? Su Ming left Epic Entertainment and called Hong Peng again. Hong Peng's anxious voice rang out, Boss, Jinxian Pavilion, someone is really here to cause trouble. I guess it was sent by the people from Huikai Finance yesterday. He described the current situation of the restaurant. Things are very tricky. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. After hanging up the phone, he called Xinhua Security and assigned them a task. Then he got up and drove to Jinxian Pavilion. At the door, Su Ming got off the car. Hong Peng immediately greeted them and reported, Boss, those people are all in the restaurant now, so no customers dare to come to our restaurant. Hearing this, Su Ming went into the restaurant with him. Really? There were 2 or 3 men sitting at each table, chatting happily. In total, there are probably about 20 or 30 of them. Looks like a guest. But on their table, there was only a portion of smashed cucumber, peanuts, and a few glasses of water. Obviously, he is here to cause trouble. Hong Peng whispered, these people came one after another, ordered some side dishes, and sat at the table to chat. All subsequent guests were driven away by them. Obviously, they were sent by Huikai Finance to target us. I called the police. But they told them they were waiting for someone and would take the order soon. They told me not to worry. The police could only deal with the matter hastily and let me communicate with them. They took the opportunity to say that if we don't agree to their terms, they will slowly waste our money. Just let our restaurant go bankrupt. His expression was filled with resentment. Originally, he was thinking about running the restaurant well and performing well in front of the boss. Who would have thought that the other party's methods were so dirty? He's a complete scoundrel. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, it seems that Huikai Finance does have some tricks. But, that's all. Since the other party wants to play tough, right? Okay. I'll stick with you till the end. Chapter 119. This trick of subverting one's own plan is brilliant. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth and ordered, go back and take our people away, and leave the rest to me. Receive. After receiving the order, Hong Peng immediately started to do it. Su Ming looked at the time, walked to the center of the group, and spoke lightly. Now, I give you 3 minutes to leave this restaurant. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. His tone was light, and although it was a threat and warning, it was not too deliberate. Those men in different clothes burst into laughter. Ha, you'll take the consequences at your own risk? Do you really think we were scared? Who the hell are you? You asked us to leave the restaurant in 3 minutes? Why? I want some melon seeds. Waiter, serve me the food. A yellow-haired young man shouted in a loud voice. The smiles on everyone's faces became even more intense. Yes, we are here to eat, why are you chasing us away? A young man with tattoos on his arms proudly lay on the chair and looked up at Su Ming. Attitude, extremely arrogant. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly. Then you guys, wish you the best. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the restaurant. The thugs in the restaurant were actually thugs sent by Huikai Finance. At this time, they were whispering and talking to each other. That young man just now should be the owner of this restaurant, right? I heard that he's quite good at fighting. It seems that Zhang Xiong suffered this loss yesterday. TSK, don't mention the Zhang Xiong, he's just a bear. How could he be scared like that by a few chefs? If he has the guts, will he call a few more chefs over today? See if I can hack him to death. Damn. Brother Wentao, you are still awesome. But what did the boss mean when he told us to fend for ourselves? Who knows? Anyway, there are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the people next to them. There are 20 or 30 of them here, and their fighting power is off the charts. Who dares to provoke? However, at this moment, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. Swish, swish, swish. A group of well-trained special elites wearing explosion-proof suits and gas masks, holding black alloy iron rods, rushed in a black mass. One of them even held a submachine gun in his hand. The black hole was pointed at these thugs. Cold and murderous. It feels like suffocating. Close the door. The leading special elite waved his hand, and the door was instantly closed by his men. The environment is instantly closed. The light is so dim. A sense of impending disaster flooded into the minds of the gangsters. They looked at each other, their throats rolling. No. Who are you? The yellow-haired young man was so scared that his lips turned pale and his body began to tremble unconsciously. He was shouting like crazy before. Now, see these special elites, with such sophisticated equipment. He felt very disappointed in his heart. Starting to panic. The leading special elite did not reply, but waved his hand gently and gave orders. Superior. The special forces elites filed in, holding black alloy iron rods, and rushed forward. A special elite holding a charging spear is supervising the battle. It seems that fire support is needed at any time. The thugs, seeing this scene, could only passively accept the beating. They wanted to fight back, but they didn't dare to do so too aggressively. What if the other party really opened fire on him? What to do then? The battle ended incredibly quickly. In just 2 or 3 minutes, these thugs were lying on the ground in all directions, wailing everywhere. Deep down, I feel so depressed that I want to vomit blood. Damn it! Who said that their boss only knows how to use the chef's knife to intimidate? What the hell are these special elites? Is there also charge? How scary. Outside the restaurant, Su Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Hong Peng took a look into the restaurant and heard wailing everywhere, which made him feel terrified. The special elites of Xinhua Security are so powerful. Surprisingly, he took the real thing. And it's legal to hold. Who isn't afraid? In addition, these elites are special forces themselves, so their fighting power will naturally crush those small thugs. With the help of equipment, it's a one-sided win. However, his boss Su Ming is actually the boss behind Xinhua Security. This identity. It's really scary. He saw with his own eyes today the forces deployed by Xinhua Security. Only then did I realize how powerful this mysterious department is. What's even more terrifying is that the troop dispatch today is only a small part of Xinhua Security. It looks like Huikai Finance is doomed. 10 minutes later, Su Ming picked up the intercom and said, "Let's pack up." After some orders were given, the beating sounds in the restaurant finally stopped. The door was reopened immediately. A group of special elites ran out in neat rows. The captain and Su Ming saluted, and the latter nodded in agreement. The Xinhua security force directly boarded 2 night XVs and sped away. The action is very neat. Boss. What should we do now? Hong Peng looked at the miserable situation in the restaurant and became worried. Su Ming calmly ordered, report it directly to the criminal police team and tell them that there are people gathering here to fight. Hong Peng was stunned for a moment, then did as he was told. 10 minutes later. The siren wailed sharply. 3 police cars stopped. A heroic female police officer with short hair and a pretty but stern face. Wearing black leather boots, he walked straight towards Su Ming. The light blue uniform wrapped her beautiful body, making it look tall and straight. A pair of long legs is extremely charming and eye-catching. Her temperament is so cool and beautiful that no one is allowed to enter. Su Ming was slightly stunned. This female police officer is so beautiful? We received a report that there was a group of people fighting here. Did you call the police? The female police officer's voice is clear and moving, making it hard to resist. Su Ming said, yes. Today a group of people came to our restaurant to cause trouble. We called the police many times before, but the ones who came were police officers. They were helpless against these people. Hearing this, the female police officer frowned slightly. What about now? You don't want us to help you deal with this matter? That's not the case. Su Ming shook his head and said seriously, it seems that they have some internal conflicts now and are fighting. Internal conflicts? The female police officer felt something was wrong. She fell into a brief moment of contemplation and speculated, so, now one of their gangs beat someone up and ran away? Su Ming shook his head, no. So what's going on? The female police officer was a little depressed. Why is it different from what I thought? Su Ming explained, they are both injured in the fight and are now in our restaurant. Go and take them away. Next to him, Hong Peng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Damn it! The boss's trick is to steal one thing and change another. That is quite interesting. Just pass the blame to them? Damn, so cruel. The female police officer's eyes flickered slightly. I always feel this. Somewhat magical. Someone came to his restaurant to cause trouble, and there was an internal conflict and a fight in his restaurant? On the contrary, both sides suffer losses? If you tell this to others, who will believe it? Do you really think I'm a little idiot? But the female police officer remained alert and waved her hand to give orders. Assemble. Come in with me. There may be some extremely vicious criminals in there, so we must be extremely alert. Receive. A group of criminal police immediately shook their spirits, took out their batons, and followed closely behind. The female police officer was extremely cautious and held her hand. Kick the door in. As a result, when she saw the scene inside the restaurant, she was stunned instantly. The restaurant is a mess. A group of thug-like people were lying on the ground in a mess. Curled up, wailing in pain. There was still a lot of blood on the ground. Some people have bloody heads. The restaurant was in chaos, as if it had been swept by a storm. It looks like there was indeed a fierce fight. The scale is extremely large. It has already involved personal life safety and is enough to be upgraded to a criminal case. The female police officer ordered in a cold and dignified voice, everyone, help check the injuries immediately to see if emergency treatment is needed. Shaoli, call an ambulance. Clear. The police officer named Shaoli took out his cell phone. The police officers took action and began to check everyone's injuries. This case involves serious matters. You are the restaurant owner, please cooperate with my investigation. The female police officer took out a small notebook, looked at Su Ming seriously, and asked coldly, so, what is your name? Su Ming. Su Ming? Hearing this, the female police officer looked up. Look of surprise. He is actually Su Ming? Chapter 120. This man is such a scoundrel. The female police officer's eyes flickered. She handled two major cases a while ago. The embezzlement case of Tianxiu Games and the tax evasion case of Yaoguang Entertainment. Coincidentally, both cases are inextricably linked to a man named Su Ming. She even knew. This Su Ming is the man behind Xinhua Security and has a strong background. Could it be him? The female police officer kept a straight face and prepared to continue questioning. At this time, criminal policeman Shaoli ran over and reported, Captain Song, we just collected some confessions, and this group of people said that they were not in a riot. Instead, a group of people wearing special elite uniforms beat them up like this. They are well trained and seem to have weapons in their hands. It seems that they were instructed by someone. Things don't seem to be as simple as we thought. He looked at Su Ming as if he was a suspect. The meaning is self-evident. The female police officer raised her eyebrows slightly, her mind racing. Special elite, armed with weapons? I think the only one who can legally own such a force is Xinhua Security. It seems that it is indeed him. The female police officer has seen through Su Ming's identity. But it was not pointed out. She smiled coldly. Mr. Su, what explanation do you have now? Hearing this, Su Ming acted out his best, complaining with a face full of grievance. Officer, this is all their slander. It's obviously their own internal conflict, but now they are pointing fingers and blaming me for instigating it. Their purpose is nothing more than to make my restaurant closed. The female officer rolled her eyes. You are talking nonsense. If she hadn't guessed Su Ming's identity, she would have been fooled by his acting skills. But the problem is, she knows that Su Ming is most likely the mastermind behind Xinhua Security. According to the confessions of those people, it does seem like it was done by members of Xinhua Security. As for Su Ming's statement, they had conflicts among themselves and fought with each other. This statement is obviously untenable. The female police officer asked calmly, Shaoli, have you checked the surveillance cameras in the restaurant? Yes. But they were all destroyed, so it's difficult to investigate. Shaoli's face was gloomy as he continued. Moreover, the surrounding surveillance cameras all mysteriously lost data during this period of time. It's obvious that someone is deliberately destroying the evidence. I also found out the origins of this group of people, you see. He handed over a business card. Huikai Finance. Chairman, Yen Hongkai. These people said they were employees of Huikai Finance, but I guess they were actually thugs of the company. Detective Shaoli guessed it accurately. I see. The female police officer smiled confidently, and the answer seemed to be already written on the paper. She said coldly, So, Mr. Su, you have a grudge against Huikai Finance. They came to your restaurant to cause trouble, and you sent people to beat them up. Is that right? Su Ming chuckled. I really underestimated her. Unexpected. This female police officer is not only beautiful, but also heroic. Your brain is still so useful? Based on this information, we can deduce the matter almost accurately. Very smart. But it is impossible to ask him to admit that he did it. Su Ming said calmly, I do have a grudge against Huikai Finance, but I don't know how they were beaten. You don't have any concrete evidence, so don't wrongly accuse a good person. I, Su Ming, am a good citizen who abides by the law. The female police officer spat in her heart when she heard this. Fuck you. You are a good citizen, the facts are already in your face. You still refuse to admit it? What a rogue. Su Ming was still not satisfied and continued, Officer, I think it's a waste of time for you to investigate me. You should investigate Huikai Finance. The gray industry chain they are involved in and the many illegal transactions are simply shocking. The female police officer showed some interest. Do you have any evidence? Su Ming felt a little regretful and said with a smile, Not yet, but I can cooperate with your police investigation and provide you with the evidence when the time comes. The female police officer nodded slightly. Okay. I'll handle this fight case first. If you need my cooperation in the investigation, I'll contact you through the police. After she finished speaking, she turned and was about to leave. Who would have thought? Su Ming suddenly called her, Wait. The female police officer looked back with surprise. Su Ming cleared his throat and said with a smile, You really looked cool when you kicked the door just now, but my door is quite expensive. Shouldn't you compensate me a little? He pointed to the door, which had become dilapidated. The policewoman's beautiful face flushed instantly. Ashamed. Angry. She had never seen such a shameless man in her life. She came here to solve the case impartially according to the law, and even involve lives. In the end, he had to pay for it himself? How heartless. Criminal police officer Shaoli's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he said angrily, Hey, sir, are you sure? We came here to help you with the case, but you are blackmailing us? Is this how you run a store and do business? He was furious. Someone actually bullied the goddess of their police force? He is so bold. If he knew who Captain Song's father was, would he still dare to be so arrogant? The female police officer was a little angry in her heart, and she forced a smile and said, Tell me, how much do you want? When Su Ming saw her like this, he almost laughed out loud. He held out his palm. No more, no less, $5 is enough. Come, let's add each other as friends first. Once I have collected the evidence, we can contact each other. He took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat QR code directly. The female police officer was stunned. Ha! Am I being hit on? The person behind Xinhua Security actually wants his own prestige? Deliberately using the excuse of losing money? Humph, you cunning and scheming man. Think of this. The corners of the female police officer's beautiful mouth curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Then he took out his cell phone. Detective Shaoli was completely stunned. No, you want to add Captain Song as your friend, what's your intention? Captain Song, ignore him. He growled, trying to stop it. On Su Ming's side, a prompt popped up indicating that the friend had been added successfully. Looking at the heroic profile picture of the female police officer, Su Ming was in a good mood. I actually have a female detective friend. In the past, it was simply unthinkable. Su Ming smiled faintly and said, Officer, what's your name? The female police officer did not answer in person, but typed something on her mobile phone and sent a message. Song Yunyan? Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he said leisurely, the beauty of Yunjin shines in the starlight, and her rosy face smells like white clouds. Officer Song, what a good name. Smooth talk. Song Yunyan cursed angrily, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Women, of course, like compliments. She is no exception. Su Ming extended his hand and smiled faintly, then even if we know each other, we will cooperate with the police and the people in the future to make sure those criminals have nowhere to hide. Good. Song Yunyan smiled and shook hands lightly with the man. It can be said that a consensus of some kind has been reached. At this time, Shaoli's jaw dropped in shock. Song Yunyan has always been as cold as an iceberg, like the eternal ice that never melts. No entry for strangers. Now, she is shaking hands intimately with a man? Did you leave each other contact information? Want to work together? You are so shameless. Shaoli was so angry that he wanted to handcuff Su Ming and lock him up for interrogation. The police officers who gathered around were also stunned when they saw this scene. Captain Song is usually very serious and stern. In my eyes, there are only cases. However, today, she actually showed such a bright smile. They all began to doubt their lives. Chapter 121, Damage Cannot Be Undone. The police car left the scene. Huang Peng looked at the car going away and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, full of admiration. Boss, this is a really good trick. Not only did you clear yourself of the relationship, but you also got inside the police. If we can get in touch with Captain Song, it will be much easier for us to do things in the future. Su Ming was a little confused. He just wanted to add some prestige and didn't think too much about it. How it looks to others. It seems like the purpose is not pure and a lot of things have been planned in advance. However, he was quite surprised. That police officer Song Yunyan was actually willing to add her contact information? Could it be that the pickup skills I learned from the internet are so effective? Su Ming pondered for a moment and said calmly, we still have to follow the right path and do everything according to the rules and regulations. Besides, others just left me their contact information. There is nothing to be proud of. Hong Peng nodded, that's what the boss said. Su Ming looked ahead with a deep gaze. However, since we have torn our relationship with Huikai Finance, we have no choice but to do it to the extreme. He picked up his phone and dialed Kingwood Mallison's. A voice came from the other side, with an extremely respectful attitude. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Lu Zhenquan from Kingwood Mallison's. I am honored that you have called me personally. Su Ming said calmly, I won't say any more polite words. I want the law firm to help me investigate Huikai Finance and report all its dirty laundry to me. Try to be thorough. Understood. I will do my best to follow Mr. Su's instructions. Lu Zhenquan nodded, his expression extremely serious, and entered into working mode. He didn't expect it. This mysterious boss, Mr. Su, is going to attack Huikai Finance as soon as he makes a move. This is a financial tycoon in Shanghai. Mr. Su, you have such great courage? After hanging up the phone, he immediately got to work. Su Ming called Shenhua Security again. We at Shenhua Security have an infiltration department, right? Help me send someone to infiltrate Huikai Finance. Gather intelligence. Yes. Su Ming activated some related forces one after another. Shenhua Security, Kingwood Mallison's, Huaxing Financial, Epic Capital. The invisible black hand gradually spreads and expands. Reaching out to Huikai Finance. Dig deep into the scandal and collect evidence. There is only one ultimate goal. Let them die. Huikai Financial Building. 19th floor. Mr. Yan, your express delivery. The courier brought in a cardboard box. Leave it there. Yan Hongkai waved his hand nonchalantly. The courier showed a strange expression on his face that was imperceptible to others. He put the package on the table next to him and turned to leave. Yan Xiangyang came in, brushed past him, and then closed the door. He reported in a low voice, "Brother, the people we sent out today were wiped out again." He gave a brief account of what had happened. What? When Yan Hongkai heard this, he instantly flew into a rage and smashed the cup to the ground. Bang! Idiots! They are all a bunch of idiots. More than 20 people went to Jinxian Pavilion to cause trouble, and they were beaten up and hospitalized? What kind of people are you sending? Yan Hongkai was furious. He thought that after today's farce, the boss of Jinxian Pavilion will compromise honestly. Pay back the 100 million debt. You can even raise the conditions temporarily. Who would have thought? I actually heard such sad news. Sent more than 20 people, and the whole army was wiped out? What the hell, he was beaten into the hospital? When had Yan Hongkai ever suffered such humiliation? I must return the favor. Yan Hongkai's eyes were filled with anger and veins popped out on his forehead. Yan Xiangyang felt a little scared when he heard this. He suddenly remembered what Zhang Xiong said to him last night. I always feel uneasy. Brother, why don't we just forget about it? This Su Ming is not an ordinary person. There's no need for us to compete with him. Besides, we actually only lost a few million. After all, the previous boss paid back a lot of money in the early stage. Yan Xiangyang persuaded with pale lips. Yan Hongkai, however, did not care. Do you really think this is a matter of a few million? This is a matter of the dignity of our company. If this gets out, all the borrowers will follow suit, take the money and disappear. Where can we get the money from them? Yan Xiangyang whispered, Brother, if we keep this a secret, it shouldn't have any impact on the company. Besides, they all know what will happen if you don't pay back the money. No one would dare to do that, right? After all, they, Weikai Finance, are well known for being tough guys. If someone dares to owe money and not pay it back, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing this, Yan Hongkai gradually calmed down, lit a cigar to calm himself, and said slowly, It's too late to reverse what has been done. Even if we stop, will the other party just let it go? Yan Xiangyang asked nervously, What do you mean? Yan Hongkai's eyes turned sinister. Let's ask him to come over for negotiation and lower the conditions appropriately. If he is willing to pay the money, the matter will be over. If he is not tactful. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Yan Xiangyang's heartbeat suddenly slowed down. Brother, are you still preparing a hongmen feast? If he doesn't know what's good for us, we'll just kill him? As he spoke, his voice became a little softer. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yan Hongkai exhaled a puff of smoke and said proudly, We all came from the edge of a knife and licked blood. If we are not ruthless, how can we gain a foothold in this world? Yan Xiangyang cleared his throat and felt frightened. But what they don't know is, a pinhole camera with monitoring function has been quietly placed under their desk. All their secrets were known to Su Ming. At this time, the office door was pushed open. Yan Xiangyang stood up alertly and shouted angrily, Who the hell comes in without knocking? Get out! Devil City Criminal Police Brigade, Song Yunyan. Song Yunyan walked in with her ID in hand and a stern expression. So heroic. Behind him, a group of criminal police stood in black and looked extremely majestic. It's Officer Song. What do you want from us? Yan Xiangyang asked with a smile, looking harmless. Yan Xiangyang, it's Yan Hong, right? Song Yunyan said sternly, You are suspected of large-scale gang fighting, serious damage to other people's property, and bad social impact. Now please cooperate with the investigation. Yan Xiangyang was confused, his mouth twitched. Are you sure, officer? It's one of ours. He was beaten in the restaurant. Not only did you not help catch the suspect, but you came to question us instead? Based on the situation at the scene, we have reason to suspect that you maliciously fabricated the illusion of being beaten by others in order to achieve your illegal purpose. Song Yunyan was full of righteousness and took out the subpoena. Come back to the police station with me now and accept the investigation. If you disobey, I will have reason to sue you for obstruction of public service. You. Yan Xiangyang was so angry that he wanted to swear, but he held it back. After all, what kind of logic is this? Maliciously fabricating the illusion of being beaten by others? We are so bored. Yan Hongkai stood up, staring at Song Yunyan with sinister eyes, and sneered, "Humph, you are using chicken feathers as a token of authority. I want to see what you can find out from this investigation, little girl. Just wait for the complaints." As soon as these words came out, the criminal police team behind him frowned and were furious. This person is really too arrogant. Song Yunyan smiled slightly, not afraid at all. "Police number 3XXX39, welcome to file a complaint. Copy it to me." The police officers obeyed the order, looked sullen, and quickly took out the handcuffs. "Take them both away directly." Chapter 122. They are all a bunch of idiots. At the same time, more than 100 meters away, in an office in a building. "Mr. Su, the two brothers Yan Hongkai have been taken away by the police for investigation." The man was wearing courier clothes and was operating the computer skillfully. He is a member of the Shenhua Security Infiltration Department. It was him who sneaked into Huikai Finance and installed monitoring cameras. Hearing this, the corners of Su Ming's mouth slightly raised. He didn't expect it. Police officer Song Yunyan actually cooperated with me inadvertently. Although there is insufficient evidence to convict them for the time being. But being able to hold them back gave me enough time to investigate. It's like divine help. Su Ming ordered another person, "Let the hackers from the information department invade immediately. I want all the data in their computers." Clear. Upon hearing this, the captain took out his cell phone and passed on the order. Su Ming's eyes were grim as he reviewed the information currently on his phone. It contains not only basic information about the Yan Hongkai brothers. There is also information about how Huikai Finance got rich, its development process, and even a certain murder case and the means involved, all in great detail. Even the law firm of Kingwood Mallisons has fought 2 lawsuits involving Huikai Finance. The inside story is even more shocking. Just based on these, it is enough for Huikai Finance to suffer a lot. But Su Ming felt that it was far from enough. If you want the other party to die, you must make them die completely. Don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. 10 minutes later. The infiltration team received a file and reported, "Mr. Su, the information department has successfully hacked into the system. They have thousands of criminal videos. Perhaps this is just the tip of the iceberg." He clicked on a video. The content is about a young girl who was treated inhumanely. It looked extremely tragic. This is a vibrant life. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Isn't this the female college student who disappeared some time ago? It turns out that these people are simply beasts. He didn't expect that today's seemingly stable society actually has such dark corners. The methods used by Huikai Finance are simply outrageous. Creepy. This further strengthened Su Ming's determination to eradicate them completely. 2 hours later. Yan Hongkai and Yan Shangyang were interrogated but were temporarily released due to insufficient evidence. After all, today's gang fight was definitely not instigated by Yan Hongkai and others. At most, they sent some people to the restaurant to cause trouble, which constitutes disturbing public order, and they can only be given a verbal warning, which is not enough to convict them. Yan Hongkai even turned around and asked the police to arrest the group of people who beat his men. However, Song Yunyan chose to ignore them. After a few perfunctory words, she asked them to go back and wait for news. In front of the police station. Yan Hongkai was furious. "Fuck. These people are more likely to cause trouble than to help. They just like to find fault with me. They couldn't find the people who beat us, so they came to question us? Do they really think I'm easy to bully?" He spat on the ground angrily. "Vent your inner dissatisfaction. The attitude is extremely arrogant." Yan Shangyang twitched his lips and laughed dryly. "Brother, let's not be too angry. The law enforcement team is like this. Without evidence, they can't investigate anything. Isn't it because of this that we have been living in peace all the time?" Yan Hongkai laughed when he heard this. "That's true. But that kid is really good. He beat up our people, but he was fine." At this point, he began to take the owner of Jinxian Pavilion seriously. He has been in society for many years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a tough opponent. This aroused his strong desire to win. Yan Shangyang thought about it and suggested, "Since the law enforcement team can't investigate this group of people, why don't we investigate it ourselves? When the evidence is solid, we can directly ask the police to arrest them. We can turn the tables on Su Ming." "Good. Your idea is good. Yan Hongkai was overjoyed and patted his brother's shoulder with satisfaction. After being with me for so many years, you have finally made some progress. Yan Xiangyang raised the corners of his mouth, feeling extremely proud. Immediately, they regrouped and drove to the Shanghai People's Hospital. 7th floor, surgery. Yan Hongkai and Yan Xiangyang stepped into the corridor. Look around. There were many injured people lying outside the ward, wrapped in bandages. They had obviously suffered serious injuries and looked horrible. These people are all thugs under Huikai Finance. Although Yan Hongkai had already expected this, he did not expect that they would be so seriously injured. Brother Yang. A yellow-haired young man with a cane staggered to his feet. He was covered in bandages, looking like a mummy. Yan Xiangyang took a breath, his eyes flickered, and asked, Huizi, why are you so seriously injured? What happened? When he heard that his men were being beaten up by a group of people, he was almost in disbelief. Now come to the hospital for a checkup. This tragedy is simply too exaggerated. The yellow-haired young man said bitterly, Today, we went to Jinxian Pavilion to reserve a seat. At the beginning, everything went smoothly. Then their boss came over and said, Give us 3 minutes to leave the restaurant. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Of course we didn't give in, we just went for it. Who would have thought that he would actually call over a group of special forces elites, and even bring a submachine gun? Even if we fought back, we didn't dare to be too aggressive. We were afraid they would really open fire. We had no choice but to passively take the beating unilaterally, and in the end it ended up like this. He already regretted it deeply now. If they had listened to that boss, they wouldn't have suffered such painful torture. Who knows, that group of people just wanted to fight, and they even brought hot weapons. It's really unreasonable. Yan Hongkai frowned and sneered, Special elite? And with assault weapons? Are you fucking kidding me? Is it possible that they are actually chefs in disguise, and the sauce is also fake? Don't you know how to use your brains and just wait to be beaten? What a bunch of rubbish. In his opinion, this is pure nonsense. It would be fine if you couldn't win, but you actually made up such a lie? What a bunch of idiots. On the first day, I was scared by the chef. Let us try a different approach today and step up our efforts. Did they believe it? Huang Mao Huizi looked aggrieved and explained, Boss, what we said is true. That charging sword looks real. Moreover, they are like a well-trained army. It's not something a chef can pretend to be. Yan Hongkai was puzzled when he heard this and asked, You think they are a military unit? Then tell me, who are they? Huang Mao Huizi was speechless. This question really stumped him. Yan Xiangyang vaguely felt that something was wrong. The opponent's strength seems to be stronger than they imagined. Brother, we. The words had just come to his lips. Yan Hongkai's phone rang. Chapter 123 It's time to end it all. Yan Hongkai took a look at the incoming call and it was an unfamiliar number. After connected, a calm voice sounded. Yan Hongkai, how are you? There was a hint of contempt in his voice. Yan Hongkai felt the hostility. Who are you? The boss of Jinxian Pavilion, who else could it be? Fuck, it turns out to be you. Yan Hongkai was furious and shouted, I haven't come to settle accounts with you yet, and you call me to provoke me. Are you so arrogant? Su Ming smiled faintly and said, Boss Yan, don't be so impetuous when doing business. If you have anything to say, can't you sit down and talk? Harmony brings wealth. Yan Hongkai was surprised, but quickly calmed down. The other party actually proposed to sit down and talk with me at this time? Did the other party give in? Or maybe, this is a trap set by the other party. You sent people to beat my men like this, and you still tell me that peace brings wealth? Are you kidding me? He was still somewhat angry, but his tone was slightly tentative. Su Ming sneered and continued to deceive, these are all misunderstandings. Even if we don't know each other, we will never know each other again. There are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies. Don't you agree, Boss Yan? Yan Hongkai was slightly stunned. I still feel a little doubtful. The other party actually wants to reconcile with me? He was afraid of getting angry. Show weakness in advance? Think of this. Yan Hongkai raised the corner of his mouth and said proudly, it seems that you are also a wise man. It is indeed not a wise choice to continue fighting with me. Bring your negotiation funds, let's choose a place and talk face to face. Su Ming said calmly, okay, you can choose the address. Hang up the phone. A text message was sent to his mobile phone. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jinrui Advertising Company. Address, number 103 Baoshan Road. He was not surprised to see this location. Jinrui Advertising Company is the second base of Huikai Finance. There are 2 or 3 universities next to it. Huikai Finance used this advertising company to spread loan advertisements to college students and thereby made money. Many people have suffered greatly from it and have been deeply poisoned. It's time to put an end to all this. Su Ming smiled calmly and arranged everything. Submit all criminal evidence of Huikai Finance to the police. He got up and went to the agreed place. At the critical moment, we can't let them run away. 10 minutes later. A black Maybach S was on its way to Jinrui Advertising Company. Inside the car, Yan Xiangyang was worried and said, "Brother, I think things are a little too simple. This Su Ming doesn't seem like someone who would compromise so easily." Yan Hongkai sneered, "As a restaurant owner, what other choice does he have except to compromise? He is right, harmony brings wealth, which is good for both of us. Besides, Jinrui Advertising is our territory, what kind of trouble can he cause? If it really doesn't work, we will fight to the death and make him stay in Jinrui forever." Hearing this, Yan Xiangyang did not continue to persuade him. He looked at the sky outside the car, his expression a little dazed. "Deep down in my heart, I feel it vaguely. Things are going to change." Jinrui Advertising Company. Yan Hongkai and Yan Xiangyang got out of the car and walked straight inside. The girl at the front desk came over to greet him. "Brother Yang, big boss, the guests are waiting for you upstairs." The Yan Hongkai brothers nodded and went to the second floor. In the living room, Su Ming sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and played with the golden toad on the coffee table. Confidence. Indifferent. Behind him, a dignified man stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a bodyguard. Yan Hongkai was very surprised to see Su Ming. "I didn't expect that the other party was so young. You are Boss Su, right? It seems you are a promising young man." He walked forward and exchanged a hypocritical greeting. Su Ming laughed and said, "Compared to Boss Yan's methods, I am indeed ashamed of myself." He really felt disgusted by the other party's dirty tricks. However, Yan Hongkai didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning of Su Ming's words. "Boss Su, you really know how to handle the current situation. You know how to advance and retreat. Have you brought the capital for this negotiation?" Yan Hongkai looked at the other person greedily. "I was calculating in my heart how much money it would cost later." Su Ming remained calm. "Well, tell me what you think, Boss Yan." "Ha ha ha." Yan Hongkai was overjoyed, feeling that he had won the battle, and he made a huge request. "Boss Su, you are indeed a straightforward person. Then let's settle the accounts. I originally owned half of your Jinshan pavilion. You should repay me 100 million. Besides, you beat up my men. You should pay for their medical expenses, right? We have 26 injured employees in total. On average, each of them will be charged 400,000 yuan. If we remove the zero, it will be 10 million yuan. Added together, that's 110 million. You have no objection to this and the price negotiation, right?" His face was full of smiles, and he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Just wait for the other party to compromise and take the money. Who would have thought? Su Ming chuckled and said in a mocking tone, "Boss Yan, it's broad daylight, why are you dreaming? 110 million, you really dare to say that?" The smile on Yan Hongkai's face disappeared instantly. "Didn't we agree on peace talks? Why did you fall out? What do you mean? You think it's too much? I'm telling you, without my approval, your restaurant will be nothing but a pile of wasteland. No one dares to take over. The restaurant lost 200 million, compared to my 110 million, don't you know how to do the math and weigh the pros and cons? This is a naked threat." In his opinion, without his permission, Su Ming's Jinshan pavilion would not be able to continue operating, and no one would take on this hot potato. Anyone who is sensible can do the math. Seeing Su Ming was silent, he seemed to be unmoved. Yan Hongkai smiled proudly and added, "Moreover, if you pay this 110 million, you can even get my friendship. I will protect you in the future. In this magic city, I guarantee that your business will be prosperous. With this condition, are you satisfied?" The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If he was threatening before, now he is tempting. He, Yan Hongkai, controls a financial group with hundreds of billions of financing. He is powerful and ruthless. If someone could get this kind of relationship with him, wouldn't he be able to walk all over the Magic City with his might? Of course, he said all this just to achieve his own goals. If the other party paid, he would turn his back on them. His tactics of coercion and inducement are indeed very tempting to many people. Some people dream of joining Huikai Finance. Result? In Yan Hongkai's eyes, he is just a clown. Yan Hongkai looked at Su Ming jokingly, waiting for the latter to take the bait. However, things did not go as he expected. Su Ming remained calm and said coldly, Yan Hongkai, your method of making money is indeed good. But I'm afraid you won't have the chance to spend money in this life. What's the meaning? Yan Hongkai trembled all over, feeling that something seemed to be wrong. Su Ming raised his hand. The majestic man behind him took out a stack of documents. Su Ming said calmly, I reminded you that if you dare to provoke me again, I will destroy your nest. Obviously, you didn't take this to heart. Appreciate your masterpiece. He picked up the document and threw it forward wantonly. Papers were scattered on the table. Expand. Yan Hongkai's head exploded with a buzz. He picked up a file. Seeing the above information makes my scalp tingle. How do you have these? Yan Hongkai's lips turned pale and he stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Yan Shangyang had already been standing there in a daze. These are all their company's secrets and the ugly things they do. Now, it's leaked? Chapter 124. Didn't he know he was wrong? Su Ming looked at the two people who were in a state of disarray with a cold gaze. At this moment, his cell phone rang and a new message appeared on Weixin. Song Yunyan, the arrest warrant has been issued. Where are you? Su Ming was slightly surprised. He provided clues to the police through his connections at Xinhua Security. As a result, Song Yunyan actually found me directly? Could it be that she had already seen through my identity? This woman is not simple. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth, edited a message and sent it. Now, it's time to close the net. Su Ming, I'm at Jinrui Advertising Company, come over quickly, they're probably going to fight to the death with me. When Song Yunyan received the news, her brows slightly frowned. Su Ming is actually with them? But why did he take it so lightly? If we fight to the death with you, won't your life be in danger? Is this man an idiot? She tensed up and took it very seriously. All the team, follow me. They are at Jinrui Advertising Company. When Song Yunyan gave the cold order, the atmosphere of the entire police force seemed to be completely activated and ignited. Act upon hearing the sound. Although the police officers didn't know where she got the information from, judging from her firm tone, the information was absolutely accurate. Many police cars were dispatched from the criminal police brigade. Magnificent. The sharp sound of sirens resounded throughout the entire demon city. Song Yunyan held the steering wheel, staring ahead with a determined gaze. Half an hour ago, the police station received a document from a mysterious person. It records all the evidence about Huikai finance and crimes. The means are cruel. The criminal content is shocking and frightening. Not only did it involve Huikai finance as usury, it also implicated multiple murders. Today, there are still many people who have been deeply harmed by Huikai finance and are in dire straits. In the video, several young girls were kidnapped, insulted, and eventually murdered, suffering all kinds of inhuman treatment. Huikai finance is like a devil on earth. My hands are stained with sin. This case, looking at the whole of China, is a major criminal case that has attracted worldwide attention. She started checking immediately. Finally, the crime was proven. Without any delay, she directly submitted an application for an arrest warrant to the procuratorate. After the arrest warrant was issued, when she called Huikai Financial Company, she was told that Yan Hongkai and Yan Shangyang were not in the company. So, where are they? Song Yunyan was very smart and immediately noticed a key figure in the case. Su Ming got a response, which coincided with her idea. Su Ming, he actually risked his life to get involved. Not only did he put himself in danger, but he also wanted to bring the two of them to justice. Aren't you too reckless, idiot? Song Yunyan was a little worried. She didn't want to see all the people who were righteous get hurt. The accelerator is at the bottom. Several police cars were speeding on the road with their lights flashing. The howling cold wind makes it seem even colder and more murderous. Now. Jean Rouet advertising, in the living room. Yan Hongkai held the evidence of his crime, and his face gradually distorted. Mr. Su. What do you want by showing me these? He questioned with a red face and thick neck, and his voice unconsciously roared. Su Ming smiled softly and asked, What do you think? People like Yan Hongkai are the cancer and scum of society. It's not a pity to die 10,000 times. He involved so many people in order to achieve his own selfish desires. Some people, out of momentary greed, borrow money from their company to satisfy their vanity. But step by step he stepped into the endless abyss. Eventually, the family fell apart because they couldn't repay the high debts. Some people, because their families were in urgent need of money, borrowed a loan, but they didn't realize that they had fallen into a trap, and eventually they were overwhelmed and chose to end their lives. There are countless tragic examples, and behind them are lives lost. However, the net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. All the crimes they committed were uncovered by Su Ming's forces. Now, Su Ming only wants Weikai Finance to disappear completely. Yan Hongkai didn't know what he was thinking, but the other party had the upper hand over him. The only choice is compromise. Mr. Su, you do all this just for the money, right? You're right, harmony brings wealth, maybe we can have a good talk. Yan Hongkai was breathing heavily, trying to calm himself down. In his opinion, there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved by money. However, this incident always made him feel extremely frustrated. I was clearly the one asking for money from the other party, but now the situation has turned around. Su Ming's lips curled up. Oh? How much money are you going to give me? Seeing this, Yan Hongkai was delighted. In this way, I will give you 200 million, and the grudge between us will be written off. 200 million? Su Ming shook his head and laughed. So, your 2 lives are only worth 200 million? So cheap. The other party actually values money more than life. Or do they think I am playing a joke on them? Yan Hongkai was so angry that he said, 200 million, and you are still not satisfied. How much money do you want before you give up? Seeing that Su Ming remained unmoved, his younger brother Yan Shangyang obviously couldn't stand the pressure and was in a panic. He fell to his knees in front of Su Ming with a plop, looking sad. Mr. Su, please let me go. I am willing to give you all my 20% shares in Weikai Finance. I lost. Yan Shangyang's face was distorted and his heart felt like it was sinking into an icy cave. Unlike his cruel brother, he still has a bit of humanity. The crimes he committed over the years. This caused him to have nightmares every night. Extreme fear filled his entire brain. His psychological defenses had already collapsed and he burst into tears. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook. I don't want to go to jail or be killed. Yan Shangyang covered his face and cried miserably. Beside him, Yan Hongkai clenched his fists, trying hard to calm himself. He stared at Su Ming and said coldly, Just tell me what you want. Humiliation. Not reconciled. Anger. Various emotions intertwined in his mind and began to brew. He never expected it. Su Ming was completely different from any opponent he had encountered before. He was able to possess such monstrous means and obtain their fatal leverage in such a short period of time. He found that he had indeed underestimated Su Ming. Seeing the two men struggling to death, Su Ming couldn't help but sneer. A sentence emerged in my mind. He didn't know he was wrong, he knew he was going to die. This sentence couldn't be more appropriate to describe the two brothers Yan Hongkai. At this time, the majestic man received a notification and whispered to Su Ming, Mr. Su, they are here. Su Ming understood and looked at Yan Hongkai coldly. Are you qualified to make conditions with me? He raised his hand and slapped him hard. Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard, and Yan Hongkai flew backwards as if his body was unloaded. Bang! He slammed the coffee table hard, and there was a dull sound. The atmosphere is completely frozen. Humiliation. What a shame. Yan Hongkai covered his burning face with his hands, his expression becoming completely hideous. He crawled forward twice, reached into the newspaper under the coffee table, and took out a shiny black sword. Boy, you forced me to do this. I'm going to kill you right now. He pointed his gun at Su Ming and was about to pull the trigger. Who knows? A sizzling sound suddenly rang out at this moment. Bang! Chapter 125. Is there such a good thing? Aga! Yan Hongkai covered his wrist with his hands in agony and let out a terrible wail. His wrist was suddenly hit by a sting, and there was a bright red wound with blood flowing down. The hand fell to the ground without any force. He wanted to reach out his other hand to take it. At this moment, a cold voice of restraint sounded. "Don't move. Stand up and put your hands on your head." Song Yunyan raised her hand and pointed it at Yan Hongkai. Her heroic figure was slowly approaching him. A group of criminal police have also entered combat status, following behind her, ready to respond and provide support at any time. Why are you here?" When Yan Hongkai saw the massive police force, his mood plummeted. Yan Shangyang had already obediently squatted on the ground with his hands covering his head. Song Yunyan's eyes were extremely cold. "Yan Hongkai, you are suspected of instigating the killing of people and illegal financing. Now you have deliberately attempted to kill people and are charged with multiple crimes. Now that the evidence is conclusive, you will be arrested according to the law." She remained on guard, keeping her mouth pointed at Yan Hongkai to prevent him from making any rash moves. She waved. The detectives behind him swarmed over. "Directly control Yan Hongkai and Yan Shangyang firmly and put handcuffs on them. Take them back to the police station. Xiaoju, Wang Jian, block all the businesses under Huikai Finance and have the relevant departments investigate immediately." Song Yunyan explained the tasks in an orderly manner. "Receive." The two detectives obeyed the order and immediately stood up to do it. "Be honest." Criminal policeman Xiaoli escorted Yan Hongkai and reminded him with disgust on his face. Such bad people who commit so many evil things are simply the cancer of society. Yan Hongkai's face was gloomy at the moment, and his lips looked a little pale because of the injury on his wrist. He stared at Su Ming and said angrily, "Fuck, you deliberately irritated me just to make me take out the urn, right? You are plotting against me, right? If I acted faster, or the police were a step later, I would definitely drag you down with me." Alpaca. He cursed angrily, and his eyes showed that he wanted to kill Su Ming. Before this, he thought this was a simple negotiation. Who would have thought that Su Ming had colluded with the police from the very beginning, holding them back here and not giving them any time to escape? Just now, I deliberately provoked him to make him show his true colors. The crime is even more serious. If the police had arrived a little later, he would have made Su Ming confess right there and then. Now, relying on the fact that he is under police control, he vents his inner dissatisfaction unscrupulously. Who would have thought? Su Ming's eyes were gloomy and he slapped him again. Bang! The whole audience was shocked. Yan Hongkai was slapped so hard that stars appeared on his head and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. He roared, "Officer," he beat up the people under his supervision. "Hurry and catch him too." Song Yunyan said indifferently, "Sorry, I didn't see it." Ah? Yan Hongkai and Yan Shangyang were completely dumbfounded. Nothing to say. After a moment, the police officers handcuffed the Yan Hongkai brothers and put them into the police car. Huikai Finance was also completely sealed off by the police, who intervened in the investigation. After Song Yunyan pondered for a moment, she said softly, "Mr. Su, it is really dangerous for you to go deep into the enemy camp like this. If we hadn't arrived in time just now, the consequences would be disastrous." Hearing this, Su Ming's lips curled up slightly. "Officer Song, can I understand that you are concerned about me?" Song Yunyan blushed and said seriously, "Caring about the safety of citizens is what we should do as police officers." Oh. Su Ming curled his lips, obviously unhappy. Seeing his frustrated look, Song Yunyan found it funny for no reason and smiled faintly. "You have done enough and collected so much important evidence. This gives us a reason to bring them to justice. You can just not get involved in this mess and leave everything to us, isn't that fine?" Well. Su Ming sighed lightly, and said with all his heart, "What you said does make sense. But I can't tolerate even a grain of sand in my eyes. I know they have done so many bad things, and if they are not punished as they deserve, innocent people will be persecuted. I feel uneasy. People are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? I believe that when you, the police, are investigating a case, you should have similar feelings to me, right?" Seeing Su Ming's true feelings, Song Yunyan couldn't help but feel touched. Although Su Ming looks ruffian on the outside, he also seems a bit bad and unruly. But I didn't expect that he was so warm and full of justice in his bones. For the safety of people all over the world, I would rather lead the way and fall into dire straits. Even facing Yan Hongkai's harsh words, Su Ming remained unmoved and did not waver at all. Such righteousness is exactly the spirit of the police force that she has always admired. She suddenly felt that she and Su Ming seemed to have many similar interests. Song Yunyan's eyes were filled with admiration. Mr. Su, I understand your feelings. However, if there is a next time, I still hope that you can give priority to your own safety. After all, you never know what means the enemy will use. Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said softly, Okay, I'll listen to you. Happy cooperation this time. Song Yunyan met his deep and gentle gaze. My heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. She stretched out her slender hand and gently shook hands with Su Ming. It's been a pleasure working with you. The arrest of the two brothers Yan Hongkai is a foregone conclusion. On the way back to the police station, Song Yunyan drove the police car with a firm look in her eyes. Su Ming sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window, his mind lost in thought. Recalling the tense and exciting moment when Yan Hong just took out the gun and pointed it at Su Ming. Su Ming was actually not panicked at all. Because the captain of the bodyguard team of Xinhua Security was right next to him at that time. The moment Yan Hongkai took out the stir-fry, the captain had already taken out the stir-fry. If Song Yunyan didn't open that stir-fry, then the bodyguard captain will take action immediately, and it will still be Yan Hongkai who falls. Moreover, Su Ming has a perfect physique and has many ways to deal with it. He won't do anything without confidence. Now, the death of Yan Hongkai and Yan Xiangyang is a foregone conclusion. One of them was instigating behind the scenes, and the other did it himself. So many murders involved. Punished for multiple crimes, the crime is extremely serious. However, what surprised Su Ming was that he met Song Yunyan by chance. The opponent even cooperated with me tacitly and played several rounds of perfect cooperation. The whole thing progressed very smoothly. Not only did it solve the troubles of Jinxian Pavilion, but it also helped the society eradicate some scum. This can be considered as a contribution to society, right? Su Ming recalled some details and was a little surprised. I always feel. Song Yunyan, it seems like she has known me for a long time? Otherwise, how could you ask yourself directly where you are in that situation? Could it be that she had already realized that she was the mastermind behind Xinhua Security? I guess it's true. Su Ming thought so in his heart, and then looked at Song Yunyan, who was wearing a police uniform and concentrating on driving. The uniform outlined her figure with perfect curves and she sat upright. Her eyes are crystal clear, her profile is beautiful, and her short hair is refreshing. The heroic temperament is particularly charming. Su Ming increasingly felt that the woman in front of him was not only beautiful, but also thoughtful. If someone is her boyfriend, if there are other women outside, wouldn't it be easy for someone to find out? Noticing Su Ming's gaze, a blush appeared on Song Yunyan's beautiful face. If it were someone else, she would have lost her temper long ago. But the other person was Su Ming, and she found it quite interesting, so she wanted to tease him deliberately. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly and she smiled sweetly. Mr. Su, is it really that beautiful? Otherwise, why don't you just take a photo and enjoy it when you get back? She thought that if she said this, Su Ming would feel ashamed and say sorry. But she still underestimated Su Ming's shamelessness. Ah, there is such a good thing? Su Ming was surprised, then took out his cell phone and, with a click, took a beautiful photo of her driving. Song Yunyan? No, are you really that shameless? Chapter 126. This is definitely an illusion. Magic City, Criminal Police Brigade. Extremely strict. All the police officers returned to their teams and got busy. Yan Hongkai and Yan Xiangyang were already being interrogated, their faces were ashen. What awaited them would be the most severe punishment, the death penalty. As a key figure, Su Ming is ready to cooperate with Song Yunyan to record his confession. At this time, a female police officer came over anxiously and reminded quietly, Officer Song, he's here. Su Ming glanced at Song Yunyan and saw that her expression changed slightly. Deep down, he was even more curious. Just see. A dignified middle-aged man walked straight towards them. His police rank is obviously higher than Song Yunyan's. Officer Song, you've really been in the spotlight lately. Today, all police forces were deployed for a case, causing a stir in the city. I heard that you also treated criminals with poison? Are you going to overturn the entire demon city? He was high and mighty, and rebuked in a cold voice without any discrimination. Song Yunyan said with a stern face, Director Song, I have my own way of handling cases. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. Director Song's eyelids jumped, and he said angrily, "How do you talk to me? I think your reckless personality is not suitable for the position of criminal police." Song Yunyan's eyes were slightly red, but she still insisted, "I love this job, please don't meddle in my business." She obviously did a good job, but the other party was still not satisfied. Obstruct her at every turn. He even told her several times that he wanted to transfer her out of the criminal police brigade. Become an ordinary policeman. Although it is also serving the people, in her opinion, what is the difference between it and salted fish? Director Song was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and said angrily, "With your character, you will suffer one day. Don't regret it when the time comes." After he finished speaking, he found that Song Yunyan still had an indifferent attitude. Ignore him. He became even more furious, and immediately he noticed Su Ming and looked at him. Who is this? Hearing this, Su Ming was a little embarrassed. I am a person related to this case. I am here to record my statement and cooperate with the investigation. Director Song nodded slightly in understanding and was about to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Su Ming called him. Wait. Su Ming continued, Chief Song, although you hold a higher position than Officer Song, I think you can't teach others a lesson without knowing right from wrong. Director Song frowned deeply. What do you mean? Su Ming said calmly, do you know how much merit Officer Song has made in this case? How many lives have been saved? What a great contribution he has made. You don't know these things, you don't understand anything. Why do you deny her efforts with just a few words? He made some witty remarks. Song Yunyan was completely stunned. Director Song's expression was very interesting. He said with both anger and laughter, little brother, it seems that you know her very well? He finally came to Shanghai for a meeting and had the chance to see his daughter. He was actually worried knowing that she was in danger today. He spoke too quickly just now and did say some hurtful words. If you think about it carefully, there is indeed something wrong with it. Who would have thought that he would be caught by a young boy and given a lecture? Doesn't he have any face? Su Ming said unhappily, it's not bad, at least it's much better than that unreasonable person. Director Song's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, good boy, what's your name? Su Ming. Su Ming, right? I'll remember you. Director Song smiled softly, then turned away angrily. Su Ming looked at his back with a strange look on his face. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. TSK, still remember me? I haven't broken any law, what can he do to me? When the police officers saw this scene, they opened their mouths in shock. No way. Su Ming actually dared to confront Chief Song in front of Officer Song? It seems a bit embarrassing. Doesn't he know that Chief Song is Officer Song's father? Su Ming really didn't know the truth, so he calmly comforted her, Officer Song, don't take that person's words to heart. Just stick to your own ideas and carry them through. Well, thank you for speaking up for me. Song Yunyan smiled slightly, and her beautiful smile bloomed like a short-lived flower. Completely different from her previous icy image. So beautiful. Her relationship with her father had always been strained. Perhaps, she knew that her father had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, but the words he said were really unpleasant. When she was a child, she was often angry and cried. Now Su Ming helped her out with a few words, which made her much happier. Moreover, Su Ming seems to be very empathetic and understands himself. The police looked at each other. Captain Song Yunyan actually showed such a beautiful smile? Doesn't she feel that Su Ming is offensive? They even smelled a hint of sour love? The sky is falling. 2 hours later, it was dark. Song Yunyan sent Su Ming to the door of the police station. Mr. Su, don't worry. We will make sure Yan Hongkai and the others receive the punishment they deserve. You can have a good sleep when you get back. There was a smile on her pretty face and her cherry lips were slightly parted. Su Ming said calmly, you too, go back and rest early after you are done. Being a policeman is really hard. Song Yunyan felt warm in her heart and took the initiative to extend her slender hand. This time we have a pleasant cooperation between the police and the people. See you next time. Su Ming shook her hand gently, it's easy for me to see you. If you want to see me, you can make a video call. You, what are you talking about? Who wants to video call you? Song Yunyan spat softly, her pretty face slightly red. Before that, Su Ming took a photo of her in the police car. By this he meant that he could see her picture at any time. Am I that good looking? Moreover, he had to video call him himself? It's a beautiful thought. This scoundrel. She thought this in her heart, but a smile gradually appeared on her face. Song Yunyan curled her lips and asked tentatively, Mr. Su, do you feel that something is a little bit wrong? Su Ming immediately pinched his chin in thought, while looking at the beautiful police officer in front of him. Could it be that you put on some lipstick, so your smile looks particularly good today? Puff. Song Yunyan couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud with her hands covering her mouth. She did touch up her lipstick, but that's not what she wanted to talk about. Seeing her beautiful smile, Su Ming thought he had guessed it right. My eyes have seen too much. JPG. Then I'm leaving. Su Ming waved his hand, turned around and left gracefully, without taking a cloud with him. Song Yunyan looked at his back with a faint smile on her lips. She felt that she smiled more today than in the whole year, all because of the appearance of Su Ming. I don't know, the moment he learned the truth. What expression will you show? Song Yunyan began to feel a little excited. The detectives around were already stunned. On weekdays, Song Yunyan is cold and frosty, and never smiles to others. She actually showed such a little woman's expression in front of Su Ming? Pretty face with shyness and smile. All beauty is born. Looks like a girl in love. Is this still the cold-hearted Song Yunyan, known as the nemesis of criminals? Did we see that right? Well. Criminal police officer Li gnashed his teeth and walked over to say, Captain Song, they drove away a long time ago, why are you standing guard here? Song Yunyan came back to her senses in an instant, feeling embarrassed and angry, and said angrily, what do you care? Go back and handle the case. Seeing this, the police officers were so scared that they couldn't help swallowing. Wipe. That's right. What happened just now was definitely an illusion. Chapter 127 How to Spend So Much Money? Su Ming was driving on the street. Suddenly, a voice message came. Meng Xiniao's sweet voice rang out, Brother Su Ming, our crew is off work, shall we have a secret date tonight? Don't tell Xiaoxi. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth and replied with a single word. About. Night. Su Ming met her privately and went on a date. Meng Xiniao was wearing something particularly hot tonight, with black stockings, long legs, and a hot and charming figure. It was obvious that she came well prepared. Su Ming took her out to eat, go shopping, and watch movies. Finally, they returned to the Sebel Hotel and booked a presidential suite. Su Ming finished taking a shower with a bath towel hanging on his body. Looking at his handsome figure, Meng Xiniao covered her face and peeked through her fingers, her pretty face already flushed red. My heart started beating wildly. Su Ming hugged her directly and whispered in a tone from the drama, Junior, do you want to make progress? Meng Xiniao nodded in a chilly voice, Su Ming lifted her chin and kissed her. After a tender moment, Su Ming picked her up and walked into the bathroom. Meng Xiniao looked at herself in the mirror, her face flushed with shame. Brother Su Ming, be gentle. The next day, after breakfast, Meng Xiniao kissed Su Ming with joy. Mua brother Su Ming, I'm going to the crew to film first. After being nourished by love, she became more feminine than usual. Moreover, Lingxi called last night and asked why Meng Xiniao hadn't returned home so late. The situation was very intense at the time, and Meng Xiniao was hesitant, but fortunately she didn't reveal herself. Su Ming waved his hand and said goodbye to Meng Xiniao. Start today's sign-in. Congratulations host, sign-in successful. Reward, 5 billion in cash. The amount has been transferred to your bank card, please check it. 5 billion in cash? Su Ming was a little surprised. This is the first time I've received so much cash by signing in. He looked at his phone and sure enough, he received a text message. Your account ending in 576 received a remittance of 5 billion yuan. Balance, 7,651,282,045.11 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. When Su Ming looked at the number, he was shocked. My money is almost enough to fill a string of mobile phone numbers. But this is normal. He now owns many industries, and he has absolute control over or shares in many companies, which will make regular profits and pay him dividends. He originally had only a few billion in his bank card, but with the subsequent dividends and profits, it has increased to 2.65 billion. Including the 5 billion cash reward from the system, he now has 7.6 billion renminbi. This is real cash flow. But how should I spend so much money? It always feels a bit wasteful to keep it in the bank card all day long. Su Ming frowned. He never thought that one day he would be worried about how to spend money. Family members, there are 7.6 billion in the bank card, how should we spend it? Waiting online, very urgent. At this time, a phone call came in, and I took a look and it was a familiar face. After connecting, Wang Yongshuan's respectful voice sounded, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you. Are you free today? Su Ming was slightly stunned, yes. What's wrong? Wang Yongshan smiled and said, it's like this. Do you still remember the banquet we attended? The organizer, Right Group, is going to hold a high-end real estate auction. They want to invite us over. I wonder if you would do me the honor, Mr. Su. Su Ming thought about it. At that time, the cocktail party that Jiang Yue and he attended was hosted by the Right Group. In order to launch the sale of high-end real estate, Right Group made preparations and warmed up in advance and invited various bigwigs. So that cocktail party was equivalent to Rico paying for advertising. Many people who attended the cocktail party gave face to Roe Ko and accepted the invitation to attend. Wang Yongshan was one of them. To mingle in high society, such social skills are extremely important. Although, for Su Ming, he went with Jiang Yue last time, so it didn't matter whether he went this time or not. But high-end properties caught his attention. Su Ming became interested and asked, how high-end is high-end real estate? How does it compare to our Tan Palace Villa? If this so-called high-end real estate is not as good as Tan Palace Villa, then it seems there is no need to go there. Because it doesn't cost much money at all. The house was too cheap and he didn't really need it. Wang Yongshan smiled and said, Mr. Su, our Tan Palace Villa is already the top villa area in Magic City, and there are not many locations that are better than it. However, the Right Group's Bihai Manor and Yushan Villa District are comparable. The most expensive is the Xishan No. 1 Manor, but that thing costs billions. Ordinary people can't afford it. Su Ming instantly became alert. Xishan Manor. This is the most famous manor villa area in Shanghai. The residents living in Xishan Manor are all billionaires. Xishan No. 1 Manor stands in the middle of Xishan, surrounded by clouds and mist, and the air is rich and fresh. A symbol of status and strength. Because its price is so expensive, it failed to sell once last year. Its project has also been temporarily shelved. However, it is said that this manor is very large, it seems to be several dozen acres. Very suitable for use as a family residence. It's similar to Jiang's villa. If I establish the Su family in the future, I can't still live in the Tan Palace Villa, right? Although this place is luxurious, it obviously can't accommodate too many people. Su Ming's mind was stirring, and he said, okay. Let's buy Xishan No. 1 and have some fun. Hiss. The corners of Wang Yongshuan's mouth twitched, and he was shocked by Su Ming's words. This thing. Billions. You just bought it for fun? Do you have to be so arrogant? Hang up the phone. Jiang Yue's call came in right after. She also gave a speech at the last cocktail party. This time, the Right Group is holding a real estate auction, so of course she has to give face to the organizers. So, she called and asked Su Ming to join her. At night, the lights come on. Su Ming and Jiang Yue met up and attended the event in their best attire. Magic City. Wanda Rain Hotel. This is one of the only 2 7-star hotels in China. Very high specifications. At this time, outside the hotel, there were already a lot of luxury cars and people. Those who come in and out are all big shots from all walks of life. Wang Yongshan and the organizer Li Shang stood together at the entrance of the hotel, looking forward to it. This scene attracted the attention of countless people. Oh my God! Why did the organizer come out to greet us? Who are they waiting for? I don't know. Boss Wang Yongshan is here too? This real estate auction is too high-end. I heard that the richest man in Fujian province is here. Could it be him? Just then, a dark and low-key Rolls-Royce slowly drove over. Chapter 128. Could it be that he is the son of the richest man? The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked steadily at the entrance of the hotel. Yue. Su Ming stretched out his hand and helped her get out of the car. Jiang Yue took his big hand, lifted her skirt, and smiled like a flower. A pair of long legs wearing diamond-like high heels stepped out of the car. Walking on the red carpet. She was wearing a light-colored evening dress, noble and elegant, appearing in everyone's sight. It is extremely eye-catching on this eye-catching night. She is like a fairy descending to earth, with an extraordinary temperament. The men's eyes widened. The moment those women saw her, they couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. After being stunned for a while, they nudged the male companions next to them with their arms to remind them not to lose their composure. Su Ming was in a good mood when he saw their reactions. It's such an honor to bring such a beautiful woman to the banquet. He understood immediately. Why do those wealthy businessmen like to look for beautiful socialites, celebrities, and the like? If you take this out, it will definitely be a good show. At this time, Wang Yongshan and the organizer Li Shang noticed Su Ming. They smiled and came up to greet us. Mr. Su. Wang Yongshan greeted him. Li Shang said respectfully, Mr. Su, it is my honor that you have the honor to attend this dinner. Here is the invitation letter for you and Miss Chung. Please come in. He handed over 2 red and gold embossed invitations with both hands and made a pleased gesture. An extremely humble attitude. Zhang Yue took Su Ming's arm, smiled slightly and nodded. Su Ming took the invitation calmly and stepped into the hotel. Everyone was already stunned with shock. Because, for this dinner, 2 types of invitations were sent out. One type is ordinary guests, who received black and red invitation letters. However, the invitation letter Su Ming received was actually red with gold edges. This is a VIP invitation card produced by the Ruko Group using hot stamping technology. The inlaid gold edges are all made of pure gold. There are only 9 places available in total. Everyone who receives a VIP invitation is a person of extraordinary status. Someone like Wang Yongshan is worth just over 10 billion, but he only has an ordinary invitation letter. It can be seen that what kind of strength does the VIP invitation letter represent? And Mr. Su not only received a VIP invitation letter, but was also personally greeted by the organizer, Li Shang. This treatment is unique. How noble is his identity? Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction Su Ming left. A look of horror. At this time, a young man in a well-tailored suit looked at everyone with a deep gaze. There was disdain on the corner of his mouth. He is the son of the richest man in Fujian province and has a proud family background. But what made him unhappy was that he was not treated like Su Ming, and did not attract any attention. Ha, what a bunch of short-sighted guys. Isn't it just a VIP invitation? The young man sneered, pretending to be cool, and took out a red and gold embossed invitation from his pocket, and walked up to the receptionist at the door. Imagine the times, Su Wenyan. He introduced himself and showed the dazzling VIP invitation. Everyone's eyes became hot again and they exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God! The age of imagination. It turns out that the richest man in Fujian province has arrived. This Mr. Su should be the crown prince of the Imagine era, right? It is true that heroes emerge young. Ha ha ha, I'm also in the new energy business. This is my business card. Can we cooperate if there's a chance? Everyone gathered around Su Wenyan, and he instantly became the center of attention. Sure, sure. Su Wenyan waved his hands, looking very pleased with himself. He has made the effort to come to the Magic City and attend such a high-level dinner, so shouldn't he show off? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Ruehua's 7-star hotel. The decoration here is magnificent, and exudes a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. 32nd floor. The top floor banquet hall features floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the entire Magic City, giving you a sense of being up high and feeling lonely. The table was filled with various brands of expensive liquors, a dazzling array. Rare fruits, high-end desserts, and more. The rental of this banquet hall for one night is more than 1 million, and the price of a table of banquet is over 300,000. Rough estimate. Tens of millions will be spent this night. This number is simply unimaginable for ordinary people. But Su Ming was very clear. For the right group, this is a rewarding investment. As long as a property is auctioned tonight, Rico can make back all the money. And the scene tonight is obviously much grander than the last banquet. It is even difficult for wealthy people who have just reached the 10 billion threshold to sit in the VIP seat. Each VIP seat is independent. It has a sandalwood round table, paired with a leather sofa and a soft carpet. There are also 2 dedicated waiters who are always on duty. Mr. Su, this is the seat I specially reserved for you. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time, Li Shang said with a smile. Okay. Mr. Li, thank you for your help. Su Ming was quite satisfied with his arrangement, and he and Jian Yuwei took their seats formally. Li Shang arranged everything and left temporarily. The guests present were all stunned. They are generally over 30 years old, with a net worth of at least tens of billions, and some have even reached the 10 billion mark. But I can only get an ordinary invitation letter. However, this young man actually sat directly in the distinguished VIP box? Li Shang also received him personally? This shocked them and they talked about it a lot. Fuck. Who is this young man? Why is he so arrogant? Could it be that he is the son of some richest man? I don't know. I just came to the Magic City and I don't know this person. It should be some rich second generation, relying on his family's assets to pretend to be the boss. This kind of rich second generation only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, and will never amount to anything. If his elders come over, I will definitely go over and say hello. These people looked at Su Ming with curiosity and a bit of teasing. At this time, VIP seats, in another box. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with an extraordinary temperament, sipped red wine. He glanced at everyone, looking down on everyone. When he saw Su Ming, he was stunned for a moment and looked at him carefully. The boss of Epic Entertainment? It's actually him. The answer emerged in his mind. He picked up the wineglass, stood up and walked in the direction of Su Ming. Everyone was startled and recognized the middle-aged man. He seems to be the chairman of United Media, in Hongda, right? This is the #1 media company in Shanghai. Is he going to say hello to that rich second generation? Do you think that rich second generation will not recognize him? And then be embarrassed on the spot? Ah, that's entirely possible. The expressions on their faces were very interesting, and they seemed to be waiting to see a good show. However, the situation was slightly different from what they had imagined. In Hongda came to Su Ming's table, holding a wineglass, and said respectfully, Mr. Su, nice to meet you. I am In Hongda from Hezhong Media. Although you may not know me, I have long heard of your great name. Their company, United Media, mainly deals with digital media, which can be considered as half of the entertainment industry. Some time ago, Shanghai Yaoguang Entertainment collapsed and was eventually replaced by GUN Entertainment, causing a stir in the city. Moreover, Yaoguang Entertainment and his company were in a cooperative relationship, but now the business partners have changed. As the boss of United Media, how could he not learn more about it? Su Ming had heard a little about United Media. This is a media company with a market value of nearly 100 billion yuan, and its strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, it seems that there is still a business contract with his own GUN Entertainment. Since the other party has taken the initiative to show goodwill, there is no need for me to offend him. It's Mr. Yin. Nice to meet you. Su Ming stood up, smiled and clinked glasses with the other party as a polite response. In Hongda deliberately lowered the cup and said, if there is a chance in the future, I hope we can cooperate more. Can. Su Ming smiled indifferently and took a sip of red wine casually. Many wealthy people were stunned. United Media has a market value of more than 90 billion. As the chairman of the board, In Hongda is worth tens of billions. Now he has lowered his posture and taken the initiative to toast. And you also said that you want to cooperate more with the other party? Is it possible that Su Ming's status is more noble than In Hongda's? Who is he? Chapter 129. What, you want to raise the bet? All the big guys were extremely curious and started to speculate wildly about Su Ming's identity. Some wealthy businessmen have stood up and started to come over to greet Su Ming. Although I don't know the specific identity. However, In Hongda, who is worth hundreds of billions, showed such respect. So, what else is there for them to lose face about? As a result, many wealthy businessmen and elites gathered in front of Su Ming's VIP seat. They all toasted him. Su Ming and everyone else raised their glasses and took a sip calmly. Everyone raised their heads and drank the wine in one gulp. This is the culture at the drinking table. When someone of lower status toasts you, you naturally have to drink a toast, while someone of higher status can just drink as he pleases. At this moment, Su Ming has become the focus of the crowd. When Jian Yuwei saw this scene, a hint of pride appeared on her pretty face. It seems that wherever Su Ming goes, he brings his own spotlight. It's really dazzling. Who knows? A discordant voice broke the peace. TSK, aren't you just relying on your family's power? Are you pretending to be so powerful? The uncles toasted you, but you were too lazy to clink glasses and only took a sip? Do you really think everyone is doing this for your sake? The words fell. Everyone's faces were filled with embarrassment. Isn't this a slap in their faces? Hearing the sound and looking, a young man in a suit and tie walked towards this side leisurely. There is also a butler beside him. He is Su Wenyan, who stole the show at the door just now. The prince of the imagination era. At this time, a wealthy businessman was a little annoyed by what he said. Boy, who we toast to is none of your business? Who are you? Mr. Su, you are the VIP guest. Su Wenyan was not at all flustered. He took out his VIP letter and said proudly, Dear uncles, I am Su Wenyan from the Imagine Times. I think I am qualified to raise this question, right? This kid named Su obviously doesn't respect you. If it were me, I would definitely raise a glass and chat with the uncles. He belittled Su Ming in order to elevate himself. When everyone heard this, there was an uproar. They never expected that the other party was actually the prince of the Imagine era, Su Wenyan. Changxiang Times is the leading enterprise in China's new energy. Market value of more than 400 billion. His father is the chairman of Changxiang Times. Known as the richest man in Fujian province. His life is extremely legendary. He started from scratch and developed his business into its current huge scale by making batteries within 20 years. Become a dominant leader. Looking across the country, they are all well-known billionaires. This big shot is really hard to deal with. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little bit of awe. The rich businessman's face turned red and he retreated tactfully. Su Wenyan's smug expression became even more pronounced. He looked at Su Ming and said aggressively, My dear fellow Su, I have introduced myself. It is your turn now. I want to know if you are worthy of this VIP seat. He just came over and looked for his seat. I even counted them specifically. He was surprised to find that there were a total of 9 seats in the VIP section. However, Su Ming actually sat in the middle, which was the 5th seat. What does that mean? The Supreme Emperor. Is it possible for a young man like him, who is a few years younger than me, to deserve such an honorable seat? Su Ming was speechless. Where did this clown come from? Do you really want me to introduce myself? Su Ming said coldly, You have some skills at home, so you show them off? Haven't you heard the saying, there are always people better than you, and there are always people better than you? Su Wenyan sneered when he heard it. Of course I have heard of it. But I don't think you have this ability. To tell you the truth, I have the contact information of many famous second-generation people in the country. But I have never heard of you. Su Ming spread his hands and said helplessly, That can only mean that you are a frog in a well and have a short-sighted vision. You. Su Wenyan was speechless for a moment, his face flushed with anger. The whole audience suddenly burst into unkind laughter. Zhang Yue covered her mouth and chuckled. She was just worried about Su Ming and wanted to help him speak up. Now it seems that Su Ming can easily deal with him and control him. They are both rich men, but why is Su Ming so calm and composed? This rich second generation is so impetuous? Su Wenyan was so angry that he gritted his teeth and trembled all over. I asked him where he came from. Didn't he say anything? Now you're saying that you're a frog in a well? I have never seen such a shameless person. Moreover, he actually has such a beautiful woman by his side? She is more beautiful than all the girlfriends he has ever had. Why is this happening? I think you have no strength and just rely on your mouth. Su Wenyan sneered and shouted, If you have the guts, let's see who's the best at the auction. If you don't spend as much as I do, how about calling me grandpa? Do you dare to accept it? His expression became proud again. He looked like he was sure of winning. This time, his father gave him 1 billion yuan and asked him to buy a big villa in Shanghai. An idea suddenly occurred to him just now, and he thought of using this trump card to destroy the opponent's fighting spirit. That's 10 billion in cash. No matter how rich the other party is, there are only a handful of people who can come up with so much money at once. He looked at Su Ming with a smug look on his face and couldn't help laughing. You're scared, right? Su Ming was so angry that he almost laughed. I didn't take him seriously, but he still took advantage of me? Zhang Yue's face darkened, she glared at Su Wenyan, and angrily scolded, Who is as boring and childish as you? Do you think you are the Calabash brothers and you still call me grandpa? As she spoke, she pulled Su Ming's hand. She didn't know how much money Su Ming had now. Afraid that Su Ming would agree rashly. You will suffer a loss. Seeing this, everyone showed an expectant look. Seeing this, Su Wenyan's housekeeper glanced at Su Ming and smiled with some contempt. Master. Forget it. Don't embarrass others. After all, this is the Magic City, and a strong dragon will not suppress a local snake. Su Wenyan was in a good mood when he heard this. The depression just now is gone. Did you hear that? We won't bother with you. Su Wenyan was very proud and was about to turn around and leave. Everyone shook their heads and laughed, feeling quite disappointed. It seems that there is no good show to watch. Who would have thought? Su Ming, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Who said I don't dare to take it? I want to raise the bet. The whole place fell into silence instantly. All confused. What? Do you want to raise more? Chapter 130, Counterattack. 200 million bet. The whole audience was stunned. I never expected that Su Ming would actually propose to increase the bet. Now things get interesting. Su Wenyan is the son of the richest man in Fujian province. The identity of this Mr. Su is extremely mysterious, and he is also the big boss in the VIP seat. What if the two of you start a competition of wealth? Who will be the winner? Everyone showed an interested expression on their faces. Su Wenyan was startled and his face twitched a little. He originally thought that the other party would definitely give in at this time, but he actually turned around and killed him? Want to raise? You, what do you mean? Su Wenyan was obviously a little panicked. Su Ming chuckled. Aren't you going to bet with me about who spends more money? I accept it. But the bet is that you call me master, which is a bit boring. How about we add a little bit of reward? He raised his eyebrows with a hint of provocation. Su Wenyan is in a difficult situation. After all, it was he who proposed to compete with Su Ming in wealth. If he refuses now, what will happen to the reputation of his Su family? His father is the richest man in Fujian province. Besides, he has 1 billion in capital. What does he have to lose? Think of this. Su Wenyan's expression gradually returned to normal. What do you want to bet on? Su Ming held up 2 fingers and said, if you lose, just call me master and add this number. Seeing his gesture, Su Wenyan couldn't help laughing. 20 million? No big deal. Then I'll bet with you. Who would have thought? Su Ming's voice sounded calmly. It's not 20 million, it's 200 million. The whole audience fell into silence again. You can clearly hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva. 200 million. This is no small amount. Even those tycoons worth billions find it difficult to come up with 200 million in cash at once. However, Mr. Su, the big boss in the VIP seat, actually wanted to pay 200 million. As a bet? It's really too arrogant. Everyone's expressions instantly became excited. Su Wenyan opened his mouth in shock. Are you sure you want to bet 200 million? Su Mingyun said calmly, yes, if you don't dare to gamble, just call me master now and let this matter go. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience went wild. Fuck. Just counterattack. Now the problem is given to Master Su. Do you dare to accept the 200 million bet? If you don't dare to answer, just call him master. Haha, it's really worth coming here tonight. Isn't this better than the Spring Festival Gala? Mr. Su, the mysterious rich man in our Magic City, is actually arguing with the son of the richest man in Fujian province? This is really exciting. This Mr. Su is an expert. With just a few words, he reversed the situation in an instant. Now it's Su Wenyan's turn to be in trouble. Master Su, do you dare to answer it? Hurry up and reply. Everyone was in high spirits and started to make a noise. 2 super bosses compete for wealth. It will be hard to see you again in this life. When Su Wenyan heard the voices around him, his face began to turn red and his expression became complicated. This is putting the Su family on the fire. If they don't agree, the Su family's reputation will be completely lost. Who is the richest man in Fujian province? I guess I will become a joke tonight. When Su's housekeeper saw this scene, his face was filled with embarrassment. He woke up suddenly. The Magic City is indeed full of hidden talents. Anyone who can sit in the VIP seats is definitely not an ordinary person. This Su Ming is quite shrewd. He is quite experienced in dealing with people and things. With just a few words, he was able to reverse the originally unfavorable situation. Now, it is the Su family that is in an embarrassing situation. After thinking for a moment, the Su family's housekeeper said with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Su, I was very offensive just now, and now I apologize to you. Let's just treat this as a farce. Let's not hurt the relationship and just leave it at that, shall we?" Su Ming wanted to laugh. He was just mocking me? What else is there? A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Don't want to hurt the harmony now? Why don't you pick one and let me see it? Su Ming waved his hands and sneered, "That's all. It seems that your Su family is nothing special. I thought you were the richest man in Fujian province, so powerful?" The whole audience burst into laughter. To them, the Su family is an outsider. How dare they show off their power in the territory of Magic City? Now, Su Ming's words are equivalent to a slap in the face of the Su family. Trampled the Su family underfoot. Who is the richest man in Fujian province? In Mr. Su's eyes, that's just a rookie. So cool. The wealthy businessmen were so excited that they were about to jump up. The housekeeper pulled Su Wenyan at the right time and asked him to let the matter go. But Su Wenyan couldn't bear it any longer. This is really too much. Humph. Do you think you can belittle our Su family? A 200 million bet, huh? Let's bet. I want to see what strength you have. Later, if you can't come up with 200 million, you have to raise it for me even if you have to sell everything you have. So many people present here are witnesses. Su Wenyan roared with his face flushed. He has given it his all. Su Ming looked at the other person with a higher opinion. Good. You have guts. After the bet was made, the atmosphere in the venue was completely ignited. Everyone has begun to look forward to this annual wealth competition drama, which is comparable to the Spring Festival Gala. In the end, who will be the winner? The crowd gradually dispersed and returned to their seats. Zhang Yue sat next to Su Ming and said softly, "Su Ming, I still have more than 100 million in my card. If you don't need it later, I can give it to you. If that's not enough, I can ask my father for more." Su Ming is her man, and now she sees her man gambling with others. It would probably cost a lot of money. Of course, she didn't want to see Su Ming lose. Su Ming felt warm in his heart, rubbed her head, and said gently, "Silly. Do you think I will lose? I'm worried about where to spend my money." He now has 7.6 billion in cash in his bank card. In addition to Epic Capital, there is still 9 billion in liquid funds. That's enough for now. That's good. Zhang Yue immediately smiled like a flower, hugged Su Ming's arm, and felt relieved. After a while, the dinner began. The exquisite dishes were served on everyone's table, and they were delicious and fragrant. There are all kinds of precious red wines and white wines. In the VIP seats, Su Ming had 2 exclusive waiters by his side, serving them during meals, and they were treated very well. Wait until everyone has had enough food and drink. Li Shang, chairman of the right group, walked onto the stage with a beaming face. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend the dinner hosted by Mr. Li. With this glass of wine, I wish you all the best in prosperous business in the new year." He raised his glass, signaled everyone, and then drank the wine in one gulp. "We also wish Boss Li a prosperous business and a big sale of properties. Congratulations." Everyone raised their glasses and responded politely. The atmosphere is extremely hot. Li Shang then made some polite remarks and finally announced, "Now, I won't waste your time. I declare that tonight's real estate auction has officially begun." After Li Shang finished his speech, he handed the microphone directly to the host. The auction officially begins. In VIP seat number 5. Su Ming glanced at the number 5 sign that had just been distributed. He still kept his head down and ate carelessly. It seemed as if he had no interest in bidding at all. Zhang Yue was not in a hurry. She picked up the food she thought was delicious and fed it to Su Ming. Rather than saying they were here to attend the auction, it would be more accurate to say they were here for a romantic date. In VIP seat number 8. Su Wenyan looked sneakily at Su Ming's situation. I sneered in my heart. Ha! This guy is actually still in the mood to eat? You'll have to pay me 200 million later. I wonder how he can still smile.